In this world where women outnumber men, men are not only the rarest treasures of the human race, but also luxury items fiercely contested by many other races. Some men are raised by women from birth, while others endure the demands of countless women every day. In almost every nation, whether human or other races, men have no freedom at all. Yet, as a man, you have broken the order that has been maintained for thousands of years. With your identity as a follower of the goddess and one of the 10 most handsome men of the human race, you have ultimately become the first male of the Radiant Church. However, just as you were about to perform the ritual, the elves suddenly declared war on the humans. Many elven armies are continuously approaching your city. Priest, we need your help. His heart was nearly pierced by an elf, and only you can save him. The Radiant Church is crowded with people. Women in burlap headscarves and stretchers with patients are coming and going frequently. The Radiant Church has become the largest healing place in the town, but the number of healers is far from sufficient to meet the demand. Deep in the church, you, dressed in light colors, press your hands on the wounds of the injured, silently reciting incantations, and then holy light rises from your palms, as the breathing of the female warrior on the stretcher, whose chest was pierced, gradually calms. With advanced healing magic, coagulation and healing can be completed in a breath. Under normal circumstances, witnessing such high-level spells would leave ordinary people in awe. A young female acolyte washes the blood from her hands with a copper basin, but suddenly you stagger. After a whole day of intense work, your magic is depleted, leaving you pale and fainting. Lady Hester, are you alright? Why don't you rest first? I'll have them do a quick bandaging outside. Mia supports your arm, carefully helping you to a chair. The refreshing scent of her hair fills the air, and the young girl can't help but take a deep breath. The life priest is the only practitioner here who masters advanced healing magic. Since the front lines became urgent, the bishop has been patrolling the town's borders with an adventurer team for 3 months now. He stands with his palm supporting his body, speaking in an angelic, gentle voice to the young nun, saying that Mia, the warrior on the front lines, fought bravely but was severely injured by the vicious elves. We cannot stand by and do nothing. Forgive me, for I am a priest blessed by the goddess. I cannot bear to hear their painful moans, and I clasp my hands together, silently praying to the statue. If I could, I would also like to go to the front lines and fight alongside my sisters, but I cannot. As a priest, I have no combat abilities and can only pray silently before the goddess's statue. Little Mia sighs helplessly. You are the only high-level healer in the town, known for your beauty and kindness throughout the duchy, but unfortunately, you are a secondary male, destined not to become a combat profession. On this continent, women's physiques and talents far surpass those of men. In terms of physical quality and status, women are revered while men are belittled. Men are to support their wives and raise children at home, while women are the main characters on the battlefield. Feudal feminism prohibits men from resting. Any achievements or use of aggressive magic will be deemed heretical, and those who violate the ban will be hunted down by the entire world. Even if you are a high-level spellcaster with exceptional magical talent, you can only cast healing spells and auxiliary magic like chi and technique. In terms of combat power, you are even inferior to a 14-year-old girl who has just become a sword-wielding knight. Priest, the bishop is accompanied by 12 elite adventurers, each of whom is battle-hardened and will be fine. You gaze up at the sky, your eyes flickering with worry, but we are not facing ignorant beasts, we are up against the cunning and treacherous elves. The bishop is surrounded by experts, but the enemies they face are not simple. Elves possess intelligence just like humans. They are born from the tree of life, with only females as males. Their appearance and body structure are similar to human females, and they are a naturally magical race, possessing even more beautiful looks. With the existence of the fountain of life, elves are generally tall and have flawless skin, all being beautiful women. However, they look down on humans and even consider them prey. Some malicious elves take pleasure in hunting humans. The humiliated male humans are either tortured to death or captured and taken to elven cities, reduced to the lowest form of slaves for venting their frustrations. If the elves attack the city, I will take up the goddess's sword and fight them to the death. Gently touching the cold ceremonial sword on the altar, it is merely a ceremonial piece and has not been unsealed. Lady Hester, please don't say such things, that won't happen. You look terrified, such jokes are not to be made. There are countless human towns that have been exterminated by elves, and the outcomes are extremely tragic. They commit every atrocity, including slaughter, robbery, and rape. If that day truly comes, the sisters will protect you and escape first. Women protect men, and while the status of men and women is reversed, in emotional matters, men are also the weaker party. It is always the women who take the initiative. Women marry men, and children usually take their mother's surname. Priest, your beauty must not be seen by the fierce and malicious elves. If captured, you would likely face an extremely tragic fate. On the continent of Gaia, powerful races like dragons, elves, and beastmen roam freely. while human nations shrink into the corners of the continent. If the elves invade the town, I will not escape alone. I am already prepared to sacrifice myself for everyone. After healing the injured, I kneel devoutly on the white pillow, praying to the goddess, slowly recovering my magic power. By afternoon, as the sun sets, a body is brought to the church entrance, covered with white gauze, and sprinkled with white chrysanthemums. An inexplicable sense of dread rises in your heart. You always feel anxious, and a wave of sadness washes over you. The female knight, draped in a maternal cloak, dismounts, removes her helmet, and respectfully carries the body into the church. The bishop of the Radiant Church in the town was pierced in the throat by an elf's sword and died on the spot. Sister Bishop, upon seeing the deceased's face beneath the white cloth, Mia is heartbroken, instantly sinking into sorrow. Perhaps worried about affecting others, she hides in the kitchen and quietly cries alone. The nuns in the church silently shed tears, and the injured seeking refuge bow their heads in mourning. Such events happen every day. Civilian adventurers, powerful swordsmen, and mages wielding mysterious powers. Now, even the officially recognized mage bishop has been killed, making life in the town increasingly difficult. The space for survival is constantly being compressed. Where can we find refuge? In large cities or royal castles? Under the oppression of other races, not only small towns but even the capitals of human principalities are migrating northward. You gently close the bishop's eyes with the back of your hand. Her body has been arranged by the examiner, and her face is lightly made up. You laugh mockingly, with a bitter smile of sorrow and anger. Skilled in life magic, you can see the wounds on the body. The bishop's corpse clearly shows signs of stitching. This is not a case of being shot through the throat by an arrow, but rather a cruel dismemberment. Thank you for your hard work. Please inform everyone on the front lines that even if the bishop has sacrificed, the church will still stand with them. You bid farewell to the female knight. She says nothing, merely nods and mounts her horse, turning to leave. You do not blame her for lying. If a dismembered body were sent back to the church, it would not only affect the ordinary nuns but likely also instill fear in the townspeople. By nightfall, without a grand funeral, you hastily bury him in the churchyard. The night before the bishop enlisted, you talked late into the night. Perhaps he had already anticipated dying on the battlefield. You clutched the glass pendant at your chest. Memories of a male from another world flood your mind, awakening on the day you first discovered your magical abilities in childhood. In your memories, you were a boy from the world of Blue Star, where there was no war, no races, and no elves. In the world of Blue Star, there were only humans, who adhered to the laws of nature for survival. Interestingly, that world was a male-dominated society, where men worked outside and women managed the home. It was absurd that men could even marry women. The passionate worldview felt like a fabricated memory, bizarre and surreal. Why should men be able to ride on women? This is something you still find hard to understand. Men should be the ones to be married off, the weaker party. Even more ridiculous is that in your past life memories, you managed to maintain relationships with multiple girls simultaneously, truly a master of time management. In the end, your Yandere girlfriend discovered it, leading to dismemberment with a machete. She ultimately sailed away with your head. You were educated in male ethics from a young age. The tragic end of a scumbag aligns with universal values. Promiscuous men should not have a good ending. After reincarnation, the goddess imposed a punishment on you, branding you with shackles. You must endure misfortune to atone for the sins of your past life. This is all you know of this memory. As for what misfortune means, how to break the shackles, and what will happen after atonement, you know nothing. The only certain fact is that you are out of luck and your fate is fraught with difficulties. Since childhood, you have moved from place to place, and each time you settle, it is attacked by other races, with countless of your kin dying before your eyes. The goddess has witnessed her kind dying before her eyes and has lost loved ones. Is that not enough for atonement? You place a bouquet of white flowers at the bishop's grave, murmuring to yourself. After midnight, the sound of insects pauses. You sit silently at the grave, and suddenly, the dark sky lights up with a blazing fire. You look up and are first met with the screams of people and the sounds of magic. Startled, you rush to the high tower of the church. From afar, you see a breach in the town's walls and the giant horse, about 100 meters off the ground, as if caused by some kind of magic. Elves riding magical beasts flaunt their power everywhere, holding up their banners. The leader's banner displays 12 corpses strung together. Seeing the terrified features on the corpses, your face turns pale. Those were the strongest mercenaries in the town, the high-end combat force. They all died at the hands of the elves, and a wave of grief and anger rises from deep within you. Sister, perhaps today I will follow in your footsteps. Pouring a cup of clear water on the bishop's grave, you then head straight to the hall, tightly gripping the ceremonial sword. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. I was still thinking about commemorating you at your grave next year. The remaining guards in the town are either dead in battle or have been subdued. The elves use iron chains to bind the living captives together. First, behind the magical beast mounts, the women who cannot keep up with the pace are dragged along the ground. With a voluptuous figure, the elven mage, dressed in a strapless outfit, raises her magic sword and shouts at the civilians, "We are elves. Under the queen's banner, the blood rose will rise, resist, and you will perish. Sisters, charge in. The commander has spoken, treasure and men." Today, we witness the elves truly invading the city. This is not a great human city, just a small border town. No one will care about them, there will be no reinforcements, and no chance of escape. For heads become trophies of the Blood Rose, while their bodies are captured and sold into slavery. The Blood Rose Knights are one of the elite forces of the elves, easily breaking through the defenses and surrounding the town. Chaos and the wounded are everywhere. In the open space outside the church, countless injured people cry out for help. Mia waves her hands to disperse the crowd. Many people are caught in panic and confusion, unsure of what to do. "Priest, the elves have invaded. You and everyone should escape quickly." "Yes, we will hold them off for you." Mia and several nuns put on wooden leg bindings and pick up makeshift weapons, pitchforks, axes, kitchen knives, and even a seemingly sharp stone. You are horrified that even professional mercenaries have been killed by the elves. How can civilians possibly stand a chance against them? The only outcome of resistance is death, reduced to ashes like wild grass by magical flames. "We can die fighting, you should hide with the men and children. There is a temporary shelter at the bottom of the well in the Radiant Church." The footsteps of the magical beasts grow closer, mixed with the sinister approach of the elves. There is no time to waste. You initially thought of fighting the elves to the death, but then realized that even if you died, you couldn't save anyone, and hesitated. He is not afraid of death, but he cannot die without purpose. He cannot let go of the innocent lives at stake. "Come with me quickly, I'll take you to hide." With a wave of your hand, more than 10 young men and dozens of girls follow you into the cellar. The battlefield is filled with ashes and flames, human adventurers have been slaughtered, and the townspeople have given up resistance, laying down their weapons to surrender. Many houses along the town's roads are engulfed in flames. A silver boot crushes the ashes as a team of over 100 elves, all elite professionals, even the support staff, converse. They also include official mages. Such a team is more than capable of plundering a human town. The continent's combat power system includes apprentice mages, official mages, junior, intermediate, and high-level grand mages, as well as archmages and holy domain mages and warriors. Mercenary ranks include black iron, silver, gold, emerald, epic, and legendary. The woman sitting on the unicorn removes her silver helmet, revealing her stunning profile. She is the leader of the Blood Rose Knights. Diana swings the rose in her hand in surprise, driving it into the stone wall of the town lord's mansion, causing a crack to form in the granite from the impact. The plump female town mayor bows gracefully to her. "Where are the men from the human town and that one you desire?" Among the captives, there are none of the men they want most, nor any young children. Ayana brushes aside her loose hair, revealing a pair of new white copper coins in her hairline, which is particularly eerie. The female mayor trembles, each word spoken as if walking on thin ice. "Respected elven warrior, I do not know. They may have escaped in advance. Or perhaps they are hiding," she adds, her cold white eyes radiating a chilling aura. "Where are they hiding?" According to the information provided by the captured prisoners, Hester, known as the Cuckoo of the Duchy, is in this town. Hester is the foremost beauty among the 10 most beautiful women of the human race, known for her kindness and said to be a once-in-a-millennium beauty. Rumors suggest she has a private engagement with a female human warrior, which speaks volumes about your charm. In a town like this, which offers no profit, the Blood Rose Knights usually wouldn't bother. However, the local elves have informed them of your presence, the first beauty of the human race, and they are suddenly interested in hunting and plundering. The absence of males in the elven race does not mean they lack desires. On the contrary, human males with similar physiques have become commodities among elven nobility. The first beauty of the human race is indeed a rare catch. Many powerful female elves are very interested in you, including those in the team. Many young elves lick their lips secretly. They haven't enjoyed the company of the opposite sex in a long time. "Captain Diana, why not tie up all the villagers, kill half of them for every hourglass, and force the men of the town to come out? That Hester is a life priest, a great beauty. The sage surely cannot bear to see her kin suffer." The suggestion comes from a scantily clad mage, her red strapless top barely covering her, with 2 large thunderstaffs casually resting on her shoulders. This woman is the chief mage of the Blood Rose Knights, Eva, a high-level mage known for her promiscuous nature. "This woman, Eva, is in your hands. Find the people quickly," Diana urges, her hand lightly resting on her chest, her fingertips tapping her arm as if deep in thought. Every entrance and exit is guarded by elven knights. It is impossible for anyone to escape. This is ultimately a human town, and it is not wise to linger here too long. He has no patience to play hide-and-seek with another man. To the Blood Rose Knights, you are merely a treasure they stumbled upon while passing through the town of Huey, easily taken. The power levels of the two sides are not even on the same scale. Those 12 fallen female warriors barely match the strength of ordinary elven soldiers. Then let's hang this fat woman first, roasting her on the flagpole so her cries echo in every corner. Eva grabs a wooden wand, pointing it at the mayor, and two purple mage hands appear behind her, lifting the plump woman as if she were a small chicken. She flails in the air like a drowning person, pleading loudly, "No, no, no, hang me, and I can tell you where that handsome man is hiding." Diana coldly glances at the spineless mayor. In the Radiant Church, there is an underground shelter. The captured women glare angrily at the mayor. The priest has taken all the men and children, the hope of the entire town, and it is all because this fat woman, in her fear of death, has betrayed that hope. Be quiet, or I'll stuff your mouths with filth and sew them shut. Eva's lips curl into a wicked smile as she raises her wand, and several fireballs appear, silencing all the captives. Before long, the group of knights arrives at the Radiant Church. From below, there seems to be the sound of digging, and the men and children around huddle together. You stop praying with the Radiant Codex in your hands, a look of sorrow on your face. They have ultimately come with detection magic. With a slight frown, the magical glow surrounding you is 100 times brighter than that of ordinary people, appearing to Eva like a blinding star. The ground shakes violently, the men and children in the cellar panic, their cries echoing out as a lithe figure leaps down from the well. The elves have arrived. With a handsome face and exquisitely crafted silver armor, a pair of pointed ears reveals the identity of the invader. Entering the cellar, only a few candles provide light, barely illuminating the corners. Their heterochromatic eyes stand out prominently in the darkness. These humans have not fled. Perhaps there is only one exit here, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Gia and Eva follow closely beside Diana. The sister of the night sees the men and her eyes gleam with desire, wishing to transform into a wolf and immediately devour the trembling lambs hiding in the corner. However, they hold back. According to the rules of the Blood Rose, they cannot act recklessly without the captain's orders. They wait for Captain Diana's command when suddenly, a melodious voice emerges from the human crowd. With clean bandaged sandals revealing verdant toes, draped in a ceremonial robe, a pure white face, a handsome man stands before the elves, breaking the silence. "You are the leader of the invaders. I am a priest of the Radiant Church, the life priest Hester. When I became a priest, I swore before the goddess to use the power she bestowed upon me to protect the civilians. You suppress your fear. Here, only Nan Ruayo remains, and you are the only professional. Even if you haven't rested or prepared any offensive spells, you must face the enemy. You have thrown yourself into the net." Diana is somewhat surprised, both by your beauty, which truly lives up to the title of the most beautiful among humans, and how you stand out even in the dim cellar like a rare flower. Secondly, she is surprised that you dare to stand up to them. Is it courage, the foolishness of a priest, or perhaps a naive belief that you can win? The Blood Rose Knights are thrilled. This man is indeed the one said to be a once-in-a-millennium beauty. We have hit the jackpot this time. Before he can speak, Eva is already drooling uncontrollably beside him. As the elves' gazes fall upon him, countless humiliating methods already play out in their minds. "Eva, we are now an army under the princess's command. We cannot act recklessly like we did when we were slaves." Eva wipes her mouth in frustration. She doesn't care, she must have this man. In her crimson and white eyes, your gaunt yet passionate figure is reflected. As a dancer, Diana can clearly sense your resolve. This man appears calm, but he is terrified to the extreme. His kin have either died or been captured, and he is the only professional left. The beauty bubbling forth is irresistible to women, yet he is merely a weak priest who can only practice auxiliary spells. Now, facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy alone, anyone would feel despair. Captain Diana, you are truly serious. He is just a man. Eva summons a mage hand to capture you, but is stopped by the captain. Diana faces the holy life priest directly. "Since you dare to stand up, you have already earned her respect. Kneel and surrender, and the noble elves may spare your life," he commands. You still tightly grip the unsealed ceremonial sword, protecting the poor children behind you like a hen guarding her chicks. Not only do you refuse to surrender, but you also point the blade at the white bronze elf. The defeated dog of the army, the last professional of the small town. "Is this going to be a one-on-one night duel with me?" "Oof." Diana chuckled, and from the way she held her sword, it was clear that this beauty was nothing but a weakling in battle. Even the militia, who had undergone half a month of military training, were better. At least the women could chop firewood with an axe, while the silver, dull longsword in his hand probably couldn't even kill a chicken. The two were simply not on the same level. Any one of the Elven sisters could easily handle him with one hand. Heather's eyes widened, staring intently at her opponent, as if she wanted to engrave the enemy's face deep in her mind. "What are you laughing at?" I'm laughing at your ignorance. The gap between you and us is like the dust on the ground and the moon in the sky. Diana slowly walked over, her tone indifferent. In the flickering candlelight, the crescent-shaped flower mark on the woman's forehead gradually became clear, causing Heather to instinctively take 2 steps back in fear. This enemy was terrifying. Her aura was extraordinary, far surpassing the strongest adventurer in Greyleaf Town. He had only seen similar beings in the city's guard or at the headquarters of mercenary groups, emerald-level mercenaries or warriors of the same rank as a mage. There was no chance of victory. Even if he could resurrect the bishop and others, it would only mean dying again. A fairy of your level should look down on this broken little town, so why invade here? The tremor in her voice was filled with anger. No wonder the tragic news had come in succession within a day. It turned out the bishop's sister had encountered a high-level elf. Those 12 adventurers were likely killed by them. The Blood Rose Knights? This name was firmly etched in Heather's mind. Diana did not answer. She was the victor, the one who acted with impunity. She reached out to touch his cheek, but Heather deflected it with a sword. Pulling back her hand, the female knight did not care. Her opponent couldn't even break her skin. Gathering her fighting spirit in her hand, she gently pushed, and a gust of wind knocked Heather down. With a clink, the silver sword fell to the ground. Sister, she's a stubborn beauty, heh. Eva watched Heather with great interest, a game of cat and mouse. If I said invading here was for you, would you believe it? Diana replied lightly, her hands spread, believing she didn't even need to draw her steel sword. Heather glared angrily, gritting her silver teeth. You kill innocents and even destroy a town for someone you've never met. The reason for the bishop's sister and everyone else's deaths was actually because of her. Was it another punishment from the goddess? Damn it, Heather secretly blamed herself. If it weren't for her being a disaster, everyone wouldn't have died. Hey, pretty boy, figure out your situation and stop acting so aggressively. Eva couldn't sit still and interjected. She had never seen a man who dared to talk big when death was imminent. Stubborn? The sisters would make him wish he were dead. A sneeze from a waking dragon could incinerate 100 mages. I'm just destroying a tiny ant nest. Diana casually turned to leave, not thinking much of a town. Take her away. The order was given without room for refusal, and Heather felt a chill in her heart. The gathering place of humans, a pen for lambs, was how the dragon, beast, and elf races viewed it. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Humans and elves did not have a life and death hatred. But in this land, being weak was the original sin. The blood rose was like a bird. It landed on a branch and happened to see an enticing caterpillar on the trunk, unable to resist swallowing it whole. The life sacrifice of Greyleaf Town was an unexpected caterpillar. Do they see us as ants? Heather thought bitterly. As a follower of the goddess of life, he hated all reckless villains but had no power to punish them. Several tall elves surrounded Heather, and he no longer dared to act rashly, being forced to leave the cellar. Don't touch me, I can walk myself. The elf race truly deserves its reputation as a magical species. Even the most ordinary female knight would be considered a beautiful girl among humans. The elf knights surrounding them appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, all wearing expressions of amusement. Lady Diana, how should we deal with these people? In Elvish, the female knights behind her blocked the exit, preventing the men and children who wanted to escape. Is there any need to ask? Leave the men, kill all the women. Eva casually tossed out the words, as if it were a common occurrence. As her cold voice fell, a chilling aura rose among the silver-armored elves. Eva, you are becoming more and more reckless. The blood roses are under my command. But, Captain Diana, these women are of no value at all. Eva felt somewhat embarrassed. Should they, like the men, transport them to the nearest elven city-state and sell them through slave traders? Impossible. The costs of transportation would outweigh any benefits. As for letting them go? The blood roses are not saints. Those who offend must be eradicated. Before entering the city, they had already killed the female warriors of this small town, and the hatred between them could not be resolved. Diana pondered for a moment. There had been instances in the past where her kin had shown mercy and let human survivors go, only for them to immediately spread the news. Many elven knight orders had been ambushed by human mercenaries, resulting in numerous casualties. A chill ran through her heart, and she coldly snorted, Eva, you take care of it. The exchange was in Elvish, a language Heather was not familiar with, but she sensed the ill intentions. Everyone was driven out of the cellar, crowded together in the church like chicks. The children and men were separated, and Heather's face turned pale. At the cellar's exit, the lecherous mayor's corpse was hung on a flagpole. An iron hook pierced through her shoulder blade, and the collapsed houses were set ablaze, crackling with sizzling oil, like livestock. This filthy human deceived the noble elves and was punished by roasting. His bulging eyes, bloodshot and wide open, stared unblinkingly into the void. Heather clasped her hands together, praying for his soul to rest. feeling even more apprehensive about the captured elves. Unlike the Green Elves entangled with Greyleaf Town for many years, the Blood Rose Knights were undoubtedly a bloodthirsty and murderous bunch. She intended to slaughter civilians. Biting her lower lip tightly, Heather angrily shouted, "If you dare to lay a hand on the civilians, the heroes will not let you go." The human empire had a female hero rumored to be close to Heather. Diana hesitated slightly, but Eva was unfazed. The heroes were the pride of their kind, exceptional individuals who appeared every 100 years across various races. Those who advanced to emerald level before the age of 20 could be called prodigies. These women were the pride of their races and the cornerstone of their people's stability on the continent. They were also competitors, each representing the interests of their respective races. "Priestess, I'm so scared." Eva spoke mockingly, deliberately reaching for Heather's sleeve, only to be ruthlessly brushed off. She was not angry. A wicked smile adorned her face. Grinning, she revealed the silver spikes on her tongue. "Wait until I brand you with a slave mark. I hope you can still maintain your lofty demeanor then." She was not afraid of any human hero. "If your fiancé dares to come, I wouldn't mind setting her ablaze," Eva shouted, ordering all the female captives to be gathered into the cellar. "Get in." The women, tied in a row, were prodded with spears and could only enter the church cellar one by one. "Why are you pushing me?" One Elven knight drew her whip, leaving a mark on the face of a resisting woman. "Children go in too, the men stay." A father tried to enter the cellar with his child but was blocked at the door. What did this group intend to do? The leading elves seemed to be communicating in their unique language. A sense of foreboding rose in Heather's heart. Suddenly, she saw Eva's profile smiling, a cruel smile. As the last woman entered the cellar, the Elven knight blocked the entrance with a pile of firewood and flammable materials. In the next moment, the opponent raised both hands, and fire elements gathered on their forehead, forming a wall of fire that sealed the only entrance. Hester's face turned pale with terror, and she shouted urgently, "Quick, get out! She wants to burn you all alive." It was only when the flames spread and the heat wave hit that the women, bound by ropes, began to awaken from their daze, some screaming, others wailing. Some tried to hide deeper in the cellar, while others attempted to escape through the outer door. They wanted to flee through the narrow cellar entrance, but the cramped passage was filled with pushing and trampling. The magical fire wall isolated them from the outside world, and oxygen was quickly depleting. A child tried to squeeze through a gap but was blocked by the incoming fire oil. The men outside, witnessing this, either froze in shock or rushed madly toward the sea of flames, desperate to save their loved ones. They shouted the names of their wives or children, and those who resisted fiercely were pinned to the ground by the Elven knight. A few managed to escape, their bodies charred to a crisp. Eva saw this and felt disdain in her heart. She drew a short dagger from her bosom and walked toward the half-dead woman, charred all over. She prepared to give her a quick end when suddenly a holy song rang out from the horizon, and a beam of white light shot up into the sky from behind her. The rain summoning spell combined with the healing light activated simultaneously. Golden rain fell from the sky, instantly extinguishing the firewall. The withered wood sprouted new buds, and the charred woman's burnt skin shed, healing in an instant. Diana looked at the spellcaster with slight surprise. He held no staff, cradling an ancient Bible, his beautiful eyes closed in prayer. The spellcaster was none other than Hester, the first beauty of the human race, at least a high-level mage, possibly even a magic tutor. Although she knew he was a professional, she hadn't expected him to reach this level. A high-level life priest was rare even among the elves. Considering his age and talent, he undoubtedly possessed one of the top magical abilities. This time, it seems I've struck gold. I've caught not just a pretty vase but a remarkably gifted professional. Auxiliary-type professional slaves are hard to come by, and if he were a handsome human male, he would be priceless. She could already envision the scene at the auction house, where people would fight to the death. High-level alien servants had always been a status symbol among elven aristocrats. A beautiful male attendant with magical talent was the dream of the highest elven nobility. Diana felt fortunate, at least he was a man. If he were female, capturing her would likely come at a heavy price. After all, men are not allowed to practice offensive spells, a universally acknowledged fact across the continent. As a shining priestess, Hester would certainly adhere to male virtues, having only learned auxiliary spells. On the other side, Eva, furious at the extinguished flames, pulled out her sharp knife and walked toward Hester. Without a warrior to protect him, and being a delicate beauty, she had ways to make him stop casting spells. For instance, through physical means, with her fists or her sharp knife. "Eva, don't hurt his face," Diana frowned and reminded her. This time she used the common language of the continent. Hester stared at the approaching Eva, raising the sacrificial sword in his hand to resist. The two women showed disdain, but in the next moment, they became cautious. A high-level life priest, if he were just a corpse, his value would drop 100-fold, Hester said, pointing the tip of the sword at his own throat. Intentionally revealing his high-level healing spell was meant to raise his worth. The others were here for him, to save the women in town. He could only gamble everything on this. "Are you threatening us with your own death?" Diana said, slightly displeased. There was no doubt that this move struck at their soft spot. She needed money, and Hester would be worth a lot. With money, she could buy more magical items and learn more powerful martial skills. "Sister, this man is so despicable. The priests blessed by the goddess are the most devout believers. He could face death without fear." Looking at the other's sorrowful face, Eva felt a deep reluctance. At that moment, she was at a loss and dared not act rashly. "Eva wants to live. Can the commander let the women here go according to his wishes?" Rarely, she actually pleaded with the commander in the Elven language. After slaughtering so many human towns, this was the first time such a situation had arisen. Diana shook her head. She had her own pride. A noble elf would never be threatened by a human, especially a male. "Sister, I beg you, Eva wants him." Like a girl asking her sister for a doll, she turned her back to Heather and showed Diana a pitiful expression. After weighing the options and considering Heather's own value, the white-eyed elf stated coldly, "Human, out of your sincere plea for mercy, I can let the women here go this time. But you must willingly accept the slave mark, otherwise, I would rather slay you here." A life priest with emerald-level potential, if she were a woman, would definitely be a prodigy. If he were male, he would be even more valuable, almost a rarity in the world. Such a genius should not continue to linger in the human world, nor should he be allowed to grow. A gifted and rare beauty should either be captured or perish before their eyes. Heather trembled. Once a human male was marked with the Elven brand, his life would be ruined. Of course, even if he did not willingly accept the slave mark, the auction house had ways to wear down his will until he submitted. "Lady Heather, you can't." The healed young girl clung to his arm. The one who had been burned was the church nun, Mia. She shook her head repeatedly, unable to imagine the fate of the priest being marked as a slave, completely reduced to an elven puppet. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape slavery, the elven mark would bring him shame for life. "Mia, this is my decision, and it is the goddess's test for me." Gently pushing Mia's hand away, he fearlessly raised his head to meet the gaze of the white-eyed elf. Pointing at Mia and the other women, he said, "I accept your conditions, but I must see them leave safely." Entering the northern forest from Greyleaf Town and crossing 2 mountain ranges would lead to the Elven capital, Etheria. A convoy moved along the rugged woodland, led by Diana's mount, the black-winged unicorn. Behind were the neatly arranged silver-armored Elven knights, followed by ox-drawn carts filled with goods, or rather, spoils. Inside the wooden boxes were treasures of gold and silver, along with confiscated armor and ironware. Among the middle carts were more than a dozen human men, all beautiful and carefully selected. In the evening, the convoy set up camp by the riverbank. "Commander, I want to discuss something with you," Eva said softly, approaching the black-winged unicorn, fidgeting. She rarely displayed such a girlish demeanor. "Eva, how many times have I said no?" "No means no." The white-eyed elf gathered her sleeves, her fair hands coming together as she scooped water from the stream to wash her face. Diana knew what Eva wanted and was aware that many girls among the blood roses were waiting for her to take the first step. Then they would all rush in to share the human priest. "Lady Diana." The girl with the red ponytail placed her hands on her hips, emphasizing angrily, "The most beautiful human, do you have no interest at all?" Such an exquisite person was rare and hard to come by. To preserve his value, Commander Diana would not let her sisters touch that man. According to the default rules, the commander had tacitly allowed the sisters to have their first taste, but at least let them have a sip of the soup. After much coaxing, the white-eyed commander ignored Eva, unfastening her magical armor and returning to the tent. Seeing Eva still closely following her, she helplessly said, "It's about time, send someone to bring that human priest over." Now that they were here, he certainly had no excuse to delay the slave mark ceremony. Eva giggled upon hearing this, standing by the campfire, fiddling with the red-hot branding iron. Soon, the young elf brought Heather to the barracks, leaving the beautiful, dazed human priestess sprawled on the carpet. He looked bewildered, first hunching his body, then cautiously surveying his surroundings. This place was 100 times better than the prison cart. The Blood Rose Knights camping tents were made from special magical beast leather, warm in winter and cool in summer. "Lady Diana, we need more food and water, as well as medicine and bedding." Before the other could speak, Heather began to demand supplies. The captured male of her kin was only wearing a thin garment, and in the depths of the northern forest, temperatures could drop below 10 degrees. At night, they could only rely on the campfire to maintain warmth, but during the day, it was impossible to light a fire on the ox cart. Everyone had to huddle together, warming themselves like chicks. "If you don't provide us with enough food, we will starve to death or freeze to death. This will also affect your profits." Heather looked at the white-eyed elf on the platform with hopeful eyes, gazing at her pitifully. Although the Blood Rose was notorious, it seemed that this elven knight commander was a woman of her word. She had promised not to harm the civilians and had truly let Mia and the others go. Priestess, don't you have too many excuses? Eva spread her hands and spoke first, unable to suppress a laugh. Did the other party think they were out for a picnic? Or did the beautiful Heather think she was a fool, treating them as attendants, pursuing his vulgar woman? It was true that men like Heather, with such looks, surely had no shortage of suitors around them. Humph, they were all spoiled by women who thought with their lower halves, truly considering themselves treasures. Men were merely playthings for the sisters to vent their frustrations on. Even if they managed to survive and reach Etheria, they couldn't escape the fate of being sold. Come here, expose your nape. Eva's lips curled into a cruel smile, pointing at the wooden table, demanding Heather to turn her backside towards her, gripping the table legs tightly. She wanted to do something interesting, branding the elven mark on the neck of the most beautiful human. Heather looked at the glowing branding iron, biting her silver teeth tightly, hurriedly shaking her head. We need more food and water, as well as blankets. He tried every means to profit for his kin before losing his freedom. Ordinary men were physically weak, while elves could easily trek long distances. For them, it was a life and death test. As a life priest, he could heal diseases and restore strength, but he couldn't conjure food out of thin air. Diana sat high in the main seat, frowning with displeasure. The elves deliberately restricted the men's supplies, providing them with the bare minimum of food, just enough to barely sustain life, to prevent any thoughts of escape. This man was interesting. He had agreed to voluntarily bear the slave mark after leaving Greyleaf Town by 100 kilometers, and now he was asking for more. What did he take the blood rose for? A charity haul? As a military leader, she wouldn't tolerate flattery, and immediately spoke sternly. Priest Heather, before incurring a new debt, you should settle the old bill. After hearing the captain's words, Eva immediately called over 2 elven guards, who each held Heather's shoulders and stuffed a rag in his mouth. Woo woo! With his side face pressed hard against the wooden table, his stunningly beautiful face was filled with terror. No, please, his amber eyes contracted. Diana swirled her wineglass, admiring the fish and meat struggling on the cutting board. With a chilling aftereffect, Eva had already torn the fabric around his neck, deliberately lingering her hands on the pristine skin for a moment longer. Heather struggled desperately, the entire table trembling. Don't resist, it will look ugly if the mark is misaligned. Unable to see behind him, Eva's movements were quick, and the branding iron was instantly pressed onto the snowy back. The excruciating pain made Heather bite down on the rag, his palms drenched in sweat, gripping the table edge tightly. In no time, a fist-sized crescent mark appeared on the snowy skin, and after a while, Eva applied a special potion to his skin. The charred skin began to peel, and the crescent pattern on the back of his neck revealed a silver-blue hue. It looks somewhat beautiful, but this is a mark of shame, revealing that this is an enslaved foreigner of the elves. It usually appears on the abdomen of beasts or on the bodies of defeated captives. As for the captured beautiful men, to maintain their appearance, they are often branded in less visible places, such as the nape of the neck. In addition, slaves with professional identities are bound by master-servant contracts, and those of gold rank or above are forced to wear magical shackles. Of course, this can only be done at a professional auction house. For now, the mark is planted. As long as this mark exists, even if Highsway hides in the human holy city, the elves have an excuse for legal capture. From then on, Highsway has become a legal possession of the elven race. With the elven mark engraved on the first beauty of the human race, Eva felt an indescribable sense of superiority in her heart. This is just the beginning. The road is still long. Before Diana finds a buyer, she must find a way to consume this beautiful person. After the elven guard released his shoulder, Highsway seemed to lose all strength, clutching the table leg and not daring to rise, staring blankly at the sky. Come closer to me. Diana calmly watched all of this until the elven mark on the snow-covered back was obscured before retracting her fiery gaze. Highsway was forced to kneel, bending down and exposing the skin of his neck to the air, which ached faintly. The crescent mark on his body was a symbol of a certain elven clan. Take off your clothes. Diana crossed her arms, first nodding in satisfaction, then coldly issuing the command. Take off my clothes? He instantly lost focus, his breathing becoming rapid. He was a follower of the goddess of life and could not kneel before a female invader, assuming a posture of submission. The doctrine stated that male priests must use a dagger to pierce their hearts before being captured. Even in death, they could not lose their chastity. Their bodies must remain pure. No, I can't do it. He bit his lip, and after a change in expression, he began to panic. I can do other things for you, please don't do this to me. As a life priest, skilled in supportive spells, many powerful factions had sought Highsway in the past, and he was well aware of his value. Strip, take it off for sister. Eva glared with her almond-shaped eyes, clenching her fists in a show of force, commanding him. If he continued to hesitate, she would resort to violence. Hisui priest, you understand your situation, don't struggle needlessly. It only adds to the pain without meaning. The wide-eyed elven girl spoke firmly, as if interrogating a criminal, her expression serious. She mercilessly reached into his clothing, her fingers pressing against his lower abdomen, the shame making Hisui feel both humiliated and angry. A pure essence of magic pressed into his body, her palm growing colder. It hurts, stop, let me go, it hurts. Hisui whimpered, in unbearable pain, wanting to push away the violent Diana in front of him, but Eva seized his wrist. Be good, it will be over soon. Even as he cried and begged, Diana remained cold and unyielding. As a large amount of magic essence flowed in, the moon pattern emitted a cold light, and his whole body trembled violently. The pure elven magic activated the mark while also traversing within Hisui, penetrating his limbs and bones, finally flowing toward his lower abdomen. There are remnants of other women's magic essence in your body. Diana first frowned, then her expression changed drastically, disgusted as she withdrew her hand and took a step back, looking at Hisui as if he were a filthy dog. You're not a virgin, are you? She questioned, filled with intense anger. How could this be? Claimed to be the first beauty of the human race, a shining candidate for the church's future saint, the current life priest, blessed by the goddess of life. Each layer proclaimed Hisui's purity. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unattainable flower had long been tainted. Damn it, this is infuriating. Diana's anger was hard to suppress, her fists clenched tightly, and in an instant, she kicked over the nearby brazier. The charcoal fell onto the damp, cold black earth, rising a wisp of white smoke. Heatherby knelt alone on the ground, biting his lower lip and turning his head away in shame. He had been beautiful since childhood, attracting the attention of countless female professionals. Some deceived him, some tempted him, and some threatened him. Who was the first to give it to you, that female warrior? Diana asked eagerly, her pure white eyes still ablaze with anger. The person on the ground shook his head in fear. He didn't want to bring it up. Clearly a cheap whore, pretending to be pure for so long. Diana was furious, pushing him down to the ground and shouting, "Get lost! No wonder you hide in a remote little town," she muttered as she walked faster. The Radiant Church had extremely strict regulations for male priests. Only pure and flawless men could inherit the goddess's legacy. Even after retirement, they were absolutely forbidden from having any relations with women, and even the slightest physical contact was strictly regulated. Even for the close nun Mia, if she accidentally touched the back of a priest's hand or his hair, she had to cleanse it with holy water. Sensitive areas like the lower abdomen, armpits, and behind the ears were absolutely off limits for women to touch, not even by their parents. This was also the reason why male priests in Etheria had such high slave prices. The purest beauties in the eyes of elves could best stimulate the desire to conquer. Once a male priest was discovered to have lost his virginity by the church, he would face terrifying punishment. Who would have thought that a lucky mistake would lead them to discover the secret of the first beauty of the human race? On the other side, Eva widened her eyes, feeling a mix of disappointment and a bit of joy. It was surprising that the holy priest Heatherby was actually a second-hand item, no longer pure, and had even been involved with female professionals. The joy came from the fact that Captain Diana had a cleanliness obsession. She didn't like men who had lost their virginity. This meant that Heatherby would no longer be under the captain's protection, and the sisters could do as they pleased with him. Without his virginity, his price at the auction house would drop significantly. Most women had a thing for young boys and disliked their men being tainted by other women. But she was different. Eva didn't care about such things. What a buzzkill. Diana seemed to have lost something, sweeping away in a huff, leaving only Heatherby and Eva in the large tent. Lady Diana, please wait, we need more food and water. Rushing to get up from the dirt, he hurried after her but was stopped by the crossed iron spears of the elven guards outside the tent. Diana's figure disappeared from view. Please, even a thin blanket would do. Heatherby's gaze fell on the food inside the tent, filled with eagerness. As a priest, the goddess did not allow him to have thoughts of theft. Behind him came Eva's strange laughter, her malicious gaze making him uncomfortable. You want food and water? Eva's lips curled into a slight arc as she walked to the table, took a bottle of milk from a wooden box, and shook it in front of him. Heatherby clenched his small fists, glaring at Eva. She was the big bad wolf, staring at him with lewd eyes, showing no signs of hiding it. The cap of the milk bottle was opened, and she took a small sip, making a slurping sound. This was a product from the town's ranch, squandered by them at will. Seeing him grit his teeth, Eva felt a surge of desire to conquer. What are you looking at? A little rabbit was putting on a fierce look in front of her, as if daring her to make a move. If you dare to strike first, I'll take care of you right here. She took a sip from the glass bottle of milk, then turned the bottle upside down. The white milk flowed down her split red skirt, from her white thighs to her toes, finally pooling on the ground, forming a small puddle. I can give you food too, as long as you obediently drink up this milk. I'll reward you with a big bag of bread." She pointed at the milk on her skirt and in the puddle, smiling. "You." Heathervy's expression was incredibly cute, at least to Eva at that moment. Humiliating a holy life priest was a dark thought lurking deep within the hearts of many women. "So, what do you think? This is quite a bargain." Eva's bright red eyes blinked. She loved to wear makeup, usually with fully lined eyes, considering herself a beautiful girl. Although she was shorter than Diana, only half a head taller than Hathaway, her ample bosom was recognized as the best among the blood roses. Hathaway gritted her teeth in anger and took 2 steps back, kneeling down to lick up the milk stains? Impossible, he was a servant of the goddess of life and would never stoop to such a degrading act. "This is a rare opportunity, esteemed human priest," Eva said slowly, a mischievous glint in her eye. She found herself particularly enjoying addressing this beauty with honorifics. Perhaps it added an unusual charm to the way she spoke. The other person's gaze wandered between the bread and milk, hesitating. Was it uncertainty or fear of being seen by outsiders? Eva licked her tongue and extended her long white legs, adding fuel to the fire. "Oh dear, standing is so tiring. If you don't hurry, I might just go to sleep. Only I and Captain Diana can decide the food. You can figure it out." The lights in Diana's tent had gone out, making it impossible to get food from her. Moreover, the night captain was clearly disappointed in him, likely because he was not a chick. Hathaway gritted her teeth and lowered her gaze to Eva's knees. Thinking of the poor souls in the prison cart, starving and dizzy, the group of little Nan girls who had been abducted together lived in constant fear. Several of them had lost their souls. Clenching her silver teeth, Hathaway shut her eyes tightly, her nose twitching with quick sobs, as Eva's lascivious, arrogant laughter echoed in the tent. "Esteemed priest, can you be someone's dog? As long as you obey her, Eva could protect you and provide you with plenty of food." A whisper floated over, tightly clutching the bread bag, and Hathaway widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, feeling both shame and anger as she lowered her head. From the day she entered the church, Hathaway had a master, none other than the goddess who governed life and hope. The despicable elf wanted him to kneel and become a slave, unless they broke his spine. Turning away in anger, he left, his mouth smeared with milk stains, appearing flustered, afraid others would see his embarrassing state, the greasy paper bag covering his face. He hurried back to the captive's tent, where only a few tattered cloths shielded them from the wind. The night forest was cold, the tent swaying in the desolation, with remnants of charcoal still glowing on the ground. More than a dozen handsome little human men were huddled in the tent, lost and seeking shelter from the wind. Ever since they were captured by the elves, they lived in constant fear, dreading the night when they might be devoured by these bloodthirsty elves. From what they had heard, those taken by the elven knights never ended well. "Everyone, I'm back." Gathering her emotions, she lifted the tent flap, revealing a smile. The life priest had to maintain a positive demeanor in front of everyone, not spreading despair. The good food had all been taken by the elves, and they had been eating black bread for several days, surely starving. "I got a big bag of bread," Hathaway said with a smile, but her smile immediately froze. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the bodies by the campfire. 2 companions were in rags, nearly stripped bare, with bruises all over their waists and arms, and marks of being bound on their wrists and ankles. One of the bodies even rolled its eyes back, with exposed bones on the wrist, breathing shallowly, clearly on the verge of death. The bread bag suddenly fell to the ground, and Hathaway hurried forward to cast a healing spell. He knelt down, instructing, "Give them water, tear some bread crumbs and boil them." The surrounding men quickly followed the instructions. Hathaway was the only professional among them. Emergency treatment continued until late at night, and only then did the 2 turn from danger to safety. In the deep night, whispers filled the tent, and Hathaway soon learned what had happened. The 2 companions were Merlin and Marlowe, who had been forcibly taken by the night shift elves to drink with them while camping in the evening. Women were like that. Their favorite things were usually 3, fine wine, fists, and men. The elves were no exception, and they were even more brutal. The so-called drinking companions surely came with other intentions. Everyone understood without saying a word. Merlin and Marlowe could not satisfy the ravenous elves and were mistreated. "This is too much. I'm going to find their knight commander." "Priest, please be quiet, keep your voice down." The noise in the tent attracted the attention of the patrolling elves, who pulled back the tent, and everyone pretended to be asleep. "Quiet." Only Hathaway did not lie down, sitting quietly with her legs crossed. The patrolling elf was about to scold her when she saw that exquisite profile. Her expression softened, and after a slight warning, she left. It was only when the footsteps faded that everyone gathered again around the small campfire, the flames illuminating their pale faces. They all knew that the church's priest had no capital to resist the elves. Although she was a mage, Hathaway only knew healing and support spells. A sobbing sound came from the haystack, waking Merlin and Marlowe. The intermittent weeping, accompanied by the howling cold wind outside, sounded particularly tragic. "I told them both to smear their faces with charcoal and dirty water," so those elves wouldn't touch them, but they just wouldn't listen. Now look, they've been violated, huh? The two's cries grew more pitiful. The speaker was Joyce, a disheveled man with curly hair, his nails filled with dirt, looking like a beggar. Among those carefully selected, all were handsome men, not a single ugly one. He had deliberately made himself dirty. Brother Joyce, they're already so miserable, please don't say any more. Xing, a delicate little boy, was the smallest among them. At that moment, he was using his hands to tear apart the white bread Heiswei had brought back, constantly stuffing it into his mouth to chew. Xing, are you siding with them? How many times have I said it? They just can't bear to part with their pretty faces. Joyce gripped a bone knife, carving a piece of wood, sharpening its tip. He was the husband of the leader of the Tsunlong mercenary group from Greyleaf Town, whose wife was one of the 12 martyrs who died at the hands of the elves. With his family shattered and himself taken by the Blood Roses, when it came to hatred for the Blood Roses, he was undoubtedly the foremost. As for the little boy named Xing, he was from the Red Mill in Yenlu Alley, taken into the harem after being favored by the female mayor of Greyleaf Town, the 18th concubine of the mayor of Greyleaf Town. Of course, regardless of their previous backgrounds, even if they were priests of the church, they had now all become like stray dogs, all in the same boat. Actually, we could submit to them, then everyone could live to see Iseria. Nonsense, Xing, do you know what you're saying? Joyce stood up angrily, pointing the bone knife at the cowering little boy. His handsome face, hidden behind the dirt, was aggressive. Live to see Iseria, and then what? Become a slave, locked in a cage waiting to be bought? He had always disliked this little boy. While everyone else was pretending to be ugly, Xing had not smeared mud on himself. But strangely, the elves only took Merlin and Marlowe, while he remained unharmed. After everyone was brought here, Xing was the first to speak to the elves, and he often inexplicably disappeared, leading Joyce to suspect he was mingling with them. Heiswei's face was also clean, but that was due to her special status. A priest of the Radiant Church would never easily submit to a foreign race. I was just saying it was fake, pretending to submit. Disguise, isn't that what you're best at? Xing looked innocent, his big eyes sparkling, hiding behind Heiswei, who would protect everyone. Disguise? Say that again. Joyce, covered in dirt, seemed to be poked at a painful spot. Back then, he was just as pitiful as Xing, forced to entertain clients on Flower Street. Fortunately, his wife chose him between the two, abandoning Xing. Xing had also claimed he was good at disguise, playing the pitiful one in front of women. It was Stannis who chose me, not you, you lowlife. Stannis was the name of his deceased wife, and also the woman Xing admired back then, a well-known mercenary in Greyleaf City. Joyce, put down the knife. The voice was warm and pleasant, like when everyone went to church to pray, as if it could soothe all wounds. Joyce snorted in dissatisfaction and put away the bone knife. If it weren't for the priest standing in front, he would have slashed the little boy's face. In silence, Heather prayed to the moon with everyone, and they all said in unison, Holy Light, please have mercy on this suffering land, shield the innocent beings from the torment of suffering with your compassion. In the endless darkness and suffering, I pray in the holy name, may the goddess guide the lost souls and grant the light of hope. I've had enough. The crowd was startled. Joyce could no longer suppress his emotions, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Does praying to that goddess really help? It was like this every night, yet tragedies still happened. In front of Heather, he dared not speak disrespectfully of the goddess of life, but if prayer worked, his wife wouldn't have died, wouldn't have had her head severed and her body left to rot on the city wall. They wouldn't have been captured and brought here, turned into slaves of the elves. Priest, does prayer really work? Please tell me the truth. Everyone looked over with despair on their faces. Heather still held her hands in prayer, looking helpless, glancing around. The watchful elves were dozing off in the distance. She whispered to the crowd, Trust me, I secretly left a magical coordinate on the way. Someone will come to rescue us soon. As soon as she finished speaking, many couldn't contain their excitement, and hope reignited on Joyce's face. Everyone, be quiet, it must be kept secret, we absolutely cannot let the elves know. Heather sighed inwardly. The later this news was revealed, the better. But now it couldn't be kept secret any longer, as there was already a boy planning to end his own life, and Joyce even wanted to attack the elves to avenge his wife before dying. He couldn't watch them die in vain. Forget it, reinforcements will arrive soon. It should only take a day or two. We should be able to get through this time safely. Amidst the laughter and joy, no one noticed anything unusual. The little boy hiding behind Heather's back had a cold glint in his eyes as he secretly picked up the sharpened wooden stick that Joyce had made and hid it in the haystack. The next day, Heather woke up very early. He went to a small tree, parted the branches, picked up the thick law book, and after softly chanting, left a magical mark on the branches. These marks would guide the reinforcements to find them. It had been so long, Mia should have contacted the higher church. Who is it? Hearing the rustling footsteps, he quickly closed the law book and turned around, his heart racing. Lord Heather, it's me. Oh, it's you, Xing. Heather breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried ever since he told everyone about the magical coordinates last night. Everyone is waiting for you. Xing looked meaningfully at the small tree that had been marked with magic. Are the elves about to set off? No, Merlin and Marlowe are in trouble again. What happened to them? Ever since Joyce lectured them, those two insulted men had been seeking death. After walking more than 10 steps, they returned to the camp. The campfire on the ground was extinguished, and the tents had been packed. Everyone was ready to sit on the ox cart. 2 bodies were covered with white cloth, and from Xing, they learned that those 2 had committed suicide. They had pierced their throats with the sharpened wooden spears, blood still oozing from the large holes in their necks. Once dead, a person cannot be revived. Even if this world had resurrection magic, a commoner's body could not withstand the massive magical essence. Only professionals could be resurrected. Everyone prayed for the elves to delay their departure a little, wanting to bury the 2. But they received no response. After a while, the elf came and burned the bodies to ashes with a single fire, reducing them to dust cleanly and efficiently. The companions in the team secretly felt pity. Everyone's only hope now was the reinforcements that Heather spoke of. Sigh, why couldn't they see it through? They were so close to being saved. Xing casually remarked. Shu, keep your voice down. Cramped in the ox cart, the elf tied their wrists together with a thick rope, just like bundling cargo. Let go, I can do it myself. Joyce swatted the elf's hand away in disgust, but the other party was not lenient, immediately countering with a strong arm grab. You little bastard, you think you're something? The 2 elf knights recognized Joyce. He was a thorn in their side, often opposing the elves, and had long been on the sisters' blacklist, secretly dealt with before arriving in Etheria. Exactly, relying on being a cute boy to do as he pleases. The 2 female elves, clad in silver armor and over 1.7 meters tall, towered over most boys, who were usually half a head shorter than them. You! Joyce was grabbed by the hair and forced to wash his face. After cleaning off the dirt, a rebellious and handsome face emerged. His complexion flushed as he was choked by a grip on his throat, beginning to suffocate. Ultimately, due to Heather's intervention and the impending departure of the group, the 2 elves did not continue their violence. They left harsh words, promising to take revenge that night, telling Joyce to clean up and wait. The transport for the prison cart was a beast resembling a cow, actually a monster with horns, moving at about 30 miles per hour, 48 kilometers per hour. Everyone sat around the ox cart, bumping along as they comforted the injured Joyce. Heather cast a healing spell for him, but his eye sockets remained red, and he continuously whittled at a piece of wood with a bone knife. Xing was secretly observing, a smile creeping at the corner of her mouth. The elf girl who bound him was quite gentle. This night, they camped by a waterfall, the sound of rushing water loud enough to drown out their conversations. The elf knights were stationed upstream, while they, along with the cargo, were piled downstream, of course under the watch of patrolling elves. Taking advantage of a patrol gap, Heather quietly left a magical mark on the rocks, and on their way back to the camp they happened to encounter the elves coming to capture them. That night, these girls would come to the camp to find a few lucky ones, claiming it was to have them drink with the sisters, but in reality, it was for unspeakable deeds. Tonight there will be roasted bird meat and a fruit buffet, and of course, the milk must be finished. The one looking for fun was the ponytailed elf who had taught Joyce a lesson during the day, followed by a few of her friends. They had removed their silver armor, their hair damp, likely just washed in the waterfall, wearing white cloth skirts and strapless tops, revealing their skin. If you want to eat and drink to your fill, come over here. As long as you feed your sister well, she can feed you too. She cracked the whip against the ground, raising dust that contaminated the black bread. Hey, don't get any ideas, no one is going to go with you. Mentioning the milk, Heather gritted her teeth, unable to forget that night when Eva humiliated him. Everyone regained confidence after hearing news of the rescue team, unwilling to submit to the elves. Since no one wants to come, then I'll have to call names. Calling names was mandatory, leaving no room for resistance. The ponytailed elf's eager gaze fell on Heather. The man she most wanted to call out was undoubtedly Heather Ophi. How many sisters had been infatuated with this first beauty of the human race at night, yet none dared to make a move. He was the leader of the group, and only Diana and Eva had the authority to deal with him. In fact, these men were merely accessories, playthings for the sisters to vent their frustrations on the road. Only he was the true cargo. Aside from Heather, if these men were played to death, Diana would only deduct a bit of their salary. It would be like accidentally breaking a vase on the way. Given their professional status, the compensation for a man was negligible. The reason for using soft methods, luring them with food, was mainly to encourage them to serve voluntarily, aiming for a long-term flow. They were fragile, unable to withstand torment, many elves had practiced this. Annalise, Joyce, Sonia, it's just you two tonight. The named Annalise timidly stood up from the haystack, appearing to tremble in fear, but secretly feeling delighted. He had long surrendered to the whims of the elves. For Liz, it didn't matter whether the woman on him was human or elf. Both could endure the torment of the ugly mayor of Greyleaf Town, so what else was there to accept? As long as he could be sheltered, given food, hot water, and clothes, and provided with superior conditions, everything was acceptable. Xing even had a bold idea to seduce that white-eyed elf. Along the way, he had noticed that the white-eyed elf was definitely not simple. She held a certain status among the elves. If one wanted to cling to the powerful, one should climb the highest peak. I won't go with you. Joyce's face was smeared with mud, his ex-wife's body was barely cold, and he was still being humiliated by the murderer of his wife. At this moment, he had already gripped the bone knife tightly. Sister, isn't that the man who made you suffer during the day? A not so well endowed but beautiful elven girl teased the leading girl. I told you not to dirty yourself anymore. Didn't you remember? The single ponytail elf walked straight up to Joyce, snatched the bone knife from his hand, and crushed it with one hand. Then, in shock, the female elf pushed his head into the stable's trough to wash him. Each time, she waited until he was about to suffocate, bubbles rising in the water, before dragging his head out. In no time, Joyce's face turned pale. The dirt was washed away, but he himself was like a lump of rotten mud, utterly weak and devoid of color. In the terrified gazes of the crowd, he was dragged into the tent upstream of the waterfall. Heather wanted to intervene but was forced back by the elves. No, get away. The tent echoed with the man's intense cries, which soon became intermittent, leaving only faint breaths in the end. What are you going to do? You're going to kill someone. Before reaching Etheria, Joyce was dead. He couldn't avenge his wife nor wait for the church's rescue. When he was sent back, his body was already stiff as ice, and even Heather couldn't save him. In his last moments, he kept shouting, having bitten off a piece of flesh, his legs bent in a way that was difficult for ordinary people to achieve. No one would ever hear the mercenary's wife's lament of anger and resentment again. As for Xingliz, he didn't return until the next day. He had spent the night upstream. The little boy had no wounds, just a bit of messy hair. He returned in high spirits, bringing roasted bird meat and goat milk, and many boys gathered around Xing to share the food. Heather occasionally brought back white bread, but everyone was tired of it. It had been a long time since they had tasted the oily flavor. The aroma of the roasted bird meat made them chew like hungry wolves. Even before the elf invasion, ordinary civilians found it hard to eat meat, usually having only one egg a week. Xing, you are truly our savior. Yeah, how did you get this food? The boys flattered him, and Xing was so happy that his tail almost wagged to the sky. In Willow Street, he was weak, not only bullied by girls but also by men. Married to the mayor as the 18th wife, he was looked down upon by the other main wives. This was the first time he enjoyed such adoration. It felt like being a priest of the church. Just standing there, he could bask in the admiring gazes. If only it could always be like this. Xing curiously stared at Heather's neck. He knew there was a secret hidden there. He had heard from his sisters that it was the mark of the moon elf. Only those branded with the mark were qualified to enter Etheria and become the honored servants of the elven race. Sister, can you give me a mark too? He wanted Heather's treatment, wanted to survive, and was unwilling to sell everything for it. The elves drinking with him ignored Xing's request, feeding him a few pieces of dried fish in turn, and finally sent him off with 2 pieces of bird meat. The elven slave mark was not something everyone could have. One either had to possess extraordinary talent as a practitioner or be a person of significant status among outsiders. For lowly servants, a collar and a chain would suffice. The moon spirit does not want her marks to cover the entire continent, as that would only diminish their value. It was only natural for Heather to be branded, but Xing was not worthy of it yet. In the ox cart, Heather did not rush forward to snatch the bird meat. Instead, she quietly opened her bag and tore the remaining half of the white bread in 2 again. Perhaps it was because they were about to leave the human territory that the elves had been watching him more closely lately, leaving magical marks with a sense of dread. Occasionally, late at night, she could sense the magical fluctuations of nearby humans, possibly scouts, as the church's forces were drawing near. But why had they not acted yet? Every night, companions were humiliated, and everyone was on the verge of losing patience. Some even began to ask Xing for tips on how to please the elves. Of course, the majority were boys who would rather die than submit, and there was a bit that made Heather feel ashamed. The elven mark on her body had been exposed by Xing, and everyone understood the source of the white bread, causing their faith in the goddess to waver. A devout priest would never rely on selling their body for food. Heather might not be a pure priest. She relied on special means to obtain food from those 2 elven leaders. Just like Xing, if they were willing to put aside their dignity, they could do it too. It was nothing remarkable. Regarding the baseless suspicions, Heather had no words to express her bitterness. After all, her chastity had inexplicably vanished, and she was unclear about it. If it weren't for avoiding the selection of the Holy Son by the church, she wouldn't have come to the remote Greyleaf town. Forget it, as long as they are saved, that's enough. Is anyone else hungry? I still have half a piece of bread. Heather looked around at everyone. Usually, they would swarm forward, but now they were indifferent. It made sense, with Xing's jerky. Who would care about those tasteless pieces of bread? Xing, that little boy, showed a bright smile and said, "Brother Heather, you did the same dirty things as us, yet you only got a few pieces of bread?" It seemed that Xing's body was worth more. Although Heather's looks far surpassed his, who could say what the elves' aesthetic was? Perhaps they preferred the little boy type. "Did you hoard all the good stuff for yourself? Hee. Xing, what nonsense are you talking about?" Heather was both ashamed and angry. Could the other party have been brainwashed by the elves? This time, the crowd unusually did not take sides, and even a boy circled behind the priest, wanting to see the elven mark. Xing is different. I like to share with everyone. He had long since sided with the elves. Merlin and Marlowe did not commit suicide. They were killed by Xing with a wooden spear in their weakness. If anyone was to blame, it was those two who had bullied the little boy. Everyone's names were also revealed by Xing, and even the selection of drinking companions was his suggestion list. When Joyce threatened Xing with a bone knife, the black-hearted little boy had already sown the seeds of hatred in his heart. What reinforcements! The late Justice was pale and ridiculous. He was sent to Smoky Willow Alley, and when he was insulted for the first time, he cried his heart out. Where was the goddess to save him then? Where were the heroic women who saved the day in storybooks? No one cared about him, or rather, only the protagonists would be saved, while the supporting characters merely served to highlight the main leads, and the goddess would not care about the life and death of the supporting characters. Xing clenched his fists. One must rely on oneself. He needed to obtain the elven slave mark, enter Etheria, and start a new life. The reinforcements from the Radiant Church it would be better if they died. After all, they came to save Heather, which had nothing to do with him. As for how to obtain the mark, Xing already had a plan. A malicious scheme had been constructed in the little boy's mind. The night was silent and dark, with clouds obscuring the stars. In Diana's tent, the light was bright. Having removed her armor, her figure was well proportioned. The magically trained swordswoman had a fantastic physique, with curves in her thighs and bust just right. Neither overly alluring nor excessively lean, everything was perfectly balanced. Just like the steel sword she wore at her waist, the square-shaped hexagonal warrior. If one must point out a flaw, it would be the slightly pale pupils that are somewhat unsettling. That is a bloodline unique to the Moon Elf royalty. "Captain, a handsome man says he has important information to report to you." The elf, who had played house with an, unexpectedly learned a secret about the magical marks left by Heather on the road. A piece of dead tree bark, with magical symbols still lingering on it, and was pushed into the tent to explain the origin. The Blood Roses camping tent was a magical item, and once unfolded, the interior was luxurious, akin to a high-end hotel. Indeed, this is wherein should be, and saw the woman he had long dreamed of, the white-eyed elf sitting gracefully above. She was beautiful, silently gazing over. His heart raced. As long as he could entice her, even in Etheria, he could enjoy wealth and glory, and was quite confident in his looks. Although he wasn't as stunning as Heather, he was still somewhat attractive, as the other elf sisters liked him. Coupled with years of hard practice in Willow Alley, he was definitely more appealing than Heather once the lights were out. For this reason, and specifically asked the elf to prepare a white outfit for him today, as the white dress resembled that of a human priest. "Big sister, I was forced. It's all the priest brother's fault." He insisted on leaving a mark and said that when the church knights arrive, he would kill you all. The little boy, with tears in his eyes, acted vividly, deliberately leaning his body against the other's chest. Unbeknownst to him, the white-eyed elf despised dirty men the most. The scent he carried made Diana feel nauseous. Some people can endure pains that others cannot, and it was undoubtedly one of them. "Squeeze, sister, don't you like me?" There's a thin veil between men and women. The little boy clung to Diana's knee, climbing up. He was not satisfied with just the contact through a silver helmet and wanted to offer a passionate kiss. When their eyes met, Anne's heart raced. The face of this white-eyed elf was incredibly handsome, 100 times better looking than the town mayor's old woman. Diana held her breath and sneered. What kind of rotten fish dared to seduce her? The sword sheath rang, and Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. She struck the little boy's face, smeared with rouge, with the sword's spine, then disdainfully wiped the greasy powder off the blade with her sleeve, coldly asking, "Where did you find this piece of bark?" Such a chilling tone, but for happiness, it was worth it. And gritted his teeth and hurriedly revealed everything Heather had secretly told everyone. He had followed the priest in search of evidence, tearing off a piece of bark as proof. "Ha ha ha, you did well." After releasing the women of Greyleaf Town, she had been worried about facing human retaliation. Diana picked up the bark from the ground, sniffed it, and recognized the familiar magical fluctuations. It was undoubtedly Heather's scent. That seemingly gentle priest was not an honest man after all. "Do you want a reward?" she asked, looking down, and instantly smiled, feeling that he had a chance. "And wants to be the elf's servant. I ask my sister to brand me with the elf mark." Diana was taken aback but quickly understood his meaning. Why would you willingly become a servant of another race? Some people fear it like a tiger, while others crave it. Men are truly strange creatures. And actively loosened his clothing, exposing his back. "I have always yearned for the holy race, for powerful and naturally beautiful women. Only such beings deserve to have men." He had had enough of the rough actions of the mercenaries frequenting Willow Alley and the suffering days of serving the female town mayor. Diana silently listened to his complaints. Constantly complaining about the flaws of his own race's women. It turned out he was a traitor to his kind. A traitor is unclean. Diana did not like traitors. In this regard, she actually favored Heather, who, even when faced with dire straits and all the professionals dead, dared to stand up and confront her. If it weren't to save the women in the town, he definitely wouldn't have been marked and would have already perished. The Elven Knight, it is difficult to capture a human priest, they are too chaste, willing to sacrifice for the future of their kin. If the Elven race had males, such men should be celebrated. Although the priest's body is not pure, at least his spirit remains untainted. "Sister, I can be your slave, please brand me." Diana gently shook her head, rejecting Xing Shi's gaze. "Sorry, I don't like the opposite sex that has been ridden by many. This is quite normal." Xing has seen women with cleanliness obsessions, but after experiencing happiness, they all changed their original thoughts. "I'm very clean." "Oh, my dear sister, I've never been defiled. Don't you want your first time?" For the future, Xing lied. As a man from Yenlu Alley, he could see at a glance that the white-eyed elf before him was a virgin. The young girl was talented. Even in the imperial capital, she would be the dream white horse of many men. "That kind of thing will feel very good. It's also my first time." Diana showed a strange smile. "Is that so? So you are clean. Come here, since you say you are clean, then this young lady wouldn't mind gracing you." "That's great." Xing hurriedly pulled down the tent flap to cover their modesty and turned to embrace the girl. The silver armor on her was cold, and Xing revealed a charming smile. After days of fierce battles, he understood the structure of this armor very well and knew how to help the girl take it off. Diana's expression changed sharply. As expected, another unclean wretch. Xing was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, mistakenly thinking the white-eyed elf was just eager, and comforted. "Sister, there's no rush. I'll teach you little by little." He had already unfastened the buckles, but his head was suddenly held by Diana's hands, her delicate fingers pressing on both sides of his face. His head felt as if it were fixed in a steel vise, unable to move an inch. What was happening? Xing stopped his movements. "You lied to me, you are not a virgin at all." Facing Diana, Xing began to feel scared. If he wasn't a virgin, then so be it. What's wrong with telling a little lie? Women often deceive him. Lies are just a flavoring in the relationship between men and women, and he had long been accustomed to lying. "I'm sorry, I was just anxious. I was only joking with you, please forgive me." Xing can be your dog. You can do whatever you want. As long as he softened and played the victim, most women would forget indirectly. Xing understood this well. Diana showed a helpless expression inside. "All right, I forgive you." "That's great. Thank you, Knight Commander, for your forgiveness. I really like you." He smiled joyfully, continuing his actions, unaware that the situation had reached an irreversible point. It's fine. Just be careful in your next life." The white-eyed knight applied slight pressure with both hands. Xing died on the spot. The elves who came to collect the body looked in astonishment at the corpse on the ground. The little boy who had been laughing and joking in front of his sisters just days ago, now dressed in white, his eyes bulging, already lifeless. Xingzi? The sadness did not last long among the concerned elves. At most, they felt regret. Just a fleeting romance, a man with a bit of flair, gone. Countless beautiful men had fallen to Captain Diana's hands, mostly due to their own misdeeds. The Blood Rose sisters were used to it. Best friends are like siblings, men are like clothes. After dealing with the trash, it was time to handle the pursuers. Diana picked up the piece of wood, examining it in her hand, quickly coming up with an idea. To use their own tactics against them, to set a counter-ambush. Of course, before that, she should teach a good lesson to those unruly men. Concealment and non-reporting, all are guilty. In recent days, many sisters had suggested to her, either openly or subtly, to have a wild party. Let those men accompany the sisters, just as a punishment. As for the main culprit, Heather, she absolutely cannot be easily forgiven. "Eva, did you hear clearly?" "Diana, isn't it too sudden? It might not necessarily be the mark left by Heather." Eva found a way to excuse him. After all, it was fine to bully her own dog, and she had no intention of sharing. Stop talking nonsense, Eva. Don't think I don't know about your private dealings with him. Usually, she turned a blind eye, but this foreigner wanted to lure and kill the blood rose. Can you understand? He, Heatherway, is human, Diana emphasized sharply, as the other party wanted the lives of the sisters. Eva, have you been blinded by beauty, your brain muddled? Alright, I understand. Please, sister, don't kill him. Eva gritted her teeth, acknowledging the hierarchy. She was a subordinate and couldn't go against Diana's decision. Perhaps this was the best outcome, at least he hadn't been ordered to death. Given Diana's character, this should be considered a relatively merciful punishment. Xing had disappeared again, and this time no one paid attention to where he went, nor did anyone mock his self-indulgence. Instead, some envied him for being able to beg food from the elves. Heatherway silently calculated the time. They were about to enter the elf forest, yet the reinforcements were still delayed. Everyone had become numb, even doubting whether the reinforcements he spoke of truly existed. Sitting on a dead tree, gnawing on dry bread, he hadn't sought Eva's help during this time. The rations on him were enough to last for a while. As for his companions, they had also found various ways to obtain food. How strange, the elves' movements have been abnormal these past few days. Etheria was the city-state of the elves, and Heatherway wasn't clear on the specific routes, but he knew the team would head in the direction of the rising sun every morning. Even if they encountered insurmountable obstacles and had to take a detour, the final direction would not deviate from the east. However, today something unusual happened. The entire day, the ox carts were heading west, in the opposite direction. This was very abnormal. Could it be that the elves realized their mistake and wanted to send them home? Heatherway wouldn't be that naive. That white-eyed elf must have ulterior motives. Suddenly, he heard whispers among his companions. Have you heard? Xing is dead. How could that be? Don't the elves like her? Who knows? Maybe she accidentally heard some forbidden knowledge she shouldn't have. Hadn't they killed enough men? That made sense. A few captured men squatted in a corner, quietly communicating, and Heatherway suddenly stood up with a start. He suddenly remembered the first two men in the team who had committed suicide, their throats stabbed open. It didn't seem like something one could do to oneself. He had always suspected it was the elves' doing. Speaking of which, Xing had been acting strangely these past few days, always leaving magical marks whenever she sneaked away, and he would always encounter her. That little boy had actually died, and now the elves' route had changed again. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. I need to use the restroom. Leaving those words behind, Heatherway picked up the spellbook and walked toward the dense forest. As he walked, he glanced back. The patrolling elves didn't pay him any mind. After being branded with the slave mark, he had some freedom, as long as he didn't leave 100 meters away. If he went too far, the mark on him would alert Diana. A simple tracking magic circle. Heatherway had learned a bit about it at the church school. On the way, he would also carve similar marks on the tree bark to guide the pursuers for rescue. Logically, if there were signs of scouts, the rescue team shouldn't be far behind. Heatherway drew magical symbols with his palm, this time being extra cautious, leaving an additional message in the mark. He inquired about the situation of the reinforcements and informed them about the white-eyed elf, warning that this batch of elves was very dangerous. They must have complete assurance to save people. Perhaps their strength hasn't reached the level to attempt a rescue yet, which is why they haven't dared to act. He had witnessed the power of the blood rose. The powerful magical beasts they encountered were easily dealt with, and among the enemies were not few golden-level monsters. Although Greyleaf Town was a border town, due to its proximity to the elf forest, the quality of adventurers was very high. Generally, in an ordinary human town, there would be at most 5 to 10 professionals, with average strength at the black iron level. In Greyleaf Town, there were 12 silver-ranked mercenaries, an extremely rare team, yet they were easily wiped out by Blood Rose. The one who insulted him, Eva, was a grand sorceress, equivalent to a gold-ranked adventurer, enjoying a status of honor even in the great cities. As for the white-eyed leader, Heisway could not fathom, but it was certain that she was a terrifying elf. There was an insurmountable chasm between high-ranked professionals and novice beginners. As a former member of a hero squad, he understood this deeply. Although Heisway looked forward to reinforcements, he did not wish for the rescuers to die in vain. Mia, she should have understood his instructions before leaving. Without reinforcements above the cardinal level, gold-ranked, absolutely do not come to die. With that young nun's network, who could she possibly contact? Heisway speculated quietly. First, the regular troops of the duchy, which meant reporting to the authorities. The dukes dispatched troops to rescue Greyleaf Town. The target was above gold rank, and it was estimated that the duke would send his most powerful team. Second, notify the Radiant Church. The closest to Greyleaf Town was the Holy Light Tribunal, led by the church's saintess and her judgment knights. Third, the hero squad. With the strength of the hero squad, they should be able to easily save everyone. Among the three, the most reliable option was the third, followed by the second. However, Hisui hoped it would be the Duke's team that would come. He chose one. His withdrawal from the hero squad had already caused quite a stir, and many in the church criticized him for being reckless. The hero squad gathered the finest women of humanity, and as the only male support, he bore the church's hopes and served as a bridge between the church and the heroes. Yet, his chastity had inexplicably vanished from the squad. One day, to celebrate the victory over the monster, he had a feast with everyone and drank a lot. The next day, he woke up to find multiple traces of magic lingering in his body. He had always kept himself pure, and among a group of the lowest emerald-ranked Fong Outyen squad, it was impossible for outsiders to harm him. The only possibility was guarding the thief, and he could not find the culprit, nor did he have evidence, and he dared not speak out about the fact of his loss of virtue, so he could only silently withdraw from the hero squad. So, while that group of Fong Outyen was powerful, Hisui did not want to have any more contact with them. There were bad people in the squad. As for the second option, the Holy Light Tribunal, there were also unspeakable secrets. The head knight of the tribunal was also the saintess of the Radiant Church, and just thinking of that woman made him grit his teeth. Self-important and arrogant, that feudal shrimp-headed woman always regarded herself as Hisui's wife. Generally speaking, the saintess and the saint did not have a special relationship. They were both blessed servants of the goddess. Both were pure, but in the tales told by storytellers, they often took the liberty of pairing them together. This was not a romantic relationship but rather a camaraderie similar to that of comrades. According to the church's customs, the saint was required to marry the saintess. This marriage was actually a special ceremony, signing a contract between them. It formed a marital relationship without conjugal life, supervising each other to maintain their purity, which had always been the church's strategy. Because of the inexplicable loss of virtue, Hisui did not dare to face this ceremony, and he did not even dare to return to the church, directly postponing the marriage matter. The saintess was surely furious now. If it were discovered again that the saint had lost his virtue, the church, which had carefully cultivated candidates for many years, would certainly not easily forgive him. Moreover, this saintess was from the tribunal, the executor of order. Hisui lamented and could only choose to evade. If he were saved by the saintess, once she discovered the clues, thinking of the tribunal's cruel baptism, he would rather die. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," Hisui instinctively replied, suddenly turning around in a daze, his small mouth slightly agape in fear. As the night fell and silver light sprinkled down, a beautiful knight with quietly entered his view. It was that white-eyed elf who killed without blinking. Her left eye was as deep as the night sky, while her right sparkled with a delicate silver sheen, the iridescent armor glimmering faintly in the darkness. When did she arrive? Or had she been following all along? "What's behind you?" "Behind?" Cold sweat streamed down Heather's shoulders. The magical mark she had secretly left was still emitting a glow. If her secret was exposed and she noticed something was off, her fate would surely be dire. With the bloody methods this white-eyed elf used against her kind, she would likely not escape death. In a panic, Heather turned around, wanting to destroy the mark and erase the magical message within. But it was too late. The other party moved very quickly. Diana suddenly appeared, decisively striking, instantly grabbing the wrist of the one trying to destroy the evidence. "Are ants sending out a distress signal to ants?" "Foolish." Holding the Radiant Codex, the stunning priestess quickly recited a spell, the pages of the spellbook flipping continuously. Her other hand was also seized, the incantation interrupted, and Heather's face turned pale. She wanted to cast a protective spell on herself, but the priestess's spellcasting required lengthy chanting, and once a warrior got close, it often led to peril. Diana held both of Heather's pale wrists. She could feel the insignificant strength of her opponent, who was still struggling. "Let go of me." "Humph, at this point, what more is there to explain?" "No way. You won't have a good ending." The Radiant Codex was confiscated, and Heather's hands were firmly held, the strength of the woman far surpassing her own, leaving her completely unable to resist. "Humph, when you planted the mark, you were quite obedient. Now your true nature is finally exposed." Diana snorted coldly. "Indeed, those not of my kind must have different hearts." This alien priestess was beautiful, perfectly fitting her aesthetic, but she absolutely could not show her any kindness. "Just kill me." With her eyes slightly closed, her beautiful lashes lowered, she left it to fate whether to kill or torture her. His resistance had diminished significantly. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate. Now he wanted to seek death? Unlike the men from the past who tried to seduce her, Heather's eyes were filled with determination after the matter was exposed, disregarding life and death. He had no intention of lying, nor any hint of begging for mercy. How infuriating, Why had such a man been tainted by other females? A flaw in a perfect gem, Diana felt unwilling. Why couldn't she have him for her first time? His scent was enchanting, a faint fragrance in his hair, and in close proximity, Diana couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. The blood rose adheres to the knightly principles, treating captives with kindness. It is your actions that have doomed yourself. Hypocritical elf, if you have the guts, just kill me. Heather's thoughts wavered. He tried to provoke her, seeking a quick end from the white-eyed elf. I'll give you another chance to live, lead the pursuers to a designated place, and I will spare you. Pah! He would never betray the church. He absolutely could not do such a thing. Butcher, executioner, I will curse you in hell. The unclean priest would surely go to hell. Those who slaughter living beings wantonly would not have a good ending. Diana saw through his thoughts at a glance. Even if he wanted to perish with her, he couldn't. Having the elf's mark planted, his magical essence was restricted, and he couldn't self-destruct. Male slaves were different from ordinary war captives. Death was rather a release, and of course, she wouldn't let him have his wish. Heather, previously, considering your status as a church priest, I have been lenient with you. You don't think I would hesitate to insult you, do you? Forcefully dragged back to the camp, she was thrown heavily to the ground inside her tent. What do you want? No, I won't allow it. As her outer garments were torn open, her heart raced suddenly. Wasn't this white-eyed elf supposed to be a clean freak? He was unclean. In fact, even if you don't cooperate, those weak pursuers from the duchy, I alone can easily annihilate. Just as Heather got up from the ground, she was pushed down again by her palm. Hearing the white-eyed one refer to herself as a heavenly beauty, a mocking expression appeared on his face. You think you deserve it? Don't try to deceive me. I'm not afraid of you. The Tianjiao must be a woman who reaches the emerald level before the age of 20. The strength of the white-eyed one is unknown, but judging by her appearance, she seems to be around 25 or 26. You're just a crazy woman with brute strength, just like an ugly beast. This immediately ignited the white-eyed one's anger. She was indeed not the pride of the Elven race, and due to her age, she was only a step away from that position. In the past, Diana had tirelessly pursued her goal, practicing magic swordsmanship, only to ultimately fail. Without being a Tianjiao of the Elven race, she could not access the resources provided by the royal family. She had to find a way to grow stronger, and plundering from other races was naturally the fastest way to amass wealth. It must be admitted that the mocking tone of Heatherly truly infuriated her. In the next moment, she seemed to understand the reason behind Heatherly's chastity. It wasn't that his thoughts were pure, but rather that his heart belonged to someone else. A perfect person like him would naturally seek a higher quality partner. The woman he was devoted to must be that female warrior, right? Or perhaps those Tianjiao who were called the hope of their race. Instantly, a wave of envy and comparison surged in Diana's heart. After she was not selected as the pride of the Elven race, her once close kin began to distance themselves from her, denying her. Why? Just because of that one identity, all resources were tilted towards the Tianjiao, and someone like her, who worked so hard to become stronger, could only be met with disdain? The Elven race, the human race, both were infuriating. Diana removed her arm guard and forcefully caressed Heatherly's cheek. Humans were truly shameless, actually wanting to feed such an exceptional male priest to their own Tianjiao. For an ordinary person to break through to the silver level was already a great honor, requiring extraordinary effort. By the time one reached the gold level, it often took decades without progress, while the proud ones of various races could break through as easily as drinking water or eating. They enjoyed the offerings of the entire race, monster cores, legendary weapons, secret techniques, and the best living conditions, including food, housing, and even men. The Heatherly before her was likely a tribute that humans offered to their own Tianjiao, using the guise of a teammate to offer his body. The Radiant Church was truly capable of sacrifice. Diana unfastened her clothing, and the silver armor fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She had always felt confused about why she was so merciful to this man, even allowing him to move freely within 100 meters of the camp. This was contrary to her past principles. Although Heatherly was no longer pure, he was someone Diana couldn't bring herself to hate. She even felt pity for him. The Radiant Church had always annoyed her. The male priest was a devout believer of the goddess of life and also a victim. They were selected from a young age through various channels, brainwashed in church schools, and carefully nurtured like raised insects. Heatherly was a pitiful person and an enemy, so whatever she did to him no longer mattered. As Heatherly let out a painful moan, the powerful magical essence continuously washed over his frail body. In the past, Diana had always been curious why the price of human priests in the slave market could reach astronomical figures. Now she found the answer. The offerings humans provided to the Tianjiao were incredibly delicious. No wonder everyone liked them so much. He had not been saved, he had already been defiled. On the outskirts of the Elven forest, the elite troops under the Duke of Greyleaf Town were still gathering. Several women were adorned with swords or staves, exuding an extraordinary aura. The middle-aged woman at the center was a professional who had stepped into the Gold Realm, Filwyn. A batch of property and men from the border town had been captured by the elves, and this time the goal was to cut off the elves and retrieve the property to rescue the captured humans. Of course, the main focus is on that life priest of the Radiant Church, who has been captured for over 7 days now, and his fate is unknown. The other two women fell silent. Ever since the relationship between the elves and humans had reached a freezing point, such things had happened frequently. If it weren't for the reputation of the Radiant Church, they wouldn't have acted over such a trivial matter. Great night, a magical mark has appeared in a cave in the valley, and the elves are setting up camp and starting a fire, reported the scout. A cave? It was just the right place to catch them off guard. The three discussed their battle strategy and quickly summarized a rescue plan. Among this group of raiding elves, there were suspected gold-level spellcasters, so they had to be cautious. Once a gold-level professional made a move, ordinary people would be defenseless. Priest Highsway urged us to act quickly in his message. He will provide healing magic support. The rescue target was said to be the most handsome man of the human race, and the girls in the team were all waiting for the hero to save the beauty and catch a glimpse of Highsway's true form. That's great! With that former caretaker of the Brave team with us, our casualties can definitely be greatly reduced. Everyone was excited. The leader, named Ivini, gripped her longsword tightly, leading an elite team of over 100 to block the cave entrance. The Duke's elite force had half of its members as professionals, mostly at the Black Iron level. A day passed, and the ambushed troops at the exit were feeling drowsy, yet they had not seen the elves emerge from the cave. Send a few people in to take a look. 2 female scouts were ordered to enter the cave for a search, but the result was shocking. The elves had vanished without a trace. We found magical messages left inside. The elves found another exit and urged us to hurry and follow, the scout reported. It's Highsway's intel. Everyone prepare to pursue with me. Saying this, the Great Knight was about to lead the troops into the cave. Knight Ivini, it might be a trap, a staff officer said worriedly, glancing into the dark cave. Although there were scouts ahead, the situation was too strange. Could it be that the enemy had left a mark for Highsway to lure everyone into an ambush? Impossible. Priest Highsway and I have met. He is the kind of person who would never yield to the elves. She had seen that beautiful priest who had come to hide in the duchy at the Duke's invitation party. Pure as the snow lotus above the frosty sky, forcibly picking it would cause it to wither. The Duke's daughter had once tried to use violence to obtain him, only to be verbally reprimanded on the spot. Not only did she lose face in front of the other women, but she was also confined for 7 days by the Duchess. Entering the narrow cave, the torchlight elongated everyone's shadows. Has the Knight Commander met Highsway? Everyone was filled with curiosity about the first beauty, and Yvini reminisced, showing a proud smile. Of course, he even smiled at me. Really? Really? The girls in the team excitedly discussed, and in an all-female team, the topic of boys was never lacking. They arrived at the elves' previous campsite, where a few tents first came into view. What was going on? Could it be supplies left behind by the elves? That was too careless. How could they leave things behind while camping? Yvini became alert. She didn't believe the elves would leave them gifts. Everyone stepped back. The Great Knight raised his azure sword, the golden domain unfolded, and the air whistled through the cave in the narrow space. A sword aura ripped open the white tent, and what lay inside was shocking. 12 ragged men were fixed to wooden pillars on the rocks. Their hands and feet were bound, their bodies covered in wounds, and their eyes hung lifelessly. The most striking was the body in the middle. The suffering priest had a fragmented beauty. The elegant white dress was torn to shreds, the stunning face was tilted, and the long hair that once shone as deep and lustrous as the night was now a tangled mess, mixed with dust and dead leaves, losing its former smoothness and shine. A few strands of hair helplessly fell beside the pale, bloodless cheeks, adding to the sorrowful and broken scene. Save them, quickly save them, the Great Knight shouted anxiously, and the team immediately rushed toward the pillars. Yvini took off her cloak and draped it over Highsway, whose holy body was now riddled with wounds. After being touched, Heather's body suddenly trembled and then immediately stopped, as if resigned to her fate. Those eyes that once sparkled with compassion were now hollow and lifeless, like 2 bottomless dry wells, having devoured all light and hope. On her pale cheeks, her small mouth slightly opened, as if trying to say something, murmuring. A stream of magical essence was injected into her body for healing, and the knight took a deep breath. It was the residual essence of the elves. He could hardly imagine the cruelty Heather had endured. Ivania couldn't help but grip the sword tightly in her hand, wishing to immediately chase after and kill those who had insulted her kind. What do you want to say? Run, run, trap. What? The knight Ivania couldn't hear clearly and leaned her ear closer to her mouth. Heather choked, gathering all her strength to utter 2 clear words. Run fast. Hearing his words clearly, Ivania smiled faintly. They were the strongest professionals in the Duke's territory. Even if ambushed, they were not afraid. As a professional who had stepped into the Golden Realm, she had defeated countless foes. Even among the elves, Golden-level professionals were rare. Don't be afraid, you're safe now. She untied the ropes binding Heather's wrists and ankles and lifted her down from the pillar. She felt no weight at all, holding this broken doll, sensing the heartbeat within, and a strange thought arose in Ivania's mind. After saving Heather, they might develop an unconventional relationship. Run! Heather cried out in frustration, her voice hoarse. Ivania found it strange, even being held, did he still not feel safe? Just as she was about to comfort him, suddenly, magical traps rose beneath the 12 pillars. Freezing, silence, poison, fatigue, hypnosis. The Duke's Night Order was instantly annihilated, screams erupting unexpectedly. Countless negative effects surged in. Ivania struggled to look up and saw dark figures appearing outside the cave entrance. Different colored eyes, they were elves, and they were surrounded. Lady Diana, are you satisfied with Eva's masterpiece? The elf mage in a split red robe followed behind the white-eyed elf, raising her hand to summon flames, incinerating the immobile enemies as she walked. Realizing she had been ambushed, Ivania dropped Heather, who fell to the ground, letting out a pained gasp. No, I must fight my way out. She was a golden-level professional. Her lady was still waiting for her at home, and she couldn't afford to die. Ivania drew her sword and desperately charged toward the center of the intersection where Diana stood. In the moment the white-eyed elf opened her eyes, a magic sword composed of pure magical essence pierced her through. With a single strike, her vision spun. Ivania fell to the ground, and in her last moments, she saw Heather's desperate gaze. The Blood Rose seized Ivania's azure sword and the belongings of the Duke's elite squad, several crystal cores and currencies, marking a bountiful harvest. The team set off again, and 3 days later, they entered the heart of the elves, where no human team dared to venture to rescue anyone. Traveling by day and tormented by night, everyone fell into despair. The escort's ox cart was reinforced with iron bars. To prevent suicide, everyone was tightly bound with ropes, their mouths stuffed with the elves' intimate garments. In 3 days, 9 out of 12 perished in torment, their bodies fed to magical beasts. Soon, 2 of the remaining 3 went mad. The mad ones were used as tolls, given to the tree spirits, who happily accepted the gift and allowed the blood rose to pass. In the end, only Heather arrived alive in Etheria. The life priest had a tenacious vitality. As long as he wasn't tortured to death in one go, he would slowly recover. Even if he didn't use healing magic on himself, the magical essence within would automatically repair his damaged body. The hooves of magical beasts trampled from gravel roads to bluestone pavements, the clamor of people replacing the chirping of birds and insects. This was the main road of Etheria, bustling with various magical beast mounts and luxurious carriages of the nobility. Etheria was the trade city of the elves, gathering various races from across the continent. Elves, dragons, orcs, fairies, and humans. The Blood Rose team blended into the crowd waiting to enter the city, appearing unremarkable. Lady Diana, can't we just keep that man? Eva wants to take care of him. The white-eyed knight shook his head. Taking care of Heather was meaningless. Ever since he was assaulted, that man had shut himself off, not saying a word on the road, and had to be force-fed to eat. He wouldn't provide any support spells for Blood Rose, and staying with them would only distract the sisters. If he were kept merely for desire, Heather's special status would put Blood Rose at risk of relentless pursuit from the Radiant Church, making it not worth the trouble. Riding her unicorn, Diana advised, Eva, haven't you always wanted to exchange for a firewood wand? If we sell him, not only can we buy a wand, but even a potion to break through the Archmage bottleneck. With money and power, what kind of man wouldn't be available? Eva swayed on her mount, her expression pained. But thinking of the exquisite one she had long coveted in the shop, and the expensive potion that would require a lifetime of work to afford, she gritted her teeth and ultimately gave up the thought of keeping Heather. Then I'll spend more time with him tonight. Stay at the adventurer's mansion tonight, Eva, you can share a room with him. Leaving the monster-infested forest, they finally wouldn't have to sleep in the wilderness anymore. The sisters could also relax at the Red Mill. This time, their harvest was quite good, having hunted the designated monsters, with some unexpected gains along the way. Thank you, Sister Diana. Eva wanted to enjoy Heather on a soft bed, her chest unconsciously rising during the day. Although Blood Rose had rented a courtyard at the inn, very few sisters would stay overnight. The inn's corridors were quiet. By nightfall, the sisters of Blood Rose were out indulging, a few close friends either dining at taverns or drinking at the Red Mill. As for Captain Diana, she and the accounting sister went to various auction houses to inquire about prices, striving to maximize the profits from their spoils. They also had to deliver task materials to the guild, which was her responsibility as the team leader. Diana often said she wanted to take Eva along to broaden her horizons. To be a captain, one must learn not only to fight but also to handle administrative work and communication. Eva had no interest in such troublesome matters. For her, anything that couldn't be solved with a fireball was a hassle. After washing up in the bathroom, she pulled the window curtains, took Heather's hand, feeling its coolness and delicate frailty, and kept pushing him down. By midnight, Heather responded to her needs, helping her clean her armpits. Pressing the beautiful one's head firmly against her chest, it tickled, and Eva opened her eyes. She hadn't fallen asleep, the night was beautiful, and through the gauzy window, she could faintly see the streetlights and the stars above. Eva liked him so much, but there was no way to keep him by her side. Liking, she hugged Heather's slender waist, rolling on the sheets. If only she had the power of an archmage, but she was just an ordinary soldier under the Elven royal family. Heather, why don't you elope with me? Once Diana found a suitable auction house, he would be sent to be auctioned off, chosen by wicked women, never to have peace. As long as you do it with me, you'll definitely feel much better. The delicate body beneath her trembled suddenly, looking up at her in disbelief. Do you really like me? Rarely, Heather actually spoke a sentence. You're willing to talk to me, that's wonderful, wonderful. Eva beamed with joy. In these past few days, the few words that had come from his mouth were limited and repetitive. Go die, let go of me, the goddess will not forgive you. Even when captured, he had never yielded, always maintaining his lofty demeanor. Diana had once grabbed his hair, forcing him to abandon his faith in the church, only to receive his bite in return. Tonight, he unexpectedly started to communicate with Eva. Aren't you afraid of your captain? The white-eyed elf, whom everyone feared. Well, a little, but everything is worth it for you. Is that so? Heather was somewhat comforted, but the rough sensation around her waist plunged her back into disappointment. The other party was merely driven by desire. How could she dare to mention liking him? It was simply lust. Before you insulted me, I had never been sullied by anyone. Do you believe that? During the time in the female warrior squad, he did not acknowledge the inexplicable magical essence that had appeared within him. He had never been involved with any woman. No one could seek justice, and Heather did not dare to bring this matter up with the church. Eva, being a mage, was physically much weaker than the white-eyed elf. Heather concluded that she must be exhausted by now, tilting her head to secretly observe the staff placed on the bedside table. Her own radiant codex used for casting spells had been torn to shreds by Diana. Without a staff, a mage was like a beast without teeth. She quietly asked, even if you elope with me, my mark. Eva kissed her soft lips and smiled. I'll take you to the moonwell. There, the residual magical essence can be washed away, and the tracking mark on your back can be purified. Oh, the elf race had such a wonderful place. Heather's eyes lit up. She readily replied, thank you, I am willing to elope with you. Then can I call you my lady wife from now on? Heather's eyes sparkled, and Eva's heart raced, lowering her guard. Well, of course, that sounds good. She stammered, like a girl in her first love. Then if my lady wife is tired, can I borrow your staff to cast a recovery spell for you? Once you regain your strength, you can better help me escape or do what you want. Heather was incredibly shy, her gaze occasionally falling on the staff behind Eva. Of course, it's all yours. Just like Diana said, she was losing her mind and handed over her weapon. Taking the staff with both hands, Heather revealed a bitter smile. He shouldn't have learned this spell. It wasn't his fault, it was all these people's doing, all the blood roses were to blame. In the dim room, a holy light emanated from the priest. The incantation, in the name of the sacred, the oath of purification is proclaimed. Fragments of light gather into a blade. Evil shadows, nowhere to hide. Holy light dagger, pierce the darkness, purify the fragments, punish the evils of the world. The high-level attack spell recorded in the Radiant Codex, Purification of Fragments. It condensed into a dagger made of life essence, breaking invisibility, armor, and magical barriers, a nemesis for close-range magic users. One of the spells absolutely forbidden for males. If discovered, Heather would be burned at the stake. Eva listened in shock to the incantation and realized something was wrong. This was not a recovery spell, but clearly a high-level attack spell. Heather did not give up on the idea of escaping. He was still pretending, planning to kill himself and escape while everyone was away. The priest of the Radiant Church was supposed to be the most law-abiding man. How could he dare to learn such a spell? I really like you. Eva's dying words. It was all too late. Those struck by the purified fragments could not heal their wounds, nor could they serve as vessels for resurrection magic. The dagger pierced her heart, and before dying, she still held Heather's hand. 2 tears fell from the corners of Heather's eyes. During his days of imprisonment, he had secretly practiced this spell, spending half a month just to barely grasp it, and today he finally had the chance to escape. But looking at the radiant white hand that released the forbidden magic, A strong sense of guilt climbed into Heather's heart. Determined to learn, purification of fragments had already broken the male moral code. After escaping, he would have to eliminate this spell from his body. He couldn't let anyone know he had learned it. If discovered using attack magic, he would surely face dire consequences. Donning a long robe to cover his face, Heather immediately fled the inn. Etheria, the central market, bustling with activity. Two casually dressed elves walked side by side, the accounting sister excitedly jotting down figures in her notebook, sharing the good news with Diana. This time, the harvest was quite substantial, especially the blue sword from the special Duke's entourage, which sold for 20,000 gold coins. Captain, the reward for the dragon-slaying mission, along with monster materials and various odds and ends, totals 125,000 gold coins. The female elf could hardly contain her excitement, not expecting that taking a detour to Greyleaf Town would yield an extra 100,000 gold coins. Prices in Etheria were relatively high. An ordinary person would need about 3 gold coins for a year's living expenses, while professionals would spend even more. 100,000 gold coins, distributed among over 100 sisters, meant each would receive 1,000, making it easy to purchase ordinary potions or acquire a set of fine leather armor. Indeed, a horse cannot thrive without wild grass, and elves cannot prosper without windfalls. The sisters felt no guilt over the misfortunes of other races. A dragon's snore could destroy a village, and when it awoke, it would spread its wings and fly away leisurely. There were even brave souls demanding apologies from dragons, to which the dragonkin would respond with nothing more than a mouthful of phlegm, dragon breath. Most races on the continent were the same. The strong ignored the pain of the weak, taking what they wanted. Just as humans killed slimes for magical materials and exterminated goblin settlements for rewards, the human race was no different. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Rarely did elves feel any guilt over plundering humans. It's a pity that all the men died on the way. The rest were given as tolls to the tree spirits. Otherwise, selling them to the Red Mill could have brought in a few thousand more gold coins. The elven accountant stuck out her pink tongue, a bit regretful, as everyone had spent quite a bit of time on those handsome men. One could only say they got what they deserved, hiding their misdeeds, and their will was too weak. By the way, the buyer for Highsway hasn't been found yet, right? That needs to be considered carefully. Several auction houses had quoted a starting price of 5 million, which Diana was not satisfied with. She felt that Highsway was not an ordinary priestess. She also held the title of the most beautiful among humans, and a starting price of at least 8 million would be acceptable. As the two discussed, the accountant's sisters' topics often drifted back to men, and Diana knew she had an appointment with a few sisters, likely eager to enjoy themselves at the Red Mill. The Blood Rose, commissioned by the Elven royal family, found the stipends provided by the clan insufficient for cultivation. To grow stronger, one had to be self-sufficient. The girl who licked blood from the blade always needed to vent her desires after each mission. Let's go our separate ways. Diana, Knight Commander, why don't you come along? The accounting sister remembered that Diana should have broken her vows as well. After all, there had been intermittent cries from Highsway's tent. No need, I still want to buy some things. The wide-eyed elf shook her head, glancing at a luxurious magic shop by the roadside, deep in thought. The firewood staff that Eva had always wanted was displayed in the glass counter. Alright then, I'll head out first. The elven sister left with a light step, and the two bid farewell on the Bluestone Road, while Diana directly opened the shop's counter door. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a bell, a voluptuous fox lady stood up with a smile. Oh, isn't this the future star of the Elven race, Miss Diana, who aspires to surpass the celestial beauty? I heard the Blood Rose defeated a two-headed dragon and even took a trip to the human territory. Heh. Diana ignored her flirtatious gestures and approached the firewood staff, counting the price displayed behind the glass counter. 99,000 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, it would take Eva many years to afford it with her share of the reward. The white-eyed elf sneered. Given Eva's extravagant nature, it would be difficult for her to save up 99,000 gold coins. With a wave of her hand, she wrapped it up and bought it. Oh wow, so decisive today. The fox girl was somewhat surprised and asked intentionally or unintentionally during the packaging process, "Is that a gift for your chief mage?" If she remembered correctly, the girl named Eva had been staring at the counter during the previous few visits. TSK, that longing gaze still lingered in the fox girl's memory. Using your own money? Is that okay? The tricolor magic sword you're studying requires a huge amount of materials, right? The fox girl was very clear about the white-eyed elf's school of thought. Magic swordsmen were notorious for burning through money. She needs to get a bit stronger. Diana replied, after all, Heather would at least be able to sell for 5 million gold coins, which could be considered a gift for Eva in advance. That's true, the Blood Rose is one of Etheria's trump cards after all. A trump card that's at the bottom of the rankings. In the face of the shopkeeper's teasing, the white-eyed elf self-deprecated. Eva's strength was somewhat lagging behind. As the chief mage of the trump card team, her power barely reached the level of a grand mage. In other trump card teams, this position would at least require a mage of the first rank. Hey, she's at least a childhood companion of yours. Everyone has different desires for strength. That child clearly wanted to enjoy life more. The fox girl smiled, not wanting to impose her own expectations on others. Eva always said that being at the golden level was impressive, and she didn't even bother preparing the potions to break through to a mage. She was used to being lazy. If it weren't for Diana's urging, she probably wouldn't even reach the threshold of a grand mage. Diana remained unfazed, weighing the firewood magic wand in her hand. Perhaps with this wand, her strength could advance further. This was the most she could do. Maybe you should be a bit more tolerant of her. You two used to play together all the time when you were kids? Childhood was just childhood. Humph, now she only wants to play with men. Ha ha. Mentioning men made the fox girl laugh even more. In this matriarchal continent, human males had always been playthings for various races. Beast-eared girls also liked handsome human men. She continued to tease, Eva has reached the age of development. It's normal for her to like men. Moreover, that little girl was developing quite rapidly, even more so than her older sister Diana. The fox girl deliberately glanced at Diana's chest. The white-eyed elf had a well-proportioned figure and was also a beauty, but lacked an explosive presence. One could only say she was average. As a swordsman, she was quite suitable, and under her leather armor, she probably had that kind of toned chest. Diana felt helpless about this childhood friend she had grown up with. She wanted to guide Eva onto the right path, but the latter's playful nature outweighed her ambition, especially after stepping into the threshold of a grand mage. She had been stagnant for quite a while. By the way, speaking of your team, you captured an interesting cargo this time. Are you interested in telling your sister about it? The fox girl's almond eyes leaned in closer. A life priest from the Radiant Church, a handsome man. If your merchant guild is interested, you can contact me to negotiate. Hey, you just arrived at our shop. What were the quotes from the previous few places? The fox girl smiled brightly. A rare item. If handled well, it would definitely be a big income for the merchant. At the very least, it could make a name for them. 8 million gold coins, at the lowest. Once the quote was out, the fox girl felt a bit embarrassed. That price is considered low. If you quote that, then the priest must be incomplete. Otherwise, it would be at least over 10 million. The fox girl saw through the facade at a glance. Today, that Eva didn't come along. Could it be that she was getting cozy with that little handsome man? You guessed right, but my price won't change. Diana had no intention of leaving room for negotiation. She wanted to go back and give the firewood magic wand to Eva. I hope she doesn't end up dead in that priest's belly. Who would have thought that the careless joke after leaving the fox girl's shop would turn out to be prophetic? Back at the inn, only one of the adjacent rooms was lit. It was already 3 in the morning. Diana walked down the corridor with the firewood magic wand on her back. As she had no habit of wrapping gifts, she found the so-called surprise of unwrapping gifts to be utterly tiresome. Speaking of which, Eva was truly infatuated with that Hathaway. Well, she had made significant contributions this time and deserved to be well satisfied. The detour to Greyleaf Town was the result of Eva's insistence. If it weren't for her desire to meet the most beautiful woman of the human race, Blood Rose wouldn't have had any unexpected gains. As she brushed aside the bangs that concealed her white eyes, she suddenly reminisced about the taste of that human priest. Rarely did she find herself thinking about men. Every time a wicked thought crossed her mind, Diana would swing her sword 1,000 times, but as the leader of the mercenary group, she wouldn't forcibly hide her desires. If she truly wanted something, she would take it from the other person by force. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door. She guessed that the priest was already in a disheveled state. Diana thought to herself. Knock, knock. 2 more knocks followed, but there was still no response from inside. Diana could understand. She had experienced it with that priest herself. Many girls were simply obsessed with it, losing their ambition in the process. Eva, perhaps, was indeed at the age for marriage, just as that vixen had said. In the air, there seemed to be an unusual scent. Diana frowned. It was the smell of blood emanating from the room. Hey, Eva, I'm back. I need to talk to you, so hold on a second. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking. Diana elongated her tone, but the room remained eerily silent. It was strangely quiet. Logically, there should have been some noise from such activities. Her hearing was excellent, and there were neither sounds of physical collisions nor any gasping. Something was increasingly amiss. With one hand, she twisted and broke the doorknob, bursting into the room. Her expression hardened. There were remnants of the holy light magic sword spell. Could it be that the people of the Radiant Church dared to act in Etheria? Eva? Her childhood friend lay quietly on the bed, blood staining the sheets, completely motionless. The firewood staff had fallen to the ground, and in the bedroom, Diana's piercing scream startled the birds. A dissipating blade of light pierced her friend's chest. Eva's body was already cold. Hathaway. The wide-eyed elf's face was filled with malice, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. As a magic swordsman, she recognized at a glance that the killer had used the infamous assassination magic Purification Shard. A rather useless spell. Very few professionals would practice this move. Its attack range was short, suitable only for close-range assassinations, which did not align with a mage's role. Who is it? The hero squad, or the bishop of the Radiant Church? Diana did not immediately think that Hathaway was the murderer. Males were absolutely forbidden from practicing attack spells. Even if a priest were to give up their life, they would adhere to the doctrine. That night, all the glamorous sisters of Bloodrose were called back, mourning in silence at Eva's memorial. That man is not free. He bears the mark of Bloodrose. He is a slave. I suspect he was taken by someone from the Radiant Church. The city's guard made a symbolic record and then turned away as if nothing had happened. Wait for news. There are no less than 100 murders in the city every day. If you don't want your friend to be dead, you can spend gold to find a priest for a resurrection spell. If the death was less than 7 days ago and the body was intact, it met the conditions for resurrection. By the way, I happen to know a few high-level priests. I can connect you. The guard turned and mounted a black horse, as if she had only come to take notes. After all, using magic to kill was too easy. The strong could silently eliminate those they disliked without a trace, and such strong individuals were as common as dirt in Etheria. Diana's face darkened, and she said nothing more. The Purification Shard had pierced the heart. Ordinary resurrection magic would be ineffective. The other party hadn't even investigated the cause of death and was hastily promoting their own methods, which was utterly unreliable. Forget it. It was her mistake to place the task of tracking down the murderer in the hands of the Idleguard elf. Diana decided to use her own means to root out the culprit. First, there was the missing Hathaway. The monk could run, but the temple could not be escaped. As long as she found that man, the murderer would not be far behind. Close your eyes and sense the tracking mark on the back of that slave's neck, south, at 6 o'clock. Humph. Do you want to go to the Moonwell? Dream on. Diana revealed a sinister smile. All slaves are the same, wanting to use the power of the Moonwell to wash away their marks, unaware that this is Etheria's trap. Every day, the Elven guards at the Moonwell manage to catch large groups of smugglers, and with a bit of money, they can redeem their slaves. The Sisters of the Blood Rose collectively set out, following the faint beacon towards the south. This night is destined to be sleepless. A mysterious guest slipped into Raphael the Fox Lady's shop, draped in a robe that didn't fit, wearing a mask on their face, barefoot, pretending to browse the goods. Sophia had not yet finished her shift. She sat at the cash register, her knees propped on the table, her hands lazily cradling her face, watching with interest the back of Heather's neck. Here, everything in the shop was in plain view, including the fleeing slaves hiding from pursuit using the shop's anti-magic barrier. Their magical marks had very distinct characteristics, easily sensed with a bit of magical probing. Clothing could not conceal them. This counter is empty. Oh, the firewood wand was just bought by a customer. Heather turned in surprise, her small face under the cloak filled with vigilance. Customer, so late, is there anything you need? Sophia can recommend something for you. A mature and proud figure, fox ears, a beauty mark at the corner of her brow, and a fluffy big tail. Heather calmed down slightly. He had intended to go to the Moonwell but was intimidated by the guards near it. This was an orc shop, thankfully not an elven one. They always grew suspicious upon seeing humans. Is there Moonwell water for sale? Heather asked tentatively. Ah, that's a sacred item of the elven race, absolutely prohibited for private sale, Sophia cheerfully introduced, wanting to tease this little mouse. No, nothing. I just wanted to see. What time do you close? He turned around, revealing a holy face, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. In a big city like Etheria, 24-hour magic shops were not uncommon. After all, one had to pay hefty rent. Upon seeing the priest's face, Sophia instantly froze. Heather was indeed the most beautiful person under the starry sky, effortlessly captivating the opposite sex with his looks. A human, a fugitive slave, a professional, and a super beauty. Oh, that would be very valuable. The profession-sensitive Sophia swallowed hard, her tail quietly hiding behind her skirt. Which slave had run away? Not looking good at all, really. Wait, Could it be that Sophia thought of a possibility? We're about to close. If you want to stay a bit longer, that's fine. The fox lady was about to negotiate terms when suddenly urgent elven voices came from the street. The magical signal has disappeared nearby, he can't escape. Search one by one, catch him, every sister tonight must avenge Eva. Hearing this, Heather's face turned pale. Just as he wanted to leave, a fluffy big tail wrapped around his body. Slaves should return to their masters. Don't think about escaping. You can't get away. The fox lady Sophia revealed a playful smile. Help me, sister, I'm not a slave. I'm being forced. He pleaded pitifully, intermittently. He was not a legally sold slave but one marked by coercion. Don't worry, just stay put, sister will protect you. What Heather didn't notice was the cunning in her eyes, thinking he could escape. Foxes can be deceitful. A moment of expectation turned into the fox lady's cold laugh as she called out, Blood Rose sisters, he's here. The tail tightened, and Heather could not move at all, despair creeping over him. It turned out that the shop sign girl knew Diana. What bad luck. Perhaps this was the goddess's punishment. Misfortune clung to him. Thank you, Miss Sophia. Regarding the sale of slaves, we will prioritize your merchant association. If you had told me in advance that it was the human race's Heather, our cooperation would have gone much smoother. The Life Priestess and the Heather Priestess were two different matters. The fox lady Sophia had heard more and more about his deeds, the number one beauty of the human race, and a former member of the Brave team. Although she had lost her body, it wasn't without ways to make up for it. She had already applied for funding from her superiors, and in front of the desperate Heather, Sophia just smiled. She and Diana had been partners for many years and were law-abiding citizens. Hiding a slave privately was more detrimental than beneficial for her. Once the mark was engraved on the back of his neck, his ownership had already belonged to the Blood Rose. Providing shelter for a runaway slave was a criminal act. By the way, Sophia, is there no other human besides him? No, he is the only one who came to the shop. Diana checked around and found no sign of his accomplices. It didn't matter, as long as there was time, there were ways to pry information from Heather's mouth. If he remained silent, then fine, he would be assumed to be the murderer, if he could bear this pain alone. The Elven sister acted, capturing the Heather who still wanted to escape. Perhaps realizing she had made a grave mistake, this struggle was particularly fierce. Forcefully dragged back to the inn, Diana made him confess in front of Eva's corpse, then dragged him on the ground to bully and violate him, choking his neck, striking his abdomen, submerging him in water to suffocate. She controlled her strength well, keeping her punches and slaps within an acceptable range, ensuring not to harm Heather's face. The next day, he was forced to kneel on a block of ice created by magic, biting down on the white-eyed elf's slippers. As long as the slippers touched the ground, his body would suffer violence. For the first time, Heather regretted his magical talent. The healing magic within him would autonomously repair his body, making the pain endless. Diana was not satisfied. The sisters of the Blood Rose took turns abusing him, but no matter how they interrogated him, they could never uncover the whereabouts of the murderer. Tell me, where are your accomplices hiding? Grabbing a handful of his hair, Heather's eyes turned red. Due to excessive stimulation, his chest rose and fell irregularly. I don't know. You wretch! You don't cherish the opportunity given to you. Since you want to endure pain, we will make you wish you were dead. On the way back to Etheria, she often muttered this man's name. Diana also vaguely sensed that Eva had different feelings for Heather. A gentle place, a tomb for heroines. Poor best friend had just broken through to the great magician realm not long ago, only to be harmed by a malicious human. Take off your clothes, kneel. With Eva dead, there was one less friend who could speak. Diana was thinking about how to satisfy the deceased. At this moment, Heather was already in tatters, his clean priest robe torn into strips. Thus, the naked person knelt in front of the corpse for 3 days, until he was too exhausted to rise. 3 days later, in a secluded church in Etheria, a wedding was taking place, but the entire congregation was in mourning white. Heather Ophi, do you take Lady Eva to be your wife? I do. With a choked voice, it was clear he was being forced. After being captured and brought back to the inn, he had already endured countless rounds of punishment. Do you vow to guard your mistress for life, without betrayal or abandonment? I do. He surrendered. He wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't. He wasn't afraid of death, but the Blood Rose could make him wish he were dead. In the presence of the divine, you shall become new partners. The divine? The goddess to whom he had devoted his life? Heather finally hesitated, but seeing Diana's murderous expression, he nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. He remembered that stubborn companion, the lady of the Tsunlong mercenary corps from Greyleaf Town, Joyce, who was ultimately tortured to death by the Blood Rose. Joyce had once questioned the goddess, and he had felt dissatisfied with her for that. I do. The only words left in Heather's mouth were the numb 3 words, repeated endlessly. The officiant was a rabbit-eared girl, reciting the words woodenly. She was also a bit confused about the situation, thinking it was a simple wedding. Dressed formally, she arrived at the church, only to find that the bride was a lifelike corpse, while the groom was a stunningly beautiful human slave. It was clear that the human slave was being forced to marry the corpse. What kind of game was this? The rabbit-eared girl felt scared but didn't dare to ask. The rabbit god will bless you, she declared as the two were wed. Heather was forced to kiss the corpse's lips, and Eva's body was already frozen. Her lips were incredibly cold and hard. He hadn't intended to kill Eva, it was out of necessity. The wide-eyed elf had originally planned to bury Heather and Eva together, but after the desperate pleas of the accounting girl and everyone else, they decided to spare Heather's life. Diana understood that everyone was reluctant to part with the man's value. This was fine, the death penalty could be avoided, but the living punishment was inescapable. He had to be tortured into madness to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Grabbing Heather's hair, she pulled out a long sword in his panicked gaze. She cut off a lock of his hair as a burial offering. After the wedding came the funeral, and the dazed rabbit-eared girl was forced to work 2 jobs. In front of Eva's tombstone, Heather's hands were pierced by a firewood wand, nailed to the coffin board. The funeral of a teammate had just ended, and now it was time for the funeral of the murderer. Diana and the Blood Rose sisters glared at him, closing in like wolves. Each day, Heather was given less than 4 hours of rest, and he experienced the pain Joyce felt before her death, constantly thinking about ending his own life. Until one day, he was sent to the bathhouse to be cleaned, then blindfolded and escorted to a carriage. Is this to be an execution? In the church, heretics were always blindfolded before execution, allowing them to die in an instant. The sound of hooves clopped loudly, and surprisingly, Heather felt a sense of relief before death. However, the carriage did not head towards the execution ground. They arrived at the Fox clan's shop, where he once again saw that deceptive fox. "Ah, Diana-chan, you really kept your promise," the fox lady said, having waited outside for her esteemed guest, her bright smile returning. A warm smile filled with chill. A week after the absurd wedding, at the Fox God Merchant Association, in the reception room. "I heard you were helping me find a buyer? I guarantee your satisfaction, prioritizing brutal and bloody buyers." The fox lady clenched her small fist, exuding an air of confidence, though her credibility was questionable. "That would be best. I don't want to see him enjoying life." Diana instructed her sisters to bring out the goods, tethering them by the door, looking worn and disheveled. Sophia gasped, unable to believe that this priest was the pure person who had slipped into the shop half a month ago. The marks on his hands had not faded, his eyes were vacant, and his collarbone and waist were covered in bruises. His hair was soaked with dew, and the only part of his face that remained clean was a pale mask, resembling 2 different people from the one who had pleaded with her before. Like an abandoned pet cat, soiled by mud, frightened by wild cats, avoiding light, and wagging its tail at the sight of food. This was after being cleaned. One could only imagine the abuse he suffered after failing to escape. "Use healing magic to remove the scars on your body." The wide-eyed elf threw him a low-level wand and commanded him. Upon hearing the order, Heather's eyes came to life, clutching his chest and remaining motionless. "Move." Diana gritted her teeth, using every means to disgust herself with this human. Intentionally leaving marks on his collarbone and waist, she aimed to lower her price when selling him. Grabbing his collar, she raised her hand to slap him. "A worthless piece of trash that everyone has ridden, still pretending to be noble. Which sister of the Blood Rose hasn't played with you?" Hearing this, the fox lady Sophia was startled. It seemed that such things had already happened. It made sense. Eva's death had a significant impact on the Blood Rose. "Well, forget it, forget it." She gently pushed with both hands, signaling Heather to stay away. The box contains the training materials for the magic sword wielder, along with the remaining million gold coins. "Let's transfer ownership now." Diana's gaze flicked to the box filled with materials, and she felt a bit better. With this wealth, the strength of the Blood Rose could advance further, and everyone would feel a little more at ease. The Fox Clan Trading Company quickly completed the transfer procedures, replacing the crescent mark on Heather's back, while a magic suppression ring was placed on her left ankle. It was an electronic shackles-like device, specifically used to control the magic of practitioner slaves. In a private bedroom within the Fox God Trading Company. "Are you hungry? Have something to eat?" Under the care of the Fox Lady, Heather had rested for 3 days, and her complexion had slightly improved. 2 pieces of white bread were thrown in front of Heather, and she devoured them without even chewing. She hadn't eaten proper food in days. "How many girls have you been with?" Faced with the Fox Lady's question, she shook her head, unable to remember. "Have you learned any forbidden spells?" This time, Heather shook her head vigorously. Male practitioners learning attack spells was an absolute taboo, and no one could know. "You come with me. Next, I need to check for residual magic elements in your body." Sophia always smiled, holding Heather's small hand, leading her to a wooden platform resembling an experimental table. "Sit down, spread your legs. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Despite resisting the examination, she could feel his fear from the joints of his fingers. "Oh, you're quite obedient?" The fox lady was a bit surprised, thinking it would take a long time to persuade him. It seemed the Blood Rose's training had smoothed out his edges. "Lie still, now I need to investigate your spellcasting records." This was common equipment in large trading companies, used to check a practitioner's talents and learn skills to assess the value of slaves. It was a necessary step before delivering goods. "No, please, don't do this." Heather was scared. Once it was known that she had used the spell Purified Fragment, she would definitely be sent to the tribunal for purification. The fox lady frowned. It seemed Eva's death was not simple. It was very likely that Heather was involved. Did a human priest secretly learn forbidden spells? Then a thorough examination was necessary. After speaking, her fluffy tail split into several strands, binding the priest's hands and feet, gently lifting her floral skirt, and approaching the equipment. What a showy play! Besides the residual magic of the elves, you also have human magic elements in your body. This was the intertwined three-colored magic? It seemed that Diana had also broken her vows. Wasn't she known for disliking men? Sophia's almond-shaped eyes sparkled like peach blossoms as she activated the identification magic. Name: Heather Ophi. Faith: Goddess of Life. Profession: Priest. Beginner Mage. Skills and Talents: Holy Healing Rain, High-Level Group Healing Spell. Create Light. Resurrection Magic. Purified Fragment. High-Level Attack Magic. Equip Staff. Radiant Holy Scripture. Damaged. No wonder she was the support of the former hero team and a candidate for the Radiant Church's saint. She had mastered many rare spells on the market. This would surely satisfy the buyer. Wait a moment. Most of the previous skills were auxiliary, until the last line revealed a spell glowing with golden light, causing the fox lady's pupils to narrow. Attack magic? A male practicing attack spells. The priest Heather had indeed touched the taboo. This heretic. You are the true murderer of Eva, aren't you? Using the secret techniques of the Fox clan, she found the remnants of the holy light sword spell deep within Heather. The beauty, restrained in the experimental chair, could hardly defend herself and could only plead, "I had no choice. Please don't send me to the church." Fixed tightly, she found it hard to move, her small white feet kicking about. This spell must be abolished. Normally, discovering a heretic meant unconditional delivery to the church, but Sophia didn't want to let the duck that was almost in her grasp fly away. Not only did she disagree, but the Fox Clan Trading Company also would not agree. Heather silently nodded, deeply worried about the exposure of the matter. Fortunately, Diana didn't use professional equipment. If that woman had known that she was the real culprit, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to be sold. "Let's perform the extraction magic now." The fox lady pressed her hands on his lower abdomen, drawing a simple magic circle. Then the entire fox sat on the experimental table, accompanied by the tearing of the soul. Using the guild's equipment, she forcibly removed the purified fragment from Heather's skill tree. Stripping a high-level spellcaster of their skills was very arduous. Afterward, the two of them sat back to back, drenched in sweat. Heather was somewhat puzzled as to why this fox lady wanted to help him. The answer soon became clear. Sophia played with Heather's soft fur, lazily getting up to take a test tube filled with pure liquid droplets from a hidden drawer. "I told the guild's higher-ups that you are a pure novice, untouched by the world." It was precisely for this reason that the Fox Clan Guild offered Sophia a budget in the millions. The fox lady had pocketed a hefty kickback. The problem was, she had deceived her superiors and the buyer. Heather was not pure at all. For this, she had long had a plan. "This is the moon well water that was hard to obtain," the fox lady said. Consuming the moon well water could temporarily conceal the unclean magical residue on him. Every 10 milliliters could cover one instance of a detection spell. Heather had to cooperate with her, hiding his past and pretending to be an untouched, pure priest, so that the fox lady could profit from it. "You wouldn't want the church to find out about your secret learning of forbidden spells, would you?" Behind him, Sophia quietly circled around, gently placing her hands on his shoulders, giving a soft squeeze, then leaning her head close to his ear, whispering, "This was something only the two of them knew. For the sake of my little treasury, the priest wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. Heh." Heather held the moon well water, his amber eyes trembling, the glass reflecting his face. Deception was also one of the priest's taboos. Ever since he was captured, he had broken countless church rules, sinking deeper into darkness. "I understand," he said, a mix of bitterness and tension, agreeing for the first time to lie. The fox lady's tail perked up slightly, clearly pleased. "Don't worry, just be a bit clever in front of your next master, and nothing will go wrong." Heather accepted the moon well water, looking at the fox lady in front of him, his heart fluttering. Could Sophia's words really be trusted? Felorial Elrond, the young lady of the Elven royal branch, was also my new master. Elrond was one of the surnames of the Elven royal family, spending millions to purchase a professional slave wouldn't be from a small family. Under the moonlight, a beauty sat alone by the window. As night fell, Heather picked up a feather quill and dipped it in ink. He had regained his freedom, limited to that of a slave. A high-level slave, perhaps. Time passed quickly. It had been 2 years since he arrived in Etheria, most of which he spent in the Elven family's mansion. Being a human, the master initially regarded him very strictly. After all, Heather was not just a handsome male, he also had emerald-level magical talent. Even among the elves, emerald level was rare and scarce. A novice mage could easily serve as the captain of a 1,000-man combat unit in the Elven Holy Court. Moreover, there was an important reason. Traces of abolished magic within him had been discovered. On Heather's skill tree, there was a clear mark of abolished magic, which made the Elrin family speculate. Despite repeatedly promising that he had not touched any taboos, the Elrin family did not fully believe him. Abolished magic was usually applied to irredeemable professionals or males who practiced offensive spells in violation of taboos. They even considered returning him to the Fox Clan Guild. What the Elrin family needed was a docile, well-behaved male priest, not a ticking time bomb at the level of a mage. He was able to stay, thanks to Miss Sophia's mediation, though the Fox Lady perhaps had more interest in her own benefits. Over the past year, Heatherway visited Miss Sophia's shop twice, but she was never there. After inquiring, she learned that the Fox Lady had been promoted and was now the supervisor of the Fox Clan Merchant Association in the Etheria district. The Elrin family is one of the ancient clans of the elf race, with ancestors who even have stories of battling dragons, passed down in popular tales. The previous head of the family was a bloody and brutal ruler, especially towards other races, where purging and enslavement were their most common practices. In short, the Elrins were ancient pioneers of the Elven frontier, traditional and iron-fisted. Just as the Fox Lady and Diana had promised, she indeed found herself a terrifying master. Fortunately, the Elrond family assigned him to their young lady, Philoria Elrond. According to the head of the family, Heatherway was Philoria's male attendant, responsible for her daily care as well as accompanying her for study and protection duties. Male priests lacked offensive capabilities but could cast extraordinary healing support magic, making them suitable for the guard team. Heatherway, are you asleep? Your Highness! An urgent knocking sounded from outside the door, and Heatherway unlatched it, revealing a delicate, golden-haired elven girl stepping into the room. Do you think I look better dressed like this? She stood on tiptoe, a subtly luxurious magical amulet hanging from her waist, and a precious space ring on her finger, twirling in her skirt under the oil lamp. Tomorrow was the first time the young lady would participate in the hunt, and it was clear she was very excited. The hunt, where human lords would take their retinue and slaves out to hunt for winter meat reserves during the autumn-winter transition, was similar for the elves, except they hunted more dangerous beasts. The wind howled outside, mixed with fine snow. The young princess by the fireplace was beautiful, wearing a pleated skirt with golden edges, her cheeks slightly chubby, and her height was close to Heatherway's. Among elves, she was considered short, especially with the Elrond bloodline. When Heatherway first served her, Philoria was just blossoming into her romantic age, a naive and innocent girl of 16 or 17. 2 years had passed, and she had matured significantly. Ophi, what do you think? Under the lamp, the young lady brought her dress closer to the fireplace, the flames causing the pink diamonds on her pleated skirt to shimmer, hoping to attract the attention of the person at the table. Heatherway, Ophi, though a slave, was more like a good friend to Philoria. From the age of 16 to 18, she regarded him as a friend. Suddenly, a spark flew from the fireplace, scorching a few black spots on the luxurious dress. Your Highness, be careful. Heatherway felt frustrated. She shouldn't have been distracted. The young lady's dress must be very expensive, made of the finest silk. Really? I mean, Ophi, are you even listening to me? The young lady pouted, crossing her little waist in displeasure. I was distracted. I'll find tools to mend it right now. Heatherway bent down to rummage through the toolbox but was pulled back. No need. Philoria doesn't want to keep something that's been tainted. With a rip, the young lady sulked and, in front of Heatherway, tore the hem of her dress, throwing the tainted part into the fire pit. The precious fabric sizzled and turned to black smoke. The long dress became a short one, revealing Philoria's tender, fair calves beneath her cotton socks. I'm sorry, Your Highness, it was my negligence. My Heatherway, you don't need to apologize. Upon seeing him apologize, the young lady's previously annoyed expression changed instantly. She had only wanted Heatherway to pay a bit more attention to her. She held his shoulder, which was about to kneel, her big eyes blinking. I don't want your knees to get dusty. Philoria has always admired the church priests. They are absolutely pure, with flawless magical essence, just like you. Unfortunately, as a lady of Elrond, I cannot convert to the church. Philoli's gaze sparkled with admiration, and Heather's heart trembled. When she was sent to the Elrond family for the young ladies to choose from, the young lady had immediately set her sights on her. A priestess of the Radiant Church, skilled in healing magic, a novice archmage, and especially pure in body. She liked everything clean, and Heather was grateful to be chosen by Filoli. After all, the other young ladies of Elrond were basically normal elves. Normal elves would not let a beautiful human priestess's body go to waste. Only the young and naive Filoli would allow Heather to enjoy the treatment of a guest. The young lady leaned against his chest, and they talked late into the night, parting only in the deep hours. After she left, Heather let out a sigh of relief. He was not a pure priest, it was all a facade relying on the Munwell's water. Nothing happened tonight, and he had spent another 10 milliliters of well water. Filoli was already of age, and according to Elven tradition, a young lady was allowed to take her male slave after coming of age. Yet she had not made a move. According to her, she chose him as a servant because she liked pure males. All the direct descendants of the Elrond family could choose an emerald-level attendant at the age of 16, either a skilled individual bound by a 100-year contract with the family or slaves like Heather who had been sold. It could be said that Filoli had given her precious opportunity to choose a protector to Heather. A human, a male priest without combat power, and secretly impure, a heretic who had broken his vows. While Heather felt fortunate, he couldn't help but sigh. The Moonwell water on him was about to run out. If he couldn't find the Fox Lady or find a way to get new Moonwell water, he wouldn't be able to hide any longer. But for the past 2 years, the Fox Lady had vanished without a trace, and Heather suspected she wanted to run away. If Filoli discovered the unclean truth, he couldn't imagine what kind of punishment he would face. Perhaps it would be like that torn skirt, thrown into the fire and burned to ashes. Many giant magical beasts hibernate. They eat until full before winter arrives and then sleep. Dragons and half-dragons also have this habit. In the magical beast forest highlands, snow covered the greenery. A fully grown giant earth dragon suddenly broke through the snow layer, ambushing a passing merchant convoy, its 10-meter-wide body crushing several unfortunate elves into the mud. Alert! Alert! The female captain's voice was hoarse, goods and meat were mixed together, and Sophia from the Fox Merchant Guild covered her eyes, unable to bear to look. This earth dragon wants to eat. To stop the continued attack, we must give it food. The strongest member of the hired mercenary group was the golden tier female captain, who was utterly powerless against the giant beast's frenzied assault. Her spear couldn't even penetrate the dragon's scales, and the mages in the team casting fireballs and ice blades only sparked against the beast's scales. They were forced to dump part of the escorted goods, 2 carts of jerky, onto the ground to attract the earth dragon's attention, hoping to delay the attack. Hey, no, no, no. This is all my money. Sophia stomped her feet, her heart shattered. Did these professional brutes know the value of 2 carts of jerky in this icy world? They had to deduct it all from their commission. Boss Sophia, the situation might be worse than you think. The female captain and her mercenaries formed a circle, creating a barrier formation, when suddenly the ground shook. The Fox Lady lifted her large tail, her feet trembling. Not good, something was about to come out. One after another, more than 10 earth dragons appeared in the snow, their copper scales and dark yellow pupils, like giant pangolins, glaring at the women. There were too many enemies. Run, run. The female captain made a quick decision. Between adhering to the escort contract and saving their lives, she chose to abandon the contract, give up protecting Sophia, and leave with her people immediately. The fox girl wanted to cry but had no tears. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so greedy and hired this kind of third-rate mercenary group. She herself was also a professional, but only at the silver rank. To confront a bunch of earth dragons, well, it was not enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Come back, don't leave. You took my money, fight for me, hey, my money. While cursing, Sophia took out a magical talisman from her bosom, gritted her teeth, and activated it. The magical barrier couldn't hold for long. More than a dozen earth dragons repeatedly crashed against it, and the barrier gradually dimmed. I, Sophia, will die together with the goods, even if I have to die. When it came to wealth, the fox girl was undoubtedly loyal. As the earth dragons broke through the barrier and were about to bite down on the fox girl's delicate little head, she nervously closed her eyes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky, intertwining red and white sword lights. The scales of the earth dragon melted like ice and snow, and its massive head fell to the ground, its limbs twitching in reflex before soon going still. A beautiful elf approached gracefully, tall and holding a sword sheath, her gaze stern. The rose sword, the calla lily sword. Sophia recognized at a glance that the newcomer was her regular mercenary, Diana. The three-color magic sword technique was known as the top-tier magic swordsman school. Before striking it rich, Diana had only cultivated one color. It was only after obtaining materials worth millions of gold coins that she mastered the red rose sword. Diana, be careful, the fox girl shouted. Witnessing the death of her kind, the remaining earth dragons rushed towards the white-eyed woman in the distance. The ground trembled, iron hooves stirring up snow and dust. The fox girl quietly slipped out of the encirclement, nervously watching Diana. Even a magic master could only protect themselves against a small group of earth dragons. They had tough skin and enduring stamina, excelling in attrition battles. The sword-wielding elf was unafraid, the bright red long sword condensed in her sheath, resembling countless rose petals. As the sword was drawn, it seemed serrated, like an iron chain whip, the sword scales rotating and ringing. Each swing could slice through the earth dragon's scales, and the blood that splattered was drawn in by the roses, continuously absorbed into the magic sword wielder's body. This was a stunning blood-sucking sword, thriving on battle, growing braver with each fight. In no time, the earth dragon group was dismembered, and the last few fled in panic, only to be strangled by the thorny sword energy formed by roses. "Diana, you really are getting stronger and stronger," the fox girl said, taking out a small knife and carefully extracting the earth dragon's crystal core from the ground, afraid of scratching it. "This time I lured the monsters, so the crystal core should count as half for me," Sophia fabricated, reluctantly splitting the crystal core into two parts, as if they were collaborating, not mentioning the life-saving grace at all. She secretly glanced at Diana's expression. The wide-eyed elf showed no change in demeanor, as if she had just killed a swarm of ants. Since cultivating the second color of the magic sword, Diana's desire for such ordinary crystal cores had diminished significantly. She could easily obtain a large number of ordinary crystal cores anytime she wanted in the monster forest. The current problem was that the materials needed for the third color magic sword were incredibly precious, all rare materials in the world. Most were not circulated in the market but were stored in the treasure vaults of noble families, only available for the Tianjiao to cultivate. "You should have more than just this little bit of savings, right? After all, you are the manager of the Fox clan's business. Why not hire emerald-level adventurers?" Diana asked. The fox girl shot her a glance. Wasn't she considering the costs? Hiring people was very expensive. Not only did it require paying high salaries, but one also had to provide cultivation resources from time to time. Where could she find cheap mercenaries that could be used at any time? "I wanted to hire Blood Rose before. Why did your mercenary group disband?" Sophia called for a rescue team, reorganizing personnel to transport the goods, chatting with Diana along the way. Their routes seemed to align. The sisters got that reward, and many of them have gradually gone home since then. That reward? Sophia thought quickly and soon recalled the transaction from 2 years ago, the human slave Heather. Nearly 10 million gold coins in gains, divided among them, each person would get nearly 100,000. Based on the basic living cost of 3 gold coins a year, this income is enough for many mercenaries to hang up their armor and return to the fields. "Well then, you are now lone wanderer, Miss Diana. Or should I call you Great Sword Master Diana?" the fox girl teased, holding a dogtail grass. Without the livelihood of a mercenary group, it must be very difficult to continue cultivating the 3-color demon sword, especially financially. "I plan to temporarily seek refuge with the nobility to stabilize my cultivation. Cultivating magic is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat." "Ha!" The fox girl was surprised. The past Diana looked down on the nobility. The aristocratic elves are selfish. They would elevate their own direct descendants as the pride of their clan, cutting off the path for someone like Diana, who practiced asceticism. "This doesn't seem like your style. Which family do you want to go to? Maybe this fortune god can help you make connections." "Erland." The wide-eyed elf brushed aside her bangs and casually uttered an ancient surname. "How about changing to another family?" Sophia timidly retracted her neck, wanting to dissuade her. It reminded her of that human beauty sold to Erland. Over the past 2 years, she had made countless deals, and this one with Heather was undoubtedly the most valuable and the one she profited the most from. She didn't know if he had been exposed. If Erland pursued him, she would have to sneak back to the beastman's territory. "If you want to seek refuge, then seek the strongest." With her sword box on her back, Diana shook her head. Her mind was made up. One day, she would stand at the peak of this world, for her deceased companion Eva, and for the magic sword in her hand. On the outskirts of the monster forest, young Miss Filoli was engaged in a game of wits with a ground dragon beast. The girl and the beast exchanged blows back and forth. The young elf's movements were still immature. Although she had received formal swordsmanship education, she lacked practical experience. The reason she could barely gain the upper hand was due to her equipment advantage. With chainmail underneath and a dagger enchanted by a magic tutor, her gear narrowed the gap between her and the beast's physical prowess. Of course, there was a more important point. This ground dragon beast was alone, while behind Filoli stood a group of servants. Although the ground dragon beast was not a sentient being, it was aware of its situation. It was being used as a stepping stone for training. The beast's gaze flickered, its movements hesitant, constantly looking for an opportunity to escape, which gave the young lady a chance to attack. "Ah!" Filoli shouted, channeling all her magical essence, striking with all her might like a bullfighter. the dagger pierced through the ground dragon beast's left eye, penetrating its brain. "I did it! Congratulations, young lady!" The servants cheered in unison, as if it were a festival. It was the first time she had single-handedly taken down a silver-tier monster, and it was a dangerous giant species at that. Only gold-tier mercenaries could team up to hunt such monsters, and now the young lady had succeeded alone. "By the way, we need to hurry and treat the young lady's injuries." After the battle, Filoli had sustained a few scratches. They were caused by the ground dragon beast's brushes and were not serious, but she still needed to be treated quickly. An elf waved a branch wand, and a green light surged forth, preparing to cast the unique healing magic of the elf race on the young lady. "Wait!" Filoli gestured for her to pause with both hands, looking towards the corner of the servant group where the priest stood. She only wanted Heather's healing spell. That healing magic, imbued with a holy aura, was a pleasure to receive every time. For this, Filoli even deliberately let the monster graze her abdomen. "Young lady, you are really too willful." Heather sighed, coming before Filoli and clasping her fists in prayer. A beam of holy light shone down. A basic holy healing spell could heal superficial wounds. Filoli seemed to thoroughly enjoy his healing methods, even going so far as to intentionally get hurt for it, which Heather found puzzling. In fact, he could have cast a protective spell on the young lady before the battle, along with a host of buffs. That ground dragon beast couldn't have harmed her at all, but the young lady always denied this suggestion under the pretext of training. Initially, the spirit of the Blood Rose had asked him to cast a protective spell, but Heather rejected it. He would not provide any help to the enemy. "I will be fine. Isn't Sister Heather here?" The spirit lady's eyes were filled with affection. "Sister?" He was momentarily taken aback. Since coming to the Elven family, he had always worn their skirt-style robes. Heather's face was gentle, her long hair like a waterfall, and her attire was similar to that of a woman. But the little lady should be aware of her own gender. The playful voice of Philoria echoed in his ears, yet he had no heart for it. "If only I were really an older sister. Then he could study any magic without restraint, and the bishop's sister wouldn't have died. 2 years ago, he wouldn't have encountered such things, and he wouldn't have ended up in this state." What kind of first beauty of the human race was subjected to repeated humiliation by elves, at their mercy, unable to return to the past? Heather lifted her left foot, revealing a gray bracelet on her ankle, a unique anti-magic ring of the Elrond family. The servants returned with the corpse of the earth dragon, reporting back to the clan. "Philoria, you have slain one earth dragon, earning 10 points, currently accumulating 45 points, ranking last." The Elrond family's hunting was different. It resembled a trial competition among their own daughters, showcasing their channels to the family hierarchy. Adult pure-blooded elves hunted in the snow with their servants, ranking based on their results to obtain support for cultivation resources in the coming year. Philoria had just come of age. This was her first trial. Soon, another girl in military attire returned, dragging the corpse of a bipedal dragon behind her. It occupied a quarter of the square, particularly spectacular. The dragon's head had been blown apart by corrosive magic, revealing its stark white bones. The young elf proudly lifted her small head, mocking Philoria's earth dragon. "Philoria, I let you choose this auxiliary priestess. Now you're done for." As she spoke, the girl's gaze flickered towards Heather. "Shueli, you're cheating. There's no way you could defeat this magical beast." Shueli was about the same age as her, only a month older, with similar skills in swordsmanship and magic. The difference was that her protector had chosen a curse witch, an emerald-level sorceress, with debilitating and weakening curses. The bipedal dragon probably didn't even have the strength to fly, thus it was naturally at their mercy. Philoria's face turned red, and she stomped her feet, pointing at the massive earth dragon corpse on the ground, pouting as she looked towards the law elder. "Everyone was cheating, only the honest ones got hurt." The old woman sighed bitterly, not blaming this cheating behavior. Although the rules stated that one must personally slay the beast, having a follower injure it and then delivering the final blow also counted as compliant. This had been a long-standing practice, a legal means. Previous law elders had adhered to the rules. No one wanted to offend all the daughters and cut off everyone's cultivation resources. Being able to kill high-level magical beasts at a young age was something the family higher-ups were pleased to hear as good news. Philoria, as your youngest and cutest sister, I can give you a piece of advice. For your cultivation resources next year, and the wages for the servants. Shueli whispered into Philoria's ear, "Let your beautiful priestess accompany me for a few nights, and I will transfer the corpse of this magical beast to you. After all, you must have had your fun these past 2 years. I've been diligently cultivating for 2 years." Her words were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Heather's ears. In an instant, the priestess's anger was revealed, her face flushed red. "You, shameless." Her nails dug into her flesh. For the past 2 years, Heather had been treated as a guest, never having any relationship beyond friendship with the little lady. However, to outsiders, it didn't seem that way. Abandoning a powerful professional to choose a beautiful and weak human priestess as a protector would lead anyone to think otherwise. Even in the immensely powerful Elrond, Emerald-level attendants are an extremely precious resource. Each direct descendant elf has only one opportunity to obtain one for free. Phyllis sensed Heather's anger. A pure-hearted priestess like her must not be defiled. Impossible, no way, Heather is mine, she firmly refused. Shueli shrugged, unconcerned, and pouted sarcastically, you don't know, do you? Several sisters have already stormed deep into the beast forest, and you're the only one still flirting with the beautiful priestess on the outskirts. Hee hee, little sister, getting so eager at such a young age isn't good for your development. Licking her lips, she pushed up her similarly underdeveloped chest, her eyes nearly drooling at the sight of Heather. In the evening, Heather received a mysterious envelope, inviting her to meet in the garden pavilion, and it had to be alone. The envelope was written in elegant Elvish script, a language Heather had mastered over the past 2 years. What a strange letter, and it even requires me to avoid Phyllis. Who could this person be? She pinched the letter between her fingers, feeling little interest. In the past, whether in the human main city or Greyleaf Town, or even in the Radiant Church, she would receive similar love letters every few days. These cheesy words, in Heather's view, were filled with lowbrow tastes and female desires. Their intentions were too obvious. She tossed it aside, lacking the patience to read it all, and burned the letter in the candle flame. Even here, she couldn't escape the delusional pursuers. Didn't they know that a priestess cannot be touched by women? As the flames consumed the words, Heather inadvertently discovered the last line of the letter. I can help you return to the human world. In an instant, she blew out the candle, retrieved the partially burned letter, her heart racing. Over the past 2 years, she had tried to save herself, but each attempt was abandoned before it even began. The continent's system of slavery was universally recognized, and even the Radiant Church could not redeem her through official channels. Even if her current master died, Heather's body would still belong to Elrond. This was perfectly normal, as there were many Emerald-level slaves around, like the cursed witch beside Shueli. Yet, in the past 2 years, or since Heather began to remember, there had been few reports of slaves escaping. This also indicated that escaping was a very dangerous endeavor, most ending in failure. Who on earth dares to promise they can help me return to the human world? Heather felt curious about the letter's owner. As the sun set, following the letter's instructions, she arrived at the most secluded pavilion in the garden. It was desolate and empty, and after 3 calls of a magpie, a girl emerged from the flowers, lifting her chin. The visitor was none other than the girl who had mocked Phyllis during the day, Shueli. The second Miss of Elrond, just a few months older than Phyllis, proud and a bit narcissistic, she liked to consider herself the most beautiful girl in the world. You came? Hey, now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Shueli suddenly stepped aside, blocking Heather's path, her eyes gleaming with cunning, the hem of her dress embroidered with delicate silver patterns fluttering. Lady Shueli, is teasing a servant such an amusing thing? Heather felt embarrassed and angry. When she arrived here according to the letter's instructions, she had already been caught in a trap. The other party could easily use her attempted escape as evidence to punish her as a slave. Being sold into slavery meant having no human rights, even thought crimes were crimes. I really didn't think of that layer. Thanks for reminding me, Shueli giggled, covering her mouth. Just say what you want. Forced back to the pavilion, Heather sulkily sat in the corner of the stone chair, avoiding her burning gaze and looking towards the distant mountains. The other party was one of Elrond's legitimate daughters. For her own good and for Phyllis's, she couldn't easily offend her. I can turn your lifelong slave contract into a 15-year master-servant contract. At this, Heather suddenly felt a stir in her heart. A 15-year contract meant that he would have the chance to return to the human world and regain his freedom during his lifetime. Emerald-level practitioners live longer than ordinary people. If they remain healthy, they can live up to 200 years. The body of the prospective saint has been blessed by the goddess, so even at 50, Heather would still look as she did in her youth. What do you want? There is no free lunch in this world. Shueli had no kinship with her, so she had no reason to help her. Moreover, she was an Emerald-level servant, and with Heather's knowledge, even her current master, Miss Fillory, had no right to release her. It's simple. I want you to betray that ugly duckling and come to my side. Become my subordinate. Shueli's fair hand rested on her flat chest, her words clear and straightforward. She wanted Heather. It was common for noble daughters to pull each other's followers and undermine one another. As long as it didn't harm the core interests of the family, the upper echelons were too lazy to intervene. If you follow me, I can not only provide you with training resources but also find a way to lift the slave contract. Her gaze was unabashed, landing on Heather's beautiful hair and collarbone. She truly envied Fillory. She must have been having a great time these past 2 years. Young Elven girls always held a fantastical admiration for the church priests. In storybooks, these pure and kind-hearted beauties were the most thrilling to conquer. The cursed witch who followed her around all day, aside from being a bit stronger, was not pleasing to the eye at all. She was the most beautiful girl in the world. Her servants should also be handsome and beautiful. Shueli was tired of not having done it, so she wanted to do it. Yes, curiosity and longing. That foolish lowly Fillory will definitely be the last in this trial. She doesn't deserve to have you. Heather clenched her fists. She had always seen Fillory's efforts, and she was no worse than any of her sisters. If they didn't use despicable means to gain points, the young lady's trial results, though not great, wouldn't be the last. The young lady is not a fool, she is just following the rules of the trial. She relied on her own strength to slay monsters, and the young lady had never done anything that crossed the boundaries of propriety with her. Oh, Shueli giggled. But she didn't follow the unwritten rules we all set, so she's a blockhead. Such a master isn't worth following, right? Isn't that so? The Elven girl continued to emphasize, getting closer, even taking Heather's delicate hand. Their fingers intertwined, her cold little hand clasped with his. By the way, let me tell you, tomorrow Shueli's points will exceed 10,000. With less than a week until the trial ended, Heather's pupils constricted. The implication in her words was clear. Shueli was very likely to become the new generation of favored ones, the first in the noble daughter's trial, and would receive full cultivation from Elrond. The favored one would gain supreme rights, with the family treasury completely open to her, and she could demand resources from the clan, including the allocation of all slaves. As long as Elrond's favored one spoke, she could indeed abolish her own slave contract. With the conversation reaching this point, Heather couldn't help but feel moved. Shueli held his little hand and leaned closer, her lips slightly pouting, wanting a kiss. Miss Shueli, please have some self-respect. Heather suddenly stood up and pulled away. If it weren't for being a slave, he would have slapped her long ago. During his time in the human world, he had slapped a duke's daughter at a banquet for a similar offense. She had merely touched his palm. The priest's body was not to be desecrated. Shueli, unable to get what she wanted, watched Heather quickly leave, puffing up in anger and petulantly kicking a stone at her feet. Humph, just you wait. When I officially become the heir of the family, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Heather returned to her residence, the young lady's mansion, feeling a bit disgruntled. Fillory was still in the backyard practicing her swordsmanship against a wooden dummy, her small head glistening with beads of sweat. Heathervy, you're back, the young lady said, taking the towel handed to her by the maid and smiling at the priest behind her. Did a friend invite you out? After pondering for about 2 breaths, Heathervy chose to nod, not knowing when he had learned to lie. Blessing spells and healing spells ignited in his hands. The young lady's weary body was restored to its former state, yet she continued to swing her sword. Lady Fillory, it's late, please take care to rest. She smiled, revealing a hint of worry, and turned to ask, do you think Fillory is useless? Confused, Heathervy tilted his head to look at her. The young lady hurried to explain, it's about being at the bottom of the rankings. Fillory is the young lady, it's normal to fall behind temporarily. Ha, is there really such a way to comfort someone? Upon hearing this, Fillory's cheeks quietly flushed with 2 rosy clouds, her eyes lowered, and her shyness was evident. She gently, almost unconsciously, touched her slender fingers together and lowered her head. But, that means the salary and treatment will always be the lowest. She even thought that to continue practicing magic, she would have to go out and earn money, perhaps as a mercenary. The time for training would be greatly reduced, and even the servants around her would have to lower their treatment. Heathervy bit his lip and asked, young lady, you could imitate the other sisters. When the other professionals are severely injured, you can deal the finishing blow. Fillory hesitated for a moment. If it were for herself, it wouldn't be necessary, but the ranking would also affect Heathervy's training resources, which made her think carefully. Do we have such a powerful leader to venture deep into the monster forest? Without an emerald-level professional leading the way, an ordinary team entering the forest's depths would be extremely dangerous. Heathervy could only practice support-type magic, and if they encountered a powerful monster attack, he would be helpless. Everyone would face the situation of passively taking hits. I have entered the depths to train with a team before. If we are careful, we can barely survive at the edge of the depths. Even in the depths, they needed to avoid top-tier monsters and terrifying beast tides. It seemed Heathervy was quite familiar with this forest. Sister Heathervy, I haven't heard your story before. Fillory's eyes sparkled. She had shared her childhood stories, but she knew nothing of his past, as if he was intentionally avoiding it. There's nothing special about it, just adventuring with a mercenary group, taking on missions, hunting monsters, obtaining crystal cores, meditating, practicing magic, praying, and providing free treatment to civilians. After a vague response, when it came to his experiences in the hero team, Heatherby fell silent. I see. The young lady felt a bit regretful but did not press further. The two sat on a stone bench, their gazes unconsciously directed toward the wooden dummy ahead, each lost in thought. The next day, it was said that a new batch of followers had arrived in Elrond, having passed the tests of the Grand Elder. The most outstanding first place was identified as a magic swordsman of the mage level, a newcomer with emerald level strength, currently serving as a squad leader in the territory's patrol team. The appearance of this mysterious newcomer attracted the attention of many noble daughters. The individual was not a slave but a free guest, a prime candidate for recruitment. There were still 6 days left until the trial ended. If there was one more emerald-level combatant among the followers, the chances of seizing the position of a prospective celestial beauty would increase significantly. Moreover, being a magic swordsman, such a powerful combat profession would provide substantial support if successfully recruited. In the patrol room, Diana changed into the unique red and black robe of Elrond, which matched well with the sword sheath she carried. Sister Diana, this is a monster crystal core sent by the noble daughter, Shueli. She wants to meet you tonight at the Amber Tavern. Her younger sister excitedly presented the gift box, her eyes filled with envy. The crystal core inside the box was worth 5 years of her salary. Send it back. Tell Lord Shueli that I am not interested in power struggles. Diana replied indifferently, not even blinking. The girls in the patrol room exchanged glances. This sudden colleague had come in as the captain and had received strong support from many of the direct lineages. At first, a few envious and foolish girls had tried to challenge her, but after a quick lesson, they had learned their place. In the patrol room, a formidable squadron leader had arrived. By midnight, Diana led her team on a patrol mission, patrolling the outskirts of the Erlon territory. This task was easy and well paid. According to her colleagues, no foreign races had dared to invade this land for decades, and they mostly dealt with stray magical beasts. These creatures were mostly monsters from the forest's edge, posing little threat. It could be said that this was a position suitable for retirement. Enjoying this, Diana had more free time to practice her tricolored magic sword. The patrol team rode white horses, with a particularly striking black-winged unicorn leading the way. This magical beast was her mount, raised since childhood, and they shared a deep bond. If she had to name her closest companions, it would be the unicorn and Eva, but unfortunately, Eva had fallen victim to a foreign race. From their school days to forming the mercenary group Blood Rose, from being unnoticed pawns to becoming emerald-level magic swordsmen, and then from the disbandment of Blood Rose to joining Erlong, Diana sat atop the unicorn, lost in thought. Perhaps elves were inherently lonely. She was on a solitary journey, pursuing the title of the strongest magic swordsman, surpassing the so-called celestial beauty. She had always believed she had ideals and ambitions, unlike Eva, which was why she had come this far. Envied by her colleagues, revered by her kin, and feared by foreign races. Yet, after years of practice, she had never felt happiness. She did not possess the hypocrisy of the celestial beauty, enjoying flattery. Nor did she have the nature of a villain, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others. If she had to mention a time when she felt truly joyful, it would be 2 years ago during her wonderful encounter with the first beauty of the human race. His appearance had brought her cultivation closer to a breakthrough and allowed Diana to experience the joys of being a woman. Fortunately, she could restrain her desires, with reason prevailing. Suddenly, the unicorn beneath her let out a warning. There was movement on the ground. Alert! Diana snapped back to reality. At her command, the girls around her drew their wands or weapons, and the horses huddled together. It's a pack of earth dragons, and there are more than 30 of them. It's a medium-sized beast tide. A timid elven team member exclaimed, covering her mouth in fear. Even though they were all at silver to gold level strength, this scale of beast tide would require at least 3 teams to fend off. Activate the support communication magic. The timid elf loaded a signal flare, aiming the gun at the sky. What? The rapidly flying magic flare was shattered by a pure white sword aura. Diana brushed aside her bangs, revealing her white eyes, and coldly uttered a few words. No need. This was her first battle on a mission. Diana did not want to call for support right away, as that would be too embarrassing. The surrounding elves looked at her in disbelief. Although the signal flare was not a rapid bullet, the fact that it could be precisely shattered by a single sword strike was enough to demonstrate the new captain's impressive strength. Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? A medium-sized beast tide was not something a single team could contend with. Some elves even showed a hint of glee. They were displeased with Diana and hoped she would stir up trouble. The current her was no longer the same. Perhaps only the celestial beauty could pose a challenge. Just take care of yourselves. The white-eyed elf turned her back to the patrol team, gently touching the unicorn's mane to soothe it. The ground trembled, and the ferocious appearance of the earth dragons was already visible. Guardians, for Erlong. Various barriers unfolded, with the family's lands and mines behind them, and all the girls focused their attention on the beast tide. Captain, you'd better get into a defensive formation, the timid elf with the gun reminded. Even a magic swordsman would find it hard to fend off 4 hands with just 2 fists in the beast tide. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the magical beasts. Diana slightly nodded, not turning back, but gazing at the direction of the approaching beast tide, slowly drawing the white sword from its sheath. Her white pupils spun rapidly, locking onto the enemy's 1, 2, 3 until all the earth dragon beasts were sensed. The magic sword sheath emitted a continuous ringing sound as Diana took a deep breath and activated the lotus hoof sword. In an instant, the white magic sword stained the night sky with auroras, overshadowing the magical barrier behind her. The group of elven women couldn't help but look around, their expressions one of astonishment, as the giant magical beasts, before even entering their magical range, had their heads exploded by the pure white sword energy. The white magic sword was incredibly heavy, though it was made of magical energy. It felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In an instant, the scales of the earth dragon beasts' heads were easily pierced, and the metallic jet within the white sword shattered flesh and blood. The timid elf girl gasped. They had seen emerald-level magic swordsmen before, but this terrifying magic swordlight, they had only heard of in epic tales. One sword drawn, the beast tide fell. Could this new captain have epic-level potential? No, no, no. The accompanying elves quickly shook their heads, dismissing unrealistic fantasies. Epic level, as its name suggests, is eternal, and none are not recorded in history. The bronze dragon Timeros, the death curse Lich Morgana, the top-tier power that subverts clan strength. Before the existence of these historical figures, Diana's swordlight still felt too insignificant. However, being able to evoke thoughts of epic-level powers was enough to illustrate the terror of the 3-colored magic sword. Wait, it seems there are people among the beast horde. Amidst the scattered limbs, the patrol team unexpectedly discovered 2 graceful figures. They were huddled together, one being a handsome human male, shielded by a protective spell, pressed against the disheveled Filori. The elven girl was in tatters, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. It's the young lady. Quick, who can heal magic? The patrol team elves hurried forward, and the next moment, a wave of healing magic burst forth from the human male's hands. Filori's wounds healed as if they had never existed, and even the elves touched by the healing light felt a warmth. It seemed that some hidden scars on their bodies had been healed. Such high-level healing magic. Is this man a priest? The girls curiously examined Heather, this extraordinarily beautiful human, who should be the rumored guest of honor of Princess Filori. A slave, yet treated as a family guest by the young lady. Long hair like a waterfall, a delicate nose, and a pure white robe. Being beautiful is indeed good. If it were them, they would also bow to a beauty. Upon seeing the family patrol team, Heather let out a sigh of relief. He and Filori had ventured into the depths of the beast forest to hunt magical beasts, but unfortunately encountered the team of the second young lady, Shirley. The other party first mocked them, and when that didn't work, they tried to come up with crooked ideas. Not long after, a beast tide inexplicably appeared beside them. If it weren't for his protective magic, they would have been trampled into meat paste. But Heather had no means of attack and could only lead the young lady back to the family territory, where they fortuitously met Diana on her first patrol. An acquaintance? No, it was an enemy encounter. Bloodrose had killed Heather's respected bishop's sister, and Heather had also plotted against Diana's close friend, Eva. The enemy was strong, and I was weak. The best course of action was to hide. Heather pulled down the edge of his hood, covering most of his face, revealing only his fair chin. Who is your captain? When we return to the clan, I will commend her, Filori said bluntly, unaware of the past between the two. As the family's legitimate daughter, she had been educated on how to be a competent manager. Rewards and punishments must be clear. Diana came to Elnord intending to be a marginal figure, focusing on her cultivation, with no intention of getting involved in any disputes among legitimate daughters or factions. But the patrol team wouldn't allow it. She didn't want the reward, but they did. Before long, Diana was forcibly pushed out by the other girls. Clenching her fists against her chest, she performed a somewhat unrefined noble greeting towards the young lady, the white-eyed elf. Her knees bent awkwardly, making the whole gesture look a bit off. Respected young lady, Philo, Lady Philolial Nord. Struggling to recall the names mentioned by her teammates, Diana almost forgot the young lady's name. No need for that, I don't like being too formal. Philo hurriedly helped her up. The well-proportioned magic swordswoman, carrying a sword case, had just single-handedly vanquished a beast tide. Full of chivalry, she gave Philo the impression of a budding heroine. If she could follow her, surely her scores wouldn't be at the bottom. Diana was also somewhat surprised. It was rare to see a noble daughter without heirs, as they usually looked down on others. Just like that Sherry, who had invited her to a banquet, but the arrogance was evident in every line of the invitation. "I am willing to serve you, as it should be," the white-eyed elf replied perfunctorily. As a guest elder, it was only natural to protect the family's young lady. The two exchanged smiles and chatted about many unrelated topics along the way. Just arrived in Elnord, had she adapted to the new environment? What good food and fun places were nearby? Let me introduce them to you. On the way back to the clan's territory, the relationship between the two girls seemed to have grown much closer. Riding on a unicorn, Diana kept nodding in agreement, but her gaze occasionally darted towards the mysterious priest riding behind them. That familiar healing magic essence, was it him? The scent that unintentionally leaked from his cloak was so reminiscent. This memory lingered, and she thought that the lock of hair she had cut should have grown back by now. The cunning merchant fox Lady Sophia had promised to sell that handsome man to the most cruel family. 2 years had passed, and that first beauty of the human race had probably been tortured to madness. Humph, that was what he deserved. Yet somehow, Diana always had a bad premonition. Sophia loved to play word games. The phrase about selling him to the most cruel family was merely a verbal agreement, not written into the contract, and that Fox would likely prioritize maximizing her profits while considering cruelty. "Philo, why not bring a strong professional when going out to hunt?" She took the initiative to speak, subtly glancing at him, deliberately steering the conversation towards the mysterious priest to inquire about his identity. Diana always had the illusion that this priest was not ordinary. Although she had a brief encounter with that handsome man, the less than a month of experience left a vivid memory. His scent was too familiar. Silently following behind the two, her heart raced. He did not want Diana to know his identity. After just a short distance, the two girls began to refer to each other as sisters. Philo wanted to escape the predicament of being last, and Diana was eager to probe the mysterious priest's identity. "Lady Philo, the urgent matter is to report Sherry's crimes to the Law Elder as soon as possible," Heather said, raising her head to speak, eager to change the subject, but his anxious expression still revealed much, exposing a small part of his face. He could feel Diana's sharp gaze, those white eyes fixed intently on him. Yes, Sherry's matter absolutely cannot just end like this. As members of the same clan, instigating a beast tied to attack the direct line was a grave taboo. After recounting the events, Diana understood the cruelty within large families, which was also why she did not want to be caught up in their power struggles. Compared to scheming, she preferred straightforwardness, to resolve grievances with a single sword. "Sister Diana, can you accompany me as a witness?" Philo revealed her big, pitiful eyes, sparkling with desire. "Perhaps I can build a good relationship with this new guest elder." She thought it was a rare opportunity to meet his sister, who seemed quite nice. Soon after, the two girls went together to report to the Law Elder, while Heather excused himself due to feeling unwell and returned to the residence first. In the settlement square, the elder received news of the beast tide, his expression frozen. "I heard that Diana single-handedly exterminated the medium-sized beast tide, and while I was shocked, I was also filled with doubt. But when I actually saw the shredded meat of the earth dragon beasts in dozens of burlap sacks, I was so frightened that I shivered. A small number of the earth dragon beast scales show signs of corrosive magic. It should be the work of the cursed witch, similar to a frenzy magic that causes the magical beasts to attack indiscriminately." The old woman squatted on the ground examining the remains of the magical beasts, her expression gradually becoming serious. "This is the situation." Lady Sherry recklessly summoned the beast tide and launched an attack on Miss Filoli. "I can't believe the new guest elder is actually helping the young lady," thought the old woman in disbelief. "Although I defeated the magical beasts, Miss Filoli also played a crucial role." After Diana finished speaking, the young lady looked at her in disbelief. Seeing the white-eyed elf's expression was nonchalant. "I didn't help at all. At most, I just led the earth dragon beasts near the patrol team, and it was unintentional. This new guest elder is helping me? And to this extent, could it be that she wants to ally with me?" Filoli's little head spun. "All right, I understand." The Law Elder nodded slightly, picked up the record book, and added a note about the young lady's contributions. This magic swordsman had repeatedly rejected many offers from noble ladies. What exactly moved her about Filoli? "This alone isn't enough, there's also that Sherry." The Law Elder was sweating profusely, waving her hands repeatedly. "I understand the situation. I don't have the authority to make a decision. You should report to the Lady Master. In a few days, I will definitely give the young lady a satisfactory response." The old woman bowed deeply. For the first time, Filoli felt valued, and although it was fraught with danger, she felt somewhat happy. After the matter was settled, the two women left. "Thank you, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly without you. If it weren't for Diana's constant efforts, that Law Elder would have turned a blind eye. It's my duty, young lady. Diana felt no guilt in testifying to a fact that was already true. Sister Diana, can I treat you to a meal? Filoli, in her low-heeled shoes, fidgeted with her skirt, mimicking the words of her other sisters. She wanted to win over this girl. With her around, Heather's situation would surely improve. As a protector, the priestess without offensive capabilities was often sidelined by the emerald ranks, and as the master, she had to do something. Unfortunately, Heather isn't feeling well today, otherwise, everyone could join. Heather? Lady Filoli, are you referring to that human priestess who was by your side before? The white-eyed elf hurriedly asked. Yes, Heather Ophi, what's wrong? Nothing. Diana suddenly jolted, forcing herself to remain calm. Although she had anticipated it, confirming the news still shocked her. That fox girl, Sophia, really did send that human beauty into Elrond. Fortunately, coincidentally, her master wanted to recruit her. What do you like to eat? The young lady asked with a smile. Although she wasn't as wealthy as Sherry, it was still fine to occasionally dine at a luxurious tavern. I'm honored, a simple meal would be best. The white-eyed elf's thoughts flashed, and she pointed to a roadside tavern. The two then chatted until late at night. In the end, Filoli left the tavern, unable to hide her excited expression. Although it was her first time, her negotiation skills were somewhat inexperienced and clumsy, yet she still succeeded in winning her over. Through their conversation, she learned about the other's past, a mercenary who walked the line between life and death. The other seemed very interested in Heather, asking many questions about him over the past 2 years. Filoli didn't mind. Having a powerful magic swordsman join the team was a good thing, and she had to hurry back to tell Heather. He would surely be very happy. Congratulations, young lady, this way, your safety is guaranteed. Heather smiled bitterly. What could he say in the face of such a result? There was always an ominous premonition in the air. Filoli clasped her tiny waist, excitedly recounting how she had gradually brought Diana under her command. That thrilled little expression made it seem as if she were already a successful lord. Little did she know that the person before her deeply disliked and even feared Diana, harboring an unresolvable grudge between them. For the past 2 years, Heather had always dreamed of her abduction. The bishop's sister who often took care of her was dismembered, and Greyleaf Town turned to ashes in a great fire. Abused like livestock, she was forbidden from using her healing magic, helplessly watching her companions die one by one. Even her own body was forced into forbidden acts. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Countless times she woke up in dreams. The sin of the blood rose would never be erased. Heather, aren't you happy? Was she worried that with Diana around, Miss would come to despise her? Filoli was unaware of the convoluted feelings involved and hurriedly comforted her. Sister Diana is really nice. I'll invite her out another day, and we can all get to know each other. No, it's fine. Heather quickly waved her hand. She didn't want to see that woman again, but she couldn't openly express her past to Filoli, who saw her as a pure and virtuous priestess. Heather didn't want to, nor dared to, shatter that impression. Perhaps she recalled the hem of the dress burned in the furnace, unable to predict how the young lady would react upon learning he was a dirty person. It's not my fault. It's all Sophia. She made me lie about my condition for a high price. Using moonwell water to cover the filth within her, Heather buried her head under the covers, trying to escape. No matter how she justified herself, she bore an inescapable guilt. Heather had to admit that she was still a mortal, and she had selfish desires. From beginning to end, she harbored the wish to return to the human world, back to the church, back to the radiant church, to once again prostrate before the statue of the goddess in prayer. She needed a pure identity, she needed moonwell water. She couldn't expose the fact that she had been defiled. Only in this way could she be saved. Only then would she have a chance to return to her former life. A defiled priest who had been tainted by elves, a priest who would rather die than lose her purity to be saved. The circumstances faced by the two upon returning to the church were entirely different. Heather needed the latter. She feared that the judgment of the holy light would know everything, and when faced with the baptism of that saintess, she would rather die in a foreign land. Under the same moon, sleeplessness was not just Heather's plight. Diana removed her tight binding cloth, slowly peeling off the anti-slip bandage from her palm. Today she too was tossing and turning. After learning of Heather's news, she decisively agreed to the young lady's invitation. She had thought that man had been trained into a helpless vase, but unexpectedly, he was living a guest's life. Killing Eva, don't expect to have it easy. In Elrond, one couldn't act rashly. To humiliate him, one had to first build a good relationship with his master. It was best to completely obtain his ownership, so she could torment him at will, even if meditation couldn't allow her to focus. Heather's cherry lips and delicate body always floated in her mind. A strange feeling began to sprout. Diana suddenly gripped the hilt of her sword, unable to help but control the rose magic sword to delve into her deeper self. 2 years ago, the magic sword was incomplete, desperately needing cultivation resources. now she wouldn't easily let him go. The results of the Earth Dragon Beast attack were out, causing significant property damage within the territory, with some houses and fields destroyed and a few casualties. The cause was the instigation of the Protector by the daughter of Sherry, the disaster triggered by that cursed witch. Property loss was a minor issue, but the root cause was the massacre of kin, which enraged the upper echelons of Elrond after investigation. The unwritten rules of the winter hunt were clear to those in power, but there was one red line that could never be crossed: scheming against one's kin from behind. The lady head of the family personally ordered the punishment of the spellcaster, the cursed which would be executed, and the daughter of Sherry would be stripped of her surname, exiled, and forbidden to step into Elrond for life. A warning to others. 3 days later, the imprisoned cursed witch wanted to escape from the dungeon, but was met with the severing of her limbs by Elrond's guardian knights. Her mutilated body hung on the city wall. From the return route of the patrol, one could still see the limbless fishman witch in the distance. She seemed not yet to have breathed her last. Diana couldn't help but sigh. The laws of the great family were cruel. In this incident, she was the disruptor, not only quelling the rebellion of the Earth Dragon beasts but also stepping forward to identify that the magical beasts had been affected by frenzy magic. Once I gather the materials for the third color magic sword, I'll take that human beauty and leave. Because of her slaughter of the Earth Dragon beasts, Diana received many rewards, but for her cultivation, it was still far from enough. She needed more precious materials. Only in Elrond's treasury could they be obtained, and only the family patriarch and the current Tianjiao could access the treasury. She had already thought of a way to obtain the materials, to elevate the young lady, making her a Tianjiao to serve her. As for Heather, Diana had tried to approach her several times, but was always evaded. That man is afraid, he is hiding from himself. Humph. The white-eyed elf snorted coldly, casually unleashing a sword aura that slaughtered the unfortunate magical beast that had stepped into their territory. Seeing the magical beast fall in an instant, the accompanying elves were unfazed. Patrolling with this new captain was simply too easy. After entering the Emerald Realm, every step of advancement required vast resources. Besides the Tianjiao, ordinary free agents often needed 50 to 60 years to break through a realm. Name: Diana race, Moon Elf, Emerald level, talents and skills: Magic Sword user, Beginner Mage, Blood Rose Magic Sword, High Level Attack Magic, Huff Lotus Magic Sword, High Level Attack Magic, Flaw Detection, Talent Skill, Flow Acceleration, Advanced Warrior Skill, Sword Drawing Technique, Beginner Warrior Skill, Falling Swallow Slash, Beginner Warrior Skill, Equipment, Staff, Sword Box, Elrond's standard longsword. Although Diana's skill tree was not as vast as that of the Tianjiao, nor as profound as Heather's studies, the preparations for the Holy Sun were all top-tier support spells. In terms of quantity, she surpassed the usual free agents, a result of 20 years of diligent practice. She had dabbled in almost all the common sword skills available on the market, even mastering them to a high level. The white-eyed elf held her sword box tightly. Her entry into the Emerald Realm was due in part to her hard work and in part to the three-color magic sword, a top-tier magic she had fortuitously obtained. Relying on the endurance of the Blood Rose and the high output of the Hoof Lotus, she had become who she was now. Coincidentally, it was said that it would take 50 to 60 years to gather the materials for the Rose Sword, but the sudden appearance of a human beauty had accelerated this process. He was Eva's disaster but her own blessing. Diana was like the destined girl in a novel, while Heather was the stepping stone on the path to legend. Not only had she given her the joy of being a woman, but she had also stepped into the Emerald Realm that ordinary people dream of. As the day of winter hunting approached its end, the last maple leaf of autumn fell, and snow began to fall from the sky. On this day, blood suddenly flowed beneath the white snow, as one magical beast after another met a tragic end under Diana's sword, ultimately harvested by Fillory. The young lady's points skyrocketed, surpassing the former Sherry, overtaking her other sisters, and closing in on the first place. Recently, the cultivation resources had increased, and the resource list even included top-tier magic stones. Heather hurried into the luxurious room, and the silver gauze-skirted Fillory stood up upon seeing her. Before the young lady could speak, Heather asked first, "Fillory, what are your points?" "Oh, you mean that? Thanks to Miss Diana. If it weren't for her suggestion, I wouldn't have come this far. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I plan to compete for that position." Heather was taken aback. In just a week, the young lady seemed like a different person. How to put it, she had grown up, her brilliance shining through. In the past, she had always been by Heather's side, like a little princess living in a fairy tale. After befriending Diana, she gradually set her sights on the crown on the throne. "What's wrong? My Heather, you've been feeling unwell for a while. Has there been any improvement recently?" As she spoke, her gaze unexpectedly fell on Heather's collarbone, her eyes filled with an unusual heat. To avoid running into Diana, every time the young lady went hunting, Heather would refuse to accompany her under the pretext of feeling unwell. Recently, Fillory had been spending more and more time with Diana, and at Diana's suggestion, she began to recruit more people to expand their team. The naive young lady had also picked up the unique roughness of mercenaries. She was about to learn bad habits from the white-eyed elves. Everyone misses you, but there's no rush. Once I become the heir apparent of Elrond, I'll officially marry you. Marriage? Why was there suddenly talk of marriage? Well, I know priests can't marry, but the rumors about us can't be reversed, can they? I don't know. Heather turned her head away secretly, her voice choked, yet helpless. Fillory smiled helplessly, but inside, she was amused. What a vulgar tease. Who taught her this, the mercenaries or Diana? Had she even learned to disguise and deceive? Fillory, you are no longer the original you. She had long been prepared to lose her innocence, but that day had not come, and unexpectedly, it was happening in a half-coercive manner. Heather bit her lip. What was meant to come would eventually come. By the way, I need to let Sister Diana move into the mansion. She is now my most capable aide. That. I understand. I'll change to another room. He took the initiative to back down. That's best. I don't want my best sister to feel cold-hearted. Fillory breathed a sigh of relief. Her mansion was not large, with only 2 big rooms, the rest being bedrooms for the servants. Most legitimate daughters had the same setup, choosing to give the other good room to their protector as a sign of respect. Heather, this is only temporary. Soon we will be living in the same room. At this, the young lady's face flushed with a rosy hue. The only thing that remained unchanged was her pursuit of the pure priest. Can't we not get married? Heather wanted to make one last struggle. Heather, I know you might be resistant to marriage, but I won't easily harm you. Please don't try to escape easily, okay? I'm begging you. In the young lady's view, her ultimatum-style forced marriage would surely make the chaste and virtuous priest run away desperately. But running was useless as long as she left Elrond's territory. Without the permission of a legitimate daughter, the magic suppression ring would automatically activate, directly sealing all skills of the servants. Now, the body of the cursed witch had not yet died, and Fillory did not want Heather to fall into someone else's hands. At night, as scheduled, she moved out of her original room and settled into a servant's side room in the ear courtyard. Moving was easy. She didn't have many belongings, just a few scattered items, and soon she had changed to a new residence. Although it was simpler than where she had lived before, it was more comfortable. In the following days, Heather still did not accompany the young lady on hunts. She didn't even inquire about the trial results. The servants in the courtyard wore smiles, occasionally sharing bits of information. It seemed Fillory had gained her family's favor and was already the designated heir apparent. The young lady became increasingly busy over the past few days, and whenever Heather tried to bring up the marriage issue, she was impatiently refused. I'm sorry, Priest Heather, but from now on, you cannot leave the mansion easily at the young lady's request. 2 elven hunters, unfamiliar and armed with bows, blocked his way. They were Fillory's new attendants after expanding her team. Had they already begun to confine her? Forced marriage combined with imprisonment made Heather once again entertain the thought of leaving Elrond. The magic restraining ring on his ankle was a dilemma. This magical item was originally used to imprison serious criminals until its function was discovered by slave owners and capture teams. Perhaps for aesthetic reasons, the young lady did not ask him to wear the gray ring around his neck but instead locked it around his ankle. As soon as he attempted to tamper with the magic restraining ring, it would immediately trigger a silence array, and Elrond would receive an alert right away. How far could he escape? Hisway was unsure, but if it came to the last resort, he would try. After being blocked from leaving, he returned to the room in frustration. The surrounding maids and servants looked at this face with strange eyes, some with disdain and others with pity. They resented Hisway for wasting the young lady's 2 years. If it weren't for the initial protector choosing him, Fillory would not have been tarnished. As Elrond's legitimate daughter, the young lady did not need the church's compassion for the world but rather ruthless decisiveness and the will to kill. Fortunately, with the guidance of the magic sword wielder, Diana was the true protector of the young lady. After their collaboration, everyone's lives improved, and that was proof. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed outside. Diana, the guest elder, had returned. Everyone automatically made way, casting admiring glances at the white-eyed elf. Hey, the best fodder, plus eggs and soybeans. Handing the unicorn's reins to a maid, Diana suddenly heard hurried footsteps. She looked up to see Hisway rushing back into the room, then hiding again. Oomph, hiding as soon as you see me, does it help? A caged bird could never escape. During this time, she had been busy outside, finally shaping Fillory into the image a legitimate daughter should have. But she had forgotten that he was still in the house. It was time to collect some interest. As night fell, after finishing his meditation, Hisway was praying to the goddess. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, he didn't want to pay attention, wanting to turn off the lights and sleep. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the window, looking in. Haizue was startled and wanted to close the window but was stopped. "Let me in." With a delicate face, a crescent-shaped flower mark on her forehead, and water stains on her single ponytail, it was Diana, who had just finished washing up. Why do you keep chasing me?" She had already fallen to such a state and still wanted to bully him. "Haizue the priest, I want to see you suffer. If it weren't for practicing the magic sword, do you think I would have let you go so easily back then? What do you want from me?" Haizue gritted his teeth in anger. He had been avoiding her, yet she was relentless. What exactly did Diana want? "I said, open the door. I have something to say to you." As the second most respected person in this residence after the young lady, her words were not to be doubted. The door could not stop her. If he didn't want to tear their relationship apart, it was best to let her in. The room was small, with only a table and 2 chairs. Haizue sat stiffly at the tea table, holding a scripture, his face cautious. 2 years had passed, and the once fearsome sorceress was even more impressive now. Meanwhile, he had fallen from being a revered priest to a high-ranking servant in a wealthy family. Although both were attendants, he was a slave, while Diana was a guest elder, a stark difference. As a male attendant of the legitimate daughter, what's so shameful about being seen? Why are you still wearing a hood in the room? Before Haizue could explain, she yanked off the brim of his priestly robe, revealing his stunningly aloof face. He had no time to react, wanting to grab the brim, but it was torn to shreds, his hands left bewildered in the air. Diana couldn't help but inhale the scent of beauty in the air. He had returned, back to his original self. It was this pure person who had begged for mercy under his skirt 2 years ago. He could never forget that face. It was the first time he had been forcibly humiliated, his eyes wide with warning and anger. Yet it was useless. There was no female warrior to protect him, nor any knight from the church to guard him. A mere male priest could easily be handled by an ordinary black iron-level practitioner. Competing with the favored daughter of heaven, playing with the goddess's servant, Diana had unknowingly developed a taste for this feeling of conquest, especially after stepping into the realm of the mage. Her desires began to amplify infinitely. Gently caressing his terrified little face, the white-eyed elf immediately felt emboldened, or rather, like 2 years ago, she felt she could pin Heather down at any moment. "I am the fiancé of the noble daughter of Fillory. How dare you touch me?" How sad it was to have to rely on this identity for protection. A bitter feeling rose in Heather's heart. Unexpectedly, Diana completely ignored the threat, forcibly grabbing the young man's arm and pulling Heather to her chest. How nostalgic. This is what a man is like, so soft and tender. This feeling was unmistakable. In Fillory's words, "You are an incredibly pure person, so tell me, what kind of drug did you give the young lady?" The person in front of her struggled desperately, the frail priest's resistance only igniting the elf's primal desires further. "I don't know what you're talking about, please leave. The secret of the Moonwell must not be exposed." After struggling for a while, Heather gave up on physical resistance. In a contest of strength, he was no match for the sword mage. Moreover, Diana was a dedicated practitioner, with tight muscles on her waist and the lines of 2 mermaid abs, which he had witnessed. Her physical strength was several times that of an ordinary woman. Serving her was equivalent to serving 3 young elves. "Covering up the filth of your body, tell me, how did you manage that?" Her palm pressed against the beauty's abdomen, wanting to probe the magical traces within him, but the other party raised a hand and slapped her. Of course, Diana wouldn't let him succeed. Her face was not something this little man could just slap. Quick as lightning, she grabbed the wrist that was hovering in midair. "Mind your own business, this is my affair." Unable to break free, Heather could only turn his head away. Diana sneered disdainfully, "Don't think I don't know. That fox lady's usual tricks, the Moonwell water, right?" She pulled out a vial of potion from a drawer, shaking it with interest, casting a triumphant glance at him. Caught with contraband, Heather's nose twitched. At that moment, his face had already turned ashen. "Stay with me, I can pretend I know nothing." "Bastard, no way, you, mm. A forceful kiss. 2 years later, she never expected to be dominated by that woman again. She had suppressed herself for too long. The magical essence had accumulated within her, desperately seeking an outlet, and the pure priest's body was the best vessel. Just then, a piercing alarm rang out in the sky. It was the highest alert from Elrond. Diana received a magical message that there was an invasion of foreign races in their territory, and all devotees were to prepare for battle. Heather took a deep breath, hurriedly crawling out from under her, hiding in the corner of the bed, cautiously watching her. This situation was not simple. It involved a large-scale rebellion of emerald-level servants. Diana impatiently wrapped her chest cloth, strapped on her sword sheath, and threatened Heather. "What happens today will continue. You are not allowed to tell anyone." With that, she vanished, leaving Heather clenching his fists. Dead crows circled over the remnants. and the living would eventually become bones. Late at night, beneath the city tower of Etheria, the cursed witch who had been hanged suddenly opened her eyes. With the skills of the fishman royalty combined with the lich, I will be invincible. Shirley is outside. My heart has already been refined into a lifebox by her. She sensed the unmatched magical power flowing within her, murmuring to herself, then her body slid down. Having been exposed to the sun for half a month, an ordinary fishman would have died long ago. The emerald-level vitality instead subjected her to endless pain. Revenge was the first thing she needed to do. The Guardian Knights of Elrond would never expect that she had already thought of a way to break free from the magic suppression ring. Simple and brutal, that was to sever her own neck, using physical means to break the restriction. Of course, the premise is that one must survive after doing all this, and the undead can achieve that. The cursed witch's body rotted away, her limbs and torso severed by the Guardian Knight, breaking apart piece by piece, until the magic suppression ring around her neck clinked and fell to the ground. Two patrolling elves heard the unusual sound and rushed over to investigate. "What are you? A skeleton? A demon?" They saw the witch's head floating in the air, her body reshaping itself, her cold blue eyes staring at the two unfortunate souls, exhaling white frost that instantly encased them in ice. To survive, she abandoned her merman body and transformed into an undying lich. This was all thanks to Lady Shelley. Without her suggestion, she would have surely been sun-dried to death. No one could complete the lich transformation under the watch of the magic suppression ring, and Elrond not only wanted to kill her but also to expel Shelley, which led to a deep cooperation between the two. The young lady poured a large amount of materials into the endeavor, gathering the necessary components for the lich transformation, allowing her to be reborn. "What are you?" Astonishment and fear crept onto the elves' faces. The comfortable patrolling life had long drained this group of women of their fighting spirit. Weak curses, soul siphoning. The merman lich unleashed two vicious spells, and the rest of the elves perished instantly. Before long, another wave of elven patrols arrived. As a former member of Elrond, the witch was well aware of their extensive internal network, and she could use this to communicate magically. The current cursed witch was hard to associate with her original identity, exuding an ominous aura. She rasped out a hoarse voice with her damaged vocal cords, and a secret magical message immediately spread throughout the city, reaching all the slaves controlled by the magic suppression ring at the same time. "Oppressed, enslaved, and humiliated servants, I am the newly ascended Lich Lysandra, former leader of the great merman tribe. I can grant you new life, freeing you from the shackles of existence." A voice neither male nor female was enticing the crowd. The Lich's unique skill, false death and rebirth, transformed the living into the undead, thus escaping the control of the magic suppression ring. "Come to my side, and I will lead you to revenge." The witch raised her hand, clenched her fist, as if all the enslaved were held in her palm. The magical communication abruptly ceased, likely cut off by the listener who severed the lich's permissions, but it was already too late. The unfortunate noble lady's servant glared furiously, suddenly darting forward, killing her master who had served her for over a decade in an instant. Blood splattered onto the elf's luxurious ceremonial robe, her eyes wide open in death. She could not comprehend how a slave who had been so submissive just a moment ago could suddenly go berserk. In an instant, the entire Etheria was in turmoil. Fire magic and storm spells rampaged, houses collapsing like dominoes. It was not just the Elrond family, the city lord's mansion, the residences of various nobles, slave trading houses, major auction houses, and arenas were all engulfed. Elves were being slaughtered. The stone giants smashed through the door of the fighting prison, crushing the slave owner who usually pointed fingers at others. Only before dying did she realize that the two iron chains could not restrain the stone giant's hand at all. Some elves didn't even have time to activate the magic suppression ring before they met a gruesome end under the slaughterer's blade. It was only after killing their oppressors that the servants realized it was not the small gray ring that bound them, but the fear within their hearts. Even if the rebellion failed, there would be liberated servants rushing in to kill their other slave owners. Whether forced or voluntary, they all joined the Lich's ranks. Chaos needed leaders. Once there was a first to take the plunge, there would naturally be a second. The Lich invasion in Etheria marked another citywide lockdown in 50 years. Filori nervously summoned her subordinates. As the legitimate daughter of Etheria's largest family, she could easily retreat to the safety of the inner city. But this was an opportunity, a chance to prove to her family that she was worthy of becoming a potential heiress. As long as she could kill the Lich, she could become the official legitimate daughter, openly marry Heather, and no longer would any clan members dare to slander their relationship. "Sister Diana, are you alright?" Filoli was taken aback to see Diana in disheveled clothing. Could it be that she had just been attacked by a slave as well? The wide-eyed elf paused for a moment, straightened her clothes in front of her chest, and regained her composure, saying seriously, "Liches are undying and indestructible, making them difficult to kill with physical means. Filoli, I need to take you to the safe inner city now. As one of the most troublesome types of undead, there are few means to deal with liches aside from sealing spells and holy light magic. Sister Diana, I am now a qualified warrior, Philoli insisted, drawing her long sword, which shimmered with a layer of magical energy. Golden rank, the young lady had stepped into this realm, but she was still far from adequate. Diana did not believe that a golden rank could deal with a lich. At the very least, one would need the level of a mage to transform such an undead. The undying nature combined with powerful ultimate spell skill trees made ordinary novice mages no match. Perhaps only a fully mastered three-colored magic sword could have a chance to slay that lich. Lady Philoli, please do not be willful. Running away is not shameful. At that moment, several different laughs echoed in the alley, enveloping the group of women. They were enemies, for formidable professionals, shadows emerging. They wore prison garb or dark clothing, with ineffective anti-magic rings around their necks, wielding knives, axes, magic wands, and daggers obtained from robbing shops. Hee, thanks to Lord Lich, this poor felon could escape. Lysandra's orders were indiscriminate. Whether good or bad, anyone enslaved by the anti-magic rings was promised by her. I was supposed to be executed tomorrow, really. It's just because I had a few noblemen, and they want to sentence me to death. Is this the target indicated by Lord Lich? She doesn't look like she has much blood. Return to the city, silent, the blade is hidden. A small figure twisted a dagger, surprisingly blending into the shadows, a sign of a high-ranking assassin's stealth technique. Death row inmate, rapist, murderer, assassin. All four were exceptional solo fighters, receiving the witch's remote orders, coming together to deal with Philoli. It was Philoli's report that had led Lysandra and Sherry to this predicament. Naturally, the primary target was her, that little lady who loved to report. 100 miles away, in a secret chamber, the black-robed Sherry guarded Lysandra's lich soul box. This was her means of controlling Lysandra. This constantly writhing magical artifact was the foundation of the lich's undying nature and could control the lich's life and death. In the center of the chamber, a magic sphere displayed the family's internal turmoil. Damn it, this is what they brought upon themselves. Just for a small matter, they wanted to strip her of her identity and surname, even to kill her protector. Sherry had to retaliate. Suddenly, she thought of something. The beautiful human priestess beside Philoli, a holy priestess turned into a fallen warlock. That must be interesting. In the narrow alley, the four undead elves transformed by the lich began to attack the little lady's group, with attendants and guards continuously being killed, blood flowing on the ground. Philoli, get to the middle, they are targeting you. Magic swordsman, take care of yourself first. Just as Diana turned her head, three figures appeared simultaneously behind, in front, and above her. A flail, a giant axe, and a poisoned dagger. The wide-eyed elf opened her eyes. There were countless flaws in the opponents, but Diana still chose to evade. The opponents were fighting to the death, exchanging life for injury. These four had clear divisions of labor, with three dealing with the strongest Diana, while one attacked Philoli's group. The wide-eyed elf was facing three golden ranks, perhaps equivalent to a great mage's strength, which under normal circumstances, she could have dispatched with two swords. But these three bore the characteristics of the undead. If they could not be wiped out in one go, they would quickly resurrect. Solo combat was manageable, but the three provided mutual cover, making it difficult for Diana to take them down one by one, instead dragging her into a prolonged battle. Miss Diana, don't just take care of us, your master is injured. The other party was still using words to distract her, while the remaining shadow assassin was even more dangerous. A chill ran through Diana's heart. She couldn't fathom the assassin's level, perhaps it was emerald rank. The lich's undead transformation freed one from the constraints of the anti-magic ring and allowed practitioners to gain some undead traits, but the side effects were terrifying. First was the decay of the body, causing the recipient to lose their sense of taste and no longer able to eat like ordinary people. Secondly, their cultivation realm would be forever stagnant. From a person, they would become an object. Whether one could continue to grow stronger depended entirely on whether the lich, the master, was willing to transform this object. With so many drawbacks, emerald rank practitioners would not easily accept undead transformation. I am Philori of Elrond. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Faced with the stealth of the emerald rank assassin, Philori's guard team was like headless flies, losing a vibrant life every time the opponent appeared. Naive little miss, Lady Sherry has ordered us to bring back your head and cervical spine to refine into a skull staff. The assassin appeared once more, this time killing her personal guard in an instant, blood splattering onto her skirt. The pure white silk skirt was stained, a large area soiled, and her feet were drenched. Philori couldn't help but gag. If it weren't for activating the protective magical item, the first target would have been the little miss. The duration of the magical item was about to end, and at that time, this little miss would be at the mercy of others. I don't know why the family would treat Lady Sherry this way. I am very sorry. She held her sword close to her chest. "Humph, little miss from a noble family, do you think this is child's play? A mere apology can resolve everything. Some things, once decided, cannot be taken back." Fillory bit her silver teeth tightly, looking hopefully to the other side, only to see Sister Diana besieged, facing numerous dangers. Her little heart tightened, feeling ashamed for her previous actions. If she hadn't insisted on going to the front lines, they wouldn't have encountered an ambush. On the other side, a heavy criminal and a murderer struck simultaneously, hitting Diana in the abdomen at the cost of an arm. With a thud, the wide-eyed elf fell like a kite with a broken string, landing among the bodies of the guards. She held her standard long sword, half kneeling on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. This was the first time she had been defeated by someone of a higher level. It was utterly ridiculous, completely not the situation a genius chasing after the celestial beauty would find themselves in. The rapist swung a flail, leering as the three slowly approached Diana. "Sister Diana, you must escape. You don't need to worry about me anymore." Fillory cried out in pain, unable to bear watching her sister get beaten. The assassin's voice echoed in the dim, dark alley. "Ah, the famous magic swordsman Diana. Why aren't you using your tricolor magic sword? Can't you activate it?" The wide-eyed elf's pupils constricted. It seemed the opponent had learned about her magic in advance. "The Calla Lily magic sword requires sunlight to activate. It is deep night now. And the Rose magic sword requires the blood of enemies. We four are all undead, so we won't bleed at all, huh?" The murderers severed their own arm with a machete, and at the point of the severed limb, not a drop of blood flowed out. After a while, the severed arm reattached itself. "Oh, it seems I can't escape this time." Diana sighed softly, removing her sword sheath. "Hee, are you giving up like this? Lady Sherry said you are a genius and allowed us to spare your life. As long as you are willing to become one of us." Fillory looked nervously at the white-eyed elf, wondering if Sister Diana would choose this path to survive. The female assassin seemed to see her concerns and smiled. "I understand your worries. The Lich will preserve your magic, allowing you to continue practicing sword magic. Don't you need cultivation resources? Once we occupy this city, everything you need will be at your disposal. High-level magic cores, super rare materials, and various magic manuals. To be honest, it's quite tempting." Diana's lips twitched slightly. The rapist suddenly grinned, a foolish lewd smile spreading across his face. "And there's a man, everyone's favorite man, that human priest, hee. Now the master has probably trained him into a male witch, right? I wonder if I have a share." As soon as the words fell, Diana and Fillory's expressions changed drastically. In the chaos, if the defenseless Heather was caught by them, it would be disastrous. One could only imagine how these monsters would torture a person. "Hey, have you made up your mind? Our patience has its limits." The large criminal leaned forward impatiently. If Diana was unwilling to submit, he would smash her head with an axe. Eager to kill an emerald-level magic swordsman for the first time, he approached Diana's sword box. The charming smile of the white-eyed elf flickered and vanished. The assassin seemed to sense something and hurriedly shouted, "Eden, come back first. Idiot, blood cage." Diana snorted lightly, and the blood from the corpses on the ground was all drawn into the sword box. Even the bloodstains on Fillory's skirt were drained. It was too late. The magic sword box trembled continuously and suddenly emitted a red light. In an instant, the blood-red magic sword surged forth, transforming into 100-foot thorns that bound the approaching criminal like a zongzi. The giant axe slipped from his hand, locked in midair, as he looked incredulously at the slowly rising white-eyed elf. The Rose magic sword essentially operated on blood magic. "The informant you had was quite good. A non-blood enemy would indeed greatly limit the Rose magic sword. But who said it couldn't utilize the blood of others?" She had been waiting for her teammates' blood for a long time. The mysterious assassin was killing so slowly that if it continued, she would have to take action herself. The skill tree activated, Blood Thorn Sword. The thorns pierced through the criminal's body, and in an instant, she was drained to a husk, her dead fish eyes bulging on her dry face. Motionless, her life extinguished. Living beings are composed not only of flesh and blood but also of magic essence. The Rose magic sword could absorb more than just blood. It could also draw magic essence contained in cores, bloodlines, and even stones. Even the undead needed magic essence to sustain themselves. The criminal's rank was too low. At the initial stage of gold, the successfully activated Rose magic sword could drain her in an instant. Diana stood up again. Mere ants dared to push her to such a state. They even wanted to lay hands on her Heather. It was simply unforgivable. Escape! The two undead elves, seeing this, dropped their flails and giant blades and ran towards the firelight outside the alley. Not paying attention to the flowing blood, the two women stumbled, their faces filled with terror as they looked down at their feet. The blood they had inadvertently stepped on had all turned into spiny thorns made of blood. "No, please don't kill me." They panicked, completely disregarding cooperation and only caring for their own lives, leaving countless openings. In no time, 3 heads were strung together, their hair tangled, hanging from Diana's left hand. The rose magic sword returned to its sheath. 3 pieces of gold-level trash. If it weren't for waiting for the blood medium, they wouldn't even have the qualification to fight her. Without vocal cords, the undead heads could only roll their eyes. Fear, despair, and wailing, the 3 heads were each different. Are you also here to seek death? The wide-eyed elf scanned the surroundings. The last mysterious assassin woman took half a step back, beads of sweat on her forehead, secretly thinking, if I leave now, Eden and the others will seek their own doom. The master won't blame me. Looking at the 100-foot blood thorns, the invisible assassin was filled with dread, as the perception range of that blood sword was all over the blood. There was no place to land. As soon as she revealed herself, she would be surrounded by thorns. The Elven family was truly lucky to have recruited the 3-colored magic sword Diana. She was definitely among the strongest in the initial stage of Emerald. She had never wanted to take this task from the start, and during the confrontation, she deliberately avoided Diana, preferring to face Filori's attendant alone. It seemed the choice was correct. The wide-eyed elf was truly terrifying, not someone ordinary could contend with. Even though the 4 had already learned her information in advance and were trying their best to restrain themselves, they were still no match for her. Retreat, leaving behind the remains of their teammates. After all, the 3 of them had already decayed. Calculating the time, the most threatening light priest should have already fallen into the hands of the master. You can't escape. What have you done to Heather? As the assassin retreated, Filori swung her sword, eager to chase after them, but was stopped by Diana. The blood from her fallen teammates had already been exhausted, and the rose demon sword required fresh blood as a medium, making it unwise to pursue. She had no choice but to give up. Sister Diana, you may not know Heather. He is very important to me. I must. Princess Filori, you are too weak. It's best to return to the base. The young lady bit her lip tightly, her sword slipping from her hand as she nodded helplessly. After sending the young lady to a safe place, Diana did not comply with the arrangement to stay behind but hurried back to her residence, trying to find Heather. The original mansion still had remnants of evil energy, and Heather had also disappeared. On the ground lay the torn priest's robe, and Diana clutched her chest, feeling an inexplicable pain in her heart. It's just a toy that was taken away, nothing more, absolutely no other thoughts. She repeatedly reassured herself that the feeling of loss was only because her enemy had gone missing. The murderer of Eva should be tortured by her own hands, not by someone else. But no matter how she explained it to herself, a voice deep inside her kept calling her to find Heather, to save him. On the west side of Etheria, in the military supply depot, a temporary combat command camp. Who are you? Stop right there. From a distance, a figure was seen, and the guards drew their weapons. The newcomer was an elf carrying a sword case, trailing behind a string of undead heads. The skulls were arranged in a long line, among which were several golden-level undead. Diana was extremely angry. Having not found Heather, she could only vent her fury on the small fry. She had come all the way, beheading over 100 undead, tying their heads together, walking down the road like a human centipede. Although these monsters were not dead, the magic essence within them had been drained. A single low-level holy light spell would completely annihilate them. The 2 guards gasped in shock. What kind of fierce person was this? They quickly bowed respectfully and welcomed the newcomer into the shelter. Sister Diana, have you found Heather? Filori was burning with anxiety, her dress covered in dust. She had reported Heather's situation to the higher-ups. However, most people did not care about rescuing a priest whose life or death was uncertain, especially since that man was a slave. It should be noted that the Lich had extended an olive branch to all the city's slaves. Perhaps Heather had voluntarily joined the undead. Despite the young lady repeatedly emphasizing that Heather would never betray them, in the face of such a significant issue, no one could say for sure. Diana shook her head. It had been 2 days, and apart from the Lich at the center of the undead army, she had almost searched the entire city. Outside the command room, a scout hurriedly walked in. Report! A large number of undead are gathering at the slaughterhouse on the West City Heights, including many traders. They are heading towards the shelter. Traders referred specifically to the slaves who had betrayed them, as well as elves lured by the Lich. Some of them had wholeheartedly sided with the Lich, transforming into undead and breaking free from the control of the magic suppression rings. There were also some slaves who harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to kill their former masters during the slaughter, thus regaining their freedom. Aside from the Lich King, there are 5 Emerald level and over 50 Golden level undead. Next, the scout reported the identities of these traders one by one. Maniza, Emerald level assassin, dwarf, former protector of the Elven family, fled after severely injuring her master. Heather, Emerald level priest, human, also from the Elven family, went missing after the outbreak of the war. He has been seen among the Lich's army. The city lord, a middle-aged woman, helplessly pressed her forehead. Are they all from the Elrond family? So many high-level professionals, it's really tricky. Elrond is the most powerful family in Etheria City, and also the epicenter of disaster. The emerald level is not something that can be easily found. Even in the Lord's mansion, there is only one emerald level warrior, who is needed to protect the shelter. Before the war, this family almost monopolized more than half of the high-end combat power. What about the head of the Elrond family? Why hasn't the communication order been replied to? The old woman asked anxiously. The sky has fallen, and they need a tall person to hold it up. They had given so many conveniences to Elrond, and that lich was also a slave of their clan. Now it should at least show some stance. The head of the Elrond family is currently on a campaign in the Outer Realms and cannot return to Etheria in a short time. The voice was cold, as if mechanical gears were turning, accompanied by a creaking sound. A knight clad in metal stood by the round table, to the left of the Lord's seat. Its massive body made it impossible to use a stool, so it could only stand. It is the guardian knight of Elrond and the culprit who severed Lysandra's limbs. It has no name, everyone calls it the Metal Knight. Magical teleportation, and it's already this time. The nobles can't possibly be stingy with even a little teleportation magic core, right? The old woman of the Lord was almost roaring. There were no troops left to resist the Lich's army. Within 3 days, the Lich's army would kill all life in the shelter. Only the head of the Elrond family, with the strength of a mid-level mage, could face Lysandra directly. Soldier against soldier, general against general, but she has no general in hand. Faced with the questioning, the Metal Knight spread its hands, indicating it had no information to provide. The round table meeting was extremely quiet, with only the sound of metal gears turning. I can lead a team to confront Lysandra. Everyone's gaze fell on a corner of the round table, on a white-eyed elf carrying a sword sheath. Dealing with a lich is like facing a monster of the same life level as a dragon, an existence that can kill in the same tier. Where does this magic swordsman get such confidence? The Metal Knight was somewhat surprised and glanced at the woman across the table. This concerns the life and death of the entire city. Knight Diana, please forgive my impudence. Do you really have the ability to be a leader? A decapitation operation requires not only strength but also absolute courage to move forward. Emerald-level individuals are all cautious about their lives. The Metal Knight had reviewed the magic swordsman's information and could not see any reason for her to want to kill the lich. The reason Etheria is at a disadvantage against the lich's army is that many emerald-level mercenaries have fled. Diana, an ordinary devotee who joined Elrond for training materials, could leave at any time. Although the entire city is mired in war, no one can stop the departure of emerald-level mercenaries. Just then, a tender voice came from the round table. Filori slowly stood up and firmly said to the Metal Knight, "First devotee, please believe in Sister Diana, she can definitely kill the lich." When the young lady spoke, the Metal Knight stood like a statue, unsure if it had malfunctioned or if it was simply in standby mode. The Lord was somewhat displeased, unable to accept entrusting fate to something so ethereal. Only those with real interests in the city could be trusted, such as the head of the Elrond family who was out on a campaign. She interrupted, "I do not support this dangerous action. I suggest everyone remain on high alert and wait for strong reinforcements." She had also notified the Radiant Church and the Holy Kingdom, as the mortal enemies of liches and undead, they would extend a helping hand. Holy light magic is the greatest nemesis of liches. Then, in that case, I will issue an order in the name of the head of the Elrond family. Everyone must unconditionally cooperate with Miss Diana to carry out the decapitation operation. Just a day before the disaster struck, she had already been designated as a reserve celestial. Filori glared fiercely at the portly lord, covering her small chest and looking around. Each word was forceful, and the surrounding people fell silent, no one daring to ignore this young acting head of the family. Even Diana was somewhat surprised. Filori, a newly adult elf who usually was too shy to communicate with her kind, was now boldly confronting the city lord at such an important meeting. She had truly grown up. Little did anyone know, Filori's mind was solely focused on one thought: she had to find Heather. After a final vote with multiple approvals and one abstention, the elite team led by Diana and the Metal Knight bypassed the undead army and stealthily headed towards the high ground where the lich resided. Blood turned into a red carpet, and bones paved the way. No undead dared to approach within 10 steps of him. The holy light would scorch their tainted souls. Heather walked on the scarlet soil, her pure white priest robe draped with a black cloak that swayed in the hot wind. With blonde hair and blue eyes, she revealed a fair and gentle face, making her stand out among the lich's army. "Your Excellency Heather, you have truly made a wise choice." She avoided a meaningless conflict. Roar! The high-ranking undead impatiently roared at her, the holy light making them feel irritable. In the next moment, the interrupting abomination was ruthlessly crushed by Lysandra's snap of her fingers, fragments flying everywhere. The lich was not merely a spellcaster, her skill tree included enhancements to her physical form. Lysandra could utilize the undead's body to enhance her own at will. Although she was a magic-based profession, her physical strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary emerald-level warrior. Those who recognize the times are heroes. Lady Shirley will be very pleased to see you. After the Lich notified the entire city, Heather immediately chose to ally with them, otherwise, this holy light magic would undoubtedly be the Lich's greatest fear. Even the most basic holy healing spell could inflict considerable damage on the undead. Lady Lysandra, do you not dislike me? He paused, gazing at the fragments of the abomination on the ground, and the Lich also stopped, the undead behind them naturally avoiding the two. It was as if an army of ants encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The Lich stood 2 meters tall. This cursed witch of the Fishman race was quite tall. During her time as a slave, Heather had exchanged a few words with her, a fleeting encounter. Lysandra, the chieftain of the Fishman tribe, was captured after the Elven family invaded. She had requested the elves to spare her people in exchange for a lifetime of servitude. For this, she had served in Elrond for over 50 years, the most experienced and powerful among all emerald-level slaves. She originally bore 3 shackles, located at her heart, throat, and forehead. After reshaping her body, traces of her confinement still lingered on her throat. In response to Heather's question, she answered unhurriedly, I have no reason to dislike you, even though the magical essence emanating from your body instinctively repels me. But I understand that this is merely the instinctive nature between different magical essences. The extreme curse lich, a scholar of the magical domain of curses. Is that so? Transcending worldly understanding, before transforming into a lich, you were a respectable person, willing to sacrifice for her kin, in accordance with the doctrines of the Radiant Church. Lysandra's gaze was as calm as a still pond, internally mocking, could it be that it is not now? In comparison, I am quite curious, as a Radiant priest, isn't it against the doctrine to ally with a lich? She added, I apologize, I am not doubting you, but I have heard that life priests absolutely cannot ally with the undead. This is an ironclad rule. If it weren't for Lady Shirley's insistence on keeping him, Lysandra would never tolerate this time bomb. Holy light spells were too dangerous for her. Heather's eyes trembled slightly, revealing the gray ring on her ankle, as if the other party had come to an understanding. The two were not chatty by nature, and they remained silent as they walked. Until they entered the undead camp, Heather also encountered many traitors here. Some elves immediately bowed and knelt upon seeing Lysandra, while others merely gave a slight bow. The former had already been transformed into undead, while the latter were those attempting to preserve their bodies through cunning means. This must be the priestess Heatherway. It's an honor to meet you, beautiful sir, welcome aboard. A golden tier professional approached to strike up a conversation, her gaze appearing ladylike while secretly sizing up the priestess's small feet and the exquisite anti-magic ring above them. That was a tool specifically used to confine beautiful companions, both aesthetically pleasing and crafted in stark contrast to the gray rings around their necks. It seemed that this human priestess, aside from normal combat, must have been used for other purposes by her previous master. TSK, such a beautiful priestess was like a big piece of meat for a group of female slaves who had long been deprived of flesh. Now we are all in the same boat, there's no need to hold any prejudice against me. Seeing Heatherway turn to leave, the woman hurried after her, but after just 2 steps, she was stunned by a sharp gaze. She immediately halted, just a step away from the gates of hell. Damn it, that unholy lich, Lysandra. Heatherway found a quiet corner. It was very chaotic here, a mix of fish and dragons. Professionals like Lysandra, forced into slavery, were just a minority, most were war criminals and villains. Tomorrow, they would march to take all the sanctuaries in Etheria City and kill all the living. At that time, everyone will gain freedom. Cheers to our rebirth. Lysandra's expression was blank. The wine in the copper goblet is red as blood. Cheers to the king of the dead. The women cheered in unison, but their thoughts were all different. Unlike the free mercenaries of Etheria, those enslaved due to the anti-magic rings could not leave the city. They either transformed into undead or killed their former masters. Aligning with the lich was their best option to escape slavery, a choice made out of necessity. Among this group of traitors, Heatherway spotted a few acquaintances, colleagues from the Elrond era. One of the female assassins had even willingly transformed into an undead. As one of the rare males among many professionals, Heatherway became the focus of attention for the women. And used to those fiery gazes, he left the tent alone after the banquet. Males with magical talent were few and far between, especially in the Elven city. Heatherway was practically a delicacy in the eyes of women. Tonight is just an emergency. Once we occupy this city, a grand banquet will be held. A crisp female voice reached his ears, and Heatherway turned to see an elf approaching, her height similar to Filori's. The difference was her particularly flamboyant attire, with full eyeliner and dark smoky makeup. and 2 red gemstones dangling from the tips of her pointed ears. The mastermind, a Gothic-style dark lowly, Sherry. She had also come out alone, standing beside him. Lady Sherry, long time no see. Heatherway felt a bit intimidated. The girl's gaze was aggressive. Don't call me lady anymore. I have been stripped of the Elren surname. Mentioning her old surname, she was filled with deep hatred. Would she blame him for what happened because of Filori's report, which led to her becoming this way? No, Sherry had not transformed into an undead. She showed no fear of the holy light. Heatherway was forced back 2 steps. His halo would make low-tier undead avoid him and would also provoke high-tier undead. The Gothic girl he faced clearly did not fall into either category, retaining her original elven identity and body. Thus, holy light magic was ineffective against her. It seemed the plan needed to change, Heatherway pondered. The girl retracted the skeleton of her flower umbrella, using the handle to lift Heatherway's chin, forcing him to look up. Beautiful. Sherry nodded, giving a straightforward evaluation, expressing satisfaction with Heatherway's appearance. No wonder he was the puppet I longed for day and night. It's a pity he actually submitted voluntarily. She had heard Lysandra say that he was willing to align with the undead, which surprised her. That holy and radiant priest should have fought to the death. Only to be defeated by the Lich and sent back to her secret base, thrown onto the bed. Sherry had even prepared the materials for crafting puppets. Could it be that the male priests in the story are all deceivers, that they too would compromise in the face of life and death? I thought it was a forced love, but playing like this is rather dull. I've prepared a little gift for you, let's see if you like it. While Heather was still puzzled, Shirley pulled out a still beating heart, her enchanting face showing no sign of emotion, as if she were taking out a bag of cookies. She smiled brightly and said, "There was a fool who said she was willing to give me her heart, so I took it out. Is it possible that the other party was just speaking symbolically? What she means is that she is willing to pledge her loyalty to you." Heather looked at the bloody mess with disgust. Of course, she wouldn't take the heart. She wasn't a pervert. Hey, of course I know that. I'm not an idiot. Shirley scoffed, her snow-white neck suddenly stretching over to whisper in the blonde beauty's ear. Each word deliberate, but she teased my man, and that deserves to die. So that's it. It was the professional who had flirted with her earlier. Heather recalled the first woman who had asked to team up with her after entering the camp. Unexpectedly, the other party had turned into a lump of flesh with only a heart remaining. You are too much. Shirley didn't care about this remark and moved on from the topic. She tossed the heart away and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. I heard that life priests are the mortal enemies of the undead. Sister Heather, you seem a bit special. Can you tell Shirley the real reason? Lysandra had been urging her to kill Heather. If it weren't for having the life box, Shirley wouldn't be able to control that lich. On the other hand, calling me sister again, this is the second person. Filori was the same. Heather admitted she had a somewhat androgynous appearance, but the other party was definitely doing it on purpose. Could it be that the women of the Elren family have genes for lilies? Slaughtering the innocent, the undead that deserve to die. If I were a daughter, I would definitely use holy light to annihilate all of you. He suppressed the anger in his heart, displaying a humble demeanor. He needed to disguise himself now. Everything is for freedom. A set of prepared rhetoric slipped out. Upon learning of the lich's appearance, Heather's first thought was to find her life box. Purify her. He had been first in cultural studies at the church school, taller than all the girls. During his studies in the Holy Kingdom, he had also taken an elective on extraordinary life forms. Liches are immortal. Only by destroying the life box can the hidden dangers be completely eliminated. Generally speaking, the life box is hidden in a concealed place and protected by countless magic circles. Heather understood that only by getting close to the enemy's interior could there be a chance to strike. Tonight, come to my tent and sit with me. Shirley looked at the delicate body in front of her with satisfaction, commanding without room for refusal. The plan was the same as always. Don't think she would pursue a man. If she wanted her possessions, she would take them without hesitation. Hearing this, Heather's body trembled slightly. This surely gave no time to delay. Although she had long prepared for the possibility of losing her body during the incubation period, the other side was truly impatient. Damn perverted woman. What if she was a beauty? A pervert is still a pervert. Clenching her small fists, she felt extremely humiliated. Gritting her silver teeth, Heather reluctantly uttered a word, okay. To his anger, Shirley was unfazed and instead found the beautiful priest's current appearance very appealing. Wanting to resist yet feeling helpless, Shirley reached out and pinched the other's cheek until he turned his face away in annoyance. Tonight, remember to scream a little louder. I want everyone to know you are mine. Such things should be said in secret. Why bring them to the surface? She seemed not to be done yet, wanting to embrace Heather, but was interrupted by a voice. Miss, you shouldn't get too close to that man. I feel uncomfortable. The Gothic lowly was about to explode in anger when she saw that the newcomer was Lysandra, her expression softened slightly. She smiled at Heather in front of her. "Don't forget tonight's agreement." The two women left, and after a while, Heather suddenly realized something. He did not believe that Lysandra had come to save him. The Lich's words, "I feel a bit unwell," triggered thoughts in Heather. It seemed she knew where the life box was. The Holy Scriptures recorded, the priest should adhere to the doctrine and be ready to sacrifice at any time. For the continuation of life, insects like mantises and spiders are absorbed by the females after reproduction. This is the great miracle of life. As a favored one under the goddess's knee, one should dedicate everything to the goddess, including body and soul. For 20 years, until now, Heather had always kept this in mind, never daring to forget her roots. Even if it meant using her body to get close to Sherry, risking her life to engage with her, and at the most critical moment, casting magic to purify the life box on her. If things were exposed, she would most likely be killed by her. Heather's eyes slightly closed. Perhaps this was the last thing she could do for the goddess before her end. Sacrifice. The female insect wanted to devour her mate, and the mate fought back with all her might. The familiar script made her feel as if this scene had happened somewhere before. Was it Eva? Heather murmured. Eva willingly handed over her wand to him, but Sherry would not. She was not a pure mage. Perhaps when she chanted the spell, she would be ruthlessly interrupted by her. But I must eliminate the Lich. This is the duty of the Radiant Church and the fate of every cleric. Fate cannot be defied. Having been a slave for 2 years, Heather began to obey this theory. She had sins from her past life that needed atonement. The Lich was a born disaster. In the place of her birth, new undead would automatically gather and be born nearby. Graveyards, burial grounds, mass graves, slaughterhouses. The corpses of the past would resurrect and become her vassals. This is the terrifying aspect of extraordinary life forms. Although the newly ascended Lich was only at the initial stage of Emerald, the Lord of Etheria held her in deep reverence. Compared to Lysandra's complex and magnificent skill tree, ordinary practitioners were like a straw, fragile and weak. At night, Heather was not assigned a place to stay by the quartermaster. The other party only left her a note. It recorded the location of Sherry's tent, clearly arranged intentionally by the other party. Footsteps rustled as she crossed the grass, the dim firelight around reflecting the gaunt face of a strange woman. Speaking of which, weren't liches and light priests mortal enemies? Once they met, it would be a fight to the death. They wore wicked smiles, pointing and speculating about Heather's fate. As a male priest, he did not spend the night alone but entered the Lich's, actually Sherry's, tent alone. If the two had no unspeakable relationship, that would be a ghost story. Would the handsome priest be willing to fall into depravity as a warlock to become the Lich's partner to save his life? That would be quite explosive news. On the same night, in a tent at the edge of the Lich's camp, a group of slaves who had defected to the Lich received news that Heather would serve Lysandra tonight. Finally, the opportunity has come. As long as we destroy the life box hidden in the central tent while the Lich is in pleasure, we can all be liberated. The leading stone giant woman clenched her fists, excited to the point of wanting to roar loudly, but was covered by the nearby Elven woman. They had received intelligence from the Lord of Etheria that as long as they could destroy the Lich's life box, they would receive a pardon from the Lord, officially releasing them from slavery and restoring their freedom. For this, a group of like-minded Mission Impossible individuals gathered together, seeking the opportunity to kill the Lich. As for the location of the life box, the intelligence also specified it was in the magic circle at the center of the Lich's army. However, Lysandra patrolled every night, making it impossible to act. Today was different. She was going to favor that beautiful human, and surely she wouldn't have time to patrol, making it the perfect opportunity. At the stroke of midnight, both parties were fully prepared. With the determination to burn everything, Heather hid a crude magic wand under her skirt. Sherry had ordered her to dress beautifully and wear a skirt. Under the wicked gazes of the surrounding women, she slowly pulled open the tent flap. "Lady Sherry, you've come. Do you want to take a bath? Or should we just get started?" Shirley, in a robe with damp hair, wore a black sheer top and a white skirt. While applying her makeup, she pointed to a nearby bathing tub, which was just big enough for one person. The warm water inside was steaming, and on the wooden rack beside it were soap powder and towels. Speaking of which, it had been a day and a night since he last bathed, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. But there was no cover around the bathing tub. Did she expect him to expose himself completely in front of a woman? Heather quickly shook her head. It was impossible. He couldn't do such a shameful thing. "What's wrong? Do you dislike the bath water left by me?" In front of the vanity, Shirley supported her chin with her hands, peering at his expression through the copper mirror with interest. If it weren't for the smoky makeup on her face, Heather might have mistaken her for a neighborly sister. "Sister Heather, aren't you going to wash? Then let's just get started." Teasingly, she pulled the priestess's skirt and directly hugged her into the bed. Hiding the magic wand in her palm, Heather prepared to endure the humiliation, but saw Shirley shaking her head in disappointment. She didn't move to touch him. I say, shouldn't you resist a bit? Like, scream your lungs out. Confused, did she want him to cooperate, or had she seen through his plan? Watching the playful glint in her eyes and the smirk on her lips, Heather's hand gripping the wand began to sweat. In the next moment, Shirley suddenly broke into an evil laugh. Scream! Yell that it hurts, make it sound like you're being raped. The more realistic, the better. Let everyone outside hear that you've been taken by a woman. If you don't scream, I might just have to hit you. The change in her demeanor was instantaneous. Heather was bewildered and hurriedly fell onto the couch. She wasn't being forced, yet she was expected to cry and beg for mercy. What a strange kink. Shirley stepped on the retreating Heather and kicked him lightly in the abdomen. Ugh, ah! Only when he involuntarily let out a tragic cry did a faint signal rise to the heavens, and Shirley allowed him to stop. The mice outside have finally taken the bait. She smirked and said to the remaining person, get up, tonight I won't eat you just yet, but it won't be too late either. If it weren't for the lich's phylactery being unable to leave her body, she would have definitely played along for real tonight. Heather couldn't find an opportunity and had to give up. He didn't dare to gamble. Chanting a spell directly in front of Shirley would not be a heroic sacrifice but rather suicide. I'll take you to a good place, to see the fate of those who betrayed me with your own eyes. Shirley adjusted her skirt and took Heather's hand, the two of them resembling a pair of sisters. Under her guidance, they arrived at the center of the lich's camp. At this moment, the central magic circle had more than a dozen ice sculptures. The lich, Lysandra, stood with her arms crossed, her fingers impatiently tapping her elbow. Stone giants, dwarves, and fairies, all different races, were slaves who had not been transformed into undead. They had been subdued in an instant, their faces filled with despair. Their lower bodies were frozen by extreme spells, leaving only their heads able to turn. Miss, thanks to your strategy, we've identified a batch of disobedient slaves. What's there to say? Turn them all into undead puppets. The imprisoned women were filled with despair and terror. They had launched a night raid on the magic circle, thinking it would be the lich's phylactery inside. But what was the result? The magic circle was filled with the waiting lich. Damn it! Wasn't she supposed to be enjoying the company of handsome humans tonight? Why was she here? Were the previous reports all false? Who exactly was this mysterious gothic girl, that she could make the powerful lich bow down? Yes, everyone finally realized that there was no such thing as information about the Lord of Etheria. It was all this woman's scheming behind the scenes, all to root out those with ulterior motives. Everything was her calculation. An ice-encased fairy bared her teeth in anger, roaring at Shirley in impotent rage. A woman's fury could only be expressed by banging her head against the ground. Bang! It was the sound of a gunshot. The watermelon burst, and the ice sculpture was stained with blood. Miss Snowskirt held Heather's hand with her left, while her right hand pulled out a flintlock pistol from the hem of her skirt, her movements clean and swift. Do you see the fate of a traitor, my dear Heather? Holding hands, feeling the tremor of his fingertips, Shirley gently blew away the white smoke from the flintlock. Tonight, it was not him who would be sacrificed. Lady Shirley, call me wife, I like it when you address me that way. With her verdant toes gripping the ground, Heather wanted to save these people, but she had to continue her disguise. Ultimately, when the word wife slipped from his lips, Shirley revealed a satisfied smile. Where the lich passed, the land was scorched for miles. The tainted land of the undead carried a muddy, putrid stench, and everyone seemed to be trudging through a rotten swamp. Diana, the Metal Knight, and 3 other Emerald Tier powerhouses, along with 10 peak Golden Tier experts, formed the strongest lineup that could be temporarily assembled from the refuge camp. The remaining personnel were needed to defend against the undead's assault. At the front of the group, a girl as delicate as Jasmine wore an anxious expression. She urged, Sister Diana, can we move a bit faster? I'm worried about Heather. Several days had passed. If Heather had been captured by Shirley, then what should not have happened likely had already occurred. Worry also flickered in Diana's white eyes. For some reason, she did not wish for that person to meet a tragic end. Clearly, the two were enemies. She should have hoped for the other to be crushed. Little miss, we are in the Metal Knight's concealment magic array. We must move slowly. The leading Metal Knight held a compass, and the opened barrier of the compass enveloped everyone. It was an expensive disposable magical item that could mask magical fluctuations within a 20-meter radius. They lay in ambush around the Lich's camp, following the enemy's rules of engagement. When the battle began, the Lich would remain in the central magic array to command the undead. At that time, they could directly take the Lich's head and destroy the magic array controlling the undead. Philoli, you shouldn't be here. As everyone nibbled on rations, waiting for dawn, a mechanical voice sounded from the Metal Knight. Newly entered into the Golden Tier, the Little Miss was the weakest in this death squad. Comparable to an ordinary personal guard beside the Lich, her combat power was negligible, and she could even become a burden. First patron, I have reasons that I must be here. Philoli, like a mother leopard, clenched her fists, a biscuit held in her mouth, ready to spring into action. Oh, rarely did the metal knight emit such an emotionally charged sound. Heather, my sister, he has been captured. I must save him. Silence fell over the group. Captured? Perhaps he had likely defected to the Lich. Considering her status as a legitimate lady, no one wanted to speak up and shatter that reality. Sister? The Metal Knight mentally reviewed the legitimate daughters and found no one named Heather, but there was a male patron with the same name. Only then did she realize, standing up seriously, so it's for a man. Philoli, this is not something a daughter of Elren should do. A man is just clothing. As the family's prospective celestial, Philoli should shift her focus to her career and not risk her life for a man. Time ticked away, and finally, the Lich's army began to move. The undead and the rebels did not notice the concealed magic array behind the hillside, and the army launched a full-scale attack on the last survivor camp. The military supply fortress was where the Lord resided, much sturdier than the other camps. They would undoubtedly face a fierce battle. The Lord's signal flare went off, and the opportunity had come. Diana immediately ended her meditation, slinging her sword case on her back, and everyone prepared to launch a surprise attack on the center of the Lich's camp. The Metal Knight plunged her great blade into the ground, destroying all the magical traps along the way. At the moment the traps were destroyed, dozens of abominations and death knights sprang to life, and everyone was prepared, unleashing the magic they had stored in their hands. The flame hurricane formed a tornado, instantly shredding the undead into pieces. Invaders, you are simply seeking your own death. Sensing the enemy, the presence of the central magic array suddenly appeared. Clad in the unique phospholipid robe of the fishmen and standing 2 meters tall, Lysandra seemed like a king in the darkness, looking down on the women. Defeated foes, offer up your soul box and willingly accept purification, and I may spare your soul from torture. The Metal Knight released steam, swinging his sword that cleaved 2 abominations in half. With a single strike, he killed 2 golden-level undead, leaving the women in awe. Diana couldn't help but glance at the Metal Knight. Truly, he was the first devotee of Elrond. Such undead were extremely troublesome, and even ordinary golden-level practitioners would find themselves at a disadvantage in battle against them. Lysandra scanned the surroundings and, upon seeing her former enemy, her eyes turned red. It was this strange alchemist who had severed her limbs and hung her body on the city wall. So it's you, scrap metal. Today, I will send you to the grave along with this swarm of ants. I will accompany the living and the dead to the grave, for my clan's sake. The Lich snapped his fingers, not directly attacking the Metal Knight but instead casting a vicious spell to prioritize killing the weak. Fireballs countered fireballs, wind blades retaliated against wind blades, and almost all of the spells were in her favor. More undead shielded her from attacks, leaving everyone unable to find an opportunity to strike at the Lich. Lysandra was like a magical machine gun fortress, completely unfazed by the crowd, even wounding several spellcasters. The Metal Knight was nearly immune to most curse magic, which was also the reason for her disastrous defeat as a curse witch. You are still the same as before, while this king is no longer what I used to be. The current Lysandra was not just a witch of curses, she had also mastered extreme curse magic. Scatter, go destroy the central magic array. Seeing the situation was dire, the Metal Knight shouted. They needed to change tactics, not seeking to kill the Lich but to alleviate the assault from the shelter. The central magic array was the Lich's exclusive skill, used to spawn and control the undead. As long as they could destroy the array, the enemy would temporarily lose the ability to control the undead. From an army, it would turn into a solitary spellcaster. You won't! The giant blade blocked the ice arrows casually thrown by Lysandra, creating space for his companions to maneuver. Taking an ice arrow head-on, the frost of the death curse spread across the metal body, causing the outer layer of armor to drop in temperature, with cracks and white smoke appearing on the brass body. The Metal Knight grew wary. Unlike before, the opponent's casual strikes were now extraordinary, likely approaching the strength of an emerald mid-tier. Is this all the power you have? Lysandra extended her withered fingers, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Metal Knight. In the next moment, 3 dazzling sword lights shot through the air, white light piercing the Lich's abdomen, collarbone, and chest. The Lotus Demon Sword. Without further ado, Diana seized the opportunity and charged forward. There are more experts? Lysandra was horrified as her body was sent flying by the sword light. Had she not been undead, she would have already been a corpse. The figure with white eyes plunged into the crowd of abominations, unstoppable. With swift strikes, the undead protecting the Lich were crushed like tofu. The magic swordsman, truly the foremost class in offense. Diana Knight, be careful of her magic, the Metal Knight warned as he broke free from the ice. I understand. The extreme curse magic made the white-eyed elf extremely cautious. If she were even slightly affected, given her high attack and low defense weakness, she would likely become an unreturnable ice sculpture on the spot. The women were alarmed. This mysterious devotee was completely on par with the Metal Knight. With one attacking and one defending, with the two of them present, everyone could focus on destroying the central magic array. The battle continued, and Filori's eyes remained fixed on the central tent. She had a premonition that Heather was here. Quietly leaving the group, she stepped toward the unknown tent, which was eerily empty. Suddenly, someone touched her waist, and she turned around in an instant, but that sensation vanished without a trace. A figure, both strange and familiar, quietly appeared, a girl in a gothic long skirt with smoky makeup, holding onto golden silk. One end connected to her palm, the other tied to a restrained golden-haired beauty. Heather was blindfolded with black cloth, her wrists pulled by ropes. "Where is this, my lady wife?" he asked in confusion, his vision obscured. Shirley giggled. The foolish lowly Filori actually dared to walk into the trap. "Dear, your former master has come to find you." "Ah, isn't this my lovely yet foolish sister?" When the sisters met, Filori clearly lacked the verbal skills of Shirley. She shouted like an orange cat stepped on its tail, "Give Heather back to me." He. Shirley laughed, holding the beauty's wrist, licking the priestess's ear in front of her. Declaring ownership, she was demonstrating. Heather trembled slightly, offering no resistance, allowing the actions to unfold. You actually. Seeing the intimate actions between the man and woman, Filori turned into a blushing steam girl. "My Heather, how could she be with the bad sister? This isn't right. This isn't right." She was clearly the cleanest, the holiest. "Ophi, it's me, look at me. Didn't you say you would protect Filori for a lifetime?" He must be coerced, he must be. Filori tried to wake him up, to bring him back to her side, but was impatiently interrupted by Shirley. "Enough, foolish lowly, stop indulging yourself. No one wants to be your canary for a lifetime. Heather is now my male servant." "You're talking nonsense." Shirley helplessly snapped her fingers, revealing a murderous intent. "Filori, for the sake of our sisterhood, just die cleanly here." An assassin lurking in the shadows suddenly appeared, the same one who had been forced back in the alley. Seeing Filori attacked by the assassin, Heather finally couldn't hold back. "Lady Shirley, you said you wouldn't kill Filori." After arriving in the Elven territory, he had endured inhumane torment, and by chance met Miss Filori, allowing him to safely get through the first 2 years. "Call me my lady wife." The gothic lowly pinched his waist with 2 fingers, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. "My lady wife." Changing the title, Shirley finally relented. "Enough, break her hands and feet, and hang her on the flag. Everyone must see the disgrace of Miss Elrond." The attacked Filori was clearly no match. Her opponent was a whole realm above her, and soon she had several wounds on her body. The pure white robe was stained with blood, and the places cut by the dagger hurt so much. Filori had never felt such pain before. In the past, the little lady was always spotless. Even a tiny scratch would have the maid group come to warm her. "Heather, Sister Heather, please help Filori heal." She extended her injured little hand, her tender palm covered in scratches, reaching out eagerly towards the black-robed priestess. "Please. Filori knows she was wrong. Filori won't force you to marry anymore. Please help me, okay? Please?" She was injured, but Heather did not rush to her side as before, anxiously coming to her, casting healing spells, then feeling guilty and regretful. Instead, she quietly stood beside that bad woman, coldly watching her, as if looking at a stranger. "Ha, Filori, you also have this day. The clan leader's choice of you is truly a mistake. Weak waist, I am the most suitable choice for the delicate one." Shirley was very satisfied with Heather's performance and untied the bindings on his hands. The assassin was not in a hurry to take Filori's life but was slowly torturing her. The sword was knocked out of her hand, and when she tried to pick it up, she heavily stepped on the girl's palm. Filori suddenly remembered the gladiatorial arena she had visited as a child, the beasts in cages fighting against the gladiators. At the critical moment of life and death, the audience in the stands would erupt in excited shouts. It was like the weakest slave forced into a deathmatch cage, teased by lions and tigers, only to have their throat bitten out. And now, in the stands, was the person she loved most, quietly watching her die. "Filori is so weak, so weak. If only I had the strength of Sister Diana, I would never fall here, and I wouldn't lose the one I love." Just then, an unparalleled chill erupted, blowing away all the tents. The ground frosted over, and the air below her ankles was icy. The battle outside had reached a fever pitch. Lysandra fully revealed her true form, drawing everyone's gaze. Standing 2 meters tall, she grew to 5, her fishman mutation giving her 6 arms, each wielding a trident, a flail, and a mace. Facing the relentless attacks from the Metal Knight and the white-eyed elf, she screeched in anger, the piercing sound waves stunning the weaker ones around her. Sherry's eyes showed caution. The enemies outside had managed to push the Lich to such a state, not to be underestimated. There was no time to play with the foolish lowly any longer. Lysandra needed some help. The Gothic girl remained unfazed as she clapped her hands, and a group of elves with grey rings around their necks appeared behind her. These were the slaves of Etheria, who had been lurking in the back. They feared encountering their former master, triggering the anti-magic rings, and they were there to protect the central magic array. Ladies, if we are defeated, you will be wanted criminals across the continent. Think carefully about what to do. Go, eliminate all the elves trying to disrupt the magic array. Sherry pointed at the group of metal knights and commanded. The traitorous women exchanged glances before rushing into battle. With new strength joining the Lich's side, the two sides became entangled in chaos. By consorting with the undead, you will ultimately be consumed by darkness. The metal knight was surrounded by several attackers, sparks flying from her body. The once righteous group beating the Lich was now entangled with her. At that moment, a mage from the Suicide Squad exhausted his magic and was turned to mush by Lysandra's strike. With reinforcements joining, the Lich broke free from the entanglement of the two and began to target the weak. Seeing this, Diana lightly tapped her sword case, summoning the rose magic sword, with red and white sword lights striking out, heavily wounding numerous traitors. She instantly became the second strongest force on the battlefield, right after Lysandra, turning the tide once more. This troublesome guy. Sherry frowned. The magic sword wielder had repeatedly disrupted her plans. Hathaway, let everyone see your power. Ordered to release support magic, Hathaway's expression was indifferent as she obediently cast her spell. A beam of holy light struck the traitors, various enhancements boosting their morale significantly. Diana's hands went numb, nearly dropping her sword. With the holy light priest present, the enemy's strength was endless. That human priest has indeed turned traitor. He had already fallen to become a warlock, and seeing the man standing behind Sherry, the metal knight shook her head in disbelief. A holy practitioner, instead helping the undead Lich, was simply absurd. She then proposed, I'll hold off the Lich, magic sword wielder, you go deal with Sherry. Capture the leader first, shoot the horse before the man. The white-eyed elf looked worriedly at her mottled body, and the metal knight struggled to lift her massive blade, smiling, don't worry, I can't die, but I can only delay you for a quarter of an hour. Then I can only wish you good luck. Diana retracted her sympathetic gaze and transformed into a streak of light rushing towards Sherry. This ends here. With a single sword strike, she knocked the female assassin aside, saving the heavily injured Philoli. Facing the two of them, her gaze fixed on him. The priest's white robe was draped with a black cloak, and his gentle features appeared cold under the chill. Holding her sword, she questioned, Hathaway, do you know what you're doing? In her memory, he was definitely someone who would never yield. Do you think the Lich can give you freedom? Hathaway, you've just changed cages, you've never escaped. Fine, once the mastermind is dealt with, I'll slowly take care of you. This time, I will make you the most despicable slave. Diana didn't regard the golden rank Shirley at all and lunged forward with her sword. In the moment the sword tip approached, the white-eyed elf's movement suddenly froze. A familiar figure blocked Shirley's path, holding a firewood wand, her body swaying unsteadily. It was Eva. This woman had actually dug out Eva's body and transformed it into an undead. Damn you! Diana avoided the blade, not wanting to damage Eva's remains. But at that critical moment, a flintlock gun silently fired a magic bullet through Eva's clothing, piercing Diana's ribcage. Blood gushed out, and the sword sheath fell to the ground. When she looked up again, she saw the mysterious Gothic girl laughing maniacally. Ha, weak little miss, the muscle-brained girl with deep sisterly bonds. You really are a filthy combination. On the Lich's side, the metal knight was pinned to the rock, his feet off the ground. It seemed the battle was decided, and revenge was at hand. Surely, my lady, may I kill this woman myself? Heather suddenly reached out, stopping her from loading the magic bullet into her gun. Her eyes were filled with suppressed anger, as if she wanted to put an end to her life of servitude. When the dark muzzle was aimed at Diana's chest, the gears of fate began to turn. Everything was thanks to this woman, the bishop's sister who died tragically in Greyleaf Town, and countless innocent lives, including her own tormented body. As long as she infused a bit of magic and pulled the trigger, all past grievances would be declared over. No, don't shoot, Ophi. Filori's small face was filled with terror. She couldn't imagine her favorite Heather would do such a thing. After all, he was a life priest who wouldn't even crush an ant. Diana, on the other hand, wore a bitter smile. The story between her and Heather was known only to the two of them. This man had always hated her to the bone, just waiting for an opportunity for revenge. Now, her life was in his hands, and Heather would naturally reveal his true colors. What a pity, in the end, I still couldn't step into that realm. Eva, I have failed. The white-eyed elf did not beg for mercy. She took one last look at Eva in her undead state, as if shedding the last stone in her heart. Closing her eyes, she calmly accepted her fate. Bang! The air filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the gun fired. Yet Diana felt no pain. she opened her eyes in surprise. At some point, the black-robed priest had stepped in front of her in Fillory, turning the gun around. Shirley clutched her small abdomen in pain, blood flowing from it as she staggered back, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief, shaking her head. Heather actually dared to betray her. "Little man, are you seeking death? I warned you yesterday, this is the consequence of betrayal." She had personally executed the traitor in front of Heather, and the precious healing potion was gulped down by Shirley, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Heather, boo-hoo!" Fillory cried uncontrollably, clinging tightly to his arm like a cat that had been abandoned but found its owner again. "Man, I will give you one last chance to return to my side. I can still forgive your previous sins." Shirley's eyes were bloodshot. This human who pretended to ally with her not only betrayed her at a critical moment but also shot her. More importantly, she had lost face in front of her foolish sister. Lysandra's expression was calm. She watched everything unfold, as if she had known this man would turn against them. The reason was simple. In the Lich's legacy memories, no radiant priest had ever surrendered in thousands of years, let alone siding with a Lich. They were willing to shed their last drop of blood to eliminate the undead. The tall merman's voice was hoarse. "Radiant priest, if you had any chance of survival by cooperating with them before, what can you do now that you've laid your cards on the table?" The metal knight and the magic swordsman were both gravely injured, some dead and others severely wounded. Even if you had extraordinary abilities, it would be futile. Heather protected the two women behind her, her gaze fixed on the terrifying Lich. The highest tenet of the clergy was to eradicate the undead, placing it as the foremost duty, requiring the relinquishment of all personal grudges. He did not wish to expose himself so soon, but the sudden appearance of the Metal Knight and his companions forced the plan to commence early. There had indeed been thoughts of letting Diana die, but the doctrine stated, when facing the undead, one must unite all possible forces. Diana also recalled the laws of the Radiant Church, never expecting to be protected by a man, one who had humiliated and bullied her. For a moment, her feelings were mixed. "Lysandra, don't kill him. I want to torment this priest's soul." Creating a magic puppet, reveling every night. "Lady Sherry, the opponent carries deadly magic elements against me. I sincerely advise you not to leave any future troubles." "Cut the nonsense. Don't forget who your master is." The Gothic lowly issued her command with dissatisfaction, and Lysandra's eyes flashed with impatience. Heather raised her magic flintlock, infused it with magic power, and without hesitation, fired 3 shots at Sherry. The mysterious Gothic girl dodged like a rolling donkey. "Damn it, I carelessly handed over my wand to the opponent. That damned pretty boy dared to make her so embarrassed. Once she caught him, she would definitely twist him mercilessly." When she lifted her head from the assassin's corpse, the sky suddenly began to rain light. This rain carried a soothing power, with dewdrops refracting rainbow colors. A high-level group holy light spell, Holy Healing Rain. Heather took out the magic staff from behind her and unleashed the spell she had long prepared. In the next moment, centered on her, within a radius of 1,000 meters, the frost-covered ground regained vitality, the polluted red earth was purified back to its original state, and the loathsome nightmares and other undead turned to dust. Even the Lich's figure swayed precariously in the light rain. "You are not an ordinary life priest, Heather Ophi, I remember now." Lysandra murmured his name, digging into her memories. The former holy son of the Holy Kingdom's Radiant Church, a male celestial. No wonder he contained such pure holy light magic elements. She was wrapped in a dense chitinous shell, a natural skill of her fishman race. The Lich's skill tree would be completely restrained in the face of holy light magic. "Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary undead. This level of holy light magic cannot kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, a giant blade rose into the air, nearly cleaving her in two. "The traitor of the family shall die." The Metal Knight twisted his shoulder, his injuries gradually healing under the effect of the Holy Healing Rain. Meanwhile, everyone, including Diana and Fillory, regained vitality. "Lady Sherry." Lysandra swatted the Metal Knight away, her brow furrowed. If the young lady had no backup, she would have to flee. The Holy Light spell could potentially kill her. "What are you panicking for? His spell requires continuous release, and I have more than just the undead in my hands." A large number of traitors charged towards Diana again, and with a brief chant from Sherry, the anti-magic ring on Heather was activated. His body suddenly softened, the gray ring beneath him tightened abruptly, the skill tree darkened, and the holy light rain came to an abrupt halt. "Sister Heather, are you okay?" Fillory hugged the fallen person, his expression pained, breathing rapidly. "I'll help you lift the restriction." The young lady released magic elements from her fingertips, but the moment they touched the anti-magic ring, they bounced back. Why can't I?" Fillory felt deeply guilty, sensing that he could do nothing. Heather revealed a gentle smile again in his arms. In a familiar voice, she comforted him. "It's okay, Fillory." After being taken away, the anti-magic ring on her was modified by Sherry, only the opponent could activate and unlock it. This is also the reason he wanted to find the right opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Once Shirley reacted, he would instead become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Without the blessing of the holy healing rain, the Lich's power would recover, reasserting dominance over everyone. Shirley was staring at him intently, her gaze fierce, as if she wanted to devour Heather. "Philoli, hand me your sword." The young lady was puzzled but still handed over the blade in her hand. Heather took the hilt, looking at the magic suppression ring on her ankle, and her heart had already awakened to the truth. If she couldn't sever the shackles, she would sever the ankle that connected them. A caged bird, soaring with severed limbs. After the holy healing rain disappeared, the Lich regained its full strength, and this time both sides were completely locked in a deadly struggle. Every strike was a killing move. The two women exhausted their strength, draining all their magic to behead the massive head of the Lich. However, the opponent's head floated in mid-air, reattaching itself after a puff of black smoke, completely unharmed. Diana wanted to pursue, but the opponent suddenly swung a flail, knocking the water lily magic sword from her grasp. Blood vessels filled with bloodshot eyes, her grip on the sword numb, struck by the opponent's frost curse, freezing the veins in her hands. Each swing of the sword felt like punishment to her fingers. The Metal Knight fared even worse, his peepa bone and left arm were brutally smashed by the Lich's mace. "Metal Knight, magic swordsman, you cannot defeat me, I am immortal." Despair filled the air. As long as the Lich's magic was not exhausted, she could be reborn infinitely. Even if the two women joined forces, they were no match for the Lich. This was still under the premise that the Lich needed to maintain her magic and control the undead army on the front lines. If Lysandra fought either of them with full power, she could end the battle in less than 10 rounds. Drawing the last rose magic sword, Diana gritted her teeth. She had thought she could surpass the Celestial, but a mere Lich had led to her crushing defeat. What fate-changing power was this? She was merely a stepping stone. The magic in the blood around them had already been drained, and Diana planned to use her own blood as a medium for a desperate gamble. Suddenly, under the sensing of the rose magic sword, the girl caught a whiff of a special fragrance wafting through the air. It was blood, special blood, rich in magical essence. The scent was like jasmine after the rain, pure and refreshing, yet it felt familiar, as if she had encountered it before, trampled upon it. All eyes gathered, a wave of life magic comparable to the holy healing rain converged, a resurrection magic granted by the divine, a secret art possessed only by the favored. Only a priest who believed in the goddess could invoke it, requiring the purest faith and the cleanest soul. At the same time, this was also the spell Lysandra feared the most. The Lich was inherently a contradiction of life and death, seeking power through life and death. But once struck by the resurrection magic, the life force within her body would awaken, and the conflicting magical essences of life and death would cause the Lich to collapse and perish. "You won't succeed." Lysandra's teeth chattered, and in an instant, 6 arms transformed into defensive stances, dozens of water element magic shields enveloping her 6-meter frame. She not only had the skill tree of a Lich but also excelled in the magic of the fishmen. Simple holy light spells could not penetrate the multi-attribute shields. She had already won this battle. It was over. Seeing this, the two women were incredibly anxious, wanting to swing their swords to break the water element shields, but they were powerless. "It's useless. If a resurrection spell could defeat me, then the Lich lineage would not deserve to be called a legendary race." Lysandra observed the two women with her compound eyes, indifferent to their attacks, fully focused on defense. The human male priest could not hold on much longer. He was too dangerous, and she needed to wait until the opponent's blood ran dry. Heather had finished her incantation, completing her final transformation. Her eyes were enveloped in golden light, her dress stained with blood, and her left leg was empty. Philoli, crying like a child, held her severed limb, the gray ring on it already dimmed. As the vultures circling in the sky dispersed, she gently uttered obscure words in the posture of a compassionate being. "Magic, light creation. Above the heavens, the clouds cannot block this light. It pierces through the dark clouds and falls vertically to the ground." "I told you, it's useless." Lysandra glared angrily at Heather, reinforcing the water shield in front of her. 10 layers, 20 layers, 30 layers. Yet, that human only left her with a faint smile. It seemed helpless, yet mocking. No, he was confident of victory. Suddenly, Lysandra seemed to realize something. The single-target resurrection spell had not locked onto her. "Shirley, quick, hide." Finally, she understood that no amount of defensive magic on her would matter, because Heather's target was Shirley, or rather, the Lich's phylactery hidden within Shirley. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Pure life magic surged through Shirley's body, and the young lady half-kneeled on the ground. The phylactery, intertwined with flesh and blood in her arms, was purified, leaving only a small gray box, perfectly square. No. Feeling the magic power rapidly draining away, Lysandra clutched her head and let out a roar of despair. Seizing the opportunity, Diana suddenly sprang into action, her rose magic sword, condensed from half her blood, shot out, cleaving the lich in half from head to toe. This time, the lich no longer had the power to resurrect and perished on the spot. At that moment, several kilometers away in the refuge, one undead after another quietly turned to ash. The elves fighting against them looked incredulously toward the north, where the lord and a silver-clad beauty stood together, their eyes filled with disbelief. That small team had actually defeated the lich. I sense a strong aura of holy light magic in the sky. Perhaps reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom have arrived. With only a few newly minted emerald-level warriors, there was no possibility of defeating the lich. Perhaps, the beautiful woman said, her eyes deep as the night sky, shielding her brow with her hand as she gazed at the rosy light above. This is all thanks to the wisdom of the noble Miss Fillory. Stepping over the threshold, the Lord bowed to hold her skirt, his demeanor exceedingly humble, like a personal maid. The other party was the head of the Elven family, who had returned to Etheria through long-distance teleportation magic. Pandora Elrond, the favored daughter of the Elven family, the head of the large family, and also the mother of Fillory and Shirley. This disaster arose from my lax discipline. What compensation do you seek? The beautiful woman gazed at the ravaged city and the charred bodies on the ground, her eyes filled with authority. The plump elf trembled, not daring to speak. He had witnessed with his own eyes the emerald-level bone dragon attacking the refuge, easily slain by the beautiful woman. The lich is the enemy of all living beings. This matter has nothing to do with Elrond, and the report submitted to the Holy Court will state the truth. Very well, Elrond is willing to contribute part of the costs for the city's repairs. That's wonderful. I want to erect a statue of you in the new city. The Lord wiped the sweat from his brow, his flattery even more pronounced, as if the other party were the heroine who saved the city. Pandora smiled with satisfaction, putting away her metallic magic wand. It seemed this plump lord was quite astute and could continue in his position. Poor Lysandra, trying to take revenge on me, yet she couldn't even see my true form before being slain. Those two useless daughters of mine, truly a mess. The beautiful woman listened to the Lord's account, stroking her white chin, deep in thought. The first beauty of the human race, Heather, hasn't he gone missing? It seemed she had neglected trivial matters for too long, not expecting to see him in her territory. The competition among the favored ones of various races had been ongoing for a long time. They were all acquaintances. As the only male, Heather had been pursued by many women from different races. The noble beauty gazed meaningfully at the victorious returning team, gracefully descending the steps to greet them. Good child, do not oppose the lady. Winter had arrived. In Etheria, he welcomed his third winter since coming to the Elven city-state, with snow falling from the sky. Heather sat in a wheelchair, wearing a mask and scarf, as she arrived at a small tavern on the street. In this city, where elves made up 60%, other races 40%, and humans were few and far between, she tried to minimize her presence. Outside the glass window, reconstruction work was in full swing, with the shouts of beast-eared workers echoing. After the lich incident, the identities of the culprits, Sherry and Lysandra, had been sealed off by the Elrond family. Inside the tavern, glasses clinked and voices buzzed. It's terrible, half of the city defense forces are dead, and the mercenary guild has been overturned. I heard it was a lich that had been cultivating in the beast forest for many years, thanks to Lord Pandora's intervention. The Elrond family is truly esteemed, not only defeating the lich but also willing to fund the repairs of the damaged city. In a corner, Heather gently brushed her hair. After the war, most of the professionals who knew the truth had been silenced, or they would be asked to leave Etheria. Heather didn't care for fame or fortune, and that was just fine. She lowered her head and took a sip of light tea, feeling more at peace than ever. After the lich incident, she had regained her freedom, or rather, her status as a slave had been lifted. The head of the Elrond family personally ordered it. As the greatest contributor, he pardoned her and lifted the restrictions of the anti-magic ring, allowing her to enter and exit the clan territory without surveillance. Diana was appointed as the captain of the Elrond family's guard, rewarded with a chance to freely select magical materials from the treasury. Fillory did not receive the commendation Heather had imagined from her mother but was instead sent to the beast forest for intense training. The name Pandora was somewhat familiar. She was one of the Elven nobility. It seemed she was very displeased with her daughter for constantly clinging to her and acting spoiled. As for Sherry, it was said she had been imprisoned and would be sent to the church for trial after winter. After regaining her freedom, Heather had intended to leave and return to the Holy Kingdom. However, due to various factors, her plans were shelved. First, her mobility was limited, her left ankle had been reattached with magic, and since Heather was not a combat profession, this injury did not significantly affect her strength. She simply wanted to regain her ability to walk, which would likely take a year and a half. Secondly, her broken body. The church was notoriously harsh in punishing unclean priests. After disappearing for 2 years, she still lacked the courage to face the inquiries of the tribunal. If only there were more Moonwell water, she thought, gently stroking her empty cup. Hey, handsome, interested in having a drink with your sister? Heather impatiently waved her hand to refuse. Even with her appearance concealed, sitting in the corner, female professionals occasionally approached her. Ah, I'm a silver-level official mage. You should be grateful for my attention. Sorry, she's had too much to drink. Don't stop me. I want to rip this little man's mask off. Before the owner could call for the patrolling guards, the girl's friend stepped forward to intervene. This was a property of the Elven family, and disturbances were absolutely forbidden. Ignoring her, Heather pushed her wheelchair, impatient to leave the tavern, but was grabbed by the drunken woman at the wheelchair handle. The elf stared intently at her face. Just as she was about to reach out to touch her, a shadow struck her in the abdomen. Her entire body flew backward, crashing into chairs, the loud noise drawing the attention of others in the tavern. Seeing the insignia on the shoulder of the newcomer, the mark of the patrolling guards, everyone withdrew their curious gazes. Are you all right? On the city street, Diana reached out her hand to her, but was disdainfully rejected. Snow fell from the sky, yet she still wore her usual swordsman attire, carrying a sword case over a thin layer of clothing. That must be very cold. Miss Diana, please don't push my wheelchair. I can manage on my own. I just happened to pass by. I won't hurt you. Please stop bothering me, alright? Diana pushed the wheelchair on her own, while Heather turned her head, her eyes flashing with disgust. What do you mean, just passing by? The white-eyed elf had been following her all along. After defeating the Lich, this female bandit began to entangle him, first requesting the family head to allow her to take care of the disabled him. Fortunately, the family head saw through her intentions at a glance, preventing her scheme from succeeding. Heather vividly remembered that night when the other party attempted to force her way in and assault her. Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events, she would have surely been violated again. This despicable and shameless guy was only after her body, all while pretending to be virtuous. Disgusting, disgusting. Why was she targeted by such a person? So annoying. Diana pushed the wheelchair, and his scent wafted through the air, filling the girl's nostrils with a fragrant aroma. Since the battle with the Lich, after being protected by Heather, Diana had developed an unusual affection for him. It was indescribable, leaving her in turmoil. She already had someone she liked, a human male, but he did not return her feelings. In fact, he seemed to despise and hate her, filled with hostility. She wanted to apologize for the past but found it impossible, as her innate pride would not allow her to bow to any human man. Diana thought of a compromise, to take care of him, making herself the only person he could rely on. Time would dilute everything, and gradually, as he became accustomed to depending on her and her presence, they would naturally be together. As for his past experiences in the human hero squad, she would take revenge for him, trampling that group of heavenly beauties underfoot. With the support of the Elven family, her training with the three-colored magic sword had progressed further. If the Lich were to attack, she might not be able to defeat the enemy, but she was guaranteed not to fall behind. Close to the Elven family mansion, there was a high-end villa area. This was the residence awarded by the city lord to those who made outstanding contributions in the battle against the Lich. Diana lifted the wheelchair with one arm and brought him inside. Heather blocked the doorway, refusing to let her enter. No good deed goes unpunished. It must be a scheme. Jokingly, if this shameless woman were allowed into the house, with her wicked nature, she would surely try to take advantage of the situation. I tell you, my hatred for you cannot be resolved by a mere accidental collaboration. Fighting the undead was merely his duty as a cleric, and he had no intention of helping Diana. Don't think this will make me forgive you, it will never happen. Plunder, violence, and countless crimes, our enmity can only end in death. Bang! A clean and decisive sound of the door slamming shut. Diana was left outside. The fragile wooden door could not stop her, but she forcibly suppressed the urge to break in. Confused, she spread her bandaged hands, pristine and restored. The blood vessels frozen by the extreme curse had healed, thanks to Heather's willingness to overlook past grievances. After the battle, she actively released healing magic, dutifully healing all the warriors harmed by the undead in the city, including her own hands. Diana had always thought Heather was a foolishly loyal cleric until her hands were enveloped in holy light and healed. Only then did she understand the greatness of this foolishness. Kind-hearted people truly needed girls like her to protect them. Back in the house, the wheelchair was parked at the entrance, and Heather struggled to stand up. Leaning against the wooden door, he sighed in relief only after the footsteps outside had completely disappeared. Diana had finally left. To be honest, he had been worried. This wicked woman might take advantage of his physical inconvenience and force her way into the house to plot something sinister. She had done it before. Although her identity had been legalized and she was under the city's protection, she was still the notorious Diana. A she-wolf cloaked in the guise of a pious monk, pushed in a wheelchair, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Leaning on his cane, Heather was about to change into his priestly robe for his daily meditation and prayer. Suddenly, the wardrobe door opened on its own without any wind. Was there something dirty? This startled him. Could it be that shameless woman Diana sneaking in through the window to spy? Casting a protective spell around herself, Heather quietly pushed open the wardrobe door with her wand, keeping her body at a safe distance, ready to retreat at any moment. Inside, curled up, was a lovely little sprite, peering out with her big, pitiful eyes. Philoli, is that you? Heather, I missed you so much. The little lady immediately wrapped her arms around him in a big hug, like a clingy koala. Heather's current identity was that of a regular devotee of Elrond, no longer her guardian or the little lady's servant. It had been some time since they last met, mainly because Philoli had been forced into training. In the days right after defeating the Lich, she had been quite clingy, even wanting to hold his hand at the celebration feast. However, her mother, the clan leader Pandora, seemed very displeased with their relationship. Soon, under the pretext of a trial for the legitimate daughter, she ordered Philoli to advance to the emerald rank within 2 years, forcing the little lady to begin her closed-door training. At the dining table, 2 pieces of cake were heated up, and Philoli eagerly dug in with her knife and fork. Slow down, have some tea. Wah, Heather, you're the best to me. With tears and snot, she described the devilish training she was undergoing. For 3 days in the depths of the monster forest, she hadn't bathed and had eaten raw meat, facing slimes and tentacle monsters that nearly swallowed her whole. Before long, Heather understood that the little lady was here to vent her frustrations. I'll help you take your dirty clothes to wash. Her dress was covered in dust, and her hair was a mess. She must have really suffered. Don't! Heather, just stay here with me, okay? I barely managed to sneak out. She had finally escaped the watchful eyes and quietly slipped out to find her beloved boy. Wait, little lady, what did you say? You snuck out behind Lady Pandora's back? A cold sweat broke out on Heather's scalp. How could the little lady dare to do that with such a proud queen-like matriarch around? Although he rarely interacted with the matriarch, he could tell from the attitudes of her 2 daughters, Pandora Gong was an extreme authoritarian. The rebellious Sherry had constantly argued during her trial, but the moment the matriarch appeared, she was immediately terrified. Heather, after I ran out, I thought, now you must be the only one who can take me in. You won't tell that fierce woman about my whereabouts, right? The fierce woman referred to the matriarch. Well, it seemed she was treating him as a safe harbor. Heather truly had no intention of reporting her. Little lady, it's best to go back and apologize once you're done playing. Otherwise, he had no idea what might happen. No way. Philoli pouted, unwilling to leave his side. You can't avoid the problem like this. Lady Pandora is only looking out for you, Heather kindly advised. After all, to inherit the position of the Elrond clan leader, mere power wasn't enough. One must have a certain level of cultivation. At the beginner gold level, one could already be a minor lord in the human world, but for the Elven clan, that level of cultivation was truly insufficient. That fierce woman is clearly very young. She can stay in power for a long time. Philoli doesn't need to rush her training. The little lady begrudgingly swallowed the last piece of cake and handed her plate to Heather for more food. But this could lead to big trouble. After all, she was the little lady of Elrond. If she went missing, it would definitely attract official attention. No way, this isn't my first time running away. They didn't find your address before. Don't worry, that fierce woman, won't be concerned about me. Heather helplessly added food to her plate. The little lady remained as willful as ever. Hee, let me tell you about the fun things I encountered in the monster forest. Watching the honest and beautiful Heather serve her food and wash her clothes, Philoli wore a silly smile. Heather is mine, sister Heather is so beautiful. His drooping eyebrows, smooth hair, and features that were stubborn yet gentle, Philoli loved all of him. Miss Xiao had long admired Heatherway, and after the battle with the Lich, her feelings became even more uncontrollable. While she cried her heart out, he unhesitatingly severed his own ankle with his sword, casting a holy light spell to turn the tide and directly eliminate the Lich. She dreamt of that strong person, though it was a bit strange. It should be the girl protecting the boy. But he was her hero, enduring humiliation before the villains while always keeping his heart towards the light, embodying the perfect image of a priest. The warm moment did not last long, as a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Heatherway frowned. It seemed they had come looking for him. Please open the door, Patrol Constabulary. Mr. Heatherway, good day. Have you seen Miss Philori recently? Outside the entrance, 3 uniformed elves respectfully bowed to Heatherway. They craned their necks, trying to peek through his figure to see inside the room, eager to enter in search. Heatherway spread his hands, blocking the 3. Ladies, please go back. Miss Xiao is not here. The 3 women looked somewhat troubled. On one side was the hero Heatherway from the battle with the Lich, and on the other was the urgent order from their superior to find Fillory at all costs. Mr. Heatherway, a resident reported seeing a suspicious figure slip into your room. Even if it's not Miss Xiao, for your safety, please allow us to check the house. The tall female elf clasped her fists in front of her chest as she bowed. She seemed to be the leader among them. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached. The three women immediately stood to the sides, like statues guarding the door. Mr. Heatherway, long time no see. My useless daughter has caused you trouble. Beneath a prominent nose were gold-rimmed glasses, and her thin lips were tightly pressed, exuding an unspoken authority. Pandora, the daughter of the heavens, was no simple character. I apologize for the intrusion. She did not seek permission but quickly stepped inside. Heatherway nodded obediently, stepping aside and following her. Fillory, just seek more blessings. Practicing more will do you no harm. Miss Pandora's gaze fell on the wardrobe and possible hiding spots, but soon shifted, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. How do you find the new place? She had no intention of searching. Instead, she acted like a polite guest, inquiring about his well-being. The orange cat caught the canary, played with it for a while, admired its beauty, and did not kill it but imprisoned it in the deep boudoir. You may go back outside. Yes, my lady. The three female elves bowed and retreated, relieved to leave in haste. With no one around, Pandora revealed a faint smile, gracefully walking over, her robe parting to reveal her fair thighs, and she sat directly beside Heatherway. What an enchanting fragrance! Such a captivating woman. No wonder both of her daughters were deeply infatuated with him. Heatherway shifted slightly to make room, feeling a bit nervous. The usually serious and unsmiling beautiful leader was sitting next to him, showing an extraordinary kindness, which felt somewhat unusual. It really gives me a headache, that girl Fillory, always so unambitious. I wonder what's going on in her head? Pandora covered her ample chest, sighing like a caring mother. Miss Xiao has good talent, but she is still young and playful. Once she matures a bit. Underfoot, beneath the bed, Fillory nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling that Heatherway was the best to her, always thinking of ways to help her out. Pandora did not comment on Heatherway's words. Mr. Heatherway, you are a kind person. I have heard from my subordinates that Fillory often mentions your name during her training, and they even found several image stones in her meditation chamber. Image stones, similar to film, can store photographic images. Meditating while holding pictures of a handsome man, Pandora was not an idiot. She naturally understood that her younger daughter's feelings were not pure. Moreover, the target was the man beside her at that moment, the first beauty of the human race, Heather. Shall we take a look? She took out the recording stone from her chest. Heaven knows how many things could be hidden in that little gap. No, don't. The hidden Fillory forcibly suppressed the urge to shout, praying that Heather wouldn't open the recording stone. If her treasured items were seen, Fillory's playful and cute image would be ruined. Ruined. Heather's expression changed. He had seen this thing before. During the Holy Kingdom period, several unruly noble girls had climbed onto the church roof, trying to use the recording stone to capture photos of him after his bath. The young lady has just come of age, having some fanciful thoughts is normal, he said, pushing the recording stone away with the back of his hand. He didn't want to see what was inside, especially not in front of a woman. Pandora revealed a slight smile. Even now, he was trying to excuse Fillory. This man was truly interesting. She changed the subject, mentioning Heather's background. I heard you were accidentally caught by a slave-catching team. What a sad story. On this continent, 90% of the kingdoms supported slavery, and any creature could be enslaved: humans, elves, orcs. Can you tell me about it? You are at least an emerald-level priest, right? What about those few people? They're not by your side. Pandora referred to the human race's heavenly beauties, members of the brave team. Heather bit his lip. Leaving the team was not a glorious matter, and it was something he had decided on his own without mentioning it to anyone. What about the guardian knights of the Holy Kingdom? Lady Pandora, could we not talk about these matters? Heather didn't want to answer, nor was he willing to. All right. After all, you've been with me for 2 years now, and it's my oversight not to have noticed your existence until now. The voluptuous elf played with the chain connecting her glasses, inadvertently glancing at the 2 sets of cutlery on the dining table, revealing a faint smile. By the way, my 2 useless daughters haven't done anything inappropriate with you, have they? She had heard rumors that her legitimate daughter regarded him as a spouse, although the young lady had denied it in person. This. Heather's face turned crimson. Fillory was a very pure girl, and their relationship was completely innocent. As for Sherry, well, attempted crime. In any case, you've suffered. With his confirmation, Pandora's mood surprisingly improved. The news from the Fox Clan Chamber of Commerce was that his chastity was intact. As long as her 2 daughters hadn't made a move, Heather should now be innocent. Thank you for your concern, my lady. If there's nothing else, I still need to perform my daily prayers and meditation. Is this a dismissal for me? Little handsome boy. The noble woman exhaled like orchids, her hand unceremoniously climbing onto the beauty's soft palm. Something was off. This woman was starting to act strangely. Heather's pupils constricted. Could it be that this Elven lineage was full of lechers? Sherry? Pandora? He instinctively ruled out the young lady. Even more shocked was Fillory, who was hiding under the bed. She saw her mother's beautiful legs, gently teasing Heather's small feet, as if provoking him. Although the young lady was still young, she could sense the ambiguity of this physical contact, yet at that moment, she could only cover her small mouth, afraid to make a sound. Is your injury still not healed? Regrowth of severed limbs requires a long recovery time. Much better than resurrection magic, which could take 10 years or more. It was estimated to take about a year. So, you're saying you can't even walk now? Snow was drifting outside, and there was no one around, only the sound of the wind. The fine snowflakes flew in through the window. Pandora's beautiful eyes were intentionally or unintentionally scrutinizing him, making Heather's hair stand on end. Wasn't it obvious that he couldn't move? What did she want? Gathering his courage, he slapped away her hand that was caressing his leg and angrily said, "Head of the family, please have some self-respect. To randomly caress the thigh of a male life priest is a desecration of the church and a great disrespect to the goddess. From the day one enters the church, one's body and soul belong to the goddess of life, and no mundane being may touch them." He turned slightly to the side, creating a 1 centimeter gap. His legs were closed together, and his hands were protectively placed on his thighs, clearly adopting a defensive posture. Below, Fillory felt a sense of relief. Her Heisway would not be easily tempted, and dissatisfaction towards her mother rose within her. Why should it be that, despite being the first to arrive, Heisway belonged to her? Unexpectedly, Pandora stood up and directly sat on Heisway's lap. Before long, Fillory felt as if an earthquake was shaking her back, constantly vibrating. The young lady wanted to step forward countless times to stop her mother's actions, but thinking of her cruel methods made her retreat. She could only cover her mouth and nose with her small hands to avoid exposure. Heisway pushed and shoved in terror, but Pandora whispered a couple of words in his ear, instantly halting his resistance. "Cooperate well, and I won't do anything reckless to you." Then, Pandora deliberately raised her voice, as if intentionally letting some woman hiding in the house hear. "The weak deserve only to hide in dirty corners and cry secretly, using memory stones to comfort their wounded souls. Only the powerful elves can control everything. Mr. Heisway, only a beauty like you deserves to be enjoyed by the favored daughters of heaven." The two pairs of beautiful legs intertwined, and Fillory was already in tears. She did not dare to defy her mother, nor could she make a sound. Fillory is so weak. This thought had appeared 3 times already, but every time she prepared to cultivate, she would be distracted by other matters. "My 2 daughters are both foolish and weak. Why not let you take care of me?" She was encouraging Fillory, but this method of education, really, I cannot agree with. "Well, there can only be this one time. I will cooperate with you this time." "Lady Pandora, please don't do this. Fillory will be sad." He also began to play along, singing in harmony, spurring Fillory to vow to cultivate diligently and protect, possess, her beloved. Pressed beneath, Heisway crossed his arms over his chest, warning Pandora in a small voice. "That's enough, don't go too far." Lady Pandora reminded Heisway of a deceased acquaintance, the late Bishop of Greyleaf Town, a mother of 2 children. With full thighs, long hair cascading down, a voice with a hint of magnetism, a beautiful yet graceful young woman. Heisway had experienced torment with many women. He had to admit he was attracted to femininity. It was an animal instinct, a natural submission to the powerful, capable of producing healthy offspring. Surprisingly, there was an inexplicable sense of anticipation, or perhaps a desire to be conquered. He actually wanted to be bullied further. Shocking. Fortunately, this thought only appeared for a moment, quickly extinguished by his firm belief. Why do I have such thoughts? Could it be that I have developed psychological issues from being humiliated by elves? Impossible, absolutely not. My body belongs to the goddess, and it cannot be casually defiled. Pandora was also distracted. She inexplicably wanted to embrace the waist of the person, and if he hadn't resisted violently, she might have lost control of her inner greed. Could they turn a play into reality? The breaths of one person and one elf became chaotic, lost in thought. She adjusted her robe and hurriedly put on her gold-rimmed glasses. "Little beauty, that's enough for today. I still have to find my mischievous daughter. If she doesn't come home tonight, I'll come looking for you again." Fillory trembled, and when the sound of high heels disappeared, she peeked her cute little head out from under the bed. First, she turned her head and saw that the front door had closed, and her mother had walked far away before moving her body out. Heisway, Heisway. She hurriedly climbed up, her hair a mess. It was the dog that chewed it. it was the dog that chewed it. Woo woo. The little miss wiped the lip print on his collarbone with a wet wipe again and again, her small eyes red like a little girl who had her doll snatched away. After finishing her cleaning, she asked for a hug. The two of them pressed close together, their hair entangled, chins resting on each other's shoulders. Heather displayed a bitter smile and whispered in her ear, Lady Pandora said that if you can't reach the emerald level within a year, she will marry me, to draw from my genes and give birth to excellent offspring. Of course, all of this was nonsense. It was a phrase arranged by Pandora in advance to motivate the little miss to practice diligently. No, it can't be, it shouldn't be. The sister shouldn't be with mother, the sister should be with herself. Fillory hugged tighter, and Heather couldn't help but cough lightly twice. Sister, did Fillory hurt you? She hurriedly loosened her grip, but her hands still wrapped around Heather's waist. Being embraced by the little miss gave Heather an indescribable sense of peace. This feeling of peace was hard to articulate. He had been held by many females, even had more intimate contact. Fillory's small hands were tender and inexperienced. Even if they spent the night together, Heather firmly believed she wouldn't overstep propriety or do anything bad to him. She merely treated him like a pillow, at most accidentally drooling and dirtying the bedding. In the world of elves, Heather had experienced many pairs of hands from the opposite sex. Just like Pandora before, the lady's hands were large, capable of encompassing everything, strong yet gentle, making one unable to resist submission. And then there was the white-eyed elf, Diana, whose hands were filled with power and irresistibility. It was less of an embrace and more of a grip, like holding the hilt of a sword, absolutely not allowing even the slightest refusal. To conspire to deceive this pure little girl was truly a sin. But all of this was for her own good, a kind lie. The goddess would forgive me. You didn't hurt me, little miss. Remember to practice hard in the future. He brushed Fillory's bangs with his hand. She was hiding under the bed, her hair all dirty. The little miss was like a kitten being petted, enjoying the touch. Fillory understands. After closing her eyes, it took a long time for the choked voice in her arms to gradually recover. If Fillory can become a mage, can sister marry Fillory? She only dared to think about it. The topic of marriage could not be brought up again. From past experiences, the one time she had insisted on marriage had almost led to lifelong regret. Thankfully, her sister bore no grudges and was still willing to accept her. Otherwise, she would have no face to seek refuge with Heather. At this moment, Fillory surprisingly began to dislike the priest profession. Why couldn't Heather get married? She wanted to do happier things with him. It's dark now, Fillory. Don't forget to go back and apologize properly. Got it. The little miss reluctantly left, clenching her small pink fist. She couldn't forget Mother's threat. If she didn't behave, Sister Heather would be bullied again. The fierce woman was so bad, so bad. Not only did she force her to do things she didn't like, but she also pressured Sister Heather. How frustrating. Why couldn't her cultivation speed be a bit faster? If only she could advance to the emerald level right away. That way, the fierce woman wouldn't be able to bully Sister Heather. The weak only deserve to hide in dirty corners and cry secretly, using memory stones to comfort their wounded souls. Only powerful elves can control everything. Mr. Heather, a beautiful person like you deserves to be enjoyed only by the favorite of heaven. Mother's words echoed in her ears. Since that was the case, Fillory would become the strongest elf. Back at the Elven mansion, the little miss forced herself to meditate all night, deciding to start practicing even harder. Time passed quickly. It had been 3 months since she last saw the little miss, but she had heard quite a few good news. Recently, she had been increasingly frequent in hunting monsters in the forest and even single-handedly slayed a subdragon-type magic snake, her strength approaching the mid-gold level. You did very well, Mr. Heatherway. Did Lord Pandora send you, Metal Knight? The Metal Knight, guardian of Elrond, was now responsible for supervising the young lady's training. This is a little reward for you, and also, Lord Pandora has invited you to become a lifelong guest elder? The Metal Knight asked with a questioning tone, his gaze fixed intently. A lifelong guest elder, just like the first offering, would become part of Elrond's lineage, sharing honor and disgrace. I need to think about it for a while longer. Please convey my message to the head of the family. All right, the Lord's patience is limited, so please respond as soon as possible. Heatherway looked at the precious crystal core in the box and couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that after the Lich incident, he could live a stable life. Unexpectedly, one wave had not yet settled before another rose. Since the last meeting with Pandora, she seemed to have started paying special attention to him. This was not the demeanor of someone putting on a show. She wouldn't really treat him as a wager, would she? If Fillory failed to meet the standards, she would have to marry him. There should be limits to bullying. Everything started with receiving the diamond ring. Pandora always gifted him items under the pretext of paying rewards. The magic core and gold coins were still within the realm of understanding, and the splendid robe and exquisitely crafted necklace could also be interpreted as equipment. But the diamond ring, symbolizing eternal companionship, made Heatherway realize that she might be pursuing him. He attempted to return the ring along with all the previous gifts given with the intention of courtship. The Metal Knight refused to convey this on his behalf, instead urging Heatherway to prepare for marriage. The first offering stood with Pandora. They were of the same kind, and he no longer intended to seek help from the Metal Knight. The roses on the table had already wilted, and the small note on top bore Pandora's message, which Heatherway did not want to read. It was nothing but cheesy love words or perhaps an invitation for a date. Recently, he had felt as if someone was watching him. The figures of patrolling soldiers often appeared outside his door. They always stood idly in front of his house, chatting nonchalantly, disguising themselves well. Every time he saw these elves from the glass window, it filled him with a sense of unease. It seemed Pandora's intentions were clear. She wanted him to stay, but he was determined to leave. He did not wish to be restricted by anyone, even if it meant giving up his relatively comfortable life. Perhaps he should take action. Even though he had been avoiding this issue, the Radiant Church was always a hurdle he could not escape. The next day, Heatherway went to the Fox Clan trading post to purchase 100 milliliters of moon well water. His body had been tainted, and only by using this well water could he return to the church. "You're giving me a headache," the cunning fox merchant Sophia said, her small mouth slightly agape, expressing dissatisfaction with the reward Heatherway could offer. With less than 1,000 gold coins, his savings were not much, as he had not been a guest elder for long. Moreover, he often used his spare money to help refugees, and over time, he had only a little less than 1,000 gold coins left. Moon well water was an extremely rare magical material, a catalyst for purification potions, and consuming it could dispel most toxins and curses. Using it to cover up bodily impurities was indeed too extravagant. Only emerald-level practitioners could afford to buy it. Perhaps, in the whole world, only Heatherway could advance to a mage as a man. There was no other way. After being missing for 3 years and returning to the church, he would inevitably undergo a loyalty assessment. To cover up the fact of being defiled, he had no choice but to rely on moon well water. A person and a fox sat at the table, and the fox lady checked the gold coins one by one with her teeth, afraid that one of them was a counterfeit copper ingot. "I'm really sorry, Miss Sophia, I can make up the price difference with other things," Heatherway said helplessly. If possible, he did not want to use those savings, because those things were not his, they were gifts from Pandora. "Wow, Tears of the Goddess, this is a top-notch magical item. Are you sure you want to use this treasure as payment?" the fox lady exclaimed, holding a necklace with great affection. The silver chain, intricately hollowed and made of secret silver, showcases superb craftsmanship, especially the prominently embedded blue gemstone at its center. The blue dragon crystal core, carved into a teardrop shape, can store the magical power of 10 novice magic tutors, making it a super power bank for mages. Although it looks quite nice, it still has its drawbacks. For example, it takes time to call upon magical power, and it usually requires the consumption of high-level crystal cores for maintenance. The fox lady wouldn't always praise the seller's goods. She tried every means to belittle the tear of the goddess, yet her eyes were fixed on the necklace, unblinking. "By the way, I remember this item belongs to Lady Pandora, right? Such treasures are not equipment that ordinary magic tutors can possess. Only those of the celestial level are qualified to touch them." Sophia raised her eyebrows, teasingly mocking. Heather explained the origin of the item, and the fox lady first looked incredulous, then appeared frustrated. "My goodness, being a man is just too comfortable. If only I could turn into a little boy one day, just spreading my legs would bring in wealth." Sophia's infatuation was evident. She reluctantly admired it for a while but ultimately did not accept the tear of the goddess. It is very rare for elves to marry. Given the situation, Etheria would soon welcome its first male master. If Lady Pandora knew the item had been swindled, wouldn't she skin her fox hide and make it into a flag to hang on the city tower? The Fox Clan Merchant Association certainly did not want to offend the biggest local tyrant, the Elven family, which even the city lord had to avoid. Having inexplicably obtained moon well water, Heather was unsure whether it was a good or bad thing. The fox lady seemed certain she would marry the clan leader, not to mention the identity of the life priestess forbidding marriage. Did that woman not need to consider his wishes? Upon returning to her residence, Heather continued to ponder this question. Was she to remain in Etheria forever? After all, this was an elven city, and being married off as Pandora's lady was the dream of many male outsiders. However, Heather could not accept such an ending. He tried every means to evade the other. "Are you troubled by something? Is there someone in the living room?" He suddenly looked up, nearly stumbling. Sitting gracefully at the table was a noble lady, her eyes gentle yet possessive. "Master!" Heather bit his lip secretly. What did Pandora want by intruding into a private residence? He watched as she picked up the wilted rose from the table, placed it in a water bottle, and gracefully stood to support the priestess's waist. Men and women should not engage in physical contact. Heather certainly could not let her succeed, raising his arm to stop her advance. Her gentle smile vanished abruptly as she spoke with a tone of regret. Mr. Heather, you are trying to leave Etheria and return to the human city, aren't you? The person on the sofa felt a suffocating sensation. She knew everything, detailing his whereabouts and planned routes. The Merchant Association, the Caravan, and the Adventurers Guild all have my eyes and ears. No matter which route you wish to take to leave, you cannot escape my watchful gaze. Miss Pandora smiled, appearing to Heather like a devil showing its fangs. Staying is your best choice. Among the various races, open and covert struggles for supremacy are constant. Small border nations are always burned by war. Heather the priestess, why do you have the illusion that I would allow you to leave here? Indeed, you have slain the Lich and are a hero of the city. Freeing yourself from slavery is already the limit of my mercy. Among the celestial beings of various races, they are always finding ways to surpass each other, whether through duels on the battlefield or through despicable means off it. This is the unspoken rule among celestials. Pandora no longer concealed her intentions. Since you wish to leave, let's make it clear. Heather, you are also one of the targets. Are you deliberately avoiding this fact? Outsider celestials are irreconcilable. From the moment the two met, Pandora had a reason to kill the other. The child's brows were clouded with gloom, and after a moment of bitter silence, she spoke. I have already left the hero squad. I am no longer that person. Her powerless explanation was met with Pandora's shake of the head. I'm sorry, you cannot leave. Not only can you not leave, but you must stay, either to be imprisoned for life or to become my man. I can teach you the ways of happiness, allowing you to appear before the world in a new identity. All of this hinges on you, Priestess Highsway. I can only give you 2 days to prepare yourself mentally. She offered me no leeway. In 2 days, I would either be thrown into the dungeon or become her man. Her threat was blatant, as if she were conducting a business transaction. She spoke as if it were for my own good, but in reality, there was no room for choice. Late at night, I pushed my wheelchair outside, under the streetlight across the road. The elf assigned to watch me wore a leather coat, smoking to keep warm in the biting winter. They glanced at me indifferently, pretending to chat casually with one another. Highsway was on the verge of collapse, hurriedly turning the wheelchair around to retreat back inside, closing all doors and windows. Out of sight, out of mind. Running away was the most primitive method. The magic web, the roads, and the passes were all dead ends, compounded by my injured left leg. Everything was heading in the worst direction. In the ancestral home of Elrond, in the marble-floored palace, the patriarch's private bedroom, Pandora gone Elrond, a woman who had taken a step further after reaching the Emerald Realm. A mid-level mage, born into one of the top families of Iseria, one of the Elven race's favored, a renowned alchemist. The woman pinched the leg of her glasses, lazily propping her jade foot, while the magical screen displayed the surveillance footage of Highsway's house. I saw the human priestess turning her wheelchair in shame and anger, obediently returning inside, and only then did Pandora turn off the monitor. She whispered to the metal knight behind her, "How is the young lady doing? Has she sensed anything unusual?" The metal knight knelt on the ground, shaking his head. The matter of the patriarch confining Highsway was an absolute secret. Few outsiders knew besides her. The young lady has been fully devoted to her training lately, spending most of her time learning new magic or battling magical beasts. Hearing this, Pandora nodded in satisfaction. Filoli was her designated heir, a prepared favored one, the legitimate daughter of Elrond. But her temperament was too weak. The battles among the favored were exceptionally dangerous, and Filoli was like a rabbit, lacking in both strength and spirit. Fortunately, the young lady's talent was very high. As long as she was willing to work hard, she could definitely reach her current height. A mid-level mage was enough to support the continuation of the Elrond family. The remaining issue was her temperament, which needed urgent resolution. That human priestess was the best whetstone. You find a way to let Filoli know about this, regarding Highsway and my metal knight, he said in astonishment, kneeling on the ground. My lord, if the young lady knows about this, she will surely be devastated. Filoli liked Highsway. This was no secret in the clan. The two had been inseparable during their master-servant period, and there were rumors that the young lady had already consumed Highsway. Only when one reaches a dead end can they grow. Didn't the previous events illustrate this point well? Pretending to threaten Highsway, she obediently returned home. Now, if I just added a little more fuel to the fire, that girl would surely mature and transform. As for that beautiful priestess, Pandora licked her lips. Just sacrifice yourself for me, for the sake of Elrond. The beautiful woman removed her glasses, gazing directly at the high-hanging moon outside the castle. Under this same moon, two figures were entangled together. Diana, using the cover of night, snuck into Highsway's bedroom while the monitoring elf dozed off. Who is it? He hadn't been able to sleep these past few days. Any strange noise in the room would startle him awake. Hisway lit a candle. In the dimness of the night, she could see the outline of a figure with pointed ears. The agile figure was clearly a nimble female professional. Could she be a watcher? Don't go too far. Monitoring even her sleep was simply an insult, and Heather was furious. As she opened her mouth to scold, the other party flickered, and in an instant, covered her own mouth and nose. It's me, I'm here to save you. Diana pressed her down onto the bed, making a shoot gesture with her finger. There were watchers outside. She couldn't reveal her identity. It's you. Seeing the visitor clearly, Heather trembled at the sight of those white pupils, a rapist daring to say she was saving her. Get away. If you touch me again, I'll scream. She was willing to alert the guards if necessary. No, please, what are you going to do? Heather wanted to shout but was silenced by Diana's finger. In anger, she bit down on Diana's finger, and the two struggled until they were exhausted. To be precise, it was Heather who was subdued. The weak priestess couldn't move her left foot and was no match for the sword-wielding warrior. Diana, if you still want to do that to me, I tell you I won't agree. Her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes were red with shame and anger. I didn't. I'm really here to save you, Diana said helplessly. She belonged to the patrol team of Elrond and was well aware of the family's security arrangements. Recently, 3 small teams had been assigned to take turns guarding Heather's safety. At first, she didn't care, but a secret document revealed the true purpose. These elves were not just there to protect, they were more about surveillance. They had also been granted high authority by Pandora, allowing them to use force to terminate any attempts by Heather to escape or seek help from the church. Wasn't this house arrest? Diana suddenly realized that the seemingly noble matriarch was not a good person at all. You've been set up. Do you know that? Heather looked up, incredulously staring at the woman pinning her down. Of course, he knew his situation, and it was even more severe than what Diana had mentioned. That Pandora had already planned to tear off his skin and force him into marriage. I know a secret route that can take you out of the city. What about you? Leaving Elrond meant losing this enviable position. Heather asked tentatively, and Diana felt touched. The other party actually cared about her, not knowing that Heather didn't care about her at all. She just wanted to test her intentions. In the Elrond family treasury, I've already found what I need. There's no need to stay any longer. I see. Heather bit her lip softly, clearly still unable to accept Diana. Eva's undead form had turned to ashes under the indiscriminate coverage of his holy healing rain. Who knew what this thug would do after saving him? If it was something bad, wouldn't it be like calling for help but getting no response? Just like before, she would tire of him and then sell him to a merchant. The city could still guarantee safety, but once they were out in the wild, it wasn't impossible for Diana to force him to bear a slave mark. In any case, this woman had to be guarded against. I understand, but I need you to promise that after you help me escape the city, the route will be decided by me. Diana's lips curled slightly as she embraced Heather in a princess carry, leaping up and disappearing from the room. However, everything in the room fell under Pandora's gaze. She raised her hand, and a metallic staff suddenly appeared. The priestess Heather had chosen the wrong path. Evasion would only increase her suffering. Child, why question my decisions? She murmured, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from the spot. Between the celestial and the mundane, there was a vast difference. That sword-wielding warrior was not your destiny. In the back mountains of Etheria, the winter underground river flowed rapidly, not frozen, revealing only transparent ice blocks floating on the surface. With Diana around, the two easily evaded the hidden sentries and left the high walls. Put me down, I can walk by myself. Heathway didn't like being held by her, even though she was very proper and didn't make any inappropriate moves. As the city lights gradually faded away, the darkness of the forest brought a sense of unease. He regretted it. Why did he escape in the middle of the night and end up with this elf? Diana didn't let him go, chuckling lightly. Can you walk on your own? It was a rhetorical question. A man with no fighting ability and injured legs, in this wilderness, would be at a disadvantage whether facing beasts or elves. I am your only support right now, you have to rely on me. Diana thought this, holding the soft jade in her arms, and the elf girl suddenly felt excited. She had experienced the taste of this delicate body firsthand and understood its wonders. A surge of wicked fire swelled in the girl's chest. Heathway seemed to sense Diana's excitement and scolded. You swore an oath to the goddess, no wandering thoughts, and you must listen to my route. Now return along the route to Greyleaf Town. Want to get back to the human city? Diana tightened her embrace and quickened her pace. It had taken half a month to travel from Greyleaf Town to Etheria. Returning wouldn't be that easy. The boy twisted his body in dissatisfaction, forcing her to let him down from her arms. You can't expect me to carry you all night. Without the support of a mercenary group, walking alone in the damp and cold beast forest was difficult for a strong elf. Then let's rest for the night, just let me down, he urged, feeling irritated in her arms. Ah, it hurts. As his left foot landed on the damp black soil, he felt a sharp pain immediately. Your left foot isn't healed yet. Let me take a look. Get lost. Diana intended to check his wound but was met with a fierce glare, so she could only smile helplessly. Turning around, she gathered firewood and lit a campfire. Any of her actions would be deemed disrespectful or a precursor to violence. The fire quickly ignited, illuminating their faces and driving away the chill. In a hurry to leave, Heathway only had a thin blanket on him. He clasped his hands together, a wave of magical energy flowing through his body. This was the protection magic he had studied during his time in Elrond, capable of creating a barrier to block cold air. The spell didn't succeed and quickly dissipated. Using that magic could easily attract the attention of pursuers, Diana advised, poking the flames with a branch. From her experience tracking prey, protection magic would shine like a golden light on a mini-map in front of a magic master. If he didn't want to be caught by the pursuers behind him, it was best not to use that spell carelessly. Heathway felt bitter in his mouth. Did he have to endure the cold wind physically? He brought his legs together, curling his limbs. Seeing this, Diana leaned over, wanting to hold Heathway. Halfway through the motion, she was firmly rejected, and the girl had to add more wood to the fire. Compared to the elven magic swordsman, the physical condition of human males was too fragile. Many boys had died from the cold nights during the initial abduction. The campsite was chosen in a location backed by a hillside, with rocks on 3 sides. After the campfire was lit, it felt slightly safer. If the one beside him were a knight from the Holy Kingdom instead of a white-eyed elf, Heathway could have a good sleep. The flames crackled as they burned the dry branches, emitting a unique fragrance from the scorched camphor leaves. Why help me? Logically, he was targeted by Pandora, and it had nothing to do with Diana. Did she like him? No, that was impossible. Heathway would rather replace like with covet. He couldn't forget that night when Diana had forcibly taken him. He had cried hoarsely, begging and cursing, yet still fell into her clutches. I don't like owing favors. You saved my life, so I owe you one. That's the rule among mercenaries. It's that simple. She gazed at the flames, as if knowing that Heathway disliked her gaze. The Lich is the enemy of all living beings and the mortal enemy of the holy practitioners. I didn't intend to save you. I just hope you can delay Lysandra and buy me some time. The priest spoke very plainly. I am using you to gain the opportunity to eliminate the Lich. Diana didn't care. No matter what his initial purpose was, the result was the same. Without Heather, she would die at the hands of the Lich, becoming an undead like Eva, neither human nor ghost. Is it really that simple? Gratitude surely doesn't align with my impression of you. This bad elf still had a concept of gratitude. It was truly a sight to behold. Heather didn't believe that the other party's intentions were so simple, able to plunder towns without batting an eye and even selling herself to the slave trade. The white-eyed elf was a creature that wouldn't rise early without profit. There must be other motives. If it weren't to escape Pandora's pursuers, he wouldn't be spending the night with her. If I said I liked you, would you believe me? The white-eyed elf was calm, yet his words were shocking. Was this a confession? Heather was taken aback at first, then snorted and laughed. Put. As expected, he revealed his ugly side. After all, it was for that kind of thing. You like me? What do you like about me? Is it that kind of thing? I can give it to you, but you must guarantee to send me back to the human city. I knew it. To gain her help, something had to be sacrificed. He didn't care anymore. After all, this body had already been tarnished by her. Closing his eyes, he would just pretend to be ravaged by a beast. First, he would endure, and when they reached the Holy Kingdom, he would immediately list Diana as the #1 wanted criminal. I didn't mean that, Diana hurriedly explained, only to receive cold mockery in return. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? Clenching his fists, he continued to press. Don't think I don't know. Did you have any ulterior motives when you were holding me? Diana gasped sharply, secretly covering her firm chest with her hand. It's instinct. I can't help it. The Moon Elf clan is inherently sensitive, and I was holding you at the time. She swore. No Moon Elf could remain calm in that situation, especially when cradling a super beauty. Heather's delicate body was like poison, tempting her to commit a crime at all times. Before experiencing pleasure, she could still restrain herself, but now Diana could no longer suppress that desire. Not tonight. I'm not feeling well. You are not allowed to come near the circle, or I will take you down with me. Heather shifted her body, trying to lay a blanket as far away from her as possible. Using a branch blackened by the charcoal fire, she drew a circle beneath her, marking it as her boundary with her. Until he closed his eyes, Diana's head did not respond. I can give it to you, but you must guarantee to send me back to the human city. Those words were like poison, yet also like honey. Heather's frail body lay before him, unable to move, at the mercy of others. Just like before, even with force, he could only endure silently. He had long been prepared to lose himself. With things being this way, wouldn't he take action? Diana swallowed hard. The next day, sunlight filtered through the treetops. When the morning dew melted, the air would lose heat, making it feel even colder. The beautiful woman's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He wanted to rise but feared startling the woman beside him. What a beast, a beastly thing. Bastard, a hypocritical lecher. His body felt like it was falling apart, and the girl bit her lip in curses. At first, she pretended to be asleep, but as Diana's movements grew more reckless, he could no longer pretend. Heather had not resisted from the beginning. He knew he couldn't resist her. He still needed her help, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pass through the dangerous beast forest. Acting alone would either lead to being devoured by beasts or captured by slave hunters. The mercenaries and beast girl tribes along the way were threats. The dangers in the forest were not just magical beasts. Soon, Diana woke up as well. The two exchanged a glance, remaining silent, neither speaking. As if to brush off the madness of the previous night, she boiled a pot of warm water, making no sound, tacitly acknowledging their arrangement. I protect you to return to the human world, and you offer your body in return. It was a mutual agreement, with no coercion or threats involved. After a simple meal, she filled her water pouch with the remaining warm water. Let's go. I'll continue to lead you down until we reach Greyleaf Town. Heather lowered his gaze, revealing nothing of his thoughts. This was the only conversation they had during the day, and even with the shortest route planned, it would take 10 days to return to Greyleaf Town. Heather had difficulty walking. If Diana were to proceed alone, she could cut the travel time in half. When night fell, they chose a secluded cave to spend the night. The ground was covered with haystacks and many dried fruits, resembling a nest abandoned by beasts. They covered the entrance with stones, having discovered traces of pursuers during the day. Diana had even clashed with a group of Elren's guards. She found out I escaped. It was only a matter of time. Don't worry, the heavy snow will cover our tracks. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall, occasionally causing branches to sag. Diana reassured him. Clearly, the day's encounter had startled him. Elren's elves had already caught up, and it seemed they knew their route. If there were any teams tracking Heather, fortunately, Diana was exceptionally strong and had dealt with most of the pursuers swiftly. We might need to adjust our route a bit. If we go further, we might run into that guy. Their route was too obvious, heading straight toward the nearest human settlement, making it easy to guess their destination. Diana handed the warm tea to the young man, who took small sips, his brows slightly furrowed. We agreed that the route would follow my lead. It's up to you. Diana did not argue. She would handle the enemies along the way. The sound of rustling continued as the snow buried the cave entrance. They made a fire to cook. Their rations consisted only of the grain biscuits Diana carried. She tore them apart and soaked them in warm water, and soon the surface of the water was covered with lumps of soup. If we encounter pursuers we can't handle, will you abandon me? They both thought of that woman, the Elven princess, Pandora of Elrond. Heather had witnessed the true power of a princess. He did not believe Diana could reach her level, as she struggled even against a newly born lich. I'll do my best. And then what? The young man looked at her, waiting for the rest of the answer from the white-eyed elf. After hesitating for a moment, he finally compromised. Let's take a detour. The light was close at hand, and he did not want to encounter any mishaps on this crucial path. The rivalry among the princesses of various races was fierce. It wasn't just a matter of fighting upon meeting. They generally could not stand to see each other's successes. Encountering the isolated Heather, it was only natural for Pandora to want to imprison him. Moreover, that woman wanted to use him to motivate her daughter's training, which could only be described as the unique educational method of a twisted lord. He truly worried for Fillory. Under such a distorted education, what would she become in a few years? A reckless noblewoman like Shirley, or a cold-hearted egoist like Diana? After planning the route, it was already dark. Heather took out a small booklet from his sleeve. Holding the handwritten scripture, the young man began his daily prayers. Diana did not disturb him until he completed his daily tasks. As he closed the booklet, she had just finished tidying up the straw and debris on the ground and casually said, "The goddess is high above. How could she care about the lives of insignificant people?" Rather than praying to an ethereal existence, it was better to believe in the sword and staff in hand. At least she could speak with her fists. Wasn't that more fragrant than begging the gods? Heather shot her a dissatisfied glance. As a follower of the goddess of life, he could accept her insulting him, but he would not tolerate her blaspheming the goddess. The existence of a goddess is not something a brainless little sprite can fathom. Oh, then why don't you ask the goddess of life to take you to a safe place and see if she responds? Diana, not willing to back down after being retorted, shot back. You, unreasonable. Heather was angry but felt helpless. When the goddess was mentioned, his eyes sparkled, and his voice became soft yet powerful. Faith is not a transaction. It is not a contract that guarantees we will receive something in return for our prayers. The goddess will listen to our hearts. Her compassion and wisdom far exceed your imagination." Diana pouted, implying that risking her life was less reliable in his eyes than praying to the goddess. By the time he successfully returned to the human world, it was likely that he would be grateful not to her but to his goddess. Brainwashed by the Radiant Church since childhood, the so-called first beauty of the human race was already beyond redemption. However, his body was healthy, and his looks were top-notch, which was enough. "Are you all right? Come closer, we'll stay here tonight." She pointed to the neatly arranged bedding, with a thin blanket spread over the hay, indicating for him to lie down. This was much more convenient than yesterday, with the enclosed space and soft ground. Whether it was a god or a ghost protecting them didn't matter, just don't forget the transaction between them. His hollow gaze lacked focus, and his lips were slightly pale. "What, do you want to back out?" Diana crossed her arms, her fingers unconsciously tapping rapidly on her elbow. She hadn't intended to force him into this, but Heather's paranoia was irritating her. This was voluntary. Once it happened, there was no turning back. "Oomph, what if I do?" His clenched fist relaxed, as if resigned to his fate. "Wait, don't rush to touch me." Under her watchful gaze, Heather slowly removed the ceremonial robe symbolizing purity, leaving only a thin white garment. They spent the night entwined, without a word. The young and handsome man used his body as a price to exchange for meager rewards, perhaps out of necessity or to satisfy his own pursuit of luxury. Heather knew that her current actions were akin to the men selling their bodies in a mill. Cheap, despicable, and filthy. 3 years, all for the sake of going home. He longed to return to the realm of humans. To go back, he would not hesitate to submit to the enemies of his kind. Last night, Diana had kept him up late, and Heather had served her as needed. From her intoxicated and dazed expression, it was clear that the sprite had already become immersed in it. Like a wildcat, being groomed by her partner, she lazily closed her eyes to enjoy it. If she had a sharp knife in her hand at that moment, Heather would only think about it. She couldn't act on it yet. The white-eyed sprite was not an ordinary magician. The speed and danger perception of a magic swordsman were extraordinary. The methods used against Eva could not be repeated. Moreover, she still needed his protection until they left the forest. "Is it comfortable?" Diana changed into fitted clothing, wrapping bandages tightly around her chest. Everything unfolded before him, without any pretense. This shameless sprite actually dared to ask him such a question. "Oof." Heather turned her back, changing into a pure white priestess robe, responding coldly. His body should belong to the goddess, yet it was plundered and even seized by these malicious sprites. After consuming everything, they still had the audacity to ask about the taste of the food. The desecrators flaunted their power. She would face retribution. "With a kind and beautiful priestess like you, there must be many secret admirers on the human side, right?" Diana stood up, looking refreshed, and smiled at him. It seemed that after doing that with him, her spirit had lifted. "Mind your own business." Dressed in her robe, Heather did not want to discuss too much about admirers with her. The priesthood is a sacred profession, and marriage is absolutely forbidden. If any romantic behavior is discovered, both parties will face brutal punishment, especially the men. Pushing aside the rock that covered the cave entrance, the white snow concealed the opening, having fallen all night. Heather pushed with her hand, but it didn't budge. It seemed they were buried under the snow. "Let me handle it," Diana said, drawing her longsword to pry open the snow layer. Layer by layer, they finally emerged from the cave. Heather followed behind, leaning on a thick branch, limping. She glanced back at the deeply buried entrance. Without Diana, she would have likely suffocated in the cave. "Let's go, following the route we planned last night." After saying this, she extended her arms to pick Heather up. After some conflicted thought, Heather ultimately did not resist. She brought her feet together, allowing Diana to lift her in a princess carry. Being carried was much faster than crawling at her own pace. The trees rushed past, and the sound of the wind whistled in her ears. They took a brief rest at noon before continuing onward. Heather felt fortunate, due to the change in route, they hadn't encountered Elrond's pursuers along the way. In this heavy snowfall, footprints would quickly vanish, making tracking difficult. This continued for 3 days, and it seemed the pursuers had lost their way. Everything was progressing in a good direction. The goddess blessed them, and prayer was indeed useful. Her luck had turned. Aside from the clingy Diana, there should be no further threats. Because of the detour, the original journey had doubled in length. By nightfall, they would find a safe place to rest or use the magic sword to carve out a small cave. Their rations had been completely consumed, but with Diana around, she could hunt the beasts that ventured out in winter or bring down birds from the sky. An Emerald Tier practitioner clearly wouldn't starve in the forest. They provided each other with what they needed, and that was all. Let this shameless woman have it. Let this pig endure a few more days of me. Elves were truly something. It was almost every night. After finishing her prayers, she did as she pleased. Savage, beasts are just beasts. Although she was under someone else's roof, Heather did not show weakness. Instead, she would occasionally mock her, including vicious curses and blatant disdain. At first, Diana was quite repulsed, but after getting used to the insults, she no longer paid them any mind. He's left with nothing but his tongue. Why should I strip him of his last shred of dignity? The harsher the insults, the more Diana truly feared him, and he dared not speak ill of her anymore. What if she really turned against him, broke her promise, and led him into a ravine? Everything would be over. Put on your clothes. She pointed to the neatly folded priest robes on the stone. Heather was set down, and he carefully crawled onto the grass mat, somewhat puzzled by the woman's early insistence today. Put on your clothes, we continue. Diana licked her lips, with a hint of malice. You can't. I can't wear that for you. He lay on the grass mat, fiercely protecting the robe that symbolized purity. This time, he succeeded. The elf could violate him, but she couldn't force a priest to wear the uniform in humiliation. The sun rose and set, and they could already see the smoke from human fires. They would likely return to human territory by tomorrow. He didn't believe Diana would kindly escort him back. Heather made his final plans. Tonight, while she slept soundly, he would quietly leave alone. As long as he crossed one more mountain on foot, the destination would be in sight. For tonight's action, Heather had observed Diana for 3 days, mastering her sleeping patterns. He peeled away from her agile body, quickly donned his gear, and cast a layer of protective magic. The protective magic would shine like a torch in the senses of a magic master, revealing their trail to pursuers. In the past, he could rely on Diana's protection, but without this spell now, he certainly couldn't cross the mountain alone. He could only gamble. Heather turned to glance at the deeply sleeping Diana, contemplating for a long time before cautiously putting down the bone blade in her hand. She dared not strike. The magic swordsman was keenly aware of killing intent and death. Once Diana was awakened, she would surely be doomed. Dropping the bone blade and leaning on her staff, Heather chose to flee immediately. Little did she know, at the moment the protective magic was cast, Pandora, soaring in the air, instantly sensed their presence. She had been lingering along the border for a long time and finally caught Heather. Priest, isn't it better to be a good man among elves? You really are quite disobedient. Sometimes fate is like this. Despite your efforts, it plays a cruel joke on you at the end. Victory was clearly within reach, yet it felt so far away. Like a mirage, Heather was unclear how it had appeared, only knowing she had to run now. Even with each step, her left ankle erupted with tearing pain. The witch hovering in the sky raised her artifact, and the massive cannon suspended in the heavens emitted a beam of destruction. Diana retreated a dozen steps, barely avoiding the devastating blow. She had long noticed Heather trying to escape and had quietly followed her, only to be caught off guard by the woman's sudden appearance. Pandora gone Elrond. The Sky Witch, the favored daughter inscribed on the Elven sacred tree. Sitting high above in the frost-laden sky, her eyes aligned with the stars and moon. She looked at the struggling human priest fleeing and then glanced at the magic swordsman on the ground. Ultimately, she decided to deal with the traitor first before handling Heather. Reinhardt. Pandora's lips moved slightly, uttering the name of her staff. The metal knight behind her transformed into a staff of equal height, the so-called First Knight of Elrond, whose true identity was merely her alchemical creation. Knight Diana, I had high hopes for your potential, but fleeing with a human is a path to self-destruction. A woman's authoritative voice echoed in the sky. There was no need for further words, since they were enemies. There was no need for banter. The sword box infused with magic, 2 flying swords shot through the air, piercing the blockade of the floating cannon, directly targeting the witch's heart. Had she succeeded? In the next moment, the wide-eyed one was horrified as the metal staff effortlessly blocked the magic sword. No matter from which angle the attack was launched, it would be preemptively predicted by the opponent. Even Lysandra could not achieve such ease. Yet she did so effortlessly. This was the combat power of the favored daughter. This was a group of women favored by fate, while the wide-eyed elf was merely striving to break through like dust. As kin, sever your right arm, and I will spare your life. Pandora had already analyzed all the techniques of the magic sword, and the Metal Knight had long recorded all of Diana's information. Diana unwrapped the bandages on her hands, igniting the magic within her blood, seemingly still unwilling to give up. The gap was so vast. Did she still need to fight? The metal staff transformed into a copper spear, shooting out and nearly piercing through Diana in one blow. Before she could respond, the copper spear morphed back into the Metal Knight, and the giant blade fell in an instant, catching the magic swordsman off guard, forcing her to respond hastily. Cornered at the cliff, the slope was also pierced by the floating cannon. Every moment required heightened tension. Any lapse would allow the Metal Knight to seize the opportunity. She had faced countless life-threatening situations, her abdomen smashed open by the giant blade, her organs damaged. With every breath, the cold wind ravaged her heart and lungs. Challenging the favored daughter, truly the most ridiculous joke of her life. Diana's palm was stained with blood, and she bitterly smiled, realizing she couldn't even reach the hem of Pandora's skirt. Everything unfolded as Heather had anticipated. She was simply no match for the favored daughter, not even worthy of being a rival. In despair, a familiar light descended from the sky, and her heart in numbness revived under the glow's pull. Was it a healing spell? That gentle aura. Diana suddenly turned her head to see Heather holding the handwritten scripture, praying to the goddess. Was she praying to overcome the witch? That seemed utterly impossible. The gap between them was too great. The girl tightened her grip on the magic sword, but unfortunately, the third magic sword only condensed into a tassel. Otherwise, it might have been able to escape from her hands. Heather was already out of breath, her legs frozen by frost. He looked up at the sky in prayer, casting a healing spell, hoping that Diana could hold on a little longer. Pandora retracted her staff. This was the border of the human race, and it was not wise to linger too long. A magic swordsman with a bit of potential, but unfortunately, he had touched his own cake and fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have. She gently stroked her gold-rimmed glasses, the staff pointing towards Diana at the edge of the cliff. Activate the dragon breath cannon. Amidst the sound of the command, the giant will behind her turned, the floating cannon mouth spewing white light, turning night into day. When the light extinguished, not only Diana but even the cliff itself vanished without a trace. Dust swirled, and Heather was blown away by the tremendous sound wave, falling into unconsciousness. Heather Ophi, I was originally the heir of a small family in a kingdom that had already disappeared. My parents raised me as a girl, wanting me to inherit the family business as a boy. To this end, they even gave me a name that leaned towards femininity, Heather. With graceful manners and a tall figure, I was widely praised as a beauty in the social circles of the human upper class. She is a noble lady befitting the prestigious status of the Ophi family, said the prominent figures in the city. In the family, everyone except my parents mistakenly believed I was female. Strong and independent, with an affinity for holy light magic, I was about to be sent to the prestigious academy of the Radiant Church as a preparatory nun. I was a companion that peers enjoyed being with, and even the servants praised my generosity and kindness. Gaining everyone's affection was not easy, but even those who envied Heather had to feel genuine admiration for him. He did not rely solely on talent and beauty, he was kind and compassionate, with a rare softness among women. I had a very long dream. Mia, I'm back. Lady Heather, welcome home. The young nun had grown up, she had become a monk of the church. In the dream, I smoothly returned to the Holy Kingdom, designated as the official holy son by the goddess. The church no longer made things difficult for him because of his unauthorized departure. On weekends, women waiting in line to pray would kneel on the ground, licking the holy son's toes, praying to the goddess before him. The elf race, beast folk, and even the dragon race were all subdued by the goddess's power, becoming vassals of humanity. Until one day, the chief knight of judgment and the saintess found Moon Wellwater in his residence. Heather was escorted to the judgment platform, with irrefutable evidence. He was sent to the dungeon, his limbs locked, and the saintess said she would personally purify his filthy body. Pain, waking from a deep sleep. It turned out everything was a dream. Where am I? Is Diana dead? Numb, weak, sore, feeling so uncomfortable. Where am I sleeping? Heather took a deep breath, trying to move his body. The prolonged pressure on his blood had caused his left ankle to lose sensation, but the refreshing numbness made him shiver all over. After waiting a few minutes, until his body could move slightly, Heather began to survey his surroundings. This was not any place he was familiar with, neither the Holy Kingdom nor Greyleaf Town. Following the dim light, he scanned the area, the dark wallpapered walls, the unfamiliar air. A room without windows, to be precise, a completely enclosed space. The only light source came from the fireplace behind him, the burning charcoal providing warmth and light. Sniffing, he detected a damp, musty smell similar to a basement on the sofa where he rested. The silent, dark environment made Heather feel increasingly uneasy. Had he been captured? There was a rustling sound on his ankle, the cold clinking of chains echoing in his ears. Imprisoned in the dungeon, an inexplicable fear spread in his heart. In the kingdom, there were some hypocritical noblewomen who appeared to be kind and gracious on the surface but were actually perverse sadists who enjoyed tormenting men in secret. It hurt so much, Heather tugged at the chains, trying to break free from the restraints. The finely crafted silver chains clinked and remained motionless. Come out, if you have the ability. Don't use such tricks. No one responded, and the dead silence of the environment made Heather uneasy. Even the flames flickering behind him grew increasingly restless. His breathing became rapid. Trapped in a desolate place, Heather knew he had to do something. He struggled against the chains until he exhausted his last bit of strength, finally ceasing his futile efforts. In the stillness, the only sound left in the room was the crackling of charcoal. Just as Heather was about to drift off to sleep, a blinding white light left him disoriented. It was a teleportation spell, a familiar figure appeared in the mirror etched in the center of the room. "Oh dear, it seems our priestess beauty has woken up. Do you need a handkerchief? Drooling all over, how embarrassing." She knelt and bent over, her eyes filled with mischief and mockery. As Heather adjusted to the light, the visitor's face gradually came into focus. The shadows of the fire danced across her stunning features. It was indeed that woman, the Elven race's celestial beauty, the Sky Witch, Pandora. The noble purple gown she wore was both sexy and fitting, with an exaggerated neckline that revealed her proud curves. Her smooth, pale skin was striking, pure like a young maiden, yet her snow-white thighs were accentuated by the high slit of her gown, making her appear provocative. Heather certainly remembered this body, having once been pinned beneath her in the name of acting. Back then, he had been drawn to her voluptuous femininity. Could this elf secretly be a perverted seductress? "Little one, don't look at me like that. Being gazed upon by such a pure priestess makes me feel quite guilty." "Humph, be careful, sister might just take you to bed right now." She wanted her daughter to personally open Pandora's box, becoming the heir to the magical chest. "And you were merely the bait, the sinner guiding the girl to her downfall." Guilt. The witch's words dripped with sharp sarcasm as she stood calmly before him, quietly observing the panicked figure. Heather struggled to shift his body, his back pressed tightly against the sofa cushions, as if that would grant him a semblance of safety. "What do you want to do to me?" If it was merely because of his foreign identity, wanting to snuff out the seed of humanity, he should have been dead by now. Pandora sat down on one side of the sofa, the scent of alcohol wafting from her, as if she had just come from a feast, her face beaming with a smile. He shifted his ankle again, the chains clinking as he retreated, dragging his weakened body away from the witch, but the chains restricted his movements. "How sad, I cared so much for you, yet you remain on guard against me. Isn't that obvious?" Heather felt a flicker of annoyance. "Anyone locked in a place like this would be wary of you. Did you forget? That night, we got to know each other quite well. You say no, but your body is very honest." She spread her hands helplessly, full of playful intent, her eyes sparkling with cunning as she scrutinized him from his ankles to his slim waist and finally to his face. Heather widened his eyes, suddenly recalling the first time Pandora came to his place. She had pinned him down on the couch, her voluptuous femininity and overwhelming presence all enticing him to submit. "We can take it a step further. What made you choose to give up? Is it the shame of being a priestess?" Pandora spoke as if chatting with a familiar friend, her tone cheerful and lively. "Do you want to continue the story from that night?" The witch's deep eyes conveyed an ambiguous hint. Was she casting a spell? Or some kind of special psychological suggestion? Heather's gaze became hazy, the chaotic memories swirling before him like a revolving lantern. That night, the witch had seduced him with her ankle, claiming it was to motivate Fillory, and he had willingly cooperated. He thought it would end there, but it seemed Pandora had kept it on her mind all along. That night, when the other party wanted to kiss, Heather blocked his red lips with her palm, forcing him to turn his attention to her neck and collarbone. The purple-dressed elf leaned forward, eager to continue the story of that night, the chains making a sound of pleading. "Do you still want to resist?" They intertwined their fingers fiercely. On Pandora's dress, a scent of lavender enveloped him completely. "If you dare to do that to me, the Radiant Church will not let you go." As a favored child of the elf clan, she should know that imprisoning a priest would lead to the church's pursuit. Although the Radiant Church is a neutral force, it has the blessings and protection of the goddess of life, with countless strong individuals. "You know the consequences I will face for desecration." The chains were pulled to their limit, taut and unyielding, her small ankles bending and retreating with nowhere to go. Heather gathered her courage, wanting to maintain the little dignity she had left. As a male-favored child cultivated by the church, if the news of being violated by an elf-favored child spread, his reputation would be ruined. The saintess would not spare him, and the church would find a way to reclaim the tainted self. "No, I can't let this happen." Heather tried to calm his emotions, but his trembling body betrayed his unease. Article 101 of the Radiant Code states that male priests must maintain bodily purity and undergo a magical essence assessment once a year. Those with impure magical essence will be sent to the disciplinary institution for detention and investigation. Pandora blurted out, as a witch, she had extensive knowledge. Article 151 of the Radiant Code states that anyone who desecrates a priest, regardless of identity, status, or race, will be considered an enemy of the goddess. "But what does that have to do with me? Since I intend to take action against you, I naturally have the ability to handle the aftermath." She was very familiar with the code, and Heather bit his lip, glaring in anger. Knowing full well the consequences, it seemed the witch didn't take him seriously at all. Or perhaps, the other party had no intention of leaving any survivors after the attack. The secluded, dark chamber would be his final resting place. How long he could live depended entirely on how much pleasure he could bring her. "Bastard, you murderer, you won't have a good death." Perhaps foreseeing a tragic end, Heather suddenly erupted, hysterical. He opened his mouth to bite the other party but was caught by a delicate hand gripping his chin, pinning him firmly to the sofa. "My dear priest, how can you be so uncultured? Shouting loudly isn't very friendly to your throat, you know." She referred to him as my dear priest, but there was no hint of respect, rather more of a teasing tone. "I see, you want your voice to reach the outside?" The chamber had no windows. Pandora looked around, her gaze ultimately landing on the handsome face of the person beneath her. He was still shouting, but no amount of shouting would save him. "Be good, keep it down, listen and be quiet." Pandora's arrogant and rude attitude made him prepare for the worst in the current situation. "You must be very curious about where you are being held, right?" Heather's eyes turned cold. He didn't believe the other party would kindly inform him of the situation. The underground dark palace of Elrond. This used to be a temporary refuge, a secret area to evade emergency disasters. There was a corridor outside. It seemed there was more than one room here, but the entrance was sealed with iron bars and chains. Following her guidance, Heather saw the portraits on the black wall, all depicting beautiful elves, the heads of the Elrond family through the ages. Under the contrast of the black wall and the dim firelight, the kind smiles in the portraits made him feel uneasy. It has always been this way, but no one knows that there is another use for this place. What use? Perhaps attracted by her storytelling tone, Heather couldn't help but ask. Pandora raised her embroidered brow, playing with the hair of the person beneath her, gently exhaling, and whispered the secret. "This is also a torture chamber specifically used for interrogating male prisoners." Was she joking on purpose, or was it really so? She could feel the trembling of the person beneath her intensifying, and Pandora relished the sensation. Sucking in the beauty sphere, shattering the priest's pride. Heather quickly understood that her resistance was more like a source of amusement for her. Pandora had been guiding despair, the enclosed environment, the benevolent portrait of a noblewoman, and the seemingly dubious torture chamber. She wanted Heather to feel fear and terror, to break down the priest's psychological defenses, and she succeeded. That's how perversion works. You can never guess her points of excitement. Acting like an ordinary man, shouting and screaming. The earlier loss of composure only revealed more weaknesses to the other party. "I am a priest of the church, even in the face of the enemy's torment, I should not show a hint of cowardice." In resentment and humiliation, Heather chose silence. Perhaps this way, she could escape her dominance. "Ah, that's more like it. A good child doesn't shout randomly, so obedient." Looking at the priest controlled by shackles, she nodded in satisfaction at the submissive appearance. The purple gown trailing on the floor walked through the dark hall, introducing the history of Elrond to herself. The heads of the family throughout the generations were all elves, a clan with an ancient history. In ancient times, the Elven race had no males. The females comforted each other until they accidentally discovered the wonderful use of human males. It was unclear when it began, but elves started to abduct the opposite sex, and Elrond was born from a slave-catching teen, eagerly pursuing this matter. The first head of the family was a beauty enthusiast. She liked all beautiful beings, humans, beastmen, fairies, and even elves. Many men and women were played with and then treasured by her. To this day, the first head's fervor still lies buried in the bloodline of Elrond. Some like Shirley express it openly, and some, like Fillory, transform love into admiration. And what about her? Pandora placed her hands on her hips, her smile radiant, revealing two enticing dimples. "And my hobby is making friends, especially with charming and cool priests like you." This was not the correct way to make friends. Heather listened silently, the other party never revealing her true intentions. Besides, friends wouldn't do such rude things, would they? The purple-gowned elf bent down, staring at him, seemingly observing Heather's expression. "You shouldn't be like this. I'm here to make friends, not to comfort a little boy. You should know, I have many friends. Besides adorable priests like you, there's also a group of hungry harlots." The lady glanced around at the portraits on the black walls, her verdant fingers pointed directly at Heather. "I was thinking, if you don't want to be friends with me, you must want to be friends with the harlots." The meaning was unclear. The harlots she mentioned were definitely not good things. What was she referring to? Or had she discovered the deal between herself and Diana? Or perhaps the disgraceful incident with the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps? "Oh, how understanding I am. Everyone can find their beloved, and it's a win-win." She made an incomprehensible joke, her words revealing ominous information, the threat laced with a soft tone and blatant provocation. "Stop joking, I can't resist you, but you can't make me take the initiative to do dirty things." He had been violated, but he had never taken the initiative, not once. Everything was beyond his control. The goddess would forgive him. Pandora shook her head in disappointment, such a naive priest, having never experienced true pleasure. "Did you just wake up and not recognize the situation?" She grabbed the priest's small hand, and Heather hurriedly broke free. "Don't be so agitated, I won't do anything to you. At least not now, she added with a giggle. Covered by a thin blanket, after several conversations, he understood that arguing with the witch was pointless. She held absolute dominance, and any verbal exchange would be detrimental to him. Even so, Heather's anger could not be contained, glaring fiercely at the noblewoman in the purple dress like a rabbit that had sensed a threat. Oh, don't be angry. Being agitated isn't good for your health. Don't be fooled by how a rabbit might kick when it gets anxious. Its timid nature is quite fragile, and excessive fright could even scare it to death. Time is abundant, and loneliness stretches endlessly. Pandora certainly didn't want such a rare gem to collapse too soon. The only male beauty of the human race, the pure and aloof fallen priest, was not someone who could be easily captured. Such a noble existence would undoubtedly be pursued by countless women in the Holy Kingdom. It was said that the female warriors from the human side had caused quite a stir over his claim of belonging. He must have enjoyed the taste of flattery, just like the Lord of Etheria, who would lower his stance to hold her skirt when he met her. Conquering such a high-ranking beauty was simply marvelous. Here, even if you act spoiled, no one will comfort you. I'm not a child anymore. Pandora spread her hands helplessly, revealing her proud assets. This was the territory of Elrond, not the Holy Kingdom, and certainly not the Radiant Church. In this unknown dark hall, she could dominate everything, including the body of the person before her. The proud chest indicated the elf's desire, and Heather was startled. Could it be that during her unconsciousness, he had already caught a whiff of her scent, a faint lavender fragrance? After I brought you back, I just laid you on the bed and didn't do anything. The word still implied that he had not yet succeeded, right? Heather tightened her grip on the bedding, covering her exposed ankles. While he had not yet laid a hand on her, the fact that her ankles were shackled was undeniable. The other party had been coveting her, and this was something Pandora could not refute. If you really want to treat me as a friend, you should let me go. Only then can you prove your sincerity. As long as she could unlock the shackles, there would be a chance to escape. Heather, without much hope, tried to provoke him. As long as you sincerely repent, the goddess will forgive your momentary greed and release me. I will defend you in the church. Pandora was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect that even at death's door, Heather would dare to threaten her with the church. But soon, she regained her previous elegant and composed demeanor. All right, I promise you, is that okay? Don't be afraid. The lies flowed freely, and the casual tone only made Heather more uneasy. I don't know your intentions, but don't think I will cooperate with you in anything. I will not yield. For those who desecrate the goddess, Heather had no thoughts of compromise. She could be manipulated, but she would not submit. During her time with the hero team, the name of the handsome priest had already spread among the circles of beauties from various races. I don't know how many girls from other races are thinking of inviting you home as a guest, Pandora teased. She had originally wanted to deepen her relationship with Heather, but unfortunately, the other party had gone too far. She actually wanted to escape Etheria City, to break free from her control. That simply wouldn't do, staying obediently in the city for a lifetime, whether as Elrond's offering, her man, or even Falori's husband. Pandora could support him for a lifetime. Are you happy now? Coming to my home as a guest, so excited you can't even speak. Heather's emotions grew more intense. Even though she was trying hard to suppress her expression, she still felt it would explode at any moment. Such a lowly reason, beastly elf, I already knew your intentions. As his anger surged, the purple-dressed elf revealed a triumphant smile. That's right, show me the restraint of a priest, the etiquette of a noble. Unabashedly cursing, the other party's casual demeanor heightened Heather's sense of crisis. This pervert, she just wants to see me resist. I absolutely cannot submit to her. You are simply ridiculous. Why should I give you what you want? Heather did not struggle, did not resist, and even when in pain, she made no sound. She just could not comply with her wishes. If you trap me here, you will face retribution. Still holding on? Pandora shook her head helplessly, muttering incantations, and in the next moment, a wave of weakness coursed through Heather's entire body. Clearly, she had no means to resist. Why did she still dare to say such things? Beautiful priestess, truly foolish. The crackling sound of the charcoal in the fireplace became the last thing she heard. Can I still return to the human world? 3 years, such a long time has passed. Why has no one come to save me? It's all my fault for being too greedy. If I hadn't cared about my reputation and had informed the church through secret channels, perhaps I would have returned to the Holy See by now. Is it too late to regret? Heather wanted to cry, but she would not allow herself to be weak, could not expose her vulnerabilities in front of the elf, yet she was truly terrified. In a daze, the beautiful priestess quickly fell. This time, it was just the beginning, and Heather was in tears. You demon, my body. After tasting the beautiful lips, Pandora savored it, gripping the little beauty's chin, their eyes meeting. The other's eyes shimmered with a faint glimmer of tears. Child, stop provoking me on purpose. I really will make you lose your mind. She sighed helplessly. At your age, if your attitude is still so proud, you will definitely miss out on many wonderful experiences. Heather summoned all her strength, disgustedly slapping away her wrist that was gripping her chin. Despicable creature, don't speak such filthy words to me. I will not bow to someone like you, who takes pleasure in the suffering of others and has no sense of shame. Pandora withdrew her hand. Having been slapped away, she could hear the powerlessness hidden in the priestess's voice. In this dark cage, he had nowhere to escape. He would be eroded little by little, until not a single hair remained, becoming a slave to desire. Hee, naive little fool, so foolish that I can't bear to continue. Next time, show a bit more resilience, and be prepared for my more forceful caresses. Looking at the flushed face, Pandora put on her pointed high heels, thinking, so shy, clearly enjoying it herself, why not just say it out loud? With no intention of taking it seriously, she stood up again and approached Heather step by step. Just when he thought he was about to be violated again, a crisp sound pulled him back to reality. The chain that could not be broken was undone by Pandora. I can't keep getting intimate with such a foolish beauty. It would be bad if we both turned into fools. Let's stop here for today. She put away the silver shackles, turned around to expose her snowy back, smiling with satisfaction, leaving a parting remark for the pitiful person behind. Before I return, lie obediently in bed and think about how to please me. The central floor mirror suddenly flickered, and in a flash of light, the purple-clad elf vanished. Regaining some mobility, Heather finally had the chance to explore her surroundings. The other party was very confident, having removed her own shackles. Her complacency would become Heather's opportunity. She would definitely escape this dark cage. Struggling to rise from the sofa, she rubbed her ankles that had just been bound by chains. Pandora was a top-tier alchemist. She must have mastered some form of short-distance teleportation. Is it the mirror? The floor mirror placed in the center. Isn't that strange? Could it be a teleportation array mediated by the mirror's surface? Perhaps she could pin her hopes of escaping here on this mirror. As expected, her own magical power was sealed. It was certainly intentional on the other party's part. With Pandora's understanding of magic, she naturally would not leave any significant loopholes. The current priestess has completely transformed into a frail beauty, unable to even cast healing spells. She lifts her head to gaze at the floor-length mirror, which is half a head taller than herself. Now, Heisway can only reach out with her hand to probe. It is no different from ordinary glass, but its transparency is higher, brighter. Touching it, she can faintly sense the flow of magic, yet she cannot summon the magical essence within her body. After groping in front of the mirror for a long time, she still cannot find a way out. Dragging her body, she sits on the sofa, recalling the scene of being humiliated by Pandora. Turning it over in her mind, she only harvests more restlessness. If she shatters this mirror, will that woman's teleportation fail? Heisway irritably thinks of smashing the mirror, but soon calms down. Such violent means would surely have no effect. Alchemists are known for their rigor. She does not believe Pandora would leave her any obvious loopholes. The other party would not kill her directly, at least not now. Since she still wants to keep tormenting herself, there is still a chance, Heisway thinks to herself. Her gaze falls on the metal cover of the plate on the dining table. Lifting the large round lid reveals food. Indeed, the elves would not just watch her starve to death. A roasted steak, pepper and salt, along with fruits and bread. It is the enemy's charity. She cannot help but sniff the aroma in the air. Reason tells Heisway not to easily consume the alchemist's food, but her stomach stubbornly growls. Forget it, everything can wait until I'm full. No matter what she wants to do to herself, she must endure until she finds a chance to escape. Because she cannot distinguish between day and night, Heisway chooses to pray after she has eaten her fill. This is her daily task. She has memorized every word of the prayer and can focus entirely during each prayer. All sadness and suffering dissipate during prayer, leaving only her devotion to the goddess. Even if she uses magic, she can still feel the blessings of the goddess sealed deep within her heart. It's so hot, is it because of the enclosed space? An invisible heat envelopes her body, and Heisway feels her mood cannot calm down. No matter what, she cannot gather her spirit. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Her ears are burning, and her breath has become hot. Could it be? She curls up, anxiously looking at the empty plate. She was too hungry, swallowing everything without tasting it. Now, looking back, the food placed under the metal cover at the beginning was like a crude trap to lure a little rabbit. Heisway pounds her chest, wanting to vomit the food in her stomach. She has been drugged, and with a very potent and despicable drug. Her body grows weaker, involuntarily tossing and turning on the sofa. Various wicked thoughts surge forth. First Eva, then Diana, followed by women she has had intimate contact with, appearing like a revolving lantern. The Blood Rose Fairy, the girl from the Brave Team, the Bishop's sister from Greyleaf Town, even Pandora. Who can come to save me? Hisui struggles to restrain herself until the figure of the goddess of life appears in her memory. Her pure image emerges in her heart, dressed in white, beautiful, and solemn. Her eyes are filled with reverence and cherishment for life. Under her promise, the boyish Hisui is spared from the church's punishment and becomes an extraordinary cleric. Did she have such close contact with the goddess? Why does she have no memory of it? Life, including love and reproduction. Right, it must be the drug. It's the drug's illusion. While her reason still lingers, Hisui shouts at the black wall, "Pandora, Lady Pandora, are you there?" If anyone can hear this call, it can only be that woman. No matter what, he cannot blaspheme the goddess. Not even a trace of delusion can appear in his heart. Hisui falls to the ground, drenched in sweat. The familiar sound of high heels echoes. Her eyes lose focus as she looks up at the sky. The heel of the purple-skirted fairy just brushed past his eye, and her flowing skirt occasionally caressed his cheek. The fairy glanced at the plate, then looked down with a hint of smugness at the disheveled figure below. Heather was drooling, her body beyond her control, her consciousness flickering between clarity and haze. "Help me, please." She reached out for rescue, but under the illusion, the witch's face transformed into that of a goddess, and in an instant, she withdrew her hand. Desire stems from the physiological functions of the human body. Hormones and sensory nerves are controlled, and no matter how firm the will, it is of no use. Like a seemingly successful experiment, Pandora walked across the sofa, watching the person beneath her roll around helplessly. With a wicked sense of pleasure, she pinned Heather's hands down with her high heels until his face turned crimson, his pleas growing fainter. "Oh, it seems if I don't save you soon, you'll be completely ruined." Although being ruined directly wouldn't matter much, ending it like this felt a bit premature. A priestess as pure-hearted and kind as this was not easy to find. At least hold on a little longer. After all, you're an emerald-level priestess. Are you some kind of defective product forcibly elevated in cultivation? Desperately rubbing his face against Pandora's skirt and ankles. "Fine, I'll let you suffer a little less, just this once." The witch covered her mouth and chuckled, squatting down as the fire in the fireplace flickered back to life. Regaining his senses, Heather was filled with despair. Everything was ruined. He was a sinner, he was guilty, he had blasphemed the goddess. "You despicable witch, you're just a breeding whore with a goblin's brain." Exhausted of his vocabulary, he resorted to the crude insults he had heard in the tavern for the first time. Ignoring his impotent rage, Pandora stood up gracefully in her purple dress, showing no sign of fatigue. She walked to the dining table, wiping the lipstick mark with a napkin. Eating too much at once could lead to weight gain. Save some energy. Perhaps unwilling to hear the beautiful person utter vulgarities, Pandora impatiently interrupted him. "Blaspheming the goddess is your own business, don't push it on to your sister. You vile creature." Heather's voice was intermittent as he knelt on the ground, not yielding to the fairy before him but confessing to the goddess. "If it weren't for you putting something vile in the food, how could I have become like this? And yet you say it has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency the witch. How can you, as a celestial beauty of your kind, have the audacity to speak? Even if I have become your captive, I can be killed but not humiliated." Pandora crossed her beautiful legs, arms crossed, retorting without reservation, "Priest Heather, if I remember correctly, I never said you were allowed to eat. Since you willingly became a captive, how should we account for your stealing food? Wasn't a priest supposed to embody justice, a selfless and kind existence? Brother priest, stealing doesn't quite fit the style of a priest, does it?" She spoke with such seriousness, as if she had placed a thief's label on Heather. For others, it might not matter, but Heather was different. He could not accept being defined as a thief. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't. The food you left there wasn't for me, was it?" Before he could finish explaining, Pandora waved her hand to interrupt him. "The food I left there was for my own enjoyment. Is that not allowed?" Her gaze was piercing, making it hard to refute. "I put the food on the plate, and when I came back, I found it had been stolen by you. You're just a thief." Heather sniffled, unable to accept this outcome. "What about the stuff in the plate?" Pandora smiled sweetly, explaining naturally, "As a witch, I enjoy eating food rich in magical essence. That's quite normal, isn't it? Besides, alchemists like to eat all sorts of strange things. You shouldn't touch my food." Poof! Heather turned his head away. He had lost. He was no match for this witch at all. "Whether in words or in body, I have suffered a complete defeat. From now on, even if I die of thirst or hunger, I will not eat a single morsel of your food. Do not think to shake my faith in the goddess. Whether you eat or not is not up to you." Pandora did not want the person before her to become emaciated, skin stretched over bones. That would make it no fun to play with. What she wanted was a healthy and beautiful priestess, not a mere skeleton. "I told you, the Elven family has beauty-loving genes flowing in our blood." She frivolously stroked her own face, then traced her fingertip along Heather's sharp features. Sensing the tremor of fear, the witch revealed a triumphant smile. Cultivating magical dolls and refining fitting beasts. Do not underestimate the abilities of an alchemist. If you refuse to eat, she has plenty of ways to prolong your life. Do not threaten her with starvation, or it will only hasten your downfall. Eat well, and do not think of harming yourself. You are mine now. I am myself. I am not your possession, he retorted. You will willingly become your sister's plaything. As he tried to argue, the witch vanished from the mirror's surface. In the days that followed, Heather remained wary of the food she provided. Before eating, he would wash the cooked food with clean water, and indeed, the drugs could be removed through washing, which made him somewhat pleased. The witch seemed quite displeased with this method, but did not stop him face to face. Washing away the sauce will make the food taste worse. The witch's voice suddenly appeared with a hint of regret, and Heather quietly peered through the goblet at the full-length mirror. The mirror emitted a dim glow. She was indeed spying on him through a prop. I will do as I please, it's none of your business. He snapped at Pandora behind the mirror, but she had no intention of continuing the conversation, and the glow disappeared again. This meant that when the glow at the corners of the mirror lit up, he was being watched. Heather felt he had grasped the key pattern, and perhaps this would allow him to find an opportunity to escape. He looked towards the door. He had been confined here without a chance to see other rooms. This dark hall was the Elven family's emergency refuge, and perhaps he could find an exit in another room. After 2 days, Heather secretly recorded Pandora's surveillance patterns. Each time she appeared, it lasted the length of a candle, during which she would deliver necessary supplies to him. Clean water and food, as well as bathing supplies and change of clothes. All were high-quality items. Aside from the food at the entrance, Heather carefully checked everything. He found no strange substances mixed in. Shamefully, the change of clothes was all women's attire, exuding a faint fruity fragrance, similar to the garments of Filori. His figure was about the same as Filori's, roughly 2 fingernails height difference. Sorry, little one, I can only provide you with elven clothing. If I don't wear it, being naked is fine too, she explained. It seemed she intended to keep him looking pristine. Heather did not reject the elven attire. In his childhood with the Ofer family, he had been raised as a girl. He was quite familiar with feminine dressing and makeup. From Pandora's behavior, it appeared she preferred his feminine appearance. This is not to cater to her, it's just to temporarily numb the witch's vigilance. Alright, Heather admitted he had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Given the option to change, he preferred clean clothes. The first candle extinguished, meaning Pandora would not appear for a while. He now had some free time to explore the dark hall. Heather hid under the covers, finally waiting for the right moment, using the copper candlestick as a cane. Moving with difficulty, he stepped out of the room, and the corridor walls were adorned with hollow copper rose petals. Beyond the corridor, a dark rocky barrier isolated the dark hall. Heather was unclear about where she was, only knowing that she wanted to escape, but was physically blocked. With her own strength, she couldn't carve through the rock walls. Yet her magic was sealed. What was she to do? A shadow fell over her beautiful eyes. She wore elven attire, her hands clasped in prayer, and the magic bestowed by the goddess was ineffective here as well. She continued to gaze ahead, at a row of rooms, none of which were locked. Recklessly entering a witch's room could very well lead to traps. After falling into her food trap, Heather dared not act rashly again, fearing another scheme against her. She could do anything to herself, yet she chose to torment him in various ways, truly a sadistic pleasure. As she passed a room scattered with green leaves, perhaps out of a moment of compassion, Heather seemed to hear a voice calling for help. Someone inside was crying for help. She hesitated but still placed her hand on the copper door. Pushing it open revealed an iron grate sealed with magic, behind which were 3 humanoid monsters, seemingly feasting on something. Tree spirits, the first race enslaved by the elves, had upper bodies resembling elves and possessed stunningly beautiful faces, but their lower halves were made up of various plant forms. They were distributed around the outskirts of the Elven realm, and there were also fairy tribes in the beast forest. Adventurers categorized them as plant-type monsters, while scholars classified them as intelligent beings, as the fairies had unique communication methods and cultural traits. However, they struggled to communicate with intelligent life, akin to the beastly version of elves, semi-sentient monster girls. Apart from seeing them in textbooks, Heather's only encounter was on the way to Etheria when the Blood Rose used 2 mad companions as tolls, offering them to the local tree spirit tribe, which allowed the convoy to pass. These 3 were vine-type fairies, their bodies made of vine as thick as a baby's arm writhing continuously, wrapping something together like a cocoon. In the church's general studies class, it was taught that fairies gather together to pollinate living beings. The cries for help came from within the cocoon, and she dared not approach, fearing discovery by the fairies. In Elrond's dark palace, fairies were actually being kept. Was this Pandora's doing? Alchemists loved to tinker with these strange creatures. Is there anyone who can save me? I feel so bad. Mom, Sherry was wrong, please spare me. A clump of sticky hair fell to the ground, and a familiar yet strange girl was hanging upside down in the air. The upside-down black-haired Loli's head swayed, her eyes devoid of light, pupils dilating and contracting erratically. On the ground lay a gothic pleated skirt in Lolita style and a delicate shoe, while the other was missing. Was this the same mysterious, proud, and domineering Sherry from before? She looked completely different. Apart from her body still being there, her inner self had completely fallen into something unapproachable. The girl swung back and forth under the vines. As she swayed, she looked over, likely seeing herself. Her cherry lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. A sense of crisis spread through her body, and the candlestick she had been using as a crutch slipped from her grasp, causing Heathervy to fall to the ground, staggering backward. Clang, clang. At the sound of the disturbance, the tree spirits turned their heads, three faces seemingly carved from the same mold, all staring at her, instantly launching an attack. Vines like hooks shot out, a shadow flashing to grab Heathervy's ankle. It was over, she couldn't be caught by them. Heathervy clung desperately to the ground, but it was all in vain. Her body was quickly pulled to the grate. If not for this layer of obstruction, she would have likely fallen into the mouths of these monsters. Her entire body was being tugged by the vines, lifting her into the air, and they manipulated her body to crash violently against the iron bars. It hurts. Protecting her head with her hands, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Before long, she was being tossed around, the world spinning, her head dizzy and disoriented. A perfectly matching seductive face leaned in, reaching through the iron bars to grab Heather's body. Because of the iron bars, the three women had no choice but to emit savage roars. In an instant, all notions of propriety and shame were cast aside, and their legs beat against the iron bars, creating a clanging sound. Someone, anyone, come save me. As their ankles were slowly pried apart, just as consciousness was about to fade, that woman's voice reappeared, and somehow, a sense of grasping at a lifeline filled her heart with luck. Clearly, she should be an enemy, so why was it like this? Was it an illusion? Or did she prefer to be toyed with by the elves rather than be desecrated by the savage monsters? No, that was wrong. Everything was wrong. Heather kept shaking her head. How could she entertain such comparative thoughts? She wanted nothing, whether it was elves or monsters, they were all the same. Heather lay prostrate on the ground, secretly gazing at Pandora's silhouette, as the vines before her were magically severed into countless pieces. The tree spirit, upon seeing its master appear, immediately covered its head and fled, abandoning Sherry, who was like a broken doll, and huddled tightly together. Three nearly identical heads displayed three different expressions: seduction, bitterness, and fear. Ah, aren't you going to continue? Pandora kicked the half-dead Sherry on the ground with her high heels, and the girl's legs twitched as if electrocuted. If you don't want to eat it, then let it become material. She looked at the fairy with satisfaction, her words devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After all, such monsters could be found in abundance in the beast forest, and in the laboratory, they were considered low-value consumables. Pandora twisted her staff, and two lasers shot out, instantly turning the three beautiful faces into charred remains. No, no, no. Whose voice was that? Heather looked on in disbelief. The pure white Sherry lay on the remains of the tree spirit, weeping as if the one who had died on the ground was her own mother. Move, move for me. The girl clutched the vines with her legs, constantly soothing her tear-streaked face. Heather finally couldn't hold back any longer and tentatively asked, "That person is Sherry, right?" The witch turned around, and the priest's brother seemed to have seen something he shouldn't have. It didn't matter anymore. He had never intended to guard against him. He would find out sooner or later. Using Sherry's body as a stool, Pandora covered her lips and chuckled lightly, missing her taste? Sherry, but she was once my most promising heir. As she spoke, Sherry stuffed the dead vines into her mouth, one by one, chewing and swallowing. What kind of experience could turn that proud and self-important daughter into such a wretched state? In any case, all of this was surely related to the witch. Aren't you mother and daughter? Why do this? Pandora shrugged, utterly unconcerned. For the Elven family, excellent descendants were more important than the bonds of blood. Sherry had already failed. If she could have made good use of the Lich's power, she might have become the next head of the family. As for the witch herself, the ties of blood were nothing but a joke to her. Hatred, chimeras, stitched monsters, the alchemist's concepts had long transcended the mundane. Guess what, my priest brother? A square magic box emerged from her staff, emitting a glow that unabashedly devoured the remains of the fairy on the ground. This is the Lich's life box. Didn't you say it had already been sent to the church for sealing? At the post-war award ceremony, the other party had promised this, yet this life box remained in Pandora's hands. Such a dangerous object, once it began to absorb evil thoughts and life force, would give birth to another lich. I understand now, you've been deceiving me all along. You're a complete pervert. Ha, you figured it out, how unfortunate. Lady Pandora first appeared shocked, then revealed a faint smile of relief. Heather suddenly shivered, clutching the stone pillar as she stood up, wanting to distance herself from this contradictory monster. Peering into the power of the lich, you will fall into the abyss. It's not too late to turn back now. The priest grasped the stone pillar, his hand trembling, his eyes fixed on the box of fate. That kind of evil power must not be allowed to re-enter the world. The lich would grow rapidly, and as long as resources were abundant, it could reach the end of the skill tree without bottlenecks. If the Judgment Knights of the Holy Court are standing behind you, they should have already ordered to take action. Pandora observed the person before her with great interest. He dared not speak, clearly confirming her suspicions. Hypocritical, this is just bullying the weak. She continued, priest brother, without a female knight to protect you, you are just a vase. You speak nonsense, you cannot slander the Holy See. Heather tightened his small fists, his anger not causing him to lose his composure as he circled the stone pillar, distancing himself from Pandora. Do you think those noble women in the Holy Kingdom licking your feet is a sign of devotion to the goddess? Wrong, they are merely attracted to your body as the Holy Sun. Seeing him deep in thought, the witch seemed to come up with an interesting idea. You are truly charming, my 2 daughters seem to like you very much. Can someone like you be more steadfast than Sherry's will? She held out for half a month before falling. What exactly do you want to say? Heather had a vague sense of foreboding. This witch was about to do something crazy. Nothing, just contemplating the punishment for your unauthorized outing. Pandora patted Sherry's forehead. She resembled a cute animal, constantly rubbing her face against her mother's hand. Her movements were not human-like but completely like a licking cat. There is plenty of food and water in the other rooms. I have matters to attend to outside for a while, and you will have to manage on your own. She suddenly threw out such a strange topic. Heather thought for a moment. Of course, he could manage. As long as there was enough food and water, he could live here for a long time. The witch not appearing was actually a good thing. He would have more opportunities to find a way to escape. But why did Pandora ask this question? Then let the game begin. From now on, you must independently obtain survival resources. In this dark palace with over 100 rooms and countless crossroads, he would have to survive alone. With a wave of her hand, Pandora opened the barriers to all the room doors. Heather looked over. Some rooms contained various magical items, while others held supplies like canned goods and biscuits, likely Elren's reserve stock. Wasn't this quite simple? Just as he thought it was nothing unusual, the innermost prison door opened. Several Treants emerged from the dungeon, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at Heather, but they dared not act due to the witch's power. Seeing these creatures itching to move, Heather opened his mouth to refuse. Nonsense, if these monsters were released, how could he dare to go out in search of food? If caught by the Treants, his fate would be even more miserable than Sherry's. The fairies had a greater fondness for handsome men than for females. But just as he began to speak, Pandora had already vanished like a fleeting light. She left behind a note that read, as long as you shout 3 times, Goddess Pandora, save me, and swear to become my dog, this game will stop. A twisted way to survive. As a believer of the goddess of life, the priest would never refer to the evil witch as a goddess. She intended to use this to completely shatter Heather's faith. Back in the real world, Pandora suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. The discarded Sherry was still in the dark palace. Besides the Treants, there was also a fairy harboring ill intentions towards Heather. TSK, it didn't matter. Wasn't that more interesting? Just a second before being captured by the fairies, Heather managed to close the copper door. Outside, the sound of violent banging continued, only calming down after a long while. The witch locked him and the rude fairy in a dark hall, where the rooms were as intricate as a maze. Heather hid in an empty room, which contained only some weapons, armor, and miscellaneous items. The armor was pure silver in color, with a breastplate and a battle skirt, along with several helmets and chainmail. It looked similar to the standard issue of the Blood Rose Knights, each piece showing some wear. It seemed like discarded equipment, gathering dust in a storeroom. Some of the armor linings still had notes, indicating the name, unit, and number of the former owner of the armor. Unfortunately, she did not find any food here, but fortunately, in a wooden box in the corner, Heather discovered a magic core and several vials of potions. With her knowledge from school, she could barely discern the uses of these potions. The potions in the textbooks were exquisite, while those made by common folk were rough and hard to identify. The smell of kerosene, alcohol, and some sparkstone powder had a hint of gunpowder. She could only judge by common sense, estimating that it was a one-time explosive that could be thrown to detonate. This room was not completely sealed. There were 2 windows, high and narrow, likely used for ventilation. One window led to a corridor, while the other opened to the next room. With her leg injured, Heather could only lay the armor flat on the ground, stacking it to elevate herself enough to peek outside. Peering through the vent, she saw that there were no fairies in the next room. The door was locked, and there were many wooden barrels and large wooden boxes resembling treasure chests. The supplies here were scarce, and without food, she had to find a way to move. Before the witch Pandora disappeared, she had shown her the storage room here. Most of it was a junk room. A small part was a treasure trove of magical items, some were storages for long-lasting rations, and there were weapon rooms like this one. She had to find the room that contained the rations if she wanted to survive. As for the final escape route, betraying the goddess and becoming Pandora's pet was absolutely out of the question. God knows what that witch would do to him. Perhaps he would end up like Sherry, reduced to a plaything of her twisted whims. Stealthily peeking at the tree fairies outside, Heather noticed they were wandering in groups through the maze. The boy's physique was much weaker than that of the females, and compared to the fairies, he was even more inferior. The heavy fairy armor looked exquisitely crafted and had decent defense. Heather had to exert all her strength to lift it, marveling at how strong girls must be to wear such gear in battle. With her own strength, wearing this armor would probably leave her exhausted after just a kilometer. This armor reminded Heather of a woman, Diana, who could move freely in such silver armor. Oof. Heather spat in dissatisfaction. That woman was a training fanatic, with two tight mermaid-like abs on her waist and a chest wrapped in bandages all day. Her figure was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, she was a rapist. I wonder if she's dead. I hope the magic I released on her worked. Forget it. I need to find a way to escape first. She discarded the armor and her unrealistic fantasies, refocusing her gaze on the copper sword in her hand. The Elven standard longsword, though called a longsword, actually had only one sharpened side, resembling a tachi. Heather waited carefully. These pieces of equipment should have been maintained and repaired before being stored, barely usable. Of course, with a weapon in hand, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight the fairies. Even if he did, he would not be a match for any fairy. If surrounded, he would face a fate like Sherry's. Heather had only practiced swordsmanship for a very short time during the Ophi family period, and strictly speaking, it could not be called training. At most, it was an effort by the elders to help him better portray the image of a girl, teaching him to wield a sword like a girl. Learning to pose as a girl holding a sword was not a technique for dealing with enemies, but more of a formality. After arriving at the church and having her identity exposed, Heather almost never wielded a weapon again as the would-be saint. She was surrounded by guards whenever she went out, and even dismounting from the carriage required the assistance of attendants. Heather disliked heavy weapons and senseless killing. A light staff suited her better, but at least having a weapon was something. Even with the staff, she couldn't cast magic after her powers were sealed. It was at most a tool for stoking a fire. She pried open a window with a short sword and struggled to climb into the next room. As soon as she landed, her ankle throbbed painfully. It had only recently healed and needed more than a year of rest. During this time, she felt she was nearing her limits. Never mind, everything will have to wait until I escape. Opening a wooden chest, Heather was disappointed to find it filled entirely with clothes. There was armor or ordinary elven attire. There were various styles, all made of common fabrics, plain skirts and some with steel hoops, or strapless undergarments. Just useless things. Heather helplessly rummaged through all the wooden boxes. Aside from clothing, there were some personal items belonging to the elves. A pocket watch, old letters, and a blood-stained medal. The pocket watch had stopped ticking but could be wound up to work again. Good. With the pocket watch, she could at least keep track of time. Even if she couldn't tell day from night, she could record how long it had been. From the letters, she gathered that the owner of these items had once been a fallen warrior of the Elven race. In other words, they were relics. Please bring my ashes back to my homeland. Long live Elrond. Were they martyrs or invaders? Invading others' homes should classify them as villains, right? Even if they were manipulated by their superiors, the letters reveal genuine feelings for friends and family, but a criminal is still a criminal. The fairy race, the fishmen, humans, and countless other races had been invaded. How many innocents had perished under their blades? Heather shook her head. These elves were not worthy of pity. Wolves, in order to survive, will risk invading human towns during the winter hunt. If they fail, they die. Is such plunder a crime? In the early chaos of the continent, during the age of dragons and titans, elves were hunted like the most humble ants. A girl's voice, Heather felt she had heard it somewhere before, a familiar voice. But we later learned how to become hunters. Who was speaking? She turned around suddenly. A girl in a super short skirt emerged from a wooden box, buried in a pile of clothes, her face like a porcelain doll. It's you, Sherry. Heather gasped, tightening her grip on her weapon, aiming it directly at her. Don't worry, that woman isn't watching this place right now. Sherry stepped out, revealing a leg as white as snow, standing up and casually twisting the cap off a barrel, leaning down to drink. Inside the barrel was clear water. This room actually had clean water. Heather swallowed hard. She was thirsty too. Curious why I'm here. Sherry wiped the water from her mouth. Her calm gaze did not reassure Heather. After all, she was the mastermind behind the necromancer disaster, far from being a good person. Aren't you the one who was supposed to be destroyed by Pandora? You mean those tree fairies playing tricks? Humph, it was all just an act in front of that woman. She revealed a look of hatred, directing her anger at Pandora, her tone devoid of any respect. That woman covets the box of fate and naturally doesn't want to send me to the church for judgment. After all, she wants to silence me. There was a commotion outside. A tree fairy passed by the room, and the two quickly hid. Now is not the time to discuss this. You want to escape from here too, right? Sherry's lips curled with mischief. Perhaps she could use this naive beauty. The city ravaged by the necromancer was still being rebuilt, and the undead transformed by the necromancer could no longer find redemption. I won't cooperate with a woman who orchestrates schemes. After the tree spirit left, Heather expressed her dissatisfaction to Sherry, who was pressing down on him. He hadn't forgotten her violent actions. If it weren't for his quick thinking, he might have already been corrupted into a male witch by her. What are you looking at? He hurriedly got up, angrily retracting his small white foot, as her gaze fell on his injured left ankle. Nothing, I was just lamenting your good fortune. Usually, slaves would wear the magic suppression ring around their necks, unless they were beheaded and survived. There was almost no other way out. Well, becoming an undead was one of the few options. Only a handful of stingy masters would allow their beautiful slaves to wear the magic suppression ring elsewhere besides their necks. Sherry smiled faintly, locking the door and barricading the entrance with furniture. Heather knew this was for everyone's good. After all, an unknown number of fairies were still wandering outside. But being alone in a room with a wicked gothic girl made him uneasy. I've lived here for a month and am very familiar with this warehouse, and I have a vague idea of how to escape. Burying herself back into the pile of clothes, Sherry assumed a comfortable position. The gothic girl pulled out a compressed food bar from her bosom. The room was small, and her voice was clear. That woman's game with you. I'm also one of the victims. You can't possibly win against her. Those rooms filled with supplies are riddled with traps. The best way to quickly close the distance between them was to create a bond as victims of the same event. The naive priest was soon swayed by her words. Even though her claims differed slightly from the witches, the truth was hard to discern. But Sherry's time living here was undeniable. How do we cooperate? Heather looked up, finally meeting her gaze. How about we start with an exchange of information? Sherry tore her rice cake in half and tossed a piece into his hand. He sniffed it. There was a fragrant rice smell, with no other odd odors. It tasted good, likely preserved with magic seals. Where did you get this? He asked instinctively, and Sherry answered without hesitation. Walk along the wall, turn right into the row of rooms on the far left. Consider this my way of showing sincerity. The tactical rations of the Elven Expeditionary Army were sealed in metal cans after being roasted, remaining unchanged for decades. Add a little water and boil it, and you get rice porridge, but unfortunately, it's not convenient to start a fire right now. Heather scooped a ladle of clean water to make do and fill his stomach. It must be said that the Elven warrior's exclusive compressed food was indeed very filling, but the taste was too bland and dry, making it hard to swallow. Without adding water, it was practically inedible. I don't have much information to offer. I was just locked up not long ago. At this point, Heather felt a bit regretful, wondering if choosing to escape was a mistake. If he had pretended to submit to Pandora and then found a chance to notify the church, perhaps he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. Oh, Sherry looked him up and down, examining the priest in his elven dress, and said, stroking her chin, you must have been defiled by Pandora since you came in. This gothic girl was always straightforward, speaking without pretense, and Heather nearly choked. No way, I didn't let her succeed. TCH, you can't hide it from me. With your looks, she wouldn't let you go. I said I didn't. He continued to emphasize. With your small frame, after a few rounds of torture, that woman would definitely have you under her thumb. If you say that again. The two didn't argue for long. Heather was unwilling to discuss such a shameful matter in depth. A floor-to-ceiling window-style magic circle appeared, and Pandora traversed through the mirror. Sherry gained important information. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she quickly concealed it. Heather gathered even more information, including the locations of several important supplies, the tree spirit's daily routine, and places that were absolutely forbidden to enter. For example, the magic scroll area, the magic tool area, and the treasure vault filled with a large amount of materials are all covered in traps. Every 12 minutes, the creature breeding pool automatically dispenses feed, and the fairies gather in the center of the dark hall to eat. If you want to resist from a distance, that is the safest time to move. You might only encounter one or two fairies that are alone, so just resolve the battle quickly. If you can avoid it, try not to fight. Heather was a bit scared. His fragile frame might not be able to handle even a single magical creature alone. Sherry's concern for him was understandable. Boys generally weren't good at dealing with magical creatures. If my spirit spear were still with me, handling more than 10 fairies would be no problem. But our magic has been sealed by her, and our wands have been confiscated. Without her wand, Sherry admitted that she could at most display the level of a silver-ranked warrior, probably able to deal with 2 fairies at the same time. Once surrounded by a large number of magical creatures, she could only be helpless and obediently satisfy the fairies' demands. We all know the witch's secret. She can't possibly let us leave alive. Recovering the Lich's life box is also an important responsibility for the clergy. That fallen mirror might hide the secret to escaping. You can take me to see it. Under Sherry's gentle persuasion, Heather began to nod frequently, no longer rejecting her. So, we are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope, Heather. They talked about everything that needed to be said and what shouldn't be said. Her tone gradually changed. The Gothic girl spoke her name in a captivating manner, making one's hair stand on end. Trapped here, Sherry had lost her heavy smoky makeup and dark eyeliner. Yet, the sharpness of her features made her look like a succubus. Climbing over the floor piled with clothes, she swept her bangs up high, revealing her forehead. The hair that fell down just brushed against Heather's face, and their eyes met, causing the person hiding in the box to hug themselves in fright. What do you want? Nothing, it's just animal instinct. When faced with crisis and nearing death, they want to leave offspring. What else could she want? She had always wanted him, including now. You're crazy. Heather wrapped himself tightly in his clothes. He would never agree to such a ridiculous thing. What kind of lewd fairies were these? Why was everyone he encountered like this? Sherry touched her lips, raised an eyebrow, and seriously explained, maybe we can restore our magic through this. Get lost, don't even think about it. Heather threw the clothes in his hands, leaving the girl's head behind, angrily laughing and cursing. Had he never been to school? This kind of plot only appeared in colorful storybooks. It was completely unrealistic. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll shout her name. Seeing him glare, Sherry quickly waved her hands. No, it's best not to. Here, calling out Pandora's name would be equivalent to a signal, triggering the witch's response. After a peaceful sleep, Sherry tossed and turned in the wooden box, glaring at Heather with malice. You scoundrel, I must trick you into my grasp. In the Etheria Villa area, Heather's original residence was already covered in dust. Bang bang bang, bang bang. Small hands lightly tapped the doorframe, a series of urgent knocks. Sister Heather, I've come to find you. How she missed him. After waiting for a while, Filori anxiously peered through the door window to check the situation inside. Where was her sister? Her voice grew louder as she called Heather's name from the window. Had she gone out? What bad luck. The lowly was confused. Just then, the voices of passers-by in the hallway caught Filori's attention. Have you heard? That human priest actually seduced Captain Diana. The two of them looted the family treasury and eloped. Lady Pandora has personally intervened. All these traitors will face severe punishment. The lowly's ears perked up, and after pondering for a moment, she processed the information. Heather has defected, and she took Diana with her. Hey, you two, don't go. Finish what you were saying. Filori turned her head anxiously. Just as she raised her hand, the strange passerby quickly disappeared around the corner, as if they were speaking just for her. Hey! Reluctantly lowering her raised hand, Filori's confusion deepened. It's impossible. Sister Heather wouldn't be that kind of person. She couldn't have seduced Diana, nor could she have stolen treasures from the family. Yet, despite saying that, Filori still felt a vague unease in her heart. Sister Heather indeed possessed some expensive magical items that she couldn't afford with her salary and treatment. Could it be that the rumors are true? Leaving the house, Filori found a wanted notice from the patrol team in the corner. The drawing depicted a dashing swordsman, Miss Diana. The reason for the wanted notice was for consorting with humans, being pursued by the patrol team, falling off a cliff, and her body not being found. She was currently missing. In front of the wanted notice, Filori clenched her small pink fists, her eyes wide open. What had happened during her training? Her friend had gone missing and even turned into a wanted criminal in the city. No, she had to verify this news. First, she went to Diana's residence, but it was empty. Then she went to the patrol team's headquarters to inquire about the situation. The person in charge had a stern face and clearly told Filori that Heather had been captured and was currently held by the clan leader. Lord Pandora had personally intervened, and Diana's fate was unknown. Filori's anxious little face turned completely frantic. With her mother's stern and cruel authority, Heather would definitely not be treated kindly. What to do? What to do? Little Filori was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in her room. At this point, she could only go find her mother. She had made up her mind. The next day, donning her elven armor, Filori mustered her courage and arrived at Pandora's exclusive training room. Instructor? She saw a familiar face, the family's top devotee, the Metal Knight. Young lady, the head of the family has been waiting for you. Outside the door, the Metal Knight opened the heavy iron door for her. Fillory had always found it difficult to communicate with this taciturn devotee, like a lifeless puppet. Without saying much, she rehearsed her speech over and over in her mind. She had to find a way to convince her mother to release Heather. With her palm resting on the hilt of her sword, she took a deep breath and stepped into the laboratory-like room. A sinister aura of magical essence filled the air, reminiscent of the deathly atmosphere from a recent battle. The girl raised her gaze. An evil-looking box was placed in a huge transparent container, nourished by blood and magical essence. The Lich's life box. Hadn't Sister Heather purified it? Why were there signs of revival? Was there another evil presence planning to reuse the life box? A bad thought crossed Fillory's mind, quickly interrupted by a voice from outside. "My child, you have finally come." A woman in a flowing purple gown, with an elegant and noble appearance, approached gracefully. From her tone, it seemed she had anticipated this meeting. "Mother, my lady." Fillory's movements stiffened as she knelt on one knee, feeling awkward. Even though it wasn't their first meeting, her mother's oppressive aura made it hard to breathe. Almost all the direct daughters feared her, the mysterious Sky Witch, Pandora Gonland. Her achievements were a prominent presence in the family genealogy over the years. Just as Fillory was thinking about how to bring up Heather, Pandora spoke first. "Little Fillory, you have done well. You have already touched the bottleneck of a magic tutor." With a glance, she saw through the magical essence within the little girl, which had noticeably increased compared to the past. "It's all thanks to the devotion of Sister Heather." She politely bowed to the Metal Knight. If it weren't for the other's strict nature, with her lazy personality, it would probably take her decades to reach this point. Her achievements, aside from hard work, were also inseparable from the full support of the Elven family. The identity of the legitimate daughter allowed Fillory to acquire a wealth of rare cultivation materials. Achieving a high-level golden rank cannot be accomplished overnight through hard work alone. "Mother, my lady mother," Fillory stammered, struggling to find the right words, her thoughts in disarray. The witch wore a solemn expression and raised her hand to interrupt her train of thought. "Lift your head, child." As the legitimate daughter of Ireland, she could not afford to appear submissive, and she expressed her dissatisfaction with that. It was precisely because of her personality that Pandora initially favored Sherry, but unfortunately, Sherry made a mistake, a grave error. She openly plotted against her kin, treating Pandora's affection for her as a license for reckless behavior. Fillory's talent was no less than Sherry's. If possible, she hoped Fillory could be more confident, so she could shoulder the family's heavy responsibilities. In the puzzled gaze of the little elf, Pandora faced the floating life box in the container and slowly spoke. "Fillory-chan, I understand your intentions. You want me to release that human, right?" The glass container reflected two stunning faces, one exuding a mature aura, the other slightly chubby with youthful innocence. "Mother, is it possible?" Fillory involuntarily stood up, her excitement barely contained in her eyes. "I am willing to vouch for him. Heather is definitely a kind priest, and he poses no threat to the family. If possible, I would even marry him, so he could stay here in peace. A priest as pure as he is, once he loses his innocence, will surely be devoted." Drawing fragmented information from her thoughts, Fillory spoke rapidly, spilling everything in one breath. The result was Pandora shaking her head. "No, is it not possible?" Fillory felt a wave of discouragement wash over her, instantly plunging her into despair. No one could defy her mother's orders, she was always resolute. Pandora looked down, gazing at the pale-faced girl, and spoke solemnly. "I can give you a chance. Defeat my knight, and I will grant you the opportunity to meet him." "This?" Fillory's hand rested on the sword's hilt, only to drop it again. Absurd, the Sky Witch was a being who had broken through to the Emerald mid-level. On the continent, there was no shortage of sorcerers advancing to the Emerald realm, almost every race had many, but breaking into the Emerald mid-level was a rare feat. The Emerald realm was merely an entry point, likening existing magical wisdom to a circle, where a sorcerer, just entering Emerald, represented the entirety of the circle. Breaking through to the mid-level sorcerer was a point outside the circle, a point that transcended existing shackles, a super spellcaster. Every being that broke through the initial Emerald level possessed unique powers. "Mother, please don't joke with me." Even if she spent decades, she feared she would never reach Pandora's height. The noblewoman became more serious, even furrowing her brow, as if she had compelling reasons to act this way. "Reinhardt." With a soft call, the Metal Knight transformed back into a staff before her daughter. Fillory was astonished. She had not expected the powerful Metal Knight, who had supervised her training day and night, to merely be a staff in her mother's hand. "As long as you step into the sorcerer realm at the Emerald initial level, you will have the chance to save your beloved." Relying solely on her golden level strength would not suffice to defeat the Metal Knight. "I have already devised a way for you to quickly enhance your abilities. Are you not willing to try?" Her beautiful eyes turned toward the life box in the container. The requirements had already been lowered. If Fillory hesitated again, Pandora would have to consider finding another heir. The metal square box floated, an evil force enveloping her, causing Fillory to retreat warily. Yet a voice inside urged her to accept this power. Only by becoming a powerful professional could she protect what she cherished. The witch hovered in midair. This life box can grant professionals a new skill tree, helping you swiftly break through the sorcerer bottleneck. However, the price faced is also cruel. Life and death intertwine, and the practitioner is completely transformed into a dark profession. Not only will it change their nature to a certain extent, but once the characteristics of the profession are exposed, they will become criminals hunted by the church and even the entire continent. Liches, vampire ladies, shadow rangers, demon hunters, male witches, dark professions mutate according to Fillory's potential. Pandora has already broken free from her shackles. She hopes to leave this opportunity for the next heir of the family. Reinhardt, she called out, and the metal knight sealed all the doors and windows of the laboratory. Fillory's expression changed drastically as she realized this was an extraordinary meeting. The existence of the lifebox is a taboo for the church. If this girl does not agree to the terms, then Pandora will have no choice but to throw her into the dark hall, imprisoning her forever. Mother, using such an evil thing will make people hate you. She would be hated by Heather, who is a cleric, the natural enemy of the undead. She cannot be hated by Heather. She does not want to become something like a lich. Let's start right here, right now. Wait a moment. Without further ado, the metal knight swung his sword and struck fiercely at Fillory. This metal creation has a dead hand. As long as the soul is not extinguished, the life box can be utilized. Bang! The clash of metal sparked. Despite the metal knight's heavy body, his weapon swung with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the next sword slashed down with a fierce wind. Elven arms unfolded, water flow accelerated, super evasion, physical enhancement. Casting several spells in succession, Fillory leaped like a sparrow, dodging this deadly blow. Sweat beads formed on the little lowly's forehead. The first devotee had not used magical energy, yet his physical strength had completely overwhelmed her. She could evade the fatal strike entirely thanks to her enchanted armor and various enhancement spells. Fillory knew she could not win. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Even if she took 1,000 steps back, her mother, the unfathomable Pandora, known as the Sky Witch by the Elven Divine Court, was still in the sky. Sister Heather, what should I do? How can I save you? The battle between the towering metal figure and the little elven lowly continued. In the air, the purple-skirted elf looked on with a hint of admiration. It seemed her training in the beast forest was not in vain. At least in terms of temporarily dealing with an enemy's surprise attack, Fillory, the legitimate daughter, had barely passed. Aside from being a bit clumsy, she was already a qualified warrior-type practitioner. This isn't good. The life box will grant a skill tree based on the practitioner's original profession. Pandora actually hoped for another magic-type dark practitioner in the family. As a witch, she naturally yearned for magical wisdom, while physical types were all barbaric women. Mother, if I accept the power of the life box, can you return Heather to me? Pressed against the stone wall by the heavy sword, Fillory gritted her silver teeth. Oh, you've come to terms with it. The daughter no longer resisted the power of the life box, and Pandora's brow relaxed. Endurance is also an essential quality for a legitimate daughter, and Fillory possesses this. Thus, when she leaves the family to continue her pursuit of the supreme path, she will also let go of worldly attachments. Throughout the generations, countless ancestors of the Elren family have disappeared on this journey, and no one has achieved the epic path. Empty your mind, accept the life box, and let the seeds of darkness take root in your consciousness. Fillory set down her long sword and entered a meditative state. Sister Heather, I'm sorry, for you, I am willing to become the existence that clerics hate the most. The life box transformed into flowing light, drilling into her heart, enveloping her in a white cocoon, as new power took root and sprouted in the soil. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and Pandora looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Before long, the Elren family would gain another super powerhouse, seal off the surrounding 10-kilometer area and prohibit residents from approaching. The Metal Knight silently nodded and left the room to carry out the task. The awakening of dark professions would inevitably bring about celestial phenomena. Just like the Lich, with a desolate land stretching for miles and bones resurrecting, Pandora did not want to be besieged by the church the next day. Such power should be hidden away. For the next 3 days, she continuously provided ultra-pure crystal cores and various monster materials to the command box. Fillory welcomed all and crazily absorbed the pure magical essence. Soon, the little girl transformed into a tall and graceful lady, standing at 1.75 meters, with a bare upper body and magical patterns representing darkness appearing on her chest. The amber-colored eyes turned into a dark black, and gazing into those eyes would evoke a sense of a deathly force leading to the abyss. It's not the Lich form. The white cocoon had yet to emerge, and without the need for the auction's detection equipment, Pandora could observe the evolution process through special means. Name, Filary Elven race, Dark Elf, level unknown, detected abnormal energy, currently evolving. Talent and skills, Death Knight? The data was chaotic, barely indicating skills similar to those of a knight. She felt a bit regretful. If it were a lich, at least it could protect the Elven family's prosperity for 1,000 years. After all, Lysandra was the king of the Fishman tribe, and it was only natural to gain the recognition of the lich bloodline. Compared to her, the little daughter Filary was not even close. The Death Knight was also a formidable skill tree. Although it lacked the ability to transform the dead like a lich, dealing with 3 or 5 emerald-level foes was still manageable. Is it a Death Knight? Somewhat disappointing, but there are benefits to this. The world's rejection of Dark Knights was not as severe as that of liches. It wasn't to the point where everyone shouted to hunt them down, and some associations even accepted knights with dark attributes, mercenary guilds, assassin alliances, and the like. As long as Filary did not recklessly kill innocents, the church would not specifically send troops to hunt down a Death Knight. After spending hundreds of years of the family's accumulation, was this the result? It truly felt like a loss outweighing the gain. Looking at the room filled with consumed materials, Pandora scratched her head in frustration. Soon, she let it go. Alchemy was essentially an equivalent exchange, and most magical essence conversion processes would accompany energy loss. The white cocoon should have absorbed enough energy. Now, all she had to do was wait quietly for her emergence. Now, Pandora finally had the time to leisurely brew a cup of coffee, only to remember the toy she had imprisoned in the dark hall. So many days have passed. I wonder how that child Heisway is doing. She should be fine, right? Even if captured by the fairies, they would treat her like they did with Sherry, feeding her well. Just hope she doesn't go mad from the torment. It would be difficult to explain to the newly born Filary. Gently stroking the floor-length mirror, just after Pandora teleported away, a pair of black eyes suddenly opened, and the data within the white cocoon began to jump rapidly. Name, Filary Elven race, unknown talent and skills, Apocalypse Knight, Chaos Knight anomaly warning, data has breached the threshold. Anomaly warning, data has breached the threshold. In the sealed laboratory, alarms rang continuously, but no one was aware. In the closed palace, a man and a woman stealthily moved along the wall. Safe. Sherry peeked around the corner, not seeing any sign of the fairies, and greeted Heisway, who was following behind. He let out a long sigh of relief. It was great not to have to fight. After a day and night, the two finally found the opportunity to return to the room where he had initially imprisoned her. Even though they had timed their movements during her feeding breaks, they still encountered fairy attacks several times along the way. Gradually accustomed to their attack patterns, Heisway could barely hold off one monster. As long as she waited for Sherry's support, the two of them could handle the scattered foes together. If faced with a large number of attackers, they could only hide in a sealed room. The back-and-forth tugging took a whole day to return to the starting point. Did you find anything? Heather asked the girl squatting on the ground, examining the floor mirror. She first observed the mirror's cut surface, then licked it with her tongue. The gothic Lolita smiled slightly, crushed the magic core, and made a potion to apply to the mirror's surface. With the help of the potion, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor mirror. Indeed, the girl nodded thoughtfully. Pandora is suppressing our magic to prevent us from discovering the exit's location. Fortunately, I have learned some emergency survival techniques. Using the temporarily released magic from the crushed monster crystal core, she drew a temporary projection magic circle. The teleportation array pattern. But how do we activate it? Having taken general courses, Heather could barely read the magic patterns on the mirror, and while she had not specifically studied professional array knowledge, she could only grasp the surface. However, Sherry seemed to have quite a bit of research in this area. Provide the coordinates, input the magic element. Concise and to the point, seemingly complex devices often have simplified operation methods. For those who know, it's not difficult. For those who don't, it seems advanced. Every teleportation portal in this world has a specific coordinate code, with 5 coordinates replaced by magic attributes, and adding the amount of magic element can connect to most teleportation arrays in the world. Light, 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 light. Heather secretly glanced at Sherry. She remembered the coordinates to the Holy Kingdom very clearly. During her studies, most children had memorized the coordinates of famous cities on the continent. She directly extended her palm and pressed it against the floor mirror, pausing for a moment before shaking her head. Her magic was sealed, making it impossible to output the coordinates, and she had never debugged a teleportation array before. It seemed she would have to rely on Sherry afterward. We still need to find 5 magic cores. Sherry had anticipated this. Her mother wouldn't let them escape so easily. Utilizing the ability released by the crystal core, they could simulate the input attribute signals, with the attributes coming from the magic core itself. This trip wasn't in vain. They had gained something. At least they found the exit. With that settled, Sherry focused on the room's arrangement. Was this the room where the little man was initially imprisoned? The Gothic girl's gaze fell on the chains and shackles on the sofa, her thoughts stirring. How can you say you haven't been toyed with by the witch? What are these things? The chains were binding. That old woman really played around. The girl picked up the shackles from the ground, weighing them as she scrutinized the person in front of her. Due to her injuries, Heather often rested on the ground, lying on her side like a mermaid that had come ashore. The witch must have locked this fish on the sofa to toy with it. Who knows how many times she had been drained. An evil thought arose in Sherry's mind as she tied his delicate white wrists high, gripping his drooping body, pinching the beauty's waist. If you dare to think wildly, I will call the witch's name. Using the same trick again, Heather looked at the girl warily. This girl was really bad. After several battles with fairies, she had taken advantage of her, and Heather was furious, cursing under her breath. A shameless woman, a female pervert. She had never seen such a straightforward pervert. Putting the training on her lips, it was always about training. What else could it be but perversion? This time, facing the threat, Sherry, however, was unfazed. She could see that Heather wanted to escape even more than she did and would never call out Pandora's name. Some physical touches were still within the boy's acceptance range, as long as she didn't push him too hard. Little priestess, it seems you've misunderstood something. She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. What do you want to say? Sherry's tone suddenly changed, and Heather frowned. I already know how to get out, and I also know how to get the magic core. Right now, you are completely a hindrance to me. Now we just need to find 5 magic cores. If we can get the corresponding attributes and teleport to a city I'm familiar with, that would be best. Human man, what will your role be from now on? To hold me back? She crossed her arms and looked up, proudly lifting her little foot. Truly the daughter of a witch, her posture of crossing her legs exactly the same. Compared to Pandora's regal demeanor, Sherry's slender legs appeared somewhat juvenile, and with her mischievous smile, she looked like a little demon who had successfully played a trick. Our deal is over. Without you, my actions will be much faster. What exactly do you want to say? Heather had a bad premonition. This scoundrel might be planning to burn bridges. Come here, kneel down. Sherry sat comfortably on the sofa, pointing to a clear space in front of her legs. Demonstrate how you served that old woman before, now do it for me. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't do what you said at all. How straightforward, a lightning-fast change of face. She hadn't even escaped yet and was already turning hostile. Since you don't want to escape, then just fend for yourself. With that, Sherry got up and left. She wouldn't take the boy with her to escape unless he fulfilled her wishes. The Gothic girl's silhouette grew more distant, as if she were lamenting, yet also threatening. Oh dear, those fairies are truly terrifying. If caught once, they won't stop torturing you for 3 days and nights. Her stomach was full, but it was filled with filthy things. Being treated as a plaything, locked in this dark place for a lifetime, is truly miserable. Heather's expression kept changing. Her words were like a thorn, constantly breaking through the boy's psychological defenses. By the way, do you know who taught me how to craft magic dolls? I found it in the old woman's laboratory. Who knows, if they get bored, they might turn you into a sex doll. TSK, even in death, your soul will be desecrated. His lips twitched. He was scared, afraid of being trapped in this place for life, afraid of endless torment. The girl paused her steps, leaning against the corridor, her gaze lingering ambiguously on Heather, who was in a mermaid pose. In this dark, sunless cage, is the purity of the priestess really that important? Besides, you've long ceased to be pure. What are you still holding on to? Is it that hypocritical modesty, or the last pride of a male cleric? Come back. Hearing his call, the girl's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Heather bit his lower lip. He knew that without Sherry's help, he would never be able to gather the magic cores, nor activate the teleportation array. Back on the familiar sofa, the girl crossed her legs again, commanding the person in front of her to kneel in a submissive posture. You know what to do, right? Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes filled with both anticipation for the upcoming performance and disdain for her opponent falling into the trap. As she took off her shoes, Heather closed his eyes in despair. Despicable witch, and her venomous daughter. Once I return to the church, I will definitely have them all put on the wanted list. The fire in the fireplace was still burning, the fruitwood charcoal crackling. There was no day or night, the blazing light casting the shadows of 2 figures entangled with each other. The room storing precious materials was filled with magical traps. Sherry seemed to have suffered quite a bit, but with her leading the way, it was much safer. Those disgusting fairies are about to start patrolling again. It will take a while to get the magic cores. There was only a quarter of an hour each day to act, and the closer they got to the central storage room, the more vigilant they had to be. Perhaps it was the protective instinct after achieving something, but unlike her previous indifference, Sherry occasionally supported him in his movements. Although she always mocked him with phrases like, "Men hold me back," she took care of Heather in every action. On the way, a fairy ambushed him and injured him, making Sherry so angry that she dismembered the magical creature, as if her own toy had been snatched away. That expression was reminiscent of her previous master, the young lady Fillory, thought Heather. There must be some kind of gene among the direct descendants of Elrond. Although Fillory, Sherry, and Pandora had different personalities, they shared certain commonalities. You performed well yesterday. Once we escape from here, I can send you back to the human city. Really? Heather was a bit excited, her movements becoming much more nimble. The current crisis had not yet been resolved, and Sherry was not in a hurry to completely consume Heather. She just wanted to alleviate her own frustrations. Organizing the storeroom and clearing out space for rest, Heather, though physically limited, was still helping. Wanting to play a part within her capabilities. What a kind-hearted person. TSK, this young lady just loves to toy with handsome men. As for the promised matter, of course, it was a lie. Sherry was a big bad wolf. How could she possibly let the beautiful Heather go back? Everything was under control. Deliberately collecting specific attribute cores, Sherry planned to set the teleportation coordinates at her secret base. For now, she just needed to keep this foolish beauty stable. Once they were teleported to a safe place, TSK, this young lady guaranteed to make him wish for life and death. Miss Sherry, I've tidied up. The wooden cabinets formed a bed, and the wooden boxes and clutter were cleared away, the dust swept clean, as Heather wiped the sweat from her forehead. We'll stay here for the night and act tomorrow. Peering through the gaps to observe outside, the fairies were frequently passing by, and Sherry covered all the iron windows with rags. Under the fluorescent lights, the gothic lowly appeared even more delicate, her youthful, fair face contrasting with the crazed corners of her mouth. One word to describe her would be enchanting, with a hint of childish allure. Well done, let's get down to business. Before Heather could react, she grabbed that delicate hand and kissed the boy to death on the bed. So sweet, so fragrant. Loyalty was not just about words. To seek protection, one had to put it into practice. Aren't beautiful slaves all like this? While being protected, they also had to pay the corresponding price. Only that foolish little sister would play pure love with the priestess beauty. She was a fully functional elf. This is as far as it goes, no more. Heather pushed her away from the kiss, a bit impatient. Bastard, I said this won't do. Be gentler, are you done yet? The more she resisted, the more the other party pressed forward. Like a little pig nibbling on cabbage, Heather was both anxious and angry, wiping the saliva from her mouth, mumbling under her breath, yet she did not dare to completely reject Sherry. She still needed to rely on her understanding of the teleportation array to have a chance to escape. Before that, she could only endure humiliation and bear the burden. The two rolled to the edge of the wall, the bed made of wooden cabinets creaking. A shadow of a fairy suddenly appeared at the window. Due to the rag covering, only a vague outline could be seen. Heather was startled and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. If she couldn't hold back a gasp, they would be done for. This pig, still unaware of her impending doom at this time. Sherry was unconcerned. These fairies must have been given special orders not to casually damage the items in the storeroom. Even if they were discovered, as long as their bodies were still in the room, they would be safe. Am I not much better than that old woman? Once it was over, Sherry brushed aside the handsome boy's messy hair. She admired his doll-like body and his wooden, lifeless eyes. So nice, the look of being played to ruin. Heather was stunned, not knowing how to respond to the shameless elf who dared to ask her such a question at this moment. She tore at her dress, curling up into a ball. I don't know, I only know that both of you are bastards. Oh, the gothic lowly lifted her little foot and stomped hard on his face, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Shouldn't it be 3 bastards? If we are both bastards, then it seems my sister really treats you well. Fillory, what a peculiar character. Indulging in the sight of the defenseless beauty swaying before her, yet remaining unmoved, unless there was a flaw in her body. Or perhaps greed lay deep within, disguised as a lady. As long as there was a slight chance to swallow Heather, Shirley firmly believed that no elf would choose to refuse nature's gifts. Wasn't that how the hypocritical witch was? The Sky Witch, the most outstanding magic master of Elrond for a millennium, the esteemed patriarch of Etheriad. After imprisoning Heather in the dungeon, didn't she reveal her true colors? In the bloodline of Elrond's legitimate daughter, known for its conquest in Ironwool, flowed a foolish tenderness towards human beauties, a burdensome sentiment that was utterly useless. That cheap mother of hers was also a fool. Clearly she was the most suitable heir of the Elrond family. Whether it was ambition for power or a desire for control, she was countless times stronger than that cowardly Fillory. Even in magical talent, she considered herself far superior to Fillory, especially in practical combat. The foolish little sister, living in luxury, even used to say something as silly as how could one eat a bunny when it was so cute. What combat power could such an elf possess? The naive sister should be sent to the church to learn holy light magic, not get involved in the battles of the celestial, and this exquisite priest before me should also belong to her. When Heather was sent to Elrond, the young Shirley and Filori both took a liking to this suffering beauty. However, due to future developments, she chose Lysandra from the Merman tribe as her protector, temporarily placing the priest beside her foolish sister. She had long planned that when she obtained the status of the legitimate daughter, she would personally order the return of what belonged to her. Unexpectedly, fate had other plans. The family elder actually ordered Lysandra's execution over a trivial matter. She herself had fallen into lifelong imprisonment. But now everything will get better. Soon I will escape from here, taking this beauty with me. Gently lifting and caressing the long hair of the person at her feet, playing with it in her palm, Heather fell asleep from exhaustion, and Shirley leaned down to feel his warm breath against her face. The person's brows and eyes slightly trembled. Was he pretending to sleep? The gothic little girl grinned, her exaggerated smile revealing a terrifying, sickly grin. Heather, you will soon be my possession. You only have 1 hour each day to move. Aside from that, you must hide in a closed room. Avoid the passing fairies, as they harbor malice towards all intruders. Be wary of the elf accompanying you. Although she is temporarily helping you, she has her own agenda. If you want this elf's assistance, you must obey her commands. Do not call out the name of the master here, or something dreadful may happen. Your goal is to find 5 magic cores and then return to the initial room, allowing the elf to help you open the teleportation array to escape this place. Heather looked at the magic cores of varying colors with some disappointment. There were earth and wind attributes, but no light attribute. Without a light attribute, it meant the teleportation location could not possibly be near the Holy Kingdom. The types of magic cores were chosen by Shirley. She had no right to dictate. Perhaps her demands were too high. She would think of a way after leaving this cell. Having stayed in the territory of the other races for many years, she hoped the exit was closer to the human realm, making it easier to return to the Holy Kingdom. Shirley, with her back to the praying Heather, secretly chuckled. The unsuspecting little cutie was truly amusing. Out, once you're out, you will be my possession. A sweet-smelling priest like you is born to be my servant. The 5 magic cores were arranged in order before the magic array, and the magic essence began to fill the teleportation array on the ground mirror. Soon, the portal had opened. Let's go. Shirley naturally wanted to take Heather's hand, but unlike their previous understanding, this time Heather shook off her little hand. Shirley was not angry after being rejected. She covered her lips as if she had made a firm decision. What's wrong? Don't you want to go home? You go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Heather seemed to ponder, recalling the scene where Shirley had arranged the magic cores earlier. Why not leave together? The time these 5 cores can sustain is very short. The elven girl's eyes sparkled with cunning. She was already eager to show her fangs. As soon as the other party stepped into the teleportation array and entered her territory, she would immediately lock him in a small iron cage. In her cheap mother's territory, one had to be cautious in everything. Although Heather was still somewhat obedient now, what she wanted was absolute submission, not this kind of relationship based on mutual benefit. Just like earlier, if the other party had been properly trained by her, there wouldn't have been a sudden rejection. He would have followed her like a little dog, dutifully adhering to her words. Shirley, you go first, I'll catch up soon. Heather placed her palm behind her back, tightly gripping the burning potion. She had already guessed that the other party's intentions were not pure. Although it was said to be a random teleportation, the magic cores had to be arranged in a specific order. When she tried to adjust the order of the magic cores midway, Shirley had various reasons to change it back. Clearly, the other side of this teleportation coordinate was an environment familiar to Shirley. Or rather, it was an environment advantageous to her. If she rashly followed in, she could very well lose her personal freedom and even be manipulated by Shirley. Are you having concerns? We've been cooperating for so long, you don't trust Shirley? The girl displayed a nuclear innocent expression, reaching out to grab Heather's clothing corner, but was still dodged. Don't you want to return to the Holy Kingdom? I can take you back. Initially suspicious, Heather was now even more certain of the other party's ill intentions. She didn't want to be a slave to the elves for life. Now that she had the chance to return to the human realm, she naturally didn't want to give it up. Once Shirley left, she would adjust the properties of the magic cores and change the teleportation coordinates. Alright, listen to me, come here, take my hand. Shirley reluctantly spoke. Escaping was the top priority, and if she could lure Heather away, that would be even better. An emerald-level priestess slave was a rare resource even within the Elrond family. Miss Shirley, our cooperation ends here. You go ahead, I won't go with you. The other party was determined to take her away, and Heather knew the disguise was no longer effective. The negotiation had collapsed, and Shirley's delicate face changed slightly, her brows and eyes sharpening, her tone gradually becoming harsh. Do you doubt me? Heather, don't forget, without me, you would have become fairy fodder days ago. you would have turned into a silly, drooling fluffball. I saved you, and now you don't even have a bit of trust in me." She gently raised her slender finger, her thumb and index finger lightly pinching together, leaving only a small gap. Facing the aggressive Shirley, Heather kept retreating until she bumped into the black wall. The wall was adorned with portraits of the Elven family's past heads. Each elf's beauty was unique, but every one of them was a perpetrator of war crimes, unrepentant executioners. In Heather's eyes, Shirley's appearance gradually merged with the woman in the portrait. "Miss, I don't doubt you. I just need a little distance. If we meet again in the future, I will repay you." The experiences of the past few years had taught Heather how to lie. "Pervert, once I return to the Holy Kingdom, I will definitely send you to the gallows." "Oh," Shirley gracefully walked in front of him, her expression shifting from doubt to a happy smile, and Heather forced a smile in response. The corners of the girl's mouth initially drooped slightly, and that originally gentle smile seemed to freeze instantly in a gust of cold wind, replaced by an elusive gloom. In the next moment, Shelley's expression twisted into a fierce snarl, tearing off the mask of civility. She grabbed Heather's hair and yanked it hard, forcing the injured man to kneel on the ground. "Heather, if you insist on making me use force, then I shall oblige you. Once I drag you to my territory, you'll experience the taste of the 10 greatest tortures." Like training a servant, 2 slaps were about to land on Heather's face. In the next second, a pungent smell made Shelley extremely alert, and she quickly withdrew her hand, dodging to the side. A bottle containing burning potion was thrown at her feet, and a temporary wall of fire rose between the two. "You vile man, you truly have ill intentions." The incendiary bottle used for war made Shelley pat her small chest. Had she not dodged in time, she would have been severely burned. Thick smoke billowed, the blazing flames towering several times higher than the fireplace, and the energy of the teleportation array behind Shelley was rapidly depleting, with more than half of the magic essence in the 5 magic cores already consumed. "If you don't leave soon, the portal will fail," Heather reminded with a smile, as if everything was going according to his plan. Just when she thought she was temporarily safe, the magic array hidden at the top of the warehouse detected the smoke and immediately released a fire-extinguishing spell, shooting out jets of mist that extinguished the wall of fire. The flame barrier that separated the two collapsed in an instant. "It seems the goddess is on my side, little priest." Looking up again, Shelley's face twisted in anger, while Heather, dragging his body, continued to retreat in terror. Clearly, they had both fallen, so why did he still want to return to the church? "Wouldn't it be better to obediently become a plaything of the elves? I can provide you with food and even allow you to continue practicing magic. Unlike those ugly female orcs, you won't be killed and turned into magical materials after being discarded. You won't end up in the death arena, reduced to a slave fighter waiting for a death lottery. All you need to do is bow your head and obey." Heather circled around the dining table, avoiding the fanged Gothic girl, who was eyeing him like a mother leopard. She first took out the chains and hemp rope she had hidden in the corner, and judging by her expression, Shelley seemed to have anticipated this day. "You despicable guy, you humiliated me and still want to imprison me." Heather tightly gripped a vase with both hands, holding it against his chest as if that would bring him security. "Blame it on that alluring face, little priest, you can't escape." Just as Shelley was about to pounce and trap him, the trembling vase suddenly exploded between them. Shards scattered everywhere, emitting piercing light. He stood there empty-handed, at a loss, dragging his injured leg backward, with tear-filled eyes, like a poor rabbit cornered. Only Fillory would feel pain over such things. This was just the beginning. Were they scared out of their wits? Staring at the person in front of her, Shelley didn't care, grabbing one of his legs, ready to bind him with the hemp rope. If she couldn't eat it, she would take it away. Today, Shelley would pack Heather up no matter what. "All right, now you can't move, can you?" Heather, with his hands and feet bound, still clung tightly to the table leg, unwilling to be taken away by her. "Be good, don't be willful. I've always been gentle with you, haven't I?" Shelley sat gently, her hands lightly wrapping around her bent knees, as if giving him a comforting hug. Her legs curled slightly, forming a warm and protective little space, her lowered eyes filled with affection and sympathy. "Don't worry, stop crying. I'm not a pervert. Come with me, okay?" The energy of the portal grew dimmer, and soon, the door would fail, making Shelley increasingly impatient. She began to push and pull Heather, and the two wrestled together, the bound man clearly not her match. But Heather cleverly made full use of the terrain and defensive advantages, and their struggle continued. "Don't push me, I still want to treat you well. If you refuse me again, I'll have to resort to violence. Damn it, this stubborn beauty deserves to be forced. Let go of me. I don't want to go with you. Get away, get away." Shirley locked onto the struggling Hathaway, who flailed like a slippery mermaid, thrashing wildly after leaving the water. "Ah!" The girl suddenly let go, a crescent-shaped bite mark appearing on the back of her hand. "You dare to bite me? Once I catch you, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days and nights." "Pa, Lady Pandora, save me." Hathaway went berserk, laying all the cards on the table. Even if he was caught by the witch, he didn't want to fall into Shirley's hands. "Are you crazy? Call that old woman, and you'll be trapped here for life. If I take you away, at least you can still see the sunlight. If that old woman catches you, you'll wish you were dead." Shirley's forehead was lined with veins, and in the next moment, as she clenched her pink fist, Hathaway, who had just taken a punch to the abdomen, weakly convulsed as she dragged him toward the portal. Just as Hathaway was about to be taken away, the mirror lit up with a flash of teleportation. In the air, a tall lady in a purple dress floated, a staff as tall as a person hovering behind her, the shadow gradually taking shape. Before she arrived, Pandora's gaze had already pierced through the door, fixated on the two trying to escape, her contemptuous eyes looking at them like two rats. Shirley felt a sense of urgency and immediately quickened her pace into the portal. Once she left the dungeon, she realized her hands were empty. Suddenly turning back, she realized that Hathaway had vanished without a trace. "It's over. The stupid priest has been caught by Mother." Sweat beaded on Shirley's forehead. That foolish pretty boy. She was the most beautiful girl in the world, yet he didn't want to be her man and insisted on being a toy for that old woman. Humph. This lady won't risk her life to save him. She just hopes for the best. If her Lysandra were still around, perhaps they could contend with the witch. But now, saving someone under the old woman's nose was akin to dreaming. "My dear daughter, you are truly mischievous." In the secret base of the young lady, a voice both imposing and mocking echoed. Shirley raised her steel sword and immediately separated the coordinates of the portal. 1 moment later, and Pandora could have used the coordinates she left behind to lock onto the secret base's location. Now, the two spaces could only gaze at each other from afar, unable to teleport. The staff Reinhardt was just wedged between the two spaces, nearly piercing through the spatial passage to strike at the fleeing Shirley. Seeing this, the young lady couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she was a step ahead. Otherwise, she would have been skewered by her mother. On the other side, Hathaway was being lifted into the air by a delicate hand gripping his collar. Twice he had attempted to escape, both ending in failure. The first time was with Diana, and now that magic swordsman was missing. The second time was with her daughter, but Shirley had reacted in time. She scanned the room filled with buckets and food that had been moved in, as well as the scattered magic cores on the floor. It seems these two had been living quite well. I thought he had already been caught by the fairies. Dipping her finger into the developing liquid stuck to the mirror, she truly underestimated her daughter. This child had sneaked into her study as a kid, learning about magic circles. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Shirley's escape was not a big issue. She was already a wanted criminal by the church. If a priest from the church managed to escape, it would be troublesome. Although the elf clan did not fear humans, the church that protected humans had considerable power. "Get up, spread your legs." Ignoring Shirley's shouting from the other side of the portal, for adults, verbal threats were useless, actions needed to be taken. Pandora checked the residual magic elements within him, and sure enough, this little guy had already fallen into Shirley's hands. What a lecher, locked in a cell, yet still finding ways to indulge with fairies. "I didn't. I was forced." Feeling the anger from across the room, Heather curled her toes together, lifting several meters off the ground, her small legs trembling in the air. As she called out the other's name, she had already thought of the next scene. "Forget it, today I'll let you feel some pain." Some slaves, who had not been treated cruelly, would mistakenly believe their master was merciful, thus unable to shake off the thought of escape. At this moment, Pandora was far angrier than expected, murmuring incantations. Before long, dozens of scarlet eyes appeared outside the room, fairies pushing against each other, eager to seize her body. Several beautiful fairy heads broke through the window, hands clawing at the iron bars, ready to feast. Pandora floated in the air, ignoring the struggling white-robed priest, grasping his hands and slowly lowering him down. Below, the fairies, claws bared, awaited their master's command to devour this beautiful priest completely. In front of the floor-length mirror, vines covered the ground, her toes just a step away from the floor. Her ankles were entwined, icy cold. Remembering Sherry's tragic appearance earlier, Heather was filled with fear, frantically shaking her feet to kick off the vines. It was all in vain. Under Pandora's merciless gaze, the fairies surrounded her completely. Because her wrists were held by Pandora, Heather couldn't even grasp a weapon to resist. The vines tightened, the strength of the creatures slowly increasing. What was wrapped around her ankles felt like a grip tightening around her throat. One of the tree fairies suddenly appeared in front of Heather's face, a beautiful face curiously examining this new prey. Looking around, as if sniffing the scent on her body, she soon fell into a trance. Through the fairy's thin skirt, dozens of delicate fingers wandered over Heather's delicate form. In despair, her whole body trembled like chaff, pitifully gazing at the witch before her, pleading for her mercy. Outside the mirror, Sherry shook her head slowly, watching all of this. This man was beyond saving. In Elrond, Mother was known for her cruelty and would never show mercy easily. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being out of touch. Don't blame Sherry for not saving you. The moment the priest called out Pandora's name, he had already violated their contract. No, please don't. The skirt was pulled apart, the vines almost taking over her entire body, hissing with excitement like poisonous snakes, eager to immediately drain Heather's essence. Fairies were omnivorous, eating almost anything. Now, they just needed to wait for the witch's command. Several faces, strikingly similar in yearning, gazed at the floating Pandora, like dogs begging for food from their master. Hey, are you all ready? The purple-skirted woman looked at the still struggling Heather with interest. The fallen priestess was a tree fairy whose dissatisfaction was a paid attraction even in a death match. Master, master, master. The fairies surrounded Heather with their frenzied words, her body swaying in the air. Remember, don't kill him, otherwise, I'll burn you all to ashes. Pandora's sharp gaze frightened a few timid fairies, then she let go, throwing Heather into the group of fairies. The timid would starve, while the bold would overindulge. Heather swore that if she could survive, she would repay all the humiliation she had suffered to her enemies. She had never been so humiliated, by the despicable fairies, the witch, and those who had tormented her. She no longer hoped for anyone's rescue, for this was her sin. The goddess said she must endure this suffering. Praying was useless. The vines tightened around her chin, making it hard for her to let out any loud cries of agony. Her hands were held by 4 or 5 fairies, at their mercy, her body feeling as if it no longer belonged to her. In her final choked moments, she could only close her eyes, at least not having to watch her body being defiled. They bared their fangs, preparing to take turns, and Heather completely gave up resisting. At that moment, a gray light from a dark tunnel quietly coalesced in front of the full-length mirror, transforming from a point into a sphere, and the previously sealed spatial passage was reopened. Whither? Heather heard a voice from beyond the heavens, her body lifted and then set down by a mysterious magical force. She arrived riding a gray horse, and the instant her black eyes opened, the gates of the underworld swung wide. With black hair and black eyes, the symbol of a demon, her flowing hair obscured her figure, while the fitted knight's armor revealed the central magic pattern on her chest. She raised her head, her voice booming like thunder. With a single command, the fairies within 100 meters instantly vanished, like withered vines dried by the wind for 100 years. The sudden appearance of the woman plunged the fairies into extreme fear. Who is this person? A high angel of the Radiant Church? Or an old woman's nemesis? Outside the mirror, Shirley watched the mysterious knight's back, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Powerful figures on the continent were usually monopolized by mages. She had never seen such a powerful knight. That old woman had always considered herself invincible. Finally, someone was here to deal with her. Elrond had fought on otherworldly battlefields for 1,000 years, annihilating countless small tribes, naturally accumulating many enemies. As for the Radiant Church, a force that negotiated with the goddess, it was only reasonable for them to send troops to rescue the prospective saint. She failed to recognize the newly reborn Filori and naturally regarded the intruder as an enemy of Pandora. Trying to see the face of the newcomer, the next moment, the mirror shattered into countless fragments, and the spatial passage was completely closed. On the other side, when the omen of the arrival appeared, Pandora called back the scepter stuck in the gap. She first used identification magic, capturing a stream of information that was then instantly erased. Identification prohibited? Observing the mysterious knight's face and pupils, Pandora revealed a satisfied smile. It turned out that the white cocoon had awakened early. This tall knight was a creation of divine blood refined with Filori's soul as the core and the life box as the catalyst. Isn't this a death knight? She remembered very clearly that Filori, who had already established her rank within the white cocoon, should have transitioned to the Death Knight class. The 100-meter withering halo instantly obliterated dozens of silver-tier monsters. Could it be that an overflow of energy caused the Death Knight to unlock advanced skills immediately upon resurrection? Something felt off. Logically, a Death Knight shouldn't be exempt from identification either. Pandora felt a bit curious. The Dark System, an ancient lineage that had appeared since the chaos of the continent, had a complex knight system. Encountering an unprecedented mutation also fell within the realm of probability. Pandora felt a slight excitement. The stronger Filori became, the more advantageous it would be for Elrond. In this way, her destiny could be considered fulfilled, to cultivate a new generation of head of the family for Elrond, the next decision-maker. As long as the mysterious knight before her could demonstrate emerald-level strength, she could confidently pursue the path of epic. Congratulations, it seems your future path has opened. From now on, Filori would become the current head of Elrond, even inheriting Pandora's status as the celestial beauty among the elf race. A new generation replacing the old. Pandora had, strictly speaking, already passed her prime and no longer belonged to the celestial beauty category. she should belong to the older generation of powerful beings. The black-haired knight seemed not to have heard, turning to gaze blankly at the weak Heather in the corner. It seemed she still held memories, protecting that man behind her. Was this an act of loyalty? Absurd. Pandora was somewhat surprised. Knights were known to uphold their oaths. The vengeful knight symbolizing slaughter and the cruel iron-blooded knight. She had never heard of a death knight pledging loyalty to any living being. Heather stood dazed, completely unprepared for his rescue. In this dark prison, separated by black walls, a stranger knight had suddenly come to his aid. Wasn't this a plot that only appeared in fairy tales? According to the goddess's words, he would be entangled in misfortune for his entire life, never to be saved. Blood rose. Pandora, Sherry, he had called out for help countless times in his heart, but hope had never appeared. The mysterious female knight gracefully raised her right hand and gently patted the horse's neck. It seemed to sense its master's intention. Coming to a halt in front of Heather, its proud head slightly lowered. She elegantly dismounted from the gray horse and lifted Heather onto it. Warmth and reassurance, this was a feeling she had never experienced before. Heather found it hard to describe this sensation, feeling as if she could peacefully sleep in her embrace. But some elves were dissatisfied. Pandora found it hard to accept such an act of compassion. The future head of the family, being stingy with men is a woman's greatest weakness, you know. Let me see just how great the potential of the awakened Filori truly is, as a test from the old generation of Elren to the newcomers. The strong winds withered and crushed, and the observing tree spirits felt the intense magical essence gathering around their master, fleeing in panic, some hiding in cabinets and jars. Low-tier magical creatures could only tremble in the face of this terrifying power. Reinhardt, supreme armament. The witch pointed to the sky, and the metal knight was fully unleashed, growing 3 times taller, its giant sword transforming into a cannon axe, shooting towards the gray horse knight. Even a grown death knight would not be a match for the supreme guardian. Pandora was confident that this staff, infused with the Titan core, was absolutely invincible in the realm of magic, except against divine beings. First, the mirror shattered upon landing, then the earth trembled, and the dungeon collapsed. Gray and copper clashed from the dungeon to the sky, and just as dawn broke, a massive rift suddenly opened beneath the main road of Etheria. The early rising fox girl Sophia was startled by this sudden scene and hid under the table, while the chatting adventurers raised their shields to block the flying stones. The sky sounded the alarm, and the Lord's mansion summoned bureaucrats urgently, while the city guard immediately entered a state of readiness. Not seeing the terrifying magical creatures revive, could it be that some extremely rare treasure had emerged? The golden tier adventurer Catgirl, carrying a bow and arrow, agilely peered down from the gable of a house, but a few beams of light made her shrink back, pressing down tightly, not daring to move. From the dark underground flew several beams of light, a warhorse carrying a stunning priestess, along with a noble witch floating in the air. The witch flashed by, her face indistinguishable. The priestess on the horse seemed to be asleep, her eyes squinted, incredibly beautiful, like a statue of a goddess before a church. What startled the catgirl was the 2 flickering figures below, battling back and forth in the rocky ravine. The metal knight, as tall as the houses, shot rays from its cannon axe, the dissipating energy easily destroying the rocks, far exceeding the limits of the golden tier. As for its opponent, the mysterious gray knight strolled leisurely, making the catgirl feel even more apprehensive. The gray shadow did not take the initiative to attack, focusing on defense and counterattacks. The rays would be dispelled if they came within 10 feet. Those black eyes seemed to have already noticed the observer, causing the catgirl's fur to bristle, her legs tensing up, ready to flee at any moment. No need for reconnaissance spells. As a mercenary, the catgirl could instinctively sense danger, a feeling of helplessness that could lead to instant death she hadn't experienced in many years. The last time was when she encountered a giant dragon diving from the sky in the Beast Mountain range, its breath reducing the medium-sized beast tied near its nest to ashes. This gray knight gave her the same feeling, as if she could be crushed like an ant at any moment, the battle situation in a deadlock. Pandora's expression shifted from relief to surprise, though she was unclear about the knight's dark profession. To force the supreme form of Reinhardt to overload was enough to indicate that Filori's current strength was no less than that of a lich. As for that man, the gray horse had brought him to a safe place, and Pandora saw a person and a horse landing on the White Tower. The children had an unusual fondness for him. The man better not become a burden to the Elren family. The witch intended to lay a restriction on him, her fingertips a gray ring. Just as she was about to move, a terrifying sense of crisis surged in her heart. Since breaking through to the initial level of a mage, Pandora had rarely felt a threat strong enough to harm her. Suddenly turning around, she was met with the furious gaze of Filori. The light she held transformed into a bow, the magical essence condensing into a long arrow, her brows furrowed, dissatisfaction evident on her face. Even if it was her once most feared elder, as long as they laid hands on Heather, she would not hold back. "Mother, please stop here." This was the first time Fillory actively released an attack skill. In an instant, the light arrow pierced Reinhardt's left arm, its residual force rushing towards Pandora. The buildings in the path of the arrow were shattered into fragments, countless civilians screaming in terror. Faced with this terrifying might, Pandora put aside her disdain and began a hurried, brief chant. A wall of earth rose from the ground, forming a massive stone array, yet it barely managed to block the light arrow, almost being pierced by her daughter's strike. This was the defensive magic she would use only against opponents of the same rank. In her gaze towards her youngest daughter, besides approval, there was also a hint of speculation and wariness, which ultimately turned into helplessness. "You have qualified." A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring her cascading black hair. If it were in the past, gaining her mother's approval would have made Fillory cheer with joy. But now she simply stood quietly atop the white tower, before the sleeping figure, slowly raising her hand to lightly touch the magical pattern on her chest. "It's finally over," she uttered softly. "No joy, no sorrow, as if everything were only natural. You are now my qualified successor. You will become the new ruler of Elrond. However, this beautiful human must leave you." The witch's tone shifted, landing on the person on horseback. Pandora was not at ease with feelings and ties with other races, having a bond equated to having a weakness. Fillory, with her black hair cascading down, looked to the sky, her heart struggling with reluctance. "I am doing this for both of you, Fillory." Pandora sighed deeply, her gaze falling on the sleeping Heather. "He was a priest unfaithful to the Radiant Church, while you were a dark practitioner transformed by the box of fate. You are destined not to be together. Just the rejection of that magical essence has already determined that you can only be enemies or strangers. But you can never be lovers, not even friends." The light attribute magic essence on Heather's body would make even a lich retreat. "He cannot be with you, Fillory. You don't really think he can accept you, do you?" Holding Heather on horseback, Fillory shed tears of unwillingness. The stabbing pain in her heart forced her to place him on a stone chair. Wanting to gently kiss his cheek, the magical pattern on her chest erupted with chaotic magic essence. Her body was rejecting him, even attempting to kill him. Spreading her pure white hands, she had now gained the power to protect her beloved, yet she could never touch his body again. The girl repeatedly advised and comforted herself, "Isn't this good? Fillory, weren't you just thinking of protecting him? Is there any other purpose?" She pondered for a long time, and when she turned back, the base of the White Tower was already filled with Elrond's patrolling guards, mercenaries, and several guards from the Lord's mansion. They all looked up with a restrained expression, waiting for Pandora's permission to ascend the tower. "Lady Pandora, may I ask what happened earlier?" The battle between the Metal Knight and the mysterious being had frightened everyone, who mistakenly thought it was another lich being born. A guard from the Lord's mansion stepped forward, bowing respectfully, while the Lord smiled and lowered his head, removing his hat. On the main road of the city, a crack stretched for 100 feet. The city had just been repaired, and now it would have to be redone. Fortunately, the construction team had not disbanded, and reorganizing the work would not cost much. Everyone's gaze shifted from Reinhardt to the unfamiliar dark-haired knight. The Metal Knight had returned to its initial state, missing half an arm, with the wound filled with remnants of metal parts and gears. Rumors had long circulated that the first offering was an alchemical product, and those present today had finally discovered the truth. The witch did not beat around the bush and directly told everyone, "There's no need to panic. This is just a test from our clan leader to her legitimate daughter, and she has now passed the test." "Oh, right." Pandora suddenly floated into the air, her voice echoing throughout the town. "From this day forth, I will step down as the clan leader of the Elrond family, and my youngest daughter, Filloriel Elrond, will take over my position as the legitimate successor." Concise and to the point, many of the Elrond clan elders were taken aback by Pandora's resignation. Upon learning that the mysterious Grey Knight was indeed Miss Filloriel, all their cautious thoughts vanished. The next day, Pandora bid farewell to Filloriel early in the morning and left Etheria, the wandering witch seeking to explore deeper magic. And Hesterway also woke up the next day at noon, feeling the immense dark magical essence within the woman before him, cautiously asking, "Respected senior, may I ask who you are?" If he had known that Filloriel had transformed into a monster for power, he would have been utterly disappointed, just as his mother had said. For 1,000 years, no holy practitioner had ever compromised with the dark forces, and she would be no exception. Either kill him or imprison him permanently, that was Pandora's suggestion before her departure. Filloriel, with her black hair and black eyes, felt a tightness in her heart, biting her lip, ultimately unable to reveal her true name. Let the past, naive Filloriel, remain forever in his heart. "Fillorin, I am called Fillorin." She gave a false name. On the walls of Etheria, the tall girl pushed the wheelchair while speaking. Hesterway's leg injury had not healed, and the overexertion in the Dark Palace had prolonged his recovery period. In emergencies, one would rush forward despite the pain, only to feel the wound's agony once safety was reached. According to the physician, if Hesterway did not restrain his movements, he might lose his left foot. Philoren? The beauty in the wheelchair murmured a name that felt familiar. Unlike Philoriel, the other was a powerful dark practitioner, her skin nearly transparent and as white as the finest porcelain under the moonlight, yet exuding a noble aura untouched by the mundane world. Moreover, she had a face resembling a porcelain doll. Even whiter than Miss Philoriel, upon closer inspection, she appeared almost inhumanly terrifying. When a doll has a face resembling a human's, it evokes fear, known as the uncanny valley effect, and the other's visage was akin to this, as if she were a being from another dimension. Hesterway had encountered similar entities, angels summoned by the church. It was unclear what her intentions were, but at least for now, she did not seem to pose a threat to him. According to the servants of the Elven family, Philoren was Philoriel's sister, who had returned to the clan today after years of training outside. Observing the repair site below from the city wall, he saw the wide gap and the destroyed buildings along the street. Hesterway knew that all of this was caused by the girl behind him during her battle with Pandora. Moreover, this woman with a name similar to Philoriel had become the current head of the Elven family. With such a rival, Miss Philoriel would surely be unable to become the head of the family. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, Hesterway spoke with a complex tone. He could sense the thick, terrifying dark magical essence within this elf, comparable to a lich, or even a demon lord. Although Miss Philoriel had begun to train diligently, time would not wait for her, and she could not surpass this dark elf. Lady Philoren, thank you for your rescue. It was a mere effort, just call me Philoren. Hesterway did not understand why she had saved him, as they were not related. According to the other party, it was her younger sister, Philori, who entrusted her to lend a hand. During this time, she had been wanting to find Philori to express her gratitude, but the family servants always found various excuses to delay. Could it be this sister named Philoren has eliminated all competitors to seize the position of the family head? Heather felt a chill as she thought deeply, the tenderness and sense of security she felt from her transforming into worry and fear. She pushed her wheelchair slowly forward, touching the cold stone wall. Philoren always followed behind, her gaze creating an illusion of a cold glint on Heather's back. The church school had taught that elves excel in disguise, and dark practitioners like to masquerade as companions, infiltrating their surroundings, and after gaining human trust, they strike from behind. No, it can't be. If it were to her detriment, Philoren's sister would have 1,000 ways to deal with her. There was no need to save herself first. Wait, could it be that Philoren likes her? Recalling the moment she was lifted onto the horse's back, she had developed feelings for her then. This impossibly beautiful girl likes her? Heather shook her small head. The dark magic within her made it impossible. Once the two were combined, the conflicting magical essences would harm both bodies, which would be nothing short of torture. Logically, she should find a way to notify the church that such a level of disaster had appeared in the world, and it must be eradicated while she was still in her growth period. But the other party was her savior. Without her, she would have long been reduced to fairy fodder. The farmer and the snake, repaying kindness with enmity? If it were 3 years ago, Heather would have undoubtedly notified the church without hesitation, but now she couldn't betray her benefactor. Lady Philoren, is the young miss still training? The black-haired elf's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance, having already sensed that Heather was trying to distance herself, even unwilling to be close in her address. After awakening and learning that her savior was a dark practitioner, the shock and disappointment on Heather's face remained fresh in her memory. In Philori's heart, she was the kindest priest. Priests are pure clerics, and it is only natural to despise dark practitioners. To eliminate the lich, she could even endure excruciating pain to sever her own ankle. After acquiring the skill tree of the Apocalypse Knight, Philori had grown taller, significantly surpassing Heather, and her aura was different from before. An existence wrapped in the aura of disaster, she must be very afraid now. However, to survive, she had to maintain a calm demeanor in front of her. The girl quietly lowered her head, looking at the magical patterns covered by her dress at the center of her chest, the core of her life box providing her with surging magical power. She had just advanced and couldn't conceal her own magical essence. To hide her identity, she needed to continue training to unlock higher-level skills of the Apocalypse Knight. Once she reached the mid-level of the Emerald Realm, perhaps she could perfectly conceal her aura and return to him as Philori. Right now, she couldn't even hug her sister Heather. Do you want to go home? Once your injuries heal, you can go back. I can send guards to escort you back to the Holy Kingdom. Philori knew that returning to the church had always been Heather's wish. The young miss now possessed the strength to fulfill that wish. As soon as those words left her mouth, the person in the wheelchair visibly trembled. Clearly, she hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. All previous suspicions vanished, and a rare smile appeared on her face. It had been 3 years since they arrived in the elf territory, and during these 3 years, she had never given up on the idea of going home. She had even entrusted her body to Diana. Right, where is Diana? Heather recalled that white-eyed magic swordsman, who had cast a prayer spell on her before being knocked off the cliff. This spell could grant immunity to a fatal blow. Heather's feelings for Diana were complex. An enemy, a trading partner, her pursuer. She was willing to cover for her escape, confronting the Sky Witch head-on. By the way, has Diana been found? Suddenly asking this question, Sister Diana, everyone says she is missing. Phyllis instinctively replied, then realized something was off and quickly corrected herself. Unfortunately, there is still no news about Knight Diana. The girl maintained her elegant posture and air of mystery, slowly speaking, but no news is not the best news. The absence of a body meant there was still hope for survival. Time passed quickly, and Heather gradually managed to walk with difficulty, distancing herself from the wheelchair. Perhaps in another half-month, she could bring up the matter of going home to Phyllis. The sun shone brightly as a griffin squadron carrying clerics arrived over Etheria, the attendants being followers of the Church of Life. The leading woman bore the Holy Cross, her long hair like silk, shimmering with a faint silver glow, intricately braided and adorned with simple silver hair ornaments. Riding on an armored griffin, she seemed to be saying something to those behind her, but soon her lips pressed into a straight line, her expression extremely serious. Heather looked up at the sky, and upon seeing the newcomers, her expression immediately tensed. She did not shout or show any signs of joy. Instead, she retreated into the house. The Elven race had always viewed humans as insignificant, and conflicts often arose between the small border nations and various Elven tribes. After all, they were a magical race born from the World Tree, and in terms of the ratio of practitioners, humans were far inferior to elves. Stepping into foreign territory and flying low over the city could be seen as a provocative act. Moreover, the sensitive identity of their group could easily lead to a diplomatic incident if not handled carefully. Due to their service to the goddess, the Holy Kingdom and the Radiant Church held a special status on the continent, distinct from ordinary human kingdoms. Whenever evil creatures appeared on the continent, they would represent the goddess in hunting down the monsters. Most races, except for the demon race, did not reject the Church's judgment army. They almost never charged any fees for hunting monsters and would heal the injured afterward, spreading the good name of the goddess of life. Unless absolutely necessary, many lords did not wish for them to come to their cities, as these devout followers would spread their faith within the territory. In a world where authority relied on the extraordinary powers of practitioners, most intelligent beings firmly believed in the existence of deities. On this continent, religion often influenced governance. Chief Justice Isabella, this is Etheria, should we land and walk? The sunlight shone on the griffin's plump feathers. This was an elite cavalry from the Holy Kingdom, belonging to the Radiant Church. A battle nun with her hair in a bun spoke up, her tone respectful behind the blonde girl. The leader of the group was Isabella, the Chief Justice of the Radiant Church's judgment forces, the current saintess, the goddess's earthly representative. She was one of the most powerful sorceresses in the church and also a formal celestial beauty of the human race. Due to her special status, she was not assigned to a hero squad and operated independently of the Holy Kingdom. The woman on the steel griffin lifted her golden helmet, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, her expression emotionless as she looked down at the massive Elven city-state. From the north of the city to the southwest, there were beast women repairing houses, and a gaping crack stretched for kilometers along the main road. Heretics, the air carries a scent of decay. She placed her hand on the cross she bore, murmuring to herself with sharp eyes. The Lord of Etheria had sent an urgent plea for help to the Holy Kingdom, reportedly because an evil lich had been born in the Elrin family. In the end, before the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom arrived, the crisis was resolved. The companions discussed the city. Did they eliminate the lich without the assistance of clerics? Suspicious, too suspicious. Isabella's gaze fell on two places. One was the site of the magic circle operated by the lich, and the other was the crack in the main road at the city center. They landed in the woods, cooking lunch on the outskirts of the city. After all, this is the territory of the Sky Witch. The entire army will land and first find passers-by to gather information. Because it is not far from the city, it is easy to encounter mercenary adventurers leaving town. The griffin, specifically carrying food, has fine flour that can be made into sweetbread, and there is even a royal chef cooking delicious meals. Compared to the shabby surroundings of the other mercenaries, Isabella's temporary camp is luxurious. It quickly attracted the attention of many adventurers, and the beast-eared adventurer team was called to a halt. The cat-eared hunter and the rabbit-eared mage were invited into the camp to savor the delicacies. From their mouths, Isabella learned some information about the city. The army of liches was pressing in, and many enslaved high-level professionals had turned against their masters. 60% of the slaves had sided with the liches, while the rest were either dead or had fled outside the city to become outlaws. The city lord announced that the witch dispatched her forces and ultimately killed the lich. At several intersections in the city, statues of heroic figures who defeated the liches were erected, with Pandora, who wore a gentle smile, at the forefront. But that day, I saw traces of holy light magic in the sky, said Meow Meow, a survivor of the Lich War, proudly. For mercenaries, every life and death battle they experience is a shining medal. Just a few words about the crises in the Lich War can attract the attention of a group of young boys in a tavern. Clara, this is a topic that the city lord has prohibited discussing. The rabbit-eared mage looked worried. Clara was just that kind of big mouth, impossible to control. Human food is really delicious. What are you worried about, Lopuchan? This isn't the city, said Clara, the cat-eared girl, comfortably rubbing her belly, quite satisfied with the hospitality. She planned to say a bit more and eat a little longer. So, Pandora actually teamed up with high-level clerics to slay the lich, Isabella said, not eating but taking a sip of water. The cat girl nodded. After all, there were such rumors in the city. Indeed, without the power of clerics, ordinary beings cannot resist liches. Was it an intentional effort to erase the clerics' contributions from the achievements? That's too despicable. The bun-headed battle nun clenched her small fist, filled with indignation. She expressed her dissatisfaction with such credit-stealing behavior, especially since it deprived their clerics of their reputation. This could have been a great opportunity to spread the goddess's deeds, yet it was wasted. Clearly, it was the goddess who saved them, but they had to thank that witch. What a sad city it is. Mia, are there any clerics from the church going out recently? The presiding judge asked the nun. To eliminate a lich, one must at least have emerald-level strength. Every mage of the Radiant Church is registered. The battle nun shook her head. Elves have always rejected church influence, and generally, no archbishop would go to elven territories. If it weren't for Pandora's unpredictable movements, the Lord of Etheria wouldn't have reported the lich's information to the church. Isabella frowned. In her memory, the Sky Witch had not been close to any cleric. In the recent performance report, there were no cases related to liches. Could it be some senior who happened to pass by? Judging by the magic circle's condition, it should be the lich's skill, undead rebirth. There had indeed been a great battle with the lich in the area, without a doubt. It's really a headache. If a lich is born, there must be a life box that is leaked out, but this life box is currently missing. Their purpose was to investigate this matter. Did they have to confront that witch in person? Pandora was a well-known figure in the Tianjiao circle, considered one of the strongest. If she were to reveal all her trump cards, Isabella would boast of being invincible among her peers. But that witch was no longer a peer. Logically, she should have aged out of the Tianjiao evaluation range and entered the ranks of the older generation of strong ones. It seems there was an error in the repair work. Is the gap in the middle of the city's main road also the handiwork of the lich? The construction schedule seemed inconsistent. Isabella inadvertently asked a question and received unexpected information. The cat girl not only ate skewers but also requested a cup of fruit wine. A bit tipsy, she suddenly recounted an adventure from a week ago. You asked the right person, meow. Then, the cat girl placed her bow and arrow under her feet, leisurely sipping her drink while sharing the strange scene she had witnessed that day. The earth cracked open, and from the dark crevice emerged a gray horse and a witch. Two powerful knights fought fiercely in the rock fissure. The metal warrior could unleash laser beams, while the dark-haired knight could freeze the air with a single glance. On the gray horse sat an extraordinarily handsome human male. Right at that moment, I was standing in front of those two top experts, and they were worried I would turn back and attack, so they teamed up against me. The cat girl took a sip of fruit wine, her face flushed, her tone growing excited as if she wanted to take everyone back to that battle. If you don't believe me, I still have a scar on my butt. Clara, feeling wronged, lifted her skirt, but was stopped by Lapra. The rabbit-eared girl shyly apologized. I'm sorry, my sister is just like that. The wound on her but is from when she fell while escaping. Ha ha ha. This drew laughter from the other girls. However, in Clara's description, something seemed to touch Isabella's heart. A human male. Why would he appear in this place? With a face like an angel and a compassionate, serene smile? The cup of water slipped from her hands to her knees, but she was oblivious, her eyes wide open, her lips slightly trembling. Heatherway, her destined one, had been missing for 3 years. 3 years ago, he was abducted from a nearby human town and had not been heard from since. Soon it was afternoon, and Isabella found a partnership with the Orc Merchant Guild. The Griffin stood by, while the girls disguised themselves as the Merchant Guild's convoy, walking into the city. Wearing black hoods to cover their hair, Sister Mia saw the passing elves, her small hands clenched into fists, her eyes wide open, as if recalling past misfortunes. Mia, don't forget our mission. The urgent task now was to find clues about the Lich's phylactery, not to dwell on past grievances. You are now a nun of the Radiant Church, you must learn to prioritize. Isabella reminded her, soothing her emotions. She knew that the battle nun had been attacked by elves 3 years ago in a border town, nearly burned to ashes by fire magic. If it hadn't been for the priest who risked himself to save her at that time, the girl would have been dead. But I still couldn't save Senior Heatherway, he was taken away by that group of elves. 3 years ago, that priest who always smiled faintly, her mentor in light magic, had been abducted and had never been heard from again. Mia sought help from the nobles of Greyleaf Town, requesting the Duke's rescue, but the teen went silent. In the end, she walked alone to the Radiant Church of the Holy Kingdom to report the situation to the higher-ups of the church, which finally drew attention. It turned out that Heatherway was originally a candidate for sainthood in the church, but due to disagreements with the hero team, he left without permission and hid in the inconspicuous Greyleaf Town. Isabella felt sorry for her, so she allowed Mia to stay at the Radiant Church, where she diligently trained to become a qualified battle nun. Seeing the elves again stirred memories of the girl's past. If the priest were still alive, he would probably. In the dark corners of the continent, the beautiful Heatherway was shackled and brought before those fallen noblewomen for auction. In the pitch blackness, she was tormented by various women. Mia, if you get distracted again, just go back. Hearing her lament, Isabella felt a tightness in her heart, and her tone immediately became serious. She dared not think of those things. I'm sorry, Chief Justice, it was Mia who lost her composure. Wiping away her sadness, they entered the city's largest mercenary camp, the Mercenary Guild. In any city, the place where mercenaries gather is often the best channel for obtaining information. Of course, one must first discern the truth from the mixed messages. As a major city-state, Etheria has designated an area for adventurers to gather. This is the location of the Mercenary Guild, where taverns line the streets, and potion shops and blacksmiths are abundant. The streets are filled with professionals bearing staves or swords and bows, while the Griffin Knights wrapped in black cloaks go unnoticed. Unsavory groups are common in this territory. Lizard women, snake women, and dark-skinned beast women often prefer to shroud themselves in black robes. In the liveliest tavern, Isabella placed 2 silver coins on the table, her gaze fixed on the person across from her. The warrior-type orc woman, drinking beer, had exaggeratedly round pectoral muscles, simply wrapped with a strip of coarse cloth over her key areas. Humanoid face, mostly in humanoid form, not the beast-headed, human-bodied type of the furry. The pectoral muscles and the sides of her skin were adorned with beautiful hexagonal scales, and her tail occasionally thumped against the ground. With each thump, the stunning slave behind her filled her cup with fine wine. Upon seeing the silver coins, the golden-eyed woman scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at them. A black-clad human, bearing a cross and a giant hammer, exuded a notable aura of magic, and his attitude improved slightly. Heavy-armored knight? If you want to bother me, you might as well spend money at the Mercenary Guild to post a commission. At least the Mercenary Guild's endorsement lent some credibility to the information. I heard you are a member of the Suicide Squad tasked with hunting down the Lich, Isabella said, pulling 2 gold coins from her pocket to raise the stakes. The other party was one of the fierce women mentioned by the catgirl Clara. Perhaps she could extract useful information from her. The crocodile beast woman shook her head. This price was not enough to make her speak. She pulled her stunning slave closer and forcibly filled his cup with wine. Then, using her claws, she playfully toyed with his delicate body, unabashedly kissing him in public, drinking from his mouth. The man wanted to resist but dared not move, allowing her to do as she pleased. His eyes were filled with despair, his throat constantly whimpering. The beautiful male slave was, astonishingly, human, publicly humiliated, not daring to resist, his feet shackled with clanking chains. Slavery was prevalent in every corner of the continent. Powerful female mercenaries, after bloody battles, would go to the Red Mill for leisure. Wealthy women would choose to purchase male slaves to manage their homes and handle trivial tasks. Of course, they also had to fulfill the role of relieving their owners' frustrations. Looking at that delicate man, with his pale, uncalloused hands, he likely used to be a wealthy young master from a small family. He could have enjoyed the pursuit of women and a luxurious life. Instead, he had fallen to this fate, bought by a crocodile beast woman, utterly unfortunate. Although in some merciful cities, there were laws against arbitrarily taking a slave's life, pleasing the owner was definitely legal and compliant. Mia seemed to recall something, her anger flaring as she bared her teeth, her hand gripping the heavy hammer's handle. Had it not been for the presiding judge's timely intervention, she might have exposed her identity. Hey! The crocodile beast woman made a comfortable sound, gently stroking the handsome man's small head. That's enough, beast woman, this should be enough to show our sincerity. Unable to watch any longer, Isabella took a glowing crystal core from her bag and rolled it across the table to the crocodile beast woman's plate. That's enough. You can go now. Warm the bed for me tonight. Upon seeing the crystal core, her tail stopped swaying. Smiling, she tossed a piece of white bread to her slave, who initially looked relieved, but upon hearing warm the bed, his heart sank again. When a beast woman got excited, she completely disregarded the life of the opposite sex, especially one like a crocodile beast known for her strength and ferocity. Shifting her focus back to the table, the beast woman carefully picked up the crystal core, finally revealing a smile. Isn't this what being a mercenary is all about? Soon, she divulged everything about Diana and the Metal Knight, leading them to attack the Lich's camp, leaving no detail unspoken, including some minor specifics. The holy light shone upon the mysterious woman, and the Lich was instantly slain by the magic swordsman. As for the fate box, those present at the time were busy retreating, and no one noticed the whereabouts of that small box. It must have been taken by the Metal Knight. The news quickly shifted to the Metal Knight, a servant of the witch, which was quite troublesome. Isabella was just about to rise when the beast girl revealed an interesting piece of information. There's a weak noble in the team. Can you guess why she joined the suicide squad? The mercenary girl, with a bloodthirsty edge, looked down on romantic entanglements the most. It seems to be a young lady from the Elven family, only at the initial stage of gold level, and she's here to save a beautiful human priest. Another beautiful human, and a priest at that. The number of male priests was scarce, and this topic immediately piqued the interest of the two women. Isabella hurriedly tossed down 2 gold coins, urging her to continue. How much do you know about that priest? That man is no simpleton. He was originally the young lady's servant. I suspect that over time, feelings developed, and they became close. Associating this with Heather's stunning beauty, a greedy glint flashed in the crocodile beast girl's golden amber eyes. If I remember correctly, there's a statue of that priest kneeling in prayer among the heroic statues at the intersection on the corner. She revealed a key piece of information. Following the crocodile beast girl's guidance, they arrived at the secluded street corner. Broken gray rings, fractured ankles, and the posture of kneeling and praying. It seemed ambiguous, with a face full of compassion for the world, as if tears could fall at any moment. It resembled Heather by at least 70%, and the sense of unease in her heart grew stronger, urging the girl to find him as soon as possible. Standing before the priest's statue, Isabella reached out to touch the stone figure's face. Stop, mercenary, this statue is not to be touched. An elf patrolling the street reprimanded her, watching the cloaked woman warily and warning her against touching it. After the elf left, Mia hurried over. Your Honor, I found out about those 2 team leaders. The Metal Knight, Reinhardt, the first servant of the Elven family, suspected to be an alchemical creation. The magic swordsman, Diana, had only recently joined Elrond before the Lich disaster and was expelled by Pandora not long ago. The latter's whereabouts were uncertain, while the former resided in the city's Villa district. The other party was a loyal follower of the witch, and visiting them was tantamount to reporting to the witch. Your Honor, why go through all that trouble? Why not just go find the witch directly? With the Radiant Church as a backing, would the witch dare to act against them? Isabella shot a glance at the nun. The fate box matter might very well be related to the witch, who was an alchemist and would certainly be interested in the fate box. If the fate box had indeed been deliberately hidden, going directly to the witch would be like stirring up a snake in the grass, which would be detrimental to their subsequent actions. Who is it? Who's there? The judge turned, his sharp gaze converging on the corner of the dark alley. A sound came, the noise of a box hitting the ground. Mia immediately chased after it, ready to smash the source of the sound with a hammer. Meow, meow. 2 meows stopped Mia in her tracks. As the dust settled, a black cat leaped onto the eaves, nimbly evading capture. Just an ordinary cat? Isabella frowned, closing her eyes to sense the surrounding magical essence, but found nothing unusual. Ever since the Griffin Knight landed, everything seemed too smooth. They encountered a kind-hearted cat girl providing information and coincidentally met a merchant willing to help with legal identification. The crocodile beast girl was also a profit-driven woman, easily bought off, revealing all the information. Heather, what kind of trouble have you encountered that you haven't sought help from the church in 3 years? Could it be? Isabella thought of the worst outcome. Has he fallen into darkness? Afraid of being baptized by herself, he has never dared to seek help. Your Holiness, this is quite the act of treason. As a favored one of the goddess, how could I resist the sacred ritual? After midnight, 2 figures stood before the gates of the Elrond estate, their hurried steps coinciding. Clara, did you bring them here? The crocodile beast girl glared displeasedly at the cat girl, who was also one of the participants in the hunt against the Lich, deliberately pouring fire onto her. The batch of black-robed paladins from Noon was clearly not ordinary. Even if they were intentionally concealing their cultivation, the leading woman was undoubtedly a master among the emerald ranks. The members of the suicide squad who participated in the operation had all signed confidentiality agreements with the Elrond family, prohibiting them from disclosing any information regarding the hunt against the Lich. Why are you here instead of playing house with your little boy? The crocodile beast girl had bought a tender human young master, forcibly raising him as her husband. Because of this, Clara often mocked her. "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, I'll cut off your cattail." The sturdy girl was exasperated. What was wrong with liking tender little boys? It wasn't as if beast girls had to like beast men. Everyone has their own preferences. Moreover, after several rounds of taming, that little man had basically become utterly devoted to her. With just a bit more effort, they would produce the fruits of love, and he would never be able to leave her side again. Humph! Clara pulled down her lower eyelid with her finger, making a mischievous face like a little demon, dodging the beast girl's grasp and nimbly jumping onto a tree trunk. She pulled out a sausage from her quiver, teasing the little black cat on her shoulder. The little black cat, like a tamed beast, snuggled in the cat girl's arms. "I have important information that I need to report to the leader." "So do I." The two ignored each other and followed the maid into an ancient hall. "Has the identity of the Griffin cavalry been investigated?" A tall, stunning elfin knight-style half-armor, with a black gemstone pendant hanging from her chest, turned her head, her pupils glowing faintly as she floated down from the balcony of the second tier. Without chanting a spell, she could levitate. Her toes touched the ground, landing smoothly. Her black hair was as dark as the night, cascading down to her waist, flowing gracefully over her shoulders as if it could absorb all the surrounding light. "Lady Philorin, they are indeed cavalry from the human Holy Kingdom, affiliated with the Radiant Church." Clara slightly bowed, her cat paw resting on her chest in salute. The members of the Suicide Squad had almost all been incorporated into the Elven family afterward, and Clara was also one of the current guest elders. When the Griffin group appeared within 10 kilometers of Etheria, they had already been detected by the tower and were under real-time surveillance. "Clara, don't call me Philorin, use my current name. Philorin." A fabricated sister woven from her original self, used to deal with Hester-wise excuses. "Meow. Lady Philorin, it was my negligence." The elven girl's gaze sharpened, and the black cat in the cat girl's arms was frightened and hid under her skirt. Clara dared not show any slackness and quickly corrected herself. The other party was a monster that could kill with just a glance, even more terrifying than the original Pandora witch. She absolutely could not offend her. "You should have interacted with them, right? What is that woman's purpose?" Philorin asked. Pandora had instructed before leaving that matters regarding the mysterious fate box must be kept highly confidential, and absolutely no one from the church should be informed. Everything related to the undead within and outside the city had basically been destroyed, and the undead had all been buried deep in their clan's territory. A paper cannot contain fire, even if things are well concealed. It is difficult to escape the scrutiny of the observant. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to take the initiative. Pro and I went to make contact with them, and they were indeed very interested in the lich. Due to concerns about exposure, I had let them take the initiative to find Ursula, the crocodile beast girl's name. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the tall Ursula. The crocodile beast girl coldly snorted at Clara, then respectfully said, "Lady Philorin, they should be the knights sent by the church to retrieve the fate box." The elven girl nodded, not too worried. After all, if she bit someone to death, she could just deny it. She had long anticipated this day. As she gradually understood the power of the Apocalypse Knight, the deeper she delved into this skill tree, the more she felt a sense of dread towards extraordinary beings. Back then, when Lysandra was distracted controlling the frontline army, she had fought evenly with the Sword Mage and the Metal Knight. No wonder the Lord was so wary of the Lich. Such a transcendent existence could not be defined by ordinary realms. Looking up at the sky, she raised her palm, 5 verdant fingers clenched into a fist, enveloping the bright moon. Is this the power of the celestial level? Now, she could skillfully control the dark magic essence. As long as she didn't use the terrifying skills of the Apocalypse Knight, she could easily disguise herself as an ordinary knight. By the way, Lady Philorin, that group of women seems to be probing for information about Heather. As soon as the crocodile beast girl finished speaking, the beautiful elf's calm face instantly changed. Sister Heather was her absolute taboo. She wouldn't allow anyone to pry, especially other girls. After waiting for the two women to leave, Philorin raised her delicate hand and softly recited an incantation, Reinhardt. The staff enshrined on the high platform of the great hall suddenly transformed into a metal knight, kneeling on one knee beneath the girl's skirt. She clasped her fists and said, "Young miss, what are your orders?" Philorin gazed at the metal knight at the foot of the stairs. It was a gift left to her by her mother before she departed. The creation staff Reinhardt was a top-tier staff, serving not only as a spellcasting medium but also carrying a segment of an ancient magic skill tree. With such a weapon, she could confront ordinary enemies without exposing her identity as an Apocalypse Knight. Take this life box and confuse their attention. Philorin pulled out a square metal box from her bosom. It was a counterfeit crafted by Pandora, and according to her description, it was convincing enough in appearance. Reinhardt lowered her head in a daze. At this moment, her body had been completely repaired, and the shiny armor was entwined with dark magic essence. Because of the special properties of the metal staff, she could borrow part of her master's magic power to unleash lower-tier skills that originated from the Apocalypse Knight. Just like the supreme armament bestowed by Lady Pandora, she felt a power in the young miss that was not inferior to the blood of titans. Yes, Master, should I activate the kill command? If allowed to take lives, she could unleash her full power without restraint. The young miss remained silent for a quarter of an hour before finally speaking slowly. If those women are ungrateful, teach them a lesson. The Metal Knight accepted the order and vanished from the spot, holding the forged life box. Moonlight fell upon the great hall, and Philoren seemed to vent the pent-up frustration in her heart. To secure the position of the Elrin family head, one must be ruthless. This was her mother's advice. She had thought she had fully embraced this identity and was a qualified Elven lord. But the reality was that she would sometimes lose control of her emotions, especially when facing Heather or anything related to her. Logically, she shouldn't have let that human, who knew the secret, leave, yet she had promised to send someone to escort him home. A contradiction. Because she was her beloved sister Heather. Oh Philoren, when will you ever mature? The girl's small hand pressed against the gem on her chest, feeling her heart beating. Every time she thought of her sister, her body involuntarily yearned to be close to her. Deep down, Philoren hoped her sister could always be with her, always stay in Elrond, by her side. Impossible. The surging dark magic essence immediately pulled the young miss back to reality. She couldn't act as ruthlessly as her mother, imprisoning Heather. The young miss only wanted to see her smile and would do her best to fulfill all her wishes. Even leaving the city of Etheria and returning to the human world. What about my sister now? Has she already made contact with those paladins? Phyllis felt a tightness in her heart. If Sister Hester was mixed up with those women who had reclaimed the lifebox, it would complicate her actions. Moreover, that group of Griffin Knights seemed to be probing into Hester's identity. Since spotting the Griffin Knights, Hester quickly hid back inside, nervously sitting on the bed and gasping for breath. Those women were Judgment Knights under the jurisdiction of the Holy See, specifically tasked with combating evil and purifying unclean magical creatures. Their mission also included one more task: investigating corruption within the church and apprehending unclean male priests. During her studies, Hester had learned about the responsibilities of various offices within the Holy See. The griffin, a special mount, symbolizes the lion, and the eagle, justice, bravery, vigilance, viewed by believers as light and power. Hester curled up in her blanket, hugging her knees. She was already unclean. Engaging with women, or if the other party had detection methods like Diana's, would immediately reveal her as a heretic. A priest who had been missing for 3 years, once appearing before the Griffin Knights, would inevitably be subjected to a loyalty test. The church's judgment magic used to discern whether the subject had committed acts of betrayal against the Holy See, while also examining the male's fidelity. Recalling the descriptions from textbooks and the cruel methods used on traitors in the Judgment Hall's dungeons, she realized she had defied the church's orders by leaving the hero squad and hiding in a remote town. Captured in Greyleaf Town, she had been humiliated by elves, and now barely survived under the protection of Elrond. Countless sins weighed upon her: uncleanness, betrayal, 2 capital offenses already hanging over her head. Hester couldn't bear to imagine the consequences of being caught. Her original plan was to procure a batch of Moonwell water to cleanse her impurities and confuse the loyalty test. With Lady Phyllis's help, she had already gathered a lot of well water. No, she needed to brew a purification potion right now. Otherwise, once exposed to the Griffin Knights, it would be too late. Crawling, rummaging through boxes, she retrieved the hidden Moonwell water from under the bed. The droplets in the transparent test tube were poured out, and the experimental table was filled with potion-making tools. The stove and beakers cluttered the table with various scattered bottle stoppers, and soon, beads of sweat covered Hester's forehead. Her potion-making skills were only at a beginner level, equivalent to a top graduate from a magic school. She could manage some basic potions. The Moonwell water could only cover her physical flaws. Only advanced potions could mask the church's fidelity assessment. However, the complex formulas for advanced potions required a professional alchemist to ensure success. Her only advantage now was that she could barely understand the formula instructions and knew the basics of distillation, drying, and centrifugation. Whenever it came to more specialized terminology, she had to search for information and explore. Failure, failure, failure. Each attempt to prepare a potion ended in failure, and the Moonwell water was quickly consumed. Just as she sat down on the sofa in despair, a calm and unhurried knock came from outside the door. Who is it? A boy living alone must protect himself. She put away all the alchemical tools into the cabinet, placed her hand on the doorknob, and did not open the door directly, instead asking through the wooden door. A sticky, sweet voice from outside replied, "Is this Mr. Hester?" 3 years had passed, and that young nun had already gone through her voice change. Hester felt the girl's voice outside was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. "Who are you? Lord Hester, is it really you? I'm Mia, we finally found you." The girl's voice was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The moment Mia learned the priest's name, she and Isabella had found his address. Looking through the peephole and catching a glimpse of Mia's face, Hester felt a surge of joy in her heart. The little girl who once followed him, carrying a basin of hot water, has now transformed into a tall priestess. "It is Mia." He was just about to open the door when his gaze shifted, revealing a graceful figure beside Mia, a spirited young woman in golden armor, with a griffin pattern carved on the edges of her breastplate. Her hair was styled in an intricate bun, with braided fishtail plaits wrapping around to the back of her head, and her eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows, seeing the evil lurking within. Hester stepped back in terror. It was her, the judging saintess, Isabella, who claimed to be his wife and the manager of the Holy Sun, a woman he despised. Why was she the leader of this Griffin Knight squad? Hester felt a sense of foreboding. If it were Mia, he could still delay the trial of loyalty. But if it was Isabella, who took exterminate evil as her motto, then he was doomed. "Mia, I'm sorry, I can't see you right now." If she knew I had been defiled, she would surely look down on me. Hester did not open the door and added an extra layer of security by locking the wooden door with a chain. The reason for not opening the door was that the nun outside pressed close to the wooden door, trying to hear any movement inside. "Lady Hester, we are here to rescue you. Please open the door quickly." "Teacher Hester?" The nun knocked gently 3 times on the door, still no response. "Why isn't she opening the door? Was that a boy's voice I heard inside just now?" The 2 women exchanged glances, and Isabella's expression gradually froze, from calm to a steely coldness. The seeds of suspicion began to take root. Hester was a candidate for the Holy Sun, and also the man she had chosen, yet he was colluding with elves. Moreover, he had violated the doctrine by committing the sin of hiding the evil box. Unforgivable. As the saintess, the future ruler of the glorious Holy See, she must personally cleanse the entrance and purify the fallen Hester. She would show him through her actions that he should submit to the holy light. She extended her hand, forcefully twisting the door lock, and spoke in a slightly warning tone, "Priest Hester, greetings. Do you not wish to see me again? After all, we were colleagues. Why are you hiding? Did you not say you quite liked tomboys like me? Want to be brothers or something?" The girl's tone took on a sarcastic edge. For his joking remark, she had deliberately kept her hair short back then, although it had grown back over the past 3 years. "Oh, that was an old story from a few years ago." She pinched a strand of hair beneath her bangs, tightening her grip. "Now I am a formal saintess, your ruler, and I command you to come out, young lady." That damn little man, how dare he refuse her secret pursuit back then? The Holy Sun, wasn't he meant to be with her? To avoid her, Hester had willingly joined that band of adventurers filled with scum to play support. And what happened? He was still treated like a plaything behind the scenes. Trash, scum, not even making a sound when taken away. Surely he had been defiled by the elves. To hell with it. No longer hiding her identity, Isabella kicked the door, breaking it open with her metal greaves. The girl inside snapped the chain lock, and the Griffin Knights immediately sealed all the windows and exits of the room. Mia also sensed something, looking at Isabella with a hint of fear. "Your Honor, the chief judge, Teacher Hester must have her reasons. She would never betray the goddess. 3 years ago, in the small church of Greyleaf Town, that holy priestess would pray with her every night. Besides teaching her basic healing magic, she would also take her to heal the local poor. In the duchy, he was quite a well-known beauty. Absolutely would not fall into depravity at the hands of elves." Isabella slowly shook her head, opening the wardrobe to search for the hiding Hester. "Mia, the environment can change a person. One must know how easily a defenseless priestess can be violated by foreign women. Do you remember the boy in the hands of the crocodile beast lady at the tavern? In this city, saving someone is a crime. Because of the existence of the legal slave system, that boy in the crocodile beast lady's hands was protected as legal private property by the city. Has the esteemed sir also become such a thing?" Mia's expression darkened. She could not accept this fact and had to see her teacher in person. Be mentally prepared. He may have already been enslaved by the elves. Not just physically, but also mentally, Isabella solemnly reminded the nun. Having survived in the Elven territory for 3 years, he might have been enslaved for 3 years. During this time, he probably had long since succumbed to the foreign race. According to the information in hand, Hesterway was still a slave before the Lich disaster. A slave of a prominent Elven noble's legitimate daughter, following the inertia of thought. A beautiful male slave fallen into the hands of noble offspring. Just thinking about it, Isabella knew he was most likely no longer pure. "Captain, there's no trace of a man in the room." The accompanying Griffin Knight girls searched the house, scouring every corner where someone could hide, but they could not find Hester. Damn it, he escaped ahead of us. Oomph, that's good. Isn't that equivalent to confessing without a fight? Just as Isabella was about to lift the bed, a crossbow bolt shot in from outside the window, aimed directly at her face. She raised her arm and deflected the incoming bolt with her armor, only to see a group of elven patrols surrounding them. Who are you? And why did you trespass into the villa area? The residents here were all important figures, and the patrolling elves surrounded the Griffin Knights, having received a distress call about someone intruding into a private residence. Isabella remained calm, removing her black robe to reveal the griffin armor underneath. We are holy knights sent by the goddess to investigate heresy. Please do not meddle in our affairs. The owner of this house is suspected of having connections with the evil lich. The Griffin Knights were the world's police, punishing evil as holy practitioners, representing the forces of the goddess of life. Most people in this world held a reverent fear of the deities, even if they were not of their own faith. Coupled with the recent disasters in Etheria being related to liches, this left the elven soldiers uncertain. Mr. Hester, who are they? The elven soldier turned to ask the accuser for clarification, only to find that the stunningly beautiful man had quietly slipped behind the women and was already making his escape. Stop! It was indeed you, Hester. Upon seeing the face of the saint, Isabella's eyes sparkled. She pushed aside the blocking elf and chased after him. However, due to the crowd and traffic, Hester managed to slip into an alley. Mia and Isabella strolled through the narrow streets, activating tracking spells to lock onto Hester's location again. Just as they were about to catch up, numerous magic circles suddenly emerged, surrounding them. Magic traps? Isabella was slightly surprised, gripping the crossbow on her back as the two women stood back to back, alert to their surroundings. The next second, the magic circles summoned a multitude of vines, each sprouting a face of a fairy, claws bared. In the distance, a metal knight observed everything from atop a tall building. She waved her hand gently, and countless fairies were teleported from the dungeon to the ground, launching an attack on the Griffin Knights under her command. The nun swung a giant hammer, shaking the ground with a single blow. Damn it, disgusting monsters, get away. The giant hammer carried by the knight was just the right counter to such soft creatures. Mia straightened her body and raised the holy hammer. With a loud shout, Holy Nova! The blazing magical essence repelled the encroaching fairies, and the women rejoiced. Suddenly, a figure mixed among the fairies interrupted Mia's spellcasting. The attacker had an explosive figure. It was the crocodile beast lady, Ursula. Isabella flew in to catch the knocked back Mia, not rushing to counterattack but stroking her chin as if to say, I knew you were up to something. This beast girl didn't raise any suspicions at first, but she pretended to be greedy. Moreover, regarding the matter of the life box, although the metal knight took it away, she emphasized the theft of the witch's treasury by the magic swordsman. It was obvious she wanted to divert attention. As the executor of the tribunal, Isabella gradually began to doubt her. Ursula, unconcerned about her exposure, directly warned, Griffin Knight, my lord advises you not to meddle, especially regarding the priest's fate. She drew her battle axe, the blade's gleam pointing straight ahead. If you keep entangling, it may cost you your life. Bastard, what have you done to Heather? In the midst of the fierce battle, Mia pulled off the nun's white hood, revealing golden twin tails. From her petite frame erupted the magic essence of a gold-tier practitioner, and under the various enhancements of the cleric, her strength was on par with the crocodile beast girl. Just as Heather was escaping, reinforcements sent by Fillory arrived. A large number of fairies and Griffin Knights were entangled together, and the crocodile beast girl Ursula faced off against the nun Mia. Meanwhile, Isabella hesitated to intervene. She sensed the aura of dark magic and caught a whiff of the lifebox. After some investigation, the target of the mission came to her doorstep, which was quite convenient. Isabella looked up. On the clock tower 100 meters away stood a knight as thick as a tower shield, clad in heavy armor. As she looked over, the knight also gazed back, their eyes meeting. The dark magic essence emanated from her, and even at such a distance, Isabella could still feel the overwhelming pressure from the knight's massive form. Is this the mastermind? The controller of the lifebox? This meant that as long as she defeated this person, the mission would be complete. Moreover, according to the beast girl, this mysterious knight was likely the master of these monsters and the orchestrator of this conspiracy. More crucially, it seemed there was an unclear relationship between her and Heather. Otherwise, the beast girl wouldn't have mentioned the issue of Heather's belonging. Ignoring the disappearing figure of the saint, she decided to capture the king first. After all, as long as she defeated the fallen warlock's most relied upon mistress, he would obediently return to his old master, back to the embrace of the goddess of life. Mia, you and the sisters hold off these monsters, I'll bring him back. Understood, Chief Justice. Time was of the essence. Isabella worried that the mastermind would escape at any moment. In front of the crowd, she unabashedly released her radiant magic essence, the light instantly enveloping the entire street. Two wings of light unfurled, the magic essence transforming into feathers, her figure like a streak of light, flying directly towards the clock tower. Soon, she reached the base of the tower, not taking the stairs but flying straight up through the spiral corridor. Despite revealing a heavenly level of magic essence, the Dark Knight showed no fear, staring expressionlessly at the approaching figure. "It seems you are an ungrateful heretic." After becoming a saint of the Radiant Church, few dared to cast disdainful glances at her. "Magic traps? Useless, such low-tier curses have no effect on me." During her flight, dozens of ambush magic traps were triggered. Hypnosis, freezing, poisoning, and summoned vine monsters. Wrapped in her light wings, Isabella was completely immune to magical curses, and as for the fairies attempting to ambush her, she merely waved her cross spear a couple of times, easily breaking through as if chopping vegetables. Upon reaching Reinhardt, her first sight was the life box hanging from his waist. Sinner who has used evil objects to change jobs, hand over the life box and accept the goddess's purification. Wasting even a moment speaking with a dark practitioner was pointless. Propelled by her wings of light, Isabella shot forward, directly thrusting her cross spear at him. Although it was just a tentative strike, even a mage would be caught off guard by such a sudden assault. However, the knight wrapped in dark magic did not dodge or evade, blocking her probing attack with his arm. "Fool, light magic will be your nemesis, repent." The girl twisted the gun's muzzle, the rapidly approaching tip tracing a full moon arc, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike aimed at Reinhardt's neck, targeting a vital point. Gaining power out of thin air can lead one to lose themselves, becoming arrogant like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to discern the difference. Isabella seemed to envision the other party being struck in the throat, and just as she prepared to turn gracefully and claim her enemy's head, an inexplicable scene unfolded before her. The cross spear that struck the neck appeared to be encased in metal, leaving only a faint white mark, not a trace of injury. In the next moment, her alertness surged, and Isabella immediately withdrew. In the gap, a massive blade came crashing down in pursuit, and she shifted from offense to defense, being pushed back against the wall of the White Tower. "This power and defense, are you a Death Knight?" One of the dark-armored knights, possessing a certain resistance to light attributes, a dark profession. The presiding judge was suspicious. It seemed the opponent not only utilized the life box to gain the power of a Death Knight but was also a formidable heavy-armored knight in their own right. "Surrender the evil artifact and yield. Return with me to the church for purification, and you may yet be spared." Even against a Death Knight, Isabella believed she would not lose. Moreover, the life box had been lost for less than a year. In such a short time, the opponent might not have mastered all their powers. The Metal Knight held the cold, gleaming greatsword with both hands, the hilt raised high while the blade hung straight down, the tip precisely planted on the hard ground, emitting a faint buzzing sound as metal met stone, as if even the surrounding air trembled. She said, "Hypocritical church, priding itself as the embodiment of justice, yet behind the scenes, you engage in the enslavement of servants? What nonsense are you spouting?" Isabella's gaze sharpened. It seemed a deadly battle was inevitable today. Reinhardt's tone became more human. The pupils exposed from beneath the helmet turned pitch black. "The slave master places shackles around the necks of their servants. Your methods are hardly honorable." From a young age, they had been training clergy, brainwashing boys, and even establishing a set of moral codes for them. Enslaving the mind is more despicable than enslaving the body. Isabella raised the cross spear, realizing that before her stood an extremist terrorist harboring hatred for the church. It seemed there was no reason for further discussion. "Foolishness, that statement will seal your last chance at survival." She no longer held back, disregarding capture and engaging with full force. The crocodile beast girl and Mia were already exhausted from their battle, eyeing each other warily. In the next moment, both felt an astonishing aura and turned to the distant sky. On the tower, the two women unleashed all their magic powers simultaneously, instantly sweeping the streets with a wave of energy, the fierce gale causing the giant bell of the tower to sway. The eagle and black tiger were locked in combat, hiding around a corner, and Heather looked up at the sky, once again seeing the familiar light attribute combat technique, her hands clasped together, unsure if she was praying for that side. Suddenly, something sticky appeared at her feet. Looking down, she saw a small black cat rubbing against her ankle. "Hungry?" She bent down to pet the little black cat's head when a strange girl's voice came from behind, resembling a neighbor's older sister, a cat girl. "Meow, big brother, are you going to feed me?" This priestess was truly beautiful. Even the act of feeding the little black cat was so graceful. No wonder Lady Philoren liked her. Clara also bent down, lowering her head, striking the same pose as the little black cat, wanting to be petted by the boy. "What a silly girl." Startled by the large, fluffy black figure, Heather immediately stood up and moved away from Clara. Boys should protect their own safety and must not get too close to the catgirls who come forward on their own. Large felines can be quite terrifying, they enjoy eating meat and are very dangerous. Little brother, aren't those knights supposed to be holy warriors? Why are you avoiding them? Clara did not forget her mission and inquired about his reasons for fleeing. Hisway turned his head away. He wouldn't casually talk to a strange girl, especially a suspicious catgirl. He had his own reasons for needing to return to the Holy Kingdom, but he didn't want to be caught and treated like a criminal, being escorted back to the church, which would only put him in a passive position. Don't be so scared, I'm here on a mission to protect you, Clara said, covering her mouth with her hand and lowering her voice as she mentioned Philoren's name. Upon hearing the name of the head of the family, the priestly handsome man immediately tensed up, and the catgirl found it amusing. Come on, the Lord said he would protect you, so he won't let them take you away. Sensing Hisway's wariness, Clara kept a certain distance from the boy. Was she protecting him again? Every time he heard Philoren's name, Hisway felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Clearly a holy warrior, yet he was being protected by a dark-class female knight, and he felt fortunate for her presence. Had he truly fallen, becoming a male witch who betrayed the goddess? Lord Philoren, why are you so good to me? He had no real connection to her. The only link was accompanying her sister for 2 years, which was a kindness that felt completely unrelated. Meow. Clara suddenly opened up, adding, as far as I know, girls generally develop a protective instinct towards the boys they love. In other words, Lord Philoren likely has feelings for you. The catgirl spoke frankly, and after her analysis, Hisway's expression became complicated. A powerful and beautiful lord like Philoren would make any ordinary boy unable to resist falling for her. He was just an unclean remnant of a flower. How could he be worthy of such a woman? Don't be so nervous, I'm just saying this casually. Discussing romance in front of a priest was quite impolite, so Clara led Hisway away from the remaining Griffin Knight's pursuit. They arrived in front of a very luxurious inn, and just as Hisway showed his displeasure, a girl in black hair and military attire walked out from the lobby. Lord head of the family. Catgirl Clara bowed. Now that she had brought him here, her task was complete. Lord Philoren. Upon recognizing the visitor, Hisway hurriedly spoke, intending to bow his head, but an invisible magical force lifted him up. She probably wanted to ask him why he was avoiding the Griffin Knights, and he was ready to explain everything. Before he could speak, the black-haired girl placed her finger over his lips, gently murmuring, "No need to explain, I understand. Thank you for your hard work for covering my identity and my mother's situation." From Philoren's perspective, Hisway was avoiding Isabella and her group mainly for her sake. After all, his mother, the Sky Witch Pandora, had made the move to secretly keep the life box, which was tantamount to touching the church's reverse scale. I know everything. After the dungeon incident, Hisway, in gratitude for her saving him, took it upon himself to hide her identity as a dark-class practitioner. If it weren't for the elves, if it were ordinary human nobles, the Holy Kingdom wouldn't have sent an investigation team but would have directly dispatched a large army. Although the Radiant Church was backed by the goddess, they wouldn't dare act recklessly on Elven territory. The elves also had their own sacred places and tribes stronger than Ireland. Rest assured, no matter what reason you have for avoiding them, I support you. Hisway wanted to explain but opened his mouth halfway and then closed it again, his eyes shifting, not knowing what he was thinking. It's all up to you, my lord. On the other side of the battlefield, Reinhardt deliberately unleashed a dark attribute magic spell, taking advantage of Isabella's moment of evasion to disappear into the thick smoke. Coward, is this how you flee? When he turned back, both the crocodile beast girl and Hester were nowhere to be seen. Only the shattered vines of fairies remained on the ground, along with the injured Griffin Knight. Amidst the rubble of the collapsed houses, Mia was still healing her companions, and the sound of hooves from a carriage approached. A plump woman, assisted by her guards, arrived at the scene and, seeing the surrounding chaos, hurried to Isabella's side. A force capable of causing such destruction was beyond the reach of a mere figurehead city lord, and she quickly said, "Esteemed cleric, I am the Lord of Etheria, and I previously sent a plea for help to the church." Most cities were ruled by powerful clans, and city lords were often mere figureheads. The top-tier professionals were the core of power. In Etheria, the Elven family were the true rulers. The Griffin Knight did not take the city lords seriously and inquired about the fate box, but she was completely clueless. Seeing the awkwardness of the plump lord scratching her head, Isabella felt a sense of helplessness. "My lord, could you help us introduce us to Lady Pandora?" After staying for so long, it was time to meet the witch. After all, she was the host here. It would be too impolite not to meet her in her own city. The fat lord seemed troubled, wiping the sweat from her brow. To be honest, that person's whereabouts are quite elusive. If I'm not mistaken, she should not be in the city, right? Isabella crossed her arms over her chest, staring at the city lord as if interrogating a criminal. Well, I don't know, the lord said, her sweat wiping becoming more frequent. With a battle of celestial level occurring in the city, it was impossible for Pandora, the actual power holder of Etheria, not to show up. Either she is not in the city, or there is a reason she cannot appear. Miss, you guessed correctly, the head of the Elven family is no longer Pandora, but someone else. The city lord was embarrassed. This was news that Pandora had sealed before leaving, and she hadn't expected the woman before her to uncover it. Truly, as the chief judge of the Radiant Church, her gaze seemed capable of seeing through lies and disguises. That old witch has abdicated? Humph, I see. Isabella simply tied her messy long hair into a ponytail and stated, "An evil death knight has infiltrated your city, and I suspect it is related to Priestess Hester." But, isn't Priestess Hester a cleric? The remnants of the lich had already been cleared out. Could there still be a big fish that hadn't been caught? The city lord couldn't help but feel anxious. The Radiant Church will visit Elren to inquire about the fate box in Hester, so please convey this to the city lord. The unclean holy son, a traitor who betrayed the goddess, dare to refuse my private advances, you wretch. Your day has come, and it is time to face judgment. Isabella looked down at the destroyed statue of the heroic woman. The Hester who had knelt in prayer was now shattered. The next day, Elrond welcomed an unexpected guest. 2 griffins landed in the open square, and Isabella was taken to a luxurious palace, accompanied by Mia. We have come specifically to visit Lady the Witch, only she is qualified to converse with me on equal terms. The chief judge disdainfully scanned the elves who received her. Having waited for half an hour, it seemed that the witch had truly left. The elder enforcer, the old woman responsible for receiving guests, respectfully said, "I'm sorry, Holy Knight, but Lady Pandora is currently experimenting with new magic and has no time to receive outsiders." Celestial-level magicians were inherently proud and looked down on those of equal cultivation. Oh, Isabella raised an eyebrow playfully, took a sip of light tea, and her gaze fell on a row of offerings across from her, mostly elves and beast girls. There was no sight of Heather or any suspicious figures. Counting the numbers, nearly a dozen magicians, it seemed that Elrond was quite a formidable force among the elves. In human territory, they could even dominate a kingdom or several principalities. Of course, to contend with the Radiant Church backed by the goddess, this level of power was still somewhat lacking. What a pity, I heard that the witch killed a dark lich. Too bad we can't admire her prowess, the old law enforcer said, feeling embarrassed. She began to doubt whether the news had leaked. Why was the other party so insistent on seeing the old clan leader? Did they want to humiliate them while their top combatants were away? With this thought, the old woman became cautious in her tone. Your Excellency, the old clan leader is not here. I am managing the basic affairs of the family. She paused, contemplating before adding, You two have traveled a long way. It must be for more than just a cup of tea. Let's get straight to the point. Isabella stated directly, there is a crucial item on the lich, and according to the church's rules, we need to recover it as per our customs. The old woman's expression stiffened. She was unaware of the existence of the life box, but the tone of the woman before her was displeasing. It was as if she had come to demand spoils of war, yet in the battle against the lich, the other party had not contributed at all. Why should they be entitled to share in the spoils? High elves had always been aloof and were not accustomed to being bullied, so she immediately refused. There is nothing called a life box among the items our clan has collected. The lich's remains have already been purified. Little did she know, as soon as she finished speaking, it immediately provoked the presiding judge's displeasure. She stood up from her wooden chair and scolded, ignorant. This magical item can cause disasters. Do you even understand what this means? The old law enforcer's face turned rigid. This girl, with her status as a celestial, was being too arrogant. The attendants behind her stood up, glaring at Isabella with threatening looks. Humph, even a speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and 2 wings of light unfurled from the presiding judge's back, the magical essence of a celestial surging like waves, pushing back many attendants. The overwhelming aura shook the ground, causing the teacups on the table to tremble and clink. She surveyed the women and asked with a smile, as far as I know, there is a human priest serving in the Elven clan. Why is he not here today? The old law enforcer shook her head and refused. This is a family matter. Does the Radiant Church intend to meddle in others' private affairs? She certainly knew Heather, the stunningly beautiful human man, kind and gentle. Unlike the proud presiding judge before her, Heather perfectly matched everyone's impression of a priest. That man is a favored one of the goddess. I suspect he is involved with evil entities. Does Elrond want to face another lich disaster? Like an angel descending, Isabella stepped forward, forcing back the women. The gap between a celestial and an ordinary emerald was evident, as seen in the battles between Diana and Pandora. Even the top magic swordsman among the usual magicians would not last 3 to 5 rounds in the hands of the Sky Witch. Faced with the aggressive Celestial, the old law enforcer couldn't help but gasp. It was only because the old clan leader was absent that they dared to threaten them in this manner. Her tone softened slightly. I am also unaware of Priest Heather's whereabouts. If we receive any news, we will inform you. There are important matters today, so please return. The young lady had just ascended to her position, and Elren needed to recuperate. Offending the Radiant Church was not a wise move. However, the moment the dismissal order was given, a cross-spear in Isabella's hand shimmered with light, and several pure white feathers fell from the sky. Unbeknownst to anyone, the light drew a small wound on the faces of the attendants, and a few drops of bright red blood rolled to the ground. A demonstration. As long as she wished, she could take the life of any one of them at any time. Even now, are you still hiding and not coming out? The girl glanced at the second-floor platform, sensing the presiding judge's awareness. She could feel the prying eyes in the sky. Since the moment she stepped through the door as a freshman, she had been under surveillance. What kind of trick is this? The elf priest and the beast girl recoiled in terror, feeling fear in the face of this silent and unseen tactic. The old woman, frightened, picked up her staff and assumed a defensive posture. A round of applause echoed from behind the scenes, and a tall figure draped in a ceremonial gown approached, resembling a goddess from the laurel trees, walking gracefully through the flower grove. Such beautiful magic, is it a gift from the angelic race? It was a unique and complex melody, containing both an age-defying majesty and the inherent innocence of a child. As the black-haired elf appeared on the second-floor platform, the priests, including the old woman, knelt on one knee. Mia and Isabella looked up simultaneously, and a hint of astonishment flickered in the nun's eyes. The transformed Philolyn was almost divine, her face flawless, and her black hair as striking as ink. Isabella felt a strong sense of threat emanating from this woman, as if facing the most terrifying evil. Even more shocking was that her identification magic could not pierce the mystery surrounding the woman. The unique evil identification of angelic magic, unlike ordinary identification spells, could discern dark practitioners one small realm above her. Are you the Sky Witch Pandora? She asked tentatively, the only candidate the presiding judge could think of. The black-haired elf shook her head, not hiding her identity. Philolyn Elrond, it seems you have gone too far by harming someone on my territory. Although her tone was calm, Isabella could detect a hint of suppressed anger. So you are the newly appointed clan leader. I need a lead on that traitorous scoundrel. Before the presiding judge could finish her sentence, the calm girl suddenly changed color. Shut your mouth. How dare she insult Sister Hester Way? Philolyn clenched her silver teeth. She was no longer the same as before, and she would not allow anyone to bully her sister. The two women faced off, sparks flying between black and white. Your Honor, we are here to negotiate. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Mia worriedly reminded them, as the church did not wish to see a conflict with the elf tribe. However, when it came to the issue of Hesterway, the two women seemed completely deaf to any other voices. Elf, Hesterway is the holy son of my church. By sheltering him in secret, you are making enemies of all the clergy. Isabella, propelled by her light wings, slowly ascended until she was level with Philolyn on the second floor. She immediately accused the other of aiding dark forces, her hand resting on her cross-spear. For this little-known young clan leader, Isabella first attempted to intimidate. Under the heavenly grace, all were but ants. She had never heard of an elf named Philolyn. Philolyn remained unflustered and would not let her take the initiative. Hesterway is a formal priest of my Elren family. You trespassed into his home, destroyed furniture, and attacked my people. Just from this point alone, as the ruler of Elrond, I have ample reason to expel you from this city. Isabella tightened her grip on the cross-spear. If it weren't for the concern of the church's laws, which forbade paladins from initiating conflict, she would have already pressed the spear tip against this new clan leader's throat. Her eyes erupted with golden light as she unleashed her skill, evil identification. However, as the golden light approached, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The magical power of this young clan leader surprisingly matched her own in angelic form. The two magical forces collided, the magic of the apocalypse night approaching chaos, formless and colorless. Unable to discern the truth or identify the profession, Isabella huffed coldly, lacking a reason to strike. That man will bring disaster. Sheltering him will only plunge you into endless calamity. Just wait. She folded her angelic wings, leaving behind a harsh warning, and turned to leave. Mia, like a child who had done something wrong, bowed and apologized to those present as she left. I'm really sorry, the presiding judge has this temperament. If anyone has any leads on the priest, please be sure to let us know. Two griffins soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Lord Chief, I am incompetent and willing to accept punishment. The law elder sighed in front of Philolyn, having originally agreed to avoid her personal involvement as much as possible. Unexpectedly, that human prodigy was so strong and unreasonable, taking advantage of the absence of the old family head and daring to use magic within the Aelron family. If the young lady hadn't intervened personally, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Get up, this matter has nothing to do with you. Philoren gazed in the direction the griffins had flown away, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed she was still too young, hoping to use Reinhardt to divert the other party's attention. Who would have thought that this judgment saintess was so astute, firmly locking her target onto Heatherway? Is the importance of capturing the defected priest greater than the command box, or is there some special relationship between Heatherway and her? The women dispersed, and soon after, Heatherway slowly poked her head out from behind the curtain where Philoren had originally been. She's gone. Are you afraid of her? The girl asked curiously. He nodded cautiously, as if the previous female knight were a terrifying monster. Even in front of a lich, Heatherway had never shown such a fearful expression. Most of the knights in the tribunal were instructors from the discipline division, and during his student days, he had often been tormented by this group of women. Reciting convoluted scriptures, a single mistake would lead to corporal punishment, rewriting 100 times, or being whipped with a thin stick. Waking up on time every day, praying on time, with a schedule precise to the minute, repeating the tedious curriculum day after day. He thought he could endure until graduation, but unexpectedly, due to an accident, that wicked woman Isabella discovered his disguise as a boy. Just as the Ophi family was declining, the matriarch moved with the remaining family members to the Holy Kingdom where he was. Struggling under the economic crisis, to continue receiving support from the church, Heatherway had no choice but to compromise with the young Isabella to keep her secret of being a boy. She even agreed to some extremely unreasonable demands, such as secretly being her underground lover, along with those humiliations that absolutely could not be made public. He was almost threatened into losing himself, but fortunately, he received the goddess's protection and became a male cleric. To this day, Heatherway still cannot forget that humiliating past. What right did such a malicious woman have to become a saintess? Ever since Isabella obtained the qualification of saintess, she had been secretly harassing him. Not only did she want to continue their past underground lover's identity, but she even attempted to restore the ancient rituals of the saintess and the saint, forcing him to cultivate with her. It was simply delusional, clearly a transaction of interests, a counterfeit underground couple, yet that woman insisted on taking it seriously. For these days, just stay here with me, don't go out recklessly. Philoren did not have mind-reading abilities, but she was worried that Heatherway would be ambushed in the villa area. Staying by her side was the safest option. If it weren't for giving the Radiant Church a bit of face, she would have long since driven those Griffin Knights out of Etheria. In this small territory, her words were far more effective than the city lord's. Thank you, my lord. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Gratitude shone in Heatherway's eyes. The other party was willing to offend a prodigy without questioning the reason to help him. Philoren, this strange woman, was truly too good to him. By the way, did the young lady have such a sister? How come he had never heard her mention it? Moreover, Philoren had not been in touch for a long time. He really missed her. According to the steward, the young lady had gone to a neutral magic academy for further studies, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to return. Time quickly passed to the evening, and the young lady sent someone to arrange accommodation for Heatherway. As night fell, lying in the new room after praying, Heather took out the failed magic potion from the box. A slight shake made the liquid in the test tube turn murky. The effect of the moon well water had already evaporated. He tried several more times, but all experiments failed. It seemed he was not a genius, unable to create advanced magical potions relying solely on a formula and a few raw materials. Only by learning to make purification potions could he return to the Holy See with peace of mind, but his alchemy skills were still far from sufficient. Heather felt a headache. Unless guided by a high-level alchemist, he could only feel his way across the river. At midnight, the night urged sleepiness, and suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lady Philoren, is there something you need? Heather opened the door in confusion, and Philoren stood there in a plain nightgown. I saw your light on, so I came to check on you. She noticed the equipment on the table and smiled faintly. The butler said you requested a batch of alchemical devices. Are you preparing potions? If he needed them, he could easily call for ready-made potions from the warehouse. Heather felt a bit nervous and found an excuse to cover up. Not really, I just want to learn some advanced alchemical techniques. Oh, just learning. She had never seen Heather show interest in this area, but it didn't matter. her sister's needs were her mission. My mother's laboratory has a lot of materials and advanced equipment. If you're interested, I can grant you access. The witch's alchemical laboratory? A glimmer of excitement appeared in Heather's eyes. With a specialized laboratory, perhaps he could concoct a purification potion to confuse the fidelity assessment. On the first underground level, the floor-to-ceiling mirror flickered with blue light, and the two were transported to the witch's exclusive laboratory. Covering over 200 square meters, Heather looked up and surveyed the shelves, with luxurious alchemical equipment and piles of alchemical materials before him. Lady Philoren, can a secret place like this really be open to me? Laboratories were usually the secrets of magicians, especially for Elrond. Perhaps rare formulas were hidden within. The young lady nodded without hesitation. She had the authority to do so now. Sister Heather, don't worry, no one will disturb you here. Time passed quickly, and 2 weeks went by. Heather traveled daily between the laboratory and his residence, following a straight line. In the witch's laboratory, he finally concocted the first bottle of purification potion. The liquid in the beaker refracted a milky glow under the fluorescent light. To be safe, he first tested the potion on an animal. The potion's safety was confirmed, and the simulation of the fidelity assessment magic test passed. Thanks to this laboratory, without Philoren's assistance, he might have had to explore for 3 to 5 years to achieve his goal. Truly, it was a product that only a professional alchemist could concoct. It was exhausting. Heather consumed 100 times the materials to gradually raise the success rate to 90%. Outside the alchemical laboratory, even in a rudimentary environment, there was still a 60% yield. A qualified alchemist needed to master the methods for over 100 potions. He had only scratched the surface, mastering the method for 1 potion. Everything was ready. As he stored the potion, Heather suddenly felt an extreme sense of shame. Even if the potion could cover up the flaws of his body, he himself was already tainted. Oh goddess, in the future, I am willing to go to hell to atone. For this, Heather could only clasp his hands together and pray for the goddess's forgiveness. He had reasons that compelled him to do so. Regaining his determined gaze, all he had to do next was avoid Isabella and the Griffin Knight's search and return to the Holy Kingdom. As long as he passed the fidelity assessment first and restored his identity as the preparatory Holy Son, even the presiding judge could not make things difficult for him. In the resting area, Heather found some exquisite pastries on the table and couldn't help but smile. Message: don't starve yourself. This is your favorite pastry, specially saved for you by the kitchen. Philoren always surprises herself unexpectedly. If it weren't for the barrier of dark magic, an ordinary boy would have long since succumbed. Heather smiled bitterly. After living in Etheria for 3 years, he had witnessed many boys' fates. One boy, who was captured and forcibly married to a beast woman, had talked to Heather. The boy said, at first, there was some resistance, but after accepting his fate, he gradually got used to it. Moreover, the powerful beast woman would provide him with a strong sense of protection, and he only needed to fulfill his duties as a good husband and father. Did you never think about escaping? The priest asked, as he too had been forcibly taken. Unlike the initially righteous Joyce and the cunning apricot, this noble boy appeared very docile, which was why he could survive in Etheria. The boy smiled awkwardly, as if reflecting on how foolish he had been in the past. I tried to escape at first, but was caught by my wife and taught a lesson a few times. Perhaps having his edges smoothed, the boy even curled his lips into a smile. Later, I realized that since I was already married to her, I could find happiness by living a stable life, so why resist? The ones who brought him to Etheria were not even elves, but human slave catchers motivated by profit. Before being violated by Ursula, he had already encountered many female adventurers' assaults. So, is she the one you like? Heather wanted to take back the question, but it was already out. As a priest, he shouldn't discuss matters of love, especially such likes and dislikes. Back in the academy, if the instructor heard such talk, there would be punishment. A person? The boy smiled bitterly. She wasn't even a person. But what could he do? He was just an ordinary boy, unable to leave Etheria on foot. Even the monster forest in between would cost him his life. Moreover, having lost his purity, returning home would mean being treated as a cheap commodity, given to the daughters of the powerful, as a concubine or even a plaything. Perhaps his next fate would be even more tragic than staying beside the beast woman. She goes on adventures to earn money, and I manage her finances, do the laundry, cook, and tidy up. Ursula, the beast woman, treats me well. Aside from the first few days when she was a bit rough, she has been considerate of my feelings since. As long as I don't try to escape, she won't be too harsh with me. Contrary to the priest's expectations, the boy seemed to have adapted to this life. I see. Heather paused, his face turning red. He had also served girls in such ways, though forced. he had learned many skills under the Blood Rose's skirt, the kind of service that even Diana had been impressed by. Of course, it wasn't a talent worth boasting about. That robust beast woman was nearly 2 meters tall, with massive pectoral muscles symbolizing endurance. She always dressed provocatively, sometimes Heather even suspected she wore nothing under her armor. It was hard to imagine how a little boy barely 1 meter 60 could satisfy Ursula. He had originally wanted to take the boy away with him, but now it seemed the boy preferred to stay, wanting to be a beastwoman's man for life. Most people would choose to be content with the status quo. Stability brings a sense of security. Furthermore, they were powerless to change their situation, and over time, they adapted to a life of submission. Clenching the purification potion in his hand, Heather realized he was different from the other boys captured and brought to Etheria. He attributed these differences to the goddess's teachings, which instilled in him a sense of propriety and honor, urging him to pursue true freedom. With emerald-level magical talent and a good education, he possessed conditions that most boys did not. After mastering potion-making skills, the next day, Heather first sought out a few male brothers, wanting to leave with his unfortunate companions. To everyone's surprise, none of these brothers wanted to return to the human city. Some of the boys even advised Heather not to do anything foolish. They earnestly warned, "Don't be fooled by how readily your mistress agrees. Once you truly want to leave her side, her true nature will be revealed." They were joking to please her, but escaping was a matter of principle. Once you actually did it, she would show her true colors and might very well lock you up again. Heather paid no heed to their warnings. She was different. Philoren was not his legal mistress, and she had promised to send someone to escort him. That mysterious head of the family had always been decisive. "If none of you want to leave, then I will go alone." After packing his belongings, Heather went to Philoren's office to express his request. "My leg injury has nearly healed, and the situation is as such, I think it's time for me to leave." At her desk, upon hearing that he wanted to leave, Philoren feigned calmness, but inside, she felt like a small boat caught in a sudden storm. Her lips parted slightly, yet no words came out. The quill pen hovered in the air, and a drop of ink slowly fell, ultimately leaving an irregular but gradually expanding dot on the paper, the ink spreading like ripples, staining the originally neat and flawless document. "What's wrong? Is there something lacking in my hospitality?" Clearly, she had provided everything he needed. He wanted to learn alchemy, so she opened the most advanced alchemy laboratory. He needed moonwell water, and Philoren had directly emptied the seasonal yield, treating it like plain water for him. Every night, she would send him late-night snacks and pastries. She even went against her mother's wishes and opposed the presiding judge of the Radiant Church for his sake. And still, he wanted to go back? Philoren's heart softened. She had many ways to force him to stay, but she did not do so. "Are those Griffin Knights bothering you? You can continue to live here in peace. I will forcibly expel the clergy around tomorrow." Even if this would anger the Radiant Church, as long as Heather was willing to stay, it would all be worth it. "Worried about your family?" Indeed, Philoren then remembered that Heather was currently being targeted by the Griffin Knights. Even if he was safe under her protection, the Ophir family living in the Holy Kingdom might not escape punishment. In the Radiant Church, Heather had gone from being missing to being labeled a suspected male witch traitor. In recent days, the Griffin Knights had been tirelessly searching for the Death Knights and Heather's whereabouts. Because they learned that the witch Pandora was not around, Isabella had completely let loose, flying low on her dragon without restraint. Philoren would occasionally release Reinhardt to confuse the clergy's sight, but that woman had a very sensitive nose. It seemed she had already caught on that the Metal Knight was merely a decoy, and the target was gradually shifting towards Heather. The girl set down her quill and gazed out of the tall stone wall window at the street. The true life box was already in her grasp. No matter how they searched, they would not find any trace. Logically, after such a long time, they should have given up and left. But the situation was different from what she had anticipated. In recent days, many clergy had suddenly appeared in Etheria, lingering near Elrond. Occasionally, spies disguised as Griffin Knights would appear on the nearby streets. It seemed Isabella had begun to suspect her, but due to the strong dragon not needing the local snake, she had yet to take action. "I understand your predicament, but the roads are not safe right now." Philoren nodded, not immediately fulfilling her promise, but instead asking Heather to wait patiently. While she could still ensure Heather's safety in the city, leaving Etheria would lead to the unknown, and she had to fulfill her promise to her mother, to protect the Elrond family. Escorting Heather back to the Holy See was, in essence, an impractical endeavor. She would face the harassment and even attacks from the clergy, and Heather would be deemed a male witch colluding with evil forces. "Let's wait a while longer. Once that group of knights leaves, I'll send someone to take you back." "Master, you clearly promised me." "I'm sorry, Priestess Heather." Philoren smiled apologetically, not taking it to heart, the Griffin Knights couldn't possibly stay in Etheria forever. What she didn't expect was that her casual smile would lead to a misunderstanding. Perhaps misinterpreting her intentions, Heather became somewhat agitated. Could this woman also be a pervert wanting to imprison her, especially with Sherry and Pandora as precedents? The witch had said that the blood of beauty, perversion, flowed in Elrin's veins. They were naturally beautiful and had a penchant for beautiful things. Philoren's surname was also Elrond, just like the portraits of past generations hanging on the black wall. I understand, Lady Philoren. Heather lowered her head in disappointment, feeling that the smile of the dark-haired elf was starting to seem hypocritical. Heather, do you have time for dinner tonight? No time, Master, you are busy with official duties, so I won't disturb you. He turned and left directly, and Philoren's dinner invitation was cleanly and decisively rejected. Is he angry? Watching his departing figure, the young lady felt frustrated. Home, Heather had mentioned this topic many times. Philoren knew it was one of his greatest wishes. The priestess had always thought about returning to the Holy Kingdom. She had originally promised to do so, and suddenly changing her mind would inevitably make him angry. Forget it, I'll arrange for some of his favorite fruits tonight as a form of compensation. He will understand my good intentions. Heather lived in a lounge next to the laboratory. After returning to his room, he did not unpack his luggage but instead grabbed a handful of gold coins and a magic core. Observing the movements of the guards, he waited for the right moment to switch shifts and seized the opportunity to leave the estate. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. Since Philoren couldn't help him, he would leave alone. His first target was the Mercenary Guild. You want to post an escort mission to the Holy Kingdom? The receptionist looked at the filled-out form with concern and advised, don't you have a female companion? Even with a sufficient budget, it's not safe for an ordinary boy to travel alone. As a receptionist at the Mercenary Guild, she was well aware of the ins and outs of the hiring business. Those bloodthirsty sisters loved to target lone wealthy young masters. Fortunately, you met me. If a dubious girl invites you to join her team, never agree. Mercenaries were a mixed bag of forces, as evidenced by the Lich incident. There was almost no cohesion. They were all just loose women who worked a job for 3 months. Mercenaries like Diana, who pursued progress, were rare. Part-time slave catchers, black market dealings, and backstabbing employers were common practices among mercenaries. Even if they committed crimes, they only needed to change their identity and move to another city to start anew. The cost of crime was very low. Hiring someone to fight or hunt magical beasts might be fine, but escorting a delicate priestess back to the Holy Kingdom, brother, aren't you worried about being eaten alive on the way? The receptionist joked, but behind that laughter was genuine advice. What she said was based on real cases. Sister, what should I do then? Heather grasped at this lifeline. He couldn't possibly walk to the Holy Kingdom. In this still undeveloped continent, the wilderness was scattered with various dangers. Straying into fairy tribes or magical beast territories was deadly for ordinary people, and Heather was just a slightly stronger practitioner than the average person. Following the receptionist's suggestion, Heather headed to the gathering place of the Merchant Association. The safest way is to temporarily join the caravan of the big merchant guild and head to the destination with them. Some well-known merchant guilds usually have reliable escort teams for protection, making them quite trustworthy. You just need to pay a protection fee to hitch a ride with the guild. After all, the merchant business is about making money, and the caravan can earn a little extra before setting off. Some proprietresses are very willing to accept this business. For example, Miss Sophia, the general agent of the Fox Clan Merchant Guild, who has fallen into the money trap, has more passengers following her caravan than goods. The destination of this batch of goods happens to be the Holy Kingdom, and out of the 200 carriages, more than half are passengers hitching a ride. The number of cargo beasts remains unchanged, but for every extra person I carry, I earn more income, so the more, the better. The fox lady lowered her head to count the gold coins when suddenly a familiar figure appeared before her. Ha, isn't that Priestess Hathaway? One of the heroes who killed the Lich. She had shed her status as a slave and become a devotee of Elrond. Sophia felt a bit nervous. After all, she had previously had a rather indelicate transaction with this girl, providing Moonwell water and such. The Moonwell water is out of stock. Oh, I don't know which big shot bought up the entire seasonal yield recently. After saying this, Hathaway remained unmoved. Ha, could that not be the purpose? The fox lady Sophia stared at her warily, hiding the bag of gold coins behind her. Could it be that this money tree has realized it is being exploited? In the previous transaction of Moonwell potions, she had sold them to the other party at a price 30% higher than the market rate. Even if she comes to demand an explanation, I, Sophia, will not cough up a single coin of the money I earned. Boss Sophia, is this caravan headed to the Holy Kingdom? Hathaway pointed to the operating caravan, where moose and cattle were gathered in the square, and beast women workers were moving goods onto the carriages. Every 3 carriages, a flag flew high, depicting a giant fox with 9 tails. That is the spiritual totem of the Fox Clan and the mark of the Fox Clan Merchant Guild. The caravan was all set to depart, looking ready to go. After a brief chat, Sophia realized that the other party was not there to demand an explanation but was actually a benefactor coming to give her money. Instantly, her face lit up with a smile. You can rest assured, our Fox Clan Merchant Guild has always emphasized low profits and high sales. She held up 3 fingers, immediately displaying the qualities of a professional salesperson, and continued, riding along costs 3 gold coins, and you need to prepare your own mount. Ordinary passengers crammed in the carriage cost 10 gold coins, and you need to prepare your own food and drink. Paying 200 gold coins gets you a premium passenger spot, where you can stay in a 4-person carriage with free hot water and 3 meals a day. Hearing that there was money to be made, Sophia's eyes could no longer accommodate anything else. She fixed her gaze on the priestess's wallet, already smelling the scent of gold coins. Heatherway cautiously opened her money bag, having taken a hefty handful from the witch's warehouse before leaving. Consider it compensation for Pandora's insult, the payment for services. Inside were various styles of gold coins, as well as gems and high-level magic cores. Many high-level magical beast materials, and of very high quality. Sophia's old habit kicked in again, and her little hand reached out to grab a gold coin. Of course, her overt theft was naturally caught by Heatherway. She immediately grasped her wrist, and the fox lady awkwardly smiled, her fox eyes darting to the horizon, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Don't be in a hurry. If you're not satisfied, we also have a super luxurious upgraded VIP seat, only 998, a luxurious single carriage to take home. It comes with a dedicated leg massage service, and a maid on call 24 hours a day. I guarantee you'll feel like you're back home. Trust me, I am Sophia, honest and fair. The fox lady spoke rapidly, her eyes fixed on Heatherway's wallet. Mentioning the words going home, Heather hesitated for a moment before grabbing a handful of magic cores mixed with gold coins from her pouch. It wasn't that she was extravagant on her travels, carrying potions and a large amount of expensive materials. It would be troublesome if any accidents occurred along the way. From a safety perspective, the private compartment that the fox lady mentioned was more suitable for her than the ordinary seats. She handed it to Sophia, who received it with both hands as if holding a precious treasure, carefully accepting it. The witch's inheritance was indeed extraordinary. Just grabbing a handful from the treasure chest could make the greedy fox lady's eyes sparkle with gold. Afterward, Heather was invited into the luxurious compartment at the front of the carriage, which was carried by 2 enormous moose. The carriage wheels and axles had shock-absorbing devices, making it look completely different from the other carriages carrying passengers and goods. Was there only one such compartment? Heather didn't think much of it and directly entered the carriage from the step. The interior was very luxurious, resembling a small suite, with a heater and a soft red sofa behind the curtains. Heather's previous carriage in the Holy See was similar, but its interior decor was much more understated. Sitting on the sofa was very comfortable, and there was a faint fragrance, carrying a sweet musk scent. The space was large enough to store luggage comfortably, allowing her to lie back on the soft couch and look out the rear windows. The 4-person high-class compartment was quite cramped, with only an old ox pulling the carriage, and with the cargo and luggage, the 4 people could barely sit on the goods. As for ordinary passengers, they mostly sat on the ground, crammed into tight corners like chicks, each barely finding a place to rest. The accompanying passengers varied. Some were wealthy enough to have their own carriages and even hired extra guards. The unfortunate ones could only walk alongside, occasionally resting on the yoke, only to be driven away by the coachman. At the current speed, it was expected to take over a month to reach the destination, and the ordinary compartments would certainly encounter many inconveniences along the way. Lying back, feeling incredibly comfortable, Heather thought the money spent was well worth it. Running with her luggage had exhausted her, especially her recently recovered left ankle. Overexertion without rest was showing signs of a relapse of her old injury. After a while, the carriage started moving, and thanks to the shock-absorbing structure of the luxurious compartment and the 2 high-class reindeer, Heather could only feel the scenery outside sliding by. Besides that, there was no discomfort. It was very smooth. Just like this, let's return to the Holy Kingdom safely. Through the window, she gazed at the towering city walls, finally bidding farewell to Etheria, where she had lived for 3 years. Reflecting on her experiences here, Heather took a deep breath. From now on, she must remember that she had experienced nothing. No humiliation, no loss of virtue, never seen the fate box, and never betrayed the church. The report for her return to the Holy See would be written like this: abducted from Greyleaf Town to Etheria, due to her identity, she had not suffered any abuse. The Blood Roses treated her with respect. After being sold into Elrond, thanks to her status as an Emerald-level priestess, she was chosen as a guest by a kind young lady and lived peacefully in the Elven city-state for 3 years. During these 3 years, she prayed to the goddess every day, adhered to the doctrines, and had never come into contact with any males. Gripping the bottle stopper tightly, as long as she kept her mouth shut and combined with the power of the purification potion, she would surely pass the fidelity test. Heather looked out the window, her thoughts drifting to the Holy Kingdom. Hey, give me a hand. Just as she was lost in thought, a silly-sounding mature voice came from behind. She saw Sophia, holding her tail and dragging her skirt, running alongside and reaching out to Heather. It seemed she had accidentally fallen behind. At that moment, they were going downhill, and the heavily loaded vehicle was moving quickly, which was dangerous. Heather pulled her in, and as soon as the fox lady got onto the carriage, she lay down on the ground, panting. Naturally, she took out a comb from the cabinet and began to groom her large tail. How was this action so familiar, as if she were returning home? Sniffing the scent on her body and then the musk on the sofa, Heather finally understood why this so-called super-luxury carriage was the only one. It turned out this was the designated vehicle of the fox lady. Sophia also realized that her shady business had been discovered, giggling foolishly and immediately adopting a standard kneeling posture. Dear guest, may I ask if you need the lovely fox lady's leg massage service? Outwardly charming and cute, but inwardly cackling. Little priestess, this time I must squeeze you dry, referring to your wallet. Well, let's forget about it this time. Anyway, this carriage is quite spacious, so feel free to find a spot to sit. Heather didn't mind, laying down the luggage items placed on the opposite sofa one by one, then pushing them into the gap beneath the sofa. 3 years ago, not to mention a fox lady, under the arrangements of the church, there was no room for any opposite sex in the son's carriage. Previously, just because of an accidental rumor with a female hero, Heather had felt guilty for a long time. After going through so much, he no longer placed such importance on the barriers between men and women. After all, he had long since lost his purity. As long as Sophia didn't do anything strange in the carriage, Heather had no intention of paying her any mind. Dear guest, is my strength comfortable enough? The fox lady Sophia actually began to massage her legs, but those enchanting fox eyes occasionally glanced at his wallet. No need, thank you. Heather snorted coldly, stuffing his wallet into the suitcase, pulling his feet up onto the sofa to prevent her from touching them. This time, he was not just leaving prepared, he had not only swiped travel expenses from the witch's treasury but also prepared several magical scrolls for protection. All his belongings were placed in the large suitcase he carried. Although he used to be a naive fool, he wasn't brainless. In this world, boys must take good care of themselves when going out. Otherwise, they could be abducted by wicked fairies or be-eyed by beast girls, and if they encountered a fairy, it would be even worse. Don't be like that. Do I look like a bad person? Staring. Very much so. Hey, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. Although there had been an unpleasant encounter before, at that time, you were just a slave of the blood rose. As a legal citizen, he had the right to refuse a fleeing slave's plea for help. Feeling wary from the boy, Sophia was somewhat disappointed, sulking as she sat on the opposite sofa, using her fluffy big tail as a pillow. The two of them, one person and one fox, stayed like this until nightfall when the convoy stopped, indicating it was mealtime. The sounds of conversation, footsteps, and the low roars of cattle and horses came from outside, creating a noisy atmosphere. In the wilderness, bonfires of various sizes were lit. Whether human, elf, or beast girl, everyone was a social creature. Like-minded beings gathered together, deterring the beasts that preyed at night. The receptionist at the mercenary guild was right. Following the merchant convoy was indeed much safer. The night in the monster forest brought a chill, with distant roars of beasts occasionally echoing, resembling wolves or leopards. Groups of 3 to 5 gathered around the bonfire, the flames providing a sense of comfort. Large convoys overnight were much more meticulous than the Blood Rose mercenaries, with warning barriers set up at night. Within the coverage of the magic circle, any intrusion by magical creatures would trigger an immediate alarm. According to Sophia, this trade route only opened during the spring and summer seasons each year, and their Fox Clan's merchant association only made 2 trips. Usually, each long-distance trade would yield a large sum of gold coins. Similar to the pepper rock mines that were abundant in Etheria, their value would multiply in the Holy Kingdom. Conversely, ceramics or silk brought from the human world to the Elven realm could often be sold at high prices. Several fox ladies from the merchant association sat by the fire eating, while Sophia chatted animatedly beside Heather. When it came to business, she was an expert. The temperature in the monster forest at night could drop to freezing, and after sipping some hot tea from a ceramic cup, the warmth eased the chill in her stomach. No wonder Diana didn't see the merchant group when she escaped with him, the heavy snow had blocked the mountains. She had heard them say that traversing the beast forest in such icy conditions was extremely dangerous. The food of the fox lady was similar to that of humans, being omnivorous, primarily consisting of oatmeal porridge, supplemented with some pickled vegetables and dried fish. Luxurious seating, enjoy shark fin and abalone to your heart's content. The food was far from what Sophia had initially promised, but Heather didn't pursue the matter. Making a fire would attract the attention of the beasts, and many adventurer groups had to nibble on dry rations at night. Having a hot meal in the wild was already a great treat. After several encounters, Heather had a preliminary understanding of the fox lady Sophia's character, greedy and fond of boasting. She had the demeanor of a mature woman, yet she was a money-obsessed fool. If she were in the Holy Kingdom, this swindling merchant would have been locked up in the court for labor reform for more than a year and less than 3. Sister Sophia, what do you earn so much money for? Halfway through her meal, Heather interrupted the rambling fox lady who was bragging. Just as Sophia was about to recount her success story, she paused, looking at Heather as if she were an idiot, and naturally said, "Who doesn't like money? Whether it's elf beast ladies or humans, aren't we all striving for money?" She tossed a gold coin, and one side of the coin was illuminated by the campfire, flying into the sky, catching the moonlight before falling back into her hand. Money could buy many things: a house, a man, high-level magical equipment, even life, love, and familial affection. Those who pride themselves on having higher pursuits are also based on material satisfaction. Heather shook her head but did not voice her disagreement, though internally she did not concur. As a cleric, he lived for his faith. There were many people in this world who did not live for money. Some had already achieved financial freedom, while others persisted in hardship. Whether it was a coincidence or not, after catching the gold coin, Sophia stopped her chatter and focused on eating. Just as she finished tidying up the dishes and returned to the carriage, Sophia encountered trouble. A fox lady warrior rushed into the luxurious carriage, reporting something in a panic. Earlier, during their meal, the convoy had faced a small-scale attack. A starving snow leopard had snuck into the back of the group under the cover of night, causing considerable damage. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the mercenary guards, it could have led to greater chaos. Was any cargo damaged? Sophia's first concern was for the goods on the carriage, and upon hearing that everything was safe, her expression visibly relaxed. "Boss Sophia, that snow leopard bit a woman." "That doesn't matter, just calm her down and remember to shift the blame onto them." The reporting guard's face turned pale as he hurriedly added, "She was already bitten to death, and she was from a minor noble family." Now Sophia was completely unsettled, jumping up from the sofa in a hurry. She had consulted a diviner who said this journey would go smoothly. How could there be a death? To cut costs and increase revenue, the magical protective barrier in the carriage was made from inferior materials, which did not match what was initially advertised to the guests. This was troublesome. If not handled properly, she could face a significant compensation loss. Heather's brows also twitched slightly. He had heard the news of the death. In fact, he had heard the commotion during the meal, but everything had happened so quickly that he thought it was just a minor disturbance. It was also possible that the person had not received proper medical attention in time, which was why the death was only just announced. Outside the carriage, shadows flickered as a group of guests accompanied by mercenaries approached the luxurious carriage with an imposing demeanor. 2 female beast lady servants carried a stretcher with a body covered by a white cloth, on which bloodstains were clearly visible. Who is in charge of this convoy? Come out immediately and give me an explanation. My male slave was bitten to death. If I don't get an explanation, I will make you pay." At the forefront was a defiant elven noblewoman, accompanied by her family and servants. The guards in the carriage were too bound by duty to stop her. The person involved approached with a grim expression, staring at the fox lady, and Sophia's face instantly wilted like a bitter melon. Heather pulled back the curtain and examined the deceased. The corpse was that of a young human boy, bitten in the throat, dead from asphyxiation. He only glanced once, unaware that the moment he revealed his charming face, he caught the eye of the defiant noblewoman. Her greedy gaze flickered and she shouted, "Sophia, we paid for this. It's your mistake that killed my slave. Since you refused to compensate, why not use the man in your carriage as payment?" The noblewoman stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of aggression, clearly not one to back down easily. "Use me to pay the compensation?" Heather frowned. Although the Elven race was mostly composed of beauties, this lady was going too far. Clenching her hands around 2 magical scrolls, crafted by the witch Pandora, which could unleash high-level attack spells when infused with magic, she peeked through the window, secretly assessing Sophia's face. If greedy Sophia truly entertained such thoughts, he wouldn't sit idly by. After 3 years of living in a foreign land and 2 years as a slave, having crawled and rolled on the bellies of many elves, he had finally managed to escape slavery and regain his freedom. Becoming a slave again was something Heather could not accept. "Miss Countess, I can choose to compensate with gold coins, based on the original price you paid for the male slave." The crowd of elves and beastfolk watching grew larger, and constrained by the situation, Sophia gritted her teeth, as if making a significant decision. Forcing her to pay felt as painful as cutting her flesh. It was only after she spoke that Heather, hiding in the carriage, finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't misjudged this fox. Just when it seemed that everything could be settled with a compensation of gold coins, things took an unexpected turn. The other party did not relent and instead proposed an outrageous compensation amount: 100,000 gold coins. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Sophia's tail bristled. She considered herself a cunning merchant but hadn't anticipated being outsmarted. This person was even more adept at extortion than she was, taking advantage of the fox. Just like that, 100,000 gold coins was the price of a professional slave, while the man who lay dead on the ground was clearly an ordinary male without any professional rank. At most, he was a handsome pleasure slave, worth at most 1,000 gold coins. "It's up to you, either pay the 100,000 gold coins, or use the pretty boy in your carriage to settle the debt." The elven noblewoman held her cloak with one hand on her hip, her household servants behind her clamoring incessantly. "Sophia, if you don't compensate, you'll receive criminal charges when you return to Etheria." Etheria was Sophia's stronghold for many years. If this matter wasn't handled well, her reputation would likely suffer a significant blow. The other party clearly had her pinned down, insisting on using Heather to settle the debt. The elven noblewoman's gaze occasionally darted toward the luxurious carriage's curtains, where the reflection of a beautiful figure danced in the warm light. The beastfolk behind her were even more direct, their greed fully exposed. This lady had misunderstood one thing: the value was not equivalent. Sophia could not use Heather to settle the debt, as it would be a losing deal. Heather was worth millions of gold coins. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the person hiding behind the curtain could no longer hold back. He slowly lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Heather was not wearing a priest's robe. Such attire would be too conspicuous and might attract the attention of the Griffin Knights and Sophia, so he was dressed in plain clothes, with the priest's robe stored in his luggage. Even without the professional attire, the innate aura of holiness around him still left women breathless. Like a snow lotus blooming quietly on an iceberg, or a heavenly flower in the sky, it was beautiful to behold but not to be profaned. This was precisely the type that elves love to conquer, a cold and pure human beauty. The beastfolk servants of the noblewoman stared wide-eyed at Heather's true appearance. Although she had just killed a human male, the wolf was still unsatisfied. Boss Sophia, you really know how to enjoy yourself, bringing along such a gem," Auntie the Viscountess said, stroking her chin, clearly pleased with the true form behind the beautiful silhouette. The beast girl servant behind her joined in the teasing. The Viscountess was an open-minded noble, especially kind to her subordinates. Lacking personal strength, she enjoyed watching her beast girl subordinates bully male slaves. The boy lying on the ground had actually been accidentally killed by the beast girls during their play. The journey was long, and they needed male companions along the way, so their eyes were set on Heather. A few beast girls, having caught a glimpse of his appearance, began to entertain some thoughts. They exploited the weakness of the warning magic barrier. It couldn't detect magical beasts with too low magical energy, which attracted an ordinary snow leopard. They fabricated the illusion that the male slave had been killed by the beast, using this as an excuse to demand Heather from Sophia. The high compensation was also a deliberate ploy, as Auntie the Viscountess knew Sophia's character. She was a fox who valued wealth above all, likely to choose to hand over the male slave in the carriage. TSK, such a pure man, like a priest in a church, unattainable, viewing beast girls as mere filth. Thankfully, there was no mind-reading magic, or else Heather would have surely torn apart the magical scroll and reduced her to dust. After getting the elven noblewoman's eyes glinted with malice, as if she had spotted a delicious lamb. A lone human beauty. What was the difference between him and finding a gold coin on the road? The lewd gaze swept over Heather, and the fox lady impatiently tossed down a bag of gold coins. "Miss Viscount, there are 100 gold coins inside. I advise you to take the deal while you can." "Ha!" The elven ant displayed a disdainful expression. She looked down on beastfolk and humans the most, and Sophia's attitude displeased her. "Are you sure you want to oppose me?" The elf clapped her hands, and her followers tensed up. The fox lady's entourage also picked up their burdens, seemingly ready to erupt into conflict. Seeing this, Heather cautiously took 2 steps back, clutching the magic scroll hidden in her hand. "Dear elven guest, harmony brings wealth. If a fight breaks out, it won't be beneficial for you." The usually talkative Sophia had vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. She waved her hand, and 2 golden tier hired mages appeared behind her. The Fox Merchant Guild dared to lead a team through the Beast Forest, naturally having high-end armed forces for protection. Golden tier warriors were the backbone of the city-state, and there was only one golden tier, Archmage, guard in the Elven Viscount's team. In contrast, the Fox Merchant Guild had 3 warriors of the same level and 2 mages. "Hey, Miss Sophia, the one at a disadvantage is you." She pointed at Heather, as if she had her all figured out. "Hand over this man to me. If you want to continue doing business on Elven territory, you'd better do as I say." Attacking an Elven noble would carry a burden of guilt that a mere fox lady could not bear. The Fox Merchant Guild would abandon the small to protect the large. Sophia's expression was complex as she stared intently at the other party. Heather knew she could not wait any longer. If she did not intervene now, it might lead to disaster. "Esteemed Elven noble lady, defrauding a merchant guild is a criminal act. Your threat does not have the legal support of Etheria." He stealthily retreated to the corpse, snorted coldly, and lifted the white cloth. The melodious yet crisp voice attracted the onlookers, and the fox lady under Sophia's command turned her gaze toward the priest. The elven aunt, seeing Heather's actions, broke out in a cold sweat. "This man is not your slave at all." Beneath the white cloth lay the corpse of a young human boy, his clean head curled up in spasms, except for the wound on his neck. His collarbone, armpits, and thighs were all bruised and marked with gripping scars. Heather turned the boy's body over, lifting his disheveled hair, and discovered a failed elven slave mark on the mottled blood-stained back. It looked like a mottled black, the pattern unclear. "The slave-catching team has long been prohibited by the Elven royal family, right? You forced the boy to bear the slave mark, and when he refused to comply, you brought in beasts to kill him and silence him. Am I wrong, criminal Elven lady?" The Elven slave mark could only be perfectly branded under the premise of voluntary submission. Back then, Blood Rose had made him voluntarily bear the Moon Elf's slave mark. During his 3 years living in Elrond, Heather had specifically studied the laws of the Elven race, and not every instance of elves abducting humans was legal. The duchy where Greyleaf Town was located happened to be at war with the Moon Elf tribe. "You lie. This man is my slave. I acquired him from a slave trader, a lowly sex slave. He wanted to erase the slave mark behind him through illegal means and was caught by a leopard while trying to escape." Looking around at the pointing onlookers, the elven aunt's eyes nearly bulged with rage as she pointed at Heather and began to curse. "It's you, clearly a human yet wearing elven clothing. You must be a runaway male slave." Under her sharp verbal assault, most girls' attention shifted from the corpse to Heather. Such a beautiful man was indeed a rare sight. Exceptionally attractive individuals could easily lead girls to misunderstand. In this world, men capable of independent survival were extremely few. Men are often just ornaments for powerful female professionals. They are naturally the ones meant to be dominated. The blonde, blue-eyed handsome man in front of them is certainly no exception. Previously, they mistakenly thought he was Filori's male pet, but now that Filori has denied that relationship, what the Elven Viscount said is likely true. A runaway male slave, according to the law, can be rightfully claimed if caught, and even if the original owner comes, they must pay half the ransom. "You're simply grasping at straws." Heather's gaze was fixed ahead, and he could feel several scorching eyes sizing him up from around. They were fiery, filled with a desire to plunder, and utterly unmasked. At this point, he had no choice but to reveal his identity and make this woman reconsider. He loosened his grip on the tightly held magic scroll and reached for a medal hidden in his sleeve, marked with the official insignia of Elrond. The moment the medal was displayed, the supporters behind the elven lady instinctively took a step back. Elrond was the largest family in Etheria, a true local power, and even the elven aristocrats had to come and pay their respects to such authority. As a mere illegitimate viscount, if he offended them, he might find himself stripped and hung on the city wall the next day. "You're just a man, and a mere offering to the Elrond family at that. Don't try to deceive us with such things." The elven lady gritted her teeth. A male offering? Wasn't that absurd? Though she spoke defiantly, she sensed trouble brewing in her heart. This boy, so stunningly beautiful, surely had a complicated identity, at least possibly related to some offering of the Elrond family. Although her family held some power, they wouldn't risk offending Elrond for the sake of an illegitimate daughter. Damn it, she could only resort to her last means. The elven lady's eyes glinted with malice. Before taking action, she had sent someone to monitor Heather's movements. Throughout the day, only he and Sophia had remained in the carriage, no other elves had appeared. This meant that even if he had a powerful female backing him, she wouldn't be nearby, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. As long as she firmly asserted his identity as a runaway male slave, she would have ample reason to capture this handsome boy. Once he fell into her trap, just a little torment would determine whether he lived or died, and that would be up to her. "Spoiling my good plans, today is your end." Elrond is a highly respected family, and you, a mere man, dare to speak nonsense. It seems you're not just a male slave, but also a thief from your master's house. Miss Sophia, you wouldn't want to protect a runaway and a thief, would you? She glared at the fox lady, ordering her beast girls to surround Heather in the center. You are truly hopeless. Heather slowly shook his head. Some elves just wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. Facing the encroaching beast girls, Heather remained unafraid, his gaze resolute. The beast girls surrounding him felt a vast wave of magical energy emanating from him and instinctively took several steps back. The emerald-level magical energy shone like a bright moon among the stars, exceptionally eye-catching. Dear Elven lady, since you insist on slandering me, let's let the facts speak for themselves. The resurrection magic light accompanied by a low chant filled the air with a hymn, as a surge of immense life force magic flowed into the deceased's body. In an instant, the small boy's body on the ground began to recover, the marks on his wrists and the wounds on his neck gradually healing. The Elven Viscount's eyes widened. Resurrection magic meant that the handsome man before her was at least a priest of the mage level, Elrond, emerald level, and a great beauty. These three keywords reminded her of someone, the only male among the heroes who vanquished the Lich, a radiant priest who continued to cast spells even after sustaining severe injuries. Looking closely at Heather's face, it gradually merged with the image of the statue in her memory. Now she was completely panicked. She hadn't expected that the person she had offended was none other than the official offering of Elrond. My Lord Viscount, what should we do? The supporters were in a panic, no longer displaying the initial toughness, and they didn't even dare to look at Heather more than once. The resurrected boy slowly opened his eyes, first seeing Heather, who looked like an angel, and he murmured but couldn't speak. Ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to benefit from resurrection magic. The number of priests capable of casting such high-level spells is scarce, and it also requires ensuring the body's high integrity. Clearly, this child was lucky. Although he had been abused and had his throat bitten by a snow leopard, his vital organs and brain were intact, and the time of death was very short. You need to go through a recovery period after being resurrected. You will be able to speak in a little while, Heather softly comforted him, and the boy nodded slightly in gratitude and understanding. Upon catching sight of the Viscount and his group, fear immediately showed on his face. Once the boy spoke, all their crimes would be exposed. This malicious guest, do you have anything left to argue? Seeing this, Sophia couldn't help but clench her fists. The other party's threats were no longer stable. The fox lady would not show mercy to those trying to profit from her. The resurrection spell was grand, and mercenaries from the Fox Clan Chamber of Commerce came upon hearing the news. Boss Sophia, what happened? Nothing, just a few fraudsters that need your help to clean up. The fox lady waved her finger, and the Viscount's elf retreated in fright, while the hired golden level mage had already fled in panic, leaving the remaining supporters to scatter like birds and beasts. Bastard, I paid to hire you. The elf ant glared in anger, not expecting betrayal to come so quickly. Usually, she treated these subordinates well, providing them with ample food and handsome men, yet these mud-legged ones ran away faster than she did. If you dare to touch me, my family will not let you go. The fox lady left 3 scratches on her face with a sharp knife, revealing a rare vicious expression. Get out of this convoy, don't let me see you again. This elf ant only had black iron-level strength. Without protection, she would probably not even make it out of the beast forest. Sophia expelled her from the group, which was equivalent to sentencing her to death. The beasts of the night would devour her. Repent for your sins. Looking at the old woman thrown out of the magical barrier, Heather felt no sympathy and shook her head indifferently. Turning back, she had more important matters to attend to. The resurrected man lay on the sickbed, regaining his ability to speak only by noon the next day. I found traces of magic elements in your body. You are a professional, aren't you? The boy instantly became alert, resembling a young beast, warily staring at Heather. If he weren't a professional, he wouldn't be able to accept the massive life magic elements. Ordinary people are hard to resurrect, as those who haven't practiced magic would have their bodies exploded by the overwhelming magic elements. Heather, as the caster, used resurrection magic on him because she discovered the abnormalities in his body. Well, don't be afraid. No matter what happened to you before, we will take care of you. The fox lady Sophia put on a friendly expression, clearly fond of the little boy. The young boy played with his wrist, remaining silent. What is your name? Heather asked proactively. Apricot, my name is Apricot, the boy stammered in response. Upon hearing his name, Heather's expression changed. What did you say? She calmed down and prompted the boy to repeat himself. Apricot, my name. The little boy lying on the sickbed repeated his earlier words without hesitation. Apricot, the same name as that companion who died 3 years ago. Heather carefully observed his facial features. They were indeed somewhat similar, but 3 years had made him appear more mature, losing the innocence of a child. If this boy is really Apricot, then he should remember himself. The emerald-level practitioner had a slow metabolism, and their lifespan was twice that of an ordinary person. Haizhui's appearance had hardly changed from 3 years ago. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Xing should be an ordinary person, impossible to be a practitioner. He looked as if he had no memory of himself. Could it be a coincidence of names? Impossible, such coincidences were rare, and Xing was an uncommon name. Haizhui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Do you remember what happened before? For instance, some unbearable memories, the humiliating recollections inflicted by those elves and beast girls. The boy nodded. That elven woman tricked me into the cellar, and then had her servant rape me. The boy's gaze flickered continuously, recalling that past made him very uncomfortable. I mean, before that, 3 years ago, where were you? Haizhui's tone grew anxious, his words quickening. 3 years ago, the young boy fell into even more painful memories. He hugged his head, turned to the side, convulsing on the bed, as if the word had touched upon some taboo. Then, his tone became calm, revealing an incredibly devout demeanor. It was the goddess, the great goddess saved me. Xing's prayer posture was very standard, like a nun who had been in the church for 10 years, before fainting again. Strangely, he seemed like two different people before and after the prayer. Checking his body, Haizhui was taken aback. He discovered traces of sealing magic within Xing, a spell capable of sealing memories. He was very familiar with this spell, originating from the Radiant Church. It could subtly cause the subject to automatically skip over that memory. If it weren't for Haizhui's accidental reminder, Xing would never have actively recalled the events of 3 years ago. It's a baptism method of the church, only used on male practitioners of attack spells and fallen priests. The church, why would they treat an ordinary person like this? The deity he mentioned, could it be the life goddess he believed in? For the first time, Haizhui began to doubt his faith. After the troublesome elves were driven away, the journey became much quieter. The boy named Xing, under the care of many fox girls, gradually recovered. Surprisingly, only practitioners with a body attuned to the light attribute could have such a recovery speed. Just as Haizhui's magic would severely harm a lich, those with an affinity for light would recover vitality more quickly after receiving healing spells. He has a very familiar magical essence, of the light attribute. Haizhui privately assessed that Xing must have had contact with a light attribute priest before. That priest's magical essence was much stronger than his own, at a very high rank. High enough to change Xing's constitution, enhancing his affinity for light elements. This was quite rare. In the common understanding of the continent, magical essence was like a string of identification, allowing one to judge a practitioner's strength, attributes, age, and even gender through the residue of magical essence. It was bound to the soul, and elemental affinity was innate, difficult to change later. Xing not only displayed extraordinary talent for the light attribute but also behaved with an unusual piety, praying to the goddess alongside Haizhui. 3 years ago, he was a man without faith from the flower alley. Now he was like a fanatic. Xing's reasoning was, he was a favored one saved by the life goddess, and he had sins from his past life that needed atonement. When Haizhui pressed for specifics on what the sin was, he terrifiedly refused to speak. It might be a hallucination caused by excessive fright. Sophia looked at the resting Xing in the carriage with pity. After driving away the Viscount Elf, their horses and vehicles had been confiscated by the Fox Clan's Merchant Association. Don't be afraid, those bad women have already been driven away. If you have no home, you can stay with the Fox Clan's Merchant Association. My name is Sophia, and I am the head of this caravan. The fox girl extended her palm, showing goodwill. Xing stared blankly and cautiously reached out her hand, gently touching the tip of her fingers. You should rest here while you heal, and later I'll help you find your family, said Heather. She mentioned that he had considerable magical talent, and Sophia had already arranged for his destination. The Fox tribe's caravan was headed to the Holy Kingdom, but it would stop at several small towns along the way for supplies. Merchants and guests carrying goods would take advantage of this brief time to sell their wares. After traveling for half a month, they finally saw human houses. It was a border town similar to Greyleaf Town, but unlike the prosperity of Greyleaf, this place was particularly desolate. There were no mines here, nor did it border the beast forest, so few adventurers passed through. The town was mostly inhabited by the elderly and men. There weren't even city walls, just a low fence made of earth. The guard knights were lazily dozing off, and upon closer inspection, they were all pale, emaciated girls. They only perked up when they saw the large caravan, and without questioning, they simply cleared the way. In towns like this, where there are hardly any people, most of the young labor force has been conscripted by the nobility. What remained were only men, the elderly, and children, with no value in halting trade. Some of them might not have even seen a gold coin. Sophia ordered the caravan to pass directly through the town, and the houses on both sides receded continuously. It was Heather's first time seeing such a dilapidated living environment, with hardly a complete house in sight. Rather than a town, it was more like a rundown village. It looked as if it had been trampled by some creature, with fields overgrown with weeds, and occasionally, children peeked at the caravan through cracks in the doors. The priest threw out 2 buckwheat pancakes from his bosom, and the children sprang up like wild dogs, scrambling for food. A girl ruthlessly rode on a boy's back, snatching the food from his hands, biting into the pancake, and ready to teach the boy a lesson with her fists. "Hey, what are you doing? No stealing." Heather angrily stepped out of the carriage, staring the girl into a hasty retreat. Seeing Heather's compassionate heart, Sophia felt somewhat helpless and had the foxwoman collect some near-expired rations from the bottom of the cargo to distribute to the boys. "Sophia, these are all mine. I'll pay you back," said Pandora. With just 1 magic core from Pandora's inheritance, they could buy a cartload of food, and since there was a great benefactor willing to fund it, Sophia was happy to do a good deed. The news of the priest distributing food quickly spread throughout the town, and even the female guards came to ask for food. The female guard told Sophia that the town was desolate because remnants of a lich were nearby. The undead who had allied with the lich had colluded with some bandits, raiding the town every few days. Most of those with any ability have fled the town, leaving behind the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Leaving the town is also a dead end. The remnants of the lich are truly despicable. "Are you the administrator of this town?" A woman of medium height with a black mole on her chin introduced herself as the town mayor, and she nodded solemnly at Heather's question. She looked quite authoritative, and as soon as she arrived, the residents scrambling for food immediately scattered. The caravan had been traveling for 10 days now, and they were quite far from the site of the initial disaster. Etheria was already a considerable distance away. Heather hadn't expected the disaster to spread so far. The fleeing undead had even crossed the border and reached the human town. By now, it was getting late. The sun was setting, casting soft shadows on the ground. "Those undead will be wandering around the town at night. You'd best stay here overnight and set off again tomorrow during the day," said the woman who claimed to be the mayor, and she kindly offered clean well water and abandoned houses in the village for shelter, which Sophia declined. Houses provide better protection from the wind and rain than tents, and entering unfamiliar houses on the road was not safe. The convoy chose a fence near the north side of the small town to set up camp, and everything was as usual, cooking and living. Just as Heather and the others were turning off the lights to sleep, in a nearby cave, covered in moss outside, there was a hidden world inside. Boxes piled high with food and gold coins. Dozens of women were eating meat heartily at a dining table, their fierce expressions not resembling good people. A woman with a black mole at the corner of her mouth hurriedly walked deeper inside, passing by a handsome man imprisoned in a wooden cage, her eyes revealing a lewd gaze. These poor men were only draped in rough burlap, their eyes vacant. A newly adult boy was fixed to an iron stool, his legs forced apart and locked on both sides, his body covered in scars, looking as if he was about to breathe his last. "Sisters, another fish has taken the bait. This group is quite wealthy, but they don't seem easy to deal with. I want to invite everyone to join in." If Heather were here, she would immediately recognize the so-called town mayor. Unexpectedly, she appeared to be the manager of the town, but in reality, she was one of the villains colluding with bandits. Holy practitioners, ha! It was those despicable holy practitioners who made us scurry like rats. Male holy practitioners? That's great. Holding a flail, a tall female bandit stood up excitedly upon hearing that a beautiful priestess had taken the bait. The man beneath her let out a terrible scream as she crushed his throat. "Boss, the taste of male priests is something the sisters haven't tried yet. Just wait, heh." The younger sister behind her revealed a silly grin. All the decent-looking men in the town had been captured by them, and very few had survived. Don't worry, if I get a piece of meat, you won't miss out on the soup." The tall female bandit kicked aside the man's corpse, put on her clothes and armor, and commanded, "Gather the sisters, while they are asleep, let's take the fat fish all at once." In the dead of night, there were rustling footsteps outside the fence, like a swarm of mice scurrying through the fields. Heather, resting in the carriage, suddenly opened her eyes, half lying up from the soft couch, and noticed shadows darting quickly behind the curtain. She lit a candle and got down from the carriage. Just as she was about to step out, a faint voice interrupted her. "Heather, be careful, don't open the door." Apricot, resting on the sofa, suddenly advised, her sharp eyes fixed on the outside, full of vigilance. Because they were all boys, the weak Apricot temporarily shared the luxurious carriage with Heather, while Sophia was sent to sleep in the tent. Most of the space in the convoy was for cargo, and the carriage didn't have enough room for people to rest. Heather's treatment was unique. At night, most girls were setting up tents to rest in the camp outside. "Boss, we hit the jackpot. This is the convoy of the big merchant association, with so many valuable goods." Heather and Apricot pressed their ears against the carriage door, hearing the sounds of bandits rummaging through boxes outside. "Go, capture the men, kill all the women." Apricot's face turned pale instantly, not daring to breathe loudly, fearing that these bandits would discover her. Boss, they seem to have quite a few professionals. If we rush into the tents, will we be ambushed? This was the first time encountering such a high-profile merchant association, and the girl with a lewd appearance felt a bit scared. The tall female bandit slapped her. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than Black Master? The bandits outside mentioned a magician called Black Master, who, according to their description, was capable of easily dealing with professionals. Who are you? The magical barrier of the Fox Clan's convoy and the night watchman simultaneously detected the intruders, sounding a piercing alarm. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Through the thin veil of the carriage window, the outside was ablaze, and the magicians from both sides had already engaged. Heather wanted to take Apricot and leave, but unfortunately, their carriage was the closest to the bandits, and due to the darkness, these female bandits had not noticed him. This carriage is different from other cargo vehicles, it must be hiding something good. Luck didn't last long. The conspicuous carriage was soon targeted by two women. Sister, give me a hand, let's pry this broken door open. At that moment, light shone on the faces of the two boys, and the carriage's large door was violently knocked on, followed by the sounds of smashing and destruction. The two exchanged a panicked glance and pushed a cabinet to block the entrance, hiding behind the sofa. The wooden door couldn't hold back the girls at all. They picked up a hammer and an axe and pried the door open in just a few moves. One of them held a torch, the fierce light casting a menacing glow on the boys' faces. The flames and weakness made Xingzi appear particularly haggard, trembling as she clutched a dagger for protection, her gaze filled with fear as she looked at the two female bandits stepping through the door. One was tall and the other short, the shorter one only slightly taller than Xingzi, while the taller one's head was level with the top of the carriage, a head taller than Heather. Sister, there are indeed good goods hidden here, or real gem, or rather two. One small gem, one big gem. Could they be slaves from the merchant guild? I've never seen such exquisite slaves before. In the eyes of the shorter bandit, the boy looked at her with wide eyes, as if begging for pity. The slightly taller one, a strikingly handsome man with a face covered in frost, had golden hair and blue eyes, his features delicate and refined, reminiscent of the noble young masters she had seen before joining the gang. They had stepped down from their carriage, and the maids would act as human footstools, serving as a ladder for them to dismount. Those noble young ladies looked at women with expressions that seemed to reject them from 1,000 miles away. Her gaze first swept over Xingzi, who revealed a barely perceptible lewd smile, and when it shifted to Heather, she couldn't help but be stunned by his beauty, frozen in place. Stop drooling, you're about to soak the ground. The tall girl was around 30, her short hair messy like a hedgehog. The two women paid no attention to the boys, placing their weapons by the door and using their belts as ropes to bind their hands and feet. Weak, Xingzi was no match for the bandit, who sat on her and locked her hands. Heather tightened his grip on the magic scroll, realizing the situation was dire. The spell scroll sealed by Pandora was extremely powerful. Releasing it from this distance would be like a cannonball landing in the carriage. Not to mention saving Xingzi, he feared he would be shattered to pieces himself. You want to escape? The shorter girl glared at him, spreading her arms to block the exit, seemingly treating Heather as prey. Like a comical crab, she slowly approached Heather. I advise you to leave. This is the caravan of the Fox Clan Merchant Guild, protected by several gold-level professionals. Ah, little brother, do you think that will scare us? With the Black Lord around, ordinary professionals were hardly a concern. Heather was unclear about the level of the mage she referred to as the Black Lord. He sensed a strong wave of dark magic outside on the battlefield. It was far from Phylarin, not even 1% of a lich. As long as he stepped in, a single holy light spell could easily purify the evil. Although his magic was effective against dark creatures, the opponents now were human. Among the spells Heather practiced, there were no means to harm people. If you dare come over, I'll make sure we all perish together. He raised the magic scroll in his hand, abundant magic energy flowing into it, the scroll surrounded by purple light shining brilliantly in Heather's grasp. What treasure is that? Hand it over to me. The little bandit actually reached out fearlessly towards his palm, trying to snatch the magic scroll. The warning was ineffective. Heather's expression darkened, realizing the situation was bad. This girl was a fool, completely unaware of what a magic scroll was. This was normal. The level of education among humans was very low, and not everyone had the privilege of receiving basic magical education. Many lower-class nobles had never seen such rare items as magic scrolls, let alone a group of bandits. Let go of me, the boy warned. As the girl wrestled with Heather, she occasionally groped his waist, utterly lewd. Slap! With a loud smack that completely enraged the girl, she began to tear at the collar of the person beneath her, exposing a large expanse of his collarbone. You bastard! I'll kill you. Before locking him in the wooden cage, She intended to teach this wealthy young master a lesson about hierarchy and obedience. Boys should obediently follow their commands. Furious, Heather drove her knee hard between the legs of the female bandit. In that moment of distraction, she stabbed the girl in the chest with a dagger hidden behind the pillow, blood splattering crimson. A black iron-level professional, her physical condition was not much better than an ordinary person. With flesh and blood, heart and abdomen, eyes and orifices, the weak points of her body could not withstand the sneak attack of a sharp weapon. "You actually killed her." Heather crawled out from under the girl's body, half of her clothes stained red, warm blood flowing from her fingers gripping the dagger. The tall female bandit, who had been grappling with Apricot, showed a look of fear, no longer daring to have any improper thoughts. She grabbed the axe placed by the door and walked straight towards Heather. The short female bandit's chest no longer rose and fell. She had lost her life, the iron blade piercing through the gaps in her ribs, penetrating her heart. The tall female bandit swung her knife, and Heather, holding the dagger, dared not confront her directly, only able to dodge continuously, each time narrowly escaping. After receiving a heavy punch to her abdomen, Heather fell heavily onto the sofa, her hair yanked as the axe blade pressed against her throat. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and it was unclear what her relationship was with the deceased bandit. She appeared to have lost her sanity, each swing of the axe aimed to maim, showing no mercy. In a moment of crisis, Apricot summoned all her courage and bit down hard on the woman's wrist. The woman cried out in pain, her fists relentlessly pounding on the boy's face until Apricot's left cheek was swollen, and she finally released her grip, spitting out saliva and blood. "Die, man, die, man, die, man. How dare you kill my sister? I want you both to suffer worse than death." The woman kept repeating the same phrase, and seeing Heather still trying to grab the dagger, she stomped heavily on his ankle, causing him to groan in pain from an old injury. She tore the expensive dress off Heather, stuffing the bloodied undergarment into his mouth. Like a fledgling bird with its wings restrained, the person who was bound could only twist and turn, making a final, powerless resistance. "It's you garbage nobles who have pushed us to the brink," the woman cursed repeatedly. The town was harassed by remnants of the Lich, and without hiring mercenaries for help, they imposed heavy taxes, forcing commoners like them to fight against monsters. Who would go to their death? Since the town was unreliable, they would turn to the enemy. The clever women in the town united, everyone found new jobs and new identities. With the Black Lord around, ordinary adventurers were hardly a threat. Gripping Heather's neck with both hands, the lack of oxygen made him kick and struggle desperately. The girl did not rush to act, savoring the man's struggles, she was enjoying it. From ordinary commoners to ruthless bandits, utilizing the resources they had plundered, they trained to become black iron-level professionals, growing increasingly excited and gradually coming to like this job. After robbing a few unfortunate passing caravans and adventuring groups, their hands were already stained with blood. Heather, a nobleman raised with elegance and refinement, was their sister's favorite toy. In the secret base, such handsome men were often the quickest consumables. "First, I'll smash your limbs to prevent you from moving around. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily." The woman tightened her grip on the single-sided axe, twisting the blade to use it as a hammer, ready to smash down on Heather's wrist. With that force, it would definitely shatter his bones. Heather closed his eyes in terror, and the next moment, pain did not come. A light gun made of magical essence pierced through the woman's chest from behind. She pressed her bleeding chest as she faced death. The most basic light attribute spell, the light spear technique. Attack magic? Anko, you. Heather stared incredulously at the boy in front of her, who was gripping the doorframe, a bruise on one side of his face from being beaten. The practice wand had fallen to the ground with a dull thud. Anko's fists were clenched against his chest as he stammered, I don't know. I just instinctively used that magic. An attack spell, a taboo for boys. If discovered, it would surely lead to the gallows. Especially in the church that revered male virtue, particularly among the fanatics who worshipped the church, like the life priest. "Brother Heather, you won't tell, will you?" He looked up, hope shining in his eyes as he gazed at the priest. Heather was stunned, staring blankly ahead. After several breaths, as if relieved, he comforted, "It's okay, Anko, the goddess will forgive your sins." Once, he too had made mistakes, violated by the blood rose, confused, and had dabbled in the forbidden spells for boys. In the end, he bore a scar on his skill tree, a flaw that would surely be investigated by the church. Fortunately, he had learned the formula for purification potions and carried several samples with him. With potions on hand, both he and Anko could cover up the traces of filth, preventing the church from branding them as heretics. However, he still couldn't tell Anko about the potions. He had intended to take him to the church's school for further studies, but now that plan seemed too dangerous. Perhaps it would be better to have him disguise as a nun and stay by his side for a while. Unexpectedly receiving Heather's support, Anko let out a sigh of relief, secretly lowering the dagger hidden in his other hand. The battle outside isn't over yet, you should hide. Anko, protected behind him, looked at the man in front of him with some confusion. Priest Heather, who clearly had not practiced any attack spells, dared to protect him as if it were a matter of course. Was it foolish or great to unconditionally obey the hypocritical goddess's teachings? Following him towards the area with more fox girls, Anko gazed at the scattered golden hair, caught in a conflict. He had regained his memories. The church was now Anko's most hated enemy, especially that hypocritical deity. When abandoned by the goddess, Anko had vowed that if he regained his memories, he would eradicate the radiant church. That despicable birdman had given him a new life but had brutally stripped away the boy's personality and dignity. They implanted false beliefs in him, yet discarded him as a subpar sample during the aptitude test. With such a subpar talent, you don't meet the standards for a candidate for the Holy Son and are unworthy to be the vessel for an angel's descent. A soft female voice mixed with cruel indifference as three winged women scrutinized Anko in his cage. The upper angel's descent requires a boy with light affinity and a pure, kind heart as a sacrifice. This man is not pure, just scrap him. Ah, what a pity, given his looks. We used resurrection magic. It seems he can only serve as a tool for amusement. In the church's holy land, chained and forced into shameful positions, Anko was repeatedly violated by several beautiful angels. With the holy son Heather missing, the first substitute Anko's promotion had failed. The church announced, Anko has undergone the baptism ceremony, stripped of all memories, and voluntarily reduced to the church's asset. Rescued by the church, then trained by it, Anko, who accidentally discovered the secrets of the angel race, had his memories erased and was handed over to slave traders. After several transfers between buyers, he fell into the hands of a noble elf, where he had nearly died under the elf's humiliation. Yet unexpectedly, he encountered the emerald-level priest here, the beautiful man who showed compassion for the world. He was also the best vessel in the goddess's eyes, a sacrifice for the upper angel's descent, a person with a naturally kind and pure heart. Due to the second resurrection and the stimulation from the female bandit, Anko was forced to regain his memories. This boy from the flower alley had already experienced too many twists and turns. From the initial betrayal by her childhood friend Stans, to becoming a concubine for the mayor of Greyleaf Town, and then being harmed by the elf Diana, who she mistakenly thought had come to her rescue, only to be manipulated as a tool by the church. Kyoko felt the pain of women deeply. Yet Heather remained as pure and kind as she had been 3 years ago. Even when nearly assaulted by female bandits, she would pray for the souls of their corpses. Brother Heather, no matter what, bad people can never enter heaven. Kyoko silently shook her head. Moreover, the heaven you envision is merely a construct fabricated by evil races, a purgatory on earth. Black mist swirled as a pitch-black monster, bound in chains, stirred up clouds of dust with every strike. A high-level abomination. To think there would be such a loose end. In the distance on the battlefield, Heather frowned. The Dark Lord spoken of by the bandits was indeed a dark creature. A massive, deformed monster, resembling a walking mountain of flesh, was covered in uneven, rough, and hard black scales, with mottled green pus dripping from its scales, corroding the land it passed over, leaving behind charred and withered traces. Prepare fire magic. Sophia looked at the overturned cart with pain, the cargo scattered everywhere. On the other side of the battlefield, the bandits and ordinary mercenaries were locked in a fierce melee. Because the abomination was holding back their golden-level adventurers, the situation was very unfavorable for the convoy. Passengers without weapons or compatibility hid in dilapidated houses, while some simply fled on their own. The Fox clan's camp was retreating steadily, and the bandit leader shouted in victory, urging, "Leave the men and treasures, and you can go." The bandit leader was also a golden-level archmage, wielding a skull-headed staff, with green ghostly flames burning in the eye sockets of the skull. From her words, it seemed this woman could control the abomination's actions. "Boss, why waste words with these people? Just let the Dark Lord kill them all, and the men and goods will be ours." A refined woman with a black mole on her chin pulled out an iron folding fan, and surprisingly, she also exuded considerable magical energy. They hadn't expected to encounter tough opposition. Facing the peak golden-level Dark Lord, an ordinary convoy actually dared to fight back. In previous operations, as soon as this monster was released, whether it was a merchant convoy or a mercenary group, they would immediately surrender, handing over men and valuable materials, high-value equipment. Well, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If they succeeded this time, their sisterhood's strength could reach new heights. By then, even the knights of the duchy would no longer be a threat, and they could boldly raise their banner and claim territory as kings. By the way, don't you have 2 handsome men in your group? Where's that beautiful one? Putting away her fan, the bandit strategist revealed a lewd smile, scanning the area but not seeing Heather. TCH, the cunning fox woman has hidden the men. Sophia did not answer the enemy's question. She was also very worried about Heather's situation and had specifically sent several guards to look for him. Given Heather and Kyoko's looks, even if these female bandits found them, they wouldn't kill them. The boy was a very precious resource. From the words of this group of female bandits, it could be inferred that they aimed to rob both wealth and beauty. For now, if they could just deal with the large monster in front of them, that would be enough, Sophia thought, feeling extremely anxious. She had no idea how to defeat the abomination. This type of monster had an incredibly strong self-healing ability, along with high magical immunity and a tough physique against slashing attacks. Boss, this isn't an ordinary monster. It's probably an elite breed left behind by a lich. The sword-wielding fox woman, with an injured arm, looked fearfully at the abomination rampaging through the battlefield. The monster completely ignored slashes and flames, fire magic was ineffective, and it was filled with toxic mist and pus, making close combat impossible. The poisonous mist and miasma made it difficult for the soldiers to breathe, leaving them weak. If they were unfortunate enough to be struck by a foul creature at this moment, they would either die or be left crippled. Fox Lady Sophia furrowed her brows, steeling her heart as she painfully tore open the exquisite packaging of the forbidden magic scroll. As the blue glowing magic circle rapidly unfolded, a curtain of water descended from the heavens, forming a magical barrier composed of pure water essence that isolated the battlefield. This high-level water protection magic, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, belonged to the strategic spells for city-state protection, and what Sophia held was a stripped-down version, with a protective range of less than 500 square meters. It couldn't protect the goods, only envelop the people. She instructed the Fox Clan mages to take over the magic array, continuously channeling magical energy to maintain the operation of the water curtain. The foul creatures angrily smashed against the water shield, ripples spreading from the point of impact, but in an instant, the magic essence filled the gaps. Finally, the onslaught of the foul creatures was alleviated. The female bandits, seeing this, began to swing their weapons against the water curtain, their attacks sounding like iron striking iron, clanging against the protective shield. Ever since being tricked by a cheap mercenary group, Sophia had put a lot of effort into her own security. Now it seemed she had been too careless. In the future, she would have to invest more in higher emerald-level mercenaries for such jobs. What bad luck! Just when she thought of a way to cut costs and increase efficiency, she faced such a tough bandit. Another day of missing Diana. She had heard that Diana had stolen the Elven family's treasure and vanished, and Sophia couldn't help but lament. Everyone, don't panic. I've already sent a distress signal. If we can hold on a little longer, the Knights of the Duchy will come to our rescue soon. Sophia shouted loudly, and those around her, whether the Fox Lady guards or the guests, were reinvigorated. However, the female bandit leader, holding a bone staff, became tense, urging the foul creatures to increase their attack pace. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Sophia's mouth. Her shouting was not just to stabilize the morale but also to shake the enemy's resolve. Surrounded on all sides, she had no way to send a distress signal. The reinforcements were merely a mirage to quench their thirst for hope. To put it another way, with the local duchy's efficiency, even if a distress signal was sent, it would take a day to arrive. She could only pin her hopes on the enemy retreating voluntarily. Maintaining the water curtain heavenly splendor required an enormous amount of magic essence. The magical energy reserves of 3 golden-level mages could only last for 2 hourglasses at most. The fan-wielding strategist among the female bandits clearly guessed this. Don't listen to that fox's nonsense. They have no reinforcements. Break this turtle shell, and we can feast tonight. With this black spot strategist's incitement, the situation became dangerous again. Boss Sophia, is the reinforcements you mentioned real? Less than half an hour had passed, and 1 golden-level mage was on the verge of exhausting their magical energy. If there are no reinforcements, we could die. One of the mercenary mages fell into panic, their fluctuating magical essence almost allowing the foul creatures to break through the formation. Fox Lady Sophia anxiously paced back and forth, her anxious emotions driving her to keep moving. This was undoubtedly the biggest crisis of her career. Put down your weapons and leave the goods and the men, you can still have a way out. The fan-wielding strategist noticed their fatigue and encouraged the ordinary people in the convoy to step forward and voluntarily surrender. Meanwhile, the female bandit leader, lost in arrogance, shouted, "If you don't know what's good for you, I'll tie you all to a fire stick and burn you as candles." And the men! She glared at the man hiding behind the girl, threatening fiercely, "If you don't obediently surrender, I'll turn you all into domesticated livestock." Under the threat, many boys panicked, some even fainting from fear. Bang! With a crisp sound, the water curtain shattered into countless fragments. The mage maintaining the magic circle spat out blood, weakly collapsing to the ground, watching helplessly as the abomination scattered the crowd and charged towards the Fox Lady. Sophia closed her eyes in despair. If given another chance, she would never again be tempted by small gains in her life. It seemed to Sophia that she could see the tortured souls of the dead hanging from the monster's hooks, just a step away from meeting the fox god. A torrent of magical essence surged into the shattered scroll, and the curtain of water reached for the sky, reorganizing under the sacred magical essence, with the blue curtain glowing with golden light. In the brief moment of conflict, Heather and Kyoko quietly circled to the back of the group. He slightly raised his palm, infusing it into the water curtain, and the emerald-level magical essence expanded the entire barrier several times. In an instant, it repelled the bandits attacking from outside. "Is this the handsome man you mentioned?" The repelled female bandits all looked towards the restored barrier, their gazes focusing on the suddenly appearing man. Even with his clothes stained in blood, Heather's extraordinary charm was hard to conceal, adding a touch of allure to the beauty of the chaotic world. "Emerald level." The mole-faced female bandit incredulously closed her folding fan, and even the leader holding the skull-headed staff wore a serious expression. A magic tutor was a prominent figure, even in large cities, rarely seen in remote areas for years. And he was a man. Such a gem could only be found in high society. It was hard to imagine which great family or power could afford to expend resources to elevate a useless man to the emerald level. "Leader, so what if he's a magic tutor?" "He's just a man." Men were not allowed to practice any offensive spells. This was common knowledge in human society. Right now, he's only surviving on defensive spells. Eventually, his magical power will run out. "Humph, when this handsome man's magical essence is exhausted, he will be at our mercy." Inside the defensive formation, the Fox tribe's mercenaries gaped, either in admiration or deep thought, their eyes all on Heather. There had been various speculations about Heather's identity. Initially, they thought she was a forbidden treasure of the Fox ladies, as she could stay overnight in the big boss's carriage, but over time, they gradually realized her noble status. Sophia didn't dare to be rude to this man. She even offered to massage his legs. Instead, it seemed like the big boss was more like his servant. After saving that little boy, Heather went overboard, adhering to the principle of no physical contact between men and women, directly kicking Sophia out to sleep in a tent. When asked in secret about the man's identity, Sophia didn't reveal a thing. Now it seemed that this peerless mage was likely the heir of a great noble family or perhaps a prince of the empire. The Fox lady sniffed at Heather in front of her. The blood on him was still fresh, human female blood. "Are you okay?" Sophia asked with some concern. Heather smiled and shook his head. He had already healed his wounds with healing magic, and the swelling on Kyoko's face had also subsided. Raising his hand, a golden wave of healing energy spread from his feet, showering light where the ripples passed, turning the night into day. A high-level group healing spell quickly healed everyone's wounds, and the warriors infected by the abomination found the toxins in their bodies eliminated in an instant. "Heather, you don't have to worry about us for now." Sophia was concerned about his dwindling magical essence. If he couldn't support the defensive formation, those predatory female bandits outside would run rampant. Kyoko also secretly shook her head, carefully observing the surroundings, her hand gripping a dagger tightly in her sleeve. If he were Heather, he would definitely not be bound by the church's constraints and would surely learn powerful offensive spells to obliterate the female bandits before him. He had no intention of revealing the truth about the church to Heather. After one baptism, Kyoko suspected that the angelic race behind the Radiant Church had brainwashing methods. Once carelessly speaking out, reckless actions could be deemed heretical by Heather. Is he a priest of the Radiant Church? Only that mysterious force could wield such high-level healing magic, and someone had guessed Heather's origins. "Head, this man seems extraordinary. He's one of the Radiant Church." "What did you say?" The woman holding the skull staff took 2 steps back in shock. The Radiant Church was the foremost power among humans, renowned across the continent. "Impossible. If he's from the Radiant Church, then he cannot be allowed to live. They could not withstand the pursuit of the Judgment Knights." The woman's eyes widened in fury as she drew a dagger and cut her wrist, blood flowing into the mouth of the skull staff, causing the abomination to erupt with an even more terrifying force. Her body shattered inch by inch, completely ignoring the strangling water curtain, as it lunged at Heather like a moth to a flame. Even if it consumed the abomination, it had to eliminate the threat in its cradle. "Stop that monster!" Sophia exclaimed, extending her arm, clearly not expecting the other side to fight to the death. The gaps in the water curtain were terrifying high-pressure jets that could slice through steel. The women rushed forward one after another, but none were a match for the abomination. The monster was left with one arm yet could still kill any approaching fox girl with a single punch. "Enough, this is where it ends." No more people could be allowed to get hurt. Heather decisively tore open the magical scroll left by Pandora. A grayish light shot out from the paper's seams, and in the horrified, dazed gaze of the abomination, the fist-sized gray light directly dismembered it into particles. The head and chest disappeared first, the arms evaporated in the gray light, and the massive lower body knelt, leaving only wisps of smoke above. Instant death, a single strike, not even a scream was heard, nor ashes left behind. like clouds passing through a light rain, a fleeting dream. The ancient magic mastered by the sky witch, the disintegration ray. Sophia's pupils dilated. This was undoubtedly a priceless magical item, and the priest actually carried such a deadly weapon. Fortunately, she had never harbored any ill thoughts towards him, otherwise, the fox's life would be in danger. The girls in the caravan were all horrified. The terrifying monster that had previously crushed them like chickens had turned to smoke under the mysterious handsome man's strike. A high-grade magical scroll. It seemed this handsome man was definitely of royal lineage in the empire. Heather could purify the abomination with holy light, but the holy light spells could not intimidate the female bandits outside. On behalf of the goddess, I give you a chance to surrender. Throw your staffs and weapons in here. In the name of the divine, I promise you immortality. The radiant church will give you a fair trial. He raised his head, his golden amber eyes scanning the female bandits outside. These bandits ranged from 15 or 16 to 30 or 40 years old, all young and strong women. The abandoned children on the street could call out the name of one of them. Having observed for so long, Heather could roughly guess, these women were once residents of the town. For some unknown reason, they had turned to banditry. Just as the abomination was being worn down, the bandits outside had already fallen into chaos. The mercenaries and fox girl warriors under Sophia regained their strength and rushed out, seeking to redeem their previous shame. With no abomination present, the situation tilted heavily in favor of the merchant guild. Their proud black lord had not managed to withstand a single move against this mysterious man. The Radiant Church's judgment often involved torture for the leaders. The fan-wielding strategist had given up all hope. The moment she saw the abomination defeated, she almost turned to run. Her goal was clear. The open space behind her was obvious. It was better to hide in a nearby empty house, where the structure was complex, making escape easier. What bad luck, that the abomination granted by that mysterious man would be defeated by a man. The grayish light, what terrifying magic was it? Sister, are you a bad person? Amid the chaos outside, a sweet male voice suddenly appeared in her ear. The strategist revealed a fierce expression, then turned to find a delicate young boy, immediately putting on a friendly face. Little brother, you must be scared by the bandits too. Come to your sister, I'll protect you. Ah, really? Did those bandits break in? The boy immediately panicked, collapsing to the ground in fear. The strategist squatted down, removing her scarf to reveal a black mole on her chin. She looked behind her and, seeing no pursuers, smiled triumphantly. Yes, the guards of the merchant guild are no good. Everyone is running away. Let me take you away. Although she didn't manage to get that handsome man, taking away a little boy wasn't bad either. Small and very cute. Just as the woman excitedly prepared to carry the boy away, a dark energy gun pierced her throat from behind. You're clearly a man. Why would you? The air flowed thickly through her shattered throat as her life force gradually faded. Can you use attack spells? That's a question for the next life. The boy first unbuttoned her clothes, rummaging through her belongings for magic cores and valuables, then disdainfully kicked the body into a dirt ditch. TCH, even though I don't have the magical talent of Heatherway, as long as I make good use of my identity as a boy, I can definitely grow step by step. After hiding the valuables, the boy returned to a harmless appearance and went back to the other girls. Passing through the ruins, the convoy suffered 60 minor injuries, 9 serious injuries, and 5 deaths in a battle with the bandits. 40 female bandits were captured, and 15 died. A large amount of valuables was looted from the female bandit, including magic cores and equipment, worth about 20,000 gold coins. A little fox girl reported the situation to Sophia, while Heatherway stood before a mass grave, gazing at the bodies beneath the white cloth. Most of the deceased were mangled, either lacking magical talent or unable to be healed and resurrected. And this is the prayer script dedicated to serving the goddess. It's also the mantra for practicing the radiant meditation method. I'll recite a line, and you follow. Oh, and silently noted the secret, truly worthy of being the exclusive cultivation technique of the sun, much better than his previous general meditation method. Especially in the condensation of light attribute magic elements, it was twice as effective with half the effort. You've practiced some things boys shouldn't practice. I plan to arrange for you to attend the Magic Martial Academy in the Holy Kingdom, posing as a girl. Initially, he wanted into disguise as a nun, but he secretly practiced attack spells. So, no church for him, it was too dangerous. If discovered as a boy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once his identity was exposed, it would be just like when he was escorted for judgment. If it weren't for the goddess's pardon, he would have been burned as a blasphemer. Thank you, Brother Hathaway, I'm willing. Anne's eyes sparkled, feeling cared for the first time. Since he became homeless, many girls had given him special care because of his youthful appearance. But those girls had ulterior motives. While Hathaway was different, he was the first person who truly cared for him. This was what those bird-like women referred to as pure and kind-hearted. indeed starkly different from his own hypocrisy, and couldn't help but compare him to Heatherway. No wonder he could become the son of the church, the target of those wicked women. Naturally, kind people are often bullied. He wondered how Heatherway would react upon learning he was merely a sacrificial pawn. Would he resist or willingly accept the fact of being a victim? "Do you have no impression of your past memories at all?" Heatherway suddenly asked, and then quickly shook his head. "No, I can't remember." It felt as if recalling the past would mean losing this brother. That may not necessarily be a bad thing. Unpleasant memories are often painful, Heatherway comforted. Forcing a boy to practice attack magic, and must have been treated extremely poorly by women. He himself had been secretly learning the advanced assassination magic purification shard to escape the blood rose. Seeing and reminded Heatherway of himself 3 years ago. Walking to a corner where a female corpse lay with a folded fan pressed against it, Heather lifted the white cloth covering her head. This was a woman with a black mole on her chin. The difference between a male priest and an ordinary boy lies in their reaction upon seeing a corpse. An ordinary boy would likely scream in fear. The priest, however, was accustomed to the dead and did not exhibit overly intense emotions. This woman was the deputy leader of the female bandits and also the original actress playing the town mayor. As for the original town mayor, he had long been swapped out, and the lazy female guard who had been at the gate was also disguised as a bandit. After Heather distributed food, she notified the bandits, and the mole-faced woman arrived at the scene immediately. She must have been worried that a wandering girl would inform on them, causing their prey to escape. Little did this woman know that while she spent her days hunting geese, she would be pecked in the eye by one, and this time, the prey had completely cost her life. The heart was crushed, and 2 sections of the cervical vertebrae were removed, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Strange, was she really killed accidentally in the chaos? Heather wondered, as the method used to kill this mole-faced bandit seemed deliberately designed to prevent resurrection spells. She had originally wanted to ask her some questions, but now it seemed impossible. As if afraid to see the corpse, Apricot lowered her head, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands together, reciting a prayer she had just learned. After a while, news came from the convoy that the female bandit had confessed to all her crimes. They found the bandit's secret base 2 kilometers away in a cave, discovering a large amount of gold coins and magical equipment there. Sophia was somewhat excited. Initially, 20,000 gold coins would not even cover the compensation for the deceased, but now they should be able to make a profit. These robbers had previously raided multiple convoys, and in their warehouse, they found dozens of abandoned carts and several dozen mercenary tags. There are also more than 10 boys who were captured for their amusement. It's really a headache. More than 10 boys were rescued from a wooden prison. Some were crying loudly, some appeared dazed, and a few even seemed to be contemplating self-harm. Among them, 2 boys had their wrists and ankles bound for so long that their hands were nearly bloodless and dying. When they were found in the cave, they were almost naked, in a state of shock at the slightest touch, and many fox girls were stunned by the sight before them. Clearly, they were of the same kind, yet humans could treat boys in such a way. Sophia was at her wit's end and had to temporarily arrange for them to stay in the carriage, with fox girls taking care of them all day. "Leave it to me. The church has taught me what to do." If they hadn't been rescued by the merchant guild, they would have been toyed with by these female bandits until they were bored, then cruelly killed. It was evident that many boys were terrified and still did not understand the situation. Heather used healing spells on each boy. At first, they were afraid of the light, but as the warm healing energy enveloped their bodies, their fear quickly stabilized. "May the goddess bless you. I am Sophia, the owner of the merchant guild. If you want to go home, you can tell me. The convoy can pay you a large sum for travel expenses." Sophia said this, believing it was safest to first reach the next city before finding a convoy to go home, and as for the travel expenses, they would be covered from the bandits' warehouse. The boys shook their heads frantically. After being captured by the female bandits, they had already lost the most precious virtue of a man, and even if they returned home, they would be despised. Marrying would label them as inferior, and they could only be husbands to destitute or disabled women. Even those with some looks could only be concubines, not legitimate wives. In any case, they could not escape a tragic later life. If you are homeless, you can follow us to the Holy Kingdom, where there are relief homes specifically for unfortunate boys. Heather's eyes shone with compassion. In the relief home, the church would provide you with shelter, hot water, and food, and of course, you would also be allowed to participate in work. There are many benefits, including teachers who specialize in teaching you pastry making and sewing, and free magical talent assessments every year. Under Heather's introduction, most of the boys chose to go to the Holy Kingdom, while Apricot remained silent beside them. Right, there was still a big guy to deal with. The leader of the bandits was tied up in the back of the cart, covered in dirt and bruises from being hit by stones. This female bandit looked strong and robust, but in reality, she couldn't withstand interrogation and quickly confessed everything. The staff that controls the abomination was given to me by a mysterious woman. They asked me to collect boys with light attribute affinity. As for the mysterious woman, she couldn't see her face clearly, and her appearances were random, sometimes once a month, sometimes once every 6 months. Every time she appears, white feathers fall from the sky. The feathers were not physical but transformed from magical essence. Observing the mysterious woman's influence, there should be many female bandits like herself who were granted magical power. The female bandit spilled everything like a broken bean. Heather frowned tightly. Collecting elementally compatible males, could the other party be some kind of cult? Certain perverse sects like to use boys with magical talent as sacrifices to worship evil gods from beyond. Just a staff could control the abomination at the peak of gold. It could even temporarily break through to the emerald tier through blood offerings. It seems this matter is very serious. We must return to the church as soon as possible to report to the cardinal and the mother goddess. Just as Heather was on her way back to the Holy Kingdom with the purification potion, 2 major events occurred in Etheria. The presiding judge of the Radiant Church, Isabella, gathered a large number of clergy to sit in protest at the entrance of the Elrond family. She accused Elrond of maliciously sheltering the fallen and demanded that Elrond open all secret realms, including the dungeons, to accept the righteous search by the Griffin Knights. The farce lasted for 3 days until on the 3rd day, the mysterious Death Knight reappeared and injured several clergy members, prompting Isabella to lead many Griffin Knights to battle him. The 2 sides fought for a day and a night, and the presiding judge summoned angelic avatars, which finally purified the evil Death Knight. In the deep underground dark hall of Elrond, in front of the shattered teleportation mirror, a patrolling fairy opened her sleepy eyes in confusion. As golden light flickered, a slender black-haired elf slowly appeared in midair, causing the tree fairies to flee in panic, creating chaos. With a sleek black elegant sheath hanging at her waist, the majestic aura emanating from the beautiful elf made the fairies bow down and kneel, not daring to look directly. "Reinhardt," she murmured, as the core gray magical essence wrapped around the staff on the altar, and in an instant, the originally broken staff was restored to its former state. Facing the celestial beauty, along with 3 advanced emerald clergy, they could still hold on for a day and a night without their master's help. "Little miss," a mechanical voice echoed in the dark hall before her body had fully recovered. Filori looked down with satisfaction at the metal knight bowing in submission. The staff left by her mother had fulfilled its mission. Unfortunately, the spirit of the artifact was too rigid and could only handle emotionless commands. "Thank you. With your delay, he should be able to leave smoothly, right?" The metal knight kept her head down, perhaps unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. She reported, "Miss, it seems there have been some bad rumors in the clan recently, saying you are too weak and have been ridden on by humans. Is that so?" Filori was unconcerned. Ever since she became the head of the family, she was no longer the naive little girl she once was. One cannot view problems solely from the surface. According to her latest intelligence, the Radiant Church was not a simple human force. They had close ties with the angelic race from the upper realm, and one could say that the Radiant Church was a wedge driven by the angelic race into the human world. The Holy Kingdom represented the angelic influence, like a foreign concession, but many commoners were unaware of this. The old geezers in the clan definitely know the stakes. They incited me to take action, merely to bully my youth and ignorance. Once she truly revealed her true self and both she and the Radiant Church were left in ruins, those old geezers would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to support another legitimate daughter to ascend to the position of clan leader. During the Lich disaster, they all hid far away, but when it came time to distribute the spoils, they swarmed like flies drawn to rotting flesh, eager for a share. Pandora looked down on those old folks, which is why she set the family position between her and Shirley. Those few old geezers who shout the loudest, "Sister," you might as well remember them. In a few days, it would be good to make them disappear. Filoli's eyebrows twitched slightly, and suddenly, a Tsundere girl's voice emerged from the shards of the landing mirror. Here, repairing Reinhardt served 2 purposes: to keep up appearances and to contact her. Her own sister, originally the family heir favored by their mother, Shirley Elrond. If it weren't for Filoli awakening the class of the Apocalypse Knight, she might have ended up as a puppet like Reinhardt, with no chance at the position of clan leader. Just as Pandora said, Shirley's temperament was more suited to control Elrond. At least she could endure and eliminate dissenters. The Gothic girl looked much better, compared to her malnourished state while imprisoned in the dark palace. Her cheeks now bore a rosy hue, like a ripe apple. Only the dark-toned smoky makeup draped a mysterious black veil over her enchanting face. "Sister, my dear sister, you really are a good person. The legendary staff granted to you by the old woman, and you just handed it over to me?" Shirley gently twirled the staff, and the dark magical essence instantly vanished, the engraved magical marks transforming from Philoli's shape to hers. Perhaps due to her new body, the Apocalypse Knight Philoli always wore an icy expression. Reinhardt was indeed a powerful staff, but for Philoli, it was merely an embellishment. She was a knight class, and her preferred weapons were swords, spears, and bows. The growth of the Apocalypse Knight was terrifying. This staff had little assistance for her now, and due to the lack of opponents, the young lady wasn't even clear on which realm she had reached. Perhaps she had already broken through the circle mentioned by their mother, establishing her own point in the magic web, and stepped into the so-called Emerald mid-tier, taking a step into the pilgrimage domain. She had a premonition that compared to her recent emergence from her shell, she was now more than 10 times stronger and had mastered many immeasurable mundane secret arts and magic. Finally, she understood why the clan leaders of past generations would go on journeys. In this world, there were things more alluring than power, the ability to channel great strength into oneself. Philoli was different. Compared to power and authority, she had to protect someone, a boy who had taught her since childhood and accompanied her growth. She had made mistakes and even had irrational thoughts, but he forgave her. Heather was the light in her heart. Even with power, when it comes to managing the family and its affairs, you are still more adept, Philoli explained. During this time, the young lady had been secretly collaborating with Shirley, not telling anyone. There are no eternal enemies, just. The Gothic girl's tone paused, and she said seriously, "Is it really worth it for that man?" Shirley was somewhat surprised. Handing over the position of clan leader made everything she had painstakingly managed seem like a joke. It was too simple, as if this wasn't a transaction but rather a charity from her sister. Not loving the throne, but loving the beauty. The human priestess Heather. One had to admit that man's charm was indeed captivating. Although she had only experienced it for a few days, such a handsome man would indeed make a girl unable to resist, wishing to imprison him by her side and cherish him beneath her. According to Elren's rules, the clan leader must find a qualified successor before announcing their resignation. Shirley smiled as she looked at the tall girl. If it weren't for the other party's initiative to contact her, she would never have associated the terrifyingly powerful black-haired elf with her timid sister. Philoli, you are truly lucky. Right in front of you is a perfect heir that meets the standards. Shirley glanced around the dark hall at the 22 family portraits of past generations, noting that Pandora, who was at the end, had only recently been hung up, the stunning black-haired girl having framed herself beautifully. Behind each family head's portrait, the contributions and glorious achievements of their lives were inscribed. Pandora Gonilond, the 22nd family head and Emerald Tier alchemist, had conquered the Fishman tribe for the Elven royal family, expanding their territory. The signatory under the Elven sacred tree, the Sky Witch, an alchemist who mastered ancient magic, had once single-handedly fought against the 12 alien celestial beauties. You must be the family head with the shortest reign, dear sister. Behind Philoli's portrait was a blank space, as if it had been stillborn. Watching the black-haired girl disappear from sight, Shirley chuckled. You go ahead and pursue love. I will take good care of the family for you. 3 years and 9 months after leaving human territory, during the scorching summer, at the welcoming hall of the Holy Kingdom's radiant church, Heather changed into a pure white priestess robe and stepped back onto this land. The angel statue standing in front of the welcoming hall was lifelike, surrounded by lush greenery and tall buildings supported by white jade columns, just as it had been 3 years ago. The nuns welcoming her looked as if they had seen a ghost, hurriedly reporting, "My lady in red, the Holy Sun, His Highness the Holy Sun has returned." "What did you say?" The expressions of the 3 women in red changed dramatically. Joy, shock, and a hint of doubt. Missing for 3 years, with no news, this man may no longer be suitable as a vessel. One woman expressed her dissatisfaction, her brow furrowed. "In these 3 years, we haven't found a better replacement. As long as the Angel Lord doesn't mind, he is definitely the most suitable offering." Judging by their appearances, the 3 women in red seemed to be between 25 and 30, but in reality, they were all over 100 years old. Emerald Tier spellcasters had lifespans exceeding 200 years, and their metabolic rates were half that of normal humans. But he may have come into contact with heretics and might not obey the church anymore. Due to the fully enclosed management, including Heather, men had been brainwashed into loyal followers of the goddess. No, if he were unclean, he wouldn't have returned. That's not necessarily true. The women debated, at one moment deciding to send Heather directly to prison, and at another saying they would restore his identity as the Holy Sun. "How about this? Let's initiate the fidelity assessment. Everything will be clear." The older bishop made the decision, and the other 2 women ceased their arguments. The fidelity assessment technique was an advanced version of the identification technique. In addition to identifying skill and profession information, it could also assess special data to determine whether the subject had betrayed the goddess. For male priests, the church would also assess the number of times he had shared a bed with women and other special values. If he is unclean, send him to the tribunal for baptism. On the white jade platform, the three women simultaneously cast their spells, and the golden magical essence symbolizing the goddess descended from the heavens. Heather gazed up at the enormous goddess statue in the palace, nervously clenching her fists. She silently recited in her heart, "It's fine, I've privately experimented countless times. The essence potion can cover up flaws." Under the radiant light, data emerged. Name: Heather Offine. Faith: Goddess of Life. Profession: Priest. Beginner Mage. Skills and Talents: Holy Healing Rain, High-Level Group Healing Spell, Create Light, Resurrection Magic. Number of times shared a bed with the opposite sex: 0. No residual magical essence from female practitioners detected in the body. No abnormalities found in the skill tree. No traces of offensive spells. No signs of modification or deletion. The red-clad women examined each piece of data, their expressions changing continuously, until finally, a kind smile appeared on their faces. A pure and flawless body, as pure as the goddess's holy water. It seems there is no need for further discussion. Priestess Heatherway is loyal to the church, maintaining her perfect form, and will resume her position as the Holy Son from today. The three women exchanged smiles, sealing the verdict. With the cardinal's approval, Heatherway let out a long sigh of relief, her back damp with sweat. The next day, the Vatican issued an announcement, declaring the return of Heatherway, who had been away for 3 years of training, sparking a wave of discussion in the Holy Kingdom. For 3 years, there had been various speculations about the disappearance of the most beautiful woman of the human race. Some said she was dissatisfied with the church's treatment and had joined the Elven divine court, becoming a traitorous priest under the sacred tree. Others speculated that Heatherway had been punished by the hero Tianjiao for leaving the hero squad without permission, becoming a mere plaything for them. Some guesses were closer to the truth, suggesting she had fallen into the hands of a slave-catching team and had been abducted to the Elven kingdom. Due to her beauty, she was sent to an underground auction house, becoming a forbidden toy for Elven noble women, and had only recently been rescued by the church. Now all conspiracy theories were shattered, as the official announcement stated that Heatherway had merely been dispatched abroad for training for 3 years. After the fidelity verification ceremony, the church held a grand welcome party. As was customary, she made an appearance before the nobles of the Holy Kingdom, announcing her return. "Welcome back, Holy Son. We hope to bask in the goddess's grace under your gaze once more." A noblewoman bowed to Heatherway, her hands demurely performing the gesture of a lady, yet her eyes secretly fixated on the priest's fair skin beneath his robe. "The goddess will protect you," Heatherway replied indifferently, her gaze like rippling water. Wherever she went, girls would approach her. Feeling somewhat impatient, Heatherway realized that if this were 3 years ago, she would have patiently spread the teachings to her followers. However, since becoming acquainted with matters of men and women, she understood the burning gazes of these women were not necessarily a devotion to the goddess, but could also be a desire for carnal pleasures. The reason these women were willing to lick the soles of her feet was not to bask in grace, but to take advantage of her. "Holy Son, we 3 wish to convert to the goddess. Could we bathe in divine grace under your guidance tonight?" 3 young girls cornered Heatherway, having learned from their elder sister that by paying sufficient tribute to the church, they could have a priest guide them. Priests were favored by the goddess, their bodies sacred. Even being trampled by him was an immensely honorable thing. "Sorry, I have important matters to attend to." During the difficult early years, the Vatican had adopted many beautiful male priests, profiting greatly from this method. As long as their virginity was not compromised, the church tacitly approved. Now, the Radiant Church had developed into the state religion of the Holy Kingdom, even influencing the kingdom's governance, and this guiding ceremony had become a tradition. Usually, only the legitimate daughters of noble families were qualified to invite male priests for initiation guidance. After understanding matters of men and women, Heatherway now found this sordid practice perplexing. Clearly, it was something lewd and vile. Why did the church still retain such customs? He could not bring himself to offer his precious feet for these girls to enjoy. Engaging in such lewd acts in the name of faith was a desecration. "You can find other male priests or nuns," Heatherway said, leaving those words behind as he turned and left the banquet. The rejected girls showed expressions of dissatisfaction but were helpless. After leaving, he hurriedly made his way down a narrow path to a secluded tavern. The entrance was quiet. Pushing open the wooden door and curtain, the tavern was bustling with noise. The patrons were a mix of humans, beast women warriors, and even a few pointy-eared elves. Shedding his fake smile, Heatherway's expression softened considerably. "Sophia, Apricot, I'm here. Why did you arrive so late?" "We've already drunk half." Sophia raised her beer mug, her face flushed with the color of wine. "Sorry, there were issues with the placement at the orphanage, and I was forced to attend the welcome party tonight, which took a lot of time. The goods brought by the fox girl are being sold in the Holy Kingdom and need to stay here for a while. Heather also needs her to secretly provide moon well water and some magical materials for potion brewing. Ever since experiencing the effects of potions and scrolls, Heather has gradually developed an interest in alchemy. This should be a legitimate channel for men to enhance their self-defense capabilities, elixirs and magical scrolls. As for Kyoko, he enrolled with her help, disguising himself as a girl to enter the Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Holy Kingdom as a third-year transfer student. With his gray-white long hair, a female-style black apprentice robe, a pointed hat, and a star-shaped chest ornament, he looks like a beautiful girl. Judging by the earrings and cherry-colored hair accessories, it seems Kyoko has become accustomed to this disguise. He has transformed from a little boy into a little girl. In terms of behavior and demeanor, he is no different from a woman. Heather was initially worried he would reveal a flaw, but it seems she was completely overthinking it. Kyoko is much smarter than he thinks. Occasionally, he asks her about light magic, and Heather feels gratified that this poor boy can step out of the shadows, sharing knowledge without reservation. If possible, Heather hopes that this peaceful life can continue indefinitely. At the tail end of summer, under the scorching sunlight, a line of black shadows in a V formation appears on the skyline of the Holy Kingdom. The adjudicating saintess, Isabella, returns triumphantly with her griffin knights. Deep within the radiant church, beneath the angelic murals that shine with eternal glory, two banners hang. The eagle and the griffin represent the judgment of justice and rebellion. The sword and the scales symbolize the strength and fairness of the angelic guardians. Heather's expression becomes solemn as he recounts to the three cardinals the strange occurrences he encountered on the road. A cult collecting elemental affinity users, and manipulating abominations with bone staves? The older cardinal squints, revealing shallow crow's feet. The other two women exchange glances, taking turns to examine the confiscated bone staves, their expressions grave. Sisters, I suspect there is an evil organization behind this. We must save those innocent boys. Heather doubts that, aside from the more than 10 boys he brought back, there are certainly more victims. Every second of every night, innocent boys are being harmed. How did you manage to capture a formidable band of robbers, Holy Son? One of the women questions, as holy light magic can only subdue evil creatures, not ordinary women. Thanks to the accompanying merchant guild, we set up an ambush in advance, and I used holy light magic to control that abomination. Regarding the matter of the Pandora magic scroll, Heather chooses to withhold some information. Now, those female bandits are still imprisoned in the kingdom's dungeons, awaiting the kingdom's judgment. The reporting process went as smoothly as the fabricated story in his mind, downplaying the significant events of the past 3 years, and based on the relationship verified by loyalty, it did not raise any suspicions. Alright, the three of us are aware, you need not worry about that band of robbers anymore. That's right, focus on your own duties, and leave the rest to the combat nuns of the church. Heather sighed helplessly. The cardinals seemed indifferent to the cult's matters. Every time he brought it up, they would brush it off. As he prepared to leave the palace, the cardinal called him to a halt. Stopping to ask, the saintess returned victorious yesterday. She mentioned that you once appeared in Etheria City. Upon hearing this, Heather's heart leaped. Fortunately, the fabricated experience was related to Etheria, and the cardinal did not press the issue directly, indicating that the matter had not been exposed. Yes, I once served as an honorary guest of the Elven family for a time, with the purpose of spreading the faith of the goddess. Is that so? But Isabella said you consorted with death knights. The cardinal's gaze sharpened. She's talking nonsense. Without hesitation, Heather immediately retorted. I know that your relationship has never been good, but both the son and the daughter of the goddess are favored by her, and they must coexist harmoniously. Yesterday, the kingdom's followers lined the streets to welcome the victorious Griffin Knight, and Isabella received praise from the lady for exterminating the Death Knights and retrieving the fake soul box. The accompanying Griffin Knight was awarded the title of second-class Demon Slayer hero. However, at this ceremony personally presided over by the royal family of the Holy Kingdom, the son, Heather, did not appear. I understand, but if that woman wants to slander me, then she should provide evidence. Heather, furious, hurriedly left the room, leaving the three women exchanging glances. As the footsteps faded away, the candle flames in the room burned quietly. The archbishop sealed the skull staff into a box, his voice growing increasingly somber. Sisters, who do you think is telling the truth, he or Isabella? One of the women shook her head upon hearing this. Due to the daughter's strong insistence on restoring the dual cultivation tradition, the son had always been quite dissatisfied with her. Regardless of who was telling the truth, the matter regarding the bone staff and that group of failures should be resolved quickly. The archbishop nodded. They were merely ordinary puppets, and if they did not act according to the will of the angelic race, they would face reckoning. There were a few nuns with greater talent and deeper qualifications than her, yet only 3 truly held the position of bishop, and the reason was their loyalty. Immediately send someone to the kingdom's prison, find a reason, and behead that group of female bandits. It must be done cleanly. The power of the Radiant Church was now sufficient to influence all aspects of the Holy Kingdom, including prisons and trials. Looking at the grand angelic murals in the vast hall, the Archbishop sighed. Everything in the Holy See relied on the goddess's favor. Without the support of the angels, the Radiant Church would have been destroyed hundreds of years ago. By the way, the Lord requires more sacrifices. Humans with elemental affinity, we must speed up the process. More elemental affinity beings are already rare. Aside from utilizing the cooperating female bandits, we can only filter from the relief house. One woman exclaimed, somewhat dissatisfied. It was not easy to find such individuals. Anyone with magical potential had long been recruited by major powers or academies, and searching for those with magical talent among refugees was akin to sifting through sand. Really, being the dogs of the angels, why don't these higher races descend themselves? I remember, 2 years ago, they killed a sacrifice named Apricot. Those angels had acted in front of them, first violating and then brutally stripping the boy of his memories and soul. The screams echoed vividly in this very hall. Shoo! The Archbishop quickly covered the woman's mouth. Such words could not be carelessly spoken. She could be watching this church at any time. Trouble comes from the mouth. Before the young bishop could finish her complaint, the head of the angel statue standing in the center of the hall suddenly twisted, turning to stare at her, its expression shifting from benevolent to cold. In the terrified gaze of the unfortunate bishop, the statue wielded the scales and sword simultaneously, and 2 beams of light cleaved the bishop's arm. The woman screamed in agony, and the angel statue spoke. Next time, there will be no mercy. Our race protects you to become a kingdom-level church. What you offer is merely a few of your kind. Is that not merciful enough? The goblins enslaved by the dragons treated them as reserve food. 5 life forms with elemental affinity must be delivered to the altar before the end of autumn. The cold female voice commanded without room for argument. She did not specify the consequences, but the bishop who had her arm severed was their attitude. If they could not do it, they would be replaced with another batch of bishops. Or you can offer that priest in advance. Our race will agree, even though he is not yet fully matured. It is also almost time for harvesting. The Archbishop bowed deeply to the sculpture, kneeling as he said, the Holy Kingdom's Magic and Martial Arts Academy is about to hold a grand competition. We must find a way. The puppet gazed through the barrier towards the direction Heather had left, slowly transforming back into a benevolent sculpture. The candlelight continued to burn quietly until the sun tilted westward, casting orange light through the glazed tiles onto the angel sculpture's face. Only then did the 3 women dare to rise from their prostrate position, while the Archbishop wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. It seemed impractical to gather offerings in a short time. They would have to take the risk of tricking a batch of unfortunate souls from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. If it came to the final step, they would have to put Heather the priestess in a difficult position. His faith in the goddess was so steadfast that he surely wouldn't refuse to serve those birdmen with his body. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Holy Kingdom is a base specifically for training magicians and knights for the kingdom, enrolling 5,000 students each year in a 9-year continuous system. Nearby noble families, including dukes and earls, send their offspring to the academy for further education. Of course, there are also commoner students, but due to the high tuition fees, most are exceptionally talented individuals privately nurtured by nobles. Less than half of the commoners can enter the academy freely. Students typically enroll at 12 years old, and usually graduate in the 6th year of their studies, with only a small number of outstanding students completing the full 9-year program and graduating perfectly. The 6-year graduation plan targets the silver intermediate level, while the 9-year system aims for the gold beginner level. As one of the top magic and martial arts academies in the human world, students who graduate are offered opportunities by major powers. Countless talents emerge from the Mercenary Guild, Magician Association, and Thief Association, spreading across various industries. Silver intermediate adventurers are already enough to become the backbone of a small town, while gold-level adventurers serve as personal guards for earls and dukes. It can be said that the Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Holy Kingdom is the cradle of human prodigies. Students who can enter are the other people's children in their parents' eyes. Apricot Ophi, a transfer student in the 3rd grade class, is a very beautiful girl with long, silver-gray hair and a petite figure. The only slight drawback is her unremarkable chest beneath the black apprentice robe. Apricot does not hide this. It is quite normal for a girl of 15 or 16, and even some at 20 still have a flat chest. With her looks, she only needs a little light makeup to transform into a girl. Apricot is skilled at makeup, having grown up in the brothels. There are also male students at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, but Apricot disguises herself as a female mainly because she has secretly learned attack spells. This identity suits her better, and Heather thinks so too. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy is located in the Holy Kingdom, which is governed by the Radiant Church as the state religion, the birthplace of male virtue. Although she does not understand why Heather treats her so well, even incorporating her identity into the Ophi family and using connections to help her enroll, she wonders, could that man have discovered the church's secret and wants to support me as his hidden assistant? As a priest of the Radiant Church, he discovered a man practicing attack spells, yet instead of reporting him, he even helped him in his training. This is quite unreasonable. Apricot cannot comprehend it, fearing she might not be able to figure it out. Heather's actions are merely due to sympathy for their shared plight. Never mind, I must seize the opportunity to train and quickly enhance my strength. If Heather truly intends to cultivate a fighter for the future, she is willing to become a sharp blade. As long as she has power, the initiative will always be in her hands. She tightened her grip on the quill at her desk. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy follows a class-based teaching system, transitioning to a mentor system in the 6th grade. In the tiered classroom, Apricot sat in the corner, while the female instructor droned on, becoming somewhat irritated. Although her talent may not match Heather's, it is relative. Being chosen as a sacrifice by an angel is enough to prove her affinity for light attributes far exceeds that of ordinary people. It must be said that hatred is the best catalyst. Having a terrifying enemy, the church, pursuing her from behind is the best motivation. In just a short month, Kyoko completed the 3rd grade curriculum and even began self-studying higher grade texts. The instructor's theoretical level was probably only at the beginner stage, which was completely insufficient for Kyoko, who had been receiving extra lessons from Heather. In short, 3rd grade was far too easy for this little girl. In the recent tests, Kyoko had consistently achieved the top score in her class. Proud, aloof, with a gaze often filled with a solitary arrogance, this was the first impression her classmates had of the transfer student. "Hey, shameless brat, stop right there." In the public area of the cafeteria, just as Kyoko placed her tray in the recycling bin, a boy called out to her. He was wearing an expensive magic robe, with red hair, and was the most popular boy in class, the son of a duke. He was a boy raised with a golden key, pursued by many girls. "Why haven't you gone to the instructor about voluntarily giving up your qualification for the magic martial arts competition and surrendering to my girlfriend?" Alex Taylor, the eldest son of the Duke of the Holy Kingdom, with a mother who was the king's sister, was of high status and vain. "What? Not talking? Stunned? Never seen a handsome guy like me?" The red-haired boy raised an eyebrow, mimicking adults, and arrogantly tossed his long hair. "With your country bumpkin's perspective, you must have never seen a boy like me. Just agree to surrender, and I'll give you a chance to become my servant." Kyoko frowned. He knew about the magic martial arts competition. Due to her excellent grades, the instructor had given her a recommendation slot that originally belonged to another girl. This had made the original girl very unhappy, leading her to suggest a duel to decide the slot. And Alex was the current boyfriend of that girl. Boring. She had no interest in playing house. Kyoko turned around to avoid his obstruction and attempted to leave through the cafeteria's main door. However, his followers, a group of girls, surged forward again, blocking her exit. The girls were generally around 15 or 16 years old, indicating that Alex enjoyed making friends. What did this mean? Bullying? Kyoko instinctively tightened her grip on her practice wand. She was no longer the weak boy who could be easily bullied. Having learned attack magic, she could easily deal with these nuisances. Tension filled the cafeteria, with onlookers and those fleeing with their bowls all around. Some recognized Kyoko and Alex. If she runs into Alex, that gray-haired flat-chested girl is in trouble. How dare a mere commoner confront a noble? But isn't the Orphi family also noble? What do you know? Orphi is just a wandering noble relying on men. This girl named Kyoko is a distant relative who recently joined the Orphi family. In the eyes of her classmates, Kyoko was a country girl from a poor background, the illegitimate daughter of the Orphi family, taken in due to her magical talent and sent to school for further education. In contrast, Alex Taylor was a genuine royal, and his girlfriend was the heir of the Holy Sword family, destined to become a hero. The competition slot belongs to the top student in the class. If you have the ability, go earn it yourself, instead of using such underhanded tactics. Kyoko crossed her arms, not making the first move. It was clear that he was waiting for her to make a mistake. Once she drew her wand, those girls would surely swarm her. "Humph, if it weren't for you suddenly transferring in, my girlfriend would be the top student." Alex angrily scooped up a bowl of slop and aimed to pour it over Kyoko's head. Such an obvious attack, of course, Kyoko wouldn't let him succeed. She slightly sidestepped to avoid it. The slop splashed all over the ground, causing him to stumble and fall into the foul liquid, scraping his knee. "You actually dared to dodge me." The commoners he had bullied were all submissive. "You all, beat her up for me," the red-haired boy shouted sharply, and Kyoko sensed trouble. The few female supporters pulled out their wands and assumed battle stances. Due to her identity as a boy, she had tried her best to keep a low profile. It seemed that her genius girl identity could no longer be concealed. If you were treated roughly and did not fight back, you would only be seen as a coward who could be bullied. Kyoko understood this well, but in the past, as a boy who couldn't even harm a chicken, he could only retaliate with cunning schemes after being bullied. Now it was different. He had put on a girl's dress and learned spells powerful enough to kill magical beasts. It turned out that offensive spells were so effective, and women were not some lofty existence. When cut by a knife, they would feel pain. When their hearts were pierced, they would bleed and die. The doctrine preached by the Radiant Church, claiming that men practicing offensive spells would bring disaster, was all a lie to maintain their rule. There was nothing left to fear. When a wind blade cut his cheek, blood splattered on his face, but Kyoko felt no pain at all, running his hand over the inch-long wound. Such a wound was too shallow, it couldn't even kill a rabbit. He stared blankly at the blood in his palm, his lips twitching slightly. Alex tore off his refined facade and laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "Haha, you wretch, you deserve to have such a detestable face. Scratch her face up for me and see if she still has the face to compete." The three girls began to feel some fear. Fighting and injuring someone in the academy could lead to expulsion. "Prince Taylor, do we really have to do this? Aren't you going to make your move? Don't forget who is funding your education here." Alex pointed at Kyoko's face and ordered the three girls. The onlooking girls, seeing the blood, also put away their curiosity. "Classmate, if you don't apologize to your prince, don't blame us for bullying you." Three wands were pointed directly at Kyoko. The girls were all upperclassmen, unlike the third-year students who were generally at the Black Iron apprentice level. They were officially silver-tier mages. "That's right, obediently give up your spot, and you won't have to suffer anymore. Offending the young heir won't be good for your family, right?" One played the villain while the others played the good cop. It seemed this young heir from the Duke's family had made plans in advance. Kyoko sneered. If she bowed her head and gave up her competition spot, this matter would be easily brushed aside. If the other party succeeded in their goal, she would gain nothing and would have taken a wind blade to the face for nothing. When had Kyoko ever suffered such a loss? She immediately decided to teach them a lesson, and beneath her sleeves, a massive amount of magical energy quietly gathered in her palm. Raising her wand, she aimed at the red-haired boy, her silver-gray hair flying wildly in the surging magical energy. Like a siphon, the sound of the wind howled. Young heir Alex had never seen such a scene and was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He never expected that this flat-chested girl would actually dare to fight back, and without mercy at that. After all, he was a duke's child. Usually, those female classmates would do everything to curry favor with him. The massive magical energy condensed in just half a breath, and under the terrifying momentum, the three accomplice girls were utterly horrified. Wasn't it said that they were third-year students? How could a third year have such terrifying power? The onlooking classmates were also stunned. Some knew Kyoko was an excellent student, but could a person really be excellent to this extent? Kyoko's magical energy had already reached the level of a sixth-year graduate. The magical reaction had broken through the initial silver tier, infinitely close to the threshold of the intermediate tier. This was no child's play. Once the opponent's magic was unleashed, the cafeteria doors would need to be renovated. At this moment, the young heir was completely panicked. To him, bullying others was like playing house. Beat the other party, they cry, then report to the instructor, who, fearing the Taylor royal family's status, would downplay the matter. This was not the first time such a thing had happened, fostering Alex's arrogant and overbearing nature. Who knew that as soon as Kyoko made her move, it was a royal flush, giving him no chance to reason. "Your Highness, you should leave quickly, this person is not easy to deal with." If anything happened to young Master Alex, they would also be held accountable. Without even time to discuss, the three joined hands to cast a magical shield, but it was already too late. Light flame explosion. Golden light flickered in their eyes, and Kyoko still held back, using only 70% of her strength. The most domineering light attribute magic of the silver rank, the scorching light stream pierced through 3 layers of barriers, landing directly at the feet of the red-haired boy. The brilliance was blinding, and after a loud bang, as the dust settled, a half-person deep pit appeared in the middle of the cafeteria door. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the slop bucket, splattering the 3 girls with filth, leaving them in a wretched state on the ground. Death was only a step away, and Alex was already in a panic, completely losing his previous arrogance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Responding to the report, the campus guards arrived late, gasping at the deep pit on the ground. Upon seeing Kyoko holding a staff and her third-year uniform, they showed a look of confusion. A magic of this level could only be unleashed by a 9th grade student, right? Alex from the Taylor family, and Kyoko Ofi. Campus duel, all of you will be confined to the detention room until your guardians come to take you away. In the guidance office, the counselor slammed the table hard, showing no favoritism and not intending to inquire about the details. They were all noble offspring, there was nothing much to investigate. As long as no one was dead or crippled, the counselor couldn't be bothered to care who was right or wrong. As the sun set, the armored knight took Alex away, who was still sobbing and scared. Kyoko was locked in a detention room with only one window, feeling irritable. Guardians coming to pick her up? She had no guardians. The surname of the Ophi family was a false name given by Heather. No one would claim a grassroots like her. Forget it, the counselor should let her out by tomorrow. Sitting on a haystack, she entered a meditative state. Until the moon rose, a familiar voice came from outside the window. A priest in a pure white robe, hurrying, knocked on the guidance office door. Priest Heather, you came personally to pick someone up? It was like a white swan falling into a duck pen, causing an uproar in the office building. The third-year counselor looked on in disbelief. Nobles generally wouldn't come forward personally, just like Alex, who was picked up by family guards. Unexpectedly, they could witness the grace of the most beautiful woman of the human race up close. All the counselors working overtime in the office were transfixed. Such a famous person was a rare encounter, an emerald-level male priest. I'm truly sorry, the child experienced some bad things when she was young, and her temperament is a bit volatile. I can understand. Kyoko was really lucky to have an older brother like you. As for the bad things, the female counselor interpreted it as related to Kyoko's status as an illegitimate child. She picked up a stack of documents from the table, which contained Kyoko's recent test scores. Magic essence strength, spellcasting skills, knight physical fitness, general education courses, almost all were excellent, except for cultural subjects. In the overall ranking, she was first among the third-year students. By the way, this child Kyoko has excellent grades. We plan to let her participate in the magic martial arts competition. The female counselor secretly glanced sideways, observing the beauty next to her. Such close contact with Heather was a rare opportunity. Throughout the Holy Kingdom, who knows how many women wanted to strike up a conversation with the Holy Son. Of course, if given the chance, she wanted to chat a bit more, as she would have something to talk about with her girlfriends over afternoon tea on the weekend. Oh, is that so? The priest elegantly sat at the desk, sipping tea. Recently, the bishop said they would come to the magic martial arts competition to select their favored disciples. I didn't expect Kyoko to actually qualify for the competition. The review committee invited people from the church. Our students above 6th grade still need guidance from seniors like you. The female counselor was extremely polite, but her gaze occasionally drifted to Heather's bare ankles and collarbone. After some conversation, Heather let Akiko out. On the way back, the two kept a small distance apart. Did someone bully you? No, not really, Akiko replied timidly, trying to present himself as a victim in front of Heather. Let go of my hand. Let me see your face. The priest leaned slightly, revealing an unsightly scar in the center of Akiko's cheek. It connected diagonally to the corner of his eye through the bridge of his nose. Holy light, healing. I taught you these, didn't I? Forget it. You must have focused all your thoughts on spells that harm others. Heather sighed, unsure if this was a blessing or a curse for the boy. He had expected to be reprimanded and to argue, but the priest showed no signs of blame. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for him. Stroking the healed wound, Akiko looked at the graceful figure before him, sensing something more in that silhouette. An elder, like his long-deceased father or brother. Thank you, senior. Their relationship was both teacher and friend, and Akiko was used to calling him senior. The Fox Clan Chamber of Commerce, a branch of the Holy Kingdom, a place for exchanging letters. Mr. Heather, are you sending a letter today? A little fox girl looked surprised and welcomed the white-robed priest into a small reception area. Can you give me a piece of paper and a pen? I didn't prepare a draft in advance. In this undereducated world, the literacy rate was only 20%. The post office had dedicated clerks who would transcribe the sender's message. Heather was not illiterate, on the contrary, he was skilled in Elvish and other minority languages. The reason he was writing the letter on site was that the content needed to be confidential, and he didn't want the church to know about his past in Elrond. Like a cat, Isabella had been investigating him and had sworn to find evidence of the son's rebellion. The letter read, "This is my situation here. In short, aside from some trivial troubles, everything else is fine. How about you? Have you made any breakthroughs to the emerald level? Miss Filori, I've actually wanted to tell you that you're not really suited for competing for the head of the family. It's better to be a carefree little lady. Perhaps saying this will hurt you. Aiming for that position could leave you muddy, and that wouldn't look good." The feather quill paused on the paper, ink spots spreading out, and Heather slightly lifted the pen tip. He suddenly thought, the little lady's age was just right for cultivation. It wouldn't be good to let her neglect her studies. Maybe this was a deliberate motivational tactic from the mysterious head of the family, Philorin, and he quickly deleted the last sentence, changing it to, thinking of you, Heather. Strong women benefit from more practice. Boys admire powerful female professionals, including Heather himself. He folded the letter and laid out a new sheet of paper. Picking up the pen, dipping it in ink, Heather took a deep breath. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to write, to the esteemed Lord Assyria, the noble Philorin of Elrond. Please forgive my sudden departure. Leaving abruptly was not due to distrust, but because of his special identity, he could not stay long in the Elven city-state. At the beginning of the letter, he first explained the reasons, then mentioned the contract he had signed with Elrond. The penalty for breaching the service contract will be sent with this letter. I've encountered some minor troubles here and need Elrond's cooperation in public. I know the true identity of that Death Knight, and you wouldn't want to be targeted by the church. When a person lies, they often need more lies to cover the gaps. Heather knew that the fabricated work experience he had created would surely raise Isabella's suspicions. The presiding judge would likely use that fake report to make an issue, and the best way was to have Elrond lie along with him. Lying, this was the most useful thing he had learned in the past 3 years. Of course, this is not a threat, I just hope to cooperate with you. In the underground secret realm of Elrond, the teleportation array in the Dark Hall has been damaged, and the materials to repair the formation are partly sourced from the territories of the human race. I can provide them free of charge, as a gesture of goodwill. Heatherway listed several types of materials. After returning to the church, he had researched ultra-long-range magic arrays. Such magic, which requires the consumption of top-grade crystal cores to activate, is usually only equipped in super-large cities, aside from being privately constructed by top-tier powerhouses like Pandora. I am very interested in alchemy now and hope to gain knowledge in this area. If he remembered correctly, there were quite a few manuscripts on scroll drawing and potion brewing in the witch's laboratory. The Elven race indeed led the Holy Kingdom in this regard. Heatherway visited renowned alchemists in the country, and their theories and output were on a completely different level from that of the Sky Witch. The sealed spell scrolls were limited to elemental spells of the Silver Peak and could only be used by the creator. Most of the high-quality magic scrolls on the market were produced by other races. Every master who broke through the Emerald mid-tier had their unique secrets, usually kept as their trump card. Peering into the alchemy of the Sky Witch, he felt like a spy of the human race. With a wry smile, calming his emotions, Heatherway wrote firmly, "It may be a bit difficult, but I assure the goddess that this knowledge will only exist in my mind. In the Holy Kingdom, there are many materials that are hard for Elven city-states to obtain, which can be exchanged through the Fox Clan Chamber of Commerce. He could use materials produced in the Holy Kingdom to exchange for this knowledge." As the sun, aside from the resources of the Holy See, Heatherway was also admired by many powerful figures, with considerable connections. Of course, everything depends on Lady Philorin's intentions. Please convey my regards to Miss Fillory and wish her great success in her endeavors. Stealing a glance around, he signed his name, sealing the letter with wax and fire seal. The postage for the 2 letters was 1 low-tier magic core, equivalent to over 100 gold coins. Not long after the postage was sent, Sophia arrived with 2 fox girls carrying a small wooden box. Moonwell water. This time the quantity is 1,000 milliliters. The fox girl looked at Heatherway's face with some concern. The potion was toxic. Prolonged use of certain types of medicine could have unpredictable effects on the body. The higher the quality of the potion, the more so. For example, the Azure potion that temporarily replenishes magic power requires 3 days of metabolism before it can be used again. Forced continuous use would produce toxic side effects. Mildly, it could cause allergies and vomiting. Severely, it could endanger life. The purification potion was originally used to remove curses and toxins, with a safe interval for consumption being a week, and Heatherway was already on the edge of the safety line. "I feel like my blood has purification properties now." This was his self-deprecating humor. The clear well water was incredibly cool, and in the witch's materials, this property could also be referred to as highly diluted corrosiveness. Sophia would soon return to Etheria, and after chatting with her for a while, he brought up the issue regarding Anzi, the top student in the martial arts academy. Who would have thought that Anzi, a boy, would actually resort to violence against women? Isn't that right? He lightly injured the heir of the Duke's family on the spot. I wonder if indulging him in learning women's attack spells is a blessing or a curse. Sophia was one of the 2 who knew Anzi's identity, as she had previously helped remove the purification fragment, so she trusted the fox girl more. "I wanted to take him to visit his companions in the orphanage, but he refused." "Has his memory recovered at all?" the fox girl asked proactively. "No," Heatherway shook his head. Amnesia was a common side effect of resurrection magic, and he wasn't very concerned about the issue of memory recovery. One must look forward, he was doing quite well now. At least it's better than before. Anzi is a self-reliant boy who rented an attic near the campus and earns his own money. Apart from tutoring in magic, he actively declined most of Heather's help. Speaking of Anzi, it reminds me of the school's magic and martial arts competition. Heather is quite curious about what kind of ranking a boy can achieve in a girl-dominated arena. As summer wanes and autumn begins, the cicadas' chirping grows sparse, and the maple leaves are tinged with crimson, signaling the passionate summer gradually giving way to the tranquility and abundance of autumn. In the Holy Kingdom, at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy in the capital, by the crescent-shaped lake, on the arena for the monster battles, tiered stands are filled with cheers. From bottom to top are the lower-grade students, mentors, and at the highest platform are the school leaders and invited guest judges. Occasionally, 13 or 14-year-old girls sneak away from their seats, leaving their classes to play in the long stone corridor. The area for play is limited to the lower levels, as guards are stationed at the entrance of the high platform, prohibiting unauthorized individuals from stepping foot. In the guest area, the judges are renowned strong figures from the human kingdom, emerald-level mercenaries. The magic tutor Heather had already chosen a secluded spot to sit, occasionally having colleagues come over to chat, mostly polite greetings. The emerald-level professionals from the Holy Kingdom are basically acquaintances. The opening ceremony soon began, with participants entering not only from the Holy Kingdom's Magic and Martial Arts Academy but also from other academies and magic towers. A group of contestants from the Empire, having traveled a long way, attracted attention. They wore identical black magic robes, with a hexagram badge hanging on their chests. The leading few women in black robes wore faint smiles, not warm but rather mocking, as if looking at country folk. Contestants from the Empire? As the most powerful force among humans, the Empire also sent representatives to compete in the Holy Kingdom, making this competition seem much more grand than in the past. The conference manual on the table recorded the names of the contestants along with brief information. Anzi Ophi, this name, like his seat, is tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the list. Those recommended to compete are generally the best students in their class, with the weakest professional level being Silver Beginner. In the past 3 years, both the Holy Kingdom and the Empire have developed much faster. Heather couldn't help but sigh, recalling that she had also symbolically represented the church in a competition back then, when most contestants were at the Black Iron level. The new generation is pushing the old waves forward. In a few more years, we might be washed up on the beach. In the center of the stands, an elderly woman from the Magic Association with white hair chuckled, her staff resting beside her like a withered tree trunk. With these fresh juniors around, we no longer need to look at the faces of those big families. Following her, a robust female knight, the first warrior of the Holy Kingdom's Mercenary Association, lifted her full-coverage iron helmet, revealing her weathered and resilient eyes. Of course, humans do not have the innate magical affinity of high elves, nor the natural heritage of dragons, but we are the race best at learning. Learning and creating are the keys to breaking through the limitations of the magic net. Upon hearing this, Heather immediately closed the conference manual, turned her head, and disdainfully glared at the woman beside her who was speaking so confidently. Her long hair was intricately braided into complex plaits, wrapped around the back of her head like two fish tails, looking very convenient for movement. A silver cross-shaped hairpin adorned the side of her forehead. The female knight was in casual attire, though she had swapped her short skirt for a long one, deliberately exposing one shoulder strap. Isabella had somehow taken the seat next to her, and her body was pressed quite close. "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity." In such a public setting, speaking with one's mouth close to a male's ear could lead to misunderstandings. Turning her head away to avoid her, Heather's expression gradually darkened. He hated women who had no sense of boundaries, pretending to be familiar, making you seem talkative, Lady Isabella? The presiding judge looked indifferent, leaning back in his armchair, hands clasped behind his coiled hair, chest held high. He casually said, "Life priest, do you know? The meaning of life lies in reproduction." This topic was not new to Heather, who scoffed at her performance. "You are the Holy Son and I am the Holy Maiden. As the pride of humanity, our union will surely produce the strongest offspring." In this land occupied by powerful alien races, figuring out how to survive was the foremost duty of the group. Just like in evolution, the species that survive on this continent do not adapt to the environment. Rather, the environment eliminates the unfit. The humble yet admirable survivor bias, just like you, the only male pride. Nonsense. Heather frowned in disdain. He knew he was special, the first male emerald-level priest in human history. Compared to the so-called survivor bias, he believed more in the idea that the weak actively adapt to their environment, thus escaping their plight, transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. "It's okay if you don't understand, just know that you belong to me." The girl's amber eyes instantly narrowed, playfully sticking out her tongue, her aggressive gaze fixed on Heather's pretty face. Crazy. Did she just expose her intentions directly? That was too clumsy. Even the most despicable noble would have better acting skills. She clearly used so many underhanded tactics yet dared to pretend to be a lady in front of me. Heather couldn't help but mock her curse. Any boy hearing such a domineering declaration would have the same reaction. Isabella had the face of a cool young girl. Heather knew the presiding judge was 2 years older than him, and she didn't look as young as her appearance suggested. With her aggressive stance retracted, the girl resumed her disguise, transforming back into the radiant, sunny Holy Maiden Knight. A black-robed mage from the Empire passed by the review stand. Many of the girls among them did not look towards the podium to pay their respects but instead stared straight ahead, unblinking. From the fluctuations of magical essence, Heather could sense that the girls' professional levels were all above silver. Overall, they were 3 points higher than the Holy Kingdom, and more importantly, their team was very disciplined. Like seasoned soldiers who had participated in many battles, well trained with clear divisions of labor. In contrast, the Holy Kingdom, aside from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, which could barely distinguish between knights and mages, the rest of the factions were like a scattered mass of sand. The distribution of human power was empire, kingdom, duchy, the famous territories of the Grand Dukes, and countless scattered forces. Do you know the details of the empire, my mister? Heather? There was no need to communicate with me in that tone. Mister is used not only as a term of respect but also as a term of endearment. If it weren't for the ongoing opening ceremony, Heather would have considered changing his position. I don't understand, nor do I care, he replied coldly, his gaze drifting into the distance. The Holy Kingdom, or rather the Radiant Church, had always been indifferent towards the Empire, neither cooperating nor opposing. Let me tell you a secret. Without the support of the goddess, erasing the Holy Kingdom would be as simple as crushing an ant for the Empire. Are you even listening to me? Isabella was somewhat dissatisfied. She followed Heather's gaze and noticed he seemed to be observing someone in the group. Who are you looking at? Is it a girl? She hurriedly asked. Shifting his gaze away from Apricot, Heather was tired of her incessant questioning. Shrimp-headed girl, steamed gooseheart. The host on stage was announcing the competition rules, a point-based system, with the competition taking place in a certain secret realm, accumulating points by hunting magical beasts within the realm to determine rankings. All participants remained on a massive platform, divided into 4 large formations. The Knight Formation and Mage Formation from the Holy Kingdom's Magic and Martial Arts Academy, a group of black-robed students from the Empire, and the joint formation from other schools in the Holy Kingdom. Each formation consists of about 300 people, meaning there are over 1,000 participants. Kyoko silently observes the opponents. He is at the very end of the line, his broad hood concealing his silver-gray long hair, blending into the crowd and appearing inconspicuous. Scanning the surroundings, 99% are girls, mainly senior students of the silver rank. There are very few who can participate as third-year students like himself. Initially, he didn't want to join a competition that would expose him, but Kyoko heard that this competition has many benefits, and there's a possibility of being taken as a disciple by an emerald-level powerhouse. To pursue courses above the 6th grade at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, one must gain the recognition of a mentor. This made him unable to suppress his inner impulse. Even if it meant offending Alex Taylor, he was unwilling to give up this opportunity to compete. What Kyoko wants to learn is powerful, lethal, and subjugating offensive magic. Although Heather is also emerald level, she is, after all, a straightforward priestess and cannot teach him certain aspects. Gazing at the guest seats on the high platform, he sees the pale silver-haired president of the Magic Association, the first mercenary of the Holy Kingdom with a steel sword on his back, and the deans of various secondary colleges of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, all of them emerald level, the top experts of the Holy Kingdom. Looking around, they are all women, and Kyoko furrows his brow. In this distorted world, it seems only natural. Senior? He murmurs, and on the far left of the guest seats, he spots a familiar figure. It's Heather. She has come to see him. For a moment, the boy feels a bit nervous. In the future, he wants to stand on that stage that belongs only to women, just like his senior, proving that men will not lose to girls in magical talent. Soon, Kyoko's expression suddenly changes, his brows knitting together. Who is the woman next to his senior? He sees Isabella, who appears ladylike but is inappropriately touching Heather's body. Attempting to embrace the priestess from behind, his senior shows a clear expression of dissatisfaction. The shameless woman is still pushing her luck. until Heather strongly resists, saying something to the woman. His serious expression seems to be a warning. Watching this, Kyoko clenches his fists. Even a male at the emerald level can still be bullied by girls. It's precisely because his senior is a life priestess and can only learn support magic that she has no means to defend herself against women. If he were in her position, he would definitely use a light spear technique to teach those shameless girls a lesson. It's not that Kyoko is overly protective of his chastity. He has been taken advantage of by his childhood friend Stans, humiliated by countless mercenary girls in the muddy alleys of the Red Mill, and taken in as a concubine by the mayor of Greyleaf Town. He was shamelessly attempted to be seduced by an elf, only to be killed on the spot by Diana. Countless girls have oppressed him, making him increasingly intolerant of women's hypocritical faces. "Hey, ugly girl, what are you looking at?" A sharp, piercing male voice broke Kyoko's thoughts. In another joint formation, a boy and a girl stand together. The girl has a long sword hanging at her waist, the blade emitting a faint glow, her figure appearing heroic in the morning light. The boy has bright red hair and exudes a strong fragrance, clearly well-groomed. He leans against the girl, proudly calling out to Kyoko, "Country bumpkin, do you think we can't compete if you don't give up your spot?" Whether it's the Taylor royal family or the Holy Sword family, obtaining 2 competition spots is very easy. Boring. Kyoko has no intention of responding to them and turns away. He is different from these flowers that have grown up in a greenhouse. He has no interest in playing house with the young nobles. "Avery, look at him acting all high and mighty, clearly just a country boy," the red-haired boy Alex chatters on, shaking the girl's wrist, putting on a pose as if he has been bullied. Avery, a direct descendant of the Holy Sword family, the sister of the current sword hero, is a 16-year-old third-year student at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. She is a rare genius girl whose magic and night class have both reached the silver level, and in the magic test, she was only slightly inferior to Akiko. "I got it, Alex, could you be a little quieter?" She irritably shook off the young lord's wrist, feeling embarrassed by his loudness in this situation. Alex seemed to be declaring his claim, wanting to hold the girl's hand in public. Avril's hand remained firmly on the sword sheath, ignoring him. If it weren't for her family urging her to accept Alex's affections, she wouldn't want to be friends with such a pretentious man. Her gaze swept over Akiko, who was lowering the brim of her hat and covering her throat with her hand. From behind, this transfer student looked more and more like a little boy. Was it just an illusion? Avril shook off the thought. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Akiko had used a light flame explosion in the magic test, a strategically lethal spell that men would never learn. A piercing scream rang in her ears, and Avril irritably covered her left ear. Her annoying little boyfriend was shouting again. "Wah wah wah, Avril, you're being mean to me. I took the risk to help you, and this is how you treat me." Listening to the host's introduction, the secret realm was filled with magical beasts, and few male spellcasters dared to participate in the competition. Men had to be careful. "But I'm your boyfriend, shouldn't you be on my side?" Alex, who had been fierce earlier, instantly transformed into a delicate lamb beside the girl. Fine, I'll find a chance to teach her a lesson. Is that okay?" Avril helplessly replied, her patience with Alex wearing thin. She preferred independent men, not this kind of spoiled noble. "Men are really troublesome, like a mangy dog chasing after me all day. I should have known better than to get into a relationship." She heard that Alex had found 3 senior students to intercept the transfer student for a spot in the competition. He sought trouble and ended up getting beaten up badly. Now she had to comfort him. She felt like dying. "Boys, don't you have your own business? If only there were a boy with strength comparable to mine, someone who could fight alongside me." Avril glanced at her red-haired boyfriend and sighed. She knew that was impossible. Alex usually lacked ambition and hadn't even mastered the support spells for lower grades. Featherfall, basic acceleration, basic resilience, basic healing. If he could proficiently cast just one, Avril wouldn't complain about his incompetence. Once they really entered the secret realm, all Alex could do for her would be to cheer her on. If they got even slightly close to a magical beast, Avril would have to divert her attention to take care of him, a pure burden. Akiko also heard the words of the lady from the Holy Sword family but didn't take them to heart. The entrance to the secret realm was complex, and it was hard to encounter each other if they didn't enter through the same entrance. Even if we do meet, so what? The sister of the sword hero, one of the future beauties of humanity, Akiko had long wanted to see whose fist was a bit harder. "I advise you to forfeit if you don't want to get hurt. Entering the Dragon Tomb secret cave requires signing a waiver." Alex cut his little finger with a small knife, trembling as he dripped blood on the contract stone slab, and with a ripple, the contract was established. He then tugged at Avril's skirt, provocatively staring at Akiko, and the two quickly disappeared at the entrance. This competition had a death quota. In the exploration of the secret realm, one would inevitably encounter superclass magical beasts. The competition area for the contestants was in the shallow third layer of the dragon tomb, with magical beasts ranging from black iron to silver level, but no one could guarantee whether accidents would happen. In past competitions, there were always a few unfortunate souls who ended up in the bellies of magical beasts. Their bodies were never fully recovered, and resurrection magic couldn't distinguish normal human tissue from a pile of gastric fluid. The central water curtain screen displayed the competition rules. The competition adopts a point system, with higher accumulated points ranking higher. The top 10 will receive special rewards, including titles. Points can be earned by hunting magical beasts and collecting rare magical materials. Black Iron Beginner earns 1 point, Intermediate 5 points, Advanced 10 points, Silver Beginner 20 points, Intermediate 40 points, Advanced 80 points. Points can be used for ranking, exchanged for equivalent gold coins, or for items of equal value. The output from the secret realm will follow a 1-to-1 distribution principle, with 50% submitted to the Holy Kingdom's treasury, and the rest freely allocated. Those who perform exceptionally may have the opportunity to be noticed by an emerald-level mentor and become an entry disciple. They can join the Golden Job Training Program and gain qualifications for further studies at the Academy for the next 3 years. Before long, at the entrance of the secret realm, the participating teams had already formed into long lines of over 10. A warning was inscribed on the contract stone tablet. I promise that any serious injury, disability, or death in the Dragon Tomb secret cave is unrelated to the event organizers. I voluntarily comply with the competition rules and will not use any cheating methods to gain points. Some girls hesitated, most were 15 or 16 years old and had not yet faced magical beasts alone. Others had gathered early, planning to form hunting teams, a few close friends discussing feasible strategies and distribution plans. Standing in front of the stone tablet, Kyoko bit her thumb without hesitation, drawing a small drop of blood to sign the contract. The administrator handed her a beastskin bag for collecting magical beast cores, which had a drawstring that could be fastened to her waist. According to the instructions, as long as the magical beast was killed and the core placed in the bag, the data would sync to her personal points. The bag had a recognition function that could determine the freshness of the core. Cores that had been dead for more than 3 days could not be placed inside, thus reducing the possibility of cheating to some extent. The competition site will broadcast exciting battle scenes live, with the main focus on the top 10, the entrance administrator introduced, as many girls impatiently entered the secret realm. Kyoko held the beastskin bag, carefully memorizing the rules. In fact, the priestess Heather had explained the precautions for the competition to her the night before. The competition lasts from 3 to 5 days, and once inside the secret realm, participants are not allowed to exit midway. This means that contestants must not only deal with magical beasts but also stay in the cave for more than 3 days, facing many issues such as water sources, food, and safe resting places, which would eliminate those who are unprepared. Kyoko carried a shoulder bag filled with supplies, a compressed single-person tent, mosquito repellent spray, water purification tablets, a small-scale warning barrier, and a tightly packed roll of instant biscuits. There were also sealed magical scrolls. She couldn't afford expensive magical items, and the life-saving items were lent to her by Senior Heather. The 3 scrolls were within the allowed range for the competition. Magical beasts killed by the scrolls would not count for points and could only be used for self-defense. Even if the use of the scrolls was not captured on camera, if the scrolls were unsealed upon leaving the secret realm, a certain percentage of points would be deducted. The Dragon Tomb secret cave is rumored to be the lair of an epic-level dragon, containing treasures that the dragon has hoarded for hundreds of years. In the cave where the dragon resides, there are various sub-dragon magical beast communities, becoming stronger as one approaches the dragon's treasure. The safest are entrances 1 to 3, connecting to the first level of the secret realm, which mainly consists of harmless skeletons and basic magical creatures like slimes. The Black Iron Beginner area is the safest, suitable for camping and resting at night. Entrances 3 to 10 connect to the second level of the secret realm, where the magical beasts levels rise to Black Iron Intermediate and even Black Iron Advanced Ferocious Beasts. A slight misstep could lead to injury, making it a common training ground for most contestants. As for the remaining unnumbered tunnels, seniors warned sternly that they must absolutely not be entered. Even if one wants to enter the third layer of the secret realm, it is best to go through the connection point of the second layer. Silver tier professionals would find it extremely difficult to move in the third layer of the Dragon Tomb, as the lowest level magical beasts encountered there are also silver tier. When facing equally ranked ferocious beasts, the chances of humans winning without preparation are very slim. Just as Kyoko finished her inspection, selected the entrance, and prepared to enter, she spotted a group of black-robed mages. They were sneaky and very suspicious. They carried magical items, water pouches, and food, indicating they had prior knowledge of the rules. Kyoko pretended to casually approach the entrance while actually eavesdropping on their conversation. They were the group of black-clad mages from the Empire, and the two leading girls spoke in very soft voices. "Your Highness, with us here, no magical creature can harm you in the slightest. The Holy Kingdom is too stingy, since they agreed to open the secret realm to the Empire. Why restrict our strong ones from entering? Even if they limit the contestants to those under 20, the girls from the Great Empire are much stronger than them." The girl referred to as Your Highness raised her hand, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. She said, "We will split into two groups. One group will stay on the second layer to provide cover, while you few find a way to accompany me to the fourth layer." She named a few girls specifically, and they lifted their black hoods and saluted in military fashion. "The fourth layer is the true treasure trove of the dragons." Kyoko's pupils constricted, and she carefully stepped back to hide her figure. The Empire's contestants were actually plotting to seize the dragon's treasures. She observed closely that the girl called Your Highness had a shimmering palm, capable of summoning a staff out of thin air. That transparent magical fluctuation resembled the legendary spatial items. Understanding this, Kyoko felt a cold sweat form in her palm. With spatial items, they can avoid the organizer's inspection. No wonder the Empire wants to spy on the dragon's treasury. Curiosity can be deadly. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. According to her initial plan, she would nonchalantly step into the secret realm. As for trailing behind the black-robed girls, she had never entertained the thought of killing and stealing treasures. Without strength, engaging in such activities would lead to unimaginable consequences if caught. In the past, she could compromise her identity as a man, but now she had disguised herself as a woman. If discovered, these girls would not show her any mercy. They would strike without hesitation. In this competition, she planned to barely blend in as an inconspicuous pseudo-frontliner, hoping to reap a bountiful reward, ideally catching the eye of an emerald-tier powerhouse. As for the dragon's hidden treasures, Kyoko had never even considered them. On the water screen at the competition site, 10 large split screens displayed battle scenes from the secret realm. In the center, the close-up showed a girl wielding a blue-glowing steel sword. Her figure darted through the complex terrain, utilizing the high ground advantage, leaping high to deliver downward slashes. In an instant, she killed 2 high-tier black iron magical apes with clean and precise movements, without a single unnecessary action. Every 8 hours, the contestants' scores would be announced, and a pleasant broadcast echoed in everyone's ears. Avery, score, 350, rank, first. Serena, score, 250, rank, second. Hizue's eyes flickered with cold light. This girl's movements were very familiar, especially her swordsmanship and the blue-glowing fighting spirit, reminiscent of a younger version of the Sword Hero. The Sword Hero's sister. I didn't expect her to hide her strength. It seems this girl aims for the championship. The old woman from the Magic Association adjusted her reading glasses and said with satisfaction, overall, the students from the Empire have the advantage, but thankfully our Holy Kingdom has produced a dark horse. Compared to Avery's fighting prowess, the contestant from the Empire, Serena, appeared very ordinary, even mediocre. Her score was entirely based on the accumulation of basic magical beasts from the second layer, as she had mastered a wide-area destructive magic. Many black-robed classmates assisted her in luring monsters into the pit, then set them all ablaze to kill. It was a somewhat clever maneuver, testing the boundaries of the rules. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. Aside from Selena, the footage from the 3rd to the 10th place was all captured by the Empire's black-robed mages, who used the same method to score points. It could be said that 90% of the live event footage was broadcasting boring, repetitive scenes. Only Avril stood out. The Empire's people have figured out the competition rules in advance. It's just a way to attract attention. True strength is not forged in such a manner. Next time, in the next competition, teams of more than 5 students will be prohibited. Monster drawing behavior must also be banned. Points obtained from low-tier black iron monsters should be restricted. A mercenary of the Emerald rank from the Holy Kingdom shouted in dissatisfaction, inciting outrage among those around. But this first place is truly remarkable. A dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Is she from that family? The Holy Sword cultivation method can refine a mortal body to its peak, and Isabella glanced sideways, unable to hide her admiration. Although she usually held herself in high regard and looked down on the actions of heroes, when it came to strength, without using her angelic form, she admitted she was not a match for the Sword Hero. A girl with a legacy, who looks down on our cultivation system. No one present dared to entertain the thought of taking on apprentices. The path of the Holy Sword was already a bright avenue leading to the Holy Domain. Compared to this illustrious leader, Hester was more concerned about Kyoko. She wondered if that child had been hurt, she should have advised him not to participate. "What are you thinking about, my holy son?" Isabella frowned, sensing that the person beside her seemed to be worried about something. "Nothing." Not wanting the madwoman to know about Kyoko, Hester withdrew her gaze, staring blankly at the table, shifting the topic. "By the way, I heard that the Bishop sisters also received guest invitations. Why haven't we seen them?" Among those present, nearly 70% were Emerald rank experts from the Holy Kingdom, yet the 3 bishops were nowhere to be found. The presiding judge waved his hand dismissively and said, "Who knows? Maybe they went to the Red Mill to find some men for entertainment." Hester was indignant. This woman usually appeared extremely serious in front of outsiders, but when chatting privately with her, she was so flippant. The Bishop sisters were holy figures. The attraction to men was forbidden by the church, and aside from you, Isabella, who was inconsistent in her demeanor, everyone else strictly adhered to the prohibitions. "Humph, if you don't want to say, then forget it." Due to Hester's silence, their conversation came to an end. In the Dragon Cave secret realm, at the edge of the second underground level bordering the third, a gray-haired girl gracefully slid down the slope. Suddenly, a colorful venomous snake sprang out from the jungle below, its body coiled like a bow, fangs bared, shooting straight towards her throat. The girl gently raised her wand, and a light spear pierced through the snake's mouth, penetrating its heart and stomach, instantly taking it down. Dusting off her backside, Kyoko skillfully pulled a small knife from her backpack and sliced open the snake's belly, extracting the translucent crystal core. What a letdown, just a black iron mid-tier rainbow snake. I thought it was some big prey. Though disappointed, she still placed the crystal core into her satchel. After all, this was money. Living near the Holy Kingdom required a substantial amount of living expenses. Just then, the sound of the ranking announcement echoed in the sky. Looking up, it seemed to be some kind of amplification magic set up in the cave, the voice clear as if coming from all directions. The current rankings of the participants were as follows. Avril, points 350, rank. First place Selena, points 250, rank. Second place is the 10th place only at 100 points so far? It seems I can definitely secure a spot in the top 3. Hearing the announcement, Kyoko felt a bit excited. There were already more than 10 high-tier black iron crystal cores in her satchel. She hadn't yet put the crystal cores into the scoring beastskin bag. As soon as she did, her score would soar to the 10th place. He would also appear in the competition footage, watched by thousands during the battle scenes. Forget it, being too high profile might cause trouble. Although Kyoko prided herself on her unbeatable makeup skills, she believed that it was better to be safe than sorry. If his male identity were exposed, not only would he be wanted, but it would likely implicate Senior Heather as well. With this thought in mind, Kyoko simply tossed 9 magic cores into the beastskin bag, instantly raising her personal score to 90 points, just enough to keep her out of the top 10. The first place is Avril, Alex's girlfriend, right? The Sword Saint family is indeed impressive. She had noticed in class that he was skilled in both magic and martial arts, a low-key expert with real combat experience. Another reason Kyoko participated in the competition was to hone her practical combat skills. Hitting a wooden dummy and battling a moving magical beast were 2 entirely different concepts. Her seniors had taught her that real combat was essential for improving strength. The 2nd to 10th places were all taken by the black-robed mages. For a moment, the participants in the secret realm felt humiliated, as the hosts were outperformed by a group of outsiders. If it weren't for Avril taking the lead, they would have lost all face. The Empire's people are ruthless. Kyoko suddenly recalled her encounter before entering the secret realm. Those Empire folks seemed to be plotting something. Suddenly, it dawned on her. I understand now, that Prince from the Empire knows that the live broadcast will focus on the top 10, so they plan to monopolize all the camera time to cover up their unknown actions. It seemed that Avril's appearance had disrupted her plans. This was getting interesting. Kyoko tore open a bag of cookies and began to eat them with relish. Deep within the Dragon Cave secret realm, dozens of giant magical beast carcasses lay scattered on the ground, each one a creature of silver rank or above. The wounds were seared through by intense magic, and the air was filled with the charred scent of blood and flesh. The crystal cores were not placed in the beast skin bag but were neatly arranged on the ground. The black-robed woman waved her hand lightly, and the ring on her finger shimmered, causing more than 10 crystal cores to vanish without a trace. Princess Selena, everything is ready. The only variable is that young lady from the Sword Saint family. A subordinate knelt on the ground to report, and the black-robed woman lifted her hood, revealing a cold face. The original plan was for the Empire to sweep the top 10, but unexpectedly, someone was able to disrupt their layout. Crushing a scorpion that had accidentally crawled by her feet, the cold girl sneered, "Naive Holy Kingdom, still using magical tools for positioning, such outdated tricks." The beast skin bag was equipped with tracking magic to detect the participants' locations. Selena had long since handed the bag to her other subordinates, instructing them to disguise themselves as themselves to cover up the actions behind the scenes. In the eyes of the Holy Kingdom, she was merely a princess playing clever tricks for points. In reality, however, the cold girl revealed an evil smile. What she sought was the job-changing treasure buried deep within the dragon cave. As recorded in ancient texts, it was a box-like object that could grant a profession a completely new skill tree. It would allow humans to gain power as strong as that of dragons. This was an incredibly rare item that could change fate, monopolized by various alien races. In the Holy Kingdom, the Radiant Church referred to it as the Fate Box, a taboo that brought disaster, confiscated in the name of sealing. Your Highness, the Long Princess, that Avril is approaching the depths of the third layer, a subordinate with a ponytail reported. The underground cave was filled with lightiverse vegetation, colorful buds and ferns, and poisonous thorny vines crawling up twisted trunks. Selena sat on a dark, withered branch, surprisingly harmonious with the surrounding environment. Where is she now? At the whaling pool in the third layer. The subordinate pulled out a topographic map and pointed to a location where water routes converged in the underground cave. The underground currents ran through the entire dragon cave, with the whaling pool located at the junction of the third and fourth layers. Don't worry about her. With a student's strength, it's hard to cross the third layer. Send a few people to keep watch, but don't alert her. Your Highness, according to the intelligence, it is said that the woman intends to advance to the fourth layer. They did not want this operation to be exposed on the competition screen, otherwise, the Empire's plans would be ruined. Understood, send 2 teams to create some interference. The woman picked a red flower from the ground. The blooms in the dragon cave were particularly enchanting, like a skeleton stripped of flesh, resembling the hellish flower of the other shore. She tucked the bone flower into her hair, perfectly positioned just behind one ear. Then she rolled up her sleeves, scooped a pool of ice water, and admired her appearance with the bone flower in place. If it really doesn't work, we can create an accident. Didn't they say there are quotas for accidental deaths? Her tone was colder than the water she held. Human life was as light as a feather in her words. Through the dense forest made of stalactites, holding a torch to advance, driving away the bats that swooped in, unknown crawlers occasionally appeared beneath their feet. In this cursed place, not to mention boys, even the bravest girls would not dare to traverse alone. Even though he held a staff, Xingzi still felt a chill in his shoulders, remaining on guard. He indicated that he originally did not want to come to the Ghost Cry pool, but his water bottle was empty. According to the handwriting of Senior Heather, the cleanest and safest water source in the Dragon Cave, aside from the reservoir at the entrance of the first layer, was the Ghost Cry pool in the third layer. Generally, most participants would fetch water from the reservoir. Unless absolutely necessary, very few would risk going to the third layer. Since he usually only displayed 50 to 60% of his strength, seniors had always mistakenly thought he was just a rookie newly entering the silver rank. In fact, he had already reached the peak of silver and was about to become a golden rank Grand Mage. With such achievements, Xingzi was certainly secretly pleased. If not for being in a boy's body, he would have already showcased his value to the academy. The golden rank, in the Magic Martial Academy, represented high-achieving graduates, and in a small principality, it was a guest of honor in the kingdom. He had never used his full strength against the magical beasts on the way. He could easily slay them. This also sparked his desire to explore deeper. The Ghost Cry pool was said to be one of the entrances to the underground fourth layer. Nearby, silver-ranked magical creatures commonly resided, and earning points here was much more efficient than outside. He scooped a bucket of pool water with a bamboo tube. The water was very clean, and Xingzi sniffed it, finding no strange odor. For safety's sake, he placed a purification tablet in the bamboo tube, letting it sit before heating it for drinking. In such an environment, if he accidentally ingested dirty water and suffered from diarrhea, it would be a disgrace to abandon the trial. Just as Xingzi stood up from the ground and packed the bamboo tube into his satchel, a familiar male voice reached his ears, and he hurriedly concealed himself. "Hey, Avril, let's go back. This place is too cold and eerie." The red-haired boy shivered, leaning on a cane, afraid of tripping over the stones on the ground. Due to not being prepared in advance, he was only wearing a thin garment, and the biting cold wind swept in from all sides of the cave. Avril tossed a glowing crystal into the depths of the Ghost Cry pool, and the water swallowed the light. "I heard that beneath this pool, there is a passage leading to the fourth layer," the girl murmured while squatting by the water's edge. "Are you crazy?" Alex stared incredulously at his girlfriend, having already crossed the limits of what a boy could tolerate by coming to the third layer. "Aren't you already in first place? There's no need to take risks down there. Sometimes, you need to think more about me. How much have I suffered to be with you?" She had endured hunger on the way, her feet nearly blistered, and her face was swollen from mosquito bites. "I want to see the depths of the dragon cave. It's said that there are treasures left by giant dragons." Why do you girls always think about fighting and killing? Can't you be a little more settled? Avril sat on a large clean stone, not responding, wiping her sword with a handkerchief. Then take me out first. I really don't want to stay in this place any longer. Alex scratched the itchy bumps on his hands and feet from mosquito bites, feeling an unbearable itch. Be quiet, there are people around. He shouldn't have been allowed to follow, men were just a burden. Avril shot him an impatient glance. The ghost cry pool wasn't just a place for the two of them to fetch water. Occasionally, some teams of competitors would pass by, but they kept their distance. It was strange, there were far more people entering the ghost cry pool than usual. Avril scanned the surroundings, 4 groups, either 3 or 5 people each, with the imperial competitors in black robes sitting upstream of the pool. The number of contestants from the Holy Kingdom was small, only about 6, all of them at least mid-silver rank. A quick glance revealed they were all top 50 experts on the leaderboard. Hey, commoner, share some of that food with me. Alex boldly approached the group, demanding food from each of them without hesitation. Ah, do you know who I am? The red-haired boy's expression twisted in anger. These competitors were nothing like the shallow girls he was used to, showing no respect for his royal status. My girlfriend is the first place winner. If you dare to disrespect me, I'll have her beat you up. His attitude was arrogant, clearly not seeking help but rather issuing commands. Get lost, if not, you can eat some bat meat or roasted scorpions. You dare to threaten us? Aren't you afraid the sisters will eat you first? Those who could camp here were not ordinary people. The young lord's status didn't intimidate them. Seeing both groups fail to get food, Alex angrily looked at Avril, but when he saw she made no move, he actually walked toward the imperial black-robed mage camp. Meanwhile, in a corner, Apricot, who was starting a fire, couldn't help but laugh at his words. The disparity between people was truly vast. He had been bullied by girls since childhood, and he never expected Alex to be so audacious as to command women. Would his little girlfriend be able to protect him? Hey, you lot, share half of your food and water with me. Hurry up, you don't know who I am, do you? Let me tell you. Alex's outrageous behavior left Apricot dumbfounded, and even Avril was stunned. It made sense. After all, this young lord had grown up in a honeypot, hardly ever leaving the walls of the Holy Kingdom. Used to being arrogant in school, he naturally brought that attitude into the secret realm. The imperial black-robed mages exchanged glances, surprised to encounter such a good opportunity. They were originally tasked with guarding this place and finding ways to trouble Avril, but unexpectedly, her little boyfriend came knocking. Little brat, how dare you talk to us like that? A woman by the bonfire pulled back her black robe's hood, revealing a cold face, a young woman in her mid-20s. The moment she appeared, Alex sensed something was off. He felt as if he had fallen into a den of demons. You aren't students? The women around him looked nothing like students. They had fierce, intimidating expressions, like mercenaries who had just killed a beast in a tavern. Rude and despicable. Can't you see we look mature? Bean Sprout, come here and let me see how you've developed. The women laughed, exchanging glances as they gradually surrounded the boy. The lewd tone of the seasoned soldiers made Alex take 2 steps back. Avril. He cast a hopeful glance at the sword-wielding girl. Avril, helpless, sheathed her sword and walked over, intending to take Alex away directly. Although she didn't like this pampered young lord, she had to consider the face of both their families. Boys can be so reckless, offending a few sisters. These 2 low-level crystal cores will serve as an apology. Casually tossing 2 low-tier crystal cores, she intended to pull Alex away from the crowd. However, the moment the young lord saw his girlfriend approach, he puffed up like a pufferfish, truly believing he was invincible. Dissatisfied with her dragging, she kicked the crystal core on the ground away and pointed at the black-robed woman behind her, shouting, Avery, I didn't ask you to save me, I asked you to teach them a lesson. How dare these lowly commoners look at me with such disrespectful eyes? Once we get out, I will gouge their eyes out. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became noticeably tense. The black-robed girls of the Empire all grabbed their staffs, the air thickening like a spark about to ignite. The childish words of a 15 or 16-year-old were perceived differently in the eyes of adult women. For an imperial noble to say they would gouge out their eyes, even if said in jest, would certainly make them take it seriously. Avery's forehead was lined with veins. After showing off her skills in front of her boyfriend a few times, Alex truly believed she was invincible. Not to mention that she was merely showing off among a group of low-tier students. The reason she had claimed the top spot was undoubtedly because there were skilled players hiding their scores. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to this fool's words and recklessly plunged into the secret realm without any preparation. Before entering the dragon's lair, Alex had sworn to Avery that he was well prepared, but his so-called preparation was merely to come in and rob other students. Now, this useless boyfriend not only failed to be of any help but had also brought trouble upon himself. Seeing the dirty crystal core he had trampled on the ground, Avery now felt like killing Alex. The secret realm was already perilous, especially with the unknown Imperial people across from them. Are you the top of the Holy Kingdom? That's right, my girlfriend is Avery. How about that, scared? The other party asked Avery, but it was Alex who interjected. Enough, Alex, she whispered, her tone already stern. What? Help me teach these people a lesson. Alex stomped his foot in dissatisfaction with his girlfriend's tone. The leading military woman drew her long sword from her waist, lightly tapping the blade against her palm, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, the surrounding air froze, and the tension escalated. Apricot, who was hiding behind and watching, couldn't help but exclaim that this was simply asking for death. Fortunately, Alex was born into royalty. If he were in a brothel, such a man wouldn't last a week. According to the trial rules, although not encouraged, there is no complete denial of peaceful duels between people. When the black-robed woman said this, Avery felt something was off. Little sister, I wonder how much skill you really have behind that so-called title of first place. The leading black-robed young woman twirled her sword. She was a soldier from the Imperial Border Garrison, 22 years old, a peak silver-level captain. Having just graduated from the Imperial Military Academy, she was assigned to the princess's side to carry out this secret mission. You Holy Kingdom people all say the great empire relies on despicable means to monopolize the top ranks. If it weren't for the Grand Princess's request to hide their setbacks, they were confident they could secure a spot in the top 10 even without special methods. Bearing such a reputation was truly unpleasant. How about we have a little competition to see whose sword is sharper? Avery took a step back. She was not afraid of challenges, but the current situation was unfavorable, with almost all of them being the enemy. Counting carefully, there were nearly 10 black-robed mages from the Empire, and on her side, there was only Alex, who was a burden. All the conditions were not conducive to the Holy Sword's performance, and she needed to avoid conflict as much as possible. I'm not interested in your proposal. Coward. Then this man shouldn't leave, let him stay and accompany us. The captain's eyes sparkled with intensity as she locked her arms around Alex's armpits, scaring him into calling for help. What do you want from us? Avery drew her long sword, not believing these people would dare to harm Alex. Nothing much, just hand over the beastskin bag, and consider it an apology. After all that talk, it turned out they intended to rob her of her spoils. Avery hesitated for a moment, and then, amidst Alex's heart-wrenching screams, she severed the beastskin bag from his waist with a single stroke. The crystal cores rolled out of the bag, 2 or 3 dozen of them, equivalent to 30 points, all given to him by Avril. Alex said he wanted some points too, to show off after the competition. When the beastskin bag was torn open, he immediately burst into tears. Is this enough? The man's whiny sobs were annoying. Avril suppressed her anger. She had made up her mind to break up with Alex as soon as they got outside. The girl stared at the women in black robes, thinking this would calm her fury. Little did she expect, the matriarch kicked all the crystal cores into the cold pool, laughing and scolding. This trash is enough to appease you lot? Girl, leave your beastskin bag behind and get out of the ghost cry pool. This matter is settled. What did you say? Avril frowned, her hand gripping the sword hilt. The conflict quickly attracted onlookers, and a fight became inevitable. Xingzi took a piece of cured meat from the soup, excited. After studying magic, he hadn't seriously observed a real fight between people. Don't go too far. If you want a fight, I'm happy to oblige. Noticing the fight was turning towards her, Avril raised the tip of her sword, pointing directly at the women. There was no way to avoid it. She realized these women just wanted to start a fight. Chanting spells quickly, various lights enveloped her azure sword. Flowing water acceleration, basic agility enhancement, basic magic immunity, basic blunt resistance. Attack! The matriarch coldly commanded, and her colleagues in black robes raised their staffs almost simultaneously, casting spells together. Countless sparks appeared out of thin air above the camp. Fireballs the size of goose eggs suddenly expanded, first to the size of fists, then quickly to that of a baby's head. The blazing firelight illuminated the calm surface of the ghost cry pool, shimmering. A high-level fire spell, Fire Rain. Used for strategic siege magic, it has a wide area of effect and causes great damage to rocks and buildings. The consequences of hitting a person would be unimaginable. The onlookers exclaimed their misfortune and retreated outside the ghost cry pool. The spectators were fine at first, but now the other side was about to smash their melon. Before the fire rain fell, Xingzi didn't even pack up the tent and bolted. Is it you, country girl? On the way, she inevitably ran into Alex, who still looked arrogant. Do you know the way out? Take me out. Alex jogged behind, exhausted, leaning against a tree. Suddenly, he screamed, so dirty, there's blood. Xingzi looked at the surrounding vegetation and smelled a strong stench, a mix of rotting animal entrails and blood. Outside the ghost cry pool, it was now filled with bait to lure magical beasts. When did this happen? Before she entered the ghost cry pool, she clearly hadn't smelled anything foul. Who deliberately polluted the pool water? Such a large-scale baiting could trigger a beast tide. Xingzi felt uneasy. Could it be that mysterious prince? From the beginning, the black-clad women in the ghost cry pool were just stalling for time. Selena's goal was not to stop Avril from entering the depths but to completely eliminate the threat. Around her, in the dark environment, crimson pupils emerged one by one. Demon apes, cave blood-sucking bats, and spider-like magical creatures half the height of a person. Light spear technique. She decisively raised her hand, and a light spear shot out, piercing the spider's compound eye. The magical beast let out a piercing scream and launched an attack on the crowd. One or two magical creatures were no match for Xingzi, but their numbers were overwhelming. Xingzi sensed that even if her magic was exhausted, she probably wouldn't be able to kill all the monsters. While retreating, she cast spells to hinder the approaching beasts. Alex was already scared silly, running madly towards the fire rain, mumbling, "Avril, save me. We need to unite, find a cave to defend, and wait for rescue." Along with Xingzi, two other groups of competitors saw the beast tide. With their silver intermediate strength, each could barely hold their ground against one magical creature. But this situation couldn't last long. They would soon be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Relying on the advantage of the terrain, Kyoko was sandwiched between the other two teams, retreating along a narrow cave that was about to collapse. The cave was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, and similarly, the magical beasts couldn't surround them from all directions. In the urgent situation, there was no time for everyone to get to know each other, as the magical beasts continued to surge toward them. "Damn it, we've hit a dead end." The girl in the green dress at the front raised her hand, summoning a glowing orb to illuminate the surroundings. Kyoko also saw the corpse of a magical spider on the ground. The creature had just died, killed by the group. "We've been here before. It seems we've gone in a circle. Why not just dig a tunnel?" The girl in the green dress raised her hand, and the stone stalagmites on the ground suddenly rose, smashing against the wall. Behind her, the girl with glasses shook her head. "I'm a wind mage. I can sense the airflow around us. Above us, behind us, and on the sides, there are magical beasts everywhere." The moment those words left her mouth, the girl in the green dress shuddered and abandoned the idea of using magic to dig a tunnel. Kyoko thought to herself how unfortunate it was. Damn it, which unlucky soul decided to drop so much bait outside the ghost cry pool? Are they trying to kill us? There were also some hot-tempered girls in the group. Just then, a group of women in black robes approached, injured, and Kyoko recognized the leader as the captain who had previously ordered the spellcasting. "You're here too?" Like-minded individuals tend to huddle together for warmth. The girl with glasses was delighted. She sensed the presence of the others and had seen these Imperial students cast the fire rain spell together. With this group around, everyone's strength to resist the beast tide increased a bit. Trapped together by the beast tide, they shared a common plight and should, in theory, unite to find a way to escape. Like the girl with glasses, the other students thought the same. "We are students from the 6th grade of the Holy Kingdom Academy. Nice to meet you." Soon, these women seemed to hit it off, finding common ground. "We didn't expect to suddenly encounter a beast tide. What bad luck." "It's fine, with such a major incident, there will definitely be movements outside. We just need to wait here for rescue." The girl in the green dress began to carve a communication magic circle on the ground, preparing to send a distress signal. "Oh, really?" At that moment, the positioning of the black-robed women was very clever, each standing right behind a student from the Holy Kingdom. Kyoko frowned and quietly stepped back, his unusual behavior catching the attention of the captain. "What's your name, sister? I saw you leisurely starting a fire earlier. You must be quite skilled." To choose to travel alone in the Dragon Cave secret realm, one was either arrogant or truly capable. Being able to fetch water from the ghost cry pool, in the captain's eyes, the person opposite must belong to the latter. The young woman walked toward Kyoko, her expression warm, offering him a cup of hot water, as if she wanted to make friends. "Quick, run! These people are not good!" Kyoko shouted directly. The girl in the green dress was still drawing the communication magic circle, and in the next moment, a dagger pierced through her chest. Blood stained the six-pointed star pattern, and before she could turn her head, she was beheaded in one swift motion. Someone was dead. It was clean and decisive, like killing a chicken. "Are you crazy? Do you want to provoke a conflict between the two countries?" The girl with glasses raised her staff in terror, surrounded by two attackers, her body covered in wounds, unable to believe that students from the Great Empire would dare to kill her. "Run, go contact the outside. These people are not students." "Shut up." The captain tried to approach him. Kyoko dodged a deadly strike, gripping the summon light spear in his hand. After 2 exchanges, he successfully forced back the attackers. They were warriors, and their strikes were ruthless. Unlike dealing with magical beasts, combat between people was more strategic. A few wrong choices nearly led to his demise. Apricot could temporarily resist, mainly relying on the geographical advantage. In the narrow terrain, the warriors' agile forms could not be fully utilized, and they could only use their longswords to block spells. The screams rose and fell, and in just a short while, everyone except Apricot had met a tragic end. It was over. If I had known, I definitely shouldn't have come here to fetch water. Apricot pressed her left hand on the magic scroll in her satchel, while her other hand pointed her staff at the approaching matron. So it turns out you're a boy, a little beauty who has violated taboos. Damn, you can really fight. She raised her hand to stop her comrades who were rushing to support her, a wicked smile on her face. Don't be in a hurry to kill him. I want to have some fun torturing this kid. The matron's longsword had a strand of Apricot's silver hair caught on it, and during the fight, she had already guessed that the opponent was male. Only little Nan had such an enticing fragrance. She had smelled it in the Moulin Rouge before and was very familiar with it. Having hidden among the students for so long, her more than 10 soldier sisters hadn't had meat in a long time. At this moment, Apricot had a shallow wound on her lower abdomen, inflicted by a professional battlefield warrior. In just a brief exchange, she had almost lost her life. Her male identity had been exposed. It seemed that there was no longer any need for the people here to live. Pressing her arm against her abdomen to stop the bleeding, Apricot coldly looked at the women surrounding her. She prepared to pull out the magic scroll from her satchel and annihilate all the black-robed figures in front of her in one breath. A layer of gray energy enveloped the seal on the magic scroll. She had seen her senior Heather use this type of scroll before. The gray energy could instantly kill the abomination that was infinitely close to the Emerald Realm. As long as she unfurled the scroll, none of the creatures in a straight line ahead would survive. The senior said not to use it unless absolutely necessary. It seemed that the critical moment had arrived. Apricot's thumb rubbed against the seal. The lewd gaze made her uncomfortable, stirring up unbearable memories from the past. She had vowed to eliminate all women who took pleasure in the suffering of others. Boss, is this little man scared silly? Humph, very slippery. First, let's disable his limbs. I want to have some fun with him. A subordinate applied ointment to the matron's arm. During the previous battle, she had dealt a harsh blow to Apricot's abdomen, and her right hand holding the sword had also been burned by the searing light. But Commander, our mission is to take care of that little daughter of the Sword Saint's family. The implication from her comrade was that Avril had not yet found the corpse. Before completing the mission, as the Empire's sharp sword, they should not be distracted. This man disregards male virtue and touches taboos. I am merely fulfilling my duty to punish him, so no one needs to feel guilty. Wrapping her bared, bony arm with bandages, the matron stepped forward with her sword in her left hand, looking at Apricot's still bleeding wound, and leered, "Just obediently throw your staff on the ground and kneel to beg for mercy, and I can let you live a little longer. You're simply seeking your own death." Apricot covered her wound, coldly sneering at the taunt. Some women are like this, letting their lower halves control their bodies, still thinking of filthy things at this moment. Humph, tough-talking man, wait until I break your tendons and ligaments, and let you taste the suffering of the world. After saying that, she raised her sword with her left hand, gathering magic essence in her feet. High-speed acceleration, a single slash. The stance indicated a magic that accelerated the body. Apricot had previously been caught off guard by this move. Last time, I only gave you a little lesson. This time, I will sever your right hand that holds the staff. The woman's gaze fixed on Apricot's arm, and the latter's complexion changed. It seemed she was afraid. Are you scared? Little man, if you just obediently put down your staff and agree to play with the sisters, I can leave you a way out. As she prepared to strike, she was still trying to persuade Apricot to surrender. Despite the explosive power of this move, the recovery time was also quite long. The seemingly delicate gray-haired boy was truly ruthless. The burning sensation from the searing light still stung. The man had actually cultivated to this level. In the past, there were cases of men secretly learning attack magic, most of whom stopped at the high black iron level and were quickly captured by the local lord for heresy trials. Such big fish are truly rare. The handsome man before her had clearly stepped half a foot into the golden realm. With one strike, he had crippled her right hand. If it weren't for the net set by the princess, she might not have been able to keep him. Kyoko silently calculated the distance between them. He didn't want to waste a magic scroll. Adjusting his position, he tried to align Captain Bai and her subordinates in a straight line, aiming for a one-hit kill. The other side was still trying to persuade him to surrender, which gave him the perfect opportunity. Drawing on his performance from the Red Mill, Kyoko pleaded pitifully, "Really, sister, you're not lying to me. Can you really let me go?" The gray-haired man cautiously moved his feet, his voice tinged with a sob. Captain Bai sneered inwardly. Men were essentially weak and cowardly. At this moment, he was thinking of begging for mercy after killing so many of her people and crippling her right hand. This matter was far from over. You put down your staff, throw your bag on the ground, and come over obediently, and I promise you safety. The two were feigning weakness, the other side was cautious, and their people were spread out, making it difficult for Kyoko to find the right moment. As for the nonsense about the other side letting him go, he didn't believe it. Kyoko stepped on the blood-soaked ground. The chest of his green-skirted classmate had been torn open, and the headless corpse lay quietly before him, the head long gone. The bespectacled woman's body was pierced front and back by a stone spear, a tragic sight. The other side was clearly professional assassins. The 6 similar corpses on the ground were enough to illustrate the harshness of reality. Even if they let him live, it was only because they saw temporary value in him as a man, and after venting their anger, he would surely meet his end. Hey, have you made up your mind? My patience is limited. The woman's body had not yet been found, and Captain Bai spoke with some irritation. Sister, can't you just let me go? I can pretend nothing happened. Kyoko didn't want to get involved. Whatever that mysterious princess wanted to do, let her do it. He didn't want to get entangled in trouble. No more acting? Alright, so you were just stalling for time. It's better to resolve this decisively. Captain Bai's sword light flickered as she was about to launch an attack. Kyoko flicked a corner of the scroll in his bag, preparing to unleash the sealing ray within. At that critical moment, a brilliant blue sword energy burst forth from the pile of rocks, cutting across the woman's path. The young woman retreated explosively. If she hadn't reacted in time, her body would have been split in two by the sword light. Holy sword light blade, Avril, you're still alive. The fire rain technique hadn't killed her. She was truly lucky. The ones who are going to die are you. The sword light surged, and Avril's agile figure flickered, instantly killing the 2 nearest Imperial mages. Get together, it's too much trouble. Captain Bai was no longer concerned about Kyoko. Everyone focused their energy on dealing with Avril. In an instant, the sword energy soared into the sky, and the black-robed mage reacted quickly, constructing a defensive barrier. The brilliant holy sword, akin to the magic swordsman profession, was known for its high-intensity sword light and slashes. Compared to ordinary magic swordsmen, the swords in the hands of the holy sword lineage resembled staves, continuously unleashing various sword pattern attacks. Even if you're a genius, one person's magic essence can't compare to 6, right? And they were 6 people of similar levels. Group casting, you are from the Imperial Army. Avril unleashed 2 crescent sword energies, both blocked by a thick barrier. Captain Bai's eyes glinted with cold light. Having guessed their identities, this man and woman had to die. Sister, are you alright? Unable to break through the barrier for a moment, she breathed slightly heavier. Avril recognized Kyoko. He was the one her boyfriend disliked. Holy sword Avril. Kyoko. A simple exchange confirmed it was him. After spending half a day in the Dragon Cave secret realm, Alex had mentioned Kyoko's name no less than 10 times. She was here to participate in the trial. She had no time to deal with grudges and enmities. Unexpectedly, the two met here, and now they were like grasshoppers on the same rope. On the other side, Xingzi was also staring at Avril in surprise. The young lady of the Holy Sword family was strikingly beautiful. It was hard to understand how she could be interested in a spoiled young master like Alex. And she called me sister. As she pondered, her gaze shifted back and forth between Avril and the matriarch. How much did she see of what happened earlier? Did she not notice my male form, or was she pretending? If she wanted to temporarily team up with me, should we pull off a wolf-driving tiger maneuver? Having seen through my male form, Xingzi also didn't want Avril to survive. Outside, at the Holy Kingdom's Magic Martial Arts Academy, the viewing area. At that moment, the light screen displayed the scene of a fire rain spell crashing down on Avril, and then the entire screen was cut off. What's going on? Did something happen? The audience gasped in surprise. They wanted to see Avril showcase her prowess and defeat the foreign students. Just as the good show was about to start, the water screen suddenly went dark. After a while, the black screen lit up again, showing a change in rankings, with Avril's footage replaced by that of other women. The Empire's Selena had gone from second place to first, with subsequent rankings following suit. Now, the top 10 were all students from the Empire, monopolizing the screen. In the guest area, there was an uproar as several grand magicians from the Holy Sword family rushed to the elderly woman from the Magic Association. Faced with their questioning, the old woman was somewhat displeased and pondered. The loss of communication signals could mean one of two things: either the contestant is dead, or the beast skin bag responsible for monitoring and positioning is damaged. The beast skin bag carried by the contestants was key to providing the live feed from the water screen. In other words, Avril might not necessarily be dead. It was also possible that the tracking device was broken. According to the competition rules, if the beast skin bag is damaged, it means the contestant has lost their qualification to compete. The old woman replied coldly. The grand magicians of the Holy Sword family no longer cared about the competition rules. The urgent matter was to find their young lady. Is it possible to lift the restrictions of the Dragon Cave and allow practitioners of Emerald level and above to enter? Don't ask me about that. The Dragon Cave's secret realm is the property of the Holy Kingdom. The elderly woman from the Magic Association turned away impatiently. The beast skin bag was her invention, and as for the Dragon Cave's secret realm, she had no authority to make decisions for the Holy Kingdom. Before participating in the trial, everyone had signed a death contract. If one unfortunately died in the Dragon Cave's secret realm, they could only consider themselves unlucky. The magic martial arts competition would not be halted due to the disappearance of one person, even if that contestant was the legitimate daughter of the Holy Sword family. How could the young lady choose such a jinx of a boyfriend? She should have kicked him to the curb long ago. On the surface, if it weren't for Alex's arrogance, Avril wouldn't have been schemed against by others. Ladies, making things difficult for Teacher Jelly isn't a solution. We should think of other ways. Just then, from not far behind, Heisway spoke up. Jelly was the name of the elderly woman from the Magic Association, the oldest magic tutor in the Holy Kingdom, nearly 200 years old. Heisway referred to her as teacher. The women's gazes shifted, a hint of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Concerning the legitimate daughter, they quickly regained their composure. Priest Heisway, do you have a way? They looked at the man in the white robe with hope. The person before them was a priest from the Radiant Church, quite popular among the royal family of the Holy Kingdom. If he spoke up to help, perhaps the royal family would open the secret realm to search for the young lady's whereabouts. I can't make the kingdom lift the restrictions of the secret realm, Heisway said with a bitter smile, then continued. Miss Avril went missing near the Wailing Abyss. If we have Teacher Jelly retrieve the footage of nearby contestants, we might find some clues. Right, it was indeed a case of missing the obvious. How could they not think of this method? Senior Jelly, please do us a favor for the Holy Sword family. Once the young lady returns, there will definitely be a generous reward. Humph, for the sake of the sword hero, I'll make an exception and help you this once. The old mage waved her withered staff and drew a circle on the table in front of her. It was like the images in a surveillance room, each one mapped out in a square style. Just as she had said, the image collection relied on the function of the beast skin bag. Soon, the scene after the rain of fire fell appeared before the mirror, a ground strewn with shattered stones and debris everywhere. In the image, a large number of demon apes wandered around the ghost cry pool, along with demon spiders crawling all over the ground. Nearby, several unfortunate contestants were all dead. Has the beast tide appeared at the ghost cry pool? A beast tide in the cave is truly rare, Isabella murmured as she followed Heather to her side. Could Miss Ivy's disappearance be related to the beast tide? Regardless, we should first have the organizers notify the contestants to stay away from the ghost cry pool area. Such a scale of numbers was not something the silver rank could contend with. The vast beast tide could even take down emerald rank magicians. The old woman nodded. The magic martial arts competition had death quotas, but if many contestants were to die, it would be a major incident. A voice transmission descended, and all contestants in the Dragon Cave secret realm learned of the beast tide's appearance at the ghost cry pool. Little did they know, this move played right into the Empire's hands, as Selena did not want anyone approaching the fourth layer of the secret realm. Teacher Gree, please enlarge the previous image by double. Is there something wrong with the image? The old woman was puzzled but enlarged the image as Heather requested. In the next moment, Heather's expression changed slightly, his brows knitting together. He saw the tent he had prepared for Apricot, left behind in the ruins after the rain of fire, one side already charred. How did Apricot end up on the third layer? Really? This child was reckless. The beast tide could be deadly. What's wrong with you? Isabella asked curiously, having been paying attention to Heather. Naturally, she caught the change in his expression. It's nothing, nothing. Behind him, the members of the Holy Sword family were still arguing with the old woman, and Heather hurriedly left the scene. Saint's son, where are you in such a hurry to go? Isabella tried to take his hand but was roughly shaken off. I have something to attend to, I need to leave first. The priest shot a dissatisfied glare at the judge. He knew the hidden entrance to the secret realm and could sneak inside. The opening had been inadvertently revealed to him by a royal woman, and he couldn't tell anyone else about the backup passage. He wanted to hide his identity and secretly bring Apricot out. After walking for a while, that woman was still like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. He turned back in anger and said, "What do you want from me, following me like this?" If she weren't wearing the identity of a saintess, Heather would have long since lost his patience and struck her. A perfectly good cleric behaving like a creepy stalker around this girl was incomprehensible. I'm worried you might do something unwise. You're hiding something from me, aren't you, my saint's son? Isabella did not believe that Heather was in such a hurry just to stroll around the royal park of the Holy Kingdom. You're being clingy, and it's annoying, Lady Isabella, Heather said with a hint of anger. With Apricot's life unknown, Time was something he could not afford to waste. I guess you want to go in and save someone, right? How do you know that? He stumbled back in shock. Was this guy's nose like a cat's, as if every move he made was being guessed? Because I've been observing you. When the contestants entered, you watched a gray-haired little girl for quite a while, didn't you? Who is she to you? My saint's son, you must be honest and clear with me. You cannot have other girls outside. Such things are absolutely not allowed. Isabella grabbed Heather's shoulder, forcing him to look up and meet her gaze. The priest's amber eyes were filled with panic. Heather felt he might have made a wrong decision, bringing this woman into the Dragon Cave secret realm through the secret passage. The royal family of the Holy Kingdom really likes to leave back doors. The entrance to the garden sewer can actually lead directly to the third layer of the Dragon Cave secret realm. In the sewer, Isabella chatted a lot about the church and the Holy Kingdom. Although the Radiant Church is the state religion of the Holy Kingdom, the relationship between the papacy and the royal family has become increasingly delicate over the past few decades. Caught in the struggle between royal authority and divine power, the royal family intends to weaken the church's influence, but they do not dare to openly oppose it. After all, in terms of high-end combat power, the Radiant Church has means to connect with angels from the upper realm. This time, the Holy Kingdom invited the Empire to participate, which is meant to send a message to the Radiant Church. Because of the Empire, the bishop has prohibited church participants from competing. Isabella understood many secrets of the church and the current political situation in the Holy Kingdom. Clearly, they are all favored by the goddess, yet the status of the saint in the papacy seems to be higher than her own. Initially, Heather did not care, as women are the main force in this world. But now it seems that the church has concealed many key pieces of information from him, such as connections with higher races. The angel race? In the Radiant Cathedral and the church's internal decorations, there are many images of women with white wings. After experiencing being captured by elves, Heather remained wary of other races, especially those high races with powers and talents far exceeding those of humans. Passing through the sewer, they arrived at the third level of the Dragon Cave secret realm, and the topic abruptly stopped. The beast tide had not disappeared. It had simply become less dense than in the water curtain and began to spread to the outskirts of the ghost cry pool. Silver tier monsters were as easy for Isabella as stepping on a mouse. The cross spear drew a line of light, and the demon apes and giant spiders fell like dominoes, clearing a path for Heather in just a few breaths. Ghost cry pool, what are you doing here? Putting away her spear, Isabella was led by Heather to a plain-colored tent, seemingly coming to a realization. The charcoal from the campfire on the ground was in disarray, with scattered crumbs of biscuits on the dirt. Is this the girl's relic? With a beast tide of this scale, even the gold tier would be surrounded and die. Heather shook his head firmly. He won't die. Why? Based on a man's sixth sense? Isabella smiled lightly, dismissing the idea of sixth sense. I say, why not just focus on being my man instead of thinking about other girls? With a flick of her fingers, the cross spear drew a graceful arc, and the spider lurking in the dark, intending to ambush, was dismembered. Absurd, Lady Isabella. Please maintain respect when there are no others around. Pulling away her arm that was wrapped around his waist, she must have already noticed the lurking demon spider, trying to act cool. Heather frowned. When it came to private matters, Isabella was always so indiscreet. Clerics are not allowed to marry. Did she not know this rule? All right, my cleric sir. After Heather's warning, the saintess restrained herself a bit. Is that girl your disciple? Sort of. He is a slave I rescued from the Elven territory. Oh, so he is a redeemed slave. Isabella's wariness slightly decreased. It is not uncommon for someone to redeem a slave out of pity for their own kind. Many are wealthy and foolish young ladies whose maternal instincts overflow after entering foreign territories. Slavery is prevalent around the world. Although the Holy Kingdom officially prohibits the slave trade, the long-term workers and servants bound by contracts under those nobles are no different in essence. If one encounters their own kind, they must spend money to rescue them. Even the imperial princess cannot afford the enormous expenses. He has magical talent. His future should not be buried. Kyoko is one of the rare male element affinity users. Heather explained this. Of course, he concealed Kyoko's gender. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. That gray-haired girl, with a flat chest and no femininity at all, how could she possibly compare to him? The saintess placed her palm on her clothing's collar and slightly pulled it down, revealing half of her breast. Heatherway is not a child. He surely knows how to make choices. Only someone like him, mature, strong, and sexy, belongs to Mr. Priest. Isabella first sniffed around the apricot's tent, and then, like a cat, followed the scent to a collapsed cave. Bodies. It was the bodies of students, not a few, visibly more than 5, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Heatherway gasped, half squatting, checking the pulse of the deceased with his hand. It was already hopeless. Most of the bodies were mutilated, their heads gruesomely severed, and at the very least, their hearts would have been crushed, making resurrection magic useless. They were ambushed from behind with daggers. The leather bags were all destroyed. No wonder the surveillance was a complete blackout. It had nothing to do with the beast tide, it was man-made, and there were no signs of disguise at the scene. Everything was done in a hurry. There is more than one killer, and they have clear divisions of labor, well trained. Isabella spread her hands, a smile surprisingly appearing at the corner of her mouth. They knew the function of the leather bags. It's highly likely that it was the work of participants. Internal strife? Competing for points? The purpose seemed singular, but Isabella couldn't guess the motive for now. From the methods used, it's hard to believe this was a confrontation among students. The killers were too skilled. Although there had been instances of robbery in past trials, such a brutal event was still quite rare. After all, the top 10 had live broadcasts. If exposed, it would be embarrassing for the nobility. Heatherway nodded. The reason for his long-term pursuit of evil was that the Saintess was much better than him in this regard. In the minutiae, she could see more information than an average person. It seemed bringing this woman along was indeed useful. Bloodstains spread to the edge of the pool, and Isabella followed the trail, where the surrounding rocks were cut with neat serrated patterns. She touched the rocks cut and sniffed. It's the sword pattern of the Azure Holy Sword, the magic sword technique of the Sword Saint clan. You should recognize it too. After all, you have been in the hero squad, and that sword hero woman also used this set of magic. Of course, when the sword hero got serious, she was much more formidable than that little girl, Avril. She could potentially pierce through the entire whaling pool. The priest nodded. There were no signs of Avril and Apricot's bodies around, as if the two had evaporated into thin air. Not long before Heatherway's arrival, Avril and Apricot had jumped into the whaling pool together to escape their pursuers. They found a cave leading to the 4th level beneath the icy waters, desperately swimming deeper. The silver tier could not hold their breath for long, but fortunately, there was a very small area at the top of the cave where they could breathe oxygen. The two had to alternate positions to survive, struggling to move forward at the entrance for the duration of 2 hourglasses. At the entrance to the 4th level, two figures, drenched, stumbled and supported each other until they collapsed behind a massive rock. Avril's face was flushed as she looked incredulously at the wet apricot in front of her. She exclaimed in surprise, "You're a boy?" She had wanted to say it for a long time. While they swam through the cave, they had inevitably had some excessive contact. The boy's body was soft, and Avril could tell just from holding him. "If you dare to tell anyone, I'll kill you," Apricot said, crossing his arms and glaring at her fiercely. The girl chuckled softly, unknowingly adding a touch of tenderness to her words. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of old-fashioned woman. The teachings of the Radiant Church are just lies. I just didn't expect you to really be a boy." From the first meeting, she had had a misconception. She never thought her intuition would turn out to be true. Unlike Alex, who was forced into a marriage by his family, a boy with powerful magic and personality was simply wonderful. Apricot happened to be the type Avril liked. It was possible that mercenaries had infiltrated this competition. Those women mixed in with the students must have ulterior motives. Leaving the cover of the giant rock, Avril and Kyoko did not intend to go back. It was highly likely that the matriarch would set an ambush right there. "We need to find a way out from another place. The original entrance is too dangerous." Kyoko broke off a piece of a fungus-like substance from the vines. Ice-scented, a high-grade magical material, it was valuable in the refinement of many magical potions. It was no wonder that the royal family of the Holy Kingdom only opened the shallow secret realms to the outside. Treasures were definitely abundant here. Even without the so-called dragon treasure, it could be considered a blessed land. All of this was the private property of the Holy Kingdom. They collected materials until their bags were more than half full. Thinking about the possibility of being searched when they went out, Kyoko felt a bit frustrated. If only she had a space ring. "Is your beast skin bag broken?" Avril frowned. Coincidentally, during the battle with that group of Imperial soldiers, her beast skin bag had been sliced into several pieces. "The deeper parts of the secret realm are off limits. If you don't want to be held accountable by the royal family, I suggest you better get rid of that thing," Kyoko kindly reminded her, and Avril nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The 4th layer of the Dragon Cave secret realm was completely different from the previous environment, resembling an ice-locked cave, with icy stones on the ceiling emitting a dim cold light, and the chill spreading beneath their feet. In the air, there were obvious traces of magical essence swirling, as if guiding them forward. "Maybe it's some kind of treasure," she said. "Isn't that how stories go? Deep in the secret realm, hidden treasures of dragons. Right now, the priority is to find an exit. Even if there are treasures, they are not something we two silver-level practitioners can covet." Kyoko shattered her delusions as the magical creatures around them underwent a qualitative change. "We must find another exit." Just as she spoke, two six-legged magical creatures suddenly appeared. A frost spider was covered in a layer of frost, spitting out an ice net and firing freezing rays from its compound eyes. "Be careful, this guy is not like those simple ones outside." Kyoko drew her staff, and at the moment the ice spider fired its rays, a blinding spell scorched the creature's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the creature howled in pain, Avril activated the holy sword's light and poured it into the creature's body. The internal organs were shattered, but the ice spider did not die immediately. It struggled for a while before finally collapsing. "This damn thing is finally dead." Avril raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead, panting heavily. "Are you okay? If not, I can take the lead next time to draw their attention." "I'm fine, the task of leading should be left to the girls." The girl quickly waved her hand. She was not the kind of person who would give up halfway. "Don't be reckless. If you die, I won't take responsibility." Kyoko shot her a glare, pulled out a dagger, and dug into the magical beast's crystal core. The silver high-grade magic core was larger than the black spider outside. According to the competition rules, this type of magic core was worth 80 points. The two they just obtained were worth 180 points, equivalent to a fortune in gold coins. It was enough to pay for her 10 years of rent in the Holy Kingdom. She felt like she was suddenly rich. The harvest was great, but the risks were not small. Without Avril, she couldn't easily kill high-level magical creatures alone. They could barely cope with the magical beasts in this place together. Just dealing with the periphery was so difficult that several lives wouldn't be enough to enter the core area. "Kyoko, can I call you that?" "Sure." Avril was increasingly satisfied with Kyoko. Kyoko's appearance might not be stunning, but she was the kind that grew on you the more you looked. After all, he was a sturdy young man, and his body was naturally durable. Avril tentatively asked, feeling extremely nervous. After receiving a response, she forcibly suppressed her inner joy. After dealing with the nearby magical creatures, they lit a campfire. Their clothes were soaked, and the two of them huddled close to the flames to dry their garments. "What bad luck! If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the ghost cry pool and encountered such things." Kyoko checked the supplies in her bag. The tent was gone, and most of the dry food had been soaked and softened in the cold pool water, making it inedible. Avril coughed lightly a couple of times, and at that moment, she had to show the responsibility of a girl. "Xing, don't worry, I will definitely protect you." "Protect me?" That sounded so awkward, greasy. In front of the fire, Xingzi rubbed his small hands together, not fully believing Avril. While roasting by the fire, they sat opposite each other, keeping the maximum distance. The speed of a magic swordsman was much faster than that of an ordinary mage. If Avril had any ill intentions towards him, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to raise his staff. A boy alone outside had to be careful. Avril took out 2 bloody chunks of meat from her backpack, skewered them on a branch, and propped them up in the soil to roast by the flames. "What is this?" Xingzi asked curiously. "It's the meat of a magic ape. Don't worry, I've been eating this for the past few days. You and your little boyfriend must be having a tough time." Xingzi pouted and sneered. The two had previously avoided mentioning Alex, but now it was brought up. "Alex, didn't he run away?" That man was supposed to have Avril teach him a lesson, yet now they had become two grasshoppers in the same plight. Truly a twist of fate. "I saw him running into the cave. In your direction," she added. "He might be dead," Xingzi said disdainfully about her boyfriend, observing her expression. Sure enough, a woman's heart is cold. This girl named Avril didn't show any change in her demeanor. "I didn't see him. In that situation, we can only rely on luck." The fire rain spell rained down large fireballs, causing the walls to collapse, and even the beast tied outside was something Xingzi had informed her about. Yawning, due to being soaked, Xingzi's lips turned pale, and he sneezed. Sniffling, his teeth were chattering. "Cold? No need." Avril took off her cloak and outer jacket, leaving only a fitted linen shirt underneath. She wanted to give it to Xingzi, but he refused. Because of her dual training in magic and martial arts, the women of the Holy Sword family were far superior to others of the same rank. She could still tolerate the temperature here. The boy was different. He was weak, and Xingzi hadn't learned any support magic, not even a simple temperature barrier. "It's strange, did you put all your energy into combat magic?" "I can do the holy light barrier, but I can't maintain it for long." "That thing wasn't a support magic," Avril scoffed as she tied her hair up. Xingzi glanced at her. Her figure was decent, but he had seen better. A girl of tender age was much more innocent compared to an adult woman. "What I say is true." Avril felt embarrassed. She had at least learned quite a few support spells, and Xingzi, as a boy, was too extreme. The two spent the night by the campfire, and the next day, they began to move along the edge, searching for an entrance. Cough cough. During their cooperative battle against a monster, Xingzi made a mistake and almost got eaten by an ice spider. His body seemed to undergo a change, starting to cough incessantly, even showing signs of coughing up blood. Dizziness and pain overwhelmed him. It's wind chill syndrome, caused by the magical essence in the air. Some people have a rejection reaction to specific magical essences, and unfortunately, Xingzi was allergic to ice-type magical essence. If you don't rest, you'll die here, let me carry you. In the past, Xingzi had always refused her, but now it seemed he was about to lose the strength to even walk. Avril reached out her hand, and this time, she got her wish. Carrying Xingzi on her back, their relationship seemed to be warming up, feelings blossoming, and Avril's heart raced like a deer. If she could, she would want to stay here for a lifetime. They had already circled the outermost area and found no additional exits, so they had to narrow their target and explore the source of the magical essence. In the center of the fourth layer stood a bird's nest-like structure over 100 meters high, with countless frost magical essences wafting out from it. The people outside haven't become suspicious, have they? There shouldn't be any. The scouts are still outside monitoring, and the competition is proceeding as usual. The matriarch clenched her fist, holding it over her heart, not daring to meet the eyes of the woman before her. What about the first place? Your Highness, that little girl from the Holy Sword family has surely drowned in the wailing pool. The matriarch's gaze flickered, and her hands began to tremble. Useless, I don't want ambiguous answers. Selena's expression was grave. It was utterly disappointing that so many people couldn't even handle a single student. She shaped her hand like a knife, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. The kneeling matriarch, seeing this, began to bang her head on the ground in a frenzy, pleading with a heart-wrenching cry, Your Highness, spare me, Your Highness, spare me. My subordinate slashed her beast-skin bag before she escaped into the water. The beast-skin bag was a means of monitoring the outside world. Without that layer of support, even if the little girl miraculously survived, she would have no way to call for help. Humph. I'll spare your life to let you atone for your sins. The matriarch felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly got up, eager to present her find. Your Highness, I have captured an unexpected surprise. Then, a red-haired boy, tightly bound, was dragged out. His hair was disheveled, his hands choked by ropes, and his lower garments stained with splotches of blood. As soon as the rag was pulled from his mouth, he began to shout. You dare to kidnap me? Do you know who I am? I will have you all hanged. Are you students or what? Sneaking into the secret realm is a death sentence. Do you understand? Alex glared fiercely at the black-robed woman before him, still shouting nonsensically. The matriarch's eyebrows curved into a crescent, excessively flattering. This is our unexpected little gift, a man from the Holy Kingdom, specially for your enjoyment. Men from the Holy Kingdom, under the influence of the Radiant Church, were mostly good men, many of whom had never engaged in relations with women. Soft and tender, many were like little lambs. Hey, do you want to die? I am the heir of the royal family. Alex attempted to kick the matriarch but stumbled and fell to the ground. Still not understanding your situation, like a pig. A cold voice came, and the woman turned around, revealing a chilling face, surrounded by black-robed women. Alex immediately realized that the woman wearing a bone flower on her head was the leader of this group. He declared his identity, commanding her to release him. The Radiant Church not only enslaves men's minds but also turns them into fools. Selena shook her head. This boy didn't even understand his predicament, utterly foolish. The plan was crucial. Such a trivial thing as a man should be enjoyed only after obtaining the treasure. Gag him, don't let him pollute my intelligence. Also, I don't like playing with fools. She shot a fierce glare at the matriarch, who dared not breathe, hurriedly dragging Alex away. After a while, Alex realized something was wrong and desperately called for help, but it was too late. The women holding him were discussing his turn for use that night. The next day, after 12 hourglasses of time, the group finally arrived near the ice nest. Due to the monsters blocking the way, it took them twice as long as usual to reach their destination. In the center of the ice nest, more than a dozen black-robed women stared fearfully at the large number of ice apes and ice spiders ahead. Upon closer inspection, they found that all the monsters near the building had turned into ice sculptures. Princess Selena of the Empire gracefully approached the bronze stone door, placing her delicate hand on it. She pushed hard, but the door did not budge. Looking up at the towering dragon's nest, the woman revealed a smile, knowing her plan was about to succeed. The dragon's treasury is indeed at the center of the magical essence flow. As long as they opened the bronze stone door, they could obtain the dragon's treasures. The more than a dozen women exchanged glances and nodded in unison, jointly summoning the fire rain spell, with fireballs the size of buckets crashing against the bronze stone door. The fireballs collided with the door, creating a shower of sparks. A spell powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones could not move the door even slightly. It's not that simple. Selena frowned as she summoned a twisted staff from her storage ring, gently tapping it against the bronze stone door. After being battered by fire rain, the door began to shed its outer layer of green copper rust under her rhythmic tapping, revealing its true form. Rather than a stone door, it resembled a stone slab. Simple patterns formed by lines were etched upon it, depicting a gigantic humanoid creature battling a lizard-like monster, with the lizard falling from the sky to the ground, blood spilling across the forest and flowing like a river. Subsequently, the beasts of the forest drank the blood and evolved into magical beasts. This is no lizard, Selena laughed, scolding her subordinate. In the presence of higher races, human lifespans were like mayflies. Even a mage of the Emerald Realm had a lifespan of only 200 years, which was insignificant compared to the long-lived dragons. Titans and dragons, the ultimate rulers of the last era, wielding unparalleled wisdom and power. This was the remains of a dragon that had died in battle. The excitement on the woman's face was hard to conceal. The older the dragon, the more precious the treasure. She did not die directly, but hid what she protected in this nest before her death. Selena traced the twisted patterns on the stone slab, recognizing it as draconic. For this plan, they had specifically studied the history and language of dragons. To seek my treasure, one must offer the blood of the mundane. She translated the last segment of the inscription, nodding her head. Following the guidance, she approached a vertical well in front of the bronze stone door. The well was large enough for 3 people to embrace, surrounded by a crude fence made of dirt. Peering down, it was extremely deep, with no sight of the bottom. Only a layer of white mist covered the base, and sparkling ice crystals continuously emerged from the depths, products of crystallized ice magic. Offer the blood of the mundane? In exchange for the dragon's treasure. Selena seemed to murmur this phrase, then threw a frozen magical spider's corpse down into the well. Hearing no echo, just as the imperial princess was about to leave in disappointment, a sudden burst of white smoke erupted from the well, as if something was about to surge forth. The black-robed soldiers quickly formed a circle, protecting the princess within. In the next moment, a rusted longsword was spat out of the well. Selena raised her hand, signaling the soldiers to remain calm, and stepped forward to inspect the longsword. This weapon was made of fine steel, its decay from time rendering it in a pitiful state. Aside from that, there was nothing special about it. It resembled the standard longswords worn by silver-tier soldiers, with a strangely styled pattern that Selena could not identify, only certain it was not of human craftsmanship. Did it spit out a silver-quality longsword after throwing down a silver-tier magical beast's corpse? Or did the dragon have other rules? Selena planned to experiment multiple times. She turned her gaze to the non-humanoid Alex, who had been driven mad by his subordinates since last night. No, don't kill me. The once lofty air now resembled a begging puppy, wagging his tail for mercy. Selena waved her hand in disgust. Under the restraint of 2 subordinates, Alex was ruthlessly thrown into the well. Like a stone dropped into the sea, Alex fell into the depths of the well without a sound, the icy mist seemingly muffling any cries. After a while, a crystalline high-tier magic core was spat out at Selena's feet. Observing the quality of this core was astonishing. A golden high-tier, yet that man had clearly only possessed black iron-level magic. This well surprisingly yielded a golden tier reward. Was everything random? Selena ordered her subordinates to categorize the magical beast ice sculptures by level: silver high-tier, mid-tier, and low-tier. They were thrown into the well in batches, and soon, many rewards began to emerge from the depths. As expected, the rewards corresponded to the respective profession levels. Low-tier magical beast ice sculptures would not yield high-tier rewards. The princess tossed the golden-tier magic core back into the well, but there was no response from below, and after a while, no rewards were returned. It seems that, as stated on the stone tablet, it only accepts so-called blood food sacrifices. Without enough samples, it's hard to determine the secrets of this well. Or perhaps this well prefers the living, or maybe it prefers men. Selena lingered at the edge of the well, suddenly turning her head to scan the black-clad guards behind her, causing the women to lower their heads in unison. The matron of the 100 women hid even further behind. Fearing the princess's gaze, she had spent the night with little Nan and was now utterly exhausted. It's time for you to show your loyalty to the Empire. Who will descend into the well to test its depths? The princess surveyed the surroundings, pulling a thick rope from her storage ring, adding, "Don't worry, I certainly won't let you die in vain. Tie this rope around your waist and slowly descend along the well wall." The Dragon Cave's secret realm had existed for 1,000 years. If we follow the description on the stone tablet, the master of the lair was born in the era of Titans and dragons, likely dating back 10,000 years. Ordinary dragons do not live for 10,000 years, especially not in a severely injured state. The master of this dragon's lair probably died thousands of years ago. This place is merely her burial ground. Like a lottery machine, throwing in a coin could yield a prize. Such a farcical game was an insult to her intelligence. What she wanted was the life box, a priceless job-changing item. According to this coin-throwing rule, even if she, Selena, were thrown in, she wouldn't obtain what she desired. I want to see what kind of monsters are down there. If the other party truly possessed the might of a dragon, wanting blood food would be simple. They could fly out from the bottom of the well, and the entire Holy Kingdom would become her hunting ground. Those ice sculptures of monsters were less than 100 steps from the well's mouth, if the existence below craved such things, she could easily take them. Thus, it could be confirmed that whatever was at the bottom of the well could not harm the creatures at the well's mouth. If even feeding requires a sacrifice, then there's nothing to fear. Selena directly promised her subordinates that anyone who went down to investigate would be rewarded with 1,000,000 gold coins, and if they died, their families would be promised the status of a viscount. "We are willing." The group of women knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty before Selena. They were already the Empire's sharp blades, and with the princess's promise, they willingly faced death. "Very good." Selena nodded slightly, satisfied with the neatly arranged black-robed guards. These death warriors were carefully selected by the Empire. As she was still reminiscing about the glory of the Empire, a very discordant woman was polluting her vision. "Matron, do you have a stomach ache?" The princess's eye twitched, her brows knitting into a well shape. Among the kneeling crowd, the matron's posture was strange. She was almost lying on the ground, cradling her head as if surrendering. Your Highness, please don't choose me, don't choose me. I have an 80-year-old grandmother above me and an 8-year-old son below me. I can't die." The matron cried out in desperation, her voice as tragic as Alex's from the night before. "An 8-year-old son? I remember you are unmarried, right? Is he a love child with a performer?" Selena almost laughed as she scolded, wondering how the Imperial Guard had such a useless person among them. Unable to deal with a single student, yet at a critical moment, she was still afraid of death. No, yes, a love child." Seeing her incoherence, a cruel smile flashed across Selena's lips. "Someone, tie her waist with hemp rope and send the matron ahead. Don't worry, I will take care of your husband and child." "Your Highness, I was wrong. Please don't send me to my death." The matron's smile was uglier than her tears. She wanted to cling to Selena's skirt but was disdainfully kicked away. "Please, no, sisters, last night I even shared meat with you." The merciless black-clad soldiers trapped her tightly, and soon, under the ropes, the centurion was forced down into the well. The hemp rope was coiled around a wooden stake, nearly a kilometer long, and in the icy mist, visibility was less than 100 meters. Before long, the centurion was submerged in the icy fog, and everyone was focused on the situation at the bottom of the well. "Hey, can you still talk?" A loud shout echoed off the well walls. Selena tried to call out, but only her own voice echoed back in the air. The centurion had gone silent, and suddenly, one of her subordinates shouted in surprise, "Your Highness, the rope seems to have gotten lighter." Under the weight of her body, the rope had been descending rapidly, but at that moment, it suddenly stopped. Pulling on it with her hands, there was no weight at all, as if there was only an empty rope below. Puff! A shining crystal core was spat out from the well's mouth, and Selena immediately ordered, "Pull the rope." Half a minute later, the entire rope was pulled out, but the centurion was nowhere to be seen, leaving only an empty knot of rope. There was also a half-torn black robe, stained with a bit of blood. The blood congealed into frost flowers under the low temperature. Everyone gasped in shock. The centurion was not like the previous ice sculpture of the beast or that unfortunate boy. She was a genuine peak silver tier practitioner, a formidable figure within a 10-mile radius in human territories. Yet, such a remarkable practitioner had vanished without a sound, without even a scream. Looking at the white misty bottom of the well, Selena grew increasingly anxious. The time for the secret realm to open was limited, and she could not wait indefinitely. Just as she was at a loss, a subordinate suddenly reported that traces of a fire and human footprints had been found nearby. A man and a woman, wearing the uniforms of the Holy Kingdom's Monster Academy. "Humph, 2 rats have actually sneaked in." Selena frowned, gazing into the endless depths of the well, and immediately ordered to capture them, trying to leave them alive. Kyoko and Avril, in search of an exit, accidentally arrived at the core ice nest of the 4th-level dragon cave. They found no exit, but instead saw a large number of black-robed women from the Empire searching around. These guys are indeed looking for the dragon's treasure. Peeking at the stone slab, the two had not learned dragon language, but could roughly guess the purpose of the black-clad figures from their actions. Kyoko coughed repeatedly, hiding behind a stone slab. According to the search progress of the others, they would soon be exposed. "Are you okay? I'll go out and draw them away. You find a place to hide." Avril pressed her back against the stone wall, gripping her long sword tightly, expressing concern for Kyoko's condition. Sacrificing herself to let him escape made Kyoko feel somewhat touched, but wasn't that a bit naive? The 4th level of the dragon cave was like a prison, with no way to escape. These black-clad people are not easy to deal with. They won't be deterred by your noble status, and don't forget, they have killed quite a few people outside. I guess these people are mercenaries, or even regular troops of the Empire. You alone. The sound of footsteps rustled, and Kyoko hurriedly covered her mouth. Several waves of probing spells approached, and the two knew there was no way to avoid it. Rather than waiting to die, it was better to strike first. Almost at the moment of confrontation, as if they had a telepathic connection, Kyoko instantly raised her staff and threw a light spear, while Avril directly slashed down two of them. "They're here, this female student is amazing," shouted one of the black-robed women. The black-clad soldiers sent by the Empire to assist the princess were all elite death warriors from the army, often able to take on two ordinary peak silver practitioners. Now, with 6 attacking 2, they were surprisingly able to kill 3 of their comrades in an instant, which shocked them. "Don't lose your composure, they just succeeded in a sneak attack. Hold on until the Grand Princess arrives to support us." One of the black-robed women raised her hand to summon a water curtain for defense while firing a signal flare. The moment the signal shot into the sky, Kyoko's expression grew even more serious. The woman was right, the previous instant kill of 3 was mainly due to the element of surprise. 3 of the 6 had been slain, leaving only 3 remaining as both sides grappled near the stone tablet. The woman in the black robe was experienced in combat, and the 2 sides were evenly matched. Kyoko was gravely ill and could barely fend off one imperial female soldier, while Avril was besieged from all sides, but fortunately, her own strength was formidable enough to prevent her from being defeated. It was merely a desperate struggle. The signal flare from the enemy had already indicated that the woman in the black robe was nearby. They were summoning their companions. The longer the stalemate dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for the 2 of them. Just as Kyoko was at a loss, a blinding light erupted from Avril. In this critical moment of life and death, it was the best time to showcase her femininity, especially in front of the one she loved. Body enhancement, acceleration of flow, severing of pain perception, breaking of limits, awakening. After a series of enhancement spells, the girl was enveloped in blue light, her hair rising amidst the swirling magical essence. Die, 6/. Feeling the immense power within her body, she stole a glance at Kyoko behind her, who was looking at her with a gaze of admiration. Avril clenched her fist in satisfaction. In her awakened state, the secret technique of the Holy Sword family could temporarily elevate a magic swordsman's magical essence scale by 1 realm. The sword energy sliced through the water shield, immediately cleaving the imperial female soldier hiding in her shell into several pieces, her screams abruptly cut off. The remaining 2 women exchanged glances and, instead of retreating, charged forward, only to meet their demise under Avril's sword. "Death warriors?" Kyoko murmured, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Checking the items in their clothing pockets, she indeed found identity tags similar to those carried by troops. Their earlier speculation was correct. This group of women in black were not students at all, but regular soldiers of the Empire. "Avril, we shouldn't stay here long." Putting away the identity tags, they needed to think of a way to escape quickly with this evidence against the black-robed people. Kyoko coughed briefly, wanting to pull her away to hide, but the girl remained motionless, her gaze fixed ahead. First, there was a round of applause, and then a cold woman with a snake-like appearance appeared from behind, followed by 4 men in black. As expected of a magic swordsman from the Holy Sword lineage, "Who is your sword hero?" Selena, adorned with a bone flower at her temple, walked with a seductive grace, resembling a courtesan. "I am Avril, the legitimate daughter of the Sword Saint family, and the sword hero is my elder sister." "And you, who are you?" Avril retorted, staring intently at the woman before her, not immediately attacking. Was she at the golden intermediate level, or the golden advanced level? Perhaps even above that, at the emerald tier. The woman before her exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Even in her awakened state, she could not afford to be careless. "Who am I?" The imperial princess's snow-white lips trembled slightly, as if about to reveal the answer, but then she burst into laughter. "Who I am is not something a little girl like you can know." Selena had no habit of easily revealing her identity, and Avril was not worthy of her true name. Contrary to public information, in the eyes of the public, she was merely an ordinary princess with average talent. In reality, Selena had long concealed her brilliance and had already stepped into the threshold of the Emerald Realm. "Junior, how long can you maintain this state? Aren't you going to attack?" Provoked, Avril gritted her silver teeth, bent down, and transformed into a blue light. With a swift motion, her sword blade aimed directly at the mysterious woman's neck. The time in her awakened state was limited. She had to seize every second. "Childish." Selena scoffed disdainfully, slightly shifting her body and smoothly drawing her standard long sword, instantly turning defense into offense. "Kyoko, run." The situation was dire. This woman was definitely on the same level as her elder sister. Every move was being led by the nose. She had only encountered such an experienced opponent when being taught swordsmanship. Kyoko certainly wouldn't stay behind like a little boy, crying. He knew that remaining would only make him a burden, so he immediately turned and ran. The 2 women fought fiercely on the ground, the blue sword light shining fiercely, unleashing sword energy as if it were free. Lacking skill, magic comes to the rescue, as the surrounding rocks and vines are cut into fragments. It seems overwhelmingly powerful, but Selena easily deflects it with her standard long sword. Hey, are you still distracted at a time like this? Avril anxiously glances back at the fleeing Kyoko, only to be kicked in the abdomen, flying backward and spitting out blood. The boy practicing forbidden spells won't escape. Selena notices a death soldier pierced through the throat by a light gun, a ruthless glint in her eyes as she orders her subordinates to pursue. Capture him. If he dares to resist, it's life or death. Male practitioners of attack spells lose their privileges. Because they grow sharp fangs, they can harm their sisters. After sweating several times more than his peers, Kyoko finally stands out among his age group. Once, Kyoko believed that as long as he worked hard, talent didn't matter. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, he would eventually surpass women and become an emerald-level practitioner like Heather. Throughout the 3 years, few could compare to him, even Avril. As far as magical talent was concerned, he was slightly superior. Surrounded and outnumbered, Kyoko struggled against the 4 black-robed women's assault and soon fell. Indeed, a pretty boy. Capture him alive. In a pincer formation, the women approached, remaining vigilant, their expressions serious as their staves pointed firmly at him. You killed our people. Don't think you can escape easily. Due to the cold syndrome, Kyoko's face turned pale, devoid of color. Stumbling backward, he fell to the ground, hair disheveled and his face haggard. The 4 women did not let up. They surrounded him from all sides, wind blades coalescing on their staves as they cautiously approached Kyoko. Drop your staff, or don't blame me for being ruthless. This boy was quite fierce, and several desperate attempts to break free nearly injured them. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, at most, he was just a student. In terms of actual combat, he was far behind them. His ability to hold on for so long relied solely on his reckless fighting style. Under the cold syndrome, he was already at the end of his strength. Kyoko, wait for me to save you. On the other side of the battlefield, Avril bit her silver teeth, desperately trying to break free from Selena's battle, but each time she attempted to escape, the Imperial Princess blocked her. A strand of hair fell, and cold sweat dripped from Avril's temples. Just moments ago, she had nearly been decapitated by the opponent's strike. Your heart is in turmoil, little girl. Selena blocked her path, smiling like the red bone flower atop her head. Not long ago, a male student wandered in here, ungrateful, and was taught a lesson by my subordinates. Now, that man's corpse is probably being digested by the monsters, she narrated while obstructing Avril's movements. Kyoko's screams echoed from behind. A wind blade had sliced through his left ear, and he crawled and rolled down the cliff, but no matter where he ran, he would be caught. Soon, wind blades came from all directions. The positions of the wind blade attacks were subtle, seemingly avoiding fatal spots on purpose. The 4 women played a game of cat and mouse. As long as Kyoko dared to run, they would attack him mercilessly. His face, waist, and wrists were consecutively wounded. Blood splattered, staining the snow. With each cut, Kyoko couldn't help but scream, the blood trailing from the stone tablet all the way to the hillside 100 meters away. You beasts, let him go. Hearing the voice of her beloved, Avril completely lost her composure. She swung her sword at Selena recklessly, disregarding defense. Even if it meant sacrificing herself to kill 800 enemies, she sought a glimmer of hope. Miss of the Holy Sword family, is this man your lover? Selena barely dodged the violent sword energy aimed at her face. The opponent was desperate, but she didn't want to scar her face. Almost gasping for breath, Avril found an opportunity to break free, breaking through the encirclement and rushing to Kyoko's side. Protecting the flickering candle in the wind, she turned and swung her sword, slicing through the wind blades that came from the air. Fiercely glaring at the 4 women around her, the 4 were stunned by the girl's beast-like pupils, momentarily halting their assault. Your Highness, the 4 women spoke in unison with respect as Selena approached the 2, looking down at them from her elevated position. At that moment, Kyoko and Avril were covered in wounds. Kyoko's abdomen and arms were soaked in blood, her left hand hanging limply, having severed her tendons. Avril had exhausted most of her magical energy, and the sword in her hand was dull and lifeless. Kyoko, hold on to me. I can definitely get you out of here, she whispered, wrapping one arm around Kyoko's waist to comfort her. Blood stained the boy's collar, and Avril could feel his body trembling. Damn it, who the hell are you? You must want us dead, Avril said, raising her sword to point at the approaching mysterious woman. Coward hiding in a black robe, have the guts to reveal your name. Impudent. The 4 women stepped forward, daring to be disrespectful to the princess. This couple had already sealed their fate. Wait, don't kill them yet, Selena thought of the mysterious well. The 2 might make good test subjects, especially the man with such potential. Little girl, seeing how much you 2 love each other, I will show mercy and give you a chance to live. Upon hearing this, Avril slightly lowered her sword, her eyes filled with suspicion. What do you want? As long as you kill the heretic in your arms and push him into the well, I will spare your life. You! Avril's pupils constricted, gripping her sword tighter, her her left hand holding Kyoko firmly. "What are you staring at? Obey my master's orders, this is your only way to survive now." The black-clad guard repeated Selena's command angrily, glaring at the battered Kyoko. "This is your only way to live. Are you sure you want to die for a man?" Selena slowly shook her head, surprised that the Sword Saint's descendant was so infatuated. "Avril, you are completely different from your heartless sister." "You know my sister?" the girl asked tentatively, trying to gauge the other's background. The name of the sword hero is known to all in the human kingdom. Realizing she had said too much, Selena avoided the topic. "I don't want to offend that woman. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live." The princess spoke with a tone of disappointment, her gaze frequently drifting to the silent Kyoko. A remarkably handsome young boy, he would surely be a coveted prize among noblewomen in the empire. Interestingly, despite his severe injuries, he had not collapsed. Moreover, after hearing her command, he didn't even blink. Did he trust that his girlfriend wouldn't harm him, or was he truly unafraid of death? An intriguing man. "Since you fear my sister, why not let us both go? I promise, neither Kyoko nor I will reveal your secrets." Avril attempted to negotiate, but Selena was completely uninterested. "You want your boyfriend to live so badly? Then let me change the terms." "Hey, little one, you can still hear me, right?" The princess looked at Kyoko with interest and said, "Your little girlfriend is really good to you. How about this, you kill her, and I can give you a chance to live." Upon hearing this, Kyoko's eyes flickered, and Avril froze in place. Selena continued to tempt. "She loves you so much. To ensure your survival, she definitely won't resist. Am I right, little girl from the Holy Sword family?" The cold princess shot a glance at Avril, not believing that in life and death, there would be no traitor between the two. To die for the sake of the one she loved. Avril stood there like a doll, not saying a word, holding the injured Kyoko, quietly studying his face with the corner of her eye. If her life could be exchanged for a way out for the person in her arms, she would be willing. At that moment, Kyoko's eyes were vacant, neither joy nor sorrow, as if he had seen through life and death. "Ah, what a pair of star-crossed lovers." Selena sighed, for the silence of Apricot meant that the interesting game could not continue. She spat on the ground in disgust. "Don't look at me with that disgusting gaze, you worthless man." The princess drew her long sword and walked towards the two. Upon seeing this, Avril hugged Apricot and stepped back. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for the mysterious woman, and now with Apricot in her arms, their chances were almost non-existent. "Before I throw you down that well, I will make this man suffer torture." To be humiliated in front of a beloved, to have his eardrums pierced, his eyes gouged out, and his teeth shattered. She stared at Apricot, wanting to see if he would change his mind, but he remained indifferent, even snorting in disdain. "What a fearless one!" Selena slightly parted her lips. What had started as a casual verbal threat was now met with mockery. Now, she didn't mind carrying out the tortures she had mentioned on this little man. No, no. Avril couldn't bear to imagine what these women would do to Apricot after her death. "Apricot, promise her, kill me, just kill me." Avril tried to force the long sword into Apricot's hands but was met with a fierce glare. She heard him softly exhale, "Are you an idiot?" It was then that Avril noticed what Apricot had hidden in his satchel. His small hand, dripping with blood, was tightly clutching a magic scroll. Steadying herself, she realized that Apricot was looking for an opportunity to use the scroll to attack these thugs. "I see you're really a fool. Who would give up their own life for the life of another?" Apricot chuckled silently. His words were meant for Avril, also buying time. Higher-tier scrolls often required a large amount of magical essence to activate. Heather was an emerald-level spellcaster, and he could use Pandora's scroll technique in just a few breaths. The water curtain heavenly splendor scroll used by the fox woman Sophia relied on mercenaries for assistance. To activate a scroll of the disintegration ray level, Apricot needed to inject even more magical power. He had never given up on the idea of counterattacking and would not cooperate with the enemy to play a game of love and hate. Especially with this unpredictable, cold woman in front of him, it was better to find a way to kill her than to place hope in the enemy's promises. As Avril stepped back step by step, the positions of the few formed a cone shape. Apricot and she were at the tip, while the women eyed them like hawks, and the mysterious woman leaned in the front. "Can you let us die with clarity? I don't want to die with my eyes closed." He raised his head, the wind blade cut his face, not making him ugly, but adding a touch of resilient beauty in this icy world. "You're really adorable, you're almost making it hard for me to kill you," Selena teased, but her tone carried a cold cruelty. "This is the burial ground of dragons. Of course, we are here to seek treasure. As for you two, you will forever sleep here with that dead dragon." The matter of the life box was crucial. Even the dead could not reveal a word. "If you don't cooperate with the rules of the game, little man, I will make you die in agony." She had hoped to use a scheme to see this couple's love and hate, but it disappointed her. Turning back, she waved her hand to her subordinates, casually murmuring, "Kill them, capture the man." "Yes, Your Highness." The black-clad woman behind her revealed a fierce light in her eyes and approached with her weapon. Just as Selena turned her head, Avril grabbed Apricot's small hand, and together they infused magical power into the scroll. Apricot's magical essence was stretched thin, but with Avril's help, the magic scroll immediately burst forth with brilliant light. Their hands joined together, pointing at the mysterious woman in front of them. A grayish, silvery, blinding magical essence surged out from the scroll. Pandora's creation, a terrifying magic that surpassed the specifications of the magic web. The disintegration ray revealed its true form once again. "Your Highness, be careful. Run!" The guard in front saw this and immediately shouted. Selena turned her head in shock, her body still unresponsive, when a ray of pure destructive energy erupted forth. The terrifying power pierced through kilometers, melting ice and snow, making grass and trees vanish into thin air, and turning the rocks in its path into dust. The two closest subordinates disappeared without a trace, not even a speck left behind. The remaining two were left with only mangled limbs. In a single strike, all four black-clad women were dead. The imperial princess was drenched in cold sweat, her earlier arrogance completely gone, with a severed arm still lingering in front of her. The death warrior had pushed her out of the attack range before dying, and the magical artifact on him had activated to save her, allowing Selena to escape a disaster. A magic scroll from a higher race. "Man, you actually have connections with the other races. Such a deadly weapon would not circulate easily in the market." She clumsily got up from the ground, staring greedily at the second scroll in Anzi's hand. Anzi coughed lightly, somewhat disappointed that one strike hadn't taken out all five of them. "Get away quickly, or else." Anzi shook the magic scroll in her hand, the implication clear. "Humph, with your current magic energy, can you even activate another scroll?" Selena drew her long sword, gripping it with both hands. Though she said that, she did not advance but circled around Anzi, watching her closely. The previous strike had left her with significant psychological trauma, making her hesitant to approach the two again. Ivy, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, the terrifying scene before her shocking. Even her sister, known as the Sword Hero, could not cause such horrific destruction. Only those higher races rampaging across the continent had the ability to seal such intense magic. Anzi, his identity is not simple. Ivy fell into deep thought. She had considered many scenarios before the scroll was activated. Anzi, a poor student, had traveled thousands of miles to the Holy Kingdom to seek refuge with a boy from a small family. What kind of magic scroll could he possibly possess? The most famous human alchemist in the Holy Kingdom could only create golden tier magic scrolls. The market was flooded with ordinary fireball spells or weak water shield spells, and even then, unscrupulous merchants would spare no effort in promoting their worthless goods. Many participants had low-quality magic scrolls that were rarely useful. Inferior products could endanger the user's life in a crisis. In contrast, powerful products were often only found in the merchant guilds of the other races, worth a fortune. Anzi was. Ivy's grip around Anzi's waist loosened slightly, then quickly tightened again. The male virtue heresy could be tolerated. What else could she not accept? "He is my man, no matter who he is behind, I will support him." Not long after Anzi activated the scroll, at the entrance of the fourth layer of the cave, Heather noticed the disturbance of magic energy in the air. Frowning slightly, she realized it was the magic scroll she had given to Anzi that had been activated. It seemed he was right here and was in crisis, prompting the priestess to quicken her pace. The magical creatures emerging around her did not fluster her. She pulled out a scroll inscribed with flame runes from her pocket. Fire spell, flame impact, these were the two types of magic scrolls Heather practiced the most. The flames ignited, and the approaching magic ape was instantly killed. "Are you studying alchemy?" Isabella curiously examined the magic scroll in Heather's hand. The two walked side by side for a while, during which Heather used her self-made scroll to kill many magical creatures, catching her attention. It turned out that the Holy Sun had a backup plan before entering the secret realm. Even without her, he could carve a path. The ink on the scroll was fresh, as if it had just been made. "Yeah, I've been interested in these lately," Heather explained calmly. "There was no rule stating that boys couldn't study alchemy. Then I advised the Holy Sun to be careful not to create dangerous scrolls, as that would not align with the church's will." Isabella kicked aside the corpse of the ice spider on the ground. This creature was not killed by her but was burned to ashes by the magic of a sealed scroll. The destructive power of the magic scroll had already approached the level of gold rank. Unbeknownst to her, the saint had actually mastered such alchemy. This was her dereliction of duty. As a saintess, she had failed to understand the private life of Hester. As a result, he had gone astray and even learned this immoral knowledge. Indeed, the saint's fault could only be compensated with her body. Hester crumpled the ineffective scroll into a ball and stuffed it into his backpack. He retorted, "The church has not stipulated that male priests cannot learn alchemy. it is not in the prohibitions. Isabella was somewhat angry. Wasn't this just exploiting a loophole? Indeed, there were not many men who could take advantage of this loophole. On the continent, men were at a disadvantage, and few had access to general education. Alchemists were a sought-after profession on the continent. They could create various magical items, including staves, potions, magic scrolls, and even large-scale barriers. With both magical talent and alchemical ability, such individuals were already rare. Male alchemists had yet to appear in the world. Hester was indeed the man I, Isabella, had chosen. Fortunately, he was brought into the church by me. Do you think I don't know? To create a certain magic scroll, one must learn the casting theory of the corresponding spell. In other words, for Hester to create a fireball magic scroll, he must first master the casting principles of the great fireball spell. It was not much different from inscribing spells into a skill tree. It was merely an additional step of drawing the spell onto the scroll in advance. Saint, do you want to be purified? Isabella grabbed his wrist, and Hester struggled to shake her off defiantly. I told you, I haven't done anything against the doctrine. Let go of me. Hester glared at her fiercely, already cursing this shameless woman in his heart. The reason for testing the magic scroll was partly to warn this woman. Don't think that just because they were deep in the secret realm, she could entertain ill thoughts about him. He now had the power to resist. Hand over all the scrolls on you, your safety is in the hands of this saintess. Boys should be protected by girls. Isabella did not like her partner to possess martial power. Wouldn't it be better to obediently be a good helper rather than go to the battlefield to kill? No way, why should I? Hester warily clutched his bag, fearing that she would directly snatch it away. Just because I am a saintess, I am your overseer. Nonsense, when did you get to climb over me? Both he and Isabella were merely favored by the goddess. There was no distinction of who was superior or inferior. It was just that everyone was accustomed to respecting women. The saintess was usually a powerful female cleric who fought against heresy, while the saint was a gentle and kind figure praying for the injured in the church. While they were still entangled, the surrounding monsters suddenly erupted. Countless ice spiders rushed in from every crevice and corner. Clearing away the monsters was simple. Mere silver-ranked creatures were no match for a saintess of the Emerald Realm. The two temporarily paused their discussion on alchemy. She sniffed the air, sensing the frosty magical essence flowing around, as if deep in thought. The monsters in the dragon cave have suddenly gone wild. Hester, do you feel it? It's an evil aura. This aura was familiar to Isabella. Her duty in battle was to recover life boxes. Hester pondered. It is said that this is the burial ground of a giant dragon. It has been a long time. The dragon should have turned to bones. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The mysterious well cracked open, and countless fissures appeared on the ground. Cold air instantly surged from the cracks, and Isabella hurriedly grabbed Hester's wrist. This time, he did not resist the saintess. The entire dragon cave seemed to be stirred up, beginning to shake violently. A moment's carelessness could lead to being swallowed by the cracks. The script beneath the ground triggered a chain reaction, causing the entire dragon cave secret realm to tremble precariously. Students on the first, second, and third underground levels felt an intense shaking, as if the entire cave were about to collapse. An emergency announcement echoed through the sky. Due to unknown reasons, the competition has been prematurely ended. All participants must immediately return to the first level and exit the secret realm. Everyone was startled by this bizarre scene and hurriedly fled towards the exit. Not only humans, but also the magical beasts residing in the cave were all rushing towards the exit. At that moment, in the royal court of the Holy Kingdom, the previously invited guests, the kingdom's emerald-level professionals, gathered together, discussing the sudden turn of events. Elder Gree, what exactly is inside? A young emerald-level woman asked. Gree, the oldest mage in the Holy Kingdom, who had witnessed the rise and fall of several dynasties, looked troubled. The president of the Magic Association, an old woman named Gree, showed a pained expression. There is a terrible evil sealed within the Dragon Cave secret realm. The old woman trembled, her gnarled hands, resembling chicken claws, tightly gripping her twisted staff, anxiously tapping the ground. Everyone, rest assured, if it is an evil entity, the Radiant Church will definitely not stand by. The Radiant Church has two powerful forces, the Judgment Knights and the Angelic Guardians, with the Judgment Knights riding griffins, renowned worldwide for their efforts in eradicating evil entities. The tall female mercenary comforted, glancing around for the figure of the Radiant Bishop, her brow quickly furrowing. It seemed none of the three bishops of the Radiant Church had appeared, including the recently missing saint and saintess. Report! Ice layers have appeared on the ground, with abnormal magical essence surging out. Escaped magical beasts are rampaging and slaughtering civilians. A guard rushed to the front of the hall. At this moment, white mist accompanied by frost magic essence had already poured out from the underground secret realm. The chill spread across the competition site, and everyone had been evacuated. Magical apes and a large number of cave spiders flooded into the residential area, with screams echoing everywhere. Mage Gree, it seems we cannot place our hopes on the church, we must act immediately. The mercenary stood up, donning her helmet. Regardless of what changes had occurred in the secret realm, just dealing with the escaped magical beasts required mobilizing all the professionals present. Above ground, the royal family of the Holy Kingdom organized professionals to clear the magical beasts pouring out of the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave was like a dam that had burst, and within half a day, the magical beasts had occupied half of the royal city. If it weren't for the presence of emerald-level professionals among humans, the situation would have long spiraled out of control. However, the three bishops of the Radiant Church, who usually dedicated themselves to aiding the world, chose to remain behind closed doors. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ground, a colossal magical beast opened its eyes. It spread its bone wings, blocking out the sun, and with a gentle breath, the ground crystallized into countless icicles. Notably, the beast's limbs were sealed by 4 massive chains. After the 4th layer of the underground secret realm shattered, it looked up towards the sky, in the direction of the Radiant Church, its eyes filled with hatred and indignation. The remains of the dragon, and the life box, there are indeed treasures in the Holy Kingdom's secret realm. Selena tore her skirt to staunch the bleeding. One of her arms had been struck by a disintegration beam and had vanished without a trace. At the moment the secret realm shattered, she did not look back but instead took the risk to dive deeper, where she indeed found a large number of broken equipment and cores. Judging by the level of damage, these items were the ones spat out by the well. She had arrived underground. Although the items before her were of silver and gold grade, she believed that as she delved deeper, she would surely find even more precious treasures. Soon, she reached the ceiling area, where the temperature plummeted, causing even the high-level professional Selena to shiver. It was not just the cold, it was more about the excitement. After planning for so long, with all her accompanying guards dead, she was thrilled at the prospect of soon reaping the fruits of victory. The towering 100-meter dragon skeleton had a square box embedded in its heart that pulsed continuously. At last I've found you. With this prop, everything lost can be retrieved. That little man named Xingzi, I will make him pay in blood for his debts. A smile crept onto Selena's lips. If she guessed correctly, this box was the treasure she had been pondering over, the job-changing item, the box of fate. As she stepped on the ribcage, preparing to touch the box of fate, suddenly the world spun, and she was thrown backward. When she looked up again, she saw the skull of a giant dragon, now nothing but bones, reaching out toward her. In the eye sockets of the skeletal dragon, 2 icy blue flames burned, staring intently at her. The dragon, the ultimate race of the continent, born with golden-level power, could easily destroy cities when fully grown. The skeleton moved. Selena crawled and rolled back a dozen steps, finally able to see its full form. Who dares to play tricks there? Show yourself. According to the intelligence, the master of the dragon's lair had been dead for many years. There couldn't possibly be any living beings here. Terrified, she raised her long sword, scanning her surroundings and letting out a roar. After a moment, the skeletal dragon spoke in a calm and authoritative voice. Mortal, having seen me, why do you not bow? Its tail coiled, wings folded, bones glimmering with a cold light, like a statue of death, ancient and profound. Selena felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, kneeling on both knees. The skeletal dragon sniffed the air around Selena, seemingly uninterested in this woman. Then, the smell of urine wafted in. The so-called princess of a nation, a ruthless killer, had wet herself in the face of the dragon's might. Ugly! The skeletal dragon showed no joy or sorrow, suddenly opening its fearsome maw and instantly biting Selena in half at the waist. Ah! The scream abruptly stopped, and the skeletal flowers above fell into the murky mixture of urine and blood. Selena's venture was cut short. Before the superior race, she had not even a shred of resistance. In no time, her entire body was chewed clean, the skeletal dragon having no stomach, and after devouring her, the embedded box of fate in its ribcage flickered slightly. It burped, releasing a few wisps of cold air. Approaching, it turned its head toward the distant stone pillar and laughed. Little thing, since you've seen me, why not show yourself? Behind the stone pillar, Xingzi coughed involuntarily due to the chill. After the secret realm shattered and the earth cracked, he had fallen underground, losing contact with Avril and becoming lost again. I thought I could find the exit by secretly following that woman, but I never expected to encounter this terrifying monster. If given another chance, he would definitely not follow Selena. He regretted it immensely. The chains on the ground rattled, making a deathly ringing sound. The skeletal dragon moved, crawling toward the direction where Xingzi was hiding. Shadows enveloped the stone pillar, also casting darkness over him. Die, monster! the boy shouted. A grayish beam shot from his hand as Xingzi activated the prepared scroll. The disintegration ray pierced the stone pillar, hitting the skeletal dragon's left wing and striking its skull. The bones of the left wing were penetrated, leaving a dark scar on the skull. Roar! The sudden attack enraged the skeletal dragon, and a fierce wind mixed with ice shards blew, sending the boy hiding behind the stone pillar flying several meters. Once the panic subsided, the skeletal dragon regained its calm, and the wounds on its body healed in the blink of an eye. Xingzi was greatly disappointed. The magic scroll was his greatest trump card. A very clever magic, but unfortunately, this power does not belong to you. It suddenly lunged again, wanting to bite off Xingzi, who unleashed all his potential and retreated frantically. Bang! The dragon's head was just a step away, and at the moment of being about to be swallowed, Xingzi nervously closed his eyes, seemingly hearing the sound of a bowstring tightening before death. Human, I've changed my mind. I am willing to give you a chance to live. The skeletal dragon suddenly halted its movement, its body leaning back slightly. Xingzi remained vigilant, taking small steps back. He had seen the mysterious woman die in the mouth of the monster. He was just an ordinary man, with no shining points. Respected senior, what is it about Apricot that caught your eye? Ha, your name is Apricot, right? Very sweet. It's a very cute name. If the bone dragon still had a physical body, it would definitely be licking its tongue now. No need to panic, I won't eat you. I don't like eating men. Apricot took a step back, quietly shifting her massive body, but the sound of the chains clinking as she moved was particularly jarring. All you need to do is help me break the seal, and I can let you go. Break the seal? The suspicion in Apricot's eyes deepened. That's right now I am just a remnant. My soul is imprisoned by the despicable winged ones, and they have sealed me within the church. The bone dragon pointed to the sky, and the direction was unmistakably the highest church of the Radiant Church. I'm just an ordinary person. What do you want me to do to break the seal? It's simple. Just sign a servant contract with me and become my slave, and you will gain part of my skill tree. The dragon's skill tree, even just a glimpse of it, would be enough to grant someone power beyond the ordinary emerald level. Oh, a slave contract? Apricot remained composed. Taking revenge on the Radiant Church had always been her wish, but the idea of a slave contract made her grit her teeth. During the years of exile, she had been humiliated by women under the constraints of a slave contract. That's right, a slave contract. A mortal can become my servant. It is a great honor. The bone dragon stared at Apricot, and she was sure no human would pass up this opportunity to rise to greatness. As a dragon that had lived for countless ages, she was used to seeing the humble postures of ants. As long as she offered them a certain promise, they would wag their tails and plea. What if I refuse? Apricot's lips moved slightly, and in the face of the dragon's might, her teeth began to chatter. The past humiliations flooded her mind, and becoming a slave would mean reliving those days. Senior Heather had worked hard to pull her out of the sea of suffering. Apricot no longer wanted to become anyone's servant. Rejected by human males, the soul fire in her eye sockets flickered violently. A killing intent emerged, the air thickened, and Apricot nervously held her breath. The skull looked at the chains on her hands and feet, as if weighing the pros and cons, and then, like a deflated balloon, she slowly said, "It doesn't matter if you refuse. As long as you keep the secret here and do not reveal my existence, I can let you leave." Senior Bone Dragon, is keeping the secret enough? I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Apricot was somewhat incredulous. She looked ahead not far away, where the blood and tattered clothing of that mysterious woman in a black robe lay. This monster had mercilessly bitten that woman to death. There was no reason for it to let her go. The exit of this cage is right behind me. Just follow the stairs up, and you can leave this place. The bone dragon pointed to a corner behind it, where a spiral staircase led upward. Thank you, Senior, but I have no intention of becoming a slave. Once I go out, I promise not to mention your existence to anyone. As Apricot spoke, she moved closer to the staircase. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual ahead. The entrance to the staircase was piled high with gold and silver treasures, as well as the remains of various magical creatures. Don't worry, that's just a bit of my stock. Seeing Apricot stop, the bone dragon couldn't help but tempt and comfort her. I have collected many treasures. You can take one or two. Don't worry, dragons are generous. Upon hearing this, Apricot took half a step forward, but her keen instincts made her retract her foot. She stepped back and immediately fell to the ground. Just as she made her choice, a dragon tail with sharp barbs shot through the air, piercing the spot where she had just stood. Bang! The dragon tail struck the wall, shattering it and sending dust flying. The bone dragon also revealed its ferocious face, gritting its teeth and emitting a hissing sound like a snake. Cunning human, you actually can't be deceived. If Apricot had truly followed the bone dragon's suggestion and stepped through the door, she would have immediately entered the range of its attack. That strike, even if it couldn't kill Kyoko, was enough to render her immobile. This creature's movements are restricted, she can't attack herself, so she wants to lure me into a trap. Taking 2 steps back, the opponent suddenly lunged forward, her claws nearly reaching Kyoko's feet. The chains tightened around her limbs, preventing any further movement. Confirming that her position was safe from the creature's attack, Kyoko let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't know why the opponent was sealed here, but she was definitely a dangerously powerful beast. A mysterious box was embedded in her abdomen, exuding a chilling aura. She could be a dragon or an undead creature. Little man, you can't escape. As long as I'm here, you won't get out. You'll just starve and die of thirst here. Kyoko ignored her and turned to look for another exit. Hey, don't go. This is the sealed land of the winged people, filled with monsters of gold rank and above. With your strength, if you leave this palace, you'll be eaten by other beasts. The creature retracted her tail. Kyoko had been very cautious, and she had no chance to catch the little snack. Even if I die out there, I won't be eaten by you. After the previous lesson, Kyoko had completely lost trust in the bone dragon. At the very least, she couldn't get too close, otherwise, the creature would surely extend her claws and swallow her whole. My promise to you still stands. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will grant you a way out. I swear by my true name, Timuros. The bone dragon raised 2 of her fingers, looking somewhat comical. Timuros? Ha, you can't even change your name when you lie? Kyoko chuckled in disbelief. The bronze dragon, Timuros, was an epic dragon sung about in the ballads of the continent. The legendary bronze dragon is a powerful female dragon. She is not just a skeleton nor an undead creature. Kyoko sized up the creature from bottom to top, noticing the deathly aura emanating from her. Roar! The massive dragon's roar startled Kyoko, causing her to scoot back a bit. The creature began to scream heart-wrenchingly, saliva flying everywhere. Undead? I'm not that ugly, lowly species. I am a dragon, a giant dragon. If it weren't for me being severely injured and attacked by the bird people, who tried to steal my divine power and take my legacy, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. As she spoke, she gazed sorrowfully at her chest, where the life box embedded was the root of her ceiling. During the era of titans and dragons, the winged people were a little-known tribe on the continent. They invented a wicked tool, the life box, which could seal the powers of high bloodlines and implant them into outsiders. This tool is draining my power. I am the next box they cultivated. Kyoko was stunned. If the creature wasn't lying, then she had definitely heard something she shouldn't have. The winged people were the old name for angels, and the skeleton before her was an unimaginable existence. No matter what you are, Timuros, or a bone dragon, what is your purpose in telling me this? He was just an ordinary man, at most having learned a bit of magic, his strength only at the peak of silver. Under the feet of angels and giant dragons, he was as humble as an ant. Kid, I've decided. You are a target for cooperation if you are willing to become my servant. Don't joke around, you just wanted to kill me. Kyoko retorted angrily. Slaves feared encountering a capricious master the most. You carry the scent of the bird people. I thought they sent you to test my food. Timuros' soul fire flickered, and her nostrils seemed to sniff the air. The boy had been baptized by angels. Although he was unqualified and didn't become a vessel, he had still been tainted by the angelic aura. Sorry, I can't accept becoming a slave. If there's no other way to cooperate, I'd rather starve to death here. Moreover, Kyoko didn't believe that such a massive collapse underground would go unnoticed on the surface. It was likely that the skies above the dragon's lair had already gathered emerald-level powerhouses from all corners of the Holy Kingdom. As long as outsiders enter here, he will have the chance to escape this cursed place. Other forms of cooperation? I'm sorry, mortal, but our dragon clan only signs slave contracts with outsiders. Timuros glanced over his skill tree, most of his skills having been drained and rendered obscure by the fate box. The remaining 2 contract magics were the main slave contract for enslaving outsiders and the dragon soul contract for intermarriage within the dragon clan. The dragon soul contract, fine, consider it a great bargain for you, kid. Timuros stared at the small man in front of him. The concept of a mate was an empty one for dragons. Their birth rate was extremely low, their lifespans long, and they were mostly promiscuous, with no concept of chastity. She had no interest in signing a dragon soul contract with a little human brat. She just wanted to use him to unlock the seal of the fate box. Infiltrate that spire-like building. At the deepest point, there is a wall painted with winged beings, and that wall holds the key to unbinding my flesh. With the assistance of the contract, I believe you won't find it difficult. A moment of self-talk, and Xingzi secretly scoffed. The other party was really something, acting as if he had already agreed. I need to understand the contents of the contract first. You must guarantee that you won't harm me. Heaven knows what form the intermarriage contract within the dragon clan takes. If they allow wives to devour their husbands, Wouldn't signing this contract mean certain death for him? The bone dragon laughed at his words, unable to contain her amusement. She actually began to find this boy interesting. Perhaps playing with him wouldn't be so bad, as she stroked her pristine white chin. In front of Xingzi, her form twisted and changed, her tall skeletal body transforming into that of a human woman. The advanced transformation technique further proved that the other party was indeed the legendary epic dragon. However, the woman's appearance sent a chill down Xingzi's spine, as she looked exactly like the previous Selena, completely unclothed and unabashedly displaying all her hidden parts, the chains on her wrists and ankles shrinking accordingly. Mortal, with me like this, you shouldn't be so afraid anymore. No need to be nervous. Once the dragon soul contract is signed, both of us can sense each other's intentions. This way, any malice would be immediately apparent. Xingzi nodded and, following her request, dripped blood onto the magic circle to swear an oath as a couple, exchanging magical essence hand in hand. After a complex process, a delicate dragon-shaped emblem appeared on Xingzi's forehead, which could be hidden with his mind. At the same time, a terrifying power surged into his body. He tried to leap lightly upwards and surprisingly jumped 3 meters high, already at the level of a silver-tier warrior. He had only used 30% of his strength. Xingzi clenched his fists, estimating that in terms of physical quality alone, he was not weaker than a gold tier. Even more frightening was the magic. Under the Dragon Soul contract, he could share some of Taimuro's passive skills, an endless source of magical essence and a powerful amplification aura for spells. Selena frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the effects of the contract. An emerald-tier magic tutor and a gold-tier warrior, this strength might not be enough to smoothly infiltrate the Winged People's Church and steal back her flesh. Strictly speaking, to fully enjoy the power of the Dragon Soul contract, we must complete the final step of being a couple. She was completely naked, sitting cross-legged with her thighs apart, seemingly unconcerned with human elegance. Only when the female fulfills her reproductive duty can the male receive the full benefits of the contract. Taimuros threw out this statement, laced with ambiguity and temptation. Like a promise, the reward for the boy after completing the task. Upon hearing this, Xingzi involuntarily took a step back. Selena wore a cold expression, but her figure was that of a standard beauty. Yet upon closer thought, this woman was actually a skeletal dragon in disguise, which was chilling. Through the Dragon Soul contract, the other party clearly sensed Xingzi's resistance. The man was actually rejecting her, unwilling to do the final thing between husband and wife. She sneered, "Humph, foolish little man, the body is merely a cage that confines the soul." After being promoted to epic level, the concept of beauty and ugliness gradually faded. Taimuros could transform into any race she had encountered if she wished. If she had consumed the other party, she could even simulate their internal structure, reproductive patterns, and even parts of their skill trees. Kyoko retorted defiantly, "Since you think the body is useless, why do you want me to help you retrieve your original body? You might as well embrace a skeleton and live out your days in solitude." The two shared a telepathic connection, and the harsh words pierced each other's ears, dripping with sarcasm. After signing the contract, Kyoko also learned the true identity of the other party. The terrifying bone dragon was indeed the legendary bronze dragon, Taimuros. Injured in a battle against the Titans 1,000 years ago, she had been recuperating in this valley. Unfortunately, she was ambushed by the winged people of the Titans, who sealed her physical form and attempted to use the box of fate to strip her of her legacy. 1,000 years later, the Holy Kingdom established by humans in the valley saw the winged people transform, now calling themselves angels. "Mortal, I grant you power, but it is not for you to prattle on." Kyoko snorted coldly and directly entered the spiral staircase leading to the exit, walking towards the outside of the secret realm. Under the power of the contract, he could clearly sense the other party's intentions. Taimuros had now set aside her murderous intent towards him. In fact, as long as he retrieved the dragon maiden's body, she would reward him even more, and these were sincere words. "If you dare to betray me, I will make you wish you were dead." Selena watched Kyoko return to the upper level until his figure completely disappeared, a smile of indescribable satisfaction on her face. At this moment, chaos reigned in the royal city of the Holy Kingdom. The streets and alleys were filled with countless monsters, spider beasts the size of wild boars rampaging through buildings. Kyoko walked on foot through the commercial street of the royal city, with small vendors scattering in all directions. He picked up a fallen apple from the ground, wiped the dust off it with his sleeve, and took a small bite. The apple was extremely sour, so much so that he threw away the remaining large half. As he walked further, the screams of civilians, the shouts of professionals, and the hoarse cries of monsters rose and fell. Avery's presence, she is indeed here. Among the mercenaries, he saw a girl with a blue sword on her back, her body bandaged with many wounds, trying to jump deeper into the dragon's lair. This reckless act was stopped by two older women. "Miss, we went through so much to rescue you, you can't go back in there." No, Kyoko is still inside. The girl struggled, her eyes wide as she glared at her maid. That boy has caught a cold and is injured. He must be dead by now. The female guard of the Holy Sword family urged loudly, the two women gripping Avery's arm tightly. No, it can't be. Avery could not accept this outcome. Meeting Kyoko felt like a dream. The maids were at their wits' end. They had worked hard to pull the young lady out, only for her to be enchanted by a man named Kyoko. She desperately wanted to jump into the underground crevice, which, according to official reports, was filled with monsters above the golden tier. Wasn't that seeking death? Did the young lady encounter a succubus on the 4th level and was bewitched? The surrounding mercenary group was still fighting the monsters, yet the three were entangled in their own struggle. Hey, you three, we can't hold on much longer. What are you still doing? A large number of ice spiders appeared in the front row, even mixed with frost variants, and the front line was on the verge of collapse. I'm sorry, this child is possessed and insists on going deeper into the dragon's lair. Humph, little brat, if you can deal with the 10 ice spiders in front of you, I'll let you into the dragon's lair. The mercenary leader looked disdainfully at Avery, a young lady from a prominent silver tier family, and she was still acting crazy at a time like this. Didn't she know the royal city was about to be overrun by monsters? This was not the time for romantic sentiments. Avery drew her long sword and faced off against 3 ice spiders. The monsters unleashed attack magic from their compound eyes, and she narrowly avoided being hit by an ice spike. Due to exhaustion, dealing with 3 magical beasts of the same level was a struggle, and only with the assistance of 2 maids could they barely manage to kill the beasts. However, at this moment, more and more monsters were gathering, and they were about to be surrounded. Damn it, it's over. Didn't they say that only silver high-level monsters were here? Why is there a gold-level one? A monster the size of a house descended from the sky, swinging its fists and sending several mercenaries flying. This is bad, quickly request support from headquarters. It's too late, let's all charge together. In the same realm, humans were already at a disadvantage against magical beasts, and with a significant gap in levels, the giant magical ape was almost slaughtering them effortlessly. Avril spat out blood, glaring angrily at the monster before her, lamenting her lack of strength. If it weren't for being in a weakened state from her awakening skill, she wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Now it seemed that everyone here was doomed, despair spreading around them. Not far away, Kyoko shook her head and pinched her fingers on her forehead. Basic disguise technique, transformation. In no time, Kyoko's face began to change slightly, her body also shifting towards a more feminine form. She transformed back into the image of the gray-haired girl from the beginning. With the power of time euros, she no longer needed props to disguise herself as a woman. After the appearance of the gold-level magical ape, the nearby magical beasts seemed to have found a breakthrough, following the giant monster into their ranks. Avril looked around, seeing mercenaries dying one after another, while spider-like creatures the size of calves were gnawing at the goods on the ground. The mercenary who had sworn to her about 10 ice spiders was now smashed into the mud by the magical ape. Miss, we will hold off this monster, you must leave immediately. The 2 maids drew their swords. Despite only having silver-level strength, they charged bravely at the magical ape. No, I want to fight with you. Avril knelt on one knee with her sword, watching her maids face an unbeatable enemy while feeling powerless herself. It was the same when facing the mysterious woman in the secret realm, and it was the same now. A deep sense of helplessness made her shout in anger, gathering all her strength and magical essence to charge at the giant magical ape. She had finally met someone she liked, only to lose him in the secret realm. Miss, hurry back. The maid turned in fear, realizing Avril was still behind her. The ape's fist, carrying a fierce wind, approached their heads, and in a moment of panic, they could only use their longswords to block. With one punch, the 3 women were sent flying, all sustaining serious injuries. The power of the giant magical beast was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. As the magical ape came charging through, no one could withstand its fists, including the mercenary captain who had just been smashed into the mud. The mercenary captain had just crawled out of the pit, spitting out sand and gravel. Seeing the noble lady, who looked like a student, barely holding off the magical ape with her subordinates, she revealed a strange look and shouted, "Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Blocking the beast's fists with her hands led to shattering fractures in her arms, and she cursed her bad luck. How could a giant magical beast appear in her ranks? Only higher-level teams could contend with a gold-level giant ape. Now the entire royal city was in crisis, with teams of professionals above gold level blocking the beast tied at the entrance of the Dragon Cave, who would be passing through the commercial street. Commoners, what are you doing here? Hurry up and escape. In a small house, more than 10 men and women were hiding, and the bolder ones peeked through the curtains to secretly check the battle outside. They were all ordinary residents or merchants, clinging to a glimmer of hope or reluctant to let their goods be destroyed by the beasts. Clearly, they were all frightened by the tragic scene outside, where the human mercenaries were almost completely defeated. The magical beasts began attacking the civilians inside the house, and the female mercenary rushed forward to block the monsters, but 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. All she could do was buy time for the civilians. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. As the only gold-level professional on the battlefield, she had already exhausted her stamina. As the civilians left, the mercenary felt relieved and loosened her grip on the long sword, only to unexpectedly discover a gray-haired girl ahead. Dressed in the uniform of the Magic Martial Arts Academy, she was a third-year student, just like that noble lady. Third-year students were mostly at the Black Iron level, serving as support on the battlefield, helping to evacuate the crowd. Coming to the front lines was akin to courting death, wasn't it? The mercenary shouted at her, "Hey, kid, are you a student of the Magic Martial Arts Academy? Why aren't you leaving? If you don't go now, you'll die here. You can play the hero after you graduate." No matter how much the mercenary yelled, the girl seemed to be deaf to her words. She walked toward the densest cluster of magical beasts as if strolling through an alley. It was then that the mercenary noticed something unusual. The surrounding monsters avoided her as if she were their natural enemy. The gray-haired girl paid no mind to the commotion around her, remaining detached as she gazed at the giant ape on the battlefield. As she passed by, her silent profile revealed a gaze that seemed to sigh. Is this what it feels like to be an upper-tier being? Understanding a hint of Taimuro's arrogance, Kyoko let out a long breath. Under the dragon's might, the mindless ice spiders dared not approach, nor even meet his gaze, just as rabbits fear tigers and leopards. The surrounding monsters began to inexplicably disperse, and her presence also attracted the attention of the giant magical ape and Avril. "Kyoko, you're alive?" Avril exclaimed, almost rushing over to hug her. The 2 maids of the Holy Sword family exchanged wide-eyed glances. Was this the boy the lady spoke of? But the figure approaching was clearly a girl. Oh no, could it be that Our Lady is a lesbian? If the eldest daughter found out, they would be in big trouble. No wonder the lady had never shown interest in Alex from the Taylor family. It turned out she liked girls. "Kyoko, hurry and run. That monster is terrifying." Seeing her alive, Avril immediately became excited. She gripped her sword tightly, her feet firmly planted in a stance, the magical essence coiling around her long sword solidifying significantly. The giant magical ape turned its massive head, fixating its gaze on Kyoko, sensing that her presence posed a great threat to it. Roar! With a loud roar, the magical ape leaped into the air. "Monster, don't you dare harm her!" Avril shouted, releasing all her magical essence, sending a serrated blue blade of energy toward the beast. The magical ape did not dodge or evade, allowing the sword energy to strike it, but the blue energy only managed to cut through its fur, causing minor surface wounds. Damn it, it's not effective? Avril felt despair. With such a vast difference in levels, combined with the thick skin of the ape, she simply couldn't stop it. Everyone thought the magical ape was just looking for an angle to attack, but after a few breaths, they realized something was off. It seemed to be fleeing, whether leaping into the sky or ignoring the sword energy attacks, it was all to escape faster. But why? That monster clearly had the advantage. Why would it suddenly run away? Avril was puzzled. A slight smile crept onto Kyoko's lips as her raised hand fell back down. I wanted to test my skills against this giant magical ape, but with so many people watching, I'll let it go. As the magical beasts dispersed and the giant magical ape fled, the mercenary group and the civilians on the street cheered. Prepare the team, treat the wounded. The mercenary captain called out to her subordinates, then thanked the 2 maids of the Holy Sword family, casting a deep glance at the calm Kyoko. Although she didn't know why the giant magical beast had fled, she vaguely guessed it had something to do with this girl. Secretly speculating about her identity, could she be a passing human prodigy? Only an emerald-level practitioner could scare off a magical ape, right? However, since the girl was unwilling to reveal her name, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to inquire further. Avril, having bandaged her wounds, nervously grasped Kyoko's hand. She had been focused on fighting and hadn't noticed the abnormality of the magical beasts related to Kyoko. Maybe it's the goddess's blessing. Kyoko, are you okay? What do you think? Kyoko scanned Avril's body. She was merely drained of magic and was fine, as long as she wasn't dead. The other party had saved her life, so this could be considered a repayment of kindness. She wondered how Senior Heather was doing. With so many emerald-level experts around her, she surely wouldn't be in danger. Just then, a dissatisfied voice echoed in Kyoko's mind. Stupid kid, your teacher won't die. The monsters in the deepest part of the dragon cave only have the strength of an initial emerald level. Right now, what you should be doing is finding a way to infiltrate the Winged People's Church, not playing the savior. We have an equal contract. I know what to do. Kyoko was displeased with Taimuro's threat, he would give the other side a result regarding the Radiant Church. Telepathy was a result of the Dragon Soul contract. The two who signed the contract could communicate mentally within a certain distance and share vision and senses. Now that Avril's safety was secured, the problem was Senior Heather. Given her personality, upon learning of the crisis in the secret realm, she would definitely rush to the front lines for support. He decided to report his safety to her and then find a way to sneak into the Radiant Church. Just as Kyoko was about to set off, Avril clung to him, gripping his hand tightly. "Kyoko, come with me, I'll take you to the Holy Sword family's residence, it's very safe there." The pleated skirt of a third-year student from the Magic Martial Academy, her smooth skin, slightly exposed delicate collarbone, and a head of soft gray hair. Kyoko, using a disguise technique, was androgynous, truly resembling a little girl. The two maids, seeing their young lady so entangled with this girl, were filled with shock. Their young lady was actually a lesbian. She had deliberately claimed this girl was a boy, perhaps to confuse others? As a family heiress, she needed to bear the responsibility of continuing the family line. If Miss Avril fell for this girl named Kyoko, would she really call her a boy? I need to find Senior Heather, who is fighting on the front lines. "Avril, this is where we part ways, don't forget your promise." When they had adventured together, she had promised not to reveal his boy identity. Realizing she had slipped up, Avril shyly touched her chin and added, "Kyoko, I understand, but it's too dangerous for you to go to the front lines alone, let me go with you." "No way, miss, if something happens to you, the young lady will kill us." Before Kyoko could refuse her, the maid had already started shouting, "Avril, your strength is too weak. Going would only hold back the warriors on the front lines." Kyoko bluntly stated the truth, and it was indeed the case. The monsters emerging from the cracks in the dragon cave were mostly silver level, with some even reaching gold level. According to Damrosa's intel, there would also be 2 emerald level king beasts, the ice spirit spider mother and the wind howling demon ape. Everything in between had to be done secretly, and he didn't have any special feelings for Avril, so he could only disappoint her. "Kyoko, you're not confused, are you?" Avril smiled. Earlier the boy had caught a cold in the secret realm, and her palm covered Kyoko's forehead. Both were silver-level practitioners. She believed she was not weak at all. At least she was a bit stronger than Kyoko, probably. "Enough, Avril, let's leave the past in your memory. We are impossible." Pushing away her concerned hand, Kyoko, with a background in romance, was emotionally intelligent enough to know this girl was pursuing her. "Kyoko, me?" Avril was stunned, looking incredulously at the girl in front of her, who suddenly exuded the aura of a gold-level practitioner. Stronger than the leading mercenary captain, she was pushing towards mid-gold level. The two maids also gaped in disbelief. This girl of similar age to their young lady was actually a mid-gold level practitioner. Unfazed, she stood before the giant demon ape without a hint of fear. This potential and age are already comparable to the young lady, the sword hero. But is it good or bad that Miss Avril has taken a liking to such a woman? If only she were a boy, then there could be no issues between women. Moreover, it seems the other party is rejecting their own lady, which makes things quite interesting. The two maids exchanged wide-eyed glances. "I broke through in the secret realm, Avril. I, Kyoko, will only like women who are stronger than me. You understand what I mean, right?" "You've been dumped," Kyoko said succinctly, her footsteps light as she vanished in a few blinks, leaving Avril behind, lost in thought. After enhancing her physique, each jump could cover dozens of meters, and Avril quickly became a small dot in the distance. She paused on the ruins of a building, glancing back at the direction she had come from. Kyoko's eyes sharpened. She did not reveal all her strength in front of Avril. Being at the golden mid-tier was already quite an achievement. She now possessed the physical qualities of a golden peak warrior and the spellcasting level of an emerald realm practitioner. She had the conditions for revenge, but she still couldn't directly storm the church. Taimuros had also advised her that without emerald mid-tier strength, entering the depths of the Winged People's Church alone would be a death sentence. Kyoko advanced along the previous competition square, a disaster zone and the entrance to calamity. As she rushed forward, the number of magical beasts increased while humans dwindled. Under the dragon's might, the magical beasts dared not approach her easily. The journey was relatively smooth, with no ill-timed monsters coming to deliver themselves. "Senior, save us!" A cry reached Kyoko's ears. She slowed her pace slightly but had no intention of stopping. Nearby, in the buildings, there were occasionally people who hadn't managed to escape, trapped by magical beasts and waiting for rescue. Previously, she would save anyone she could, but as the number of people increased, she realized that doing so was a waste of time. Some rescued nobles would even demand that she escort them to safety. Kyoko certainly couldn't agree, and as a result, many nobles held grudges against her. It was a thankless task. Just as Taimuros had said, she was not there to be a savior. If you want to protect your kin, go to the church and release your true body. I can blow out those 2 king beasts in one breath. Eliminating the king beasts would cause the magical creatures to scatter. Taimuro's arrogant tone entered Kyoko's mind, his tone softened a bit, more of a persuasion. I know what to do, shut up. Kyoko impatiently cut off the mental communication. After signing the Dragon Soul contract, she certainly understood the dragon's power. The Ice Soul Spider Mother and the Wind-Howling Demon Ape, both emerald mid-tier king beasts, could easily annihilate a small human nation. But the most terrifying thing deep in the secret realm was this ancient dragon. If it weren't for the seal, once Taimuro's broke free, the fate of the Holy Kingdom would completely rest in her thoughts. Help! Help! They're coming in! It was the same place in the ruins. She had already walked far, but behind her, screams erupted. Hearing that familiar voice, Kyoko turned back to see 3 giant demon apes digging through the ruins, beneath which were 3 young women and over 10 girls. From their attire, they were standard magic apprentices and mentors, likely students who had come to observe the magic martial arts competition. The 3 young mentors were in tattered clothes, appearing to have gone through a fierce battle, 2 of them heavily injured, while the remaining one used the ruins as cover, casting fireballs and ice blades in an attempt to drive away the demon apes. It was of no use. The giant demon apes almost ignored ordinary magic, their eyes filled with greed for food, frantically digging through the ruins to devour the delicious food hiding inside. Wasn't that her former mentor? And those classmates? She had a low presence in class, preferring to be alone, but she could still recognize her classmates among the 10 or so girls. Most of them were at the level of black iron strength. Going out would be a death sentence. They huddled together in a corner of the ruins, like fledglings waiting for death. The young woman fighting back was the teacher who had given him a spot in the competition. She was also the homeroom teacher who had put him and Alex in detention at the same time. Senior Heather had said to thank her properly. Senior, please wait. I beg you to lend a hand, at least to save these children. The director called for help while casting spells to block the giant ape. She must have seen Akiko's speed and mistook him for a passing human expert. Akiko glanced at the ring on his finger, a storage ring, a relic of Selena, which Taimuro's had also given to him. If you encounter me, consider yourselves lucky. He wouldn't bother with ordinary people, but with a thought, he took out a half-human tall magic staff and instantly landed on the ruins, locking eyes with the 3 magic apes. The 3 apes were also stunned by the sudden appearance of a human. To them, the small human seemed to have suddenly sprung up in front of them. Akiko, suppressing his dragon might, did not raise their alertness. Limited by their intelligence, after a roar, the magical beasts charged at him simultaneously. MS. Charles looked worried. She was a mentor for third-year students at the Holy Kingdom's Magic and Martial Arts Academy. She was also a newly promoted gold-tier professional, mainly teaching cultural knowledge to students. Judging by common sense, she guessed that the woman running at high speed on the road was probably at a high gold level. The 3 giant magical beasts in front of her seemed to average at a mid-gold level. She sought help, hoping the other party could share the firepower and draw away 1 or 2 of the giant beasts, allowing her and the other 2 injured mentors to restrain the remaining one. The remaining students could then take the opportunity to move to a safe place, but she didn't expect the passing professional to be so bold as to appear right in front of the 3 beasts and provoke them. The beasts had tough skin and thick flesh. Possessing an innate advantage, humans could only fight back using magical equipment. This bare-handed approach is almost like seeking death. Charles doubted that before the woman could finish her spell, she would already be turned into meat paste. The fists and teeth of the magical beasts were much faster than a human's spellcasting, especially at such a short distance. Miss, quickly hide. You are no match for them alone. They had been using the narrow passages in the ruins to temporarily evade the giant apes' attacks. That was how they had been barely surviving. Just as she thought, almost the moment she took out her weapon, a massive fist came crashing down with lightning speed. It was over, they had finally encountered support, but because of underestimating the situation, they were about to lose their lives. She didn't even know which mercenary group that woman belonged to on the front lines, a high gold level person who didn't even have this basic knowledge. Charles covered her eyes, unable to bear to look. She secretly cursed her luck and let 2 bolder students step forward to see if they could drag the body back. After all, the other party's initial intention was to help them, even if it failed. MS. Charles, look over there. A female student tugged at Charles's sleeve, pointing outside the ruins entrance, her eyes wide with shock. Roar! The giant beast roared, spitting saliva, its roar deafening. The 3 giant apes' fists struck as if hitting an air wall. They punched simultaneously but were easily caught by Akiko with one hand. With the holy light barrier and the blessing from Taimuro's, The girl's arm skin and the area near her forehead and ear roots revealed fine golden dragon scales. The giant beasts are food, the smaller ones are snacks. This was Taimuro's view on giant apes from the Dragon Legacy. In other words, Akiko was being hit by food. After failing a strike, the three magical beasts couldn't understand what had happened. Their massive bodies were matched by their dull minds. Akiko deliberately suppressed his dragon might and did not take the initiative to attack, making them mistakenly believe that Akiko was just a turtle shell that could only take hits. The largest magical ape in the middle was the leader of the three beasts. It gathered all its strength, swung its fists, leaped high into the air, and aimed to smash the turtle shell from above. The giant ape's eyes turned a fiery red, and the veins on its fists bulged, muscles like small hills. "Be careful, this is the innate skill of the apes, berserk technique," Teacher Charles shouted urgently before the unscathed apricot could recover from her astonishment. The skill tree of magical beasts is innate. They do not need to cultivate but only need to grow to a certain stage to comprehend specific spells. The berserk technique is the giant ape's innate skill, which, once activated, multiplies its power attribute, making it unmatched below the golden level. The two injured colleagues behind her were both severely wounded by the berserk technique. The berserk technique requires blood to activate and has a considerable cooldown time. Among the three magical apes, only the leader had not used it. Charles had been on the defensive, worried about the opponent's innate spell. If she fell, the students behind her would become prey. Now that the opponent had activated this innate skill, it indicated that the battle had entered its final moments. After the mysterious woman was defeated, she would be next. Charles tightened her grip on her staff nervously. She was just an ordinary professor teaching general knowledge, with little experience in battling giant beasts. The shadow that blotted out the sun drew closer, yet disappointment flickered in Apricot's eyes. Shaking his arms, he felt no sense of oppression at all. The textbook said that once a high-level ape activated the berserk technique, it was invincible at the same level. The best strategy was to avoid direct confrontation and hide in a corner until its berserk time ended. Invincible at the same level, perhaps this was merely a perception held by humans. The gray-haired girl curled her lips slightly, as if mocking. In the understanding of Taimuros, these humanoid beasts that preferred to walk on all fours would have their eyes turn red when caught by dragon claws, and then they would scratch her, clenching tightly, waiting to swallow them whole during their berserk state, when the meat was the most tender and springy. Apricot had inherited part of the dragon's legacy, but he was still fundamentally human. He still preferred human food. He felt no appetite for these 7-class magical beasts that were somewhat similar to his kind. Gently waving his staff, he summoned a thread of magical essence from the dragon's soul contract, pointing coldly at the descending shadow. Without the cumbersome process of chanting a spell, he straightforwardly uttered the name of the spell. Dragon spell, Radiant Light Spear. The blazing light spear illuminated the ruins with a patchwork of light and shadow. Charles had never seen such a dazzling magic before. The ordinary light spear spell was only 2 meters long, with a diameter about the thickness of 2 adult fingers, requiring 3 to 5 seconds to chant and cast. However, the light spear conjured by this mysterious passerby was far beyond reason, measuring over 20 meters in length, capable of penetrating 2 buildings, and its thickness was that of an adult's body. The surface was not smooth but covered with fine scales like fish skin. It resembled an ancient titan's barbecue skewer, piercing the berserk magical beast as if it were food. The heart was pierced, a single strike killing it. The giant ape's blood splattered across the intricate patterns of the spear, and it could no longer take a step forward, collapsing straight down. The remaining 2 apes, witnessing this, emitted continuous warning roars but dared not approach, slowly retreating, looking for an opportunity to escape. Although they were of low intelligence, they could still understand that their leader had been killed. Magical beasts have an innate tendency to seek benefits and avoid harm. The instinct to evade natural enemies is ingrained in their genes, and species that blindly attack stronger foes had long been eliminated. The students hiding in the corner knelt on the ground in confusion, and 2 seconds later, erupted into cheers, some crying tears of joy. Charles could not understand the dragon's spells but could vaguely guess that this mysterious girl was likely related to some human prodigy. An attack magic of super specifications? Was it the Judgment Knight Isabella? Or the matriarch of the Radiant Church? Only those two could possibly unleash such a magnificent light spear technique. "Thank you, my Lord Priest, for saving us." Charles stepped forward with his students, just about to express his gratitude when he caught sight of the newcomer's appearance and was left speechless. The mysterious strong figure, with gray hair and the profile of a girl, bore a striking resemblance to the class's transfer student. However, Kyoko had already been officially declared dead in the beast tide, and her guardian, Heather, had personally taken command, vowing to eradicate the dragon cave and kill the king beast, the wind-howling demon ape. At the front lines of the Dragon Cave battlefield, in the military camp within the trenches, the leaders of the Holy Kingdom were discussing strategies. The president of the Magic Association, Gree, and the head of the Holy Kingdom Mercenary Guild, Alexandra, were among the guests who had previously attended the match, now nervously gathered together. Mr. Heather, I understand your feelings, but please do not rush. Many people have lost loved ones to the mouths of magical beasts. Heather clenched his fists tightly, reluctantly sitting down. After the collapse of the secret realm, thanks to Isabella's skills, he had been safely brought out of the dragon cave. But Kyoko would remain underground forever. Given the intensity of the beast tide, the chances of that child surviving were very low. Most people advised him to grieve and move on, while Heather hoped to send a rescue team to search for the students left behind in the secret realm, but was refused by the Holy Kingdom's leaders on the grounds of manpower shortages. Isabella cautiously observed the Holy Sun beside her, not daring to provoke him easily. She could sense that he was like a tightly strung bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. The ice spirit spider mother and the wind-howling demon ape were both mid-tier magical beasts, and they had numerous offspring. According to the old mage Gree, this was no longer just a beast tide. Due to the relationship between the two king beasts, the magical beast population had formed a concept similar to a tribe, equivalent to an uncivilized race attacking human cities. These two types of monsters would not attack each other but had formed a special symbiotic relationship. Could we request the Radiant Church to send strong reinforcements? The female general of the Holy Kingdom turned to look at Isabella. At the edge of the conference table, Isabella, who had originally been in civilian clothes, had changed into griffin armor, carrying a cross spear on her back. The Griffin Knights had suffered heavy casualties during the siege against the Death Knights of Etheria and were still recuperating, unable to mobilize their forces. Those who could participate in the battle had already been sent to the front lines, and Isabella shook her head regretfully. The only representatives of the church's power were Isabella and Heather, far from what the Holy Kingdom had anticipated. The three cardinal archbishops and the guardian angel troops, if they could intervene, our pressure would be greatly alleviated. The mid-tier magical beasts were not something a group of novice emerald-level mages could handle, especially since they were king beasts. Even ordinary mid-tier magic users might not be able to take them down. Gree looked at the two with hope while Heather sighed helplessly. At the first sign of crisis, he had tried to contact the three cardinal archbishops, but they had all declined, claiming they were engaged in a crucial ritual and could not participate in the battle. Just then, the tent door of the temporary operations hall was flung open, and 2 rows of guards stood at attention, flanking a young woman. She wore a golden battle dress and a delicate crown. As she walked down the center of the path, everyone she passed slightly lowered their heads in respect. The reigning queen of the Holy Kingdom, Cersei Taylor, a young woman in her early 30s. 5 years ago, the old monarch had suddenly passed away, and she had ascended to the throne and been crowned just 6 months later, becoming queen at the age of 25. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter concerns millions of civilians. For the sake of our homeland and human territory, let us unite even more to fight against the formidable enemy. Long live Princess Cersei! The soldiers behind her, along with the leaders of the Holy Kingdom at the meeting, cheered. Clearly, within the system, this queen was highly respected. She looked towards Heather and Isabella, saying pointedly, "This battle is in the royal city, with our men, children, and elderly behind us. If anyone still has strength left, they are the sinners of humanity." Cersei's gaze was firmly fixed on Hester, the only man standing out here. At this point, we must put aside personal grievances for the greater good. We cannot disrupt the overall plan. Clenching her fists, the queen spoke with a persuasive tone that was hard to refute. Mr. Hester, as one of the representatives of the Radiant Church and the head of the logistics medical team, you should understand the importance of weighing matters. Hester frowned, lowering his head in contemplation. Your Majesty, the saint is inherently kind-hearted. It is only natural for him to be concerned about the safety of the trapped students underground. Isabella, seeing Hester being bullied, naturally could not stand by. 5 years ago, Hester was the priest presiding over Cersei's coronation ceremony. In this theocratic nation where religious authority suppressed royal power, Isabella had the right to look the king in the eye. The Dragon Cave secret realm has always been guarded by the royal family. To have sealed such a number of magical beasts inside should be considered a dereliction of duty by the Taylor royal family. Isabella's words displeased Cersei, but she did not explode. Instead, she buried her anger deep within. The Dragon Cave secret realm was a naturally formed cavern, with several seals laid down by the royal family through the Magic Association, strictly controlling entry and exit. The princess explained calmly, in the past few years, the cardinal of the Radiant Church has entered the Dragon Cave multiple times, and I have turned a blind eye. Perhaps the frequent comings and goings have caused the seals to weaken. The Radiant Church should have known that the royal beasts were born within the secret realm. The old mage from the Magic Association, Gree, suddenly opened his eyes, nodded, confirming that this was indeed the case. Your Majesty, Saintess, let us not discuss the rescue any further, I give up. Hester spoke, his tone filled with disappointment. If this matter were to spark a conflict between the church and the royal family, it would not be worth the loss. The Taylor royal family still deserved respect, as she had managed the subjects under the goddess for many years. Little did he know, Cersei saw Hester's weak attitude and felt increasingly indignant. 5 years ago, the 25-year-old Cersei was an arrogant princess, believing that once she ascended the throne, she would become the highest-ranking woman in the country. When the previous king died unexpectedly, she was thrust onto the throne by the church. At that time, Cersei did not understand why the emperor still needed to kneel before others. It was not until the coronation ceremony that she was forced to kneel and kiss the back of the saint's foot, crowned as queen in his prayer. The attendants and maidens all knelt, and she was revered by thousands, yet that coronation ceremony became a thorn in her heart. It constantly reminded this young queen that above the crown, there was the lofty radiant church. She was merely a puppet supported by the goddess. Before the church, even if the other party was just a delicate young beauty, she had to bow her head in submission. Cersei then realized that her mother and the old ministers had always spoken of the church with grave expressions. It turned out that the Holy Kingdom was not the domain of the Taylor royal family at all, but was controlled by a group of devout followers. The people of the Holy Kingdom revered not the Taylor royal family, but the radiant church. Your Excellency, the saint, you understand us so well. However, all of this would soon come to an end. The princess smiled with her lips but not with her heart. She had been planning to eradicate the malignant tumor of the Holy Kingdom, the Radiant Church. This beast tide was the best opportunity to eliminate the church. At that time, she would topple the statue of the goddess and bring this delicate young beauty into her net as well. The meeting quickly reached a conclusion, with the strongest Isabella leading the charge against the royal beast, the wind-howling demon ape. Gree, the president of the Magic Association, and Alexandra, the vice president of the Mercenary Guild, would block the Ice Spirit Spider Mother at the Northern Rift exit. The Holy Kingdom and the remaining professionals were responsible for exterminating and intercepting the other magical creatures. If the Sword Hero were still in the Holy Kingdom, this time we would have it much easier. With one peak combatant missing, Gree anxiously looked at the ready-to-depart team. Every time the kingdom dealt with a royal beast, it had to pay a heavy price. Among the warriors setting out with them, there were likely few who would return alive. Before departing, Empress Cersei of the Holy Kingdom raised a toast to everyone, promising rewards and titles after their victory. Brave warriors, today we gather here not for gold and magic cores, but for glory and faith, to protect this land we hold dear, and those innocent people who pray in the light. Your names will be inscribed on the monument of the kingdom's glory, and the brilliance of the Holy Kingdom will forever shine upon you, guiding you home. Wealth, honor, and titles. Isabella quietly watched Cersei passionately speaking from the platform. The queen indeed had a remarkable talent for stirring people's hearts. The students who had been trembling in the back were now filled with righteous indignation, eager to rush to the battlefield and sacrifice themselves for glory. At this moment, besides 10 Griffin Knights under the Saintess, there was also a team of about 40, with an average strength ranging from peak silver to gold. Half were mercenaries stationed in the Holy Kingdom, and half were senior female students from the Magic Martial Academy. The plan was set to take action the next day at noon, when the sun was at its zenith. Since Hester was also in the team to hunt the Beast King, Isabella was full of confidence and could hardly wait to take action. Everyone, you will be safe. By the lakeside at night, the air was filled with frost, and the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty slightly parted her lips, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Ever since the collapse of the Dragon Cave's secret realm and the appearance of those two monsters, the temperature in the entire royal city had plummeted, as if winter had arrived early. Isabella gazed obsessively at Hester by the lakeside, while the person behind her clasped her hands to her chest, looking prayerful and endearing. If she were a goddess, she would surely extend a helping hand. No wonder he is her future man. Isabella stood by the lakeside like a guard, beside Hester, resembling a mother hen protecting her chicks. Let's go. Before dealing with the Beast King, I want to see the children in the orphanage. Thinking of Apricot, Hester shook her head inside. Just as she was about to leave, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared by the lakeside, gazing intently. Your Highness? Hester exclaimed, slightly bowing. In the Holy Kingdom, the identity of the Holy Son was special, and there was no need to kneel before the king. It would be safer for the Holy Son to stay in the back, beside me. The rear needs an outstanding healer like you. Cersei smiled faintly at Hester. Her crown had been removed, and her golden armor had been changed into lighter clothing, making her seem approachable. Accompanying her were two maidservants, one with a sword and the other with a staff. Judging by their magical essence, both were peak gold professionals. The speech on the platform was merely for show. As a queen, she would not rush to the front lines. The two exchanged glances, and Hester awkwardly shifted her gaze as the other's eyes traveled from her face down to her feet. 5 years ago, Hester had met Circe, who was then a proud princess, extremely resistant to the coronation ceremony's procedures, especially the part where she had to kiss the foot of the goddess's envoy, Hester, which she considered a humiliation imposed by the church. As a queen, having to bow her head before a man was a great disgrace to her. 90% of the residents of the Holy Kingdom were believers, and under the pressure of the time, she had to set aside her dignity and submit to the church. 5 years later, aside from a hint of arrogance in her brows, Circe presented herself more as an elegant queen to the world. This queen of the Holy Kingdom was indifferent to the church, even harboring some animosity. After experiencing the coronation ceremony, she seemed like a different person, showing no interest in men, and for 5 years had not even touched a man's hand. Diligently governing, she practiced frugality and reduced burdens. Over the past 5 years, the food production in the Holy Kingdom had increased annually, and the royal family had established considerable prestige among the people, being hailed as the most significant queen in the Holy Kingdom in a century. Circe also took the opportunity of the guard team to form a fully loyal all-professional army to herself. The two women behind her were the so-called Imperial Guards of the Holy Kingdom. During this disaster, the Imperial Guards did not participate in the battle but stood by her side. "Your Majesty, please forgive my inability to help." Heather directly refused. He still wanted to go to the front lines, despite Isabella's usual dissatisfaction with his words and actions. But at this critical moment of life and death, he had to stand behind the Saintess to provide her support. Moreover, he needed to rescue the students trapped in the secret realm, like Apricot. "Priest Heather, won't you reconsider?" Fighting against the Beast King was extremely dangerous, and Circe did not want this holy beauty to be stained with blood on the battlefield. "You also lack combat ability, right? From the rear, you can still fulfill your duties as a cleric." Heather was speechless. "No need to say more. In the name of the Queen, I command you to stay in the rear and provide healing for the professionals and civilians." Circe's eyes flickered, coaxing gently. Isabella could no longer hold back. She had long seen that this woman had ill intentions, especially with her gaze fixed on the saint's son. That kind of greed unique to women, and the intent to pry, the Chief Justice, being a woman herself, understood well. However, due to the other party's status, Isabella had always refrained from losing her temper. Now that the other party was openly trying to undermine her, how could she endure it? "Your Majesty, the saint's son is the messenger of the goddess. How could he shrink back in the face of great danger?" Isabella immediately grabbed Heather's arm, pulling her close, and unceremoniously rejected, "As a king of a nation, you should not be a turtle hiding its head. That is completely different from the atmosphere of standing on the podium united against the enemy. You dare!" As soon as Isabella's words fell, the two maids immediately scolded her angrily, but were stopped by Circe. The queen helplessly spread her hands, as if surrendering to the church. "I am merely making a suggestion. Priest Heather can make her own choice. In that case, I wish both of you a victorious start and prosperous military fortunes. Lady Isabella, please be sure to protect Priest Heather." She did not lose her temper, smilingly staring at the Saintess, giving a sarcastic blessing before turning to leave. Isabella angrily kicked a stone at her feet, and with a bang, the stone fell into the lake, creating ripples. "Heather, let's go, don't mind her." As a favored one of the goddess, a king of a small human nation was nothing remarkable. Those two Golden Peak maidens were probably the only professionals the other side could present to decorate their facade. That night, Heather arrived at the church's relief center, where she had lived for quite some time during the decline of the Orpheus family. Located on North Avenue, in a secluded yard adjacent to the church, it was hard to find without a guide. The relief center was filled with children adopted by the church, with boys and girls in equal numbers, most of whom were under 16. Along the way, she wanted to buy some cookies and brown sugar bread as gifts for the children. Due to the beast tide, it was difficult to find merchants, and Heather wandered around for a long time before gathering the gifts. In the past, whenever his figure appeared at the street corner outside the yard, a swarm of children would rush over to ask for gifts. Although the relief center was backed by the church, the supplies were not abundant. White bread, cheese, and candy were usually foods available only during celebrations. Today seemed different from the past. The iron gate of the relief center was tightly locked with chains. "Is anyone there? I've come to see you." Peering in and calling out, there was no response. The entire yard seemed as if it were dead. She fiddled with the chains, which clinked against the iron gate, making a rustling noise. How strange, it shouldn't be time to turn off the lights yet. After placing the gifts outside the iron gate, Heather shouted for a while before preparing to leave. Isabella glanced at the lawn in the yard, where the weeds had grown as high as her palm, and couldn't help but ask, "Do you come here often?" "Well, I used to come here once or twice a month because the relief house has a habit of evening prayer, and usually, the lights don't go out that late," he answered instinctively. With a bang, a crisp sound of metal clashing was heard as the crossbow shattered the chains wrapped around the iron gate, and Isabella forcefully opened the door. "Hey, what are you doing? You're destroying the property of the relief house." Heather complained at first, but as she stepped closer to the courtyard, her frown deepened. The relief house wasn't large, it had 2 classrooms, a communal dormitory, and a cafeteria with a storage room. Classes and prayers usually took place in the classrooms, and the communal dormitory housed 12 people in a 3-story building. With the classrooms dark and the dormitory empty, Heather raised her hand to summon a light orb. Under the illumination of the light spell, the double windows behind the doors reflected shadows. "Is it because of the beast tide that they were evacuated early? Isabella, do you have any news?" Although he was a saint, Heather always felt isolated by the church, and there were some things the saintess knew better than he did. He didn't mind, after all, the identity of a male priest was special. The lady superior had also advised him that as a boy, he just needed to focus on his own duties. Isabella shook her head. She rarely cared about the affairs of the relief house. At the beginning of the month, the cardinal organized multiple mana tests and took away quite a few children from here. This was likely all the information she had. Heather pondered for a moment but still couldn't find an answer. The ages between 12 and 16 were crucial for the awakening of magical talent, and noble children frequently underwent awakening tests, which was also a benefit of the relief house. Typically, tests were conducted once every spring, but according to Isabella, the cardinal's tests had been much more frequent, and the timing was off. The cardinal had been silent, and even the lady superior had shut herself away. As the younger generation of the Radiant Church, the two had instead become representatives of the church's efforts during the beast tide. "You're usually the most concerned about these children. If you don't even know where the relief house has moved to, I doubt many in the church know the situation." Unable to find an answer, Heather and Isabella had to leave the courtyard. Just as they stepped out of the iron gate, 2 figures in black suddenly appeared before them. The nuns wore black robes with golden edges, revealing only the lower halves of their faces, which were unnaturally pale, almost like white plaster smeared on a wall. "Guardian angels?" Isabella muttered the 4 words gloomily, directly looking at the 2 women. Unable to resist, she attempted to cast an identification spell but was blocked by an inexplicable force. The 2 major trump cards of the Radiant Church were the Judgment Squad of the Tribunal, the Griffin Knights under Saintess Isabella, and the Guardian Angel Squad that had protected the cathedral for generations, belonging to the main branch of the Radiant Church. They usually dressed this way, mysterious and unpredictable, and Heather was unclear about their origins. The bishop's sister had said they were warriors blessed by the goddess, possessing powers granted by her. After many years in the church, Heather had never seen them in action, and her understanding of them was mostly hearsay. "What brings you two to the relief house at this late hour?" She didn't open her mouth but produced a sound. She exchanged a glance with Isabella, who stepped forward. "Guardian Knights, I would like to ask where the people in the relief house have gone." Heather also watched the other, waiting for her answer. "The seal containing the evil dragon has weakened. My lord is doing everything to rescue it. This place is very dangerous and must be evacuated." The result made Heather breathe a sigh of relief, but then she became tense again. The seal of the evil dragon was something they both knew about. The Lady Superior had said that 3,000 feet beneath the Radiant Church lay a terrifying magical beast. The goddess descended to the mortal realm and established the church in the Holy Kingdom to guard and suppress evil entities. I didn't expect that just as one wave subsides, another rises. The matters of the wind-howling demon ape and the ice soul spider mother have not yet settled, and the evil beneath is starting to stir. It seems that the cardinal and the lady are staying behind closed doors to deal with the underground evil. Then I can rest easy. Please inform the lady to be cautious of the royal family of the Holy Kingdom. They may have ulterior motives. Isabella replied, the guardian angel knights being the hardest group of nuns to communicate with. With the answer in hand, the two turned to leave. The black-robed nuns stared at their retreating figures until Heather and Isabella completely disappeared. Then she suddenly let out a strange cold snort. She extended her hands from her cloak, flipping and inspecting her body. "What a beautiful man, I want to devour him whole." She then pulled back her hood, revealing a pale face that would surely make Heather gasp if she were present. Aside from the wings she had hidden in her excessively white skin, this woman's face resembled that of a child from the orphanage by 90%. That man is the vessel chosen by the goddess. We cannot touch him. Your wings are showing. We need to act discreetly." Another nun picked up the feather that had fallen from her companion and whispered a warning. For the winged ones to descend into the material plane, they must possess a physical body from that plane. Humans, with a body structure similar to that of the winged ones, are the first choice, especially those with magical talent. The nun named She paid no mind, striding over to the iron bars, taking the cookies and bread left by Heather, and began to chew them. Tui. Before she could swallow, she spat it out. Human food was truly hard to swallow. Weak and powerless, they have almost nothing to offer besides men. Just 2 royal-tier magical beasts could slaughter them all, forcing the entire city into lockdown. Her words dripped with scorn and disdain for humanity, and when talking about humans killed by monsters, the nun named she laughed uncontrollably, her wings trembling. Alright, it's about time we head back to report. The 2 women donned their cloaks and covered their faces again, but just as they turned back, their eyes widened as they looked up. At some point, a gray-haired girl had appeared on the eaves of the classroom behind them. She sat quietly on the roof tiles, watching them. Apricot had a smile at the corner of her mouth. She intended to check in on her senior Heather but unexpectedly found something else. When did she appear? Did she hear our conversation just now? A short sword sprang from Chi's left sleeve, revealing a murderous intent in her eyes. Who are you? Her companion asked, looking up at the sky. The nun named Chi bent her knees, a 3-foot short sword springing into her hand, and with a light shout, it shot out instantly. What more is there to say? Those who spy on us shall be killed without mercy. The long sword slashed at Apricot repeatedly, but with his enhanced physical body, he merely sidestepped to evade all the attacks. You are what they call guardian angels, a bunch of bastards. The nuns who had escorted him deep into the church to perform the ritual were half-human, half-bird monsters. Seizing the opening, Apricot grabbed the right hand of the opponent wielding the sword and counterattacked, landing a solid kick to her gut. With a heavy blow to her heart, she fell like a kite with a severed string, rolling down from the slanted eaves and spitting blood. Basic healing spell, basic resilience spell. The other nun took out a balanced staff and immediately cast 2 support spells, allowing Chi to recover somewhat. I was careless. The injured nun glared fiercely at the girl above. In close combat, she had recognized that the opponent was the human who had been toyed with by her sisters. Despite having his memories erased and being thrown into the auction house, this man had somehow returned alive. I didn't expect you to still be alive and to have violated the ban by practicing attack spells. Having been discovered, Apricot showed no signs of panic. Everything was as he had anticipated. He looked down at the 2 nuns with disdain, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. So, you are one of those who humiliated me back then. Good. Killing you will leave me with no guilt. The 4 words kill us seemed to possess a special kind of magic, and she exchanged a smile with her companion. Humans, so humble, dare to lay hands on your deity? The 2 revealed their true forms, displaying faces like angels from church murals, pure and flawless. Kyoko's pupils instantly contracted, focusing on the faces of the 2 women, who were almost identical, like clones, reminiscent of his initial nightmare. A thief who relies on stealing divine power and the bloodline of dragons dares to call themselves a god? The voice of Taimuro's echoed in Kyoko's mind. Infuriated, she coldly transmitted, kill them. After a moment of contemplation, Kyoko did not refute Taimuro's. At least in dealing with angels, their goals aligned. A deity that dares not show itself, you can't be evil gods, can you? He teased the 2 women. Upon hearing this, the 2 nuns leaped into the air, wings spread wide, their robes billowing, floating mid-air, each wielding a sword in one hand and a balanced staff in the other, staring intently at each other. Due to the beast tide, the surrounding residents had already fled, and the remote location of the orphanage meant few people were around. After stretching their wings, she seemed to have unsealed her power, which surged from the initial stage of gold all the way to the peak, the scale of magical essence still expanding. The pain from the kick on her chest lingered in her heart, and Chi's mouth twisted into a manic grin, wishing to kill the man before her immediately. I don't know how you regained your memories, but it doesn't matter. As long as we capture you, the mistress will pry open your skull, said the other nun, her expression cold, as if she had Kyoko's life firmly in her grasp. She had tested her own strength. The monstrous magic ape that required several human gold-tier fighters to deal with could be handled alone in her angelic form. Observing Kyoko's previous attack on Chi, it seemed to be at the level of a high-tier gold profession. With such strength, once they revealed their true angelic forms, they could easily overpower him. Raising the balanced staff high, magical essence instantly gathered. Angel combat technique, reckoning. Flames erupted from the balance, entwining around the sword hilt, imbuing the pure white sword with magic. With a swing, she unleashed a sea of fire. The eaves and rubble were scorched white by the flames, and Kyoko was immediately engulfed by the pure white fire. Don't kill her, I want to torment that man properly. Remembering the adorable Kyoko from the past, she revealed a wicked smile. The delicate little nanchan was the most delicious thing. Burnt, she would be unappetizing. With her white wings flapping, she flew into the flames, aiming to capture Kyoko. However, she was met with a shocking sight. The boy she once regarded as a plaything now had pupils that resembled those of a beast. His body was covered in a dense protective shell of magical essence, radiant like dragon scales, impervious to the flames. What is this? She gasped in surprise, sensing the essence of the evil dragon within Kyoko. Taimuros, a terrifying being imprisoned for millions of years by the angelic race, had not been completely refined, and now his essence appeared in a man, leaving Chi utterly astonished. She had to inform the mistress immediately. The terrifying existence had somehow broken the seal. White feathers fell to the ground, and angelic blood was also red. Die! Kyoko raised her hand, summoning a staff. Just as she turned to flee, a light spear pierced her heart from behind. Instantly killed, she fell to the ground mid-air. The angel's wings vanished, her face returning to a human form, far less pale than before, resembling an ordinary nun. It's a possession spell. The original human's brain was modified, and they were dead before you acted. Taimuros could share Kyoko's vision, and she recognized the angelic trick. The majesty of the dragon was laid bare without reservation, and upon seeing this, the other guardian angel prepared to flee, but it was too late. Kyoko slammed her into the ground. Where have all the children from the orphanage gone? Kyoko questioned, and the other, instead of showing fear, began to laugh. Humph, a bunch of disobedient human cubs will naturally be cleaned up. You want to die. You can't kill me. Our souls are indestructible. She screamed frantically, her brows furrowed. The angels possessed humans in the form of souls. She had been too reckless. This could very well alert the church. If the possessed soul is killed, she would be severely injured, fainting for 3 to 5 days at best, or worse, falling in rank. As long as they acted quickly, 3 to 5 days would be more than enough, Taimuros urged. Kyoko nodded cautiously. She had originally intended to support Senior Heather against the Beast King, but Taimuros said that the woman beside Heather was on par with the Beast King, so he need not worry. Now, they just needed to infiltrate deep into the church and destroy the seal behind the stone wall. As long as I break free, saving your teacher and even liberating this city will be a piece of cake. While the man and dragon were still communicating, a sudden sound of applause came from behind. Kyoko turned around to see a woman in a golden dress, followed by 2 attendants. Judging by the fabric of her attire, it was a textile only used by the high nobility. In the blink of an eye, she had killed 2 guardian angels and followed Heather, unexpectedly witnessing this astonishing scene. Cersei looked at Kyoko with satisfaction. The country was in dire need of top-tier combat power to fight the church. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, she extended an olive branch to Kyoko. A stranger yet respected powerhouse, greetings. I am Cersei of the Taylor royal family, the current queen of the Holy Kingdom. The central avenue of the royal city had been completely occupied by magical beasts, which regarded 100 miles around as their territory, seizing water sources and driving out outsiders. The wind-howling demon ape and the ice soul spider mother did not nest together due to their cooperation. They built their lairs around the fissures of the Dragon Cave secret realm, separated in the north and south of the royal city. The next day, Isabella set out with her team to hunt down the beasts. The team consisted of elite members of the Griffin Knight Order, a group of 6th-year students from the Magic Martial Academy, and several Golden Tier mercenaries, totaling over 50 people. The demon apes had a certain level of social structure, with a hierarchy among them, but they had not evolved civilization or language. So far, there had been no large-scale ambushes by the demon apes. They did not encounter a massive beast tide along the way, and soon they advanced to the front lines of the Beast King. 1,000 meters ahead, 3 giant demon apes have appeared. They have spotted us. Quick, prepare defensive magic. As they delved deeper into enemy territory, the attacks from surrounding monsters became increasingly frequent. Initially, the demon apes only had the combat power of silver and black iron professionals, which even the students from the Magic Martial Academy could easily defeat. Once they entered the heart of the territory, it required teamwork to restrain a giant monster, needing 3 to 5 people per group. Heather's logistics team was clearing a small settlement. He needed to clear an area to set up resting tents. The screams of their kind unexpectedly attracted 3 giant demon apes, towering like small buildings, kicking up large clouds of dust as they ran, instantly becoming the focus. The mercenary responsible for detecting magic looked grim. According to Commander Isabella's orders, they had to clear this settlement before dark. They hadn't expected 3 giant beasts to appear. If the beasts charged in and disrupted the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hold the formation, the giant apes are not yet at an unbeatable level, Heather shouted, wielding his staff to heal the injured, his gaze fixed on the approaching giants. At that moment, the Emerald Tier experts were busy exterminating nearby demon apes and were not in the logistics team. The male priest in front was the only Emerald Tier male priest, who typically had no combat power. Lord Heather, we can't spare any more personnel to deal with the giant types. We may have to temporarily retreat. Retreating meant failure. Tonight, everyone might have nowhere to rest. All our supplies are here. We cannot retreat. Heather firmly rejected the idea. At this moment, the mercenary was already drenched in cold sweat. The priest was indeed strikingly handsome, and everyone stayed behind to clean the battlefield and set up tents, mostly to be closer to him. The first beauty of the human race was a rare sight. Usually, many noble women went to great lengths just to catch a glimpse of him. Being able to speak to Heather was a tremendous honor. "We are here to protect you, Lady Heather. Please hide in a safe place first." "Yes, yes, and we are here too." Senior girls from the Magic Martial Academy stepped forward, standing beside Heather, drawing their weapons like knights to guard her. Among the team dispatched to hunt the demon apes, there were three types of people. One type genuinely wanted to protect their homeland and defend the royal city. The second sought the titles and wealth promised by Her Majesty Cersei. The third simply wanted to catch a glimpse of the first beauty of the human race. Of course, many people had a mix of all three motivations, wanting to protect the houses they had bought in the royal city, to earn rewards from the Taylor royal family, and to see the legendary Heather. Just as the bards sang, the radiant Heather of the church always seemed to wear a smile, with a face as pure as an icy mountain and a character as kind as an angel. As long as there was no malicious teasing, she was an approachable beauty. It was hard for women not to fall in love with such a priest, and many girls had already prepared confession plans. Although the chances were slim to none, they believed that if they didn't try, they would regret it for life. Unlike confessing to Shaunan at school, failing to confess to the priest was not a shame but could become a bragging point. For this reason, Isabella was also quite troubled. Returning to the battlefield, three giant demon apes had already broken through the barrier. The moment the shield shattered, the giant apes activated their innate skills. Their eyes turned blood red, entering a frenzied state. The ground was littered with the corpses of demon apes, charred by magic and pierced by spears. The three beasts pounded their chests and roared, swinging their arms and directly knocking away two mercenaries in their path. "Golden Peak, be careful, they are too strong." The female mercenary who was knocked away spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting towards Heather. The beasts had a clear goal, to take down the priest, who was acting as the healer first. The three monsters approached in a shape, with the central giant ape leaping high, raising its fist to smash down on Heather. This was their usual tactic, using their body weight to crush enemies. Just as the fist was about to strike in front of Heather and the others, ripples flickered on the magical barrier. Heather had already prepared her defensive spell in advance. "Everyone, stay back. High-level monsters are not something you can handle." "Priest, no, we must protect you." Heather smiled bitterly. He had his trump card. Pushing aside two girls, he took out a scroll in front of their eyes, preparing to annihilate the giant beast before them. He had already reached the golden high-level standard in making magic scrolls, so he wasn't completely without combat power. A weakened version of the disintegration ray. In the dim ray, the giant ape's arm was dissolved, letting out a painful scream. Stopping its punch, the giant beast stared wide-eyed at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty inside the magical barrier, and the next moment, it was directly burned through the throat, dying on the spot. During his studies at the church, Heather was already a top student in cultural subjects, focusing his thoughts on alchemy, and with the church's resources, he quickly copied Pandora's scroll. Although still in the copying stage, he had learned a third of its essence, and the weakened disintegration ray was enough to deal with a few demon apes. A magic scroll? A one-time use magical item for saving one's life, worth its weight in gold. The girls looked on with envy. Indeed, an emerald-level powerhouse was extraordinary, and fortunately, none of them had ever harbored ill thoughts towards Heather. Heather was about to continue his attack but stopped. "They are back." "Who is back?" a girl asked, and before they could marvel, a cold light flickered in the air. "Die." Isabella gently laughed as the crossspear pierced the giant ape's knee, the tip sweeping across like a new moon, slashing the throats of the two beasts. Several figures descended from the sky simultaneously. They were the main force of the team, a few emerald-level members who had received the signal and returned in time. The radiant cross spear of the saintess displayed overwhelming dominance. Ordinary giant apes were instantly killed in her hands, making her the unspoken top expert of the team. Soon, all remaining magical beasts were cleared, and the logistics team began to set up camp. Many girls envied Isabella for being able to get close to Hester. "How are you? Are you okay? Do you look down on me? Do you think I'm a burden?" Hester replied somewhat unhappily, asserting that even without the saintess, she could handle those two monsters. It just required a bit more time. "Ha, how could that be? Your support magic is essential for this expedition," Isabella laughed. They had just confirmed the location of the king beast when they received a signal from the logistics team about an attack by giant beasts. For both public and private reasons, Hester could not be injured. The caretaker was one of the core members of the team. The Holy Healing Rain, combined with various high-level enhancement spells, could increase a team's combat power by more than 50%. Ordinary warriors would learn a small number of enhancement spells, such as flow acceleration, basic toughness, and pain immunity, to enhance their combat state, but for professional levels, it required specialized personnel. Hester's support magic not only affected groups but was also more than twice as effective as common enhancement spells on the market, almost capable of raising one's strength by a small realm. Moreover, the priestess also wielded the power of life and death, with resurrection magic. Everyone let loose, carving a bloody path from the central avenue to the southern suburbs, littered with the corpses of magical apes. With the presence of an emerald-level priestess, even if someone died, as long as their body remained, they could be resurrected. On the outskirts of the Dragon Cave, near a collapsed house closest to the storm center, Isabella and the team hunting the king beast set up camp. A girl picked up a magic core from the ground and proudly showed it to her friend, the two of them playfully teasing each other. "Sister, look what I found. Let me see." "Wow, a high-level crystal core. Where did you get this? Aren't the spoils supposed to be confiscated?" According to the rules of mercenary combat, crystal cores obtained during battle needed to be collected and distributed based on merit. "Shoo, hide quickly, Priestess Hester is coming." The 6th grade students greatly admired the two leaders. Isabella and Hester were about the same age as the younger teachers in the school but were much more formidable than ordinary teachers. "Everyone, let's camp here tonight. Tomorrow is the most critical moment, and I hope everyone can return alive." The girls nodded frequently at the priestess. A few girls wanted to step forward to express their affection but were scared off by a glare from the saintess. Since returning from the orphanage, Hester had been worried and took the initiative to ask Isabella about the origins of the guardian angels. "Those two nuns earlier, I sensed a magical essence in them that was different from humans. Are they human?" The saintess sat by the campfire, cross-legged, resting the cross spear across her knees. She closed her eyes, as if meditating or contemplating, and replied, "It's very suspicious. To be honest, I've been investigating the origins of the guardian angels, but I haven't found a single clue." Hester let out a questioning grunt, then smiled. "You seem to have a lot on your mind. I thought you were only investigating me, but it turns out you're also interested in the secrets within the church." Isabella stretched lazily and said matter-of-factly, "I'm just a curious person. The more secrets you don't want me to know, the more I want to uncover them." Curiosity can kill the cat. You remind me of a female cat." "Cat? Me?" The saintess pointed at her face and smiled. "Isn't it? Always thinking about how to get into bed with me. Isn't that just a female cat in heat?" Heatherly laughed and scolded, but there was a hint of flirtation in the air on the eve of the great battle. Although Isabella was not a good person, she was willing to challenge the royal beast for the sake of the commoners, and just from this point, Heatherly could acknowledge her. "Ah, ha 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 ha." The saintess awkwardly laughed 3 times, glancing around the tent to ensure no one was nearby before regaining her normal expression. Suddenly, she leaned in, brushing her flowing hair back, startling Heatherly into retreating. This person, surely she wasn't planning to have any improper thoughts about herself before the battle with the royal beast. Isabella spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I am not only here to investigate you, but to protect you." "Protect me?" Heatherly squinted, thinking the saintess must be joking. To say such a contemptuous thing in such a serious tone. "Isabella, do you think you're so capable?" Unexpectedly, the saintess suddenly spoke up, reciting a passage, "To the esteemed Lord Etheria, the noble Lady Philoren Elrond, please forgive my abrupt departure." It was a letter drafted at the Fox Clan Trading Company, and it should have been sent off. "For the past 3 months, you have sent a letter to Etheria at the end of each month, addressed to the head of the Elrond family and the young lady of Elrond. I'm not wrong, am I, Priest Heatherly?" At this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Isabella's mouth, her beautiful eyes gazing at Heatherly as if anticipating his terrified expression. "Damn it, that money-grubbing Sophia. One shouldn't trust a fox woman." Heatherly's expression gradually turned cold, cursing inwardly. Is this saintess a cat demon? Her nose is truly sensitive. To keep it confidential, he always wrote the letters only after arriving at the Fox Clan Trading Company. "So what? I'm just inquiring about my former employer. Is there a problem?" The letter wouldn't determine anything. He kept a hand hidden, not mentioning his shameful matters in the Elven territory. Of course, after being captured by the Blood Rose and losing his virtue, and being humiliated by the Elrond family, Pandora, he didn't need to elaborate on such things in the letter to Miss Philoren. "You think you've done a good job keeping it secret, but you don't know one thing." Isabella washed away Sophia's suspicion and said solemnly, "All letters sent from the Holy Kingdom to the Elven clan must be inspected by the church without exception. If the inspector wasn't me, your matters would have long been known to the cardinal." Then, the saintess revealed information about the human alchemist he had visited, the materials he had purchased, and the alchemical books he had acquired through various means. This guy was almost exposing his own underwear. When the Moonwell water was mentioned, Heatherly's shoulders involuntarily trembled. "Priest Heatherly, I've roughly guessed your situation, but I didn't dare to investigate further." Isabella asserted that the saint had already been defiled, and in an extremely brutal manner. You know, if the mistress and the red-cloaked ones find out your body is no longer pure, what you will have to face, right? It was heavy. At this moment, the tent was filled only with the crackling noise of the campfire, the frost on the firewood melting under the flames, hissing as it turned into vapor. So, you've never reported me, is it to protect me in this way? After a long while, once she had collected her thoughts, Heatherly retorted. If her matters had already been exposed, then why didn't Isabella directly reveal her? Using illegal means to evade the loyalty verification and deceive the goddess was a heinous crime. Logically, the saintess should be as loyal to the church as he was. Why report? To send you deep into the temple, to those mysterious guardian angels? At this moment, the saintess had an indescribable strangeness, as if she held hostility towards the three cardinals, her tone filled with dissatisfaction towards the church. I understand now, this person wants to keep it all to herself. Are you trying to threaten me again with the same old tricks? Heather's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. If the other party dared to do so, he would rather see them both perish than let the saintess succeed. In the past, Isabella had used his disguise as her daughter to coerce him into becoming her secret lover. Isabella, don't think you can threaten me. Do you still believe I'm the naive young adult I once was? After everything he had been through, he was no longer the innocent fledgling of the past. Just as Heather was about to get up and leave, he was pushed back onto the soft bed, with Isabella gripping his hands tightly, forcing their fingers to interlock. With her mouth close to the priest's ear, she exhaled warm breath. How could I bear to see you punished, undergoing the purification ritual executed by the guardian angel? I had already planned to sever ties with the church. I don't want to be complicit with those three women any longer. Betraying the church. Heather had just heard a monumental secret. That's right, I intend to take the Griffin Knights I formed, completely cut ties with the church, leave the Holy Kingdom, and head to a broader continent. After this battle against the Beast King, she planned to fake her death and escape, taking her loyal subordinates to develop in the empire. Agreeing to hunt the Beast King was merely her excuse to extricate herself from the church. The elite Griffin Knights and the current team were all loyal to her. Are you sure you haven't had too much to drink? Heather laughed and scolded, sniffing to confirm that the saintess had no smell of alcohol. It was simply absurd. No, the so-called goddess behind the radiant church is not as glorious and great as you think. Her tone suddenly became incredibly heavy, her eyes radiating a dark light. During the 3 years you were missing, I was investigating the history of the radiant church. The appointment rules of the cardinal, as well as the ultimate fate of past saintesses and saints, revealed a chilling truth to the saintess after discovering the reality of the goddess. Emerald-level practitioners live for over 200 years, yet not a single generation of saintess or saint has lived past 30. Isabella seemed to have many more secrets unspoken, only revealing the term winged people to Heather. Heather, considering you are not one of them, I advise you to stay away from the church. The life goddess she had believed in for half her life was actually a false god? Or an evil being disguised by an ancient race called the winged people? Everything came so suddenly that Heather gave up struggling, looking up at her with a puzzled gaze. How do I know if what you're saying is true? It doesn't matter. I can only tell you this much. Now I want to ask if you would like to become the first lady of the new Griffin Independent Corps? After hunting the Beast King, die together in its jaws, wandering the world. With their fingers interlocked, Isabella fixed her gaze on Heather's eyes, extending an invitation. Isabella, do you know what you're saying? Using the Beast King, faking her death, betraying the church to join the empire. This was simply outrageous, Your Honor. Heather struggled to shake off her grip. The saintess betraying the church was something he could never have anticipated. What if I refuse? What if I refuse to go with you and instead tell the cardinal about your proposal, letting the goddess punish you for being a traitor? The last part of Heather's voice gradually diminished as he looked at her tentatively. Isabella appeared indifferent, her crossbow casually placed in the corner, showing no intention of stopping Heather. You don't believe me, but you must believe this person. After saying that, she clapped her hands, and a veiled woman suddenly stepped out of the tent. Observing her figure, there was a sense of familiarity, as the other party unveiled her headscarf. A face as pale as wallpaper was revealed. Guardian Angel Corps? The priest suddenly gasped, quickly sensing something was off. No, it wasn't right. The girl before him resembled a failed chimera hybrid, her gaze downcast, spirit waning, and her magical essence extremely unstable. The woman spoke dully, Teacher Heather, long time no see, I am Mia. Mia? Heather carefully observed her face, and indeed there was a 7-part resemblance to the lively and cheerful nun from 4 years ago in Greyleaf Town. Mia, how did you end up in this state, neither human nor ghost? Is it a curse? High-level healing spells, purification spells. Heather picked up her staff and chanted the incantation, casting the 2 support spells she used most often on Mia. Under the holy light, Mia showed no signs of improvement. Instead, her lips turned even paler. Isabella sighed in disappointment. It seems your magic can't heal the wounds of the soul. How could this be? Wounds of the soul, Mia? How could you have a wounded soul? Life, time, and soul belong to an extremely rare domain, and few mages can venture into it. Mia, please tell me again what happened to you. Isabella sat by the campfire, poking at the flames. As you command, Lady Isabella. Mia's tone was lifeless, each word deliberate. Half a month ago, the cardinal summoned her. I was to meet in front of a wall carved with angels deep within the Holy See. By the time I arrived, many people had already gathered. Aside from Mia, the others were either students from the magic martial arts competition or children from the orphanage. They all shared one characteristic: they were skilled in light attribute magic. The cardinal said we were elemental affinity bearers, and the goddess of life would bestow blessings upon us. At first, no one resisted, but when they saw the horrifying process of the blessing, they trembled, wishing they could run away. The first step of the blessing required a sharp cone to pierce the nose, the long cone reaching directly into the frontal lobe of the brain, and the caster would twist the cone to crush the brain lobe. The frontal lobe excision would cause a person to lose the ability to feel emotions forever, reducing them to a mere puppet. The boys suffered even more. Before they were punished, they were subjected to the so-called guardian angels who took turns bestowing blessings upon them, their screams lasting the entire night. I secretly pulled back the curtain to take a look. It was not a blessing at all. It was clearly an act of violation. Mia's account sent chills down Heather's spine. She had seen such procedures in alchemy manuals, mostly methods used by hunters to tame ferocious beasts. Using it on humans was utterly inhumane. Only a cult would conduct such an evil ritual. How despicable! Heather wanted to curse the perpetrators but didn't know how to voice it, so she could only hold the injured Mia, patting her back to comfort the girl. Mia remained expressionless. It seemed she had already undergone the first step. Heather wanted to ask more, but such a tragic experience was cruel enough just to recount. Mia escaped from the guardian angels at the cost of her life and hid by my side. Isabella stood up, taking over Mia's microphone. After that, I secretly sheltered Mia while searching for a way to heal her. At the same time, I shifted the focus of my investigation to the guardian angel troops and the life boxes. Laying Mia on the sickbed, Heather sat beside her, quietly listening to Isabella's narrative. There have always been rumors that the life boxes contain magical powers that can defy fate and turn one into a dark profession. The priest nodded, recalling the life boxes that had fallen on the continent. This was also his responsibility along with the chief judge. Isabella stated bluntly, in the second step of the ritual, the subjects undergo transformation by the life boxes. They will all be evolved into angels. What? Heather was horrified. He never expected that the so-called dark professions included the rank of angel. Not only that, but I also found out more terrifying news. All the past holy maidens and holy sons have become members of the guardian angel troops after stepping down. Upon hearing this, he stood up, staring intently into the holy maiden's eyes, as if trying to see traces of her lies. Isabella's gaze was calm, as if everything she said was not fabricated. One hand holds a sharp sword, the other grips a scale, representing power and justice, guarding the goddess for a lifetime. What a lifetime! The chief judge's tone was like a prayer, or perhaps a teasing remark after hearing a cold joke. Heather, you are the only boy I've ever had feelings for, and I don't want you to become that kind of thing. Enough, Your Holiness. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call you Isabella now. Heather suddenly interrupted her sentiment, holding the heavy holy scripture tightly, and from the rise and fall of his chest, it was clear that his heart was not at peace. I will also find a way to heal Mia. As for the cardinal and the guardian angel, I must see them with my own eyes to believe what you say. Brain damage, high-level healing magic is powerless. Perhaps I can start with alchemy to find a way for Mia to recover. As for Isabella, Heather did not fully trust her. Women's words are always a mix of truth and falsehood. Perhaps the church has done things wrong, but she has magnified it infinitely. The purpose is to persuade him to leave the church and elope with her to wander the world. Hey, Heather, I admit you have some self-defense ability after studying alchemy, but it's far from enough to fight against the guardian angel. Isabella said, slightly annoyed, this foolish beauty must be crazy. Staying in the church would only lead to a dead end. Does he want to be possessed by the winged one's life box, becoming a puppet vessel, living as a mere plush ball for the rest of his life? I told you, I have a way, don't touch me. He shook off her grasping hand again. This woman always liked to grab his wrist. Just then, a roar echoed throughout the camp, and Heather couldn't help but stop struggling. The earth-shattering sound cracked the frozen lake surface, and the magical essence in the air began to flow rapidly. A huge shadow swept across under the night sky, its two eyeballs as large as the bright moon. It's the wind-howling demon ape. The king beast has found us. All personnel mobilize, all gold tier and below practitioners retreat 1,000 meters. Isabella shouted, and the entire camp sprang into action. The giant beast hiding behind the hillside threw a massive tree, smashing the camp's barricades, and the assault had suddenly begun ahead of schedule. The wind-howling demon ape appeared out of nowhere, disrupting the original encirclement plan, and instead, humans were ambushed, entering the demon ape's encirclement. Feeling the intense and scorching wind magic essence in the air, the demon apes attacking from all directions were empowered by the king beast, and in the blink of an eye, several girls were severely injured. Collective blessing, holy healing rain, advanced resilience. Seeing this, Heather almost immediately activated several halo spells. Unlike the inexperienced female students from the Monster Academy, he, although male, had rich combat experience. He quickly arranged personnel, built a defense line, protected the injured, and collected the remains of fallen teammates. Priest. The girl who had survived the ordeal looked relieved after being resurrected. She looked at her palm in disbelief, her voice trembling with tears, thanking Heather profusely. Just rest well after being resurrected. You no longer have the strength to fight. Releasing healing and resurrection spells at a high frequency, Heather's face instantly paled by 3 shades. The number of injured continued to rise, but fortunately, the human side began to gradually take control of the battlefield. More than half of the attacking demon apes had died, and only the king beast and a few remaining giant demon apes were still stubbornly resisting. Roar! The wind-howling demon ape was incredibly strong, its fist wind stirring up dust clouds several meters high, making it difficult for ordinary gold-tier practitioners to stand before it. With high-level power enhancement, high-level blunt damage immunity, holy light barrier, and weapon blessing spells, Isabella was surrounded by countless lights. Her spear radiated golden light as she raised her weapon and broke through the fog barrier to face the giant ape directly. Retreat again, everyone fall back another 100 meters. The wind attribute magic essence in the air approached a frenzy, and Heather issued another command. Seeing this, the students dared not watch any longer and hurriedly hid behind cover. The hired female soldiers also sensed something was wrong. This fluctuation was likely not just ordinary emerald tier but had advanced to top-tier mid-level strength. The main force attacking the 4 beasts was the Griffin Knight Order led by the Holy Maiden. Their spear techniques, fused with holy light, belonged to a type that balanced offense and defense. Every time they wielded their long spears, they would trigger flashes of light, which exploded against the king beast, sending forth showers of metallic sparks. The Saintess's cross spear is a weapon from a high-ranking race. Before long, several holes appeared in the palm of the beast king. It wanted to swing its arm to smash Isabella but dared not face her sharpness, so it had to give up, allowing Isabella to take the initiative in both offense and defense. The wind-howling demon ape commanded its subordinates to engage in a war of attrition, only to find that the tiny humans, no bigger than bean sprouts, were endless. They could die and then stand up again, and after being severely injured, they would be illuminated by a golden light and bounce back to life. After advancing to the mid-level of Emerald, the Beast King evolved a trace of intelligence. In this unusual battle situation, it also noticed that there were special existences within the human ranks. Those who could resurrect their kind and heal severe injuries had to be dealt with first. Only by eliminating the white-robed priest could they have a chance to win. Beast, what are you looking at? Isabella said, as the cross spear blocked the movements of the wind-howling demon ape, leaving a scar on its cheek. She had long anticipated the need to protect the backline healers while outputting damage from the front, and naturally, she could not allow the Beast King to succeed. Heather whispered, both are at the mid-level of Emerald, and the Saintess clearly has the advantage. No wonder she wants to propose a feigned death plan. Only by ensuring a certain victory over her opponent could she plan for a feigned death escape. Isabella was clearly stalling for time. Perhaps she was looking for an opportunity to take the Beast King down with her. Of course, most people present could not see this. They only felt that both sides were evenly matched. As a former member of the Hero Squad, Heather had witnessed many battles at the Emerald level. Isabella currently held an absolute advantage. If the Beast King had no trump card, the outcome was already determined. There were also strengths and weaknesses among the mid-level Emerald powerhouses, and Isabella's displayed strength was close to that of the main force of the Hero Squad. As for Pandora, she belonged to the strongest category Heather had ever seen. She suspected that the Sky Witch was about to break through to the Emerald level and enter the Epic realm. In the mercenary world, there is no clear method of judgment for those above the mid-level Emerald. It is difficult to fathom the spellcasters who have broken through the magical network restrictions. It is hard to judge strength based on the total amount of magic elements or the destructive power of individual spells. The method of determining individual strength based on magic elements stops at the mid-level Emerald. Beyond that, in the high-level Emerald and even the Epic realm, it can only be determined by battle records. Through the oral tradition of bards, subjective judgments have led to the creation of epics and the legends above them. Roar! Licking the blood off its face, the plan to ambush the healer was stillborn, replaced by an even more intense roar that shook the heavens. The wind-howling demon ape's palms were pierced, turning them into a honeycomb. Two eyes, as round as moons, were filled with blood-red fury. Heather exclaimed, "Isabella, it's a high-level berserk technique." Before the saintess could react, several griffin knights were sent flying. The innate skill of the ape race, the moment the Beast King wind-howling demon ape unleashed its berserk technique, its body, already as tall as a small building, grew even taller, muscles bulging and coiling like a reptile. The Beast King was now the size of a small hill. Based on the assumption that a giant beast's rage would enhance its power by a small realm, the wind-howling demon ape's strength was now infinitely close to the high-level emerald. With a surge in power, a single punch severely injured numerous griffin knights, and the female knights were struck with broken bones, their steel armor deformed and crumpled. Like cannonballs, they shot out and landed near the cover of the crowd. Seeing this, Heather hurriedly waved her staff, and a golden healing wave connected, barely allowing the few women to hold on to a breath. "Not good, that monster is charging at us." Targeted by the wind-howling demon ape, it stepped over the corpses of its kind, exuding a chilling murderous intent, causing the female students of the Magic Martial Academy to freeze in fear. "Heather Priest, take them away, I will hold off this monster," Isabella shouted loudly. Then, she boldly removed her armor, revealing her snowy back, and 6 snow-white feathered wings spread out, causing her speed to surge as she soared into the air to intercept the charging Beast King. In her angelic form, the saintess revealed her true appearance. The cross spear shattered and transformed into 12 tridents that floated and arranged themselves on her back. With a slight raise of her hand, the giant trident swung out, tracing an arc in the sky. The magic ape roared, not daring to ignore it, and could only swing its fist to meet the attack. It has become clear that the only way to avenge his kin is to kill this female knight first. Is this the time to unleash your full power, or are you still within your feigned death plan? Heather guessed, uncertain of the answer. But now she had to leave with her students as quickly as possible. The subordinates of the king beast were all dead, and if the opponent acted irrationally and targeted the weak first, the consequences would be unimaginable. She cast one last glance at the sky, at Isabella's pure white back and her pristine wings. She soon vanished from sight, transforming into a flash of lightning, engaging in fierce combat with the wind-howling demon ape. The winds surged, the earth trembled, and a single punch from the giant ape could shatter hills, while the massive spear it hurled could plow the ground for hundreds of meters. 3 kilometers away, at a broken bridge, a girl from the Magic Martial Academy, fleeing in panic, mustered the courage to look back. It was her first time witnessing a battle above the emerald tier, completely beyond their ability to intervene. Even the residual force of the battle could severely injure an ordinary person. "Heather Priestess, aren't you retreating?" Everyone had already planned to distance themselves from the battlefield, but the priestess remained at the broken bridge. "You all hurry and leave, I need to wait for her." "Lady Heather, you?" The girl showed a look of surprise, yet was in awe of the saint's decision. "Be obedient, I am different from you. I am the church's saint's son, and the saintess is still fighting. I absolutely cannot escape on my own." Heather decided to wait for the battle to conclude, regardless of whether she was truly dead or merely feigning death. She could not bear to watch her fall. After this battle, no matter what, Isabella's name would surely be sung by bards. During the intense fight between Isabella and the demon ape, the royal family of the Holy Kingdom of Taylor began a secret operation against the church. The faith of the Radiant Church is deeply rooted in the Holy Kingdom. Toppling it is nearly impossible. The best way is to control the church's upper echelons, allowing the Taylor royal family to have the highest say. "Oh, so you recruited me to be your enforcer? Ha, Miss Apricot, you are simply adorable. How could a guest of mine be such a crude enforcer?" Circe and Apricot walked side by side, with Apricot being very young, resembling a mother walking with her daughter. At such a young age, possessing the power to annihilate a guardian angel was truly incredible. One could only wonder how she trained. Her predicted strength should be at the emerald level, and if she could be of use to me, I would have one more trump card in hand, Circe thought. The church has been inserting itself deeper over the years. Even the king's coronation ceremony must receive the saint's son's blessing. I have found plenty of evidence of the church harming professionals. This is enough to serve as grounds to topple the cardinal. While speaking ill of the church, she observed the other person's expression. When mentioning the saint's son Heather and the church's purification ritual, Apricot's eyes flickered. Before long, Circe brought him to a small tavern near the church, where 2 maidservants served hot tea and toasted bread. Apricot first saw the other person take a sip of tea before feeling reassured enough to lift her own cup. Around here, at least 30 professionals at the golden level are gathered. This should be the Empress's secret stronghold. Her gaze swept over the diners and staff around, all of them professionals. A woman pretending to drink tea nearby was peeking through the glass at the church's movements. The king beast is rampaging in the royal city. As a queen of a nation, is it really appropriate to not suppress the monsters and instead turn her spear towards the church? The roar of the demon ape echoed throughout the royal city, even reaching the most remote corners. With so many professionals under your command not at the front lines, if the common people find out, they might start talking behind your back. Cersei's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. Miss Apricot, you don't understand. The way to govern a country is to stabilize the internal situation before dealing with external threats. The Radiant Church is known by everyone in the country, yet there are commoners who do not know the names of the royal family of the Holy Kingdom. Don't you think that's unreasonable? Over the years, the Church has secretly abducted so many magic affinity users, undermining the foundation of the kingdom. I am here to rid the people of this harm. To bring down the Church, Cersei had been preparing for many years, re-establishing the Holy Kingdom's Magic Martial Academy. She secretly recruited Emerald-level professionals, and the president of the Magic Association, Gree, and the president of the Holy Kingdom's Mercenary Association, Alexandra, had just become her people. A maid reported to her, and she made a gesture of invitation. An old woman and a swordsman clad in steel armor entered the private room. Teacher Gree, Sister Alexandra, is everything going smoothly? Thank you for your hard work. Gree nodded, said nothing, and sat on the sofa beside Cersei, facing Kyoko across the table. Who is this? Alexandra, the steel-clad swordswoman, did not sit down but directly picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one go, glancing at Kyoko. Cersei smiled and introduced, "This is a powerful ally I just recruited. Kyoko has the strength to kill a guardian angel." Oh, Alexandra squinted her eyes, sizing up the small figure in front of her. You look a bit scrawny, like a little girl. You should know that there are strong and weak guardian angels. Ordinary magic affinity users transformed into angels only possess golden level strength, while guardian angels transformed from generations of saints and holy sons are at least of emerald level. The two cannot be compared. A single strike to kill? Alexandra believed Kyoko was dealing with the former. Child, are you a student? You give me a very familiar feeling. Gree's sharp gaze revealed her keen insight. In addition to her work, she was also a guest professor at the Holy Kingdom's Magic Martial Academy, and Kyoko had seen her on campus. Dressed in a lower-grade magic robe, except for not wearing the triangular hat, the robe had a pendant on the left chest proving her apprentice status. Cersei also curiously examined Kyoko's attire. If it weren't for the urgency, she would have wanted to send someone to investigate the other party's identity. Kyoko leisurely removed the pendant and smiled, changing the subject. Aren't they at the front lines stopping the Beast King Ice Soul Spider Mother? How could they appear here? Seeing that she was deliberately concealing her identity, Cersei did not press further. She explained directly, "Of course not. I had the two guest professors place drugs on the road to attract the beast tide, leading the Spider Mother to the church. She had obtained special drugs from the Empire. This magic potion was made from a large amount of filthy, stinking remains, and as long as it was scattered, it would attract nearby magical beasts. Gree and Alexandra were her most powerful subordinates, and Cersei certainly wouldn't let her people waste their strength on magical beasts. The church has always taken it upon itself to eliminate evil, so they surely won't blame me. The Ice Soul Spider Mother can be considered a gift I send to them." Luring trouble eastward? Kyoko put away her disdain. According to Time Euros, if this group dared to rush deep into the church, they would definitely not be a match for the guardian angels. She could take advantage of the chaos to slip in and break Time Euros' seal. Queen Cersei did not seem so foolish. At least she knew that the current strength to confront the guardian angels was utterly insufficient. Perhaps using the Beast King was indeed a good choice. The Beast King was a genuine emerald intermediate magical creature, perfect for testing the mechanisms in angels deep within the church. I remember I haven't agreed to become one of you yet. Kyoko smiled, and Cersei's expression instantly turned cold. Sister Kyoko, you really know how to joke. Once I completely take control of the church, I will make you a cardinal. How about that? With a tone of temptation, it was as if she was saying that following her sister would lead to a feast. Cersei wanted to raise the stakes further but was interrupted by a joke. Ha ha, Your Majesty has told me so much, if I don't agree, I might not be able to escape. Pretending to be terrified, she made a fearful expression, seemingly panicked but actually not afraid at all. Cersei cursed inwardly, that little vixen, getting carried away with just a bit of skill. Your Majesty Cersei, I only require a meager reward. As for the cardinal, I have no desire to be involved in such a filthy position. When it came to rewards, Kyoko had already planned to take action against the church, so any outcome would be a gain for her. Titles and power were out of the question. She wanted to exchange everything for magic cores and magical materials. Sister, you are truly pragmatic, Cersei remarked. Noting that this situation was not uncommon, many emerald-level mercenaries yearned for freedom. "I hope your role is worth this bargaining chip." The Iron Sword woman Alexandra spoke indifferently. As the branch leader of the mercenary guild, she had never seen Kyoko appear in the guild. She even suspected that Kyoko had used some means to deceive Her Majesty Cersei. Although advancing to emerald level would extend one's lifespan to 200 years and slow the aging process, Kyoko's appearance was simply too youthful. The old mage Gree closed his eyes to rest, not taking Kyoko, who had been temporarily recruited by Cersei, seriously. With his experience, he had seen many of humanity's renowned strongmen, and in his memory, there was no one by the name of Kyoko. Just as the two parties had reached an agreement, a sudden chill swept through the room, and icy mist rose from the ground, covering the ankles of those present. Everyone shivered involuntarily. In no time, the hot tea in their cups had frozen into frost, and the women turned pale, quickly retreating into the tavern's basement. Cersei had chosen a position that allowed her to clearly observe the entrance to the church, while the ice spirit spider mother crawled towards the church, her 8 long legs crossing over the low buildings in search of the scent of potions. Deep within the radiant church, beneath the mural of angels where glory resided, 3 cardinals knelt before a tall woman. During the ritual, a special girl escaped. Was she brought back? The tall woman spoke coldly from her elevated platform. Reporting to the mistress, she has already undergone the first step. She is almost like a dead person now. Humph. To gather the required numbers, you even reached out to the Griffin Knights. Do you not know that Mia has connections with both the Saintess and the Saint? The mistress scolded the 3 women, who lowered their heads like quails. Mistress, this year's sacrifice has already been offered. The goddess's oracle states that we need a body capable of bearing all her blessings. Behind them stood a group of dazed young men and women, wings sprouting from their backs, their naked bodies concealed by feathers. Their vertical pupils were unlike those of humans. They had been possessed by the winged ones, becoming new guardian angels. With their rebirth, they possessed the power of a low-level golden being, and the number of newcomers from the winged ones was equivalent to the military strength of a human principality. The mistress was a tall woman, draped in a white robe and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A delicate cross pendant hung from her wrist, and she stood nearly 2 meters tall, appearing to be in her early 30s, still possessing charm. The 3 cardinals before her looked like students who had done something wrong, meek and submissive. The matter of bearing the chief's entire blessing had become so serious that it required the archangel to descend personally. The mistress raised her head to gaze at the mural, which depicted small winged figures following a giant, battling a 4-legged lizard soaring in the sky. In ancient times, the winged ones were subordinates of the Thunder Titans. Their ancestors had followed the Titans to participate in the war against the dragons. After that battle, the Titans perished, and the dragons were severely wounded. They had been tasked for generations to seal Timoros, preventing the evil dragon from resurrecting. The chief had demanded the possession of Hestia's body. Could it be that there was a problem with the seal of the evil dragon's life box? Timoros was a terrifying being that had fought bloodily against the Thunder Titans millions of years ago and had defeated them. If she were to reappear in the world, this church would surely face disaster. The only one left who can withstand the goddess's direct infusion is him, the mistress concluded after a moment of contemplation, looking down at the 3 women, who nodded helplessly. Hestia Ophi, the vessel the church has nurtured for a long time. His physical elemental affinity perfectly aligns with the goddess. The Saintess is also a good option, but unfortunately, she is a woman. It seems the goddess prefers Hestia's body. Isabella is not an easy character. Unlike the other children who can be easily controlled, it's best not to use her lightly. If only Isabella were as honest as Heather. The mistress raised her hand, and the newly born guardian angels stood up in unison. Then let's take action. Bring back the Holy Son. After being nurtured for so long, he should also offer his body to the goddess. As soon as the words fell, a loud noise accompanied by thick smoke erupted, and the women looked back in shock. The front hall was breached by the ice spirit spider, 6 pairs of compound eyes peering through the gap, particularly eerie, and upon spotting their target, the massive body desperately tried to squeeze inside. Enemy attack, a royal-level magical beast is assaulting. The alarm sounded instantly, and the nearby nuns and ordinary guards were caught in the gaze of the royal beast, instantly turning into ice sculptures. The nuns and security forces outside the church were insufficient to withstand the royal beast. They had to deploy the Griffin Knights or the Guardian Angels. Where is Isabella? The angels are the secret power of the clan. The mistress did not wish for them to be exposed to human eyes unless absolutely necessary. Reporting, my lady, Isabella has been dispatched to the front lines by Her Majesty Cersei to confront another royal beast. Damn it! When did the royal family get to command the Griffin Knights? The mistress stood up in fury and walked toward the mural. When she was 3 feet away from the wall painting, a portal appeared, and she vanished from the church. Leave it to you, at least delay me for the time it takes to run an hourglass. The mistress left her last words, and the three red-robed cardinals exchanged bitter smiles, joining their hands to form a triangular magic array. Under their combined effort, a massive hexagram barrier covered the entire church, and the frost on the ground melted beneath the barrier. The red-robed cardinals were all human. The condition for selecting them was loyalty to the angelic race, not strength or talent. The three of them only had the strength of the initial emerald stage, barely able to withstand the royal beast's attack under the special hexagram formation, but merely defending meant losing the initiative. It was only a matter of time before the ice spirit spider broke through the formation. Not far from the royal beast's attack, about a kilometer away, was an inn. Queen Circe and her subordinates, Gilly, Alexandra, and Kyoko, were all watching the church's every move, trying to use the royal beast to test the church's strength, but it seems they can't even deal with the spider mother. Is the strength of the red-robed cardinals only at the initial emerald stage? It seems they are just slightly stronger than ordinary initiates. It's truly disappointing. The mercenary guild leader Alexandra appeared uninterested, while the old woman Gilly had a sharp eye, carefully observing the ground. This hexagram formation resembles the Titan runes recorded in the library. Could the legacy of the Radiant Church be related to the other races? Exactly, it's a formation capable of condensing multiple magical essences, popular in ancient times, commonly used by the Titans. Kyoko, with her dragon heritage, saw through the illusion at a glance. Gilly looked up in surprise at Kyoko. This girl actually knew more than she did. No matter what legacy it is, it will be utterly crushed in the face of absolute power. Alexandra, wielding a long sword, had a frivolous look in her eyes. Vice Leader, I know you want to obtain the certification of the Emerald mid-stage, but can you defeat the Spider Mother alone? Gilly was a proper second-generation mage, with both parents being renowned magic tutors. Her legacy was her lifeline. I may not guarantee a direct kill of the Spider Mother, but at least I can hold her off for a while. The steel female swordsman stammered. Ha, Alexandra, you don't want to hog the credit, do you? Kyoko laughed, inadvertently carrying a hint of mockery. One of the conditions for recognizing the Emerald mid-stage is to successfully hunt a royal beast alone. Many magic tutors have attempted to kill royal beasts in various ways, with 9 out of 10 ending in failure, and most meeting tragic ends, devoured by the magical beasts. There have also been royal beasts that were jointly slain, and then everyone pushed the credit onto one person, using this method to obtain the mid-stage title. In the human world, this method has gradually become mainstream, akin to watered-down emeralds in the mid-tier. What are you talking about? Alexandra glared at Apricot, furious and embarrassed. Seeing this, Circe waved her hands repeatedly, acting as a peacemaker. You are all among the top in the Mage Association. What you lack is just a battle record. Once I completely take control of the Holy Kingdom, it won't be long before you all can advance to the mid-tier. She didn't want internal strife to arise before the action even began. Of course, I'm not like those immature little girls. I am a genuine mage. Among the human race, those who could advance to the rank of mage were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Receiving praise from a queen, Alexandra's vanity soared, and she provocatively draped her arm over Apricot's shoulder. Hey, girl, tell me what underhanded means you used to advance to the emerald level. A rogue? How did this person become the branch president? Apricot impatiently swatted her hand away, already sentencing this woman to death in her mind. In her angelic form, Isabella soared with 6 wings, agile as a hunting eagle, moving much faster than the raging windhowl beast. The swirling winds kicked up sand, forcing Hester to shield her eyes. 12 beams of light forged into tridents smashed down on the enemy like a pestle, each strike piercing the royal beast's skin and causing significant wounds. The windhowl beast, in a frenzy, disregarded its injuries, trying to catch the swiftly moving mosquito, but it never succeeded. It seemed that Isabella had the upper hand, but Hester sensed something amiss. The royal beast's terrifying self-healing ability made it difficult to kill in one go, and the saintess couldn't maintain this form for long. When her magical essence ran out, she would be at her last gasp. A slight misstep could lead to being caught and crushed by the royal beast. A rather perfect amplification magic. Is it a gift from the angels? But the amount of magical essence you consume is too vast. The 6 pairs of light wings were all illusions created from magical essence, not real angelic beings. Hester caught a moment in the battle, raised her staff, and released support magic towards Isabella. Magic sharing, essence infusion. A type of support magic that shared one's own magical essence with allies required continuous casting. Hester was still at the initial emerald tier. After returning from the Elven territory to the human kingdom, his amount of magical essence was already on par with Isabella's. His magical talent was not inferior to that of the saintess, and perhaps even superior. What he lacked was a battle against a royal beast to prove his strength at the emerald mid-tier. Historically, no male had ever advanced to the mid-tier, and Hester had no intention of doing so. Not learning attack magic and challenging the royal beast alone was like using a sliding shovel in front of a tiger. He knew there was a type of watered-down mid-tier in the human kingdom, relying on a large number of emerald-level individuals to overwhelm the royal beast, then concentrating the credit on one person, creating a false reputation of mid-tier. Hester was not concerned with false reputations. Titles did not bring any real enhancement. A brilliant blue light descended, and seconds later, the panting Isabella regained her composure, somewhat astonished as she turned to look at Hester on the broken bridge. The priest had not abandoned her, and seeing this, the saintess couldn't help but smile knowingly at the figure in the distance. "You fool, still able to smile at a time like this, you're going to die." Hester's mouth twitched. The royal beast was the touchstone for testing emerald-level strength. Even the sword hero or Pandora would have to reveal one or two trump cards. A slight misstep could lead to severe injury from the royal beast. "That gloomy expression of yours, are you worried about me?" Isabella suddenly flew over, grabbing Hester and, regardless of his struggles, took him into the sky. Hey, are you crazy?" The scenery below shrank instantly as the wind picked up. "This is faster." The priest first struggled, then cried out in terror. Who brings a babysitter into battle? Was she afraid she wouldn't die fast enough? Right, this woman said she would fake her death. She wouldn't take him down with her, would she? "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Isabella wrapped one arm around Heather, while her other hand pointed towards the 12 tridents. With a handsome man in her embrace, her offensive became even more vigorous. It was as if she was ready to embrace her brother and kill. At this point, Heather could only helplessly hold her waist, praying that the beast wouldn't land a punch that would take them both out. As they were lifted into the air, Heather was not idle either. With Holy Light Barrier and Light Shadow Camouflage, a series of support spells were cast on the two of them. Due to the close distance, the efficiency of his support was indeed several times higher than when on the ground, with magical essence continuously flowing into the other. "My priest, your magical essence makes me feel so good. I'm going to be filled up." Heather was at a loss for words, rolling her eyes at her. In this simple exchange of magical essence, something felt off about her words. Not wanting to engage, she was caught off guard as Isabella pressed on. "I'm about to die from pleasure, priest, could you go a bit faster?" Heather frowned. According to what she learned at the church academy, those infused with magical essence would indeed feel a certain pleasure. But could it be this enjoyable? Is this person not just taking advantage of me but genuinely considering the battle? The distance between them could not be closer. Heather held onto the saintess's shoulder and hem, while Isabella tightly embraced her waist. The wind-howling demon ape had completely lost its mind, no match for the two of them, and as its rampage time neared its end, its movements became erratic. "I told you, when we combine, we are absolutely invincible." Well, it was confirmed now. This bad woman was just trying to get something out of it. How foolish of her to think highly of her, believing it was some unique battle technique, when it was really just to take advantage of her. "You can't say that," Heather exclaimed, embarrassed, pinching her waist. "Well, are you shy? How about we try a closer contact tonight? Just you and me, before I head to the Empire," the saintess whispered, laced with temptation. "What breakup talk?" Heather's face instantly flushed red. "You're insane." The fragrant breeze wafted by as Isabella laughed disdainfully, skillfully dodging the beast's attack, with Heather as her mobile power bank. Her angelic form equated to a skill with no consumption. If only the enemy were a bit stronger, then the joyful time spent with him could last a little longer. Feeling the delicate body in her arms, Isabella couldn't help but squeeze her waist a couple of times. The response was naturally Heather's wide-eyed glare. Her angry expression was beautiful, especially the look of helplessness after being embarrassed. How she wanted to forcefully indulge in a passionate encounter with this beauty. Isabella's wild thoughts flashed away as her right hand tightened into a delicate fist, the 12 tridents transforming into shining cross spears. Under the advance of the blazing holy light, the wind-howling demon ape was pinned to the cliff. The battlefield was stained with the beast's blood, the steep cliffs dyed crimson. Its blood-red eyes had closed, with 2 streams of blood trickling from the corners. "Stop tormenting it, just give it the final blow." Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Heather's stunning profile, and Isabella nodded. Heather was still too kind, unable to bear the sight of the enemy's misery. The magical essence of the wind-howling demon ape had dropped below the golden level, its vitality depleted, its hands slapping against the rock wall like mud, revealing its stark white bones. The cross spear returned to her hand and shot out again, piercing its throat and completely severing the wind-howling demon ape's life force. The two landed, and Heather struggled to leave Isabella's embrace, the latter reluctantly letting go. "It's finally over." Heather quickly walked to the base of the cliff, confirming that the beast was dead, and then bowed her fists in front of the corpse, praying softly, "Souls that died tragically, may the goddess forgive you, but it has killed many people." The The saintess quietly approached from behind, inhaling the scent of her hair. Then it should be even more reason to absolve it. Only then can the souls entangled in its hands ascend peacefully. Seeing you so devout, are you not planning to elope with me? Isabella felt a twinge of regret, but suddenly, her eyes lit up. She leaned closer to the priest, who was still praying, and whispered, "What if I insist on taking you away? The kind you can't refuse." At her words, Heather froze, his hands still in a prayer position. There was no doubt about it. She meant to take him by force. It was domineering and unreasonable words that didn't seem fitting for a saint of the church. No, she had already decided not to stay in the church. She wanted to defect, to be a traitor. "Saint, you better know what you're saying right now." Heather instinctively took a half-step back, gripping a magic scroll inscribed with a fireball spell, trying to create some distance from this woman. In front of a saint capable of slaying a king beast, he had no advantage. "Hey, are you afraid of me?" "Not afraid. Is that so?" She smiled faintly and quickly grasped Heather's hand. At this distance, the priest had no chance to activate the magic scroll and was immediately captured. "Isabella, how dare you?" As they moved in and out, Isabella took a swift step and pinned him against the rock wall. "There's something that must be clarified before we leave, otherwise, I won't be at ease." Her tone turned cold, and her gaze scrutinized the saint's body with ill intent. "What is it?" Heather hadn't reacted yet when she pressed one hand against his abdomen, and a surge of hot magical essence rushed into his body. She was probing the remnants of magic within him, and the suppressed priest was instantly horrified, his body lifted off the ground, struggling in midair. "Get off me! What do you want?" Not long after, Isabella's expression darkened. Although she had prepared for the worst, the outcome was even more outrageous than she had anticipated. "I guessed it, but I still held on to a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect you to have your body taken by the elves." The truth, once concealed by the purifying potion, was now revealed. 1, 2, 3 traces of humanity, of elves, young and old. He had long been tainted. No wonder the Fox Clan Merchant Association had been providing him with large amounts of moon well water. He had indeed been using the purifying potion to hide the marks of defilement. Could it be that the saint's initial intention in learning alchemy was to concoct the purifying potion? Not wanting to think further, the fact that Heather had been defiled was undeniable, and it left her deeply disappointed. "Are you satisfied now?" Heather stared wide-eyed, glaring fiercely at Isabella. Before leaving, she wanted to confirm this, and now she knew the truth. "Then it doesn't matter." Isabella released her hold on him, throwing him down. The priest stumbled 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. The woman's expression changed in an instant. Heather looked up resentfully but felt helpless. A man losing his purity equated to losing his voice. Moreover, he was still the saint. If Isabella hadn't planned to leave the church, he could have been sent to prison right now. "I always held on to a sliver of hope, but reality is still cruel." Isabella spread her hands, shook her head, and continued, "Everyone has been deceived by you, including me." The seemingly pure Heather was, in fact, a wretched being ridden by thousands. "You acted so well that you almost fooled my eyes." She prided herself on being able to read people and things accurately, yet she had never been able to see through the saint. Heather clenched his fists. At this moment, no matter what she said, he had no way to refute it. Looking at Isabella with concern, he tentatively asked, "Since you're leaving the church, will you still report me?" The saint's gaze turned puzzled. Even at this point, did he still intend to return to the church? Defiled saint, didn't he know the punishment he would face upon returning? That foreign goddess and the mysterious mistress both regarded him as a pure vessel, a body to be used at any time. Isn't Mia's situation clear enough? The current Radiant Church is nothing but a den of foreign races. You don't believe me, and you still plan to see it for yourself? He actually nodded seriously, which made Isabella grit her teeth in anger. She really couldn't see through him. There's no saving it, Heather. According to the plan they had devised earlier, if Heather was already tainted, then she could only obediently follow him away. Wearing someone else's worn-out shoes, though somewhat off-putting, he was after all the most beautiful person of the human race. Even if she was no longer pure, her face and figure were still top-notch. As long as Heather was willing to lower her stance and kneel beneath her pomegranate skirt to serve him, giving him a chance to redeem himself wouldn't be out of the question. But now it seemed that Heather not only wouldn't follow him, but was also thinking of returning to the church to seek death. The church isn't like that, at least it wasn't in the past, Heather murmured, recalling what he had learned about the history of the Radiant Church in the library of the church's academy. Originally a relief organization formed by clergy, the Holy Kingdom had been on the brink of collapse several times during the invasion of the alien races. It was the goddess who descended, granting the clergy the power to fight against the alien races. The pioneers of the church turned the tide, allowing the Holy Kingdom to establish itself on this continent, preventing it from being easily invaded by elves and fairies like other small nations. Heather said this, still not having given up on his identity as the Sun. He recalled his initial encounter in Greyleaf Town. If he had been in the Holy Kingdom back then, the Blood Rose would surely not have succeeded, and he wouldn't have fallen into the Elven city-state for 3 long years. But it has rotted to the core now. Aside from the Griffin Knights I brought out, the rest are puppets controlled by the mistress. For this operation, Isabella had secretly investigated for 3 years. If Mia hadn't escaped, she wouldn't even have known the truth about the guardian angel. Isabella planted her cross spear into the ground, hands on her hips, pointing directly at Heather. Heather, are you really not planning to come with me? She truly couldn't understand what the point was in continuing to pledge loyalty to that strange goddess. I was just an ordinary boy. It was the goddess who granted me magic essence and cultivation, giving me a new life. Without her, I would have died long ago. Even if she intended to take it back, he would willingly comply. Heather took 2 steps back, his gaze filled with pleading. If the goddess is truly a disguise of the alien races, they might have their own reasons. Not all alien races were evil. Some, like Philorin of the Elren family and the young lady Philori, also showed goodwill towards humans. Moreover, Isabella, given your past actions, I can't fully trust you. Taking him away, who knows what that woman wanted to do with him? Once he lost the protection of the Sun's identity, he would return to those 3 years of wandering. He could only rely on the whims of women to survive, and the probability of encountering a good girl like Philori was too low. Most women in this world were still like Diana, eyeing his body like a predatory cat. He guessed correctly. Isabella was indeed coveting him as well. The two looked at each other in silence. Heather planned to return to the church to investigate for himself. Isabella gritted her silver teeth. After pursuing Heather for so long, not only had he been invaded by the alien races, but he was also foolishly going to be delivered into the hands of the winged people, which was infuriating. Stop right there. Did I let you go? You're crazy. Let go of my hand. Before he had taken 3 steps, Heather was stopped, and with a gasp, Isabella dragged him into a small grove. Get away, you beast. You were indeed deceiving me all along. I want you. Isabella revealed her true intentions. So many women had played with this body. Why couldn't she? She was clearly the one who had given the most to him. Did she not deserve even one time with Heather? Isabella, you are a complete rogue. Even if you kill the king beast and protect the city, it still doesn't change the fact that the lower half controls the brain. Slap. With the sound of a slap, Heather left a red mark on her face. Isabella touched her cheek, incredulous. You actually dared to hit me? The saintess gritted her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at Heather beneath her. His face flushed, his expression serious. Yes, not only do I dare to hit you, but I also. Heather displayed a look of disgust as she pulled out a grayish magic scroll from her bosom. The dark yellow wax seal on the scroll exuded a power that could annihilate space. Unlike the scrolls made by the priest himself, this was Pandora's work, inheriting her complete spell of the disintegration ray. In a panic, Isabella sensed the breath of death and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the beam of light. The terrifyingly corrosive energy of the magic essence instantly pierced through the body of the king beast, creating a large hole in the rock wall. This is high-level magic above the emerald tier, a product of the Elven race. Just as her interest was piqued, the priest's desperate resistance doused her enthusiasm with cold water from head to toe. Isabella fixed her gaze on the scroll in Heather's hand, recognizing the mark on the wax seal as the emblem of an ancient family from the Elven kingdom, the flower seal of Elrond. Having just experienced a great battle, her body was depleted of magic essence, and her stamina was exhausted. The previous strike had already been a mercy from Heather. If she truly intended to ambush her, she would likely have been dead by now. Is this a gift left by the woman you toyed with before? The saint gritted her teeth. Think whatever you like. Heather held the scroll, straightened her disheveled clothes, and took a step back from her. I've pursued you for so long, and you'd rather give yourself to those other races than give me a chance. Just as she was about to step forward, Heather unleashed another disintegration ray. This one was not as powerful as the first, only the thickness of a thumb, striking near Isabella's left ear, causing no injury but cutting off a strand of hair. This was Heather's warning, do not come any closer. Isabella, your infatuation reminds me of a dead person. Please keep a certain distance from me. To be precise, it was an elf, who had vanished in Pandora's annihilation ray, the magic swordsman Diana who had once taken his body. As the two continued to confront each other, a terrifying frost aura suddenly erupted in the distance. Overlooking the entire royal city, it was covered by a massive snow-white spider web, with frost radiating from the shining cathedral, spreading outwards for kilometers. Countless white cocoons fell from the web, transforming into ice spiders. The king beast charged into the royal city, nesting within the city. Gree and the others have failed. This is bad. It's towards the cathedral. This was Heather's first thought. and he shot a dissatisfied glance at Isabella before heading towards the site of the disaster. "Since you have betrayed the church, there is nothing more to say between us, we shall not meet again." Isabella did not stop him but quietly watched as Heather disappeared from view. Shortly after the priest left, the Griffin Knights waiting outside the woods arrived fashionably late. The girls first saw the corpse of the king beast on the cliff, then the presiding judge gazing from the high slope of the cliff, but they could not see the holy light priest, leaving them puzzled. They were all knights specially chosen by Isabella, aware that a group of other races was manipulating the church from behind, and they all planned to follow the presiding judge away from the Holy See. Looking towards the crumbling royal city, the protective light barrier of the cathedral frequently flashed, a sign of imminent shattering. "Where are the others?" the saint casually asked while standing on the cliff. The students of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy were prioritized for evacuation. The mercenary group is still unclear. A few girls skillfully dissected the magical materials from the king beast's body, and one girl looked around before suddenly asking Isabella, "Commander, what about Priest Heather?" "Enough, he didn't agree and has already left." Isabella quickly interrupted her subordinate's questioning, picking up her fallen hair from the ground and hiding it in her clothing. "I see, what a pity." The subordinates all sighed, and the girls of the Griffin Knight group hoped that the priest would join them. They had thought the presiding judge could take down Heather, but unexpectedly, that man had still left. "Presiding judge, you need not blame yourself, at least you have done your best, haven't you?" Having defeated the Windhowl demon ape and informed Heather of the truth about the church, leaving the Holy Kingdom would not leave any regrets. Isabella remained silent, her gaze fixed on the direction he had left. The Ice Phantom Spider Matriarch's attack was too swift. The ice spiders seemed to be deliberately guided, purposefully surging towards the church. The president of the Magic Association, Gree, and the vice president, Alexandra, were both renowned figures in the Emerald Tier. They already possessed the potential to confront the royal beasts, and with their combined strength, along with Cersei's royal guard, it should not have been such a quick defeat. Yet the Ice Phantom Spider Matriarch charged into the royal city as if encountering no resistance, rampaging near the church. Isabella certainly had no intention of supporting the church. She would be more than happy to see her mistress and those 3 human lackey bishops perish. However, everything felt too unusual, and if he returned alone, he would likely be used by that woman again. "You take Mia and leave first. I will quietly return to the church to see if that mysterious statue will take action." "Be careful, Chief Justice," they warned. They had infiltrated the church before and suffered greatly in front of that angel statue. According to Isabella's predictions, that angel statue was a man-made forbidden weapon, not a product of human alchemy, but a creation of an alien race. "Don't worry, I'll keep my distance and won't approach the angel mural. I'll just take a look at the true abilities of the guardian angel." Returning her gaze to the church, half an hour later, the 3 red-robed bishops were drained of magic. After 3 consecutive waves of impact from the Ice Phantom Spider Matriarch, the hexagram barrier shattered into countless light points. "Run!" The 3 women panicked and hid deep within the church, while the Spider Matriarch roared, calling her offspring to surge into the depths of the church. The small spiders traversed the spiral corridor leading underground, landing on a massive platform. Banners of the griffin, the scales, and the sword hung high above, and a pure white mural was embedded in the platform, with a statue over 10 feet tall at its center. The statue had a kind and benevolent face, holding a delicate sword on its back and cradling a set of scales in its arms. "My lady, please act quickly and kill all the filthy creatures outside." The red-robed bishop clung to the statue's thigh, her voice hoarse, losing a shoe in the frantic run, her hair disheveled and looking utterly disheveled. Only the eldest among them remained. The other 2 had already been consumed by the matriarch. "My child, you truly give me no peace. You can't even delay them for a moment, which is so disappointing." The goddess statue moved, each step of her pure white legs weighing like 1,000 pounds, causing the entire platform to tremble. Her first sword did not stab at the magical beast but pierced through the red-robed bishop. "Useless child, I will reclaim the blessings I granted you." The magic essence of the 3 bishops was instantly drained, and before dying, the bishop stared wide-eyed, unable to close her eyes. After a brief moment, the goddess statue radiated even more brilliance, lifting her foot to stomp on the entangled ice spider. The silver tier magical creature was crushed under her foot like an ant, turned to mush. Is it a potion to attract beast tides? In the face of absolute power, schemes and tricks are meaningless. The spider matriarch, along with her offspring, invaded the church, while the 3 bishops opened a hidden door and hid in the underground altar. Not far away, Cersei and the others witnessed everything. The magic essence of the red-robed bishop has vanished. Could she be dead? Elder Gree leaned on her twisted staff, straining to see the situation below, but could not make out anything clearly, only vaguely perceiving a white wall. The wall was carved with dragons, titans, and winged beings, all with sinister expressions, creating a sense of unease. Queen Circe frowned, anxiously asking, "Teacher Gree, do you recognize that mural? I heard in a geographical record that the Holy Kingdom was once an ancient battlefield where titans and dragons fought bloodily," Gree replied slowly. Her sources of information were mostly folk tales, and under the blockade of the Radiant Church, almost no humans knew the identity of the winged beings, who referred to themselves as angels. The women present couldn't help but sigh. Whether dragons or titans, they were beings unmatched by humanity. Why would such a mural be worshipped deep within the church? Could it be that the angelic race is related to that ancient battlefield? I don't know, it's best to be cautious. Any artifact related to the giant dragon titan could bring destruction to the kingdom. Alexandra scoffed, her eyes sparkling. "You all are being too careful. It's been tens of thousands of years since ancient times, even dragons can't live that long. I bet what's behind this mural is the church's treasure. Today, we're going to get rich." As she wiped her steel sword, she couldn't wait to charge into the church. In Kyoko's mind, Taimuros began to grow agitated. "Kid, I tell you, you must do whatever it takes to enter that barrier." She referred to the mural as a barrier, and as long as she stood before it, Taimuros claimed to have a way to break the seal. In her mind, Kyoko communicated with the soul of this ancient dragon. Taimuros, is what Gree said true? In the legends, the old mage Gree mentioned that the dragon buried here was a greedy and lustful female dragon. 1,000 years ago, it invaded a certain tribe, killing and plundering, and even forcibly took away the tribe's holy son. In the end, it fought against the tribe's leader, Titan, and fell here, buried for millions of years, its remains transforming into a dragon's lair. Taimuros paused, and after a while, replied, "The knowledge of a bug. What does it matter if it's true or false? You and I have signed an equal contract. I will not harm you. Let's act quickly. While that statue is still fighting the king beast, now is the best time." Taimuros urged again, but Kyoko remained calm, which made him anxious. "Kid, I told you to break the seal. Have you forgotten our agreement?" "Taimuros, I did promise to break the seal, but how to do it is my business. Please do not interfere too much with my actions." Fine. The female dragon fell silent for a few seconds, letting out a gritted teeth sound before disappearing. It was unclear whether she went to rest or actively cut off the visual connection. Finally quieted down, Kyoko frowned. Since that white wall appeared, she had sensed Taimuros's unusual behavior. Perhaps she could really deal with the church, but judging from Gree's words, Taimuros was deeply sinful, definitely a terrifying beast that would kill without blinking. Not only was she cunning, but she was also greedy and lustful, with a strong desire to devour beautiful members of the opposite sex. Such an evil existence returning to the world was definitely not a good thing. Releasing such a monster to deal with the Radiant Church was like driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. A slight misstep could lead to her backlash. No wonder epic beings only exist in poetry and stories. Once such transcendent life runs amok, it becomes a disaster for small tribes. As a recipient of the dragon's soul contract, Kyoko could feel Taimuros's unmatched magical essence. The power itself was not frightening. What was frightening was her master. "Hey, girl, you're not scared, are you? If you are, just run away, huh?" Alexandra turned around and found Kyoko, who had distanced herself from everyone, facing away from the battlefield, and laughed mockingly. "Hey, I was just wondering, where did those guardian angels go?" Kyoko was unclear about where she had offended her, constantly being targeted. Could it be because of her earlier careless remark about inflated mid-tier that had hurt the others' feelings? Circe and the others were suddenly awakened by Kyoko, realizing that throughout the entire battle they had not seen any trace of the guardian angels. "No, be on guard," the queen commanded, and the royal guards instantly entered battle mode. As they moved, a blazing sphere of light fell from the sky, crashing down on the tavern where they were hiding. The sphere was the size of an adult female elephant, and the rubble and ceiling were torn apart layer by layer under its pressure. With a loud bang, their hiding place was completely exposed. Circe, Gree, Alexandra, Kyoko, and several royal guards were all revealed, falling under the gaze of more than 10 golden eyes. These golden-eyed women, all dressed in nuns' robes with wings sprouting from their backs, held a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. "So the source of the drugs is you? Taylor royal family, your majesty Circe, what is your intention in bringing the royal beast to the Holy See?" The guardian angels looked coldly at everyone. "The balanced staff, it is them," Gree exclaimed, not expecting to be exposed. She tightened her grip on the twisted wand, her expression serious. At this point, the relationship with the Holy See had already been torn apart, and there was no need to hide anymore. "Everyone be careful, these people are the incarnations of the previous church's saints, not ordinary nuns," the old woman warned, summoning an earthen barrier with the twisted staff to protect Circe within. "Waste of time, just kill them." Alexandra drew her steel sword and unleashed a flurry of 16 slashes, forcing back the approaching angels, momentarily dominating the scene. Seeing this, Cersei nodded with satisfaction and ordered the royal guards to assist the three in battle. As the vice president of the mercenary guild, Alexandra's combat skills were honed from battling magical beasts. Her sword techniques were fast, precise, and deadly, and she possessed an innate danger perception skill that allowed her to evade magical locks in advance. To be able to maneuver effortlessly among three angels was impressive, and her performance greatly boosted the morale of the royal guards. Having a master in the team was something to be pleased about. As expected of you, Alexandra, once I completely take down the church, I will make you a marquis. Ha, your majesty Cersei, you must keep your word. With that, Alexandra put in even more effort, nearly slaying an angel. Kyoko symbolically summoned a few light spears to counterattack, not using her full strength, appropriately demonstrating the level expected of an emerald beginner. He glanced at Alexandra a couple more times before quickly turning away. His skills were barely sufficient, not enough to be rated as intermediate. The ambushed guardian angels temporarily retreated 100 steps, led by a former saint with a flower hairpin, sporting 4 wings and standing nearly 1.80 meters tall. I understand now, it's betrayal. With just one royal beast and the rabble you've gathered, the royal family of the Holy Kingdom has already decayed. Cersei, you should take your own life. The goddess will forgive you. All of them were magic masters. These more than 10 individuals were the elite guardian angels that Alexandra spoke of, the Shining Church's past saints. They are no longer human. Their bodies have been invaded by the strong of the winged race, becoming puppets of others. Taimuros couldn't help but speak up, and Kyoko also sensed the foreign magical fluctuations emanating from them. The Radiant Church has colluded with foreign races for many years, persecuting our own people. Now is the time to cleanse them. With Cersei's command, the royal guards faced off against the guardian angels, both sides' defensive barriers unfolding simultaneously, clearly prepared for conflict. Taylor royal family, you are defying the deities trusted by the people of this land. The leading guardian angel, the woman with the flower hairpin, had a dull expression as she slowly raised her long sword, which was entwined with pure white flames. The flames dripped like candle wax onto the earthen barrier created by Gree, instantly burning a hole through it. Alexandra, kill her. At a distance of just 100 steps, the queen pointed directly at the enemy leader. The mercenary leader revealed a fierce expression. At this distance, it was merely a moment for her to reach the target, and ordinary spellcasters wouldn't even have time to react. Aside from the current Isabel, the church's saints were all of watered-down intermediate level. She was confident that she could take down the opponent with a single strike. Die! The steel sword pierced through the air, her body erupting with a sonic boom. The tip of the sword was dangerously close to the flower-haired angel's face. Just as Alexandra thought she had secured the first strike, the opponent reacted. The flame-wrapped slender sword clashed with the steel sword, sparking bursts of fire. A magic swordsman? Alexandra was taken aback by the failed ambush, retreating 3 steps, only to be pursued and entangled by the opponent, finding it hard to escape. The magic swordsman is a money-burning profession, with harsh training conditions. In the Holy Kingdom, only the Holy Sword family has a complete inheritance. Any established magic swordsman far surpasses their peers. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Eager to charge in, Alexandra found herself surrounded by enemies, fighting their leader while also keeping an eye on the other guardian angels, causing her to keep retreating until she quickly exposed a flaw. The opponent kicked her armor, and the heart shield was directly kicked out of its dent, causing Alexandra to fall in front of Cersei and the others, spitting blood. Damn it, something's off with them. They had an elven-like magic essence and a beast-like physique, as if they were specially crafted weapons of the human world. Kyoko had already guessed this outcome because they were indeed not human, but rather an alien born using human bodies. The ancient winged race naturally had an affinity for wind, ice, and light attributes, making them a species on par with high elves. In the entire continent, they belonged to the second tier of gifted races, while the first tier, according to Taimuros, naturally belonged to dragons and titans. Alexandra's reckless advance led to her being cleanly defeated, which was to be expected. Seeing this, Cersei showed a troubled expression and offered a few words of comfort. She was not panicked but instead placed her hopes on Gree. In this operation, the old mage was her greatest reliance. The old woman now revealed a helpless expression, slowly removing her hood to reveal 2 pointed ears. Elves? The people present widened their eyes. What was more concerning was the numerous mottled wounds on her ears, concentrated at the tips, with dark bloodstains that seemed to have formed from multiple layers. I didn't want to show this face, but today is different from the past. I must eradicate you all to find peace. Gree's magic essence erupted, even matching the aura of the ice spider mother, exuding the pressure of a royal beast. The flower angel was somewhat surprised, not expecting an elf to be involved with the Taylor royal family. Elf? No, you are a half-elf, a forbidden product of humans and elves. The the angel rebuked. The Radiant Church had established many rules in the Holy Kingdom, even influencing the entire human society, with the empire being poisoned by it. This included prohibiting men from practicing offensive spells and forbidding humans from intermarrying with other races. Any heresy of this kind would be ruthlessly hunted down by the church. Who would have thought that in the capital of the Holy Kingdom, the neighbor of the church, the president of the Mage Association, that so-called oldest emerald-level mage of the Holy Kingdom, was actually a half-breed of elves and humans? That's right, I have endured humiliation for many years, cutting off my ears every year, and I have had enough of you. It's time to end the church's monopoly. Her tone was displeased, yet it conveyed an extraordinary sense of oppression and heaviness. Elves have excellent self-healing abilities, and their ears are a symbol of their race. To conceal her identity, Gree had to endure the pain of cutting off her pointed ears every year during her student days. In her early years, she survived as a half-breed, relying on the power of her bloodline to rise to the position of president of the Mage Association, yet lived like a rat under the church's nose. The old mage let out a sharp cry, and Her Majesty Circe received her. To escape her embarrassing past, she chose to become a royal enforcer. Can humans really have children with other races? Kyoko was astonished. Taimuros chuckled, of course, whether one can conceive entirely depends on the one with the higher cultivation. As a female dragon, she could also give birth to life with humans. The initiative completely depended on her. Generally speaking, as an epic life form, she would not easily bear offspring, only pursuing romantic relationships. Kyoko recalled the dragon soul contract she signed with Taimuros, and couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. Did this mean she would have to do that with a dragon in the future? How could a human's small body possibly match hers? Humph, the body is not a barrier to love. My transformed body is no different from yours, normal humans. In the depths of the secret realm, Taimuros was atop the body of the imperial princess Selena in the dungeon. After consuming Selena, she could perfectly transform into her likeness, including all of her organs like the heart and lungs. Haha, I know what you're thinking, Taimuros sneered. Don't worry. Although you are somewhat good-looking, in my millions of years of experience, you are far from perfect. In other words, I still don't find you appealing, you little bean sprout. Oh, then what kind of man catches your eye? Kyoko was somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't care much about looks but considered himself not bad at all. At least there were people pursuing him at school, like that young lady from the Holy Sword family, Avril. When Taimuros ambushed him in the secret realm, she indeed struck with lethal intent. It seemed this dead dragon had very high standards for the opposite sex. Kakik, that teacher of yours is quite nice. What was her name again? Haizue? In the depths of the secret realm, Taimuros drooled. She was captivated by Haizue's charming aura the moment she laid eyes on her. The priestess, such a familiar scent. In ancient times, weak tribes often offered beautiful women as sacrifices to gain their protection. You dare! Kyoko shouted angrily. This guy actually dared to set his sights on his teacher, utterly shameless. The argument continued in his mind while the situation outside was dire. The angel's slender sword pointed at the women, the balanced staff hung upside down. Half-elves are the greatest sin, except the goddess's reckoning. The Mage Association had also betrayed the church, so everything would be toppled and started anew. After all, the lady had long planned to take action against the Mage Association, and the Mercenary Guild, an organization not under the church's control, would eventually become a threat. The angel looked at Alexandra as if she were dead, then turned her gaze to Circe and Gree. Even elves cannot stand against us. There was no avoiding a life-and-death struggle. The angel raised her long sword, and those surrounding her began to chant hymns, gathering power, while the central flower-adorning angel also erupted with the might of a royal beast. The royal city, attacked by the beast tide, fell, and Queen Circe led her elite subordinates to assault the church. It's very dangerous in the city now. There are rampaging magical beasts everywhere, especially in the church. That monster has already entered. Using a few fireball scrolls to clear a path, Haizue quickly returned to the city center of the royal city. After the Spider Mother passed through, the place was in ruins, with only mercenaries, royal city guards, and the Magic Martial Academy resisting. That huge spider headed straight for the church after entering the city. That's when everyone had a chance to band together. Within the high walls of the Magic Martial Academy, students and teachers turned the school into a temporary shelter, stacking magic to form earthen walls and laying iron caltrops at the entrance. The crude defenses could only withstand ordinary magical beasts. Any high-level magical beast targeting civilians would cause these fortifications to collapse in an instant. Sir, it's too dangerous ahead. You'd better stay here and wait until more professionals gather before trying to enter the church. Facing him was Kyoko's teacher, a young female counselor, close in age to Haizue. For unknown reasons, the royal beast was heading straight for the church, which was actually a good thing for everyone. By the way, Priestess Highsway, you'd better hide your identity. Many people now hate the church. Half a day ago, the Taylor royal family issued an emergency curfew, claiming that the royal beast attacks were secretly instigated by the cardinal of the Radiant Church, and both the magic ape and ice spider were puppets manipulated by angels. Her Majesty Cersei mobilized the Imperial Guard to hunt down the rebels and asked all residents and professionals to be cautious of the nuns and priests around them. I understand, but the church definitely did not manipulate the royal beast. At least the ice spirit magic ape was defeated by the Saintess. He had seen it with his own eyes. Isabella said the church was a puppet controlled by foreign races, and he intended to verify it, but the road to the church was blocked by a large number of ice spiders, and the school's teachers advised him not to venture in easily. As for the matter of abducting elementally attuned individuals, forgive me, but I am not aware. Heather bit her lip. If such a thing really existed, he would definitely stop it. Treating humans as experimental subjects of a different race was simply inhumane. He could never believe that the cardinal would do such things behind his back, but the Taylor royal family had brought out solid evidence. They had rescued several survivors who had narrowly escaped the brainwashing ritual, and many practitioners' faith in the goddess began to waver, even expressing skepticism about the information Heather mentioned. Isabella killed the Beast King. It was said that the school had converted a lecture hall into a temporary hospital, treating a large number of injured. Subconsciously, Heather prepared to head there. Even if the goddess is truly a false god, she has redeemed me. Unsure how to face the royal family and the church, there was not much he could do now. Perhaps he should fulfill the responsibilities of a cleric in times of disaster. Saving lives, showing compassion to the world, love, and tolerance were Heather's tenets. He wasn't wearing a priest's robe, just a simple white outfit, with a red cord tying his long hair back over his shoulder. He walked briskly. The classroom was high, and through the corridor's glass windows, he could see the dilapidated eaves of the church. There, faint flickers of fire could be seen. Heather momentarily lost focus, and it was only when he heard a familiar wail from behind that he turned back, seeing countless injured on the ground. There were no hospital beds, just bedding collected from who knows where, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The magic apes and ice spiders were wind and ice attribute magical beasts, capable of some derivative magic like wind blades and ice spikes. Many civilians were injured by wind blades or ice spikes, and the number of healing practitioners was scarce. Present to treat the injured were a female teacher and 2 6th-grade students. Judging by their techniques, they seemed to have learned healing spells temporarily, and their levels were not high, only at the silver tier. Their efficiency was low. They could only heal ordinary surface wounds and were powerless against the severely injured. Most of the injured had frostbite or serious cuts, with the most severe already coughing up blood, showing clear signs of internal bleeding. Heather instinctively wanted to draw his staff and cast a high-level healing spell, but his hand holding the staff stopped. Apricot's counselor had warned him that the church's identity was delicate. Many suspected that the church was made up of false people disguised as a different race, and several nuns had been imprisoned because of it. He had to be careful and avoid exposing his identity as a priest to prevent unpredictable risks. "Classmate, please think of a way quickly. I beg you, my lady is about to die." Several servants rushed in carrying a stretcher, on which lay a girl with frostbitten hands, already unconscious, her lips pale. Their arrival caused quite a commotion. It was not uncommon for severely injured individuals to die in recent days. The 3 women responsible for treatment could only perform basic healing spells, and such injuries could only be endured by the girl herself. "Miss Avril, why are you so foolish? That giant beast is not something a silver tier can handle." Due to the brief commotion, Heather also noticed a few people. The injured girl's clothing was of a lower grade from the Magic Martial Academy. Her dress was similar to Apricot's, making him glance at her a couple more times. How could she be hurt like this? Her hands were frostbitten, and her abdomen showed signs of being struck by a blunt object. A normal person would have long since perished. She was still alive only thanks to magical essence and her will to survive. Basic healing spells were utterly useless. From the girl's determined gaze, Heather sensed a strong desire to live. Miss protected everyone while escaping, and was surrounded by 2 ice spiders and a giant ape. Most people present sighed in sympathy, and the attending teacher was sweating profusely. She had done her best. Most high-level healing spells on the market were monopolized by the church. Even in the Magic Martial University's database, there were significant gaps in the information about healing magic. Ordinary practitioners learning healing magic on their own could at most be half-baked. Only the church schools or the church itself could cultivate high-level clerics. The frostbite on the girl's arm had turned purple, and she had fractures in her chest and thigh. Although emergency treatment had been administered, lacking a high-level healer, she estimated it would be difficult for her to survive the night. "I'm sorry, the rest is up to her. there's only so much I can do. She chanted a spell for half a minute, releasing a basic healing spell that barely improved Avril's complexion, but she remained unconscious. Condolences, this phrase was no different from declaring Avril's death. Please, teacher, think of another way, the young lady pleaded, severely injured, while several servants buzzed around like ants on a hot pan, anxious and frantic. This family crest, are you from the Holy Sword family? Heather approached, recognizing the mark on the other's shoulder, and immediately asked, Yes, sir, do you know us? The servants, seeing the handsome Heather, flashed with surprise but were too preoccupied to appreciate it. Well, I have a past with your young lady, and I quite like this child, perhaps I can help her. Protecting civilians and covering everyone's retreat, a silver-tiered professional faced 3 magical beasts alone. A girl like this should not die an untimely death. Heather stepped forward, although he wasn't wearing a ceremonial robe, his white attire was elegant and refined, and anyone with discerning eyes could tell he was no ordinary person. Are you a registered mercenary? Why are you here? Unless you're an emerald tier or higher cleric, I can't think of anyone who could heal such injuries. If it's some baseless witchcraft or folk remedy, I would advise against it. What was someone so pure doing here? He showed no signs of injury. The attending teacher questioned, and the Holy Sword family's servants hesitated. What a handsome man, 2 6th-grade girls speculated about Heather's identity as they scrutinized him. There were many patients in the temporary ward, and with just the 3 of them, they were already overwhelmed. If they spent their thoughts on a dead person, it would only waste more precious treatment time for others. I mean no harm, please let me try. With his level of healing magic, he should be able to save this child. Once again, he sincerely urged. Heather took out a delicate short wand from his pocket, embedded with a high-tier crystal core. I know some simple healing spells, perhaps I can help you. Heather was not a poor man. During his time with the hero team, he had participated in hunting king beasts and had gained quite a bit of loot. Teacher, I think this gentleman is not a bad person. The 2 girls were very curious about the mysterious handsome man, and the supervisor in charge of the temporary ward nodded helplessly. Alright, we can only try a dead horse as a live one now. Male magical talent was far behind that of females. He might have learned some magic, but he was probably still far from being able to save someone. She didn't hold out much hope. The exquisite wand in his hand was worth 10 years of her salary. She secretly speculated that Heather might be a noble heir cultivated by a duke. Such boys were often spoiled and might lose their sense of reality. Unable to recognize his own strength, healing magic also had its tiers. Lower-level healing spells were useless against severe internal injuries. They had already tried everything they could do, and persisting would only add to Avril's suffering. After obtaining the consent of the Holy Sword family's servant, Heather nodded and closed his eyes. The wand pointed at Avril's chest, and in front of the girls, rare magical essence flickered at his fingertips. As small as dust, it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. The golden light was not glaring, and focusing on the magical essence itself felt warm. Light attribute? No, it's pure life attribute magical essence. Time, space, and life were ranked as high-level magical essences, and those who resonated with them were called the favorite of the gods, rare across the entire continent. In the human realm, it was almost a millennium before such a thing was seen. This mysterious handsome man in white was actually a life attribute magician. They could sense special magical essence while meditating, and when releasing corresponding magic, they gained a tremendous boost. If the effect of an ordinary healing spell is 1, then the healing magic released by Heather is 10. A prodigy, perhaps he could truly save the young lady of the Holy Sword family. The 2 maids felt their hearts leap to their throats. Although the amount was very small, they still sensed the difference in this magical essence. Life attribute affinity. I didn't expect our human race to have such a genius. It's a pity that the Holy Kingdom lacks a matching skill tree and corresponding meditation methods. Looking at the minuscule amount of magical essence, the supervising teacher couldn't help but sigh. Humanity's progress in the field of magic was far behind that of other races. This scale of magical essence is only at the black iron level. The quality of the magical essence was high, but the quantity was insufficient. He couldn't save Avril. Even with a special magical talent, this man's achievements were extremely limited. The life attribute affinity would instead become an obstacle to his advancement. The corresponding magical essence affinity must be cultivated using the appropriate methods, just as an elemental mage could not use a sword mage's meditation method. The cultivation methods for life magic were usually held by other races, making it difficult for humans to access. Is it only at the black iron level? The 2 senior girls exchanged glances, comforting Heather. A black iron level healing spell can only treat ordinary wounds. It's good that you have this intention, handsome. Yes, brother, you've already done your best. The maid of the Holy Sword family looked dejected. She had hoped to find a savior, but they were back to square one. The light point hovering over Avril's chest continued to flicker, and Heather paid no attention to the surrounding comments. Chanting the spell for Holy Healing Rain, he gathered all his magical essence, preparing to unleash a large-scale group healing spell. "May the goddess of life bless you." Whispering the final words in a voice only he could hear, the light point emitted a blinding radiance. A speck of dust transformed into millions of beams of light, and the sky began to rain light. The rain was golden, radiating a rainbow of colors under the light's refraction. The injured bathed in the light rain recovered within a few breaths, and even those who were not injured felt their hidden ailments healed under the rain. "What is this? Is it raining?" "No, it's a super large-scale barrier. The intensity reaches the level of ritual casting," the supervising teacher exclaimed. She had only seen this level of healing magic in texts. "A magical group formation from other races, requiring the combined efforts of more than 10 holy practitioners, could achieve this effect." Elemental rain fell, and the overwhelming healing energy washed over the entire building. Almost all the injured were healed at the same moment. They were either astonished, dazed, or, more often, overjoyed. Without this unexpected event, they would have needed much more time to recover. Lacking medical conditions, they would inevitably suffer disabilities or even death. "A miracle, it's a miracle." Some called out to the divine, while others looked fearfully towards the direction of the radiant church. The light rain continued, lasting a full half of an hourglass before gradually subsiding. The few girls responsible for the healing were stunned, all gazing at the sky. Within the Magic Martial Academy, countless people were drawn to the celestial phenomenon, flocking to the floor where the temporary ward was located. "Who is it? Who is helping us?" The supervising teacher hurriedly ran to the open space, looking around but seeing no trace of the casting group. Miss, you're awake?" The maid of the Holy Sword family excitedly held Avril's small hand. She opened her eyes groggily. The frostbite on her hand had healed, returning from a dark purple to a healthy rosy hue. The fracture on her chest had also been healed. Aside from her dress being a bit dusty, she was no longer in life-threatening danger. She could even eat and speak. "Miss Avril, do you remember the man who treated you earlier?" They quickly realized that the strange phenomenon that had descended from the sky was likely related to the mysterious handsome man. The supervising teacher wore a smile, her tone urgent. "A very beautiful figure." Avril shook her head, her memory hazy. It must have been a super handsome priest, even more beautiful than the boy apricot she had seen, the kind of breathtaking beauty that was almost unforgettable, etched in one's mind for a lifetime. "Did he talk to you?" The teacher pressed. "When I woke up, he only left me with his profile." "All right, Miss Avril, you should rest well." The supervising teacher probably guessed the identity of the spellcaster, but she found it hard to believe the truth. If the scale of the light rain's release was the work of an individual, then he was at least an emerald intermediate level mage. Among human male mages, the intermediate level had already surpassed her personal understanding. Could he be a messenger of the gods? What if he isn't even human? The two girls speculated wildly, complaining about not having more contact with the mysterious handsome man. Many were searching for the spellcaster, but the instigator had left the scene at the first sign of chaos. Heather left the path, walking along the shore of the artificial lake, the light rain leaving ripples on the surface, fish leaping in the shallow water to absorb the residual magical essence. It had been a long time since she had cast magic with all her might. Could it be that he had crossed that threshold? Everything that had happened before felt incredible to Heather. The bottleneck that had troubled her for years unexpectedly broke through during her study of alchemy. He hadn't deliberately pursued a higher level of magic, and even paused his normal meditation for a time for the sake of alchemy. Unexpectedly, his understanding of magic had reached a new height, inadvertently breaking through to the intermediate level of mage. Queen Circe secretly bribed Alexandra and Gree, but Vice President Alexandra was no match for the guardian angel, and in a critical moment, Gree revealed her true strength. This so-called oldest emerald-level mage of the Holy Kingdom was astonishingly powerful, with half of an elven bloodline flowing through her. The battle continued until dark. Due to ample preparation, the royal guard had enough magical potions to barely contend with the church. However, defeat was only a matter of time, as the angel's rank was far above that of the guards trained by Circe. They could still cast healing magic on each other, and unless it was a fatal blow, it was difficult to kill them. All were emerald-level professionals, and the royal guards gradually lost their advantage, having to shrink their defenses to protect the queen's safety. The royal guard was loyal and vowed to protect Circe with their lives, but under the pressure of levels, they were slaughtered into disarray. The plan had failed. Circe's conspiracy had long been discovered by the church, and she might die. Several angels attacked, and Alexandra cowered in a corner, fearing discovery by the angels, her gaze complex as she watched the battle on the rooftop. The flower pin angel and the old mage Gree were locked in a fierce struggle. The old elf's twisted wand could summon earth and wood vines, and every time the angel leader swung her longsword, she could slice through a half-meter thick barrier. The magical essence on both of them was genuine Emerald Intermediate. If placed in the arena, Alexandra had to admit she was no match for either of them. Participating in the battle would lead to her defeat by the angels in a short time. Are you trying to run away? How pathetic, thinking you are someone important while hiding in a corner, struggling to survive. Unlike her earlier bravery, Alexandra hid at the back of the group, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, all she wanted was to escape quickly. Hearing the mocking tone, she turned in fear, only to find it was the mage apricot whom Circe had temporarily recruited. Flustered, Alexandra showed a malicious expression. She drew her sword at Apricot, cursing, "Humph, still here making sarcastic remarks, our exposure must be related to you. I've seen something off about you for a long time, your attitude in battle is perfunctory, and you appeared here inexplicably. You might be an undercover agent sent by the church." Alexandra's words made Queen Circe frown. Apricot's appearance was indeed somewhat unusual. Skilled in using light magic, could Kyoko really be a member of the church? No, he had indeed ruthlessly taken down 2 guardian angels right under her nose. Logically, he shouldn't be an insider in the church. Now is not the time for infighting. You two, I still need your help. She hadn't expected the church's strength to be so formidable. She hadn't even seen the matron yet, and just dealing with the guardian angels was already enough to give them a hard time. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. This attack on the church had gambled away all the savings of the Taylor royal family. If they failed, the throne of the Holy Kingdom would change hands. Humph, I don't want to team up with this suspected spy, he might sell us out. Alexandra suggested binding Kyoko first, confiscating his staff, and even using him as a shield to test the church's attitude. If she really is a spy, they definitely won't kill her. She contemptuously proposed, and Kyoko couldn't help but sneer. Go ahead, try it. What a joke, he wouldn't just surrender. You two idiots are still arguing? Why don't you come help me? The weary old woman scolded, as at that moment, Gree was being burned by holy light, her left eye and lower abdomen charred black. In contrast, the flower-adorned angel floated in midair, looking calm, her movements becoming increasingly effortless. The vines summoned by Gree would be burned to ashes if they got within 3 feet. The angel glanced at the two, and the holy flame split into 3, simultaneously targeting the 3 of them, clearly prepared to take on all 3. Helpless, the two had their own thoughts and could only join the battle. Alexandra's actions were perfunctory. As a warrior, she didn't dare take the lead and even deliberately avoided the opponent. Circe, seeing this, was furious but couldn't voice her anger. After all, the opponent was an emerald-level powerhouse, and although she was a queen, she didn't have a single loyal subordinate of emerald level. Kyoko only displayed the level of an ordinary emerald, and her effectiveness was extremely limited. After taking another sip of the blue potion to restore her magic essence, Gree felt nauseous and began to gag, her hand clutching the twisted wand trembling incessantly. The magic she released was also 3 parts weaker than before. Taking the same type of potion multiple times in a short period would put a tremendous strain on the kidneys, but she couldn't care less at that moment. This guy seems to have endless magic essence. Alexandra also noticed this. The opponent was like an undead, with both stamina and magic essence flowing endlessly. Lowly humans and mixed-breed elves, it seems you are about to run out. The holy wall in the church's underground emitted holy light, shining on the flower-adorned angel's body, instantly restoring a large amount of magic essence to her. Her battle strategy was steady. A prolonged fight was advantageous for her, neither hurried nor slow. Meanwhile, Kyoko and the others were like slaves tethered at the bottom of a pit, waiting for the tide to drown them. It's a power similar to a life box. She is extracting the magic essence from my body. Taimiro sensed Kyoko's impatience. She noticed the aura of the king beast beneath them gradually weakening, and the angel statue guarded by the winged people here was likely about to win. Once the angel statue operated by the matron killed the spider mother and turned to deal with Circe, a deadly outcome awaited them. Find a way to get close to the white wall. It's best not to use dragon spells. An unknown presence is watching you. Were they being spied on? Kyoko observed the flower-adorned angel, whose gaze bounced back and forth like a ping-pong ball, but each time it landed on Kyoko. An interesting girl, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Are you a test subject who barely escaped? Tentatively, she unleashed a sword aura, and the white flame instantly surrounded Kyoko. The opponent was formidable, and Kyoko couldn't hide her strength. Immune to holy flame burns, indeed, you are also a light attribute affinity user. The flower-adorned angel seemed to have found the answer, and Circe and the others, hearing this exchange, couldn't help but speculate about Kyoko's identity. The church had been using light affinity cultivators to train guardian angels, and those who managed to escape often ended up as mindless vegetative states. but only Kyoko had miraculously made it out alive. Moreover, she was resurrected by Heather using revival magic, and coincidentally regained her memories. Kyoko? Ah, I remember that name. You really are a cute girl. She paused her assault, standing high atop a broken stone pillar, her beautiful appearance striking as she pointed her sword at the tip of Kyoko's nose. After the ritual failed, you are still the first life to regain memories, and it seems you've even acquired emerald-level talent. Tell me your secret, and I might just spare your life.